My name is Tom Riddle, born in the Wolves Orphanage, and I am a wizard. My Parseltongue is quite proficient, and I wield a wand made of you, measuring 13.5 inches and containing a phoenix feather, having been sorted into Slytherin. My favorite spell is to gossip. Eh? What did you say? I am Voldemort? Please, with such striking good looks, how could I possibly be that noseless creature? Traversing the world of Harry Potter, Tom, bearing the same name as Voldemort and possessing a visage reminiscent of the Dark Lord in his youth, steps into the magical realm. Dumbledore. Suddenly, I feel my sight failing me. How else could I be transported back to 1938? Lucius. With two masters, I am utterly confounded. I truly cannot distinguish between them. Voldemort. Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? The inhabitants of Hogwarts. Oh, it turns out the Dark Lord is among us. Tom, I assure you, I am not Voldemort. All of this is the fault of that noseless wretch. Let the magical world bow before us. As Voldemort vents his ambitions to Tom, a piece of gossip strikes back. Only a failure is Voldemort, for I am Tom Riddle. Chapter 1. My name is Tom, but I am certainly not Voldemort. In 1991, London, at Wolves Orphanage. The morning sunlight streamed into the room, and Tom abruptly awoke from his slumber, his mind swirling with the sinister laughter of he. How peculiar! How could I have dreamt of becoming that noseless, bald creature from a children's book in my past life? Upon recalling the dream's unsettling imagery, he quickly arose and seized the mirror from his desk to gaze upon his handsome visage. Fortunately, in reality, his nose and hair remained intact. With this realization, Tom exhaled a long sigh of relief. Just as he opened the window to let in the refreshing morning air and dispel the remnants of his nightmare, a mechanical voice seemed to whisper in his ear. Beep. The system is officially activated. Character panel generation complete. Newbie gift pack distribution complete. Storage space generation complete. Task system. BZZT. BZZT. Error. Bang. What? After 11 years of transmigration, the long-awaited system appeared. Yet before Tom could fully appreciate it, within a minute, he was lamenting its abrupt demise. Bad news. The system has crashed from now on. It is all reliant on oneself. Good news. The activated components are still functional, which is better than nothing. Am I traversing dimensions or merely experiencing a streak of misfortune? Tom lamented his ill luck as he opened the character panel left by the system. Name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Occupation, wizard. Magical power, level 1. Talents. Transfiguration, 710. Charms, 910. Potions, 710. Herbology, 610. Divination, 110. Dark arts, 1010. Special talent, Parseltongue. Tom gazed at the panel, bewildered, and posed a profound question to himself. Is this panel serious? This is not the world of Harry Potter. Moreover, how have I lived my life without knowing I possess the talent for Parseltongue? I am merely Tom Marvolo Riddle, not truly Voldemort. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a realization struck Tom. What if it were true? If this were indeed the world of Harry Potter, the thought sent a chill down Tom's spine. Bearing the name Tom Marvolo Riddle and having grown up in the Wolves Orphanage, this accumulation of buffs would undoubtedly place him squarely in the crosshairs of the old bee. Ah, but it is July. Isn't that the time for Hogwarts to recruit new students? Perhaps old Dumbledore is already en route. Never mind. Let me quickly check the storage space, and beginner's gift pack. My salvation may hinge on this moment. The 4 cubic meters of storage space was entirely vacant, but at least its size would suffice for storing small items in the future. As Tom opened the beginner's gift pack, a golden light flashed, and 3 lines of text appeared on the character panel. Skills. Mind cloaking passive, perfect. Wand protection. Host wand can shield against Ministry of Magic tracking spells, rebound curses, and a series of tracking magic soul. Forge can absorb specific soul substances without side effects. Spells. Killing curse LV1, Cruciatus curse LV1, soul snatching curse LV1. Special items. Secrets of Dark Magic Grindelwald Annotated Edition. Combat crystal inactive. Tom stared in disbelief at the bountiful rewards bestowed by this gift pack. Although the brain closure spell is an urgent necessity for Tom, the wand protection would spare him the trouble of searching for a spare wand. However, what is the meaning of the unforgivable trio for the new school year? Besides a nonsensical practical crystal, does a book like Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic really cater to a young wizard who has yet to enroll? Is he being treated as if he were Voldemort himself? Or does this flawed system believe that a boy named Tom Riddle is destined to become the Dark Lord? While he internally laments the absurdity of this system, Tom finds himself more intrigued by the skill known as the Soul Forge. It seems to be a direct challenge to Voldemort. Isn't it inciting him to confront the noseless Tom? To be honest, the thought does ignite a flicker of excitement within him. Closing the panel, Tom sat down with a sense of trepidation, awaiting the arrival of his uncertain fate. In fact, at that very moment, while Tom was anxiously fidgeting, Dumbledore had already arrived at the orphanage's door. "Hello, I am Anna Jones, the headmistress of this orphanage. May I inquire as to your identity?" Ms. Anna, the headmistress, gazed at the peculiar old man before her, clad in a dark robe and a pointed hat, as she introduced herself while also soliciting his name and purpose. "I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School. I am here today regarding the enrollment of Tom Riddle." Dumbledore spoke with a complex expression, revealing his intentions. It was a strange feeling to be once again guiding a young wizard named Tom Riddle to enrollment in the very same place. 53 years later. Upon hearing that the elderly gentleman had come for Tom's schooling, a radiant smile blossomed on Ms. Anna's face as she warmly led Dumbledore to find him. On their way, Dumbledore politely inquired about Tom's background. "Excuse me, Ms. Anna, if I may be so bold. When did Tom arrive at the orphanage?" Ms. Anna pondered for a moment before confidently responding. "Little Tom was abandoned at the entrance of the orphanage shortly after his birth, on December 31st, 1979. Yes, that's right, the very last day of that year. I remember it vividly. He had nothing but a note bearing his name." December 31st? Is it merely a coincidence? Dumbledore contemplated Ms. Anna's words with a sense of uncertainty. However, Ms. Anna remained oblivious to Dumbledore's unease and, with a warm smile, began a chit-chat about Tom's background. "Tom is a considerate and intelligent child who has never caused me any worry throughout his upbringing. Over the years, he has truly been of immense assistance to me that I recall that from a very early age, he began to look after his younger siblings, and whenever something occurred with the children in the orphanage, the first person they would seek out was little Tom." "Does this mean that Tom is well-liked among the children in the orphanage?" Dumbledore inquired, unable to conceal his astonishment at the stark contrast to the previous assessment of Tom Riddle. "Indeed, the children in the orphanage have come to rely heavily on young Tom. When Andy was 5 years old, he fell gravely ill with a high fever, and Tom tended to him for 3 consecutive days and nights without a moment's rest, until Andy's fever finally subsided at that time. Tom was merely 7 when Tom turned 8. Millie was bullied by some unruly children from the neighboring block. Upon learning of this, he valiantly confronted the bullies, delivering a sound thrashing and warning them not to trouble his siblings again. From that day forth, they never dared to bother the children from the orphanage again. Moreover, in recent years, the situation at the orphanage has not been particularly favorable, and Tom has secretly taken on multiple jobs outside. He has sold goods, collected scrap, and delivered newspapers, all in an effort to save money each year to ensure that the children could endure the winter a little more comfortably, that he believed he could keep this hidden from us. But in truth, everyone at the orphanage was aware. They simply chose not to confront him out of respect for his pride. There are countless such instances. As the headmaster, I find myself both gratified and guilt-ridden, feeling that my leadership has fallen short. This child, at merely 11 years of age, has borne far too much for someone so young." As Ms. Anna recounted Tom's many stories, tears involuntarily welled in her eyes. "This is not your fault. You have done exceedingly well. I believe that in time, everything will become more beautiful." Dumbledore consoled Ms. Anna with subtle encouragement. Chapter 2. Dumbledore and Tom in their conversation. Dumbledore and Ms. Anna soon arrived at Tom's door, where Ms. Anna knocked gently. "Tom, are you inside? There is a gentleman from Hogwarts School here to see you. May we come in?" "Yes, Ms. Anna, please enter." As Tom's voice echoed from within, Ms. Anna turned to Dumbledore and said, "Mr. Headmaster, Tom is inside. You may go in and speak with him. I shall not disturb you." With that, she took her leave. Upon entering the room, Dumbledore was greeted by a face he found both familiar and unforgettable. The same location, the same name, the same visage. It was as if time had folded in upon itself, momentarily rendering this seasoned and wise elder speechless, his pupils widening in astonishment. Conversely, Tom felt a sense of relief wash over him at the sight of Dumbledore. It confirmed his suspicions that he was indeed in Harry Potter's world. As for what would happen next, he decided to confront the immediate situation first. However, witnessing Dumbledore's incredulous expression caused Tom's heart to race. Could it be that he was not only named Tom Riddle, but also bore a striking resemblance to the young Voldemort? What to do? He was in dire straits. "Hello, Mr. Headmaster, please take a seat." After a brief moment of mutual gaze, it was Tom who first extended the invitation for Dumbledore to sit, while simultaneously activating his mental shields. "Would you care for something to drink? I only have water. Would that be acceptable?" As he settled into his chair, Tom inquired softly. "Thank you, Tom, but I believe I shall pass. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I have come to invite you to enroll," Dumbledore said, gazing at Tom with a gentle demeanor. Ignoring the intensity of Dumbledore's stare, Tom feigned surprise and replied, "Mr. Headmaster, are you saying that I am a wizard?" "Indeed, Tom, and this is your acceptance letter." Dumbledore produced a pale yellow envelope and handed it to him. Observing the emblem on the envelope, which was adorned with lions, serpents, eagles, and badgers encircling the capital letters, Tom asked with a hint of excitement. Very well, Professor. May I open it? By all means, Tom. I believe you have sensed your difference from others for quite some time. Dumbledore's penetrating gaze remained fixed on Tom, eager to witness his reaction. As Tom read the familiar contents of the acceptance letter, he responded to Dumbledore with an answer that starkly contrasted with what Dumbledore had anticipated. To be honest, I have not noticed any difference from others. Had you not come today, Professor, I might never have realized that I am indeed a wizard. Have you never felt the stirrings of magical energy? Dumbledore gazed at Tom, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. Was his mental block innate, or was he deceiving him? Indeed, Professor, I speak only the truth, Tom replied fearlessly, locking eyes with Dumbledore after reading the letter. So, Professor, does magic truly exist? Do orphans like me have the right to learn it? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore drew his wand and lightly tapped a cup of water on the table, instantly transforming it into an adorable little hamster. With another gentle tap, the hamster reverted back to a teacup. Ah, so it's transfiguration, not the burning cupboard, Tom mused, observing Dumbledore's display of magic, yet feeling no sense of wonder. Instead, he became even more tense. Behold, this is magic. You shall receive the finest education at Hogwarts. Additionally, there are many young wizards of Muggle descent at Hogwarts. Muggle? Tom feigned curiosity in his response. Ah, Muggle is the term we in the magical community use to refer to ordinary people who cannot perform magic, Dumbledore explained, continuing his previous thought. Moreover, a very powerful wizard once emerged from this orphanage. Though he strayed from the right path, he was indeed formidable. Testing, Tom decided to divert from Dumbledore's line of thought, hesitantly gazing at him. But, noticing Tom's reluctance to engage, Dumbledore showed no signs of discontent. Instead, inquiring with concern, what troubles you? Do you have any reservations? What about tuition? The orphanage is not in great condition, and I doubt we can afford the fees. I wouldn't want to burden Miss Anna. Upon hearing Tom's concerns, Dumbledore smiled reassuringly. Do not worry about tuition. Hogwarts is free of charge. Furthermore, Hogwarts provides financial aid loans each year to assist students in need. Then I have no issues. I am willing to attend Hogwarts, Tom declared, expressing his decision to Dumbledore. A wise choice, my child. You shall not regret your decision today, Dumbledore replied with a smile, extending an invitation. However, before your formal enrollment, you must procure your school supplies from Diagon Alley. Since there is still ample time today, why not allow me to accompany you? Taken aback momentarily by Dumbledore's offer, Tom pondered, is this yet another test? Previously, I declined, determined to manage everything on my own. Is he trying to gauge my decision? After weighing his options, he ultimately agreed to the invitation. Very well, Professor, but I must first inform Miss Anna. Otherwise, she will worry. Go ahead, Tom. I shall await you outside the orphanage gate. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. With Dumbledore's consent, Tom bid him farewell and hurriedly left the room. Standing in the corridor outside, he realized his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The pressure from the Dark Lord was indeed overwhelming. No, this cannot be right. As Tom made his way to the headmaster's office, a sudden gust of wind jolted him, and he realized his thoughts had veered off course. The events of the day, the system, the magical world, and Dumbledore had all unfolded too abruptly, leaving him little time for contemplation. Reflecting on it now, he questioned why he felt compelled to engage in a theatrical rivalry with Dumbledore. After all, he was not Voldemort. Coming to this realization, Tom found his mind became clearer. No matter what he did, Dumbledore would certainly harbor suspicions, and he was likely aware of Tom's mental barriers. Future tests would be inevitable. Rather than exhausting himself in this charade, he thought it best to abandon the act altogether. Let Dumbledore have his way. After all, Dumbledore could hardly cast Avada Kedavra on him, and all he might face was some peculiar treatment at school. Worst case, he could muddle through 7 years and graduate. As for after graduation, he could always return to China. It wasn't as if anyone could reach him there. And that noseless figure, Tom realized. There was always Harry Potter. Their paths were not intertwined, so why not sit back and enjoy the spectacle? If Dumbledore was determined to draw him into the fray, let him orchestrate the events. A time traveler who doesn't stir the pot cannot truly be called a time traveler. If things went awry, perhaps it would lead to another adventure. What was there to fear? With these thoughts in mind, Tom felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, and he walked with a light step, humming a tune as he approached the headmaster's office. Chapter 3. Diagon Alley. It was uncertain whether Dumbledore had cast a confundus charm on Anna's mother, but Tom found it remarkably easy to gain her consent. When Tom and Dumbledore met at the entrance of the orphanage, Dumbledore noticed a distinct change in Tom's demeanor. Have you encountered something that has altered your spirit? You seem different, Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. Tom shook his head and urged him, No, Professor, I've merely come to understand a few things. Time is of the essence. We should depart swiftly. Dumbledore smiled, refraining from pressing further, and instructed Tom to hold on tightly. Prepare yourself. We are about to embark. The first experience of apparition left Tom feeling nauseous, and he couldn't stifle a wave of retching. Professor, Is this how all wizardly travel feels? So jarring? Every novice experiences such discomfort during their first apparition. With practice, one gradually acclimatizes. However, we have arrived at our destination, the first step into the magical realm, Dumbledore remarked. Gesturing ahead. Following Dumbledore's, Tom struggled to decipher the nearly illegible letters on the dilapidated sign. The leaky cauldron? Surely this cannot be the entrance to Diagon Alley. It looks even more rundown than in the films. This decrepit building, barely holding together, would undoubtedly be marked for demolition back in China. Who would ever suspect that this shabby place serves as an entryway to Diagon Alley? Professor, do you really think this establishment, as the first point of entry into the magical world for a muggle-born wizard, wouldn't deter someone from continuing? Tom couldn't help but voice his skepticism. This is indeed an intriguing question, yet I suggest you address it directly to Tom, the proprietor of the bar. Observing the astonishment on Tom's face, Dumbledore chose not to elaborate further and promptly ushered him into the establishment. The bar featured a counter, several tables shrouded in shadow in the corners, and its decor mirrored the descriptions found in the original text. However, in stark contrast to his expectations, the environment proved to be far more unsightly and chaotic, prompting Tom to involuntarily furrow his brow. The bar owner, Tom, greeted Dumbledore with warmth. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. What a rare pleasure to see you here. Would you care for a drink?" "Not today, Tom. I still have first-year students to escort to Diagon Alley. Perhaps another time," Dumbledore politely declined. Casting a glance at the younger Tom who accompanied them, the bar owner casually inquired, "A muggle-born first year?" "Indeed, just like you. His name is also Tom. However, our time is limited, so farewell for now." With that, Dumbledore led Tom through the bar and into the courtyard at the back. "Are you ready to witness a moment of wonder?" As they approached the fabled trash bin in the courtyard, Tom's anticipation soared. Dumbledore retrieved his wand and addressed Tom. "Remember my forthcoming actions, Tom. Count 3 tiles up and 2 tiles across." With a gentle tap on the bricks, the entire wall began to rotate and reconfigure, ultimately forming a grand archway. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." The winding cobblestone path, flanked by uniquely enchanting shops, throngs of laughter, and the alluring display of magical wares and creatures, materialized before Tom, an image he had only previously encountered in films. His heart raced with exhilaration, unable to contain his awe. "It is truly marvelous. This is Diagon Alley. This is where dreams begin." "Very well, Tom. In the future, you shall encounter even more wondrous aspects of the wizarding world. However, today we have many tasks ahead, beginning with a visit to Gringotts to collect your scholarship." Dumbledore's words snapped Tom back to reality, prompting him to hastily follow in his footsteps. "The goblins are even more grotesque than I had imagined, resembling something akin to goblins from the realm of assassins," he mused. "No, I must not dwell on that thought any longer, lest I conjure unsettling images of Gringotts." In the towering white edifice of Gringotts, while Dumbledore attended to his monetary affairs, Tom idly observed the goblins. "So, do you find the goblins to be appealing?" Dumbledore inquired cheerfully upon returning with the money. "Not in the slightest," Tom replied, startled from his reverie. "Here, 100 galleons, your scholarship loan for this year." Within the wizarding world, a distinct currency system existed. 29 nuts equated to 1 sick, and 17 sickles equated to 1 galleon. Dumbledore handed Tom a pouch of coins. Tom accepted the pouch while remarking, "Professor, this currency system is rather chaotic, I see it. What should one do if they struggle with mathematics?" "Indeed, you are not alone in your dislike, as many have become accustomed to it over time." Dumbledore found himself in agreement with Tom. Upon receiving the pouch of coins, Tom's expression suddenly shifted. He realized that its weight exceeded his expectations. Hastily, he opened the pouch to discover that the number of galleons inside far surpassed 100. He promptly inquired of Dumbledore, "Professor, the amount of galleons here seems incorrect." "Let us consider the excess as a generous gift from an elder," replied Dumbledore. "Now, let us proceed to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions." Dumbledore offered no further explanation and led Tom away from Diagon Alley. "Well, given my current financial constraints, I shall treat this as a favor owed to old Dumbledore. It would merely mean exerting a bit more effort when vanquishing Voldemort's Horcruxes." Tom had a glimmer of understanding regarding Dumbledore's intentions, though the sentiment was rather uncomfortable. However, thanks to Dumbledore's generosity, he no longer felt the need to scrimp and save on second-hand items. "Welcome to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions." The short, plump, which greeted her customers with enthusiasm. "Professor Dumbledore, what a surprise," Madame Malkin exclaimed upon seeing him enter. "And Minerva and Severus are quite occupied, so I am assisting with the new student's purchases," Dumbledore explained. "Is this the new student?" "My apologies, Professor. Please wait a moment while I take his measurements." While internally cursing Dumbledore's audacity, Tom politely responded to Madame Malkin, "Of course, ma'am." At that moment, a blonde girl was being measured, and upon seeing her, Tom could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. "Cassandra? Could it be that this world has merged with the awakening of magic? And is there still a legacy of Hogwarts?" However, the timeline does not seem to align. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tom feigned nonchalance and approached the girl. "Hello, are you also a new student at Hogwarts?" She acknowledged him with a slight nod and, casting a glance at Tom, remarked, "A rather tasteless outfit. A muggle-born little wizard? Indeed, it was only today that I discovered my true identity as a wizard." "Oh, so you are fortunate enough to have Professor Dumbledore accompany you. What of your parents?" "I am an orphan. I have never seen my parents since birth. I apologize, I did not mean to pry," the girl said with a hint of panic. "It is quite all right, you need not apologize. My name is Tom Riddle, and yours?" Tom was unfazed and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Ah, Cassandra Vori." Indeed, it was Cassandra. It seemed this world was not as simple as it appeared. Thus, under the influence of Tom's cultivated prideful demeanor from his past life, a mere few minutes swiftly passed. After their measurements were completed, the two parted ways as if they were old acquaintances. "Farewell, Cassandra. See you at school." "Goodbye, Tom." "Farewell, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore watched the scene with a sense of satisfaction. "Well then, let us proceed next door to purchase the textbooks," Tom suggested, glancing at the first-year enrollment list. Chapter 4, The Wand. Uniforms, textbooks, cauldrons, telescopes, brass scales, and a set of small potion vials. "Professor, is it not true that the wand is the only item left to procure?" "Indeed, for a young wizard. The wand holds paramount importance," Dumbledore replied. "Look, we have arrived." Before them stood a small, dilapidated storefront. Its weathered golden sign barely discernible. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. As one of the three foremost wand merchants in Europe, Ollivanders had specialized in the craft for 2 millennia. Although Tom suspected that such claims were somewhat exaggerated, it was undeniable that Ollivanders was indeed the premier wand shop in Britain. Following Dumbledore, Tom entered the shop, where no customers were present. Ollivander was resting at the wand counter. Upon hearing the chime of the bell, he lifted his head and was greeted by the sight of his visitors, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Professor Dumbledore? What a surprise to see you today. It has been quite some time." "Indeed, Garrick, it has been a while. Today, I have brought a new student from Hogwarts to select his wand." "Very well, he shall find the most suitable wand here. Let me take a look at my young guest." As Ollivander emerged from behind the counter, he finally discerned the small wizard following Dumbledore. Upon seeing that familiar face, his expression shifted to one of alarm, and he glanced toward Dumbledore for reassurance. "What is it, sir?" Tom inquired, sensing the tension. At the same moment, Dumbledore gently shook his head at Ollivander. Noticing Dumbledore's gesture, Ollivander sighed in relief and adopted a more congenial demeanor as he addressed Tom. "No, my child. All is well. You merely bear a striking resemblance to a former customer of mine." "Oh, what was that customer like?" Tom couldn't resist asking, though he already had an inkling of whom Ollivander referred to. "Quite terrifying, yet undeniably remarkable," Ollivander replied, clearly reluctant to elaborate. "Now, let us begin the selection of your wand. Which hand do you favor?" "My right hand, sir." "Excellent. Now relax a bit, and please raise your arm." As he spoke, a measuring tape leapt from his pocket and began to take Tom's measurements. "By the way, I must apologize for neglecting to ask your name earlier. Young wizards purchasing wands here need to be registered with the Ministry of Magic." Finally, remembering to inquire about the young wizard's name, Ollivander turned his attention back to Tom. Tom Riddle," Tom declared with a sense of anticipation. Upon hearing this name, the measuring tape became startled and fell to the ground. After a prolonged silence, Tom could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered to Dumbledore, "Are you certain he is not the Dark Lord?" "Perhaps not," Dumbledore replied, though even he could not assert with absolute certainty. Ollivander looked at Dumbledore, his expression one of incredulity, until Tom's impatient voice broke the silence. "I inquired, Mr. Ollivander. Shall we proceed?" "Apologies, let us continue." With a tremor of apprehension, Ollivander picked up the measuring tape, meticulously taking Tom's measurements. Before Tom could utter a word, Ollivander hastily dove into the stacks of shelves in search of something. After a considerable wait, he emerged with a wand, trembling as he presented it to Tom. "You would. Phoenix Feather, 135 inches, a remarkably powerful wand." At this revelation, even Dumbledore couldn't help but cast a curious glance. Tom, on the other hand, was seething internally. "Seriously? Isn't this identical to Voldemort's wand? I am not that bald, noseless creature. If this wand is compatible, then I might as well share his surname." As he accepted the wand from Ollivander, Tom felt a warm surge coursing through his fingertips, as though the wand had melded with his very being. A crimson light erupted from the tip, illuminating the small shop. Silence reigned supreme on that day. After a lengthy pause, Ollivander finally spoke, albeit dryly. "It suits Mr. Riddle exceptionally well, though it bears a striking resemblance to the Dark Lord's wand. At least the core is not from the same phoenix. I believe Mr. Riddle will achieve great things, much like the Dark Lord." "Is that the crux of the matter?" "In the end, it is still akin to old Voldes." Tom thought, perplexed by the implication of Ollivander's words, wondering if it was a subtle jab at Dumbledore. Unable to endure the awkward atmosphere any longer, Tom broke the silence. Mr. Ollivander. How much for it? A modest 7 galleons. Tom quickly counted out 7 galleons and thrust them into Ollivander's hands, promptly pulling Dumbledore out of the wand shop. Once outside, Tom, feeling a bit sheepish, turned to Dumbledore. Professor, I sincerely apologize for what just transpired. We should have everything we need. Shall we head back now? Not at all, dear boy. Ollivander's shop is quite stifling for an old man like me. A breath of fresh air is most welcome. Dumbledore deftly alleviated the tension before speaking enigmatically to Tom. However, it is not yet time to return. Since we are in Diagon Alley, I wish to present you with a gift. Please wait here for a moment. Dumbledore was swift in his departure and equally quick in returning. Before long, Tom received the mysterious gift, a snowy owl, identical to Hedwig from the Aesop's Owl Emporium. Gratefully accepting the gift, Tom beamed at Dumbledore. Thank you, Professor. No need for thanks. Have you considered what you might name this lovely lady? Tom pondered for a moment before posing an entirely unrelated question. Professor, what is the name of the Dark Lord you often speak of? Dumbledore paused for a brief moment before responding. He refers to himself as Voldemort. Very well, then. I shall call it Voldemort, Tom declared with satisfaction. Upon hearing Tom's choice of name, Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. A splendid name. Truly splendid. The delightful journey through Diagon Alley came to a close as Dumbledore transported Tom back to the orphanage via apparition. Just as Dumbledore was about to bid farewell, Tom called out to him, eager to inquire about Voldemort's perspective. Professor, I wish to ask. Dumbledore halted, turning to listen intently. However, in the end, Tom refrained from voicing his question. Never mind, Professor. Good night, and may you have sweet dreams. Good night, Tom. May your dreams be pleasant as well. Should you have any questions, feel free to visit my office when school commences, Dumbledore replied, playfully winking at Tom before vanishing. Watching Dumbledore disappear, Tom turned and entered the orphanage. The gates to the magical world had swung open, and tomorrow promised to be another splendid day. Chapter 5. Lucius and the Diary. In the stillness of the night, Tom, filled with excitement, tossed and turned in bed before ultimately deciding to rise. Eagerly clutching his wand and textbooks, he stealthily slipped out of the orphanage, seeking a secluded grove to practice magic. After ensuring that no one was around, he illuminated the pages of his textbook with a small flashlight and meticulously reviewed the material. With his purple wand firmly in hand, Tom concentrated and boldly recited his first spell since entering the magical realm. Power and intent converge. A piercing green light dispels the darkness, striking through the trees ahead. After what felt like an eternity, the green light gradually faded, leaving Tom's eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Indeed, casting the killing curse brought far greater satisfaction than mere illumination or levitation spells. Magic is a reflection of one's mind, and it appeared he would enjoy a restful night's sleep. However, he pondered whether the noseless creature would come to seize the Philosopher's Stone this year, and what trouble old Dumbledore might conjure up. Considering the butterfly effect, he realized that his current strength barely sufficed for self-preservation, prompting him to devise a plan. Lost in thought, he stared blankly at the system panel, contemplating something profound. A week later, on July 31st, as dawn broke, Tom arose and departed from the orphanage. The streets were eerily quiet in the early morning, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he raised his wand. With a resounding bang, a 3-story bus materialized before him. Welcome aboard the night bus. I am your conductor, Stan Shunpike. Before Stan could finish his sentence, Tom thrust 11 silver sickles into his hand, uttering, the leaky cauldron, before boarding the bus. Upon reaching his destination, Tom found himself violently retching, cursing under his breath. This was worse than apparition. Whoever chose to ride this bus was a fool. After finally regaining his composure, he strode directly into the pub. By Merlin's pants, it's Harry Potter. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. It is an honor to see you, Mr. Potter. As he entered the pub, Tom was met with a chorus of praises showered upon the boy who lived. Catching a glimpse of Harry amidst the crowd, Tom seized the opportunity while everyone's attention was focused on him. He swiftly made his way to the patio, drawing out his wand to unveil the passage to Diagon Alley. Navigating through the throng, Tom's gaze swept the surroundings in search of his objective. Suddenly, a faint golden hue caught his eye. At long last, I have found you. Lucius Malfoy, who was waiting for his family to procure school supplies, suddenly sensed someone was watching him. Looking up, he was startled to discover a boy, roughly Draco's age, gazing intently at him. As the boy approached, Lucius felt a sense of recognition as the boy's increasingly familiar visage stirred long-buried memories within him. The boy's features seemed to gradually coalesce with a face he had seen many years ago, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Long time no see, Lucius. It appears you have fared well these past years, the boy remarked, his first words sending a chill of dread through Lucius. Just as Lucius was about to respond, the boy interjected, I wonder if you have kept safe the diary I entrusted to you all those years ago? Hearing a secret known only to him, and that man uttered by the boy rendered Lucius pale, his voice quaking with fear. Master. The boy swiftly interrupted him. Return it to me. Send it via owl to London, to the orphanage, addressed to Tom Riddle. As someone who was privy to many secrets about that man, Lucius was even more certain of the boy's identity upon hearing the name. Bowing his head in reverence and humbly replying, Yes, master. Do not let anyone know we have had contact. Now is not the time, or you know the consequences. After issuing a brief warning to Lucius, the boy quickly vanished into the crowd. Just then, Narcissa and Draco returned from their shopping. Noticing Lucius's ashen face and trembling body, drenched in sweat, they inquired with concern about what had transpired. Lucius shook his head, his gaze fixed on the direction the boy had disappeared, whispering to Narcissa in trepidation, that man has returned. Meanwhile, Tom, who had ensured he was out of Lucius's sight, felt far less composed than he had moments ago. After all, impersonating Voldemort for the first time was inevitably clumsy. He had done what he needed to do. Now it was a matter of whether Lucius would fall for the ruse. However, the next day, when a plump, gray-faced owl flew into Tom's room, dropping a black-covered diary and a pouch filled with gold galleons, he was utterly astonished. He had anticipated that Lucius would take some time to deliberate over his authenticity, but he was taken aback by his swift action. Could it be that my portrayal of Voldemort was so convincing? Yet, I must admit, Lucius is quite astute. Besides the diary, he even included some spare change. As Lucius's extensible bag was tucked away into the storage space, Tom's gaze inadvertently fell upon the diary resting upon the table. The success of his endeavor hinged upon this pivotal moment. However, prior to that, he inscribed upon the diary with the quill, My name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Moments later, the ink vanished, revealing a new line of text. I too am Tom Marvolo Riddle. Splendid. It was indeed genuine. Lucius had not deceived him. Confirming the authenticity of the diary, Tom resolved to tease the younger version of Voldemort, for such an opportunity would not present itself again. I grew up in the Wolves Orphanage in London. I also grew up in the Wolves Orphanage. This year, I will attend Hogwarts. By the way, my wand is made of you, with a phoenix feather measuring 13.5 inches. My wand is also made of you, with a phoenix feather measuring 13.5 inches. I excel at the killing curse. The dialogue, akin to a mere copy and paste, utterly exasperated the young Voldemort, who could no longer contain his frustration and erupted. Newly enrolled young wizards excel at the killing curse. Do not jest. When did Hogwarts' atmosphere descend to such depths? Who are you truly? Indeed, he could not maintain his composure. No wonder he had transformed into a figure of mockery. As if triggering a hidden switch within the young Voldemort, he could no longer restrain himself, and, using the scant remnants of his power, manifested before Tom. As the translucent soul of young Voldemort drifted from the diary, locking eyes with Tom, he was utterly taken aback. At that moment, Tom had risen, wand in hand, inscribing a luminous name in the air, Tom Marvolo Riddle. With a gentle flick of his wand, he rearranged the letters, transforming it into another name. I am Voldemort. Chapter 6, The Gaunt Manor. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The young Voldemort posed the classic existential questions of the soul. Who are you? Another Horcrux? Gazing at the youthful reflection of himself, Voldemort found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Guess. Tom mischievously winked at Voldemort, deciding to cease his playful torment. As the soul forge ignited, a soft golden radiance materialized, enveloping the incredulous diary. The fragment of Voldemort's soul, confronted by the luminous orb, was forcibly extracted from the diary, its essence being mercilessly obliterated amidst anguished wails, desperately attempting to escape, yet utterly ensnared by the light. Silence. Tom swiftly cast a silencing charm upon hearing the cries, preventing any disturbance from attracting the attention of the other orphans. After an indeterminate span of time, the light gradually dimmed, and the consciousness of Voldemort's soul fragment dissipated, leaving behind a pristine white substance and an intact diary upon the table. The capability to eradicate the soul within a Horcrux without destroying the vessel itself was astonishing. Could it be that the relics of the four founders had been salvaged as well? Tom stared in astonishment at the scene before him, astonished that this skill was indeed designed specifically to counter Voldemort. However, what was of greater importance at that moment was to test the efficacy of the furnace. Cautiously cradling the pure white substance, he pondered how to utilize it when, unexpectedly, it burrowed into his forehead. Before Tom could fully comprehend the situation, excruciating pain surged through him, inundating his mind with a torrent of knowledge, experience, and memories, while the magic within him began to boil with intensity. In what felt like an eternity, he nearly lost consciousness. Gradually, the pain subsided, and the magical energy within him calmed. His status panel underwent a transformation. Name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Profession, Wizard. Magic level, 4. Talents, Transfiguration 810, Charms 1010, Potions 810, Herbology 710, Divination 110, Alchemy 610. Dark Arts 1010. Special Talent, Parseltongue. Skills, Mind Closure, Passive, Perfect, Wand Protection, The host's wand can shield against the Ministry's tracking spells and a series of other tracking magic. Soul Furnace can absorb specific soul substances without side effects. Silent and wandless casting. Apparition. Spells. Killing Curse 4, Cruciatus Curse 4, Soul-Sucking Curse 4, Fiendfire Curse 4. Levitation Charm 4, Lumos Charm 4, Summoning Charm 4, Shield Charm 4, Shattering Curse 4. Special items. Revelations of Dark Magic, Grindelwald's Annotated Edition, Combat Crystal, inactive. Gazing at the increased values of his magical talents and the newly acquired plethora of skills and spells on the panel, a sense of elation surged within Tom. This truly felt like a treasure trove of experience. The joy of having an advantage was something few could comprehend. If one were to liken it to a game, I would indeed be considered a cheater. As his emotions gradually settled, Tom found himself contemplating his next course of action. With the Dark Lord possessing Quirrell and remaining at the school, it was inevitable that he would draw attention to Tom's presence. If he were to be perceived as a Horcrux, it was likely that Voldemort would examine the Horcrux's statuses or even attempt to relocate them. My greatest advantage now is that I am fully aware of where Voldemort's Horcruxes are hidden, and with the Soul Furnace skill at my disposal. With a month remaining before school begins, I must seek out a few more Horcruxes to prevent any such eventualities and bolster my own strength. Should I pursue the Hufflepuff Cup or the Resurrection Stone Ring? After much deliberation, Tom resolved to seek the ring first before pursuing the cup. After leaving a letter for Ms. Anna to alleviate her concerns, Tom vanished from his location with a flicker of apparition. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld the distant, dilapidated shack, the very destination of his journey, the Gaunt residence. Thank you, dear diary. Without your guidance, I would have been unable to locate this place. Tom silently paid homage to the departed diary as he traversed the overgrown countryside, arriving at the once grand Gunter estate. Surrounding the house, a tangle of weeds flourished, while dense nettles obscured the grime-laden windows. Moss clung to the outer walls. Tiles had long since fallen from the roof, exposing the rotting beams within. Anyone gazing upon this dilapidated structure would scarcely believe it harbored descendants of Slytherin. Only the nailed serpent emblem on the front door bore witness to the family's former glory. Flames roared to life. Tom ignited the surrounding underbrush, meticulously controlling the blaze. Yet, even as the weeds were reduced to ashes and the shed's doors and windows collapsed, nothing transpired. Could it be that the Dark Lord carelessly discarded the ring here, neglecting to cast protective enchantments? Was it overconfidence or a cunning ploy? Tom held no trust in Voldemort's character and immediately transfigured a stone at the entrance into a rabbit, sending it scampering into the house. Still, the old mansion remained eerily silent, devoid of any movement. This left Tom perplexed. Throughout his journey, he had contemplated many of Voldemort's potential traps based on the diary's memories, yet this situation had eluded his imagination. Cautiously peering through the collapsed doorway, a cloud of dust enveloped him. After a brief moment of revulsion, he pinched his nose and cast a cleansing charm, allowing him to discern the interior's condition. The dilapidated furniture, the peeling walls, and the grimy oil lamp all bore testament to the Gunter family's destitution. Although the interior appeared devoid of immediate danger, Tom hesitated to step inside recklessly. At that moment, the fire shield he had been studying, the Grindelwald brand, proved invaluable. A cerulean flame erupted from the tip of his wand, encircling him under his careful control as he gingerly entered the house. Balancing the need to contain the fire, remain vigilant for any disturbances, and search for the ring's whereabouts was no simple feat after what felt like an eternity, just as Tom was drenched in sweat and contemplating a brief respite. An ominous shadow suddenly emerged, sensing a threat. Startled, Tom nearly lost control of the flames and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself at the last moment, avoiding disaster. Yet, Tom was not the only one taken aback. The remnant of Voldemort, poised to launch an attack, froze upon recognizing Tom's visage. Much like the diary, the serpent-faced apparition found itself momentarily transfixed, staring wide-eyed at Tom. "Who are you? Another Horcrux?" The ring inquired with difficulty. Hearing a question identical to that posed by the diary, Tom, having anticipated this moment, maintained the flames while retrieving the black-covered diary from his storage space to present to the ring. "Enough with the exclamations. It is I," he declared. You've returned? Where's your true form?" The ring gasped, utterly astonished at the sight of the living diary before it. Tom commenced his art of persuasion, his words flowing like a train of fire. "The original entity failed 11 years ago, vanquished by an infant. I learned this from Lucius, which is why I sought a means to resurrect it. How did I achieve this? Through an ancient spell passed down in the Lucius family, coupled with a stroke of fortune. I do not believe it. Remove the fire shield. I wish to share thoughts with you," declared the ringmaster, evidently skeptical. "Very well," Tom responded without hesitation. Just as the ringmaster prepared to possess Tom the moment the flames were dispelled, he noticed Tom suddenly breaking into a radiant smile amidst the fire. "Found you." Chapter 7, The Father's Bone. While Tom engaged in verbal sparring with the ringmaster, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for the ring's location, as the shadow of the ringmaster could not stray too far from the ring itself. At long last, fortune favored the diligent. Amidst a pile of rubble in the northwest corner, he spotted a glimmer that seemed to reflect metal. In the current predicament, Tom had no choice but to take a gamble. As rehearsed in his mind, the instant the flames were extinguished, the soul forge activated, casting a golden beam toward the ring's position, while simultaneously, before the ringmaster could react, a shadowy apparition shifted outside the dwelling. All actions unfolded seamlessly, almost in an instant. Now temporarily safe outside, Tom exhaled deeply, attentively monitoring the commotion within, anxiously awaiting the outcome. It soon became evident that Tom had indeed placed his bet wisely. His previous actions were so swift that Voldemort's soul fragment remained momentarily oblivious. By the time it was poised to respond, the golden radiance had already enveloped the ring. His soul was drawn into the orb of light by an irresistible force, an indescribable power eroding the consciousness within him. The excruciating pain elicited a chilling scream. The cacophony reverberated far and wide, even reaching the distant town. Realizing that he would undoubtedly perish if this continued, the ringmaster resolved to make a desperate final stand, instantly activating the dark magical protections on the ring. Hundreds of dark spells, under the control of the fragment of his soul, erupted forth, unleashing a horde of vengeful spirits from the ring. Outside, Tom sensed the surge of potent magical energy and executed another apparition, increasing the distance from the old house. Regrettably, the ringmaster's last-ditch effort was destined to be in vain. The dark magic could not penetrate the embrace of the golden light. The vengeful spirits, upon encountering the golden radiance of the soul forge, melted away like ice in the warm sun, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Even the curses affixed to the ring were gradually lifted beneath the light's glow. Estimating that the moment was nearly upon him, Tom intended to return to assess the situation when suddenly he heard the distant wail of sirens. Damn it, the commotion has attracted the Muggle police. I cannot afford to delay. Tom apparat back to the small house, where the screams had ceased. He swiftly entered to investigate. Amidst the debris lay a dull, dust-covered ring, above which floated a familiar orb of pristine white substance. Tom cast the ring into the system's storage space and smoothly grasped the pure white substance. The moment of contact, the ethereal mass seamlessly melded into his forehead without a hint of hesitation. The searing pain returned as anticipated, yet this time, Tom, having steeled himself, gritted his teeth and endured, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness as he had before. With the sound of sirens drawing ever closer, Tom, now composed, did not take the time to observe the changes on the panel. Instead, he decisively apparat away. In a modest countryside tavern in Little Hangleton, Tom inquired of the tavern keeper, "Do you have any vacant rooms?" "Yes, £30 a night," came the response. Under the influence of a confounding charm, the tavern keeper gazed vacantly at the man in his 30s before him. After paying and receiving the key, it was only upon entering the room that Tom's taut heart finally relaxed. Reclining on the bed, he took a moment to meticulously examine the panel. Name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Occupation, wizard. Magical power, level 6. Talents, transfiguration 910, charms 1010, potions 910, herbology 810, divination 210, alchemy 710, dark arts 1010. Special talent, Parseltongue. Skills, mind cloaking, passive, perfect. Wand protection, the host wand can shield from ministry tracking spells and various tracing magics. Soul furnace, can absorb specific soul materials without side effects. Silent and wandless casting, apparition. Spells, killing curse 6, cruciatus curse 6, soul sucking curse 6, fiend fire curse 6, levitation spell 6, lumos 6, summoning charm 6, shield charm 6, shattering spell 6. Special items, revelations of advanced dark magic, Grindelwald's annotated edition, combat crystal, inactive. Observing the panel, which displayed an increase in his values, Tom felt assured that his choices were indeed correct. After all, the perilous arts of transfiguration and soul splitting were Voldemort's domain. The spoils he claimed without the risk of disfigurement were rather delightful. After closing the panel, Tom retrieved another prize from this venture, the Resurrection Stone. Cleansed anew, the once dusty ring now radiated with resplendent brilliance, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows shimmering exquisitely in the light. Ah, the Resurrection Stone, truly magnificent, though regrettably, it serves no purpose in my hands at present. The following morning, Tom apparat directly from his guest room to the culmination of this adventurous journey. Standing silently behind the Riddle family tomb in the graveyard, he gazed upon the headstone, the final destination of his quest. Your father's bones, unwittingly donated, grant your son rebirth. The flesh of 34 servants, voluntarily given, allows your master to rise again. The blood of 34 enemies, forcibly offered, resurrects your foes. Tom softly murmured the ritual inscribed in secrets of dark magic. After reciting it, he could not help but let out a sneer. as a means of resurrection. How could I not guard against it? With a wave of his wand, the earth covering the coffin parted. Upon unveiling the coffin, the corpse of the now skeletal old Riddle lay quietly inside. Tom took out a large bag of crushed pig bones he had prepared and poured it over Riddle's remains. With a gentle tap of his wand, the bones melded seamlessly into Riddle's skeletal form. Thus, when Voldemort rises again, whether he is man or beast remains to be seen. After restoring the grave to its original state, Tom hummed a tune and walked away with a light step. In stark contrast to Tom's buoyant mood, Lucius had not slept well for several days in Malfoy Manor. "Darling, have a cup of tea and relax. You haven't had a proper rest in days," Narcissa said, entering the study with a tea tray, attempting to comfort Lucius, who sat alone. "And Draco? He just fell asleep." "Narcissa, the mere thought of that man returning unsettles me," Lucius replied, pacing the study with agitation. "Is it possible that he is an impostor, masquerading as the Dark Lord?" Narcissa inquired, puzzled. No one dares impersonate the Dark Lord, especially with the same name, the same visage as the Dark Lord in his youth, and the diary. Only the Dark Lord and I knew about the diary. So he must be the genuine return of the Dark Lord. Lucius was certain but puzzled by one aspect. However, this time the Dark Lord has neither made a public appearance nor summoned the Death Eaters. What could his intentions be? "Do I need to report to you about my plans?" A sudden voice interrupted Lucius. "Who?" Lucius exclaimed in shock as he noticed a hooded figure standing in the shadows of the room. The figure slowly stepped into the light, the hood being removed to reveal a smiling face that greeted them. "Long time no see, Lucius and Narcissa." "Master." Lucius and Narcissa instantly fell to the ground upon recognizing the visitor. It was Tom, who had completed his journey to Little Hangleton and had come to Malfoy Manor in pursuit of the cup. At that moment, he wore a smile. Yet his eyes were as cold as ice, quietly questioning Lucius. "I believe I just heard something rather alarming." Lucius's heart raced. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead and palms. His body trembled involuntarily, and he dared not meet Tom's gaze, pleading desperately from the ground. "Master, I beg you. Spare me this time. I promise I won't dare again." "Oh, is that so? Excruciating." Tom observed Lucius's wretched state with indifference, his wand slipping quietly into his hand as he cast a curse towards him. A flash of crimson light surged forth, and Lucius was engulfed by an excruciating pain that penetrated to the very marrow of his being, as if he were being torn asunder by this torment. In those fleeting seconds, Lucius experienced a duration he had never known to be so interminable. After Tom lifted the curse, Lucius collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony. This was but a minor admonition. Should there be a next time, "Lucius, you are aware of the consequences." Tom's frigid words echoed in Lucius's ears, compelling him to muster the strength to rise and kneel before Tom, tenderly kissing his robes. "I am grateful for your mercy, my master. There shall be no next time. It is time to address the matter at hand." With a shift in demeanor, Tom conveyed the purpose of his visit to Lucius. "Within 3 days, by any means necessary. I require you to bring me Bella in Azkaban." Upon hearing Tom's outrageous demand, Lucius opened his mouth to protest. Yet the moment he met Tom's icy gaze, his words were swallowed back into silence. Steeling himself, he replied, "Yes, master, I shall fulfill your command." "Excellent. This is the mark of my loyal servant." Tom nodded in satisfaction at Lucius's response. "Very well, Lucius, we shall reconvene in 3 days. And Narcissa, I wish you a pleasant evening." With that, Tom left the two trembling and shaken, operating away from Malfoy Manor. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and when Tom returned to Malfoy Manor, he found Lucius alone. Tom paid no heed to Lucius's protective instincts toward his wife and child. His singular focus lay upon one matter. "Is everything in order?" "Yes. It has been arranged," Lucius replied, bowing his head in respect. "What shall we do next?" "Master, we shall proceed directly to Azkaban. There will be someone to assist us." When the two operated to Azkaban, a ministry official awaited them. "Lucius, quite punctual, I must say. However, allowing you entry into Azkaban has entailed considerable risk." The implication in the official's words was clear. More galleons were required. Noticing this, Lucius promptly stepped forward, presenting a pouch filled with gold. "Is this sufficient?" The official jingled the pouch, revealing a satisfied expression, and instructed them, "Follow me." After navigating a series of intricate checks, Lucius and Tom were escorted to the area housing the most dangerous prisoners. "The individual you seek is within. You have just 10 minutes for visitation, so make haste. I shall await you outside." Once the ministry official departed, Tom instructed Lucius, "Stand guard here. Do not allow anyone to disturb us." With that, he entered the cell alone. Upon entering, Tom was immediately greeted by a cacophony of manic laughter. "Huh? The Dark Lord shall return. Ha!" It was unmistakably Bellatrix, sparing Tom the search for her. Following the sound of her laughter, he strolled to the cell, fixating on the woman inside, shackled and spiraling into madness. Bella seemed to sense the arrival of someone outside, instinctively preparing to attack, only to see the visitors slowly remove their hood, revealing a face that, though youthful, was undeniably the one she had long yearned for. "Bella, it is I." Upon hearing the voice, Bella was overwhelmed with excitement. The torment inflicted by the Dementors seemed to dissipate. "Master, have you come to rescue me?" Tom gently shook his head. "Not yet. My powers have yet to be restored. I have come for the Hufflepuff cup that I entrusted you to safeguard. Hand me the vault key. I require it to regain my strength. Only then can we continue our endeavor." Upon hearing Tom's words, Bella became even more convinced of his identity, for the cup within the vault was a secret known only to Voldemort and herself. She hastily retrieved the key that she had fought to keep close, even bringing it into Azkaban, and placed it in Tom's hands. As Tom prepared to depart, Bella could not help but voice a question that piqued her curiosity. "Master, what about your appearance? It is the price to be paid for resurrection. 11 years ago, I was defeated by Harry Potter. This time, I shall return, and I will emerge victorious. Bella, be patient. Soon we shall meet again. When we do, I will personally take you from Azkaban." Tom skillfully maintained the guise of Voldemort as he painted grand visions for Bella. When Lucius saw Tom emerge, just 5 minutes had passed, and he hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Master, did you see Bella?" "Indeed, it has all been taken care of. Let us go," Tom replied, leading the way outside. Upon encountering the Ministry of Magic official, they were escorted back along the same route. "The transaction is complete. It is time to part ways." At the periphery of Azkaban, he bid farewell to the two. Obliviate. Just as he was about to leave, he was unexpectedly struck by Tom's memory charm and fell unconscious. "Take care of him. Do not let complications arise." After instructing Lucius, Tom operated away first. Once again at the Gringotts Hall counter, Tom approached a free goblin, designated 34783, for the Lestrange family vault. The goblin scrutinized Tom and asked, "Who are you?" Tom silently presented the vault key. After examining it, the goblin returned it to Tom. "No problem. I will have someone take you to the ring." With the key as proof, Tom's entrance into the Lestrange family vault proceeded smoothly. Riding the small train through a thief-dispelling waterfall, the goblin dispelled the guarding dragon with a clattering charm, and soon Tom arrived at the vault's entrance. Using the key provided by Bella, the massive door creaked open, revealing a dazzling treasure trove before Tom's eyes. Yet, faced with the room full of riches, Tom appeared indifferent. For this time, he had but one objective, the Hufflepuff cup. Chapter 9, Platform 9. Stepping alone into the vault, Tom beheld the gilded cup perched atop the highest shelf. However, he refrained from rushing forward, for he was acutely aware that all items within the vault had been ensorcelled by Bella with both a duplication charm and a fire ward to deter any attempts to abscond with the goblet. For Tom, who had absorbed the experience of Voldemort's essence, dispelling the enchantments was a trivial matter. Yet, why should he exert himself to break the spells? With a discerning eye, Tom surveyed the layout of the vault and let out a soft hum of contemplation. He retrieved a hooked staff from his storage space, aligning it with precision towards his goal. Employing magic, he extended the staff rapidly until it reached the goblet. With the hook at the end, he deftly snagged the handle of the cup, pulling and releasing the staff to draw it closer. As the staff retracted, the cup glided effortlessly into Tom's grasp. He detached the goblet from the hook and tossed both the staff and the cup back into the storage space, internally lamenting. What purpose did Voldemort and his Death Eaters serve by concealing a Horcrux in such an unguarded location as the Gunther estate, and a vault that seemed to be booby-trapped, yet utterly unprotected? After casting one last lingering glance at the vault's abundant treasures, Tom stifled his desires and departed without a backward glance, favoring the notion of out of sight, out of mind. During this period of fulfilling his set objectives, Tom finally relaxed his taut nerves and began to relish the fleeting moments of his preterm holiday. Time passed swiftly as he immersed himself in books by day and practiced magic by night, reveling in the joys of rapid growth brought about by the Voldemort experience. Tomorrow marked the return to school, and time seemed to race by. Lying awake in bed, unable to find sleep, Tom once more accessed his panel. The Hufflepuff cup had been quietly transmuted in solitude into the soul furnace on the very day he acquired it, and Tom, now imbued with the essence of the goblet, found his panel underwent yet another transformation. Name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Occupation, Wizard. Magic level, level 7. Talents, Transfiguration 910, Charms 1010, Potions 1010, Herbology 910, Divination 210, Alchemy 1010. Dark Arts 1010. Special Talent, Parseltongue. Skills, Mind Shielding, Passive, Perfect, Wand Protection. The host wand can obscure traces from the Ministry of Magic, bounce back prior spells, and evade various tracking magics. Soul Furnace can absorb specific soul materials without side effects. Silent and wandless casting. Apparition. Spells, Killing Curse 7, Cruciatus Curse 7, Soul Snare Curse 7, Fiend Fire Curse 7, Levitation Charm 7, Lumos Charm 7, Summoning Charm 7, Shield Charm 7, Shattering Curse 7. Special items, Advanced Dark Arts Expos, Gellert Grindelwald's Annotated Edition. Combat crystal, inactive. In his journal, Tom reflected upon the rings and golden cups, noting that even before the school year commenced, he had already resolved 3 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Surely, the conclusion was drawing near, and he hoped that the Dark Lord could withstand the impending revelations. Nevertheless, he felt a palpable excitement for Hogwarts. Closing the panel, he gazed at the ceiling, murmuring to himself. As dawn broke the following day, Tom, with his suitcase in tow, prepared to depart. Yet, upon stepping outside, he heard a voice calling from behind. Tom, wait. Turning back, he saw Ms. Anna and the children from the orphanage gathered at the gate to bid him farewell. Good morning, Mother Anna, and my dear siblings. Tom greeted them with a smile. Tom, are you leaving? Ms. Anna looked at him with reluctance. Indeed, Mother Anna. I must set off early to avoid missing the train. At that moment, Milia and Andy tugged at his clothing, pleading, Tom, can you not go? Tom gently patted their little heads, offering soothing words. Now. Do not be so sorrowful. This is not a permanent farewell. I am merely heading off to school in a distant land, and I shall return during the holidays. Rest assured, I will remember to send you sweets and snacks. He then jested with Ms. Anna. Mother Anna, when I return for the holidays, will I still be able to find my room? At this, Ms. Anna chuckled and solemnly assured him, of course not. Remember, Tom, this will always be your home. I shall remember, he replied, and with a wave, he turned to leave. As Tom departed, little Alice handed a thick envelope to Ms. Anna. Mother Anna, this is for you from Tom after he leaves. Accepting the envelope, Ms. Anna opened it with trembling hands to find it filled with scattered pounds. This child. The sorrow of parting became overwhelming, and tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Unbeknownst to Tom, who was already a distance away, he was wholly absorbed in his journey. Resolutely refusing to take the night bus, yet unwilling to cause trouble with apparition, he reluctantly opted for the Muggle method of travel. After several transfers, he finally arrived at King's Cross Station. Upon entering the station, Tom spotted a familiar figure. Harry Potter, looking flustered, was pacing back and forth, evidently unsure of how to enter the platform. Although he had no desire to become entangled with the Chosen One, the thought of seeking the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry prompted him to make a preemptive acquaintance. Acting on this thought, Tom approached him directly. Harry Potter? Are you unsure of how to get to the platform? Yes, that's me, Harry responded, turning to see a boy of similar stature, whose suitcase bore an owl resembling his own Hedwig. Relief washed over him as he asked, a student from Hogwarts? Do you know where Platform 9 is? Tom nodded affirmatively and said to Harry, I know how to reach the platform. Stay close to me and run straight at that wall. With that, he dashed towards the third pillar between platforms 9 and 10. Harry found Tom's words hard to believe, yet seeing Tom sprint ahead, he thought that even if he made a fool of himself, it would be worth the risk. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his courage and followed suit. Upon colliding with the wall, he experienced no sensation of obstruction. The moment his body made contact, he seemed to dissolve into the wall, as though traversing through time and space. In the next heartbeat, he heard a buzzing of conversations, and before him stood the deep crimson steam engine of the Hogwarts Express, numbered 5972. As Harry stood there, awestruck by the enchanting scene before him, Tom smiled and said, Welcome to Platform 9, the starting point of your magical journey. Chapter 10. On the train, Tom Riddle, a first year at Hogwarts. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tom extended a friendly hand to Harry. Harry Potter, likewise. It's a pleasure to meet you. Harry felt a fondness for this boy who had come to his aid and did not fixate on his lightning-shaped scar, and he promptly grasped Tom's hand. Well, I must go meet my friends now. Farewell, Hogwarts. Tom, seeking not to accompany Harry, politely excused himself and headed towards the rear of the carriage. As he passed the Malfoy family, he acknowledged Lucius with a courteous nod and a gesture for silence, much to Lucius's astonishment. However, Tom's smile appeared to Lucius as something sinister, causing his complexion to drain of color. Father, what's wrong? Who is he? Draco inquired, noticing Lucius's sudden pallor. Draco, remember, when you encounter that student named Tom Riddle at school, everything revolves around him. Don't ask why, just do as I say. Lucius gravely warned Draco. Draco had never seen his father so serious and nodded solemnly in agreement. Meanwhile, Tom found an empty compartment occupied by a lone girl. A familiar face. Hi, Cassandra, long time no see. May I sit here? Tom greeted her warmly. If you must sit here, I suppose it's acceptable, Cassandra replied, somewhat shyly. All right, you stubborn girl, Tom thought, understanding her reluctance without calling her out, and he smiled as he closed the door. However, it wasn't long before the door swung open again, revealing a proud young girl with thick, tousled brown hair accompanied by a round-faced boy. Excuse me, may we sit here? All other compartments are full. Hermione and Neville? Tom recognized them by their distinctive features, but refrained from making assumptions, instead casting an inquiring glance at Cassandra. To Tom's surprise, Cassandra frowned slightly before giving a gentle nod of consent. Upon Cassandra's agreement, Tom lent a small hand. Wingardium Leviosa. Their burdensome luggage was deftly stowed on the rack. Thank you. Your levitation spell is marvelous. I am Hermione Granger, but you may call me Hermione. This is Neville Longbottom. Tom Riddle, he introduced himself. Cassandra Vori. She added. Soon, the train began to glide away from the platform, and Hermione's chatter commenced. Are you all first years? Before Tom and Neville could respond, she continued. I've memorized all the first-year textbooks, and I've even practiced a few simple spells at home. They work, you know. No one in my family understands magic. I was overjoyed when I received my acceptance letter, but I also felt a pang of worry. Compared to those born into wizarding families, I might struggle with the course material. Are you both from wizarding families? Cassandra nodded proudly, yet she was profoundly struck by Hermione's declaration of having memorized the first-year curriculum. Tom shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, I was born in a muggle orphanage. Ah, I'm so sorry. Hermione quickly apologized upon realizing her faux pas. It's quite all right. I don't mind. However, Hermione, you truly embody the spirit of Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw? Why is that? Hermione inquired. I actually wanted to be in Gryffindor. I've heard that Dumbledore graduated from there. Everyone I've asked on the train said Gryffindor is the best. Tom remained non-committal to Hermione's assertion. Well, you must have asked Gryffindor students. In truth, there is no hierarchy among the 4 houses at Hogwarts. It's merely about finding the one that suits you best. Personally, I wouldn't prefer Gryffindor. Why not? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. Gryffindor is far too boisterous. It's impossible to enjoy a quiet moment with a book there. You must understand. Gryffindor is the most mischievous and reckless of the houses, eager for adventure and rather indifferent to studies. Professors like Dumbledore and McGonagall were not the model students in their day. And as for you, Hermione, someone who has memorized the first-year textbooks before the term begins, how could you be anything but a Ravenclaw? Ravenclaws cherish knowledge, value wisdom, and thrive in a tranquil study environment, a paradise for diligent students. It is said that Ravenclaw's common room houses a vast library filled with books not found in the Hogwarts library. Don't believe me? Just ask Neville and see if I'm right, Tom suggested, gesturing towards Neville. Yes, just as Tom said, Neville stammered, his face reddening. My parents are Gryffindor graduates, and my grandmother wants me to join Gryffindor, but I might end up in Hufflepuff. Tom began to console Neville. There's nothing wrong with Hufflepuff. Personally, I believe Hufflepuff is the best and my favorite among the 4 houses. Integrity, honesty, loyalty, and resilience characterize the remarkable Hufflepuffs, fulfilling every expectation placed upon Hogwarts students. Love, unity, and kindness permeate the entire house. Perhaps they are not the most intellectually gifted or capable, but they undeniably embody goodness and are the most dependable companions. Accustomed to hearing disparaging remarks about Hufflepuffs being inept or a repository of mediocrity, Neville was intrigued by Tom's perspective, which alleviated some of his confusion and anxiety. So, which house do you wish to join? Hermione posed a counter-question to Tom and Cassandra. Slytherin. Cassandra responded without hesitation. It should be Slytherin, Tom casually remarked. Cassandra shot Tom a curious glance. Slytherin does not accept wizards of Muggle descent. Who knows? Only Tom was aware of his own circumstances. However, does anyone know how the sorting works? Hermione pressed for further information. I'm not sure, but it likely depends on the traits of the new students. Perhaps some kind of special magic, came the reply. But do not worry. It seems no first year has ever suffered harm during the sorting. Tom was well aware of the sorting hat's existence, but the convention among them was to refrain from disclosing this to newcomers. And he had no interest in breaking such traditions. As for Cassandra, the proud young lady was reluctant to explain. Chapter 11. The Sorting, Part 1. Suddenly, as everyone was engrossed in conversation, the compartment door swung open, and the vendor cheerfully offered them snacks. Thanks to Lucius's sponsorship, Tom purchased a few treats to sample. He also retrieved his birdcage to feed his snowy owl. Come, Voldemort, have a bite. At the utterance of that name, a hush fell over the compartment. The 3 little ones stared at him in terror. How dare you? Do you know? Cassandra gasped. Relax, it's just Voldemort. What's the big deal? If his name held power to sense those who call him, I would rather invite him to seek me out. You. Before Cassandra could articulate her thoughts further, Neville suddenly exclaimed, Leaf. My leaf is missing. Calm down, what is Leaf? Hermione inquired, attempting to soothe Neville. Leaf is my pet. Neville was on the verge of tears. Can you describe what Leaf looks like? Perhaps I can help you find it. Tom brandished his wand, ready to assist. A gray toad, with bumps on its skin. Visualizing Leaf, Tom called out, Leaf, come here. In no time, a gray toad soared through the air and landed in Tom's palm. Is this it? Yes, that's Leaf. Thank you. Neville hurriedly expressed his gratitude as he took Leaf from Tom's hands. Wow, what spell is that? I've never seen it in my first-year textbooks. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. The summoning charm. It's part of the 4th-year curriculum, not found in the first-year texts. Cassandra rarely offered an explanation. Her beautiful eyes inquisitively fixed upon Tom. With more attempts and practice, you shall master it in no time. Tom chuckled awkwardly, unable to confess that his proficiency stemmed from his experience with Voldemort's tricks. Hermione, feeling a wave of discouragement, clenched her fists. silently motivating herself to memorize every book in the library. Fortunately, Tom remained oblivious to the undercurrents of competition brewing around them. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have cursed himself for being overly concerned. Thus, amidst the clamor and chaos, their lengthy journey passed quietly. As the sun set and night enveloped the land, the train gradually glided into the station, signaling the conclusion of their several-hour voyage. Once the four of them had changed into appropriate attire and disembarked, they heard Hagrid's booming voice calling out, first years, come over here." The crowd stumbled after Hagrid, making their way down a narrow, steep path. Lumos. A brilliant light erupted from the tip of Tom's wand, illuminating the surrounding path and making it much easier to traverse. What a splendid illumination charm, Cassandra marveled, similarly conjuring her wand to light the way ahead. Hermione, noticing their use of the charm, decided to follow suit. And soon their small group became the center of attention among the throng. After rounding a bend, the majestic Hogwarts castle unveiled itself to the crowd for the first time. And the next leg of their journey would require them to board small boats, retracing the steps of the founders of Hogwarts. Each boat can hold no more than 4. Hagrid's loud voice reminded everyone. Perfectly matched, Tom and his companions occupied one boat, which set off toward the castle as soon as they were all aboard. After the customary moment of bowing, the boat traversed a tunnel and gently docked. Leading the first years along a lengthy path, Hagrid finally ascended a set of stone steps. Arriving before a colossal oak door, with 3 resounding knocks, the door slowly creaked open, revealing the stern-faced Professor McGonagall, who had been waiting there. "Welcome to Hogwarts." After delivering her welcoming remarks, she escorted the young wizards into a small room adjacent to the dining hall. Next, they would partake in the sorting ceremony, where Hogwarts was divided into Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. You will be placed in the appropriate house to spend the next 7 years. I hope you take this matter seriously. Now, please remain quiet and wait until the ceremony is ready to commence. Following a lengthy exposition, Professor McGonagall instructed the young wizards to stand still as they awaited the beginning of the sorting ceremony. In the meantime, Tom spotted some familiar faces in the crowd. An anxious Ron was animatedly recounting tales of battling dragons during the sorting, clearly misled by George and Fred. Just as Draco was preparing to approach Ron and Harry with his cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, he caught Tom's gaze. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly recalled his father's admonitions and flashed a sycophantic smile. At that moment, a group of specters materialized before them, and the portly monk at the forefront greeted the young wizards warmly. "Welcome to Hogwarts. We hope you will join." Before he could finish, he caught sight of Tom in the crowd. Certain long-buried memories resurfaced, and with a terrified scream, he vanished through the wall. Tom was immediately subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of the young wizards. In response, Tom could only maintain a silent smile. Time passed quietly, and when Professor McGonagall reappeared to lead them into the Great Hall, accompanied by the utterly unpoetic song of the Sorting Hat, Tom knew that the moment he had eagerly anticipated, the sorting ceremony, was about to commence. Hannah Abbott, a small girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line and donned the sorting hat. "Hufflepuff," the hat proclaimed loudly. Instantly, the long table of Hufflepuff erupted in enthusiastic applause. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The sorting proceeded in an orderly fashion until it was time for Tom's friend, Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall read from the parchment. Hermione dashed out from the line, anxiously placing the sorting hat upon her head. After a minute or two of anticipation, the hat shouted, "Ravenclaw." The flutter of butterfly wings seemed to scatter the narrative, leaving the 2 ineffectual Gryffindors to ponder their fate without Hermione. Tom watched as Hermione made her way to the Ravenclaw table, feeling a peculiar sensation wash over him. The sorting continued. Moments later, Neville Longbottom. After a full 4 minutes, the sorting hat finally rendered its verdict. Hufflepuff. Gryffindor had lost its champion once more. Yet, it was only natural. Hufflepuff was indeed a fitting house for Neville. As the sorting progressed, Draco unsurprisingly found his place in Slytherin. Finally, it was time for Harry Potter. Upon the utterance of this name by Professor McGonagall, the entire hall fell into an abrupt silence, swiftly followed by a cacophony of murmurs. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, Harry placed the hat upon his head. After a prolonged wait, it finally declared, "Gryffindor." The hall seemed to hit the pause button before erupting into a thunderous cheer, with the Gryffindor table chanting, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Indeed, Harry had been sorted into Gryffindor. However, with Dumbledore's influence, it was scarcely conceivable that Harry might land in any other house. Tom silently lamented the lost opportunity for the Daily Prophet's headline, "The Savior Emerges in Slytherin, a Moral Decline or a Distortion of Humanity." Chapter 12, The Sorting, Part 2. Thus, amidst the reverberations of the Savior's sorting, after a lengthy wait, it was finally Tom's turn. Tom Riddle. Professor McGonagall pronounced his name with a furrowed brow. Those aware of the significance of this name perked up, closely observing Tom, eager to witness the outcome of his sorting. Tom calmly stepped out of the line and approached to don the sorting hat. Have I sorted you before? The Sorting Hat's perplexed voice echoed in his mind. Well, Tom might have guessed what was happening, but before he could explain, the Hat continued. No, not quite. Very similar, but I can assure you, you are not him. So, how about Hufflepuff? Tom tentatively inquired. Honest, loyal, unafraid of toil. The Hat's sardonic tone left Tom speechless. Ravenclaw? No, you do not possess a fervent pursuit of knowledge. Ravenclaw is not suited for you. It dismissed Tom's suggestion. Not Gryffindor, not Gryffindor. Do you lack even a modicum of self-awareness? If Godric Gryffindor were alive, he would undoubtedly reject you at the threshold. Have you considered Azkaban? The Hat was at a loss for words regarding Tom. Azkaban. Apologies, I prefer Nemontguard. By the way, could you truly sort me into Nemontguard? Tom, for a moment, brimmed with anticipation. The Sorting Hat, unsure how to regard him, resolved to cease the banter and proclaimed its final decision with resounding clarity. Slytherin. Tom felt a twinge of disappointment, although he had anticipated this outcome. Who said it couldn't be a surprise? Removing the Sorting Hat, he walked towards the Slytherin table amidst polite applause. Meanwhile, Draco, following his father's instructions, had already reserved a seat beside him, beckoning him to sit down. Once settled, Draco eagerly leaned in. I am Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius. May I call you Tom? Tom nodded in assent. You've indeed joined Slytherin. My father advised me to heed your counsel at school. If any issues arise within the house, I shall assist you. Draco vowed earnestly. Lucius. Tom felt an uneasy distance from the tranquil campus life, mentally taking note of Lucius. The subsequent sorting progressed swiftly. Cassandra predictably entered Slytherin, while Ron unsurprisingly found himself in Gryffindor. When the last student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, marking the official conclusion of the ceremony. The once formidable trio of Gryffindor was reduced to two ineffective individuals, a rather bittersweet spectacle. Yet, Tom was not inclined to focus on these matters, for several scrutinizing gazes were now fixed upon him in the hall. The uncertain and perplexed expressions of Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were ignored. As for old Dumbledore, he was of no concern. Snape's gaze, however, was misplaced. His attention should not be on Harry but rather directed at Tom. As for Chilo, isn't old Voldemort still in slumber? If this is all it takes to pry, just wait until I absorb a few more experience packs. I will surely eliminate you. What truly unsettles him is the probing gaze of Cassandra beside him. Did our Mr. Riddle not claim to be born in a Muggle orphanage? How did he end up in Slytherin? Moreover, it appears that this gentleman seems quite convinced of his inevitable placement in Slytherin. Should we not seek an explanation? Indeed. I was born in a Muggle orphanage, yet I have never seen the visage of my parents. Perhaps they, or my ancestors, were wizards. One can never tell. Tom responded to Cassandra's inquiries with unwavering confidence. Then how is it, she pressed, that you, a wizard who has never encountered the magical realm, have mastered so many spells before the term even commenced? That merely indicates my exceptional aptitude. I learned spells swiftly. Just as Cassandra was poised to inquire further, the rising Dumbledore offered a timely reprieve to Tom. Fools, weepers, dregs, twist. Thank you, everyone. Hearing the classic opening from old Dumbledore, Tom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Draco and Cassandra exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Draco who could no longer contain himself. Tom, what are you doing? My father said Dumbledore is a bit mad. And it seems he was right. Yet he is Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the 20th century. Why not ask your father to his face if he dares to speak thus in Dumbledore's presence? Besides, the headmaster's address should be afforded a modicum of respect. Tom retorted. At that moment, an abundance of sumptuous food appeared on the long table, signaling the official commencement of the feast. Unlike the other houses, who indulged heartily, the students of Slytherin maintained an air of elegant dining etiquette. However, this year, aside from the two fools, Goyle and Crabbe, there was an additional oddity. As for Tom, he was well versed in dining etiquette, yet found it unnecessary. Maintaining such pretenses was simply too exhausting for him. A semblance of politeness sufficed. Eat more slowly. You resemble a famished specter. Does your Muggle upbringing dictate such manners? Cassandra remarked, her brow furrowing at Tom's demeanor. My appearance is far superior to that of Goyle and Crabbe, and having scarcely eaten all day, I am truly on the brink of starvation. Now is not the time for niceties, Tom shot back without hesitation. Fortunately, with Draco and Cassandra, the young lord and lady, providing protection, the other Slytherin serpents merely furrowed their brows without uttering a word. Even Pansy Parkinson and Zabini Blaze extended friendly greetings. Thus, a delightful dinner unfolded in tranquil harmony. The Forbidden Forest was strictly off-limits to any students. If you wish to avoid unforeseen misfortunes and a painful demise, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. After Dumbledore concluded his advisories and warnings, it was time for the beloved school song. Observing the teachers' faces turn ashen and rigid, Tom began to search for beetles. It was quite the spectacle, yet Rita Skeeter was conspicuously absent. What a disappointment. After singing the school anthem, Tom and his fellow freshmen, under the guidance of the head boys and girls, returned to the Slytherin common room. Glory! At the command of the head, the door to the common room slowly creaked open. Gazing at the chamber built beneath the lake, Tom instinctively felt a chill run down his spine, murmuring softly to himself, "I truly prefer Hufflepuff." During the allocation of dormitories, as expected, he was placed in the same room as Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Lying on the grand four-poster bed, Tom felt somewhat disoriented. The highly anticipated election for the chief and the pretentious face-slapping segment, the very Klitsch S of fanfiction, were conspicuously absent. Disappointed, he lamented the lack of excitement. After a flurry of thoughts, he could no longer endure the fatigue of his journey and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 13. The Mundanities of School Life. The following morning, Tom was groggily awakened by Draco's voice. "Why are you up so early?" "I couldn't sleep, too excited." "Come on. I'll take you to explore the castle." The second day of classes for first-year Slytherins included only an afternoon session of History of Magic with Ravenclaw. What was supposed to be a leisurely day, however, left Tom regretting his agreement to explore the castle with Draco. From the moment they set out, Goyle and Crabbe flanked him like two hulking bodyguards, while Draco strutted behind Tom like a peacock, exuding the demeanor of a gang leader. To make matters worse, Draco showcased Tom to anyone they encountered, making him feel akin to a monkey on display at a zoo, his small feet nearly digging into the ground in embarrassment. Not only was Tom mortified, but even fellow Slytherins like Cassandra, Pansy, and Zabini kept their distance. Such shame was unbearable. Finally, when the History of Magic class commenced, Tom dashed to the Ravenclaw side and sat beside Hermione. What happened to Tom? Why did he run over to Ravenclaw? Draco expressed his bewilderment at Tom's actions. Upon hearing Draco's query, the others rolled their eyes in unison, wondering if he lacked self-awareness. Ultimately, it was Cassandra, a close friend of Tom's, who spoke up. "Draco, think carefully about your actions today. Not just Tom, but we all found it intolerable." Draco pondered for a moment, convinced that he had done nothing wrong. History of Magic was meant to be an incredibly fascinating subject, yet Professor Bin's monotonous, hypnotic delivery rendered it unbearable. Within just 5 minutes of class, half the students had succumbed to slumber, while the other half drifted into a daze. Aspiring to be a diligent student, Tom managed to endure for 10 minutes before conceding defeat. After inserting earplugs, he opted to read and organize a historical timeline instead, ensuring that his precious time was not squandered. At last, when the class ended, students aware of Professor Bin's punctuality wasted no time in leaving the classroom. At that moment, Tom approached Hermione, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, Hermione, would you like to accompany me to the library to finish our assignments?" The underlying intention was to evade Draco. Unfortunately, they could not escape the clutches of Draco Malfoy. As Tom made his way to the library, he swiftly joined forces with Cassandra. Thus unfolded a peculiar scene in the library, with 3 Slytherins surrounding a Muggle-born witch from Ravenclaw. The librarian, Madame Pants, promptly warned them upon their entrance not to damage the books or speak loudly, keeping a vigilant eye on their unusual little group. Thanks to Tom's mediating presence, Draco was surprisingly able to sit alongside Hermione, and their interaction was relatively harmonious. None among the 4 were slouches in their studies, so their History of Magic assignment was completed swiftly. However, when Draco caught sight of the thick stack of books Hermione had borrowed after finishing her work, he was taken aback. After all, it was only the first day of classes, even if she was a Ravenclaw. Just then, Tom's voice pierced the air. "Draco, isn't it impressive? As the heir of the Malfoy family, if you were to lose to a Muggle-born witch by the end of the term, I wonder what Lucius would say." This remark, laced with sarcasm, struck a nerve with Draco. The proud heir exploded in indignation. "How could you doubt that I would lose to this brown-haired rabbit? Just wait and see." He rose to borrow books, determined to match Hermione's reading volume, embodying a spirit of defiance. Cassandra silently observed this exchange, then discreetly borrowed 2 additional books. Her noble pride would not allow her to be outdone. Tom couldn't help but commend himself inwardly when it came to instigating competition at Hogwarts. He believed no one understood it better than he did. However, if he were to partake in this rivalry, he would graciously decline. After borrowing 2 books on the Patronus charm, he called Draco and Cassandra to bid farewell to Hermione. Just as they anticipated a peaceful and pleasant conclusion to the day, trouble found Tom upon their return to the Slytherin common room. Initially lamenting the absence of a dramatic confrontation, he soon found himself embroiled in one on the second day of school. The proud heir of the Malfoy family was now mingling with mudbloods, tarnishing the Malfoy name. "Oh, isn't that the filthy little rat?" sneered Alexander Avery, a 6th-year Slytherin, blocking Tom and his companion's path. "Mudbloods hide behind others. Step aside, Avery. I can choose my friends without your interference. My father is a governor, so watch your words," Draco retorted, ever the arrogant protector of Tom. "As if you were the only one with a governor for a father. Move aside, Malfoy. I am not here to trouble you today." "It seems you are here to trouble me, then?" Tom patted Draco on the shoulder, signaling him to step aside. "Indeed. It was perplexing how the Sorting Hat deemed it appropriate to place a mudblood like you into the esteemed Slytherin house. Be wise, and learn to keep your head down within the confines of the school. Do not presume that having Malfoy and Worrell shielding you will keep you safe. I possess 100 ways to make your life here unbearable. Slytherin does not welcome your kind. Avery, who had inquired into Tom's background, threatened loudly. Tom narrowed his eyes. Avery, I have heard that Slytherin respects strength above all else. Furthermore, all conflicts and disputes are confined within the walls of the house. Is that truly the case? Indeed it is. Avery was uncertain of Tom's intent. Then let us engage in a wizard duel. As one of the Sacred 28, are you not afraid of a mere first-year wizard such as myself? Surely, you wouldn't wish to tarnish the Avery name. Upon hearing Tom's words, Avery chuckled derisively. If you seek your own demise, do not blame others for it. I shall oblige you. Draco attempted to interject, but Tom halted him. Seeing his resolve, Draco refrained from further protest. At that moment, Gemma Farley, the head girl, emerged from the sidelines. Allow me to serve as the officiant. Noting that both Tom and Avery had no objections, Farley announced loudly. Thus, the duel is established, with the combatants being Alexander Avery and Tom Riddle. Chapter 14, Welcome to Slytherin. The Slytherin students, eager for drama, had formed a sizable circle, clearing a large space in the common room. Avery and Tom stood facing each other, wands at the ready. Senior, one must bow before a duel commences. I trust you are aware of this. However, for a pureblood such as yourself to bow to a mudblood like me, wouldn't that be a bit of a stretch? Tom began with a taunt. Avery retorted. If your abilities match your words, we might be in for an interesting contest. Don't be surprised if you find yourself crying out for your mother. Oh wait, you've never met your parents. Now, let the duel begin. Both parties bow. In Farley's voice, Tom and Avery inclined their heads slightly. 3, 2, stupefy. Before the countdown concluded, Avery launched the first attack. Tom effortlessly raised his wand to deflect it, redirecting it towards the adjacent wall. Why is it so weak? A magical power level of 7. Wasn't that supposed to be the strength of an average adult wizard? Or is it truly calculated by old Voldemort standards? Tom mused, perplexed, while his tongue remained sharp. Senior, you certainly acted prematurely. Such is the upbringing of the Avery family. Thunderous explosion. The feeble magic and ineffective spell hardly warranted the use of a shield charm. Senior, could you take this seriously? Is this truly how one casts the Petrificus Totalis? Professor Flitwick will likely weep in the restroom. As Tom mocked him, he nonchalantly defended against Avery's attempts, moving with a grace that seemed to belittle the efforts of a child. Tom is astonishingly powerful. His poised demeanor astonished the onlookers from Slytherin, particularly Draco and Cassandra, who were most familiar with Tom. Who could have anticipated that this novice wizard, having only enrolled 2 days prior, would so effortlessly dominate a 6th-year student? Avery, evidently growing impatient after a prolonged assault, unleashed a torrent of curses and jinxes at Tom without regard for his own safety. Alas, not only did he fail to overcome Tom, but he did not even manage to graze the hem of Tom's robes. With a casual flick, Tom deflected yet another spell, finding the prolonged teasing of Avery rather tiresome. Therefore, he decided to cease his playful banter. Senior, after such an extensive attack, you must be weary. It's my turn now. A vibrant green light illuminated the dimly lit common room. Avery's vision was nearly consumed by the emerald glow, the Grim Reaper extending an invitation as the green light grazed his cheek, leaving a web-like fissure on the ancient walls of the common room. Escaping by a hair's breadth from death, Avery succumbed to overwhelming terror, his complexion draining of color as his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the floor. Simultaneously, he lost control of his bladder, a warm stream escaping from his trousers. The previously raucous common room fell into an eerie silence. Oh dear, I missed, Tom remarked with an air of nonchalance. It seems I've grown rusty with my spells, but fear not, Senior, I shan't falter again. The familiar green light erupted once more from the tip of Tom's wand, and witnessing this, Avery could no longer withstand the dread. He fainted, succumbing to unconsciousness. TSK. How dull. Turning to Prefect Farley, Tom declared, I believe this means I have emerged victorious. Ah, the victor is Tom Riddle, Farley stammered, finally recovering from the shock of the unforgivable curse. So, dear Prefect, does Slytherin now welcome me? Tom inquired with a smile directed at Farley. She, gazing into his grin, felt akin to a prey caught in the gaze of a predator, chilled to the bone. Of course, welcome to Slytherin, Tom. At her response, Tom nodded in satisfaction, then addressed the still-dazed spectators, resembling statues. I have always believed Slytherin to be the most cherished of houses. I hope to enjoy a fulfilling student life here for the next 7 years. Should anyone in this house wish to act against me or my friends? With a gentle wave of his wand, azure flames erupted around him, encircling the onlookers. Tom's face flickered in the firelight, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd like a dark lord emerging from the shadows. I have no qualms about setting Slytherin ablaze. Mark my words. The spectators instinctively swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear, resembling quails in their stillness. Yet among the trembling Slytherin students, 2 remained exceptions. Indeed, my father was right. This is unmistakably the visage of the 3rd-generation Dark Lord. It was wise to ingratiate myself early on. Malfoy never suffers a loss. Malfoy contemplated Lucius's instructions and felt a surge of satisfaction for having heeded his father's advice to befriend Tom early on. Then there was Cassandra. Since their encounter at Madame Malkin's robe shop, Tom had consistently presented himself as a warm and engaging individual, a facet of his character that Cassandra had never anticipated. Initially, she had harbored concerns for this Muggle-born student sorted into Slytherin, only to be astonished when, upon his arrival at school, he unleashed the unforgivable curse and fiend fire. For a moment, she struggled to find the right words to express her thoughts. In that silent moment of shared gaze, Tom extinguished the fiend fire and seized the opportunity to smile at Draco and Cassandra, proclaiming, "See, as long as you possess the right bloodline or power, Slytherin is the finest house. Is that so? It seems Mr. Riddle holds such views about Slytherin," a cold voice interjected from behind. Tom's body stiffened, and he turned rigidly to find Snape, his expression inscrutable, staring at him. A first-year wizard casting an unforgivable curse and fiend fire. Clearly, Mr. Riddle had little regard for Slytherin. Eager to secure a place in Azkaban, venom dripped from Snape's words, yet Tom stood as straight as a chastised student before a headmaster. Detention, every Saturday at 7 p.m., commencing this week until the end of the term. Upon Snape's pronouncement, Tom momentarily froze, secretly vowing, "Snape, I shall reclaim my dignity in this matter." Unbeknownst to him, Snape's expression was equally complex, recalling Dumbledore's earlier instructions. "Severus, in addition to keeping an eye on Harry, please pay special attention to that student named Tom Riddle. Oh, a Muggle-born sorted into Slytherin. How curious that he merits your attention." Snape, already irked by Harry's placement in Gryffindor, felt increasingly vexed by Dumbledore's assignment. "Do you know what Voldemort's real name was?" "What?" Snape was baffled by Dumbledore's query. However, when Dumbledore uttered that name, Snape's pupils involuntarily dilated. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Chapter 15, Transfiguration Class. The following day, during defense against the dark arts, the young Eagles suddenly noticed a shift in leadership among the small snakes. Draco, who had previously seemed poised to emerge as the Slytherin first-year leader, now trailed behind Tom, with the others appearing to have no objections. Curiosity bubbled among the Eagles as they wondered how this orphan-born wizard could command the respect of the proud purebloods. Yet, the Slytherins remained tight-lipped, leaving the Eagles to itch with intrigue. Tom, indifferent to their curiosity, was currently enduring a greater educational calamity than the previous day's history class. Despite having absorbed the experience of the Voldemort package, Tom was determined to attend classes earnestly. After all, there exists a profound distinction between acquiring knowledge through genuine understanding and through mere indoctrination. Each professor possesses a unique interpretation of their subject matter. However, the dim classroom, suffused with the nauseating odor of garlic, rendered concentration nearly impossible. Tom felt an overwhelming urge to retch. He could scarcely endure the atmosphere. When Professor Quirrell entered the room, donning his ludicrously oversized turban and stammering his first words, Tom's composure shattered. "I was injured by a vampire in Romania and have already received treatment. I simply cannot be exposed to light. The smell is rather unpleasant, so please bear with me." What a farce. Could he not articulate his thoughts more coherently? Tom felt an impulse to unleash the unforgivable curse upon this absurd individual. Moreover, did anyone truly wish to hear the drivel he was uttering? For heaven's sake. You are the defense against the dark arts professor. Is it not absurd to be wounded by a dark creature? Even if you must concoct excuses, at least make them plausible. Are you not an undercover agent, confident that old Dumbledore would not dismiss you? With such a display, do you not fear that the Dark Lord might awaken and cast the killing curse upon you? Tom inwardly derided him. As Quirrell began to stammer through the textbook, Tom sank into utter despair regarding the course. His ramblings, devoid of logic and brimming with vacuous chatter, were overwhelming. Even with prior knowledge of Quirrell's unreliability from the original narrative, Tom could never have anticipated such a degree of incompetence. If Quirrell's caliber were to be equated with Voldemort's standards, it was no wonder that Voldemort faced rejection during his job search. In class, Tom fixated on Quirrell's head, fervently wishing for Voldemort to emerge and take over the lesson. Alas, his hopes were destined to be dashed. Tom endured the torturous lecture, never before experiencing time's passage as excruciatingly slow. After class, Draco could no longer contain his public outburst. How can such a person remain a teacher at Hogwarts? I must inform my father to have him expelled. Upon hearing this, Tom's eyes lit up, and he beckoned Draco closer, whispering in his ear, "Draco, you cannot manage this alone. First, contact students from the other 4 houses and draft a joint petition. Then, let Lucius present it at the board meeting. Even Dumbledore would have to take it seriously." Tom was resolute in his commitment to addressing Voldemort's concerns. Draco, invigorated by the scheme, nodded vigorously and promptly sought out Hermione. disregarding his usual demeanor. Just as Tom began to seriously question the educational standards at Hogwarts due to the dismal history of magic and defense against the dark arts classes, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson salvaged Hogwarts' waning reputation in Tom's eyes, showcasing what true teaching excellence entailed. When Professor McGonagall transformed from a tabby cat back into her human form, the classroom erupted in awe, and both Goyle and Crabbe exchanged grateful glances with Draco and Tom. Had it not been for Tom and Draco intervening just as the two fools were about to engage in their antics, they could scarcely fathom the dire consequences that awaited them. Transfiguration is the most perilous and intricate of disciplines. Any student who dares to misbehave in my class shall be expelled and forever barred from my teachings. Once Professor McGonagall concluded her opening remarks, Tom felt assured that the Transfiguration lesson would proceed smoothly. The subsequent transformation of the lectern into a pig further solidified Tom's belief that this class would not disappoint. To master Transfiguration, one must maintain a clear mind, vividly envisioning the form to which the object shall be transformed. Professor McGonagall's class was replete with invaluable insights, touching upon many points that were conspicuously absent from textbooks. As Tom diligently took notes, he felt a wellspring of emotion. Little did anyone know the trials he had endured over the past few days with that insufferable lot. After a lengthy, yet accessible, exposition on theoretical concepts, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, inviting them to attempt transforming it into a needle. With the matchstick before him, Tom banished all distractions and, as if channeling divine creation, gently tapped his wand while softly uttering the incantation. The matchstick elongated and thinned, and in the blink of an eye, a beautifully ornate silver needle materialized upon the desk. Splendidly executed, 5 points to Slytherin, Professor McGonagall praised as she patrolled the classroom. Now, Mr. Riddle, might you share the secret to your success? Tom transformed the silver needle back into a matchstick and began to articulate his thoughts. I have heard it said that wizards are akin to deities, and some assert that the pinnacle of magic lies in the ability to manifest one's desires. Thus, in my understanding, Transfiguration embodies the wizard's capacity to bestow new rules upon objects, as if they were divine. With that, he flicked his wand again, this time transforming the matchstick into a small snake, which hissed and flicked its tongue. The snake and a nearby badger regarded one another in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Tom's discourse. Pansy, disregarding the decorum of Professor McGonagall's classroom, covertly inquired of Zabini and Theodore, "Do you understand what Tom is saying?" Upon seeing them shake their heads in unison, Pansy realized that she was not alone in her bewilderment. Tom's prowess in Transfiguration felt almost otherworldly. Clapping her hands, Professor McGonagall was the first to commend him. "A remarkable presentation, Mr. Riddle. Your grasp of Transfiguration is commendable. Should you have any queries in the future, do not hesitate to visit my office." She regarded Tom with approval, though a hint of concern lurked in her eyes. After the class concluded, Tom observed Draco hastily departing, only to return in a similar rush, smiling as he queried, "All sorted?" "Indeed," Draco replied, catching his breath. "On the Ravenclaw front, I've already contacted Hermione. She assured me she would handle it. As for Hufflepuff, she mentioned she would enlist Neville Longbottom's assistance, so we needn't worry. Now, only Gryffindor remains." Draco's expression was one of pride. "Excellent. I shall approach Harry regarding Gryffindor. You need not concern yourself with that, Draco." Understanding your lack of rapport with the Weasley family could prevent further disputes, Tom sincerely proposed. Draco nodded in agreement, expressing his own desire to avoid the foolish lions. "Thank you for this." Tom gestured reassuringly and swiftly made his way to the dining hall. Chapter 16, Charms Class. In the dining hall, at the Gryffindor long table, Tom greeted Harry. "Tom, what brings you here?" Harry exclaimed with delight upon seeing his friend, extending a warm welcome. The arrival of this Slytherin could only spell trouble. Perhaps he was concocting some sinister plot, a snide voice interjected. Tom turned to see the source, red-haired Ron Weasley, a first-year student. "Ron, don't be like that. Tom is a good person. He helped me at the train station." Despite his close friendship with Ron, Harry defended Tom. Who knows what he was really thinking back then? Look at him now. He is already showing signs of becoming the leader of the Slytherin first years. He could very well become the third Dark Lord, Ron retorted defiantly. Arrogant, sensitive, foolish, insecure. That was Ron at this stage, and indeed, I found it hard to connect with him now. Tom could no longer endure this and let his wand slip from his grasp. "This is prejudice, and such biases are unwarranted, Mr. Weasley." Tongue-tying curse. Ron's tongue was instantly affixed to the roof of his mouth, plunging the world into silence. "I apologize for this treatment towards your friend. The spell will wear off shortly." "I merely sought a moment of tranquility," Tom earnestly apologized, patting Harry's shoulder. Just then, the Weasley twins, George and Fred, appeared. "My foolish brother. We told you not to speak out of turn. Now you're facing the consequences. Riddle, we apologize on behalf of Ron." Tom regarded the twins, who were far more suitable for this situation than Harry, and approached them without hesitation. "Upperclassmen George and Fred, I intended to reach you through Harry. But what a fortunate coincidence this is. May I have a moment of your time? I have a matter to discuss. Turning to Harry, he inquired, Harry, would you like to join us? Upon agreement from the group, Tom led them to a secluded corner, unable to contain their curiosity. Fred and George were the first to ask, go on, what's the deal? We're quite intrigued as to why a Slytherin would seek us out. It pertains to the defense against the dark arts class. To be candid, what are your thoughts on it? Tom sincerely questioned the three before him. Harry, who had yet to attend the class, appeared perplexed. The twins, having heard some rumors, expressed disdain. To be honest, it's rather lackluster. We've heard that Quirrell teaches poorly. Not just poor, it's woefully inadequate beyond description. Therefore, in pursuit of quality education, Slytherin intends to unite with the other three houses to petition for Professor Quirrell's dismissal. Would you assist us in persuading Gryffindor? Tom laid bare his intentions. Is that truly a good idea? Harry hesitated, still uncertain. Tom vividly described the scene of the defense against the dark arts class to Harry, gently advising him, there is nothing unfavorable about it. You wouldn't want to spend your year in that class surrounded by darkness and the stench of garlic, enduring the unpleasantness without learning anything. Imagining the dismal prospects of future defense against the dark arts lessons, Harry unhesitatingly aligned himself with Tom. Rest assured, we've got this covered. Fred and George, ever the mischievous onlookers, readily agreed, relishing the prospect of mischief. After solidifying this collaboration, Tom hurriedly bid farewell to the trio and made his way to the afternoon charms class. Tom, you've been engrossed in that book since yesterday. What is it about? Cassandra inquired, her curiosity piqued by the tome in Tom's hands. It's about a spell, Tom replied without lifting his gaze, clearly absorbed in the text. May I be so fortunate as to know what spell Mr. Riddle is researching? A foreign voice suddenly interjected from ahead. Professor Flitwick, Cassandra exclaimed in surprise. The exclamation jolted Tom from his literary reverie. He closed the book and noticed Professor Flitwick standing before their table, having gone unnoticed due to his diminutive stature being obscured by the desk. It pertains to the Patronus charm, Tom answered truthfully. Could you kindly repeat that, Mr. Riddle? My hearing seems to be failing me, Professor Flitwick responded, a look of incredulity on his face. It concerns the Patronus charm, Tom reiterated. Professor Flitwick fell silent. Who would have thought that a wizard in his third day of enrollment would begin studying the Patronus charm? Such an occurrence had never transpired during Flitwick's teaching career. After a moment, Professor Flitwick gently advised Tom, Mr. Riddle, the Patronus charm is a highly advanced defensive spell. It may prove too challenging for you at this stage. You should focus your attention on the knowledge presented in your textbooks for now. Tom nodded in acquiescence. Seeing that Tom was receptive to his counsel, Professor Flitwick said no more and turned to the towering stack of books at the front of the classroom, surveying the room before commencing the day's formal lesson. Charms is the most fascinating subject at Hogwarts. Today, we shall begin with one of the simplest spells, the Lumos charm. The incantation is Lumos. Please repeat it after me. The Lumos charm, being one of the most elementary spells in the magical realm, is essentially a straightforward incantation, making it ideal as the inaugural lesson of Charms class. Yet, under Professor Flitwick's engaging explanation, this seemingly simple spell became quite captivating, keeping Tom enthralled. Following the explanation, Professor Flitwick encouraged everyone to practice the spell. The wands of a dozen Slytherin students emitted brilliant white light. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuffs performed admirably as well, with their success rate only trailing slightly behind that of Slytherin. As for Tom, he did not even pick up his wand. Instead, the tip of his right index finger transformed into a colossal light bulb. With a splendid display of wandless and silent magic, Slytherin earned 5 points. Professor Flitwick, witnessing Tom's performance, gasped in excitement, drawing the admiration of his peers towards Tom. Yet, beneath the surface of Professor Flitwick's enthusiasm, there lay a flicker of concern akin to that of Professor McGonagall, as Tom's presence seemed to gradually converge with that of a remarkably gifted individual. After class, Tom instructed Draco and Cassandra to leave ahead of him and called upon Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick, I have a question regarding a particular spell that I wish to discuss with you. What matter has Mr. Riddle so perplexed? It cannot possibly be the Patronus charm. Professor Flitwick teased. Tom, with utmost seriousness, admitted, Indeed, Professor, you are correct. It is the Patronus charm. Chapter 17, The Patronus Charm. Professor Flitwick found himself at a loss for words. How could this young lad be so fixated on the Patronus charm? After all, today marked merely the third day of school for first-year students. Curiosity getting the better of him, he inquired, Mr. Riddle, what has compelled you to be so devoted to the Patronus charm? Now it was Tom's turn to feel awkward. How was he to respond? Should he inform Professor Flitwick that one Patronus charm would suffice to delineate the difference between Tom Riddle and Lord Voldemort? If he were to answer thus, it would not be long before a place in Azkaban was reserved for him. Of course, Tom's ultimate intention was indeed to convey his pursuit of the Patronus charm to Dumbledore through Professor Flitwick, yet certain truths could not be articulated so bluntly. With his mind racing, Tom swiftly concocted a plausible excuse befitting a first-year student to respond to Professor Flitwick, because on the train, Cassandra mentioned that the Patronus charm is one of the most powerful and ancient defensive spells, a hallmark of extraordinary magical ability. She was certain that I could never master it, and out of defiance, I made a wager with her. If I fail to learn it by the end of this term, I shall run around Hogwarts Castle in the nude before everyone, proclaiming that I, Tom Riddle, am a pervert. Apologies, Cassandra, for placing the blame on you. Tom silently sought her forgiveness in his heart. Professor Flitwick, taken aback by Tom's reasoning, pondered. Has the era truly transformed? Are you children now engaging in such grand wagers? Observing Tom's bashful nod, Professor Flitwick refrained from further inquiry and turned his focus to Tom's progress, gently advising, So, Mr. Riddle, how much do you currently understand about the Patronus charm? If it proves too daunting, it is not too late to have a word with Miss Worrell, apologize, and rescind the wager. What a good-hearted soul. Yet, my current magical prowess, standing at an impressive 10, is no trifling matter. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my labor over these past few days, Tom thought, silently commending Professor Flitwick, and discreetly raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. The standard pronunciation gesture was executed as a silvery mist continuously emanated from Tom's wand tip, swiftly enveloping the classroom. After a moment, Tom, having concluded the incantation, looked somewhat sheepishly at Professor Flitwick and said, Professor, this is the best I can do for now. I am unable to conjure a complete Patronus yet and would appreciate your guidance. Do you truly wish to hear what I have to say? You have only just begun your studies. Even Dumbledore could not achieve such mastery at your age. Are you certain you are not Voldemort? No, wait. Voldemort cannot conjure a Patronus. Professor Flitwick, having witnessed Tom's spellcasting and heard his peculiar words, was understandably shaken. He initially assumed Tom had merely grasped the basics of the Patronus charm, but was taken aback to discover that the challenge he faced was the inability to manifest a corporeal Patronus. Regaining his composure, Professor Flitwick now felt compelled to take the young wizard seriously. Your spellcasting technique is sound. The reason you have not summoned a corporeal Patronus lies not in your incantation, but within your heart. My heart, Tom replied, puzzled, as this concept was unfamiliar to him. Professor Flitwick began to patiently elucidate. The Patronus charm is a profoundly positive spell, grounded in the principles of hope, joy, and the will to live. Thus, to cast it successfully, one must draw upon their most cherished memories. If you have not fully explored the depths of your inner strength, it becomes exceedingly difficult to conjure a corporeal form. This explains the charm's considerable difficulty. So, you mean that while I recalled joyful memories during the incantation, they were not the most profound joys within me? Tom seized upon the crux of the explanation. In simpler terms, he needed to delve deeper into his happiest memories, to quiet his mind and reflect thoroughly, and only then could he attempt the spell again. With renewed determination, Tom gripped his wand tightly, closed his eyes, and began to earnestly recall his moments of joy. Was it the first time he met the teacher from the land of cherry blossoms? The time spent in the orphanage with Miss Anna and his siblings? The awe he felt upon opening the door to Diagon Alley? Or the exhilaration of witnessing the surge in his stats after absorbing Voldemort's experiences? Memories flitted through his mind like a carousel, ultimately coalescing into a singular image. That night, in the small grove, when he first held his wand and exclaimed Expecto Patronum. The moment he summoned that green light. Opening his eyes, he resolutely recited the incantation once more. Expecto Patronum. A surge of immense magical energy coursed through his wand, and strands of silvery light began to emerge from its tip, intertwining and weaving in the air. Could it truly be that he would summon a corporeal Patronus? Professor Flitwick's eyes widened in astonishment, as the unfolding scene was nothing short of a test for an experienced educator. The silvery brilliance gradually took shape, ultimately transforming into a serpent adorned with a crown-like crest. A basilisk. Professor Flitwick gasped, staring in disbelief at Tom's extraordinary Patronus. Do not mention Professor Flitwick. Even Tom was bewildered upon seeing the manifestation of his Patronus. It is worth noting that apart from having witnessed the basilisk in the Harry Potter films of his past life, Tom had never encountered such a creature in the real world. Having already drawn the attention of old Dumbledore, one might wonder what this performance was all about. Could it be that he was genuinely being nudged toward the path of Voldemort? The image of Tom without a nose is quite pitiful. He had never contemplated becoming the Dark Lord. Professor, I have never seen a basilisk. I swear. Tom, aware of his predicament, found himself at a loss on how to justify his situation to Professor Flitwick. The professor, regaining his composure, offered reassurance. A Patronus is shaped by one's inner world. So even if you have never encountered it, the emergence of a basilisk as your Patronus should not be too surprising. However, to summon a corporeal Patronus at such a young age is nothing short of astounding. 5 points to Slytherin. Thank you, Professor. Tom sincerely expressed his gratitude before hastily taking his leave. Observing Tom's departing figure, Professor Flitwick revealed a concern he had not shown in front of Tom. It seemed he would need to inform Dumbledore. though whether this would be a boon or a bane remained uncertain. As Tom exited the charms classroom, he suppressed the exhilaration of having summoned a corporeal Patronus. He had another matter to attend to. Severus Snape, prepare to face the minor retribution of Tom Riddle. Chapter 18, Rumors. Hey, have you heard that story? What story? I heard that Professor Snape and Lily Evans, Harry Potter's mother, grew up together, childhood friends with no suspicion between them. Professor Snape was deeply in love with Lily, and she harbored feelings for him as well. They were on the cusp of marriage when James Potter intervened. Are you referring to the love triangle involving Snape and Harry's parents? Yes. You've heard of it too? Indeed. I say, Snape is truly pitiable. Not only did he endure bullying from James, but he also had his love stolen away. It is said that Snape joined the Death Eaters out of a threat involving Lily, and after her demise, he knelt by her grave for 3 days and nights. Such devotion. Do you think Snape's unkempt hair is because he only uses the Potter shampoo? But I heard that James forced Snape into a wizarding duel, promising that whoever won would win Lily's affection. Snape lost, which is why Lily ended up marrying James. Really? There is that version too? Please elaborate. As Harry walked to potions class, he found himself increasingly irritated by the whispers of those around him. Ever since an unidentified student had discovered that sudden pamphlet outside the common room 2 nights ago, rumors concerning Snape and Harry's parents had spread like wildfire throughout the castle, evolving into various versions. The one constant was the pitiable figure of Snape, the villainous James, and the ethereal Lily. This was Harry's first exposure to the story of his parents, and he had not anticipated it to be entwined with the very Professor Snape he so despised. In Harry's mind, the image of James was meant to be flawless, yet he was taken aback to find it distorted into something quite the opposite among the students at school. Consequently, he had a fierce argument with Ron yesterday in the common room, where Ron passionately recounted his thoughts to Seamus and others, resulting in Ron not speaking to him for the entire day. Just as Harry was engulfed in his frustrations, Peeves the poltergeist appeared out of nowhere, taunting him incessantly. James Potter is a bad seed. James Potter is a bad seed. Enraged by this, Harry drew his wand and pointed it at Peeves, shouting, "Do not speak of my father in such a manner. Leave me be, or I shall not hold back." However, Peeves showed no fear of Harry's threats, flitting around him while continuing his mockery. James Potter is a bad seed. Harry Potter is the child of a bad seed. Just as Harry was about to retaliate, Peeves suddenly vanished as if he had seen something terrifying. Tom's voice then resonated perfectly. "Hey, Harry, why the long face all alone? Aren't you going to class?" As Harry prepared to respond, Ron, hurrying to class, caught sight of him and huffed loudly, ignoring him as he entered the classroom. "What happened between you and Ron? Did you have a fight?" Tom's concern prompted a sigh from Harry, realizing that the rumors sparked by the pamphlet he had carelessly left outside the common room over the past few days had reached Tom's awareness. He understood Harry's state of mind. "Standing here won't do you any good. Class is about to start. You wouldn't want to draw Snape's ire in the first lesson, would you?" With that, Tom pulled Harry into the classroom and guided him to sit in the Slytherin area. "What is going on?" Draco, Cassandra, Pansy, Zabini, and Theodore, the Slytherin snakes, inquired with their glances directed at Tom. Tom pointed discreetly at Ron, who was glaring angrily from Gryffindor's side, and mouthed, "Rumors, fight." The astute Slytherins quickly pieced together the unfolding scenario from Tom's brief words. Regaining his composure, Harry looked to Tom for assistance. "Tom, do you think my father truly is as the rumors suggest?" Tom pondered for a moment before offering a path forward. "I cannot say, Harry, as I have never met your father. However, you might consider asking the professors at the school. They have all interacted with James." Harry's eyes brightened instantly. "Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Hagrid invited me to his hut this afternoon. I can surely ask him, for he must know the truth." Simultaneously, Harry turned to Tom with hopeful eyes. "Tom, will you accompany me?" Unable to resist Harry's earnest gaze, Tom nodded in agreement. At that moment, Draco, who had not yet given up on forging a friendship with Harry, stepped forward. "Potter, I told you to choose your friends wisely. Don't pay heed to those rumors. I'll write to my father. He will certainly know about Professor Snape and your parents during their time at school, and he can help dispel the rumors." Tom gazed at Draco in astonishment, his mind racing with thoughts. "Good heavens, who are you? Speak quickly. Have you taken over Draco's body?" Our beloved Draco has begun to offer comfort. Had you been able to converse with Harry in such a manner from the outset, would our relationship have become so strained? Even Harry appeared to not recognize Draco, staring at him in disbelief, as if the sun had risen in the west. Is this the same Malfoy heir with whom he had quarreled on 2 previous occasions? Instead of hurling insults, he was now offering solace? Just as Harry was about to express his gratitude to the amiable Malfoy, he suddenly sensed a drastic drop in the temperature of the classroom, as though he were about to plunge into an icy abyss. The room, once filled with chatter, fell into an eerie silence. Snape entered, exuding an aura of coldness, his face dark as a thundercloud, gliding into the classroom like a silent bat. The whispers that had pervaded the classroom moments earlier only served to intensify the chill that emanated from him. The rumors that had circulated among the students since the previous day had reached Snape's ears. Upon hearing the half-truths and fabrications about himself, intertwined with tales of his beloved Lily and his most despised James, Snape initially felt bewildered, followed swiftly by a surge of unbridled rage. Who dared to speak of him in such a manner? The recollections of his own shadowy past as a student and the buried sentiments within him were laid bare for all to see in those distorted tales. Enraged and powerless, Snape exacted his wrath upon the few students responsible for spreading the rumors, imposing deductions of points and sentences of detention upon them. As he entered the potions classroom and beheld the murmuring students, he was convinced they were clandestinely conspiring against him. In an even darker mood, Snape began his lecture with a grim expression. In my class, there is no place for foolishly waving wands. Only the precise science and stringent craft of potion making will prevail. In my class, provided you are not a blundering fool, I can impart to you the means to elevate your reputation, forge glory, and even stave off death. However, before we proceed, he scanned the room and suddenly noticed a figure that stood out amidst the throng of students. A face uncannily reminiscent of the person he most loathed in this lifetime. Raising his voice, he called out, Potter. Chapter 19, Potions Class. What would be the result if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Professor, I do not know, Harry replied, standing up earnestly. If I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you seek it? I do not know, sir. Harry shook his head once more. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Harry still shook his head, his tone now tinged with embarrassment. Professor, I do not know. It appeared our savior was utterly unworthy of his renown, much like your foolish, arrogant father. Clenching his fists, Harry glared at Snape, his teeth gritted, retorting loudly, my father was neither foolish nor arrogant. Confronting the professor, Snape, prepared to deduct points from Gryffindor, locked eyes with Harry's emerald gaze. And the 20 points he had initially intended to announce were swallowed back. Gryffindor lost 10 points. Indeed, it seemed to be a petty act of vengeance born from his foul mood. What could have been a mere deduction of 1 point was now magnified tenfold. Ignoring Harry's incredulous stare, he turned his attention to Tom Riddle. Faced with the classic trio of questions, Tom answered without a moment's hesitation. A potion of life and death. Within the belly of a cow, there is no distinction. Snape nodded in satisfaction, preparing to award points to Slytherin, but then Tom continued, of course. That is merely the general answer. These questions are far from simple. Snape was intrigued to discover what new insights Tom might possess. The first question mentioned the daffodil, which is actually a type of lily resembling the daffodil. The phrase my regret will follow you to the grave coupled with the bitter and sorrowful essence of wormwood suggested the professor's profound remorse over Lily's death. A regret that would endure until the end. Snape's face shifted from pale to flushed with anger and embarrassment. He regretted more than ever allowing Tom the opportunity to speak. Observing the incredulous expressions of his students, particularly Harry's emerald eyes reminiscent of Lily's, Snape's composure faltered. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he shouted at Tom, fabricating tales. Slytherin loses 5 points. Remarkably, Tom might be the first Slytherin student ever to lose points at the hands of Snape. Tom merely shrugged nonchalantly and, as he took his seat, whispered to Harry, see, your little thoughts have been exposed, and he's responding with petty vengeance. This made Snape contemplate the absurdity of Dumbledore's judgment. How could such a person be associated with the Dark Lord? If it were true, he would change his surname to Potter. After finally regaining his composure, Snape wrote the detailed instructions for the potion for scabies on the blackboard and divided the students into pairs for practical exercises. Tom, what am I supposed to do? Harry, forcibly grouped with Tom, tugged at his sleeve, signaling to the ever-watchful Snape, what should we do? Don't worry about anything else. Just maintain direct eye contact with Professor Snape. Tom instructed as he tossed dried nettles and powdered snake fangs into the cauldron. Harry, bewildered by Tom's instructions, couldn't resist glancing at Snape once more. Once again, their gazes met, mirroring Lily's emerald eyes, causing Snape to momentarily drift into a reverie. Just as he was about to succumb to memories, he was jolted back by the off-key singing of a certain little rascal, shine, smile, yearning to glow, always wishing to smile. Although Snape could not decipher the lyrics, he instinctively felt that this little miscreant might transform the potion into a luminous dish, causing his fists to tighten involuntarily. Just as he was about to utter a reprimand, a thunderous explosion erupted from the Gryffindor side. Turning towards the source of the commotion, he saw a young lion cub had set off a veritable firestorm, and the already pallid complexion of the students had grown even more ashen. Severus Snape would have sworn on his teaching career that never before had a young wizard managed to cause an explosion during the first lesson on brewing a simple potion for scabies. It was utterly unheard of, a manifestation of sheer madness. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded Tom and the others, hastening towards the scene of the incident. Tom, with a mere glance, recognized that the culprit behind the calamity was none other than the explosive genius, Seymour Finnegan. Considering Snape's previous expression, and the prospect of enduring such chaos in every subsequent Gryffindor potions class, he silently lit a candle for him. Should he consider joining the ranks of the Porcupine Quills? Harry, noticing Tom's sudden quietude, inquired, "Are you all right?" "Indeed," Tom replied. "To be honest, potions are quite simple, akin to cooking or simmering a soup. Perhaps you should order a comprehensive cookbook on Cantonese soups. It would surely elevate you to the status of a potions master." While gently guiding the surrounding students, he carelessly tossed a porcupine quill into the cauldron. As Tom produced a freshly brewed, vibrant blue potion, the students around him began to ponder whether they should also subscribe to a cookbook after class. "That is acceptable. Slytherin earns 5 points. However, Riddle, remember that potions are not merely culinary endeavors. I hope to never again hear such words from you." Snape's cold, venomous voice sliced through the air from behind, startling Tom to the point where he nearly splashed the potion on Snape's face. Once class concluded, Harry, disregarding the Slytherin serpent, forcibly pulled Tom out of the classroom. "I can no longer tolerate Snape. He is undoubtedly retaliating. I cannot believe such a person could have feelings for my mother. I am now fully convinced that the rumors circulating through the school are merely fabrications." On their way to Hagrid's hut, Harry incessantly vented his grievances to Tom. What if, hypothetically, what if it were true? Tom mused, curious about Harry's reaction upon discovering the truth. "Then I would change my name to Snape, with Merlin as my witness," Harry declared unhesitatingly, only to notice a peculiar smile creeping onto Tom's face, causing a sudden flutter of unease in his heart. Amidst their noisy banter, the two soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest and knocked on Hagrid's door. Yeah, step back, step back." Hagrid's gruff voice boomed from within, and soon the wooden door opened a crack, revealing his bearded face, adorned with a smile. "Why, Harry, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Come in, he said, pulling the door wide open to usher Harry inside. At that moment, Hagrid noticed that Harry had brought along a Slytherin student. Taking a closer look at Tom, he felt an uncanny resemblance to an old classmate from his memory and couldn't help but ask, "Harry, who is this?" "Hagrid, I haven't introduced you yet. This is my friend, Tom Riddle," Harry enthusiastically introduced. In an instant, a flicker of shock appeared in Hagrid's eyes. Chapter 20, Suspicion. Hagrid hesitated for a moment before welcoming both Tom and Harry inside. He enthusiastically offered them hot tea and rock cakes, occasionally casting furtive glances at Tom. Noticing Tom smiling back at him, he reluctantly averted his gaze and inquired of Harry, "Harry, how is it that a Gryffindor like you is mingling with a Slytherin? You must understand that most Slytherins were Death Eaters in my day." Sensing a hint of discontent in Hagrid's tone, Harry instinctively defended Tom. "Hagrid, although Tom is a Slytherin, he grew up in a Muggle orphanage. Besides, he is a good person. He has helped me a great deal since the station, and I brought him here myself." "He certainly doesn't seem like a Slytherin," Hagrid muttered before turning his concern to Harry. "Harry, how has your week been? Have you adapted to life at Hogwarts?" "Don't mention it. It's been utterly dreadful," Harry replied, his brow furrowing involuntarily. "What's wrong?" Hagrid quickly asked upon seeing Harry's expression. It was as if Harry had found an outlet for his frustrations, and he poured forth the rumors circulating within the castle, the argument with Ron, and Snape's deliberate targeting in class, relaying everything to Hagrid. "Hagrid, you knew my parents. Do you think any of this is true? Was my father really like that at school? And what about their relationship with Snape? Does it align with the rumors?" Harry gazed at Hagrid with hopeful eyes, yearning for answers. Hagrid, meeting Harry's gaze, felt a pang of guilt and diverted his eyes, mumbling vaguely, "Well, Harry, the rumors are a bit exaggerated, but everyone has their youthful indiscretions. They were quite naive back then, so I see my heart is shattered." Harry concluded from Hagrid's demeanor that the rumors circulating at school were likely rooted in truth. Just as Harry was grappling with this disheartening revelation, Tom's teasing voice cut in from the side. "So, Harry, do you remember the vow you made on the way here? A man's most important trait is to keep his word. You wouldn't be unable to do that, would you?" Harry, unable to tolerate provocation, especially when it implied inadequacy, looked at Tom, who was quietly observing him, and blurted out one of the most regrettable statements of his life. "I, Harry Potter, shall adopt the surname Snape. I am now Harry Snape." Tom discreetly pressed the button on the recording device hidden in his pocket, gave Harry a thumbs up, and proactively explained to the astonished Hagrid, "This is just a playful wager between Harry and me on our way here. Don't take it to heart, Hagrid." "You truly are different from the person I remember," Hagrid replied with a complex expression. Upon hearing this, Harry, who had been wallowing in despair, suddenly perked up. "Are you suggesting that Tom resembles someone from your memories?" Hagrid seemed to drift into reminiscence. "He was a senior 2 years ahead of me, named Tom Riddle. And he looked just like Tom, a Slytherin as well. Are you suggesting that Slytherin once had a Tom Riddle who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one we know?" At this revelation, Harry was taken aback. Indeed, The Tom Riddle of that era was academically distinguished, strikingly handsome, and held the esteemed positions of head boy and chairman of the student council. However, he differed from young Tom in that he was not quite as exuberant. Listening to Hagrid's account, Harry pressed on with further inquiries. And what happened subsequently? I don't know. It's been ages since I heard anything about him after graduation. Hagrid replied, shaking his head. Just as Harry was about to ask more, his attention was captured by a report in the Daily Prophet, haphazardly left on the table by Hagrid, detailing the latest investigation into the illegal break-in at Gringotts on July 31st. After quietly reading the article, he turned to Hagrid with a question. Hagrid, wasn't this the incident that occurred on my birthday? Do you have any additional information? Hagrid averted his gaze from Harry's eyes, unsure of how to respond. It was at this opportune moment that Tom's timely voice provided Hagrid with an escape. Hagrid, do you still need those unicorn hairs? Upon glancing at the unicorn hairs carelessly discarded in the corner, Hagrid replied without hesitation, no worries. You can take whatever you want from that mess. Such generosity. Truly, a hallmark of Hogwarts' hidden elite. Tom's eyes sparkled with the gleam of golden galleons. After lingering in Hagrid's hut for a while and filling his extendable bag with a bounty of treasures, he and Harry rose to depart. Harry, let us make a habit of studying together in the library after classes, Tom invited as they parted ways in the castle. He paused to add, Hermione from Ravenclaw will join us, and Neville from Hufflepuff might come too. Seeing Harry nod in agreement, Tom waved farewell and made his way to the Slytherin common room. Upon returning to the common room, Tom spotted Cassandra conversing with the Slytherin ghost, nearly headless Nick, just outside the door. As he prepared to greet her, nearly headless Nick hastily departed upon seeing Tom, leaving him momentarily taken aback in awkward silence. He.S. avoiding you, Cassandra remarked. What? Ignoring Tom's bewilderment, Cassandra continued. Since the beginning of the term, Nick and many of the ghosts around the castle have been evading you. I am curious about the secret you possess that causes them to act this way. So, what have you discovered in recent days? Tom inquired, a knowing smile playing on his lips. They say you resemble someone, both in name and appearance, to the point of being indistinguishable, Cassandra said, instinctively retreating a step as she observed Tom's expression. What manner of person is this? Tom advanced slowly, step by step. A deceiver of the Lady Ravenclaw. One whom she can never forgive. A once admirable individual who fell from grace, becoming irredeemably wicked. A name that instills fear in those who dare to utter it. Cassandra reminisced about the tremor in the voices of the ghosts when they spoke of Tom. As he approached her, an overwhelming sense of magical pressure enveloped Cassandra, causing her body to tremble. Gently caressing his exquisitely sculpted cheek, she asked with a soft smile, So, dear Cassandra, who do you think it might be? Yet, gazing at Tom's smiling face, Cassandra felt as if she were confronted by something truly terrifying. Memories of their acquaintance flooded her mind, and with an exertion of will, she uttered 3 words, the mysterious one. After speaking that name, Cassandra could no longer maintain her composure. Just as she was about to collapse, Tom swiftly caught her and whispered in her ear, Shill. Secrets add to a woman's allure. So remember, some things need not be spoken aloud. After assisting Cassandra to the lounge, Tom bid her farewell and entered the boys' dormitory as usual. However, Cassandra, watching Tom's departing figure, contemplated his ambiguous warning, a swirl of suspicion, fear, and trepidation reflected in her greenish-gray eyes. She knew that she would likely be sleepless that night. After indulging in a moment's playful teasing of Cassandra, Tom dismissed the incident from his mind. He was aware that bearing such a notorious name and appearance upon entering Hogwarts would inevitably lead others to associate him with that noseless monster, especially given the multitude of ghosts, portraits, and faculty well acquainted with Voldemort's history. At present, Tom was more concerned with the detention awaiting him with Snape the following evening, for he had prepared a rare gift for Snape. On Saturday night, precisely at 7 o'clock, Tom arrived punctually at Snape's office. You're late, Riddle. Your detention has been extended by half an hour, Snape remarked without looking up from the papers he was grading. Tom incredulously lifted his gaze to the clock, which indicated that there remained a minute until 7. Oh, so this is how it is, Tom seethed, glaring at Snape. Noticing Tom's stare, Snape lifted his head, pointed to 2 large buckets in the corner of the office, and coldly instructed, What are you still doing standing there? Go on. Your task for detention today is to deal with those 2 buckets of slime. Tom glanced at the grotesque, writhing mass within the buckets, feeling an involuntary wave of nausea. For someone like Tom, who had a slight aversion to filth, the prospect of donning gloves and wielding scissors and tongs to manage such a task was a considerable challenge to his psychological fortitude. As Tom remained motionless, Snape's patience began to wear thin. What's the matter, Riddle? Are you standing there to express your dissatisfaction? Do you require Dumbledore to deem your punishment worthy? Hearing Snape's sardonic remark, Tom resolved to unleash his trump card against him. Professor Snape, may I be excused from this task? What audacity allows Riddle to believe he can negotiate? Snape cast a cold glare at Tom. How about this? Tom produced a Voldemort-branded voice recorder from his pocket, presenting it before Snape. A mere trinket from the Muggle world, and you wish to bargain with it? I wonder if your brain has been replaced by a troll, Riddle. Snape was rapidly losing his patience with Tom. Just as Snape was about to unleash another tirade, the recorder emitted Harry's voice. I, Harry Potter, have taken the surname Snape. I am Harry Snape. This proclamation struck Snape like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. I, Harry Potter, have taken the surname Snape. I am Harry Snape. These words echoed in Snape's ears like a hypnotic chant. At that moment, Tom's insidious voice chimed in. Professor, do you want this? Consider that Harry is Lily's only child. Now he bears the Snape name. Does this not imply that you and Lily were together? Indeed, if Harry has taken the name Snape, then I could be Harry's father. Being Lily's sole offspring, that would make me, in a sense, Lily's husband. Lost in his ruminations, Snape unwittingly wore a smile as the logic clicked into place. Witnessing the usually stoic Snape display such a smile, Tom couldn't help but marvel at how love could cloud one's intellect. The illustrious Snape indeed could not escape the allure of Lily Evans. Give it to me, Snape implored Tom, his voice tinged with longing. Professor, acquiring this was no easy feat for me. Alchemy, after all, adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. You cannot simply take it from me without compensation, Tom responded, shaking the recorder in his hand. Riddle, from today onward, your confinement is lifted. No, 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 Tom exclaimed, shaking his finger vigorously, repeating the word thrice. Then what do you desire? Snape asked, his brow furrowed as he regarded Tom. Professor, one must face the consequences of their actions. How can confinement be so easily rescinded? Instead, why not transform your weekly detentions into private lessons? Upon hearing Tom's proposal, Snape's furrowed brow relaxed. Fine, give me the item. As he reached for the recorder in Tom's grasp, Tom deftly sidestepped. What else do you want? Snape asked, visibly irritated. How about an authorization to access the restricted section? Tom added cheerfully. Impossible, Riddle. Do not be so presumptuous, Snape retorted, his mistrust of Tom evident. Tom anticipated this response, yet he held additional leverage over Snape. Then, how about a bonus piece of information? A chance for you to see Lily once more. What? Snape's pupils dilated, his voice trembling with astonishment. At that moment, Tom calmly produced a piece of parchment, upon which he had meticulously drafted a magical contract, extending it towards Snape. Are you curious? If so, just sign it, he said. Snape, taken aback, accepted the contract and began to scrutinize the terms inscribed upon it. The stipulations were straightforward, mirroring the fairness of Tom's earlier proposal. To Snape, even the slightest chance of reuniting with Lily compelled him to sign, regardless of how stringent the terms might be. He would have signed even a devil's contract under such circumstances. Without hesitation, Snape inscribed his name and tossed the contract back to Tom, along with a freshly minted authorization for the restricted section. The moment the contract returned to Tom's hands, it ignited spontaneously. The contract is sealed, Professor. Now, the recording device, Tom stated, handing the recorder to Snape. However, Snape's focus was less on the device and more on the news Tom had brought. He accepted the recorder and placed it casually in his desk drawer, fixing his intense gaze on Tom. Now what is this news? Tom cleared his throat and began to recount a tale. Long ago, during a dusky twilight, three brothers traversed a winding path. As they journeyed, they arrived at the banks of a deep river, unable to cross. Suddenly, a bridge materialized over the water, and upon it stood a hooded figure. Just as Tom was getting into the narrative, Snape abruptly interrupted. Get to the point. I don't have time for a retelling of the tales of Beetle the Bard. Such impatience, Professor. Very well, I shall skip ahead. Have you heard of this? Tom queried, undeterred by the interruption. What is it? Snape inquired, intrigued. Tom slowly articulated a name, the Deathly Hallows. The Deathly Hallows? Snape was taken aback, never expecting Tom to invoke such terminology. Indeed, the Deathly Hallows, Tom affirmed. The resurrection stone among them can grant you one final meeting with Lily. But aren't the Deathly Hallows mere legends? No one has ever truly seen them. Are you attempting to deceive me with tales of fantasy? Snape glared at Tom, his irritation palpable. If Tom could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would be prepared to unleash a swift and merciless response. Unfazed by Snape's ire, Tom countered with a smile. Myth? No, Professor Snape, you are mistaken. The Deathly Hallows are not mere myths. They exist in reality. As he spoke, he picked up a quill from the desk and deftly inscribed the symbol of the Deathly Hallows on the blank parchment. Look, this is the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Do you find it familiar? Tom said, handing the illustrated parchment to Snape. Snape took the parchment, examining it intently, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he looked up at Tom and asked incredulously, The Hallows? Tom affirmed Snape's response. Indeed, it is the mark of Gellert Grindelwald. The initial purpose of Grindelwald in founding the order was to seek the Deathly Hallows. So did he find them? Upon hearing such a secret, Snape felt a dryness in his throat. Tom nodded at Snape. He did find them. The Elder Wand was discovered by Grindelwald, but after his failure in 45, it fell into the hands of Professor Dumbledore. Are you saying that what Dumbledore possesses is the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows? For the first time, Snape learned from Tom about the whereabouts of one of the Hallows, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his lifeless eyes. Observing this, Tom decided to add more fuel to Snape's curiosity. Well, Professor Snape, not only have you encountered the Elder Wand, but you have also seen another Hallows. What? Snape exclaimed. Disregarding his dignity, he racked his brain but could not recall when he had seen another Hallows aside from the Elder Wand. Professor, calm down, do not be surprised. I can assure you with absolute certainty that you have seen it, in the possession of your rival. Tom reassured Snape, offering him a slight hint. Potter? Snape suppressed his disgust as he recalled James Potter, still shaking his head. Riddle, stop being cryptic. Tom had no intention of remaining a riddle maker and immediately revealed the answer. The invisibility cloak. The one in James Potter's possession is the invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. The Potter family is indeed a descendant of the Peverell brothers. Snape was momentarily stunned, believing it to be merely a legend. He never expected to have inadvertently encountered two of them. What about the Resurrection Stone? At this thought, the light in his eyes grew brighter. Tom, once again, stoked the flames of Snape's hope. With the Elder Wand and the invisibility cloak existing, it is certain that the Resurrection Stone also exists. Allow me to offer you a small clue. The Resurrection Stone was originally in the possession of another branch of the Peverell family. Snape's eyes were now filled with hope. With a clue, there was a possibility of finding the Resurrection Stone, and thus, Lily could potentially be revived. Observing this, Tom decided it was time to take his leave. It seems today is not suitable for a lesson, Professor Snape. I shall take my leave. Snape made no effort to retain him, simply waving his hand to let Tom exit. Just as Tom was about to step out of the office, a suddenly enlightened Snape called out to him, gripping his wand tightly and asking in a low voice, Riddle, how is it that a muggle born like you knows so many secrets? Guess. Tom, seemingly oblivious to Snape's subtle actions, replied with a smile, Good night, Professor. I wish you pleasant dreams. With that, he closed the door behind him. Gazing at the closed door, Snape's expression was complex. What he thought would be a simple confinement had unexpectedly transformed into this. He needed to take some time to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, as Tom left Snape's office, he retrieved the gaunt family ring from his storage space. Gently caressing the Resurrection Stone, he murmured, So, Severus, what price shall you pay next for your unfulfilled desires? Having temporarily dealt with the troublesome Snape and reaped considerable benefits, Tom indulged in a leisurely slumber, rising only when the sun was high in the sky the following day. After a brief grooming, Tom resolved to complete the last unfinished task of the week. Wandering to the 8th floor, he was about to concentrate on opening the room of requirement when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Drawing his wand and pointing it towards the corner, he declared, I know you are there. I will count to 3. Do come out voluntarily, lest I be compelled to act. 1, 2. Before he could finish the countdown, a figure emerged from the shadows. Tom fixed a cold gaze upon the golden-haired, green-eyed beauty before him and demanded, Well then, Cassandra, can you explain why you are following me? I was merely curious about what you intend to do, Cassandra stammered, her voice trembling under the weight of Tom's wand. Curious? Does Our Lady of Worley not know the ancient adage from the distant east that curiosity killed the cat? Tom approached her menacingly, standing before Cassandra. He brushed his hand against her cheek, smiling as he said, It seems yesterday's impression was not profound enough. Cassandra involuntarily swallowed hard, rendered speechless. However, I am not devoid of compassion. Since you are so curious, I shall graciously satisfy your curiosity. How would you choose? Tom's voice, like that of a demon, whispered in her ear. The unbreakable vow, Cassandra blurted out without a second thought. Tom, surprised by her immediate response, regarded her with newfound respect before chuckling. Then who shall serve as the witness? Cassandra was momentarily taken aback by Tom's counter-question. At a loss for words, she stammered, What do you suggest? Tom promptly retrieved a pre-prepared blank contract from his storage and began to fill in the details on the spot. All done. Now sign, he instructed. Cassandra took the contract, which simply stated, Cassandra Worley shall not disclose, by any means or form, all that she has seen and heard today. Under Tom's watchful gaze, Cassandra, with tears brimming in her eyes, reluctantly signed her name. As the contract ignited in flames, Tom smiled gently and said, The contract is binding. You shall know the consequences of breach. Cassandra nodded fervently, though Tom had not specified the consequences, nor were they written in the contract. She dared not gamble with such uncertainty. Seeing her reaction, Tom nodded in satisfaction and patted her shoulder. Now, were you not curious about my intentions? Come, let me show you. Chapter 23, The Crown. Cassandra stared blankly as Tom muttered, I need a room to hide things. Cassandra paced back and forth 3 times along the wall opposite the tapestry depicting the giant beating the foolish Barnabas. Suddenly, a door materialized on the wall, prompting her to curiously inquire of Tom, What is this? Tom patiently elucidated, This is the room of requirement. Focus your mind on the place you need. just as I did by walking back and forth 3 times, and it will manifest. With that, he pushed the door open and entered first, following closely behind. Cassandra found herself in a cluttered storage room, filled with refuse and suffused with musty air and thick dust, causing her to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. She frowned and asked, "What are we doing here?" "Looking for something. The diadem of Ravenclaw," Tom replied without turning back as he ventured deeper into the room. Cassandra hurried after him, incredulous. "The diadem of Ravenclaw? That artifact truly exists? Hasn't it been lost for centuries? And are you certain such a treasure is hidden in this disarray?" "Indeed, it exists, and it is right here," Tom affirmed with conviction. Cassandra, taken aback by his certainty, was about to inquire further when Tom halted abruptly. "What is it?" she asked in confusion. "I found it, but you should keep your distance. No matter what you see, do not make a sound," Tom cautioned, gesturing toward a distant pile of goods. Under normal circumstances, Cassandra's nature might have prompted her to retort, but in Tom's presence, she heeded his advice and concealed herself in a hidden spot. Once satisfied that Cassandra was well hidden, Tom opened a box atop a nearby cabinet. As he reached in to touch the diadem, a dark mist emanated from it, enveloping him. "Open your soul to me. I can grant you the secrets of all magic," rasped a seductive voice, echoing through the deserted room. Cassandra, hidden in the shadows, clutched her wand tightly with one hand while pressing the other firmly over her mouth, fearful of making even the slightest sound. "Enough, Tom, or Voldemort, be silent. Such tricks might deceive the gullible. But anyone with even a kindergarten education would not fall for them," he retorted, his expression unchanged, laced with sarcasm. The soul of Voldemort within the diadem gradually coalesced into a serpent-like visage, coldly regarding Tom's familiar face with a hint of curiosity. "Who are you?" it inquired. Tom scoffed. "Why does every Voldemort feel compelled to ask that?" The diary asked, the ring asked, the cup asked, and now you, too. "Huh, for the first time?" Fear flickered across Voldemort's serpentine face. At that moment, a startled cry of "Ah!" erupted from Cassandra's hiding spot. "Ah, there's a little mouse." Voldemort's dark mist immediately shifted toward Cassandra's direction. Just as Voldemort began to move, Tom activated the Soul Forge. The golden radiance intertwined with the black mist, enveloping, gathering, and encasing. "If you were to harm those I cherish, would that not be a source of great shame for me?" Cassandra, instinctively reacting to the mention of Voldemort's name, prepared to flee upon hearing a gasp, yet paused her movements upon hearing Tom's words. She could not help but peek out, only to witness Tom slightly bowing before the anguished form of Voldemort, who was howling within the sphere of light. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Tom Riddle, a young wizard from the orphanage of Wool." "Why do this? Are you not Voldemort as well?" questioned the fragmented soul of Voldemort, utilizing its last vestiges of strength to address Tom with incredulity. Alas, he would never receive Tom's response, as the emotions of resentment and confusion dissolved his essence into the brilliance, leaving no trace behind. Tom cast the crown from the box into his storage space and slowly grasped the pure white substance obtained through purification. Nonchalantly, he called out to Cassandra, who had been cautiously emerging from her concealed position, "It's safe now. You may come out." As Cassandra approached Tom, she caught sight of him gradually absorbing the remnants left by Voldemort, and could not suppress a tremorous inquiry. "Are you truly the Dark Lord?" Tom, enduring the familiar pangs of pain, smiled gently at Cassandra, yet did not answer her immediately. However, to Cassandra, this smile seemed to carry an unspoken affirmation, and the sense of dread caused the proud young lady to tremble even more. After absorbing the pure white substance, Tom opened his panel to inspect his status. Name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Occupation, Wizard. Magic level, 8. Talents, Transfiguration 1010, Charms 1010, Potions 1010, Herbology 1010, Divination 210, Alchemy 1010, Dark Arts 1010, Special Talent, Parseltongue, Skills, Mind Cloaking, Passive, Perfect, Wand Protection, Host Wand can shield against ministry tracking spells and a series of tracking magic. Soul Forge, can absorb specific soul substances without side effects. Nonverbal and wandless casting, Apparition, Spells, Avada Kedavra 8, Crucio 8, Imperio 8, Fiendfire 8, Levitation Charm 8, Lumos 8, Accio 8, Protego 8, Shattering Curse 8, Special Items, Secrets of Dark Magic Unveiled, Grindelwald's Annotated Edition, Combat Crystal, inactive. Upon closing the panel, Tom noticed Cassandra's distressed demeanor and gently inquired, "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Regaining her composure, Cassandra bowed her head with a mixture of fear and reverence. "Dark Lord." Tom forced a wry smile and shook his head in resignation. "Regrettably, I am not." Cassandra remained respectful, her expression suggesting an understanding that clearly belied Tom's words. Upon witnessing this, Tom ceased any further futile explanations and prepared to depart with Cassandra. Suddenly, a jolt of awareness struck him, causing him to pause. The once dimly glowing special item, the combat crystal, inexplicably manifested in midair, emanating an orange radiance. "What is this?" Cassandra exclaimed, inquiring of Tom. However, he was too preoccupied to respond, as the long-absent voice of the system echoed in his mind. Detection indicates that the host's magical level has reached level 8. The combat crystal has been automatically activated. The mission instance battle of Hogwarts has been generated. Mission objective, survive for 1 hour. Note, as this is the initial instance, the host will participate in their corporeal form. Please exercise caution. Death will be irrevocable. Upon completion of the mission objective, Battle of Hogwarts will become a permanent instance, granting the host a daily opportunity to challenge it. In this permanent instance, the host will enter in an ideological form, with no penalties for failure. In 10 seconds, the host will be forcibly teleported. 341034, 34934, 34834, 2, 341, 34. Before Tom could fully process this sudden influx of information, he felt a whirlwind of dizziness envelop him. Under Cassandra's astonished gaze, the orange light from the combat crystal coalesced into a vortex, whisking Tom away into thin air. Chapter 24, The Battle of Hogwarts. Harry Potter was dead. Hee. Voldemort's sinister laughter echoed across the battlefield, as a mournful atmosphere enveloped the inhabitants of Hogwarts. "Now, make your choice. Will you submit to me, or perish here?" Amidst the raucous laughter of the Death Eaters, Voldemort surveyed the gathered crowd from his elevated position, while Lucius even extended a hand for Draco to approach. At that moment, an orange vortex abruptly materialized in the vacant space between the two opposing forces, allowing passage for only one. A cool, youthful voice emanated from the vortex. "Tom, popping champagne in the middle of a game is not a good habit. This game has yet to reach its grand finale. Furthermore, your laughter is truly unpleasant." With the crowd's gaze fixed upon him, Tom stepped forth from the vortex, confronting Voldemort directly. The two faced each other from a distance, and Voldemort was momentarily taken aback. He had nearly forgotten his once handsome visage, and now, before Tom, he beheld a reflection reminiscent of himself at the tender age of 11, just entering Hogwarts. Uncharacteristically, Voldemort refrained from casting the killing curse. Instead, he patiently inquired, "Who are you?" Tom chuckled softly, once again employing the ostentatious tactics of his diary persona. He drew his wand and inscribed his golden name in the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He rearranged the letters to form, "I am Voldemort. I am your past, present, and future." Tom's voice was gentle, yet it resonated like a whisper, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. This revelation stunned not only Voldemort, but also the opposing factions, who stood transfixed, watching the two Voldemorts confront one another. Liar. It was Voldemort who first regained his composure, his voice low and filled with fury. Those who know their own affairs best understand their circumstances. At present, his Horcruxes amounted to nothing but Nagini by his side, rendering the individual before him impossible to be himself. "How can you assert that it is not true?" In response to Tom's retort, Voldemort commanded Nagini, "Hiss, kill him." As Nagini prepared to strike, Tom hissed in return, "Hiss, return." Caught in a moment of confusion, Nagini turned her massive head towards Voldemort. "Hiss, come back," Voldemort said, drawing her closer, his gaze darkening as he fixed it upon Tom. "In Parseltongue, who exactly are you? I have stated that I am you. Yet you refuse to believe it." Tom regarded Voldemort with a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion. Voldemort scrutinized Tom once more, noting the 135-inch-long purplewood wand in his grasp. After a brief hesitation, he shook his head. "Impossible, this cannot be." "Huh," Tom scoffed, producing from his storage space a complete diary, a golden cup, a ring, and a diadem to display before Voldemort. Before Voldemort could react, Hermione, who had been watching, gasped in disbelief. "Impossible, we clearly destroyed them, did we not, Hermione Granger?" Tom interjected, finishing her unfinished thought. "Yet, there is nothing impossible. On the path to immortality, I have traveled farther than anyone." Hearing these familiar words, Voldemort's expression shifted as he extended an invitation to Tom. "If you truly are me, would you care to join my ranks? Together, there is nothing that can oppose us." Tom chuckled at Voldemort's proposition. "Do you truly believe that? One Voldemort is sufficient for this world." After considering the time, he added, "Moreover, as a failure, you could not conquer a mere infant. Even now, you have yet to defeat Harry Potter. How can you still be called Voldemort?" "Harry Potter is dead," Voldemort exclaimed, his composure shattered. As if to slap him in the face, at that very moment, Harry leaped from Hagrid's grasp. Voldemort instinctively sought to attack Harry, but was met with a familiar sound. A green light surged towards him, prompting him to hastily retaliate with an Avada Kedavra. The two green lights clashed in the air, intertwining and ultimately vanishing together. The confrontation between Tom and Voldemort seemed to signal a chaotic eruption, as the gathered wizards and Death Eaters at Hogwarts unleashed spells upon one another, plunging the scene into turmoil. This exchange also allowed Tom to gauge Voldemort's strength. Compared to himself, Voldemort's magical prowess and spell potency appeared to be on a higher level. However, with the Elder Wand in hand, he found himself unable to unleash his full potential. Indeed, my suspicions were correct, fortunately. My spontaneous decision to impersonate Voldemort has bought me considerable time. Otherwise, I would not have been able to withstand Voldemort for an hour. As Tom lamented his brilliance, he waved his wand, conjuring blue flames that transformed into a colossal serpent, lunging towards Voldemort. Quick-witted and agile, Voldemort countered with a spell of his own, summoning orange flames that morphed into a giant serpent, entwining itself with Tom's azure counterpart. Amidst the struggle of the two serpents, Voldemort unleashed a killing curse aimed directly at Tom. With a deft flick of his wand, Tom enlarged a nearby stone and hurled it towards the green light. The massive boulder shattered upon impact with the curse, and in the ensuing chaos, Tom launched a barrage of stone fragments towards Voldemort, disrupting his movements. While a glimmer of green light flickered within the debris, Voldemort deftly intercepted Tom's counterattack, retaliating with an even more potent spell. The air crackled with a flurry of intricate incantations as the battle intensified. Relying on his familiarity with Voldemort, Tom barely managed to keep pace with him. However, he realized that if this stalemate continued, defeat and death were inevitable. As he glanced at the countdown timer, still showing 35 minutes, his mind raced with frantic thoughts. Not only was Tom contemplating strategies, but Voldemort's thoughts were also consumed by the distant Harry and the pursuing Nagini, an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. Realizing that he could not resolve the situation with Tom in a short span, Voldemort could not help but propose a temporary truce. How about we pause for now and deal with Harry Potter first, lest we allow others to reap the benefits? Surprised by Voldemort's unusual display of reason, Tom, while fending off attacks, replied, "Very well, a temporary ceasefire it is. Let us first deal with Harry Potter. How about we count to 3 and then halt our actions simultaneously?" Agreed, Voldemort acquiesced. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, both Voldemort and Tom simultaneously cast a killing curse toward one another. The two green lights collided and dissipated in the air, providing Tom with an opportunity to retreat. He taunted Voldemort, "See, Tom, we are essentially one. No one understands you better than I do. Until we meet again." With that, Tom swiftly navigated through the battlefield's ruins and the chaos of the crowd, donning a disillusionment charm to evade detection. After a brief respite in a quiet corner, he pondered his next move. With 25 minutes remaining, he wondered if Voldemort, in his madness, might launch a counterattack. Evading passively was not his style. He resolved to seek an opportunity and take the initiative. After steadying his breath, Tom re-entered the fray, this time aiming to validate his suspicions. With Nagini, the last of Voldemort's Horcruxes, as his target. Chapter 25, The Battle of Hogwarts, Part 2. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Voldemort and Harry, destined adversaries, encountered each other as fate dictated, while Hermione and Ron faced Nagini. By the time Tom arrived at this juncture, Harry and Voldemort had shifted the battleground, and Nagini was poised to strike, having hurled Ron towards Hermione, ready to unleash a final assault on the two. Seeing the situation unfold, Neville brandished the sword of Gryffindor and advanced to slay Nagini, only to be suddenly struck by an immense force that sent him flying. Simultaneously, a towering wall rose before Nagini, thwarting its attack. Tom, positioned at the edge, slowly stepped into the fray. Under the incredulous gazes of Hermione and Ron, he assessed the two of them and reminded, "I am not your enemy at this moment." When Ron aimed his wand at him, Tom casually cast a disarming spell, sending Ron's wand flying, his tone growing colder. "Do not move. Do not compel me to take action. If it happens again, it will not merely be a disarming spell." Ron, intending to act, was restrained by Hermione's grip. Ignoring the subtle movements of the two, Tom approached Nagini. Nagini hissed, fixating on Tom as it lunged towards him with lightning speed. Its movement was swift, yet Tom was swifter still. The moment Nagini made its move, he transformed the surrounding stones into ropes that ensnared it tightly. With Nagini thrashing desperately, Tom wasted no time and launched a soul furnace at it. Radiance surged towards Nagini as Tom observed intently, awaiting the validation of his hypothesis. As he suspected, the instant the light made contact with Nagini, a fragment of Voldemort's soul was forcibly extracted, enveloped and obliterated just as in previous encounters. This time, however, not only was Voldemort's fragment affected, but also Nagini's soul. In stark contrast to the anguished wails of Voldemort's soul fragment, Nagini's human-like soul silhouette bathed in golden light, as if receiving purification and redemption. Tom even faintly heard a gentle feminine voice whisper, "Thank you." Moments later, the brilliance faded, leaving behind a lifeless body of Nagini. While the consciousness of Voldemort's soul fragment was likewise extinguished in the glow, Tom cast a final, profound glance at Nagini's remains, conveying his last wish. "I hope you find peace in that world, and that you may be reunited with Credence." He then grasped the pure white substance left by Voldemort. After absorbing it in the same manner, Tom discovered that his magical power level had risen to 8 on the system panel. Glancing at the countdown timer, which read 13 minutes, he bid farewell to Hermione and the others, who had been spectators throughout, and hurried towards the square. At that moment, in the square, Harry had begun to gain the upper hand in his confrontation with Voldemort. Having lost the last Horcrux and unable to wield the Elder Wand effectively against its master, Voldemort was nearing the story's conclusion. Harry's disarming spell, glowing red, was progressively deflecting the green light of the killing curse aimed at Voldemort. Just as Harry exerted every ounce of his strength, he suddenly heard a faint shout. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar green light racing towards him, causing his heart to leap in terror. As he braced himself for death, the killing curse did not strike him. Instead, the green flash whizzed past him, directly hitting Voldemort, who was locked in combat against him. The cursed Voldemort suddenly lost his vitality, disintegrating into ashes that scattered into the air, while the Elder Wand returned to its rightful master, Harry. Disarm. Just as Harry's guard momentarily relaxed, the red light of the disarming spell struck him, causing the Elder Wand to slip from his grasp. The instigator of this chaos, Tom, gracefully emerged from the shadows and retrieved the wand from the ground. The moment Tom grasped the Elder Wand, he felt an overwhelming power surge from it, merging with his very being, and he distinctly sensed that he had become the wand's true master. With a wary gaze fixed on Tom, Harry questioned sternly, "What do you intend to do, Voldemort?" "I have no intentions, Harry," Tom replied, amusement dancing in his eyes at Harry's demeanor. "Moreover, I am not Voldemort. I am simply Tom Riddle." Furrowing his brow in confusion, Harry asked, "What is the difference?" Tom, ever patient in the face of Harry's inquiry, explained, "Voldemort is Tom Riddle, but Tom Riddle is not necessarily Voldemort." Glancing at the countdown, which now showed merely 10 seconds remaining, and noticing the gathering crowd, Tom stored the Elder Wand in his dimensional space and offered a slight bow to Harry. "Farewell, Harry Potter. Wishing you a good morning, a good afternoon, and a good night." As the countdown reached 0, a system notification echoed in Tom's mind, signaling task completion. Like before, an orange vortex engulfed him, vanishing from Harry's and the onlookers' incredulous gazes. In the cluttered room of the House of Requirement, Cassandra paced anxiously. What to do? What to do? The Dark Lord has vanished. Should I seek assistance? No, I cannot involve anyone. What if he returns and finds no one waiting for him? Will he blame me? Since Tom's sudden disappearance in the orange vortex an hour ago, she had dared not seek out a teacher for help nor leave the spot, left to anxiously await his return. Just as Cassandra felt utterly helpless, a flicker of orange light illuminated the dim room. The crystal that had accompanied Tom's departure reappeared, and an orange vortex expelled him, while the crystal vanished inexplicably before her eyes. Seeing Tom return, Cassandra hurried to support him, her expression laced with concern as she observed his disheveled appearance. "Are you all right? What just happened? Were you hurt?" Tom, steadied by Cassandra's assistance, slowly rose to his feet. "I am fine. I was not injured. I merely went to eliminate a Voldemort." Cassandra was left puzzled by Tom's casual remark. "What do you mean by eliminate a Voldemort? Furthermore, isn't Voldemort Tom himself?" Noticing the confusion in Cassandra's expression, Tom chose not to elaborate, merely offering her a smile. Tom meticulously inspected the storage space and the panel, discovering that the old wand he had acquired from that realm had been transported back to this world, with the 8 magical energies on the panel preserved. Indeed, the parallel universe had unfolded as anticipated, indicating a successful endeavor for Kakasa. With a sense of gratification, Tom straightened up, preparing to depart with Cassandra, when suddenly a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. The fatigue brought on by the relaxation of his taut nerves from the battlefield, coupled with the discomfort of the continuous surge of magical energy, caused Tom to faint, collapsing into Cassandra's arms. Chapter 26. Awakening. Tom opened his eyes once more, the faint aroma of herbs wafting through the air as he found himself lying on a pristine white bed. Groggily sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings and was met with the sight of a familiar elder with flowing silver hair and a beard sitting by his bedside. "Tom, you are awake." The elder spoke with gentle concern. "Professor Dumbledore?" Tom felt as though he were still ensnared in a dream, involuntarily blinking and pinching his thigh, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. "It is I. How could you forget me so quickly?" Dumbledore jested, handing him a vial of potion. "Madame Pomfrey has instructed me to ensure you drink this potion upon regaining consciousness, lest you decide to expel me." Tom accepted the potion, taking a small sip, the bitter taste causing him to grimace. Gritting his teeth against the unpleasantness, he consumed the potion and, cupping the vial, inquired of Dumbledore, "Professor, what brings you here? How long have I been unconscious? And what of Cassandra? You have been in a stupor for a day and a night. Miss Waller had been by your side, but I sent her to rest," Dumbledore replied patiently, his smile warm. Observing Dumbledore, Tom discerned that the venerable figure must have come for a significant reason. However, Attempting to outwit a century-old sage was an insurmountable challenge for an 11-year-old novice wizard, and Tom doubted his recent actions could elude the gaze of the perceptive headmaster. Thus, he resolved to forego any pretense and confronted Dumbledore directly. "Professor, your visit must pertain to some matter of importance. Is it regarding Professor Snape's rumors? The defense against the dark arts class? Or perhaps the dark arts themselves? Even the unforgivable curses? Aside from the matter of Voldemort's Horcruxes." Tom candidly recounted everything he had done during his first week of school, awaiting Dumbledore's response. The adage that sincerity is an everlasting trump card rang true. Accustomed to the intricate games with the noseless figure, this straightforward admission from young Tom momentarily rendered Dumbledore speechless. His thoughts drifted back to several hours prior, where Dumbledore sat in his office, his expression grave. The portraits of former headmasters surrounding him, each engaged in their own pursuits, cast furtive glances in his direction. In the prolonged silence, Phineas Black, the most unpopular headmaster in history, lost his patience first and broke the stillness with a question. "Dumbledore, how do you intend to address this matter? The joint expulsion of a professor by all four houses is an unprecedentedly egregious event in the annals of Hogwarts. I've heard the instigator is a first-year Slytherin student. How utterly outrageous." Albus Dumbledore, weary from the mounting tension, rubbed his temples before responding. "Tom Riddle. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What was his name?" Almander Dippet, unable to believe his ears, pressed for clarification. "Tom Riddle," Dumbledore reiterated, raising his voice slightly. A cacophony of coughing erupted from the portraits, as former headmasters paused their tasks, wide-eyed in disbelief at Dumbledore's words. "Is it the Tom Riddle that I know?" Almander Dippet finally inquired, recalling the dark figure of Voldemort from his tenure. "Perhaps meeting him would evoke the sensation of having used a time-turner," Dumbledore replied cryptically, leaving the implication hanging in the air, prompting a collective intake of breath from the assembly. At that moment, the creaking sound of the rotating staircase announced Severus Snape's entrance, his countenance dark and foreboding. "Is there something amiss? If not, I shall take my leave," he remarked tersely. "Severus, you seem rather disheartened. Is it due to the rumors circulating? Here, have some cockroach clusters to lighten your mood," Dumbledore offered cheerfully, attempting to entice Snape with his favored confection. Snape brusquely rejected the gesture. "So, you are aware of it. As headmaster, you allow such slander to spread unchecked. Have you heard what those wretched brats are saying now? If I find out who started this, I shall make them pay," he declared, his teeth clenched in fury. As Snape vented his frustrations, the portrait of Dexter Fawcett discreetly inquired, "What rumors regarding Snape? Do you know the details?" Doris Dweezil, overhearing the question, began to enlighten the curious headmasters. "It's about the old tale of Snape and Potter. However, the latest version suggests a passionate romance between them, with Black intervening to steal Potter's affection, while Evans merely observes the spectacle." Dweezil's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring that Snape heard every word with clarity. Once again, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly overwhelming his resolve. Dumbledore, sensing the rising tension, interjected to quell the gossiping inclinations of his colleagues. "Enough. Let us not further torment Severus. Yet, truly, have you not deduced who is behind this?" Severus Snape hesitated momentarily before uncertainly uttering a name. "Tom Riddle." Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, just as I suspected. "Come now, let us discuss this child." Snape pondered for a moment, concealing his dealings with Tom, and succinctly recounted the duel that transpired in the Slytherin common room. Before Dumbledore could respond, the ever-impulsive Armando Dippet interjected. "The killing curse? Fiendfire? A first-year wizard? This is far more perilous than Voldemort in his youth. Dumbledore, you must not repeat the errors of my past, regardless of any connection he may have with Voldemort. We cannot allow another Dark Lord to arise." Dumbledore felt an increasing weariness settle upon him as he patiently reassured Armando Dippet. "That child may bear some relation to Tom. Yet he cannot be Tom, for he possesses the essence of love within him." Snape raised an eyebrow, scoffing. "You truly are relentless in your advocacy of that love theory." Dumbledore chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. At that moment, Snape seemed to recall something. Addressing Dumbledore, "Riddle is currently lying in the infirmary. Miss Worley brought him there. Though I am unaware of the specifics of the incident." Dumbledore's eyes flickered slightly. "It appears I must have a serious conversation with Tom." Chapter 27, A Heart-to-Heart. On the second-floor wing of the castle, the infirmary. After a brief moment of distraction, Dumbledore regained his composure and, still wearing a gentle smile, gazed at Tom. "I never anticipated you would be so forthright. Let us therefore speak candidly, one matter at a time, Tom." Tom gestured invitingly, earnestly awaiting Dumbledore's words. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment, opting to commence with the least consequential topic. "Why did you choose to spread rumors about Severus?" It was merely a petty act of revenge from a young wizard towards a teacher who had confined him, and moreover, it had not inflicted any physical harm upon Professor Snape. Tom replied truthfully, swearing he had not given it much thought at the time. How did you come to learn of this past incident? By rights, a wizard of your age should not be privy to such knowledge. Dumbledore was quite curious about the source of Tom's information. Of course, I learned it from the original text and fan works in my previous life, Tom mused inwardly. Yet he responded with apparent sincerity. It was quite the scandal back then, even Hagrid was well aware. I overheard it as gossip from a few drunken patrons at the Leaky Cauldron during a visit to Diagon Alley over the summer. Perhaps Tom's demeanor appeared excessively earnest, leaving Dumbledore without a counterargument, prompting him to gracefully sidestep the topic. Just as he prepared to speak, Tom seemed to anticipate his thoughts and interjected. Professor, I can offer a defense. An explanation regarding the unforgivable curses and fiendfire. Dumbledore regarded Tom with an expression of quiet amusement, eager to witness his performance. Tom produced a well-prepared copy of Secrets of Dark Magic Revealed, the Grindelwald annotated edition, and presented it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore casually picked up the book and flipped through its pages, only to find a familiar handwriting belonging to someone deeply etched in his memory. He momentarily lost his composure and could not refrain from inquiring, Tom, where did you obtain this? One day during the summer holidays, while I was practicing spells in a small grove near the orphanage, a hooded wizard appeared and tossed this book and a badge to me. Vanishing with the words, for the greater good, Tom replied, maintaining an air of calm deceit, even producing a makeshift saint's badge from his pocket to dazzle Dumbledore. Dumbledore, however, remained noncommittal, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. Perhaps it would be prudent to have a discussion with Gellert? Tom's insinuation and Dumbledore's unspoken thoughts nearly aligned. Had Dumbledore not been certain of his mental occlusion skills, he might have believed his mind was being read. Tom's subsequent remark nearly caused Dumbledore to lose his footing, as he grasped for the first time the essence of Snape's predicament. I've heard you and Grindelwald were once lovers, and that your duel was merely a domestic squabble. Is there any truth to that? Seeing the gossip-laden expression on Tom's face, Dumbledore felt his composure as an elder waning. Where did you hear such a thing, Tom? From a little bird, Cassandra, Tom replied innocently, silently apologizing to an unnamed scapegoat in his mind. You ought to refrain from indulging in such gossip. Tom's playful banter led Dumbledore astray, nearly causing him to lose sight of his original purpose. Observing the conversation veering further off course, Dumbledore swiftly redirected the topic. I will seek verification. However, Tom, I must caution you. An excessive fascination with dark magic can gradually corrupt one's heart. I do not wish for you to stray further down this misguided path. As the saying goes, the fool invites calamity through anger, while the sage finds fortune through the eradication of violence. Tom shook his head in disagreement with Dumbledore's words, deliberately quoting the ancient philosopher Han Fizi in Chinese. What does that mean? Dumbledore, proficient in several languages, clearly found Chinese outside his repertoire. It is a saying from the great philosopher Han Fizi of a distant eastern kingdom 2 millennia ago. In essence, weapons themselves are neither good nor evil. It solely depends on how they are wielded. The same applies to dark magic, and I am not solely adept in it. As Tom patiently elucidated, he withdrew his purple-wood wand. Expecto Patronum. A silver serpent guardian formed in the air, swirling protectively around Tom. Dumbledore observed this spectacle with satisfaction. Tom, perhaps you are right. It seems I ought to procure some texts from the East to study further. Tom chuckled. Professor, how about I gift you a few books for Christmas this year? But what of Professor Quirrell? The students from all 4 houses are awaiting your decision. Tom, I am gratified by your ability to facilitate such a united endeavor among the Academy for the first time. However, Quirrell, as an esteemed graduate of Ravenclaw, is not as incompetent as you might believe. Perhaps he merely has yet to acclimate during this initial week of the term. Dumbledore is undoubtedly speaking with his eyes wide shut. Yet, Quirrell serves as a crucial stepping stone for Harry's development and an essential tool for validating certain of his conjectures, and thus cannot be dismissed so readily. At this juncture, Dumbledore must intervene to find a way to retain him. Regrettably, Tom ruthlessly exposed Dumbledore's pretense. Professor Quirrell may have excelled in the past, but his current state is evidently unsuitable for teaching. Professor Dumbledore, we students are at Hogwarts for a mere 7 years, and now we are to squander a year on defense against the dark arts. Do you find that appropriate? Dumbledore did not respond immediately, pausing in silence before proposing a suggestion that left Tom astounded. What if, Tom, you were to serve as the teaching assistant for Professor Quirrell in defense against the dark arts for this year, assisting with the lower year classes? Upon hearing this proposition, Tom's expression shifted, and he could not suppress a gulp. Why choose me? I am merely a novice wizard who has just enrolled. Moreover, what of the other subjects if I am to assist in class? In a tone that was half smiling, half serious, Dumbledore retorted. A novice wizard, you say? The first-year curriculum? Before Tom could mount a defense, Dumbledore's tone changed, imbued with a sense of nostalgia and significance. 30 years ago, a young man named Tom Riddle sought the position of defense against the dark arts, which I declined. Yet, today, another Tom Riddle has stepped into Hogwarts, and this time, I believe he is well suited for the role. Tom, fully aware of Dumbledore's implication and devoid of pretense, readily acquiesced. Very well. I shall take up the role of teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts, emphasizing both boldness in speech and action. The two engaged in further conversation before Dumbledore finally took his leave. As Tom lay in bed, he felt an inexplicable fatigue from conversing with Dumbledore, more exhausting than facing Voldemort himself. Ah, Voldemort. Just as Tom reclined, he suddenly sat upright, sensing he had overlooked something. Now, with some leisure time, he recalled. He accessed the practical crystallization in the system, his consciousness descending within, revealing a line of options. Would you like to initiate today's challenge? Wasting the opportunity for a daily challenge was not in Tom's nature, and he promptly selected yes without hesitation. The default scenario, the Battle of Hogwarts, prepared for consciousness transfer. Once again, his awareness returned, finding himself in the familiar square, confronted by the familiar bald figure. This time, Tom gripped his wand tightly, uttering no further words, and unleashed an Avada Kedavra without delay. Chapter 28, the first lesson. 20 minutes later, Tom's consciousness resurfaced, his body once again springing from the sickbed, rubbing his throbbing temples. He reflected, truly, the noseless Tom is formidable. Though his fractured soul has led to some mental deterioration, his power is undeniably potent. In a full exertion, I can barely endure for 20 minutes under his might. Thank heavens for the nature of consciousness entry, otherwise, it would have been dire. However, with the shift into an ideological framework, the opportunity to utilize the Soul Forge for farming Voldemort experience points was lost, which was indeed a pity. After silently incorporating daily solo sessions against Voldemort into his schedule, Tom finally experienced a period of tranquility at school. Regular classes, delightful library gatherings, and Snape's private tutoring made for a serene passage of time. Unfortunately, such blissful days did not last long. It was unclear how Dumbledore orchestrated it. What Tom thought was a jest turned out to be true when he officially learned from Professor McGonagall that he would assist in teaching the lower year defense against the dark arts class. Mr. Riddle, I wonder what Albus was thinking, but this matter has been settled. He has informed us that if there are any scheduling conflicts, you are welcome to visit our office for individual consultations. Ignoring Professor McGonagall's complex expression, Tom expressed his gratitude and promptly rushed toward Quirrell's office for a briefing. Riddle, Dumbledore has asked me to trust you, so you take care of the teaching. I won't interfere. Upon meeting Tom, Quirrell, maintaining his FAAD, stammered this before allowing him to leave. For Quirrell, being under the influence of the Dark Lord was burdensome. He had yet to awaken from it, and was utterly at a loss regarding his assigned task. Heaven knows that when Quirrell heard about the joint impeachment from the four houses, he felt utterly doomed. To his surprise, fortune turned. Not only did he retain his position, but someone also took on the troublesome teaching duties. With such unexpected good fortune, Quirrell was eager to solidify the arrangements, regardless of who the recipient was. Now endowed with full authority from Quirrell, Tom could freely prepare his lessons according to his own vision. It was time to deliver a jolt to the young wizards. On Tuesday morning, in the defense against the dark arts class, Draco, why hasn't Quirrell left yet? Is everything you arranged reliable? Zabini quietly inquired. The young master flared up. Of course it's reliable. My father mentioned that Dumbledore has already begun to take action. Perhaps Quirrell will be gone by today's class. During the conversation, Theodore Knott, previously lounging on his desk, noticed something amiss. Has anyone seen Tom? Isn't he usually the first to arrive? In response to Knott's inquiry, everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. Pansy couldn't help but ask Cassandra, you're close with Tom. Do you know where he is? I don't know. Tom must be held up by something. Don't worry, he will definitely make it before class starts, Cassandra replied, her words barely leaving her lips when Tom walked into the classroom. Tom, over here, I saved you a spot, Draco enthusiastically called out. Tom smiled slightly at him but did not pause his steps, proceeding directly to the podium. Under the astonished gaze of the Slytherin and Ravenclaw students, Tom took his position at the podium and commenced his inaugural lesson. Thanks to the esteemed favor of Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall be your instructor for the defense against the dark arts course this year. As his words echoed, a stir erupted among the audience. Silence. Satisfied with their reaction, Tom continued, unlike Professor Quirrell, my class will be devoid of the odor of garlic and the stammering recitation of textbooks. I will teach you how to confront peril and resist dark magic. Today's lesson is a practical one. Put away your textbooks and follow me. With that, he set off, leading the way, while the students exchanged glances and hastily gathered their belongings to follow. Upon reaching a clearing by the lake, Draco was the first to inquire, Tom, what will we be learning today? Tom, pleased with Draco's prompt, feigned seriousness as he replied, during class, Mr. Malfoy, please refer to me as Professor Riddle. Those familiar with Tom and Slytherin couldn't suppress their amusement, and the atmosphere began to lighten. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Tom delved into the main topic. Who can tell me what is most crucial for you when facing dark wizards and dangerous creatures? Hermione, the model student, was the first to raise her hand, and Tom graciously called on her. Knowledge, spells, magical power, and skills. Excellent. Ravenclaw earns a point. However, I must assert that none of these are of utmost importance, for the knowledge, spells, magical power, or skills you currently possess will not aid you in confronting danger. Then, Professor Riddle, what do you consider to be the most important? Draco interjected smoothly. Avoidance and escape, Tom articulated clearly. Avoidance and escape? Indeed, avoidance and escape. If it were Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or Voldemort, one could stand and fight. But for you, the first instinct should be to run. If you cannot run, then hide. That is your chance for survival. As Tom eloquently expounded, the audience remained noncommittal. Observing their skepticism, Tom felt no anger. After all, words alone could not impart the lessons as vividly as real experience. Thus, the theme of today's lesson would be avoidance and escape. Prepare yourselves. I will count down to begin. 3, 2, 1. Petrify them all. Obstacles abound. The hanging bell. Thunderous explosions. Icebound freezes. In the instant the countdown concluded, Tom unleashed a barrage of spells toward the young wizards before him without mercy. The likes of Goyle and Crabbe were struck before they could even react. Fortunate that the class comprised Slytherins and Ravenclaws rather than Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. The astute individuals had dispersed long before Tom's countdown reached its conclusion. Alas, they found themselves pitted against a formidable opponent in Voldemort, whose ruthlessness was evident. With their abysmal positioning, it was not just Tom who would shake his head in disbelief. Even a dog would. Tom, wielding his wand, called out names one by one. Those who dared to retaliate, like Hermione and Draco, were effortlessly subdued by a disarming charm or a petrification spell. In no time, there was not a single active young wizard left in the vicinity. The myriad spells came to a halt. Golden specks of light cascaded from Tom's wand, showering everyone present. Restoration as if anew. Under the effect of Tom's healing spell, a group of young wizards revived on the spot. Unable to contain himself, Tom remarked to the rejuvenated young wizards, "You truly are the worst cohort I have ever taught." And so, he declared, "Let us continue." Chapter 29, The After-Class Study Group. The autumn sun shone brilliantly, casting its rays upon the shimmering surface of the lake. To embark on a delightful outing or picnic with a few friends or a beloved companion would undoubtedly be a great joy in life. Regrettably, for the young wizards of Slytherin and Ravenclaw, this picturesque scenery only evoked a chill, akin to being ensnared in the depths of hell. Under Tom's wand sway, the young wizards were repeatedly knocked down and then restored, leaving them in a daze by the end. However, their progress was palpable. From a state of utter defenselessness to barely managing to dodge a few spells, they had made remarkable strides in just one lesson. Finally, as the end of class approached, the young wizards prepared to flee, but Tom's cheerful yet chilling words echoed, "Do not be in such a hurry to leave. I have yet to assign homework." They were instructed to compose a 3-foot essay on the chapter about trolls from dark forces, a guide to self-defense. And to further shock this group of young wizards with some traditional Chinese education, Tom produced a thick stack of exam papers from his expandable bag, distributing them to each young wizard. 5 sets of papers for each of you, to be completed and handed to me by next Monday. Staring at the papers in their hands, despair washed over them. At that moment, they had never longed for quarrels so intensely. Transfiguration, charms, potions, history of magic. Defense against the dark arts, herbology, and astronomy, 7 subjects, requiring 7 essays in a week, alongside 24 sets of exam papers. Life had become unbearable. In an empty classroom, Harry lay despondently on the desk, facing an unfinished stack of assignments, his entire demeanor reflecting a pallid gray. "Harry, you are faring much better than I am. Without your assistance, I wouldn't know how to tackle all this work," Neville murmured, glancing at their peers who were still fervently scribbling away. The study group, organized by Tom, consisting of Draco and Cassandra from Slytherin, Hermione from Ravenclaw, Neville from Hufflepuff, and Harry from Gryffindor, had persisted, especially as the workload increased. They discovered that collaborating on assignments yielded greater efficiency, transforming their gatherings into a regular post-class ritual. Regrettably, the study group now lacked Tom's presence. After completing a set of examination papers, Draco, exhibiting a demeanor quite unbefitting of a young master, stretched languidly before responding to Harry's complaints. "Cease your lamentations. Besides, you, of all people, should recognize your fortuitous circumstances, having caught Professor McGonagall's eye and been exceptionally granted a place on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Your luck far surpasses ours." As we continue to toil over these papers, although Harry, reconciled with Draco thanks to Tom's mediation, could not resist a retort, "Perhaps you should beseech Professor Snape to allow you to join the Slytherin Quidditch team." He gestured toward his increasingly pronounced dark circles, exclaiming, "Not only must I contend with a mountain of assignments daily, but I am also under the incessant scrutiny of Wood, the training fanatic, leaving me with scant time for sleep. Do not take advantage of your situation and then feign innocence," Draco replied through gritted teeth, his envy evident. "By the way, I thought you had reconciled with that Weasley fellow." It seems odd that you haven't brought him along after all this time. I did invite him. But upon learning that this gathering was intended for homework, he flatly refused, Harry retorted. An unlearned Weasley, Draco scoffed. Harry shot Draco an angry glare in defense of his friend. Enough of this bickering, Hermione interjected. Why do I feel that we do not have nearly enough assignments? Shouldn't Hogwarts be deserving of its reputation as the finest magical school? Oh, by the way, I borrowed a few more books from the library, which I have placed on that shelf over there. You might find them quite useful. Upon hearing Hermione's words and witnessing her fervent dedication, the others regarded her as if she were a demon. Such a paragon of diligence, simply insurmountable. However, why have the other professors suddenly increased the workload? Harry inquired, voicing a lingering question. It was Tom. Cassandra, who had hitherto remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Excuse me? Cassandra, perceiving the confusion in the room, explained. Tom specifically persuaded Professor McGonagall and the others one by one. How did he manage to persuade them? Harry's voice trembled, sensing that life would only become more arduous under Tom's influence. Tom merely articulated a rationale to the professors. He pointed out that there are only 7 years at Hogwarts, and excluding holidays, there are roughly 38 weeks in a year. To allow students to roam freely during such a limited time frame would be irresponsible. And Harry pressed impatiently. Furthermore, Tom argued that by increasing the workload, students would possess less energy for mischief, nighttime escapades, and pranks, thereby effectively improving the atmosphere within the school. Did Professor McGonagall and the others truly buy into this? Harry asked incredulously. They did. In fact, as Tom predicted, the number of students engaging in nighttime escapades and mischief has markedly declined during this period. Just the other day, Professor McGonagall specifically praised Tom for his excellent suggestion. I'm exhausted. This is utterly disheartening. After Cassandra's explanation, Harry felt that his future at Hogwarts appeared bleak indeed. Cassandra, how do you know this so well? Tom is not one to speak carelessly, Hermione suddenly inquired, as if she had uncovered something significant. It's because I accompanied him, Cassandra replied with an air of confidence, her tone laced with a subtle pride. A traitor emerged from the crowd. Upon hearing this, the onlookers cast Cassandra a scrutinizing gaze, unfazed by their questioning stares. Cassandra flicked her hair and proposed to the group. By the way, shouldn't we give this study group a formal name? Hermione furrowed her brow, responding, but there are only 6 of us, including Tom. Is it truly necessary? Tom had once remarked that any organization ought to possess a formal title, akin to Grindelwald's followers or the Death Eaters of the Dark Lord. Moreover, according to Tom's own words, we had the likes of the Malfoy heir, the Weasley heiress, the future Swordmaster Neville, the future Minister of Magic Hermione, and the chosen one among us. This study group was destined to leave an indelible mark on magical history. Thus, a sense of ceremony was indeed warranted. Therefore, I believe it is quite essential. While Cassandra articulated this reasoning, her thoughts wandered to a different realm. The Dark Lord had persistently denied his identity in my presence, seemingly wishing to maintain a low profile. Hence, the title of Death Eater could not be employed for the time being. It was time to assist the Dark Lord in establishing a new organization. This was an opportunity to ensnare the Chosen One as well. Surely, he would reward me for such an endeavor. However, this seemed like an act befitting a villain. Unlike Dumbledore, Hermione instinctively countered. As soon as the words left her lips, Cassandra, Draco, and Neville regarded her with curious expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? Dumbledore has the Order of the Phoenix. Both Harry and Neville's parents were members, Draco kindly explained to Hermione. Oh, Harry was hearing this for the first time, while Neville nodded in affirmation. Ultimately, it was Cassandra who made the final decision. So, let your imaginations run wild, everyone. Chapter 30, The Stargazers. Under Cassandra's queenly aura, the group conceded and began brainstorming. How about calling it the Little Order of the Phoenix? Harry tentatively suggested. As soon as he spoke, Hermione facepalmed, Neville sighed, and Draco's expression shifted dramatically. Cassandra pointed at Draco, unable to resist a quip. Why not call it the Little Death Eaters? Harry's face turned crimson. Yet Cassandra did not let him off the hook. And please, do not mention absurd names like the Homework Assistance Group, Magical Exchange Society, or Study Enthusiasts Club. Such suggestions would be utterly embarrassing. At this, not only did Harry lower his gaze, but even Hermione and Neville followed suit. Heaven help them. The very first names that sprang to their minds were precisely those, and now Cassandra had preemptively exposed them, leaving them feeling utterly mortified. Cassandra then overlooked the 3 and turned her gaze toward Draco, her eyes clearly indicating, "It's your turn." Draco, who had been singled out, managed to stammer out the name Riddle's army after a considerable pause. Upon hearing this name, Harry, who had been feeling quite awkward, let out a chuckle. Might as well call it Dumbledore's army. This derisive laugh from Harry left Draco in a huff, prompting the focus to shift back to Cassandra. As she faced this assembly of hidden talents, Cassandra suddenly felt an acute sense of alienation, her heart heavy with regret over her suggestion, nearly brought to tears. Under the scrutiny of 8 eager eyes, she pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about the Stargazers? As soon as Cassandra finished speaking, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Cassandra, her head filled with dismay, observed the increasingly enthusiastic reactions of her peers, feeling quite out of place. Once the official name was established, the group began to fervently discuss the organization's bylaws, membership procedures, insignia, and slogans. Even Hermione, the epitome of diligence, seemed to forget about her assignments. As the initiator of this proposal, Cassandra found herself wishing fervently that Tom could be present to steer the situation. Achoo! It feels as if some mischief is afoot. Tom, situated in the common room, could not help but sneeze, rubbing his nose while a sense of foreboding washed over him. By the time Tom rejoined the gathering, it was nearing Halloween. Cassandra led him to the room of requirement, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why are we at the room of requirement? This is the new meeting space. The old one was insufficient. As she explained, Cassandra handed Tom a badge. Tom accepted it, scrutinizing the circular emblem, its golden hue, and the 7-pointed star design, accompanied by elegantly inscribed words below. What is this? The Stargazers? And wasn't the study group supposed to have only 6 members? Why is the venue too small? Tom pondered, feeling as though the world had transformed during his brief absence. Cassandra, ever patient, elaborated, that's because the number of attendees has significantly increased this month. Hence my provision of the room of requirement. To enter, one must silently recite the name Stargazers in their heart. By the way, Stargazers is our study group's official title. Who came up with the name Stargazers? Tom questioned, sensing an oddity with the name. I did. What do you think? Quite fitting, isn't it? Cassandra replied proudly, unabashed. At that moment, Tom finally recalled the source of his discomfort. Do you have an affinity for a certain mobile suit, designated 401, standing 18 meters tall and known as Gundam? Cassandra found every word that emerged from Tom's lips utterly foreign, her mind a whirlwind of confusion as she asked. Could you please repeat that? Tom shook his head, opting not to dwell on the topic further, allowing Cassandra to guide him into the room. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a sight of young wizards, now doubled in number, scattered about, either discussing their coursework or practicing spells. Draco Malfoy of Slytherin, Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabini, Theodore Knott, and Daphne Greengrass. From Ravenclaw, we have Hermione Granger, Padma Patil, Michael Corner, Terry Boot, and Anthony Goldstein. Hufflepuff includes Neville Longbottom, Ernie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott, and Justin Finch-Fletchley. Gryffindor comprises Harry Potter and Parvati Patil. Yet where's Ron? Harry did not summon him. Moreover, why are there so few members from Gryffindor? Tom sensed something amiss and quietly inquired with Cassandra beside him. Harry had indeed called upon others, not just the Weasleys, but also Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan from Gryffindor. Yet regrettably, aside from Parvati, none from Gryffindor passed the assessment. An assessment? How was I unaware of this? Tom felt as though the study group he had initiated was becoming unrecognizable. In response to Tom's questions, Cassandra elaborated on the current process for joining the Stargazers, which was suggested by Hermione. Initially, the group intended to invite familiar friends, but Hermione believed that the Stargazers should not expand chaotically, thus imposing a threshold. Presently, only first-year students by invitation are allowed to join. Beyond the initial 6, any students wishing to join later must uniformly undertake an assessment, the exam prepared by Hermione herself. To be frank, the exam she crafted was exceedingly challenging, nearly equivalent to the standard of a first-year final examination. A first-year final exam standard? Surely, this is a jest. The academic year has barely commenced 3 months ago. How did they manage to pass? Tom wore a look of disbelief, utterly convinced that not every Hogwarts student could possess Hermione's exceptional prowess. Of course, they had been informed in advance about the exam's focal points, with a week to prepare. However, for Gryffindor, it was evident that the pursuit of adventure overshadowed the essence of study, nearly leading to their complete downfall. Parvati had barely scraped through with her sister's assistance, while the Gryffindor boys had scored pitiably low. Cassandra recalled the performance of the Gryffindor Cubs, a smirk creeping onto her lips. With so many outstanding upperclassmen in Gryffindor, how has this year's cohort come to this? Contemplating the extent of their clandestine activities unbeknownst to him, he furrowed his brow and demanded, "Speak plainly. What else have you done that I am unaware of? Reveal everything at once." Cassandra had no intention of withholding information from Tom and candidly relayed, "The current gathering occurs every afternoon post-classes. Participation is voluntary. The focus remains on collaborative learning. Naturally, if there are any intelligence or tasks requiring discussion, they may be raised during the assembly." Additionally, Draco and Hermione devised a magical contract, which every student joining must sign, primarily to prevent the disclosure of internal Stargazer secrets. After a brief pause, Cassandra continued, "As for this emblem, it serves both as proof of membership and as a means of communication during significant gatherings. Our slogan is that phrase you often exclaim, 'Let Hogwarts be great again.' Lastly, and most importantly, you, Tom Riddle, are the leader of the Stargazers." Upon hearing Cassandra's introduction, Tom could not help but sigh, placing his hand on his forehead. He had initially thought he was merely forming a study group to foster good relations with his classmates, but the atmosphere increasingly resembled that of a clandestine organization. He could not fathom how matters had escalated to this point. Chapter 31. The First Encounter with Voldemort. Ultimately, Tom chose to confront reality. As for the future, he would take it one step at a time. While Tom lamented his difficult circumstances, unbeknownst to him, in a corner of the castle, Quirrell was enduring an even harsher plight. Quirinus, how are your tasks progressing? Voldemort's awakened voice demanded from Quirrell's mind. Master, I am doing my best. I fear that making too much noise will arouse Dumbledore's suspicion. Quirrell trembled in response. Incompetent fool, it has been so long, and you have made no progress at all. Voldemort's fury surged. Master, please spare me. Grant me mercy this once. Severe pain struck Quirrell's very soul. His body curled in agony. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, accompanied by cries of despair and pleas for mercy. After tormenting Quirrell for some time, Voldemort's rage gradually subsided as he continued. What news from Hogwarts? Has anything significant occurred? Apparently, nothing of great importance has happened. Quirrell's heart had been preoccupied with the task assigned by Voldemort, leaving him little awareness of events at Hogwarts. His hesitation provoked an even harsher rebuke from Voldemort. Incompetent. You know nothing. What use are you? After a lengthy period, Quirrell slowly emerged from his breakdown, only to receive another dreadful announcement. I will substitute for you in the first-year defense against the Dark Arts class tomorrow. Quirrell was momentarily stunned by Voldemort's words. It seemed he had not attended a lower-year defense against the Dark Arts class in quite some time. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Voldemort's sinister voice echoed in his mind. One wrong answer from Quirrell could bring dire consequences. Master, Dumbledore has appointed an assistant to oversee the lower-year classes. Quirrell cautiously sidestepped the truth, daring not to reveal that he had relinquished full control. Who is it? Voldemort's tone darkened further. Quirrell hastily replied. It is a first-year Slytherin wizard. A first-year wizard? Voldemort narrowed his eyes, contemplating Dumbledore's intentions behind this decision. Yes, Master, a first-year Slytherin named Riddle, Quirrell quickly added. Riddle? It had been many years since Voldemort had heard that surname spoken by another. What is his full name? Tom Riddle. Voldemort believed that his prolonged slumber had induced auditory hallucinations, compelling him to raise his voice and inquire once more. What is his name? Master, his name is Tom Riddle. Upon discerning the distinct emotion in Voldemort's voice, Quirrell cautiously reiterated. The excessive astonishment rendered Voldemort momentarily silent. Master, is there something wrong with this Tom Riddle? Observing Voldemort's sudden quietude, Quirrell tentatively posed the question. Quirinus, tomorrow, attend the defense against the Dark Arts class. Voldemort offered no reply to Quirrell, and after issuing the brief command, he succumbed once more to slumber. The following day, Tom, as was his custom, prepared to teach the defense against the Dark Arts class to Gryffindor and Hufflepuff by the lakeside, only to be taken aback by the arrival of an uninvited guest. What brings him here? Upon spotting the long-absent Quirrell, Tom's mind swirled with curiosity. At that moment, the Voldemort residing within Quirrell was equally perplexed. The instant he laid eyes on Tom, Voldemort was reminded of his own youthful self upon entering school, yet this contradicted his initial assumptions. Not a diary. He is far too young for that. Could it be that I have misjudged, and he is not a Horcrux attempting to resurrect? But with the same name and visage as my own youth, he cannot be a Horcrux, yet it is utterly confounding. Who exactly are you? As Voldemort scrutinized Tom with suspicion, Tom sensed the searing gaze upon him, as if it sought to engulf him. How intriguing. It seems the old Voldemort cannot quell his curiosity and wishes to see me. I wonder if my appearance brings him joy or fright. However, as a matter of reciprocity, I shall not be stingy and will impart some engaging lessons today. Realizing that the true authority present was not Quirrell, but the awakened Voldemort himself, Tom resolved to alter the lesson plan. Professor Riddle, are we not to commence the lesson? Noticing Tom seemingly lost in thought, Harry could not help but interject. Upon hearing the sought-after title of Professor Riddle, Voldemort was momentarily lost in reverie, a wave of jealousy surging within him. Meanwhile, regaining his focus, Tom nodded in gratitude to Harry before addressing the students. Today, I had intended to continue our previous lesson, but I sensed some weariness among you. So we shall temporarily shift our course content. Does anyone know what the unforgivable curses are? Harry, who spent his days in Tom's company, was the first to raise his hand. Harry, you may answer. Prompted, Harry replied swiftly. The Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperius Curse. Excellent. Gryffindor earns a point. Today, we shall study the unforgivable curses. As Tom's words resonated, the once quiet classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Neville even mustered the courage to suggest to Tom. Professor Riddle, isn't this rather inappropriate? Perhaps we should consider a different topic. Tom, however, remained unfazed. Once the atmosphere had quieted, he continued, of course. This lesson will not encompass all 3 unforgivable curses at once. Today, we shall primarily focus on the Killing Curse. Can anyone tell me the characteristics of the Killing Curse? No one responded, creating an awkward silence. Just as Tom was about to continue speaking to himself, Ron murmured, "Irreversible?" Tom was quite pleased with Ron's input. Excellent. 1 point for Gryffindor. What Weasley said is correct. The most significant characteristic of the killing curse is that it is indeed irreversible. Efficient, swift, targeting the soul. Delivering a fatal blow, instantaneous death, devoid of suffering. This is the essence of the killing curse. Remember, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single application of the spell. With a flick of his wand, Tom enlarged a distant stone, arranging a dozen massive boulders in a line. He then directed the killing curse at those stones. No casting at people, no casting at people, no casting at people. This cannot be overstated. Anyone who disobeys should prepare for a trip to Azkaban. After issuing this stern warning, Tom began to demonstrate for the young wizards. Now, follow my lead. Draw a lightning bolt from top to bottom with your wand. Fill your heart with murderous intent. Aim at your target and loudly pronounce the incantation. A brilliant green light erupted in the clearing by the lake, illuminating the area with dazzling brilliance. Longbottom, your voice is too soft. Project it louder. Potter, your execution lacks conviction. You could cast the spell more swiftly. Weasley, where are you aiming? You've missed by 3 whole positions. If this continues, perhaps you should seek Madame Pomfrey for a vision correction. He continued, and you, Finnegan, do not misapply the killing curse as if it were an explosive spell. Bang. Cursed. Voldemort stared blankly as Tom guided the young wizards in practicing their spells. Resembling an elderly man on the subway, lost in thought. If one were to overlook the content being taught, Tom indeed deserved the title of a fine instructor. However, observing their activities, a group of 11-year-old wizards being taught the killing curse by another 11-year-old, Voldemort could scarcely believe he was in Hogwarts and not at some bizarre Azkaban exchange event. He pondered when Hogwarts had become so permissive. Surely Dumbledore must be aware and intervene. God knows. He had envisioned countless scenarios in which he would teach defense against the dark arts after numerous applications for the position, yet even in his wildest fantasies, he had never imagined teaching the killing curse to first-year students. In that moment, Voldemort felt that Tom should, perhaps, be somewhat distanced from him. After all, he considered himself quite sane, certainly not as deranged as Tom. Even with his fondness for the killing curse, he could never conceive of such madness. Vivid green light radiated from the clearing by the lake as the young wizards grew increasingly exhilarated with their practice. Although their power was negligible, likely insufficient to cause even a nosebleed for Voldemort, it remained, at its core, the killing curse. The discordant atmosphere of Voldemort's student days left him enveloped in a sense of disorientation, as if he were an antiquated figure unable to keep pace with the times. At that moment, he found it exceedingly difficult to discern who truly held the title of Dark Lord. The class concluded amidst Tom's earnest instruction, the students' spirited engagement, and Voldemort's bewildered demeanor. As the students dispersed after the lesson, Voldemort, possessing Quirrell, remained rooted in place. Tom glanced at him and approached. As Tom drew near, Voldemort braced himself to take action, only to witness Tom halt beside him and utter in a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, "Tom, I am aware that you have possessed Quirrell, and I understand your intentions. I will not obstruct you, nor do I wish for you to trouble me. Let us each attend to our own affairs. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in a situation where both sides suffer, ultimately benefiting Dumbledore." With that, Tom departed swiftly, not waiting for Voldemort's response. Watching Tom retreat into the distance, Voldemort's pupils constricted, not solely due to the implications of Tom's words, but also because the language Tom had employed sounded to outsiders like a series of hissing, serpentine utterances. Noticing Voldemort's silence, Quirrell hesitantly ventured, "Master, is he a Parseltongue?" Voldemort responded with a curt indicating acknowledgement. Quirrell, cautious, inquired further, "Then, Master, how shall we proceed with him?" Voldemort remained silent for a moment before slowly stating, "Let us observe the unfolding events." Suspicion gnawed at Voldemort, creating an undercurrent of madness beneath his composed exterior. Following their brief exchange, Tom displayed indifference and had no time to concern himself with Voldemort's fate. For Tom, who engaged in daily duels with the Dark Lord within the crystallized realms of practical combat, Voldemort's current state appeared as nothing more than a mere offering. As for Tom's subsequent actions, they were matters for Dumbledore to address. For now, Tom simply wished to enjoy his own life. In the following days, Voldemort seemed to heed Tom's words, evaporating from Tom's world, and even ceased to appear in Tom's defense against the dark arts class. Freed from the disturbances caused by Voldemort and Dumbledore, Tom finally found the peace to engage in activities he cherished, such as modifying the Stargazer badges. With spells of association, transformation, and concealment, he established magical circuits through 7 nodes to forge a binding contract. In the responding room, Tom wielded his wand, directing it toward 2 badges as various auras danced across their surfaces. After a moment, the radiance gradually subsided into the badges. "It should be successful. Cassandra, come and try it." Tom beckoned Cassandra over, tossing one of the badges to her. Cassandra, holding the badge that appeared unchanged, queried, "How is this different from the original?" "Indeed, it is different. One might say it is on an entirely different level. This little device is now capable of real-time communication," Tom replied, pride tinging his voice as he spoke of his creation. Cassandra examined the badge again and, upon testing it with no discernible change, asked once more, "It still seems the same. How does one operate it?" "Your approach is certainly ineffective. Allow me to guide you," Tom instructed Cassandra, leading her step by step. The initial task involved placing a drop of blood upon the badge. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a silver needle and gently pricked her fair palm, specifically her index finger. Cassandra winced slightly at the minor pain, but soon observed that the droplet of blood, upon touching the badge, vanished into thin air. The badge began to warm subtly, seemingly forging an ethereal connection with her. "There, the badge is now bound to you. Only you may wield its power. Should anyone else attempt to use or probe it, it will self-destruct," Tom explained. Cassandra nodded in comprehension and inquired further, "What comes next?" "The next step is quite straightforward. Infuse the badge with your magical energy and select the individual you wish to communicate with," Tom elaborated. Following his instructions meticulously, Cassandra infused the badge with her magic. As she did so, a soft white glow enveloped the surface, and the seven-pointed star along with the inscriptions faded away, transforming into a glass screen. At the top of the screen was the observer, followed by Tom in the first position and Cassandra herself in the second. Cassandra found herself momentarily at a loss, uncertain about the next steps. Noticing her hesitation, Tom patiently clarified, "The observer at the top signifies a group call, to be utilized for important announcements or discussions of significance. For regular communication, simply tap the name of the person you wish to contact. Should someone attempt to reach you, infuse the badge with magic to answer." Cassandra cautiously tapped Tom's name with her right index finger. The badge emitted a series of dialing tones, causing Tom's corresponding badge across the room to vibrate. He picked it up, infused it with magic, and spoke softly, "Hello, Cassandra." To her astonishment, Cassandra heard Tom's identical voice emanating from her own badge. "Hello, Cassandra." Her face lit up with delight as she eagerly asked Tom, "This is truly an extraordinary invention. How far can the communication reach? Is it feasible for mass production? Perhaps we could collaborate with my family on this." She faltered momentarily, realizing she had become overly excited and momentarily forgotten that she was addressing the Dark Lord. The thought of negotiating with him sent her mind racing. Tom, however, interpreted her words differently, perceiving a hint of greed. "Ah, the young lady's capitalist intentions are unmistakable. Does she intend to seize the patent?" He mused. Maintaining his composure, he gently shook his head in refusal. "We have yet to test the communication range, but I assure you it is sufficiently expansive. However, the complexity of this device renders it unsuitable for mass production. It is best utilized within the observer framework. Furthermore, it currently only supports voice calls, lacking video capabilities, and there is room for enhancement. Rest assured, should it ever reach the market, your family will be the first I consider for collaboration." Upon hearing Tom's reassurances, Cassandra chose not to press further and turned to showcase the new badge to Hermione and the others. Thus, time passed amidst Tom's diligent endeavors, and before they knew it, Halloween had arrived. Chapter 33, Halloween. Wingardium Leviosa, he instructed, "Pay attention to the pronunciation, let us all recite it together." Professor Flitwick's charms class remained captivating. Yet the majority of the young wizards' minds had strayed far from the lesson. From the moment they stepped out of the common room that morning, they noticed the castle had undergone a delightful transformation. Jack-o'-lanterns adorned every corner, while bats occasionally flitted out to startle the young sorcerers, and groups of ghosts meandered about, preparing for their spectral soiree, infusing the entire castle with a vibrant festive spirit. In class, the students whispered animatedly about the evening's banquet. The affable Professor Flitwick, understanding the sentiments of his pupils, refrained from excessive interference. "Do you know what the Halloween tradition at Hogwarts entails?" Tom inquired, idly addressing Draco. "What is it?" Draco responded, curiosity evident in his gaze. Just as Tom was about to elaborate, he noticed Professor Flitwick glancing their way, prompting him to flick his finger, causing a feather before him to levitate. "Mr. Riddle has succeeded with a splendid nonverbal charm. Slytherin earns 2 points. After exchanging a polite smile with Professor Flitwick, Tom resumed their previous conversation. "You know, at Hogwarts, if there aren't any mishaps during Halloween, it simply isn't a genuine celebration." Draco, startled by Tom's remark, anxiously asked, "Could there really be an incident tonight?" Tom cryptically replied, "We shall see," and chose not to engage further. As Draco spiraled into wild speculation, Cassandra's fragmented voice drifted from nearby. I see. I understand now. I'll keep everyone informed." Observing Cassandra's furrowed brow as she concluded her call, Tom couldn't help but voice his concern. "What's the matter? Is something amiss?" Cassandra hesitated before gathering the surrounding members of Slytherin's astronomy club, whispering, Padma just informed me that Hermione is in trouble. What happened? Draco inquired eagerly, his tone betraying a hint of unspoken concern. It appears that before the Transfiguration class this afternoon, Hermione had a dispute with Weasley from Gryffindor, and then she vanished. She hasn't returned even for class. Padma has temporarily excused her due to illness and asked us to help look for her along with Neville after class. Cassandra succinctly outlined the situation, inciting a wave of indignation among the Slytherin students, with Draco particularly vocal about confronting Weasley. Despite their emphasis on blood purity, the Slytherins held a steadfast belief in the supremacy of strength. In the original timeline, Hermione had managed to triumph alongside two ineffectual companions. Now, for these 11-year-olds, whose worldviews were still forming, the months spent together had transformed their initial trepidation towards Tom into genuine camaraderie. They had long been impressed by Hermione's prowess. With someone attempting to bully their esteemed leader, their patience had reached its limit. After class, Tom beckoned Neville and the others, succinctly informing them of Hermione's predicament before splitting into two groups, one to search for her and the other to confront Ron. Harry, this mashed potato is delightful. And this roasted chicken is equally delicious. You must try it. Unbeknownst to them, Ron, oblivious to the impending disaster, is currently devouring his meal with fervor. Harry, standing beside him, admonishes, Ron, it's not appropriate to speak of Hermione that way this afternoon. Perhaps you should apologize to her. Ron dismissively waves his chicken leg, retorting, Harry, don't mention her. Who in school could possibly tolerate Granger's haughty, arrogant demeanor? Before Harry could further persuade him, a group led by Tom from Slytherin entered the hall, making their way directly to the Gryffindor table. Surrounding Ron, Draco slammed his hand on the table, demanding, Weasley, what have you done to Hermione? Ron, perplexed and filled with questions, was at a loss for Draco's intentions. Heck out your tongue? Why the silence? Draco continued to press him relentlessly. Ron, incensed by Draco's attitude, shot back, what business is it of yours, Malfoy? It's quite the spectacle to see a Slytherin defending Granger. Surely the sun must be setting in the east. Poor wretch. I'll ask you once more, will you speak? Draco's fury ignited further, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Pushed to his limits, Ron retorted. What can you do to me? You're merely a filthy mudblood. With that, just as the term mudblood left Ron's lips, Draco responded with a resounding slap. Ron, stung by the insult, prepared to retaliate, but Crabbe and Goyle held him firmly in place. Draco, maintaining a cold demeanor, approached and mockingly patted Ron's cheek, stating in a chilling tone, I once believed mudblood was a term exclusive to me, Malfoy, yet to hear it uttered publicly by you, a Weasley with such prominent features, is quite the surprise. Perhaps I should write to Mrs. Weasley to inquire about your family's upbringing. Draco's words extinguished the fiery temper of Ron, bringing him back to a state of composure. Percy, Fred, and George, rushing to his aid, halted in their tracks upon hearing Draco's remarks, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Observing the sudden quiet, Tom turned to Harry with a serious expression and inquired, Is Hermione your friend? Harry nodded affirmatively, prompting Tom to continue. Since you regard Hermione as a friend, I shall not make it difficult for you. There is no need for you to choose sides. Merely recount the events of the conflict between Hermione and Weasley today. Harry glanced at the restrained Ron, hesitating briefly before recounting the incident in detail. Ever since you appointed class representatives in defense against the dark arts, other professors have followed suit. Professor McGonagall appointed Hermione as the representative for first-year Transfiguration, overseeing both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, which you should be aware of. Today was the day for submitting assignments in Transfiguration, and Hermione was responsible for collecting them. Ron, having not completed his assignment, sought Hermione's leniency and hoped to borrow her work. This is quite characteristic of Weasley. Continue. Tom could likely surmise the unfolding events upon hearing this. Indeed, he listened as Harry continued. Consequently, Hermione completely disregarded Ron's advances, outright rejecting his request and simultaneously delivering a stern reprimand to him. This was quintessential Hermione. Following this, did Weasley, unable to bear Hermione's lecture and feeling humiliated, engage in a quarrel with her, carelessly uttering many hurtful words that drove Hermione away. Am I correct? Tom assisted Harry in completing the narrative that ensued. Harry affirmed Tom's conjecture. Yes, just as you mentioned, Tom. At that moment, Parvati approached. Tom, Padma sent a message. Hermione has been found. Shall I take you there? After Tom consented with a nod and shot an intense glare at Ron, he declared, Weasley, this matter is not yet resolved. He then turned to Harry and asked, Would you care to join us? If so, then follow along. With that, he hurriedly departed with a group of others. Harry glanced at Ron, wrestled internally for a moment, then gritted his teeth and swiftly pursued Tom and the others. Chapter 34, The Troll. In the girls' lavatory, Padma and Hannah gently knocked on the stall door. Hermione, are you in there? The muffled sobs within gradually faded, and Hermione, choking back tears, responded, Is that you, Padma? What brings you here? Padma tenderly replied, It's not just me. Members of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's Stargazing Society have come as well. Tom has gone off to confront Weasley, and now Parvati is bringing them over. Hermione, please come out. Everyone is quite worried about you. Moments later, the stall door creaked open, and Hermione emerged, her eyes red from crying. Padma stepped forward and enveloped Hermione in a gentle embrace, softly comforting her. Hermione, we all know what transpired. Frankly, why should you be upset over that foolish Weasley's nonsensical words? We all recognize how exceptional you are. Hannah helped Hermione dab her tear-stained eyes, joining Padma in her soothing words. Honestly, I have no fondness for Weasley either. His arrogance and pride cannot mask the underlying insecurity and jealousy that he exudes. It is truly not worth your sorrow over someone like him. Hermione, look around. You are surrounded by so many caring friends. Even that pretentious bunch from Slytherin has been captivated by you. Why hide here and wallow in sadness over a Weasley? Indeed, Hermione, you are the most brilliant witch in the entire year and the proud eagle of Ravenclaw. It is simply not worth it for a foolish Gryffindor lion. The two friends took turns reassuring and comforting Hermione's wounded spirit. As Hermione was led out of the lavatory by Padma and Hannah, she was met with a multitude of concerned gazes. In that moment, she realized how foolish it had been to mistreat herself just moments ago. At that juncture, Tom subtly nudged Draco, prompting him to stagger forward. Draco cast a furious glance at Tom and opened his arms towards Hermione, exclaiming, "Do you require my benevolence to bestow upon you a hug?" Hermione was momentarily amused by Draco's exaggerated demeanor and embraced him, softly whispering, "Thank you, and I apologize." "Welcome back, Hermione," Draco replied gently. Harry, feeling slightly sheepish, approached Hermione and sincerely said, "I'm sorry, Hermione. I bear some responsibility for this afternoon's incident. I failed to intervene with Ron in a timely manner. I apologize on behalf of both myself and Ron." Hermione shook her head and offered Harry a faint smile. "Harry, this is not your fault. You needn't apologize. Moreover, thank you." Upon hearing Hermione's words, Harry responded with a smile, "Thank you, and welcome back, Hermione." Tom, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him from the overly sentimental display of the trio, turned his head away and clapped his hands, addressing the group. "All right. The matter concerning Hermione has been resolved. Now let us return to indulge in the Halloween feast." Hooray, a feast! A feast! The students of Hufflepuff were the first to cheer, their exuberance dispelling the earlier gloom. As the group merrily made their way towards the Great Hall, Tom suddenly held up his hand, halting everyone, and swiftly drew his wand. "Prepare for battle. Something approaches," Tom warned in a hushed tone. Heeding Tom's alert, the others hastily retrieved their wands, their expressions taut as they focused ahead. A hissing sound grew louder, echoing ominously, and soon they beheld a massive, grayish-green hand gripping the corner of the wall. Instantly, their faces drained of color, and they instinctively recoiled, biting their lips to suppress any sound. Before their terrified eyes, a 12-foot-tall behemoth emerged from around the corner, its body nearly brushing the ceiling, with a bald head and skin as dull and gray as granite. Exuding a nauseating stench, its arms, nearly reaching its knees, wielded a club as thick as a tree trunk, sending waves of dread through the onlookers. Hannah, unable to withstand the pressure, screamed, "A troll! How could there possibly be a troll in the castle?" At the sound of her scream, the troll lowered its head to gaze at the young wizards, its face betraying a cruel delight as it spotted what it perceived as an amusing prey. Wielding its club, it charged excitedly towards them. The young wizards, encountering such a situation for the first time, trembled in panic, their thoughts racing. What do we do? Think of something. Petrify them. Stupefy. The air was filled with frantic shouts, but the hastily cast spells proved ineffectual against the troll's formidable resistance. Thanks to the rigorous training in Tom's dark arts defense class, while the young wizards may not have mastered all arts, their agility and evasion was unparalleled. They deftly dodged the troll's erratic attacks, sustaining no injuries thus far, but it was clear they could not endure for long under such relentless pressure. Stay calm. As the group descended into panic, Tom's calming voice resonated, urging them to recall the knowledge acquired in their defense against the dark arts lessons. Let the green light redeem his soul. Some hesitated, voicing their concerns about the possibility of being sent to Azkaban. Tom, however, remained unfazed, remarking, "It appears that a mere 3-foot essay is insufficient for you. Trolls are classified as magical beasts, and only using it against a human would land you in Azkaban." Among those who first regained their composure was Cassandra, who raised her wand and shouted loudly. As she led the charge, others followed suit, lifting their wands and vociferously directing their incantations at the troll. A dazzling green light illuminated the dim corridor, blinding in its intensity. As Tom had stated, there is nothing that a well-placed killing curse cannot resolve. If one strike is inadequate, then a dozen will suffice. Tom timely delivered the final blow. Fool, embrace your demise. The convergence of magic and intent to kill surged, madness dancing in the corners of Tom's eyes, as the powerful green light overwhelmed the crowd. the Grim Reaper's scythe mercilessly sweeping toward the troll. With a thunderous crash, the torrent of green light struck the troll, its 12-foot frame collapsing with a deafening thud. This was the killing curse. Observing the troll's instantaneous demise, many stared at their wands, murmuring to themselves, evidently struggling to process their first experience of wielding such a curse against a living being. Moreover, as Harry invoked the killing curse to claim the troll's life, a disquieting woman's scream echoed faintly in his ears, a sound that still haunted him. The troll's fall was met with a profound silence. There was no elation in victory, only a stifling atmosphere that pervaded the corridor until a shrill cry shattered the stillness. "Harry, there's a troll," Ron yelled, his voice frantic as he ran. "Where are you?" "A troll has entered the castle, run." Then his voice abruptly ceased as his eyes fell upon the fallen troll. The icy stares of a dozen pairs of eyes fixated on him, and the myriad wands pointed in his direction. The impact of the scene caused his mind to momentarily freeze. He swallowed hard, trembling as he asked, "Do you believe me if I say I accidentally wandered here?" Chapter 35, Professors, the world has changed. "Weasley, what are you doing here?" Draco inquired, devoid of emotion. In the face of Draco's calm demeanor, Ron's bravado faltered. I was just worried about Harry, wanting to warn him that a troll has entered the castle." "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." "It seems our Weasley classmate has indeed resorted to plagiarism." He continued, "Even a 3-year-old knows that trolls possess heightened hearing." "You, Weasley," shouting so loudly, "could it be that you envy Harry? Are you plotting to use the troll as a means to secretly eliminate him under the guise of a warning?" When it comes to sarcasm, Slytherin reigns supreme. The little Gryffindor stands no chance against Draco. Ron, thoroughly rattled, felt his ears burning with embarrassment and indignation. I have not. Do not speak carelessly." The classic trio of denial elicited a raised eyebrow from Draco as he turned to Tom. "What do you think, Professor Riddle?" Draco set the stage, and Tom, of course, played along. "Weasley, for plagiarism, Gryffindor loses 2 points, and you must rewrite a 3-foot essay on trolls. To be submitted next week." A stifled laugh escaped Hermione, her thoughts as clear as crystal. How could she not recognize that Draco and Tom's targeting of Ron was driven by a desire for her vindication? Ron's face flushed crimson, and just as he was about to retort, a hurried sound of footsteps silenced him. Professor McGonagall rushed in, her complexion pale. Snape followed closely behind, his swirling black robes radiating a chilling aura. Bringing up the rear was Professor Flitwick, short and struggling to keep pace with the two. Snape cast a glance at Harry, ignoring the crowd, and swiftly bent down to examine the troll's corpse. "What are you all doing here? Can anyone tell me what is happening?" Professor McGonagall's expression was grave as she addressed the young wizards with an unprecedented sternness. Hermione attempted to step forward to explain, but was discreetly restrained by Tom and Draco on either side. Noticing their subtle gestures, Professor McGonagall turned to Hermione. "Miss Granger seems to have something to say. However, I recall that Miss Pettigrew helped you request a sick leave this afternoon. I wonder why you are here now?" Seeing Hermione shiver under McGonagall's stern gaze, Tom quickly interjected, "This afternoon, Weasley failed to complete his assignment." Hermione had a few words with him, which led to a dispute. Ron's words provoked Hermione, causing her distress. "We were concerned for her and went to check on her. Finding her well, we intended to return to the Great Hall for dinner, but on our way, a few girls needed to use the restroom, and upon exiting, they were confronted by the troll." Tom succinctly explained the sequence of events to Professor McGonagall, subtly implying that the root of the issue lay with Ron, and they were merely concerned students caught in an unfortunate incident with the troll. Draco further added, "Weasley insulted Hermione, calling her a mudblood. I hope Professor McGonagall will address such despicable behavior with the seriousness it deserves." "I did not." Ron quickly denied Draco's distortion of the facts. "We all heard it. If you don't believe it, you can ask the Gryffindors." "Indeed, we are all witnesses here," chimed in the Slytherin snakes, each eager to solidify Ron's culpability. It was Harry who could not bear to see his friend under siege, stepping forward to offer a dry defense for Ron. "Professor McGonagall, Ron regrets his actions and came to remind us." Yet, Harry found himself at a loss for further words, for the truth of Tom and the others' claims was undeniable. And with ample witnesses, Ron's innocence seemed irretrievable. Silence. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, her gaze seething with anger directed at Ron. "Weasley, how dare you? Gryffindor has lost 10 points. I shall inform Molly," Ron thought, feeling as though the sky had collapsed upon him. Severus Snape, with a tone laden with suspicion, called out to Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, "You two had better come and see." The pair abandoned the young wizard before them and approached Snape to inspect the corpse of the troll. Moments later, their expressions turned exceedingly grim, with Professor Flitwick letting out a piercing scream. This is impossible." Observing their bewildered countenances, Snape exhaled a sigh of relief. Having just discovered that the troll had been afflicted by numerous curses, he had momentarily doubted his own magical prowess. However, it appeared that he, Severus Snape, was indeed competent. This world remained intact, or so he thought. Yet, Upon reflection, the current circumstances were profoundly unsettling. The three exchanged glances, sensing an atmosphere that felt utterly amiss, as if they were no longer within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, but rather amidst a gathering of dark wizards. Regaining her composure from disbelief, Professor McGonagall turned to the young witches and wizards, her voice stern as she demanded, "Who cast the killing curse? Step forward." All the young wizards raised their hands, save for Ron. In that instant, Ron felt as though the world had forsaken him. McGonagall and the others were too preoccupied with their own alarm to consider Ron's feelings, their minds overwhelmed with exclamation points, realizing how alien their beloved Hogwarts had become. "All of you know the killing curse." The young wizards nodded like chicks pecking at grain, with one eagerly adding, "Professor, not just us. Everyone in the lower years knows it." What a disheartening revelation. How could her cherished Hogwarts have devolved into such a state? Unyielding, McGonagall, her voice trembling, reiterated, "You mean to say that everyone in the lower years knows the killing curse?" Indeed, came the confirmation. McGonagall nearly fainted, stumbling slightly until Snape caught her just in time. As she continued her inquiries, a note of terror crept into her previously authoritative tone. Who taught you?" In response to McGonagall's question, all the young wizards turned in unison to Tom. Riddle. In response to McGonagall's furious outburst, Tom waved his hand dismissively, saying casually, "This is part of the curriculum for defense against the dark arts. Rest assured, I have implemented safety measures to prevent any mishaps. Is that the crux of the matter?" Riddle? How could you possibly think you had the right? Professor Flitwick's sharp exclamation was painful to Tom's ears. "Severus, this is one of your Slytherin students." Maintaining his composure, Snape calmly deflected. His position as a teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts was appointed by Dumbledore. "This matter requires his intervention. I shall notify him at once." Upon hearing Snape's words, Tom smirked, his sixth sense indicating that Dumbledore was likely lurking in the shadows. It was time for him to make his entrance. True to form, Dumbledore did not disappoint Tom, silently counting down 3, 2, 1, before emerging from a concealed corner. "No more. Severus, I have witnessed everything." Chapter 36, Conversations in the Headmaster's Office. Albus, Professor Dumbledore. The sudden appearance of Dumbledore elicited gasps of surprise from everyone present. Professor McGonagall, with a pained expression, addressed Dumbledore. "Albus, students are engaging in the use of the killing curse on a large scale. Such an occurrence has never transpired at Hogwarts. How do you intend to handle this?" "Minerva, the students' actions stem from a certain necessity. It was a desperate measure. Moreover, do you not find it remarkable that first-year wizards united to vanquish a troll? For this achievement, I intend to award 10 points each to Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin." "Albus, this is unacceptable." Professor McGonagall was evidently displeased with Dumbledore's response. The previously demoralized students suddenly regained their spirits, having expected punishment but instead receiving points, their gazes towards Dumbledore ablaze with admiration. Unfortunately, Dumbledore seemed oblivious to this, continuing, "However, the reckless use of the killing curse by immature minds poses a genuine threat. I do not wish for my students to find themselves incarcerated in Azkaban. Therefore, until the Christmas holidays, each house will be required to organize a mandatory half-hour session daily on the dangers of dark magic. Minerva, I would appreciate your oversight on this matter, and do not forget to require them to submit reflections on their learnings. In summary, it can be encapsulated in a single statement. I commend your actions, but I disapprove of your methods." Professor McGonagall's discontent dissipated as she nodded in agreement, eliciting a collective sigh from the students present. Tom, observing from the side, was in awe. Look at Dumbledore, his demeanor, his perspective, his eloquence. It is no wonder he is the headmaster of Hogwarts. "Very well, the students are weary. Let us allow them to rest," Dumbledore declared, deeming the situation resolved and dismissing the students. Tom, intending to slip away unnoticed amidst the crowd, was promptly called out by Dumbledore. "Tom, stay behind. Accompany me to my office. Hogwarts Castle, 8th floor, the headmaster's office." Upon entering for the first time, Tom curiously surveyed his surroundings. Fox dozed nearby. The Sorting Hat hummed an off-key tune from its perch, and the portraits of former headmasters, while seemingly engaged in their own affairs, conveyed an almost perceptible awareness. Indeed, there is a significant difference between hearsay and first-hand experience. Upon seeing Tom, Phineas Nigellus Black instantly sprang to life. "Dumbledore, the Dark Lord. Send him to Azkaban." Tom, his mind racing with exasperation, silently offered a vulgar gesture and discreetly observed Dumbledore's reaction. Dumbledore, unfazed by Phineas's outburst, smiled warmly and gently invited Tom to take a seat, exhibiting no inclination to admonish him. "Tom, would you care for a drink?" Before Dumbledore could finish his courteous greeting, Tom abruptly seized his right hand, using the ample sleeve of his wizarding robe to wipe his tear-streaked face, lamenting, "Professor Dumbledore, I am wronged. The killing curse is truly a part of the standard curriculum. I swear I harbor no ulterior motives. You must believe me. Speak properly." Dumbledore replied with evident disdain, attempting to withdraw his hand discreetly, yet Tom clung on resolutely, unyielding. Professor, you must understand that I merely wish to impart life-saving techniques to the students. Dumbledore, exasperated, retorted with a sardonic smile. Oh, so you intend to teach the killing curse? That surely upholds tradition, does it not? Was it not the case that during my time at Hogwarts, everyone was well-versed in such incantations? I am merely aiming to restore Hogwarts to its former glory. Besides, many upper-year Slytherins are well-versed in the killing curse. I am merely hastening the timeline. Tom's shameless demeanor provoked Aberforth Dumbledore to interject with indignation. Is there truly no distinction between private and public instruction? Since when has Hogwarts had such a tradition that I am unaware of? You, Dark Lord. The greatest regret of my life is having taught you. Wait a moment, Tom hastily interrupted. Mr. Headmaster, I just enrolled this year. When did you ever teach me? Are we confused? His retort left Aberforth momentarily speechless, unwilling to engage further with Tom's nonsensical claims. Yet, Phineas Black unexpectedly chimed in. Hold on, that doesn't seem right. He might have a point. For some reason, I have a vague recollection that during my tenure, there was indeed a time when the killing curse was commonplace at Hogwarts. This revelation caused not only Dumbledore and the portraits to turn their gaze toward Phineas Black, but it also astonished Tom, who had merely intended to boast. Now, it appeared that there was indeed a fragment of Hogwarts legacy in his words. Noticing Dumbledore and the portraits shifting their attention from Phineas back to himself, Tom quickly defended. I was just joking. Do you really believe that? At this juncture, Dumbledore finally managed to withdraw his hand, wearily rubbing his forehead, resolved to cease the nonsensical exchange with Tom. This situation has escalated far too severely. Tom, I must regrettably terminate your position as the defense against the dark arts assistant. From now on, Severus will take over your duties. God only knows how weary he felt. With Tom's teaching methods, the situation was less favorable than with Quirrell, presenting an immense challenge to the elderly gentleman's heart. Tom felt little impact from the dismissal. If he was no longer to teach, so be it. He silently lit a candle for the younger wizards in his heart. Though indifferent to being dismissed, he still needed to settle some accounts. What about the wages for this period of teaching and the severance compensation? How shall we calculate that? Stop. Dumbledore immediately interjected. For such matters, consult Minerva. Very well, Professor. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before speaking. Could you assist in looking after Harry? Tom tentatively inquired. Quirrell? You know? Dumbledore regarded Tom with surprise. Tom found Dumbledore's reaction rather peculiar. For heaven's sake, Professor Dumbledore. Quirrell has already revealed himself to such an extent that anyone would perceive him as problematic. Now, everyone thinks your failure to address him must hold some deeper significance. Hence your silence. This is to facilitate Harry's rapid growth. What if Quirrell has a change of heart? Are you not planning to intervene? Tom was intrigued by this matter. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, then resolutely stated, everyone must bear the consequences of their erroneous choices. Tom, taken aback by Dumbledore's forthrightness, could not help but exclaim, for the greater good. Instantly, the two locked eyes, enveloped in silence. After a brief pause, observing that Dumbledore had nothing further to say, Tom rose to depart. Stargazer. At the very moment Tom turned, Dumbledore's gentle voice resonated from behind him. Curse that old bee. He never finishes his sentences, Tom inwardly cursed. Preparing to turn back and perform a dramatic display of feigned despair, Dumbledore, anticipating Tom's actions, disdainfully pushed him aside as he turned, saying, Don't try that with me. I am too old to endure it. Yet, Tom continued his performance. Professor Dumbledore, I am truly unfortunate. This is merely a study group. And all of this is orchestrated by Cassandra and Hermione. I am but a scapegoat. Woe is me. Dumbledore regarded Tom as one might view a simpleton. Waiting until his theatrics concluded before calmly stating, I merely asked you to submit a club application to Professor McGonagall. Upon hearing this, Tom's act of shedding tears abruptly froze. In that moment, he felt akin to a clown. After fleeing the headmaster's office, Tom's quest for remuneration met a disheartening end. The following day, when Tom approached Professor McGonagall regarding his payment, she retrieved a piece of parchment and began to dissect the matter with him. The conclusion they reached was astonishing. Mr. Riddle, in light of the emotional distress caused to Hogwarts students, your compensation, after deducting the penalties, amounts to, let me see, a debt of 10 galleons owed to the school. What sort of capitalist behavior is this? Paying to work, is it? Do they not regard the laborers? Tom rolled up his sleeves and argued vigorously with Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, the funds are provided by the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors. Why must we laborers make things difficult for one another? Why must you save them money? Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment and replied, You make a valid point. Thus, the 10 galleon debt shall be waived. Why? Tom asked dryly. Professor McGonagall answered earnestly, Because I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Tom immediately offered his most sincere wish. Then I wish you to serve as deputy headmistress for 70 years. Under McGonagall's disapproving gaze, Tom hurriedly departed. his mind already scheming about usurping the headmaster's position to enhance employee benefits. After stepping down as the assistant professor of defense against the dark arts, Tom's life reverted to the monotonous routine of the common room, the hall, the library, and the room of requirement, with a weekly visit to Snape for personal tutoring. How dull it was. He longed for the days filled with the internet, mobile phones, and tablets. What are you mumbling about, Tom? Let's go, Draco urged, nudging Tom, who was comfortably sprawled on the couch. Go where? Tom queried, bewildered. Have you forgotten? Today is the Quidditch match, Slytherin versus Gryffindor, Draco exclaimed incredulously. Tom waved him off, sinking deeper into the sofa. You go ahead. I have no interest in Quidditch. Draco could hardly believe that someone could be indifferent to the sport, and, without further ado, dragged Tom to the pitch. Cassandra had already saved them seats and chided. Why are you so late? The match has already begun. Tom apologized and settled beside her. I envy Harry, Draco admitted, unable to conceal his admiration as he watched Harry soaring above the field. Why not join the team next year? With your family's financial backing. A position as a seeker would surely be yours, Tom replied lazily, stifling a yawn. As the match intensified, Tom's eyelids grew heavier, and he felt himself on the brink of sleep. Just as he was about to doze off, an unexpected incident unfolded. Harry clung desperately to his rogue broom, being tossed about in the air, seemingly on the verge of plummeting down. Tom, in his drowsy state, could barely register Harry's plight, but thought, with Hermione around, he would be fine. Repeating Hermione's name in his mind jolted him awake. He had forgotten Hermione was now in Ravenclaw. Where was she in today's match? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Quirrell casting spells, and the situation suddenly piqued his interest. Hey, look over there. What's Weasley up to? Draco nudged Tom, pointing at Ron, who was attempting to blend in but stood out like the sun among Slytherin's ranks. Without Hermione, Weasley has the audacity to come here? Does he possess that much intelligence, or is his intuition remarkably sharp? Tom mused silently, observing the unfolding drama. Indeed, not just Draco, but nearly all Slytherin students had noticed Ron, with a few upperclassmen already blocking his path. What is a Gryffindor doing on our turf? Looking for trouble? Confronted. Ron wasted no time. He kicked off his shoe and hurled it at Snape with all his might. Crash! Before anyone could comprehend, Ron's shoe, infused with his foot odor, struck Snape squarely on the back of his head. The unprepared professor stumbled forward, losing his balance, and unfortunately tripped over the steps, leading to an unwelcome encounter between his face and the ground. The headmaster has been assaulted by a Gryffindor. Scoundrel, don't run. Quick, seize that scoundrel. The assault on Snape ignited a fury among the Slytherin students, who charged at Ron with wild shouts. Ron, having thrown his shoes in the first moment of chaos, took flight. As he dashed past Quirrell, in his panic, he inadvertently landed a hefty blow to the back of Quirrell's head, sending him sprawling. Yet Ron showed no signs of slowing down. He did not even glance at the fallen Quirrell as he sprinted toward the Gryffindor stands. The pursuing Slytherins disregarded Quirrell as well, even trampling over him to save time. Tom, observing the spectacle, silently lit a candle for Quirrell. If he survived this trampling, it would be a testament to his tenacity. One couldn't help but wonder how the once mighty Voldemort felt, now reduced to being trampled by a throng of students, even those from Slytherin. As Ron neared the Gryffindor stands, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! The Slytherins are out to attack." This cry immediately captured the attention of the Gryffindor students. Seeing Ron isolated and besieged by a horde of Slytherins ignited their fierce tempers, and they rushed to his aid, intent on blocking the attackers. As Ron received support from his fellow Gryffindors, one of the pursuing Slytherin snakes, Hollis Carlo, suddenly remembered his wizarding identity and pulled out his wand, preparing to cast a spell. However, feeling secure, Ron unexpectedly turned and delivered a punch to Hollis Carlo's eye. This blow not only interrupted Hollis Carlo's incantation, but also seemed to cast a diminishing intelligence aura over him, causing him to forget he was a wizard and retaliate with a punch of his own. This aura did not just affect Hollis Carlo. It spread like a plague among all present, leaving a multitude of wizards unable to recall any spells. Even their wands became mere melee weapons, resulting in a brawl of fists and fury. Even Harry, who was engaged in the match, could not escape this madness. After Quirrell's spell was interrupted, Harry had regained his focus and spotted the golden snitch. Just as he accelerated forward, leaning precariously from his broom to grasp the elusive prize, an errant wand, cast by an unknown hand, struck him in a most unfortunate place, causing him to lose control of his broom and plummet to the ground in a harrowing fall. At this moment, Tom produced a bag of sunflower seeds and shared them with Cassandra and Draco, savoring the unfolding drama. Look, Senior Selwyn's straight punch is exquisite, and Senior Axley's hook is commendable. Oh, what's this? Harry's fallen? Well, that's quite embarrassing. Just as Tom reveled in the spectacle, an immense magical pressure enveloped the crowd, rendering them breathless, as Dumbledore's voice thundered across the pitch, filled with fury. Stop this. Chapter 38, Punishment. Dumbledore's words seemed to press the pause button on the arena. leaving everyone frozen in place, too afraid to move. For the first time, Tom felt the weight of the name Albus Dumbledore in the oppressive atmosphere that hung in the air. The Dark Lord was terrifying beyond measure, an entity one would dare not provoke. At this moment, Professor McGonagall and a recovering Snape arrived at the scene of the altercation, rendering the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor utterly impossible to continue. With her wand raised, McGonagall separated the bickering factions, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Every individual acutely aware of the fury she contained. The students, who had been hurling insults moments before, instantly fell silent. Never in the history of Hogwarts had such a severe brawl occurred. Can anyone explain to me what has transpired? McGonagall inquired, causing everyone to involuntarily shudder as they collectively turned their gaze towards Ron. In a flash, Slytherin's Hollis Caro shouted, "Report." It was Weasley who first attacked Professor Snape and instigated the conflict. We intended to apprehend him for the professors, but he not only resisted arrest, but counterattacked us. I am a victim of his wrongdoing. She gestured towards her own head, which bore the marks of the altercation. Her smooth, fluid reporting style suggested she was no stranger to such underhanded deeds. Having identified the instigator, McGonagall towered over Ron, demanding, "Mr. Weasley, do you have anything to say? It seems your mother's scolding letter from earlier was not sufficient to impart a meaningful lesson." Upon hearing this, Ron trembled uncontrollably, the nightmarish memory of that public reprimand in the Great Hall resurfacing. If he were to endure another such tirade, wherein his mother berated him for not being worthy of the Weasley name in front of the entire school, he felt he might utterly perish socially. Summoning a surge of courage, Ron met McGonagall's gaze directly. "Headmistress, I did not act with malice. I attacked Snape because he cast a curse intending to harm Harry. My sole intention was to protect my friend. You imply that a professor sought to harm his own student? How could that be?" McGonagall glanced at the brooding Snape, clearly skeptical of Ron's account. Before Snape could respond, Tom, emerging from the shadows, interjected, "Professor Snape indeed cast a spell, but," McGonagall, taken aback, shot a surprised look at Snape, unprepared for the revelation. Yet, hearing Tom's prolonged pause, it became evident that a twist awaited. Annoyed, she glared at him, "Speak plainly. Do not leave half the story untold." Recognizing the brewing ire of McGonagall, Tom reined in his playful demeanor and clarified, "However, Professor Snape did not cast a malevolent curse. We were sitting right beside the headmaster. The incantation he uttered was to help Harry control his broom and prevent him from falling and getting hurt. If you doubt this, the Veritaserum or a memory charm can confirm it. You must understand, the headmaster is the last person who would wish harm upon Harry." Ron had never anticipated such a turn of events from Tom. Observing his earnest demeanor, he surmised it to be genuine. Yet, undeterred by the apparent reality, he defiantly retorted, "What gives you the right to say that?" Tom regarded Ron with an expression of bemusement, calmly uttering a name, Lily. Upon hearing this name, a collective understanding dawned upon those present, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Snape's expression darkened further as he grimly declared, "Weasley, as the instigator, attacking a professor and inciting a brawl, Gryffindor loses 100 points. Starting tomorrow, you shall serve detention every evening until the conclusion of this academic year." Professor McGonagall then imposed her own penalties. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin shall each lose 300 points. And all participants in the altercation will face detention 3 times a week for 8 weeks. Just as the matter seemed to be settling, the perpetually tardy Dumbledore finally arrived, prepared to deliver a few summarizing remarks. However, Tom raised his hand and proclaimed, "Professor, I have concerns regarding the education at Hogwarts." With everyone's attention now focused on him, Tom cleared his throat and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Esteemed professors, our Hogwarts, once regarded as the pinnacle of magical education, has plummeted to 7th place in this year's rankings. It is disheartening to discover that the most proficient spell among our young wizards is a mere fist. Perhaps we should rebrand ourselves as Hogwarts School of Combat Training. What do you think?" This remark left Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape visibly perturbed. Dumbledore coughed lightly and turned to Professor McGonagall, suggesting, "In light of this egregious incident, I believe the punishment of 3 detentions per week for 8 weeks is rather lenient. How about we amend it to 5 detentions per week for 16 weeks? Minerva, what are your thoughts?" "Albus, I defer to your judgment. Furthermore, in light of this brawl, both the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams will be disqualified from the Quidditch match." Professor McGonagall wholeheartedly concurred, adding further sanctions. Perhaps Tom was indeed correct. There seemed to be a significant issue within their educational system. Dumbledore's tone was tinged with regret, as if they had committed an unforgivable transgression, though astute individuals swiftly grasped that the forthcoming days would be far from pleasant. The ramifications of Tom's flippant comment would undoubtedly exacerbate their already arduous circumstances, uniting Slytherin and Gryffindor in mutual animosity towards him. Tom, however, remained unfazed, even whistling as he walked away. Yet the penetrating gaze from Dumbledore as he departed made his fragile heart acutely aware of the world's inherent malice. After all, He was merely an innocent bystander. This matter had nothing to do with him. Why must an 11-year-old be subjected to such trials? In the ensuing days, both Gryffindor and Slytherin students found themselves in dire straits, as the sheer number of participants in the brawl resulted in a significant portion of both houses ensnared in the quagmire of detentions, leaving the once bustling common rooms eerily vacant. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, too, fell victim to the increased academic burden, which had already been augmented once before, now taking on a distinctly Chinese educational flavor. After all, Dumbledore had once proclaimed the necessity of molding students into competent wizards. As for Tom, the instigator behind the intensified punishments, he found himself the target of incessant ambushes from the younger witches and wizards during this period. For Tom, these surprise attacks were akin to child's play. Initially, he reveled in their antics as a delightful diversion from the monotony of school life. However, as time wore on, he could not help but feel exasperated, wishing he could slap himself for his own glibness. The only one who truly relished this situation was perhaps Filch, who welcomed the influx of free labor. Not only did he have assistance in cleaning the castle, but the infractions of school rules were swiftly diminishing. What a delightful turn of events. Until the Christmas holiday approached, Tom noticed a marked increase in the number of students applying to leave Hogwarts for home compared to previous years. Upon inquiry, he discovered that many could no longer bear the treacherous atmosphere of Hogwarts. Tom expressed his sincerest apologies for this sentiment. Chapter 39, The Christmas Holiday. Lying languidly in the deserted common room, Tom found life to be remarkably pleasant. He could monopolize the space, freely indulge in the kitchen, and enjoy the tranquility of the library without interruption. The library? Tom sprang up from the sofa in a sudden epiphany, finally recalling something he had neglected amidst the busyness of the season. He rummaged through a corner of the storage area and unearthed a crumpled permission slip for the restricted section, hastily making his way to the library. Madame Pants scrutinized the slip repeatedly before reluctantly granting him entry. Upon stepping into the restricted section, Tom felt as though he had entered a treasure trove, dazzled by the wealth of knowledge surrounding him. The dark arts, what a splendid tome. Powerful potions, quite intriguing. Curses and counter-curses, I must have this. Tom yearned for nearly every book, and after a lengthy selection process, he finally settled on a few volumes and rushed to register them with Madame Pants. Mr. Riddle, these books encompass a considerable amount of dark magic, which is ill-suited for a first-year student, Madame Pants cautioned, her expression a complex blend of concern and disapproval. Tom, however, patted his chest with confidence, assuring her, "Fear not, Madame Pants. Even Professor Dumbledore commends my proficiency in dark magic. These books are quite manageable." Madame Pants felt as if she were witnessing the birth of a new Dark Lord. After several more attempts to dissuade him, seeing that he remained unmoved, she reluctantly processed his borrowing request. Ecstatically clutching his books, Tom lamented arriving so late, feeling he had missed out on a fortune, grumbling, "If it weren't for that noseless Tom, I wouldn't have squandered such a grand opportunity." Once again, the blame fell on the noseless Tom, as Quirrell felt an inexplicable chill emanating from the shadow of Voldemort lurking behind his head. As Tom stepped into the wishful thinking room, clutching a book and entering the Stargazers' assembly, he was surprised to find the room, which he had assumed to be empty, occupied at this hour. "Hi, Tom." Harry greeted him warmly. Tom's eyes lit up instantly as he enthusiastically replied, "Hi, Harry. I can't believe you're here." With a hint of melancholy in his tone, Harry responded, "Seymour and the others have all gone home. Ron was supposed to stay with me, but his family called him back with a letter. There are only 2 or 3 of us left in Gryffindor, so I thought I'd come here in hopes of running into you." "It's all right. You have me to keep you company," Tom said, moving to the table and positioning himself to shield Harry's view, pouring him a glass of water laced with an unspoken ingredient. "Here, drink this. It will help ease your mind. Don't let the holiday bring you down." "Thank you," Harry said, unsuspecting as he took the glass from Tom and drank it down in one go. With a thud, Harry felt his eyelids grow heavier, his limbs turning weak as the cup slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor. Tom quickly caught the slumbering Harry, laying him gently on the ground. After waiting for months, Tom finally found himself alone with Harry. He would not let this rare opportunity slip away. "I'm sorry," Tom murmured softly to the unconscious Harry before unhesitatingly casting the soul forge upon him. A gentle golden light enveloped Harry's lightning-shaped scar, from which tendrils of dark mist began to seep, coalescing into a serpentine visage. The excruciating pain caused Harry's face to contort in his sleep, and fearing that he might awaken from the agony, Tom hastily rendered him unconscious again. Entangled, enveloped, and erased, the familiar process ensued, leading to the obliteration of Voldemort's fragment of soul. Tom expertly gathered the remaining pure white substance and absorbed it. Moments later, having completed the absorption, Tom examined his status panel. His mastery of spells had reached level 8, with little else changing. However, Tom sensed that both his magical power and spell casting had hit a plateau at level 8. He required only one more catalyst to transcend to level 9. Harry felt as if he had been ensnared in a long, indistinct dream, vaguely aware that he had lost something. When he opened his eyes, he discovered he was still in the wishful thinking room, where Tom sat nearby, engrossed in a book. "What happened to me?" Harry asked, rubbing his still drowsy head in confusion. Tom closed his book and replied earnestly, "You suddenly fell asleep. I checked, and you're physically fine. Perhaps it's due to the stress you've been under lately. So I didn't wake you. I thought you could use the rest." Harry, believing Tom's words, expressed sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Tom." In that moment, a wave of guilt washed over Tom. "My skin is not thick enough. My skin is not thick enough," he repeatedly chanted in a self-hypnotic mantra. Just then, Harry hesitantly spoke. "Actually, there is something I haven't mentioned. For the past few nights, I've been seeing my parents." Observing the perplexed expression on Tom's face, Harry began to elucidate. "It is a mirror. I saw my parents in it." "The mirror of Arist." Tom promptly revealed the answer to Harry. Harry gazed at Tom in astonishment. "You know, it is a magical mirror that reflects the innermost desires of individuals. However, excessive indulgence in its allure may lead one to be consumed by their desires," Tom articulated, his fingers tapping rhythmically upon the book, each word pronounced with precision. "Oh, I see," Harry replied, furrowing his brow. He recognized the truth in Tom's words, yet his heart ached to relinquish the opportunity to behold his parents. Noticing Harry's inner turmoil, Tom enigmatically suggested, "If you divulge to me the location of this mirror, I shall bestow upon you a gift for Christmas, a gift you most ardently desire." Curiously, Harry inquired, "What is it?" "A secret. Revealing it would render it ineffective," Tom retorted, relinquishing the choice to Harry. After a moment's contemplation, Harry detailed, "It is located in the second-to-last room on the right corridor of the 4th floor. A few days ago, Ron and I stumbled upon it." "Oh, and do not enter the last room at the end of the corridor. It houses a 3-headed dog." Tom could not help but marvel at the formidable strength of Dumbledore's savior upbringing scheme. That night, in the second-to-last room on the right corridor of the 4th floor, Tom stood quietly before the mirror. "What do you see?" Dumbledore's gentle voice resonated in his ears. Tom turned to Dumbledore, returning the gaze with a soft smile. "I see myself grown, married to a woman neither beautiful nor plain, with 2 children, a daughter and a son. Once they are self-sufficient, my wife and I shall retreat to a secluded place, ultimately passing away before her." Dumbledore regarded Tom with surprise, evidently unprepared for such a revelation. Tom chose not to elaborate further, bidding Dumbledore good night. He turned away without a trace of regret. In the tranquil room, the image of Tom sitting upon a throne, crowning himself, was vividly illuminated by the soft moonlight streaming through the mirror. Chapter 40. The Gift. December 24th, Christmas Eve. As one of the few students remaining at the school, Tom and Harry gathered early to prepare Christmas gifts. The list included sweets from Millie, a teapot from Anna's mother, a necklace from Cassandra, Draco's overbearing CEO's affection, Hermione's collection of past exam simulations, Neville's sword, Professor Dumbledore's lubricated woolen socks, Professor Snape's Potter brand shampoo, Professor McGonagall's cat toy, and numerous gifts from Flitwick, Pansy, Theodore, Zabini, Ernie, and Hannah. Tom, bewildered by the extensive list, remarked, "I had no idea there were so many to consider. Orphans, professors, stargazers, and students alike. Why is there such an abundance?" Unable to restrain himself, he complained to Harry, "Harry, we are wizards, are we not? Why then must we celebrate Christmas? Is it not a form of heresy?" Harry remained silent, and upon noticing his forlorn expression, Tom could not resist asking, "What is the matter?" The only response was Harry's silence and a downcast gaze. After a moment's reflection, Tom cautiously inquired, "What about your gift?" Upon hearing this, Harry lifted his head once more, hope gleaming in his eyes. The sight of the savior in such a state amused Tom. "Didn't you hear? I didn't mean to make you sad about your gift. Don't fret, your present isn't here. Rest assured, I promised you a special gift. I am a man of my word." Upon hearing Tom's earnest assurance, a look of joy spread across Harry's face. Once he had soothed the savior's emotions, Tom categorized and packaged the gifts, calling out, "Voldemort, don't dawdle. Come over to deliver the parcels." Harry was startled by Tom's words, leaping up and drawing his wand in caution. "Where is he? Where is Voldemort?" After a considerable wait without catching sight of Voldemort, Harry was about to question Tom when he noticed him leisurely presenting the prepared gifts to his owl. After feeding the owl a morsel, Tom stroked its feathers and gently said, "Off you go, Miss Voldemort. I entrust you with this task." Harry stared in bewilderment at Tom's actions until Voldemort flew out the window, at which point he regained his voice. "So, the Voldemort you mentioned is this owl? Who else did you think I was referring to?" Tom replied, casting a curious glance at Harry, then beamed with pride. "Isn't the name splendid? Honestly, it is an honor for my owl to bear the name Voldemort, that noseless fellow. It's so cold." Quirrell couldn't help but pull his robes tighter by the fireplace in the office, sensing that the Voldemort behind him was inexplicably radiating resentment once more. Later that evening, as Tom and Harry entered the Great Hall together, they They found it beautifully redecorated. Cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe adorned the walls, and warm snowflakes descended from the ceiling, while a towering Christmas tree sparkled with various ornaments. Tiny icicles and candles collectively emitted an enchanting glow, enhancing the festive ambience of the hall. The students remaining at Hogwarts for Christmas numbered fewer than a dozen, seated together at a long table. Aside from Professor Quirrell, all the faculty members were present, and the atmosphere buzzed with lively conversation. After Tom guided Harry to their seats, the table was already laden with a sumptuous feast. Without a hint of hesitation, Tom seized a roasted chicken leg and began to eat. After indulging in the delightful meal, Tom contentedly belched. Noticing Dumbledore preparing to leave, he promptly tugged at Harry, who was still indulging, saying, "Stop eating. Come, I'll take you to get your gift." Harry immediately set down his half-eaten sausage, hastily wiped his hands on his robes, and hurried to follow Tom. Professor Dumbledore, wait. And Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, all of you, hold on. Tom's urgent calls echoed loudly in the somewhat empty hall, stopping the departing professors in their tracks. "Tom, what is it?" Dumbledore inquired gently. Watching Tom rush over with Harry in tow, Tom surveyed his surroundings and addressed the professor. "I have something of great importance to discuss with you. This is not the appropriate venue. Could we move to the headmaster's office?" Snape scoffed. "Riddle, you would do well not to squander our time." Tom calmly replied, "It's about Lily." At once, Snape fell silent and discreetly signaled Dumbledore. After receiving the headmaster's approval, the group proceeded to his office. Once the door was closed, Dumbledore gestured for Tom to begin. "Do you all remember Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew?" Upon hearing these names, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Harry, puzzled by their reactions, recalled hearing about these two in Snape's rumors. They seemed to be close friends of his father. Uncertain as to why Tom had suddenly brought them up, he refrained from speaking. Unfortunately, someone else could not contain themselves. Snape's face darkened at the mention, his hatred almost palpable. "That wretched Mudd is still imprisoned in Azkaban, and Pettigrew has been dead for a decade. I wonder what you intend to achieve by bringing this up, Riddle." However, Tom showed no concern for Snape's feelings and boldly proclaimed, "What if I told you that Peter is not dead?" "What?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, prompting gasps of disbelief. Professor McGonagall pressed Tom for clarification. "What do you mean? What happened?" Aside from Harry, who was still trying to grasp the situation, the others sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy and were eager to uncover the truth. Tom did not keep them in suspense. "It's simple. Peter was the secret keeper for Lily and James, not Sirius. The one who betrayed them to Voldemort was Peter. Ultimately, it was Peter who framed Sirius." The gravity of Tom's revelation left the group momentarily speechless. Snape, unable to maintain his stoic demeanor, glared fiercely, his fists clenched tightly. Tom fell silent, allowing them a moment to process. After a brief pause, Professor Sprout raised a question. "Riddle, how do you know this? Do you have any evidence?" Tom replied, "I cannot disclose my sources. Everyone has their secrets. As for evidence, once we locate Peter, all will become clear." Seeing that Tom was not forthcoming with information, Sprout turned to Dumbledore, awaiting his decision. Dumbledore locked eyes with Tom for several seconds before speaking. "Tom, I trust you. You should know where Peter is, correct?" "Indeed, Professor," Tom affirmed. Dumbledore decisively instructed, "Severus, prepare the Veritaserum." Snape departed without delay, and Dumbledore then addressed the other three heads of houses. "Minerva, Filius, Pomona, please prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly." Within a few minutes, Snape returned. As the attendees gathered, Tom announced loudly, "Now that everyone is here, let us depart. Destination, the Burrow." Chapter 41, Scabbers and Peter. Ottery St. Catchpole, the Burrow. The Weasley family was rarely assembled in full. Mrs. Weasley had prepared a lavish spread, while Bill and Charlie animatedly discussed curses and dragons. Percy sat quietly at the dining table. Fred and George entertained Ginny with tricks, and Ron, uncharacteristically free from mixed doubles, happily indulged in his meal. Even Arthur enjoyed a few extra drinks. Though the hour was late, the Weasley family showed no signs of dispersing. Laughter and cheer flowed through the room. At this joyous moment, the flames in the Burrow's fireplace suddenly turned a vibrant green and surged high, prompting the Weasley family to cease their merriment and fixate on the hearth. "Dumbledore," Arthur exclaimed as he watched Dumbledore, the headmaster of the four houses, followed by Harry and Tom, emerge from the flames. Intent on exchanging pleasantries, Arthur quickly sensed the gravity of the situation upon seeing the solemn expressions of the visitors. He lowered his voice and inquired, "What has happened?" Without answering, Dumbledore waved his wand to seal the Burrow completely. Once he was assured that not even a mouse could escape, he turned to Arthur and spoke. "Peter is not dead. He is right here." Before the Weasley family could process this revelation, Snape impatiently addressed Tom. "Well, where is Peter?" Tom pointed to Ron. "You should ask him." As everyone's gaze shifted towards him, Ron hurriedly shook his head in denial. I don't know. I don't know any Peter." Mrs. Weasley, clearly bewildered, asked, "What do you mean, Peter?" Isn't he supposed to be dead? How could Ron be involved with him? Dumbledore, uncertain of the specifics, turned his attention to Tom. Tom stepped forward to explain to Mrs. Weasley, Scabbers is Peter. He is an unregistered animagus who betrayed the Potters and faked his death after framing Sirius. Tom's revelation left the Weasley family gasping in shock. Ron, struggling to suppress his nausea, sought confirmation from Tom. You mean Scabbers is a man named Peter? Tom nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Scabbers is Peter. Where is he now? Ron, deaf to Tom's words, fell into a daze. Observing his foolish brother's state, Percy quickly took charge. Scabbers should be in Ron's room. I'll lead you there. As the group squeezed into Ron's room, they found Scabbers sleeping on the bed. The commotion startled him awake. And with wide eyes, he surveyed the surroundings, only to be horrified by the sight of Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout encircling him. While the Weasley family watched from a distance, alarm bells rang in his mind, and an overwhelming sense of dread compelled him to flee. Regrettably, he found himself confronted by Dumbledore and the heads of the four houses. Just as he prepared to take action, Barty discovered that he had been ensnared, his animagus transformation swiftly fading. To the onlookers, the form that had once been a mouse elongated and morphed, ultimately revealing a diminutive, bald man before them. Witnessing this spectacle, Ron was the first to succumb to his nausea, rushing out of the room to retch. Meanwhile, Snape, harboring the deepest animosity towards him, bellowed with an unprecedented fury, Peter Pettigrew. Faced with Snape's ferocious demeanor, Peter quivered, tears brimming in his eyes as he wept to defend himself. No, it wasn't me. It was Sirius. He betrayed James and Lily. He was the one who blew up a street. It was all him. Yet, his theatrical performance failed to sway the audience. His resurrection itself posed the gravest of concerns. Snape, unable to contain himself, charged forward, intent on administering the truth serum. Wait. Just as Snape produced the vial, Tom interjected hastily, halting his motion. Observing Snape's displeasure, Tom nonchalantly brandished a handheld camera, a Voldemort brand handheld camera, Muggle-made, affordable and reliable, guaranteed quality. Evidence must be substantial to secure his conviction. Now, Professor, please continue. Snape shot Tom a fierce glare, then pinched Peter's cheeks, dripping several drops of the serum into his mouth. As Peter's gaze grew dazed, Dumbledore's voice of inquiry resonated. What was the truth of that fateful day? Peter's tone became ethereal, as if ensnared in memories. The secret keeper for James and Lily was not Sirius, it was I. The revelation silenced the room, many covering their mouths in disbelief. So it was you who betrayed James and Lily? Dumbledore asked gravely. Indeed, it was I. Sirius foolishly believed that someone like me could never be perceived as the secret keeper, thus persuading James and Lily to switch to me. Little did they know, I had already aligned myself with the Dark Lord. Why would you do such a thing? Wasn't James your closest friend? Professor McGonagall seized Dumbledore's words, questioning this former Gryffindor student with palpable anguish. What choice did I have but to side with the Dark Lord? His methods are beyond your wildest imaginations. Yes, James and Sirius were formidable. They were the talk of the school, but compared to the Dark Lord, they paled in significance. I was terrified. The Dark Lord coerced me, threatened me. To refuse him meant death. Peter's voice trembled, betraying his fear. Ah, the brave Gryffindor, Tom, holding the camera, could no longer suppress a derisive laugh, eliciting furious glares from the Gryffindors in the room. Dumbledore, unfazed by Tom's mockery, continued his interrogation. And what of Sirius? Peter, shedding his earlier timidity, spoke with an unintentional harshness. Sirius, being directly involved, is undoubtedly aware of the true traitor who betrayed James and Lily. He pursued me relentlessly, intent on my demise. However, I had no desire to perish, so I detonated a street, leaving behind a severed finger as a guise for my escape. Naturally, Sirius was left at the scene to bear the brunt of the blame and was sent to Azkaban. As he recounted this, Peter began to regain clarity, realizing the gravity of his own confession, and he slumped to the ground like a broken doll. Harry could no longer contain his fury. He pushed past Flitwick and Sprout, landing a fierce punch squarely on Peter's face. Tom, having savored this dramatic spectacle, put away his camera and cheerfully addressed Peter. Brave Peter Pettigrew, with evidence now thoroughly amassed. Mr. Weasley has gone to notify the Ministry of Magic. I wonder if, upon your arrival at Azkaban, you will find the courage of a Gryffindor within you. Chapter 42, The Arrest. Before long, the departing Mr. Arthur Weasley returned hastily, accompanied by Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge and 2 Aurors. Upon entering, Fudge immediately spotted Peter Pettigrew, encircled by the crowd, and collapsed on the floor. Though he had heard Arthur recount the general details of the situation during the journey, witnessing the resurrection of Peter left him incredulous. Ah, Cornelius, you have arrived. Arthur should have briefed you on Peter's circumstances. I now entrust him to you, hoping he receives the judgment he deserves. Furthermore, it is time to rectify the unfounded charges against Sirius. Dumbledore's tone was courteous, yet Fudge's brow furrowed in displeasure. He felt Dumbledore had overstepped his bounds by interfering in the Ministry's affairs. Of course, but all must be subjected to due process. Even if Peter is guilty, Sirius may not necessarily be innocent. Fudge hesitated, clearly concerned that Peter's predicament might tarnish his reputation as minister and that of the Ministry itself. Tom, unable to tolerate Fudge's indecision, impatiently tugged at his robes. Minister Fudge, may we have a private word? Initially inclined to dismiss the request from a junior wizard, Fudge reconsidered as Tom's grip tightened, an unexpected weight of authority pressing upon him, stifling his intended refusal. Dazed, he was pulled from the room by Tom. Feeling humiliated before the others, Fudge glared at Tom in frustration. I have pressing matters to attend to, not time for your childish games. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer, you know the consequences. Now, please, enlighten me on what you wish to convey, Fudge added. Unfazed, Tom kindly offered an analysis. Minister, your reluctance to agree stems from your concern over how this affair might impact your reputation and that of the Ministry. Fudge's expression shifted as his thoughts were laid bare, yet he defended himself. No, that cannot be. I merely seek a fair and just resolution to this matter. Indeed. Tom elongated his tone. Fudge's face flushed crimson, and just as he was about to reprimand Tom, he heard him continue. But what does this have to do with the Minister or the Ministry of Magic? Was it not Bartemius Crouch who was responsible for imprisoning Sirius Black without trial? I have heard that it was his personal decision back then. Now it falls upon you, Minister, to rectify this injustice. Fudge's eyes suddenly lit up. He had not anticipated this line of reasoning. Yes, the blame could indeed be shifted onto Crouch, while he himself could be the illustrious minister who restored order. At that moment, Tom added languidly, I have heard of Mr. Bartemius Crouch. His reputation is quite admirable, and his standing is considerable. People have often said that if he were to be elected as the Minister of Magic, he would undoubtedly excel. With this statement, the last remnant of hesitation in Fudge vanished. When Fudge and Tom returned to the room, he had entirely changed his demeanor, greeting Dumbledore with a beaming smile. Dumbledore, thank you for capturing Peter on our behalf. Rest assured, we will expedite his trial. Furthermore, we shall promptly initiate a reinvestigation into Sirius's case. Justice will be served. He gestured for the Aurors to arrest Peter on the spot. This stark transformation in attitude left everyone puzzled and curious about what Tom had said to Fudge to incite such a rapid change. Tom smiled silently. But Fudge did not let him off easily. He began to laud Tom to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, your student Tom Riddle is truly remarkable. Polite. Intelligent. I would love to have him join the Ministry upon his graduation. It seems that his contributions were instrumental in Peter's capture. He is indeed a promising young talent. After hearing this, Tom wished fervently to sew Fudge's mouth shut. The words sounded all too familiar. Fudge, are you certain that your predecessors never uttered such phrases about that bald-headed fellow? Dumbledore's gaze towards him had shifted, clearly overlapping with that of the noseless Tom. Once all matters settled, Tom and Harry accompanied Dumbledore's entourage back to Hogwarts. Under the pretense of ensuring Harry rested well, Tom ventured into the Gryffindor common room for the first time. Harry, still grappling with the events of the night, repeatedly questioned Tom. You mean Peter Pettigrew was actually arrested? Tom reassured Harry. Yes, he has been apprehended and will face the appropriate trial. Thank you, Tom, for avenging my parents. Is this your Christmas gift to me? I truly appreciate it. Harry's voice trembled with emotion as he expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks. Besides, this is not the Christmas gift I intended for you. Tom replied, ruffling Harry's untidy hair, enjoying the sensation of the boy's head, which was devoid of baldness. Now it was Harry's turn to be perplexed. Not? I thought it was. Then what is the gift you spoke of? Sirius Black, that was indeed the gift I intended for you. Alas, he remains imprisoned, and it seems we must wait a while longer for his release. It was at this moment that Tom truly unveiled the mystery to Harry. Sirius Black? Harry murmured the name. With a beaming smile, Tom inquired, do you know who he is? I've heard he was my father's closest friend. It is said that he had a tumultuous relationship with Snape, which ultimately soured into animosity, leading him and my father to confront Snape during their time at school. Harry recounted everything he had heard to Tom. Taken aback, Tom asked, where did you hear that? Harry, puzzled, replied, isn't this a tale that has been circulating throughout the castle? Even Hermione, who is usually buried in her books, has heard it. Rumor has it that several girls from Hufflepuff have penned quite a few popular novels about it. Haven't you come across any of this, Tom? Tom was at a loss for words. Truth be told, he had not heard of it at all. He had been so absorbed in the thrill of dueling with Voldemort that he had not considered the impulsive rumors that had emerged and continued to evolve, now reaching a level that left him speechless. It was no wonder Snape's temper had become increasingly irritable. Is something amiss? Harry cautiously probed, observing Tom's dazed expression. Tom covered his face with his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed as he confessed to Harry, he is actually your godfather. I mentioned I would gift you something you greatly desired. Now, I present your godfather as your gift. My godfather? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Harry's cheeks. Yet he managed to muster a faint smile. Thank you, Tom. This is the finest gift I have ever received. Chapter 43, The Invisibility Cloak. The following morning, Tom awoke in the Gryffindor Tower. As he basked in the warm sunlight streaming through the window, he once again felt resentment towards Salazar Slytherin. Why choose the dungeons for the common room back then? In winter, one could hardly see the sun, enduring endless misery. For the first time, Tom appreciated being sorted into Gryffindor. Just as he was lost in his contemplations, he heard Harry's excited shout, "Tom, what are you doing just standing there? Come over and unwrap your gift." Rubbing his still sleepy head, Tom yawned and approached, saying, "My gift I sent here. Harry, you should just unwrap your own." Harry pointed to a pile of gifts on the other side of the Christmas tree. "Those are yours." Upon inspecting the cards attached to the gifts, Tom realized they indeed belonged to him. What a marvel of the magical world. How could they have pinpointed this location so precisely? Let me see what we have here. This is a handcrafted item from Milia and Anna's mother. It is a significant improvement over last year, don't you think, Harry? Look at how beautiful it is. And this, a throne of power from Draco? What on earth is he thinking? Tom chuckled. Oh, and the origins of magic from Hermione. Quite intriguing. The 34 crystal balls were a gift from Navi. I shall set them aside for future divination lessons. Is this from you, Harry? The wand care kit is indeed practical. Thank you. Tom unwrapped the gifts one by one, experiencing the joy of receiving such an abundance of presents for the first time. They were from the Stargazers, familiar students from Slytherin and other houses, and even a book titled Magic and the Mind from Dumbledore. Unbeknownst to him, over the course of several months, Tom had forged connections with so many people. The delight of unwrapping gifts is ineffable for boys of any age. Cheerfully humming a tune, Tom savored the joyous moments until he reached the final present. The splendidly packaged box was indeed from Cassandra. Inside lay a bracelet, a true marvel. No, it was not merely a bracelet. It was a defensive magical artifact, a testament to her generous spirit. Adorning his right wrist with the bracelet, Tom retrieved the Stargazer's badge and sent a message to the group. "Thank you all for the gifts. Merry Christmas." After a moment's thought, he dialed Cassandra directly. Beep, beep, beep. Once the connection was established, a drowsy voice drifted from the badge, laced with sleepiness. "What time is it? Why are you contacting me so early? Is there something you need?" Tom's tone bore an unintentional hint of affection as he gently addressed Cassandra. "Merry Christmas. The bracelet is beautiful. I shall cherish it for a lifetime." On the other end, Cassandra's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly radiating heat, her speech becoming flustered and exaggerated. "Of course. Would my taste be lacking? A lifetime is too much. It's just an ordinary bracelet, as long as you like it." As her voice dwindled, she hastily ended the call, burying herself beneath her blankets. A smile graced Tom's lips as he tucked away the badge. Turning to Harry, he found him engrossed in studying a black cloak. An invisibility cloak, it conceals one's form. Tom's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cloak in Harry's hands. Upon hearing Tom's explanation, Harry attempted to drape the invisibility cloak over himself and was astonished to discover that the parts covered by the cloak had vanished. How marvelous! Who could have sent this? Harry was perplexed by the identity of the gift giver. Despite his brief time in the magical realm, he grasped the significance of such a gift, leaving him at a loss to deduce who would bestow such a valuable present upon him. Dumbledore. Tom did not leave Harry in suspense and revealed the answer directly. Now, it was Harry's turn to be astonished. "You mean Professor Dumbledore? But why would he give me such an extravagant gift?" "That is because it rightfully belongs to you. The ancestors of the Potter family include Ignatius Peverell, and this invisibility cloak has been passed down through generations from his hands. The previous owner was your father. Dumbledore is merely returning it to its rightful owner." After Tom succinctly explained the origins of the invisibility cloak to Harry, he could no longer suppress his urge to tease. "Harry, it's quite astonishing that you have never sought to learn about your own family. How much do you truly disdain the Potter lineage?" Harry's face flushed with embarrassment at Tom's words, his small feet restlessly tapping against the floor. Not wishing to let Harry remain uncomfortable, Tom pointed to the invisibility cloak draped over Harry's shoulders. "May I take a look at it, Harry?" Harry readily removed the cloak and handed it to Tom. The moment Tom grasped the cloak, smooth as mercury, he sensed an inexplicable agitation, as if the cloak itself was drawn to something. With a knowing intuition, Tom discreetly restrained the cloak and delved into the storage space to investigate. As expected, the Elder Wand and Resurrection Stone, which had been quietly resting within, began to tremble slightly. Just as Tom felt he could no longer maintain his grip on the cloak, Harry noticed his unease and inquired with concern, "Tom, are you all right?" "Harry, I'm fine. However, could I borrow the cloak for a day? I promised to return it tonight," Tom hastily requested, sensing he was on the verge of losing control. Harry, not suspecting anything amiss, generously agreed. "Of course, a few days' delay is no issue. But do you need my assistance?" Tom shook his head, indicating that he did not require help, expressed his gratitude, and swiftly exited the Gryffindor common room, forgetting even his Christmas gifts. After leaving, he promptly stowed the cloak in the storage space and hurried back to the Slytherin dormitory. Once Tom returned to his room and locked the door behind him, he exhaled deeply, eagerly retrieving the Deathly Hallows from the storage space. The Elder Wand, Resurrection Stone, and Invisibility Cloak seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, effortlessly aligning in the air to form the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. However, once arranged, the trio exhibited no further anomalies. Tom waited in silence for a considerable time, observing their lack of reaction, yet his intuition suggested something had indeed emerged. After pondering for a moment, he raised his wand. Reveal your true form. As the incantation resonated, the once invisible image became cloaked in a dark hue, materializing in the air. Is that a pyramid? Tom squinted, his wand unconsciously tapping rhythmically against his palm, realizing that the secrets of the Deathly Hallows appeared more intricate than he had anticipated. The image was obscure, discernible only by its shape as a pyramid. However, determining whether it belonged to ancient Egyptian, Aztec, or Maya civilization proved exceedingly challenging. Alas, this is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It is truly perplexing. Tom rubbed his throbbing temples, conceding that perhaps during his holiday, he might venture to Egypt for a stroke of luck. After all, one could never tell when fortune might smile upon him. In the upcoming days of the holiday, Tom immersed himself in the restricted section, vowing to recover the losses of this period. Occasionally, Harry would visit Tom, taking advantage of his invisibility cloak to show him around the three-headed dog, Fluffy. One day, while Tom was engrossed in his reading in the dormitory, Draco, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe, burst through the door, exclaiming, "I'm back, Tom. Did you miss me?" Tom glanced at Draco and then returned to his book, retorting, "Draco, do remember to maintain your persona of the proud young master. Also, those dark circles under your eyes are quite conspicuous. Moderation is key for the youth." Upon hearing Tom's remark, Draco, flustered and infuriated, jumped in agitation. "Whose fault is that? What did you gift me for Christmas?" Tom replied nonchalantly, "But they were quite lovely, weren't they?" "They were indeed beautiful," Draco conceded, but suddenly fell silent as if recalling something. This piqued Tom's curiosity, and he cast aside his book, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Draco. "Let me guess. Have you imagined yourself as the domineering CEO?" Draco maintained a stoic expression. Tom pressed on. "Then who is the delicate wife?" "Daphne." Draco remained silent. "What about Pansy?" Draco lowered his gaze. "Or perhaps Hermione?" Draco's ears flushed crimson. Yet, Tom was determined not to let him off the hook. "Could it be that you desire them all? Are you planning to establish a harem?" Draco frantically waved his hands. "I am not. I do not. You are spouting nonsense." Tom, understanding, patted his shoulder and adopted a knowing demeanor. I understand. It's natural for a man. Don't be embarrassed to admit it. No one will mock you. However, I must advise you. Beware of being cut down like Chungu. Proceed with caution." Draco, utterly defeated, led Goyle and Crabbe away in a flurry. With the return of students, the gatherings of the Stargazers resumed their normalcy. Upon encountering Hermione again, Tom noticed she too bore significant dark circles under her eyes. Impossible to conceal. Why does everyone have such pronounced dark circles? Draco, and now you, Hermione. Could it be that you two are sneaking off for nightly rendezvous? Tom's teasing provoked Hermione into a furious retort, as a hefty tome struck him squarely in the face. Observing Tom's reddened nose from the impact, Cassandra quietly remarked, "You had it coming," and took Hermione's hand, inquiring with concern, "Hermione, is something troubling you? Is there anything we can assist with?" With a deep sigh of weariness, Hermione confided in Cassandra, "Do you know of Nicole May? I scoured contemporary famous wizards, great wizards of the 20th century, and studies on modern magical developments throughout my entire Christmas break. Yet I could not find any trace of this individual." Hermione's voice was soft, yet it drew the attention of everyone in the room, who paused their activities and regarded her with an indescribable expression. "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Hermione questioned, bewildered by their reactions. Cassandra sighed and tenderly tousled Hermione's thick curls, saying, "You won't find it in these books." Her words acted as a signal, prompting everyone to speak up. "Nicholas Flamel celebrated his 665th birthday last year, so Hermione, you will not find him in the modern wizarding directory. Indeed, he is one of the greatest alchemists. He is the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. By the way, it seems he was also a friend of Professor Dumbledore." Amidst the chorus of voices, Hermione pieced together the circumstances surrounding Nicholas Flamel. Glancing around at everyone, she incredulously asked, "So, you all know Nicholas Flamel?" Everyone nodded, with Draco exclaiming, "No one in the magical world is unaware of Nicholas Flamel. Had you merely asked us, that little fool wouldn't have had to search so hard." Hermione covered her face with her hands, unsure whether to feel embarrassed or vexed by Draco's remark. Cassandra shot Draco a disapproving glare and gently reassured Hermione, "Ignore Draco." "But why were you searching for Nicholas Flamel?" Just as Hermione was about to explain, Harry burst through the door. "Sorry, I'm late. What are you all doing?" Tom raised an eyebrow at Harry, saying, "Look, the main character has arrived. You might as well ask Harry." Confused, Harry asked, "What is going on?" "It's about Nicholas Flamel." Tom repeated the information he had just shared with Hermione regarding Flammel. So, Hagrid had the Philosopher's Stone. The stone is hidden beneath the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy. Harry was taken aback by this unexpected revelation, his head spinning. Wait, are you saying the Philosopher's Stone is at the school? And what about the three-headed dog? Not only was Harry shocked, but everyone present also expressed their astonishment, clamoring for more details. Harry proceeded to recount how he had stumbled upon the three-headed dog in the forbidden corridor while retrieving his package from Hagrid, who had inadvertently mentioned Nicholas Flamel, prompting Hermione to assist in the search. After listening to Harry's account, everyone agreed that his deductions were plausible. The room likely housed the Philosopher's Stone. Just as they were processing this information and secretly plotting to catch a glimpse of the stone, Harry dropped another bombshell. Tom, I just encountered Professor Dumbledore, and he said that the joint trial for Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black is scheduled for 3 days from now. Draco jumped up at this news, exclaiming, Harry, wait. Isn't Peter Pettigrew supposed to have died 10 years ago? And what's going on with Sirius? Harry looked at Draco, bewildered, and turned to Tom, asking, why is he reacting so strongly? Tom quietly explained to Harry, that's because Draco's mother is Sirius's cousin, which means Sirius is Draco's uncle. Harry, processing Tom's words, seemed to grasp the significance, but struggled to articulate his thoughts. Tom mercilessly pointed out a fact that Harry had been pondering. Indeed, by all accounts, they could be considered relatives, and you are the younger brother. Despite his current amicable relationship with Draco, the moment he heard this news, Harry instinctively felt a sense of devastation. In the end, Tom pushed the petrified Harry aside and took on the role of the narrator himself. I must go right to my mother, he declared. After hearing the entire story, Draco hurriedly departed, calling out to Harry, I'm off, brother. Harry felt his resentment deepen. As Draco left, others also took their leave. The matter was too significant and required swift communication with their families. Chapter 45, The Ministry of Magic. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Tom received the summons and hurried to the headmaster's office, Harry was already seated and conversing with Dumbledore, clearly having been there for some time. Tom, you have arrived. Please take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you both. Dumbledore beckoned Tom to sit beside Harry. Once Tom was seated, Dumbledore proceeded directly to the point. Today's trial will have both of you, Tom and Harry, attending as observers, and you may be called to testify if necessary. It is imperative to remind you, particularly you, Harry, that there may be some uncomfortable remarks during the defense process in court, and I hope you can remain composed. Observing Harry's body tense at his serious words, Dumbledore softened his tone, soothing his emotions. Relax, Harry, there is no need to be overly anxious. The evidence is substantial. Rest assured, my child. I promise that today's proceedings will be fair and just, and they will receive their due consequences. Harry was moved by Dumbledore's words, and his initial anxiety gradually subsided. As for Tom, well, he barely paid attention after the initial statement. After conveying the necessary information, Dumbledore glanced at the time. The trial for Peter and Sirius begins at 11 o'clock. There is still some time before it commences. I trust you do not mind arriving a bit early. Seeing no objections from the two, Dumbledore retrieved a bag of flu powder. The headmaster's office has temporarily requested access to the flu network today. Harry, you go first. And remember to clearly shout Ministry of Magic Hall. Harry stepped forward, took a handful of flu powder from the bag, tossed it into the fire, and stepped in, clearly announcing, Ministry of Magic Hall. The flames leaped up, and in an instant, Harry vanished. Tom, it's your turn. Tom sprinkled the flu powder into the fire, allowing the green flames to engulf him. Upon stepping out of the fireplace once more, Tom found himself in a grand and majestic hall, its dark green walls adorned with exquisite magical runes and ancient murals. Around him, rows of fireplaces were inlaid in the wooden paneling, with wizards continually emerging from them. The fireplace Tom had used was isolated, bearing a sign that read Visitors. As Dumbledore emerged from the fireplace, he escorted Tom and Harry to the registration desk. A short, stout middle-aged witch languidly rested her head on the table, dozing off while muttering, Please come here to register. Please come here to register. Dumbledore approached and gently tapped the table, saying, Hello, Albus Dumbledore, bringing Harry Potter and Tom Riddle for the trial of Peter and Sirius. Despite his soft tone, the volume of his voice startled even himself, prompting him to glance at Tom. Tom responded with a shy smile, shaping his lips to say, Amplification charm. No need to thank me. Where is Dumbledore and Harry Potter? The once drowsy witch sprang to attention, and the individuals bustling about the hall converged towards them, eager to catch a glimpse of Dumbledore and the legendary Harry Potter. The witch in charge of registration prepared to engage in small talk, only to find her garments firmly grasped by a young wizard. Madam, could you please assist me with my registration first? The witch intended to respond with a wait a moment, but felt the grip on her clothing tighten. Madam, could you please assist me with my registration first? Tom reiterated with a firmer tone, seeing Dumbledore and Harry surrounded by a throng, while Tom appeared determined not to let her go until he was assisted. The witch reluctantly proceeded with his registration. You, Phoenix feather, 135 inches. The witch swiftly placed Tom's wand on a brass machine resembling a scale. And after it dispensed a slip of paper, she pinned it onto a brass nail before hurriedly squeezing into the crowd, leaving Tom's wand still resting on the machine, forgotten. Tom quietly reclaimed his wand, unable to suppress a quiet murmur. I reckon she has never been this efficient in her life. Fudge ought to give me a raise. Subsequently, Tom discreetly circumvented the crowd, making his way through the golden doors to the elevator hall. At that moment, the throngs were captivated by Dumbledore and Harry, leaving the elevator hall nearly deserted. Stepping briskly into an unoccupied elevator, Tom decisively pressed the button for the 9th floor. When the elevator doors opened once more, he was greeted by a dimly lit corridor leading to a pitch-black door. Noticing the absence of anyone at that moment, Tom swiftly traversed the corridor and pushed open the dark door. What lay before him was a vast, completely black circular room. Illuminated by the faint blue flames of candles on the walls, 12 identical black doors, unmarked and devoid of handles, were embedded into the black wall at equal intervals. Department of Mysteries. Tom silently repeated the name in his mind. Just then, he heard faint footsteps approaching, and without hesitation, he cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, disregarding the open black door as he quickly retraced his steps down the corridor. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed and began their slow descent that Tom finally exhaled in relief. Today may not be an opportune moment, yet I shall undoubtedly revisit the Department of Mysteries. Within Tom's contemplations, the elevator swiftly ascended to the 8th floor. Upon stepping out, Tom discovered that the crowd surrounding Dumbledore and Harry had dispersed. Silently retreating to a secluded corner, he dispelled the disillusionment charm and returned to the elevator hall, feigning bewilderment as he awaited the elevator's arrival. "Are you Tom Riddle?" A voice called from behind. Turning around, Tom found Arthur Weasley gazing at him in astonishment, promptly offering a respectful greeting. "Good day, Mr. Weasley. It has been a while." Mr. Weasley surveyed Tom's surroundings, perplexed, and inquired, "Hello, Tom. I thought I must have been mistaken. Were you not supposed to accompany Dumbledore and Harry? Where are they?" "They became separated, sir, just moments ago." The entire Ministry of Magic atrium was crowded with spectators gathered around Professor Dumbledore and Harry, and the throng scattered us apart. The trial of Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black is about to commence, yet I am unaware of the location of the courtroom. I was about to seek assistance when I chanced upon you, Mr. Weasley. Might you guide me thither?" Tom recounted the events with objective detail, his tone courteous and polite, though only he knew the extent of embellishment within his narrative. Mr. Weasley, unsuspecting of his intentions, responded with a hint of sympathy. "It must have been quite frightening to be lost alone. No worries. I happen to be heading to the 7th courtroom. Let us proceed together, Tom." Chapter 46. The courtroom. When Tom and Mr. Weasley arrived at the 7th courtroom of WizardingWorld on the 10th floor, Dumbledore and Harry awaited at the entrance, having not yet entered. Upon seeing Tom, Harry rushed over, worry etched upon his face. "Tom, where have you been?" "We were frantic with concern." Tom promptly reiterated to Harry the same account he had shared with Mr. Weasley. After listening, Harry exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, we were so worried about you." From a vantage point out of Harry's sight, Dumbledore regarded Tom with a bemused expression, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. Tom responded with a nonchalant smile. It was merely a pretext, an unspoken understanding lingering between them that required no further elaboration. As Dumbledore departed to prepare as a witness and Sirius's advocate, Tom and Harry followed Mr. Weasley through the courtroom doors. A few spectators had taken their seats on the tiered benches, the turnout modest, evidently a result of Fudge's efforts to suppress public interest. Surveying the courtroom, Tom guided Harry to sit beside a woman in the front row, distinguished by her long golden curls and adorned with jeweled spectacles. Noticing someone settle beside her, the woman glanced up, recognizing Harry Potter. She was about to engage him in conversation when she heard the boy seated next to her murmur softly, audible only to them, "Rita Skeeter, Animagus, Beetle, let us converse." Upon the utterance of 4 words, Rita Skeeter was rendered utterly speechless, her voice lowered to a whisper as she inquired, "Who are you? How do you know? And what is it you wish to discuss?" She continued, "This is hardly an appropriate venue for conversation. You know how to reach me. We can discuss matters later." With that, Tom ceased to speak. Observing his silence, Rita rose and relocated to a seat further away from Tom. Harry, perplexed by Rita's strange behavior, quietly asked Tom, "What is wrong with her?" Tom casually fabricated an excuse. "The chair is broken. Its seat is prickling her backside, hence the change of position." Harry, glancing at the smooth and pristine seat, was left utterly bewildered. Just as Tom believed the trial was about to commence, another insufferable individual plopped down beside him. With thick, dark gray hair, a scarred visage, and a nose missing a chunk of flesh, accompanied by a perpetually twitching magical eye. This visage was unmistakable. The moment he spoke, he was repugnant. The nefarious little Slytherin. Even Cassandra addressed Tom as the Great Dark Lord, yet this insignificant Moody referred to him as an evil little Slytherin. Such insolence was intolerable. Tom did not indulge him, retorting sharply, "Ah, let me see who this is. Why, it's none other than our former greatest Auror, Alastair Moody. What brings you, a retired elder, here instead of resting at home? Are you seeking out this wicked little Slytherin? Please, do refrain. Should you injure your back or suffer any discomfort, how could I, a mere innocent and helpless little Slytherin, possibly take responsibility for that?" In the realm of sarcasm, none could rival Slytherin. As Tom continued his verbal onslaught, Moody was already pounding the ground with his cane in agitation. Just as Moody prepared to retort, Tom persisted. "But how does our esteemed Mr. Moody come to the conclusion that I, a mere Slytherin, am evil? Do you possess any evidence? If not, how unfortunate. For we are in the courtroom today. After the interrogations of Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black, I shall formally request an investigation into the unfounded accusations made by former Auror Moody against a first-year wizard at Hogwarts. Of course, I would not mind employing other means to defend my rights, such as a wizard duel. What say you?" With that, Tom drew his wand and performed a dueling salute towards Moody, the tip of his wand aimed directly at him. This entire exchange flowed with remarkable finesse, leaving Harry in awe at the spectacle. Conversely, Moody, having never been treated with such disrespect in his life, drew his wand in retaliation against Tom. As the situation escalated and more onlookers began to gather, the good-natured Arthur Weasley felt compelled to intervene, stating, "Tom, you should lower your wand. Moody did not mean any harm. Moody, you truly are something. Who, I ask, would come forth and label another as a wicked little imp right from the outset? At such an advanced age, one ought to refrain from engaging in childish temper tantrums." As Mr. Weasley endeavored to mediate the situation, Tom heard the distinct click of a camera shutter. A fleeting glance revealed Rita Skeeter, her deep green quill racing across the parchment in a frenzy of writing. Observing her, Tom offered a knowing nod of approval, retracting his wand and addressing Mr. Weasley. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Weasley. My actions were indeed impulsive. Please do not hold Mr. Moody accountable. It is I, the orphan without parents, who has displayed such poor manners, provoking his ire. I am capable of offering an apology, truly. If only he would grant me forgiveness." At this conclusion, he managed to squeeze forth a few crocodile tears. He was not entirely unacquainted with the art of tea. This only served to further vex Moody, who, in a huff, changed his seat and sulked alone. As the farce between Tom and Moody drew to a close, a small door on the side of the courtroom swung open. Cornelius Fudge entered, accompanied by a gray-haired witch sporting a monocle and a man resembling an aged lion. Taking their seats upon the central high stool, a dozen members of the Wizengamot, clad in crimson robes, followed suit, occupying the flanking seats. Tom, seated in the observation area, privately aligned the figures and roles of the wizards upon the central stool. Amelia Susan Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour, the two most courageous individuals outside of the Order of the Phoenix, appeared to indicate that this hearing would pose no significant issues. With a thud of the gavel from Bones, the side door opened, and a look of disgust and fear spread across the faces of many in attendance. Harry felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss. Were it not for Tom's steady grip, he might have collapsed. Two cloaked, decayed beings, with Scabrous hands, escorted a short, balding wizard toward the central armchair. "What are those creatures?" Harry shivered, inquiring of Tom. "Dementors," Tom replied flatly. The Dementors secured Peter Pettigrew in the central chair, binding him with golden chains before gliding out of the room. Thus, the trial commenced. Chapter 47, The Trial, January 7th. Concerning Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black's allegiance to the mysterious figure, their betrayal of James and Lily Potter, and involvement in the murder of 13 Muggles, the proceedings officially commence. Presiding, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, Head of the Auror Office Rufus Scrimgeour, Chief of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Susan Bones. Recorder, Cadelia Street. Silence. Bones gently rapped the gavel. "Albus Dumbledore, please take the floor." Dumbledore, seated at the side, rose and surveyed the room, beginning, "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon." On the day of his arrest, Peter Pettigrew had already confessed to his crimes. The Weasley family, Minerva McGonagall from Hogwarts, Severus Snape, Phileas Flitwick, Pomona Sprout, as well as Harry Potter and myself, can all serve as witnesses. Moreover, Tom Riddle, a first-year student from Slytherin, captured the entire interrogation of Peter using a Muggle recording device, and we hope he will be permitted to present it in court. Permission granted. Burns consented to Dumbledore's request. Tom, who had been inexplicably summoned, stepped into the center of the room under the gaze of the onlookers. Thankfully, knowing Dumbledore's tendencies, Tom had made preparations in advance to avoid embarrassment. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the inconvenience. Please bear with me for a moment." He retrieved a Muggle camcorder and television from his bag and spent several minutes assembling the equipment. Just as the audience grew impatient with Tom's fiddling with the Muggle items, Mr. Weasley's eyes sparkled with interest. Finally, Tom inserted the recorded tape into the camcorder, and the screen began to display footage from the day of Peter Pettigrew's arrest. As the image revealed Peter being fed the truth serum, He openly confessed to siding with the Dark Lord, betraying James and Lily, and framing Sirius Black for the murder of 13 muggles. His inner monologue further solidified his guilt. The expressions of the judges and jurors turned grim, and whispers rippled through the audience, with reporters furiously taking notes. Once the recording concluded, Tom promptly gathered his belongings and exited without uttering a word, fulfilling the role of an exemplary tool. Silence. Burns rapped his gavel, preparing to speak, but at that moment, Tom suddenly raised his hand high, necessitating a response. Mr. Riddle, do you have something to say? I accuse Dumbledore and Snape of illegally using truth serum. The recording just shown serves as evidence. Dumbledore is the mastermind, and Snape is the executor. Lock them up in Azkaban. Tom's declaration elicited an uproar in the courtroom. While watching the video, the audience had not considered Dumbledore's actions. Now, with Tom's assertion, it seemed he had indeed violated ministry regulations. All eyes shifted to Burns, nearly ignoring Peter, until the tension in the room became palpable. Finally, Burns cleared his throat and stated, "We will address the issues concerning Dumbledore and Snape separately. Today's trial is about Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black. So, Peter Pettigrew, do you have anything else to say?" Peter hung his head in silence. Seeing his demeanor, Burns wasted no time, as the evidence was overwhelming and the facts clear. He declared loudly, "Those in favor of finding Peter Pettigrew guilty, please raise your hands." The members of the jury unanimously raised their hands without hesitation. Guilty as charged. Burns struck the gavel, announcing to all, "Peter Pettigrew, you are sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Bring in Sirius Black." As the Dementor escorted the ragged, emaciated man to the judgment seat, he happened to brush past Peter Pettigrew, who was being led away. Peter Pettigrew. Sirius Black seemed to awaken from a profound silence, resembling a frenzied lion desperately striving to break free from the Dementor's grasp. Even when he was laboriously restrained to the judgment chair, he continued to struggle with all his might. Silence. Silence. Despite Burns' repeated strikes of the gavel, Sirius remained unruly. Ultimately, it was Professor Dumbledore who intervened, approaching Sirius and slowly crouching down before him. Professor Dumbledore. Upon seeing Dumbledore's familiar visage, Sirius gradually quieted. Dumbledore gently pressed down, offering reassurance. "Sirius, listen to me. Peter Pettigrew has met his fate. Now, I hope you can recount all that transpired back then. Think of Harry. He is watching you from the gallery." With great effort, Sirius turned his head and beheld a long unseen face, gazing at him with concern from those emerald eyes. "James, Lily, Harry," Sirius murmured, tears unconsciously streaming down his cheeks. Silence. Burns once more rapped the gavel. "Sirius Black, regarding your allegiance to the Dark Lord, the betrayal of James and Lily Potter, and the murder of 13 muggles, do you have anything to say?" Sirius lowered his head, whispering in confession, "I am guilty. Had I not suggested at the last moment that Peter Pettigrew be the secret keeper for James and Lily, they would not have perished. It is all my fault. All my fault." "No, it is not your fault," Harry shouted, witnessing Sirius' plight. "Mom and Dad would not blame you. They would not wish to see you like this." Hearing Harry's outcry, Sirius, though still bowed, felt a flicker of light in his eyes. Silence. Burns rapped the gavel again. "Mr. Potter, please maintain decorum. If there is another disruption, I shall have to expel you." At that moment, Dumbledore stood up. "I apologize. Given Sirius' unstable mental state, I will now present on his behalf." Just as Dumbledore prepared to retrieve Sirius' wand, which had gathered dust in the evidence room for a decade, Tom, who had been lurking in the background, suddenly appeared beside Sirius, pouring half a vial of a calming draught and a few drops of a truth serum into his mouth. Afterward, he waved the 2 potion vials in front of the 3 figures at the judgment stand. "The calming draught and truth serum. What remains here can be tested. I have now unlawfully administered the truth serum. Quickly send me to Azkaban." Tom's words effectively stifled Dumbledore's prepared defense, leaving Burns with a furrowed brow. "Mr. Riddle, you are in contempt of court for the unlawful use of a truth serum. We will hold you accountable, but not at this moment. Please remain silent. I do not wish for another outburst." After the interrogation resumed, Sirius Black, under the influence of the truth serum, recounted facts that mirrored those of Peter Pettigrew. At a pivotal moment, Dumbledore presented as evidence Sirius's wand, which had been tested and found to have never cast the killing curse on muggles. "Silence," Burns declared, striking the gavel once more. "Those in favor of declaring Sirius guilty, please raise your hands." A few arms hesitantly lifted in the jury box. "Now, those who believe Sirius is innocent, please raise your hands." A multitude of arms surged upward, clearly surpassing the majority. "The charges are hereby dismissed," Burns proclaimed, striking the gavel and announcing, "Sirius Black is acquitted." At that moment, Sirius sat vacantly on the judgment chair, his mind echoing the words, "Acquitted, acquitted." Burns, Scrimgeour, and members of the Wizengamot had already departed, and the audience in attendance began to disperse. Fudge approached Dumbledore and Sirius, offering a greeting. "Dumbledore, Sirius, It was Barty Crouch who acted unilaterally, imprisoning Sirius in Azkaban without trial for personal reasons. Now, we have rectified this injustice, and Crouch must answer for his actions. Dumbledore regarded Fudge with surprise, not expecting such a statement, but after a moment's reflection, he comprehended his intent. Indeed, for Fudge, whether Sirius was innocent or not was inconsequential. However, regarding Barty Crouch, his greatest political rival, Fudge wished for nothing more than his downfall. He would seize any opportunity to undermine Crouch, even at the expense of the stability he so cherished. Without delay, Fudge rushed off to find the reporters, eager to ensure that the next day's headlines would trumpet his fair and just actions as Minister of Magic, alongside the nefarious deeds of Barty Crouch. An urgent matter, indeed. At this moment, Harry stepped into the center of the room, gently grasping Sirius's hand and calling out, "Godfather." Feeling the warmth emanating from Harry's palm and hearing the affectionate title, a spark returned to Sirius's once hollow gaze. "Is that you, Harry?" he asked, recognizing the familiar features reminiscent of his dear friend James and the striking eyes that mirrored Lily's. Yet, his tone carried a hint of hesitation, fearing that this might be a fleeting dream from which he would awaken to find it all vanished. "It is I," Harry exclaimed, releasing Sirius's hand and leaping into his embrace, holding him tightly. After a long moment, he reluctantly let go, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Sirius's previously rigid features softened as he managed a strained yet genuine smile. "It's truly wonderful. I never expected to see you again in this lifetime, Harry. The last time I saw you, you were just this small." He gestured with his hand to illustrate. Harry listened quietly as Sirius poured out his thoughts. After a moment, Sirius seemed to notice something. "Wait, Harry, did you just call me Godfather? You know I'm your godfather?" Harry nodded emphatically. After a brief silence, Sirius hesitantly inquired, "So, do you understand that your parents entrusted your guardianship to me? I wonder if you would be willing." "I would. Of course I would," Harry interrupted loudly, eager to express his desire. "I want to live with you, to have you by my side." Sirius's eyes glistened with emotion as his frail hand brushed against Harry's cheek, murmuring, "That's wonderful, wonderful. Back in the day, I, James, and Remus were at school." Sirius, visibly lost in his memories, gazed at Harry's face, which so closely resembled James's, and found himself reminiscing. However, this time, Harry turned away, while Tom looked skyward in exasperation. Even Dumbledore appeared somewhat awkward, as the tales of Sirius's school days had become legendary at Hogwarts. Noticing that Sirius was ensnared in his reminiscence, Dumbledore felt compelled to intervene. "All right, Sirius. The past can be revisited later. For now, you need to rest." Harry then introduced Tom to redirect Sirius's attention. "Sirius, let me introduce you to my classmate and friend, Tom Riddle. He played a pivotal role in bringing Peter Pettigrew to justice and in securing your exoneration." Sirius gratefully clasped Tom's hand, saying, "Thank you, Tom. You truly are an exemplary Gryffindor." Tom, expressionless, withdrew his hand and pointed to the green emblem on his robe. "Apologies, but I am a Slytherin." "Ah, what kind of look is that? If it weren't for the plan concerning the Slytherin locket, who would care about your fate?" Eventually, Dumbledore escorted Sirius away for recovery, while a resentful Tom and a jubilant Harry were assisted back to school by Mr. Arthur Weasley. The following morning, in the Great Hall, Tom received the day's Daily Prophet. Upon opening it, the headline read, "10-year-old case reversed. Peter Pettigrew imprisoned, Sirius Black exonerated." A wave of astonished gasps swept through the hall as students received the news. Is it true? Peter Pettigrew was the traitor? Good heavens, Sirius was innocent. Where's Harry? Any insider information? As Tom listened to the discussions, they began normally enough, but gradually grew increasingly peculiar, especially among certain girls. Does this mean Professor Snape and Sirius can reconcile? How delightful, let us celebrate. No, James was Snape's true love. How could Sirius, no matter how tragic his plight, compete with a ghost? However, I am enamored with James and Sirius. What should I do? Has no one considered Lily? Heresy. Loveless. Tom buried his head in the newspaper, lamenting his misdeeds. He could genuinely swear that the incident had been a mere whimsy, an innocent prank that spiraled into unforeseen consequences. Now, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of facing Snape. Yet, he could not shake the persistent urge to compose a small essay. As he idly flipped through the Daily Prophet, an article caught Tom's attention. Shock. Retired Auror forces Hogwarts young wizards to duel. A moral decay or a distortion of humanity. The sensationalist tone was unmistakable, and upon glancing at the byline, he confirmed it was indeed written by Rita Skeeter. However, as Tom gazed at the dashing figure depicted in the article, along with his portrayal of defiance against tyranny and his courageous acts, he resolved to treat Rita to a meal next time, ensuring she received an extra chicken leg. As he continued perusing the paper, Tom's instincts tingled, and he abruptly lifted his head, neatly folding the newspaper and tucking it under his arm as he rose to leave the hall. He made his way to the Ollery, ensuring the surroundings were clear before finally speaking. "All right, no one is here. Stop hiding and come out." A beetle buzzed and landed before Tom. transforming into a middle-aged woman adorned with jeweled glasses and cascading golden curls. "Good morning, Miss Skeeter," Tom greeted her with gentlemanly grace. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tom Riddle, a first-year student from Slytherin." Evidently lacking patience, Rita Skeeter cut to the chase. "I'm here. What do you wish to discuss?" Tom, recognizing her abruptness, decided to be forthright. "I require a mouthpiece. Should I need public opinion to sway in my favor, I will need you to represent me." "On what grounds?" Rita gasped in disbelief. "On the grounds that I am aware of your status as an illegal animagus. If you wish to avoid legal repercussions, it would be prudent to acquiesce to my request." Tom's gaze was icy as it bore into Rita. "Of course, you may refuse. If so, I would be more than willing to demonstrate my methods, ensuring you remember it vividly." Chapter 49, Dragons and Serpents. Ultimately, Rita Skeeter, under Tom's coercion, begrudgingly signed an unequal treaty with him. The incident involving Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black came to a close, with Rita being persuaded, while the matter of Azkaban remained shrouded in uncertainty, perhaps due to Dumbledore's influence. At that moment, Tom realized he lacked motivation. Upon reflection, ever since Dumbledore had approached him the previous summer, he had scarcely enjoyed a moment's respite. Tom had not embarked on this journey merely to vanquish Voldemort the very next day, to resolve Grindelwald's issue the day after, to defeat Dumbledore thereafter, and to effortlessly conclude everything by the 5th day. Please, even the most overworked individuals do not operate in such a manner. In just half a year, he had accomplished what other protagonists in different worlds might take years to achieve. That was sufficient. In that instant, Tom felt weary, fatigued, and ready to lie down. In the days that followed, Tom instinctively adopted a retirement lifestyle, for there was little of significance occurring at school during this period. The Savior Growth Plan progressed steadily, and with Dumbledore's keen oversight and Voldemort's current state, escape from the old wizard's grasp seemed impossible. As for the Stargazers, Tom remarked that it was Cassandra and Hermione who had orchestrated it all. He merely lent his name to the endeavor and suggested they coordinate with them for further details. Rather than concocting schemes daily, he found solace in diligently performing his student duties, participating in club activities, and transforming into an angler on weekends. Such a life was indeed delightful. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered. "Tom, something's wrong." Early one morning, as Tom languidly rolled in bed, Draco's frantic voice pierced through the morning calm. "Young master, mind your image. Don't let your persona crumble." "Really? Not even a chance for a leisurely weekend lie-in?" Tom mumbled, peering groggily from beneath his covers, utterly disinclined to rise, as if he were merging with the bed itself. Draco, dismissing Tom's remarks, yanked away his blankets and vigorously shook him by the shoulders. "Help me, Tom. You're the only one I can turn to." Dizzy from the shaking, Tom swatted Draco's hands away and burrowed back under the covers. "Speak, what is it?" he inquired. "Harry told me that Hagrid, that big fool, has acquired a dragon egg." Draco exclaimed, his emotions aflame. Tom, perplexed, responded, "And then?" "The dragon egg is about to hatch, and I want to raise a dragon. Tom, help me figure something out." Draco's eyes sparkled with fervent desire. "That's it. Farewell. Take care. No need for further ado," Tom retorted, dismissing Draco and returning to his slumber. While he respected and understood Draco's fervor for dragons, he found it utterly impossible to empathize. He assumed that this matter would conclude without further developments. Yet one morning, he found himself once again ensnared by Draco in the common room. "What now, with that furrowed brow?" Tom inquired, seating himself beside Draco with a weary sigh. Draco appeared somewhat despondent, confiding in Tom, "Yesterday, Norbert was sent away, given to the second Weasley." "Who is Norbert?" Tom asked, momentarily at a loss. "Oh, Norbert is the Norwegian ridgeback that hatched from the dragon egg Hagrid received, the one I mentioned to you a while back. I was right there when it was born. It was so small and utterly adorable." Draco reminisced, his heart nearly melting at the memory. Tom quickly interjected, "Stop, get to the point." With a look of indignation, Draco lamented, "The point is that it was sent away, and on top of that, he was docked 50 points and set to serve detention. Can't you offer me a word of comfort?" "Wait, how did he lose points and receive detention?" Tom asked, intrigued about what mischief Draco had been involved in. Upon questioning, Draco gritted his teeth. "It's all that fool Weasley's fault. He left Harry's invisibility cloak on the rooftop. Otherwise, how could Professor McGonagall have caught him red-handed?" Tom listened in disbelief. How could there still be a matter concerning the Weasleys? Weren't you at odds with him? How did you end up associating with him? There was no alternative. After all, Charlie Weasley was Ron Weasley's brother, and for the sake of Norbert, he had to endure it. Draco sighed. "If it weren't for my father's prohibition against raising dragons in our estate, I wouldn't have had to concede to Charlie Weasley." Tom, utterly perplexed by Draco's sentiments, remarked, "To be honest, I fail to comprehend your profound fascination with dragons." Draco explained, "Initially, it was due to my name, but as a child, I read numerous books about dragons and gradually developed a fondness for them. Don't you think it would be quite impressive to have a dragon as a pet?" Upon hearing Draco's words, especially the last statement, Tom found it rather compelling. He glanced at the caged Miss Voldemort in the room and compared her to the majestic dragon. The disparity was stark. Contemplating this, Tom began to ponder whether he should acquire a new pet. Wait, a magnificent pet. Suddenly, Tom recalled that there was indeed one readily available at Hogwarts. Tom Riddle not indulging in a hot pot with the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets would be rather preposterous. It was just unfortunate for Harry that he would completely lose his source of monster hunting experience in his second year. With this thought, Tom lamented his impending return to a languid lifestyle. While patting Draco on the shoulder, he inquired, "Stop lamenting. Would you care to join me in capturing a splendid pet?" "What splendid pet?" A melodious voice interrupted their conversation. "Cassandra, your timing is impeccable. Yesterday, Draco bid farewell to his beloved, and to fill the void in his heart. I have decided to take him along to capture a charming pet. Would you care to join us?" Cassandra frowned slightly. "Have you also been influenced by those novels written by girls? Speak properly. By the way, what kind of pet do you intend to capture?" "A basilisk." On a Saturday morning, as the trio stood at the entrance of Myrtle's lavatory, Draco, holding a rooster, scrutinized the door repeatedly, casting a disdainful glance at Tom, as if he were a weirdo. "Are you certain this is the place you mentioned for finding a basilisk, the girl's lavatory? Moreover, according to prohibition on experimentally breeding animals, isn't breeding a basilisk illegal? Is this really all right? Please, a basilisk bred by Slytherin has nothing to do with me, Tom Riddle. Besides, I am confident the entrance to the chamber is right here." Frankly, Slytherin would never have imagined that the renovations to the pipe would turn it into a bizarre situation. Cassandra and Draco were taken aback, silently beginning to sympathize with Salazar Slytherin. "It's you, Tom Riddle." Just as Tom stepped into the lavatory, Myrtle ceased her weeping and let out a piercing scream. Tom, feigning ignorance, asked, "Do you know me?" Myrtle remained silent, muttering, "Impossible. How are you still at Hogwarts?" And with that, she floated away, disappearing from sight. Draco, trailing behind, looked utterly bewildered, while Cassandra seemed to understand. Disregarding this minor interlude, Tom soon discovered a brass faucet adorned with a coiling serpent relief. Hiss! It opened. Tom murmured softly to the serpent relief on the faucet. The faucet began to whirl rapidly with the sink, and in a moment, the basin vanished from view, revealing a substantial pipe large enough for a single person to pass through. Chapter 50, The Chamber of Secrets. Parseltongue. Draco gazed at Tom in terror, then glanced at the newly opened chamber. "Is this the chamber of Slytherin?" It is said that a descendant of Slytherin would return to the school to open the chamber and eliminate Muggle-born wizards. Could it be that you, Tom, are the Dark Lord? Before Draco could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Cassandra. "What?" Draco felt as if he were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Cassandra elegantly bowed to Tom, addressing him as Your Majesty, the Dark Lord. Draco gasped, "Are you suggesting that Tom is the Dark Lord?" Cassandra shot him an exasperated look and leaned closer, saying, "Rearrange the letters in Tom's name." Draco, being a clever individual, quickly manipulated the letters in his mind upon receiving this hint and soon arrived at the answer. His pupils dilated in terror. Fear rendered his teeth chattering, leaving him speechless. Tom observed Cassandra's audacious maneuver with bemusement, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. Yet, the words that came to mind transformed into, "Times have changed. In this era, eliminating Muggle-born wizards is merely a rumor. Do not believe it." His words neither confirmed nor denied his identity as the Dark Lord, leaving it to them to conjecture. "Very well, we must hasten. Let us proceed." As Tom prepared to step forward, he noticed Draco still rooted in place, appearing utterly dazed. Fresh water, like a spring. Draco jolted back to reality. Drenched from head to toe, cleansed and renewed. "Are you awake now? If so, let us go." "Draco, your mental fortitude is lacking. Observe how composed Cassandra remains." After Tom spoke, he was the first to enter the pipe. Cassandra offered Draco a gentle smile before following suit. Draco hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and finally followed. The pipe was slippery and sticky, emanating a nauseating odor, devoid of any amusement compared to a theme park slide. The trio endured their discomfort as they descended, uncertain of how long they had been traveling. They felt they had reached a profound depth beneath the castle, possibly even the bottom of the Black Lake, before emerging from the winding pipe onto a damp, flat surface, facing a dark stone tunnel ahead. Ugh! The three, who possessed mild cleanliness obsessions, could not help but gag as they emerged from the pipe, covered in filth, cleansed and renewed. Once Tom cast a cleansing spell on each of them, they felt considerably better. Crack! Restored to consciousness, Draco instinctively took a step back, seemingly stepping on something beneath his feet, causing him to startle. Cassandra clutched Tom's robes tightly. A flicker of luminescence. A bright light emanated from Tom's wand, illuminating the surroundings. Cassandra and Draco focused their gaze downward, discovering a mouse skull amidst numerous remnants of small animal carcasses. Their expressions soured instantly, and Tom seized the opportunity to remind them, if they heard a sound, they should close their eyes immediately. Cassandra and Draco nodded earnestly, casting the illumination charm. and followed closely behind Tom into the tunnel. The tunnel was long, dim, and silent, the light from the charm illuminating only a limited distance. Their footsteps echoed loudly against the damp ground in the tranquil environment. After walking for a while, Cassandra suddenly let out a sharp gasp, quickly shutting her eyes. Seeing this, Draco followed suit and closed his eyes as well. What happened? What is going on? Tom inquired, puzzled, as he had not heard any noise. There, Cassandra replied, trembling as she pointed shakily to the right front. Following her indication, Tom spotted a massive shadow. Directing his wand towards it, he saw a vast expanse of emerald green serpent skin coiled on the tunnel floor, vacant within. You may open your eyes now. It's merely a snake's shed. Do not be afraid. Cassandra and Draco cautiously opened their eyes, scrutinizing the remnants left by the basilisk, gaining their first clear insight into the monstrous entity they were to confront. Draco could not suppress his lament. I regret this. Truly, I should not have come today. Cassandra added, at this moment, we resemble reckless Gryffindors, not a trace of Slytherin in us. Tom did not allow them much time for complaints and soon urged them onward. After an indeterminate number of turns, they finally halted before a wall at the tunnel's end, gazing at the wall adorned with two intertwined stone serpents. Their eyes set with emeralds, Tom announced, we have arrived. Here lies Slytherin's chamber. Upon realizing they stood before the legendary chamber, both felt their nerves tense involuntarily. With a hissing sound as Tom opened the way, the stone serpents unwound, and the stone wall split down the middle, sliding apart to unveil the interior. As they entered, they navigated through rows of stone pillars adorned with coiling serpent sculptures, reaching the last row. Is this truly Salazar Slytherin? Cassandra exclaimed, incredulous. It's far too hideous. Before them loomed a colossal statue with a decrepit visage, a sparse, long beard, and a simian-like face, leaving Cassandra in disbelief. Draco mirrored her sentiments. They felt they might never be able to view the name Slytherin the same way again. Perhaps Slytherin had become disfigured to assume such a grotesque form. Tom faintly defended Slytherin, then instructed the two. All right, stop examining the statue. You two should step back and close your eyes. If anything goes awry, flee immediately. Oh, and Draco, only release the rooster after you hear me call out. Cassandra and Draco understood that this was not the time for caprice. Obediently, they retreated to the entrance, tightly shutting their eyes and preparing for a hasty escape. Tom stood alone before the statue, his wand firmly grasped in hand, tiny beads of sweat forming in his palm. The 1,000-year-old basilisk, nurtured by Slytherin, would heed only his commands and those of his descendants. Tom found it challenging to accurately locate his own existence within this context. Should he lose control, facing the assault of such a creature, he possessed no confidence of survival without Harry's protagonist aura. Taking a deep breath, Tom closed his eyes and shouted at the statue, Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. As his words echoed, the statue's visage began to morph, its mouth transforming into a dark abyss from which a hissing sound emerged, and the massive form of the basilisk slowly slithered forth. With its large, luminous eyes fixed intently upon Tom, the creature refrained from immediate attack, though Tom remained poised for a counterstrike. In the hushed hall, the man and serpent faced each other in a tense standoff. Chapter 51, The Basilisk. The confrontation endured for a considerable time until Tom took the initiative to speak first, ready to strike should the basilisk refuse to comply. To his surprise, the creature obediently lowered its head, retracting its predatory stance. The Slytherin heirs mark obeys. Upon hearing the basilisk's words, Tom's heart sank. Both the best and worst scenarios he had envisioned materialized. The good news was that the creature obeyed his command, sparing him a life-or-death struggle. The bad news was that his existence was indeed tied to Slytherin, or rather, to his lineage. Tom, familiar with his own affairs, realized that since birth up until last summer, he had never exhibited magical abilities, with the ability to speak Parseltongue emerging only after the system activation. Aside from sharing the same name and appearance as Voldemort, he could not fathom any connection to Slytherin. As for Voldemort's progeny, Tom thought it absurd. The Dark Lord would never name his offspring Tom Riddle, surely opting to alter the surname to Gaunt. What, then, linked Tom's existence to Slytherin? Was it a consequence of traversing dimensions, the influence of a system, a parallel existence, the remnants of Voldemort's Horcrux, or merely the simple ability to speak Parseltongue? So many possibilities loomed, and Tom found himself utterly at a loss for deductions. At that moment, another troubling thought resurfaced in Tom's mind, one that grew increasingly unsettling with each reflection. Initially, when searching for the ring in the Gaunt residence, he presumed that Voldemort's mind had deteriorated to such an extent that he had neglected to establish any protective measures. However, upon further reflection, it became evident that even in his impaired state, Voldemort would not be so careless. It now appeared that his unimpeded access to the Gaunt house, devoid of any triggering defenses, was intrinsically linked to Tom himself. Shaking his head vigorously, he dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. recognizing that indulging in such musings was futile. Furthermore, associating with Slytherin or Voldemort might not be entirely disadvantageous, at the very least. He possessed a striking appearance and commanded the serpent's obedience, closing his eyes and tilting his head aside, after issuing commands to the basilisk. Tom awaited a moment before slowly reopening his eyes, responding to the sounds of movement. Before him lay the basilisk's turned head, its eyes closed, and its massive form. Excellent. It was now Tom's turn to showcase his prowess. Pure water, flow forth. With all his might, he summoned a torrent of water that cascaded over the basilisk's formidable body, cleansing it thoroughly. Be still, do not move. Soaked by the deluge. The basilisk instinctively attempted to thrash about, but upon hearing Tom's command, it settled back into stillness. All renewed. The powerful scouring charm, in conjunction with the pure water spell, whisked away years of accumulated grime and the lingering stench of decay. Observing the basilisk's rejuvenated, jade-like sheen, Tom felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, as a companion, one's appearance could not be subpar. Next, you must behave as well. A vision of an exquisite bracelet danced in Tom's mind as he waved his wand toward the basilisk. Hiss. Oh, how unsightly. Did it fail to transform? He felt a pang of regret toward Professor McGonagall, but pressed on. Casting a healing charm upon the basilisk, Tom waved his wand once more. Hiss. Why does it look so awkward? Another failure. Perhaps there was a flaw in Professor McGonagall's teachings. Next time, he considered, he might invite Dumbledore to instruct instead. Reapplying the healing charm, Tom continued to wave his wand. Hiss. Is my transfiguration truly this poor? This must be the fault of the noseless Tom. Thus, the basilisk underwent numerous cycles of life and death, until it finally settled in tranquility upon his right wrist, transformed into a bracelet alongside Cassandra's adornment. I knew it. My transfiguration skills could not be this lacking. After admiring the basilisk now fashioned as a bracelet, Tom turned and called out to Cassandra and Draco. Hey, Cassandra, Draco. It's all right now, you may open your eyes. Upon hearing Tom's voice, Cassandra and Draco cautiously opened their eyes and slowly approached him. They surveyed their surroundings and inquired, where's the basilisk? With pride, Tom raised his right hand, showcasing the newly adorned bracelet. Look, it's right here. Cassandra, incredulous, exclaimed, you transformed the basilisk into a bracelet to carry with you. Draco's face turned a ghastly white. Did that mean he had to share a dormitory with the basilisk every night? Tom earnestly assured him, rest assured, my transfiguration skills are exemplary. Nothing will go awry. Both Cassandra and Draco, however, regarded Tom with a rare expression of skepticism. They had just heard the wretched cries of the basilisk, and, although they were oblivious to Tom's actions, instinctively felt it was related to his transfiguration. As self-proclaimed followers of the Dark Lord, Cassandra and Draco unconditionally trusted black magic, curses, potions, and alchemy, but transfiguration seemed to lie firmly within Dumbledore's domain. Cassandra tentatively suggested, perhaps we should let Dumbledore examine it once we go outside. Tom's heart sank at her words. Noticing this, Draco quickly shifted the topic. So what shall we do next? And how should we deal with this rooster? First, we must eat. We've delayed long enough, and I'm famished, Tom declared as he produced pots, pans, utensils, a small table, and an array of seasonings and ingredients. The thoroughness of his preparations left Cassandra and Draco utterly dumbfounded. Draco swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, why have you prepared all this? Tom pointed at the rooster in Draco's hands with the utmost certainty. Of course, it's for the chicken. But I can't kill a chicken, Draco exclaimed, glancing at Cassandra for support. Cassandra shrugged, neither can I. With a sigh, Tom observed their interaction and said, allow me. He then took the rooster from Draco's hands, and with a flash of green light, it met its untimely demise. He proceeded to bleed it, pluck its feathers, and gut it with remarkable efficiency. As he worked, he educated the two on the benefits of using a fresh animal, explaining that it retains the original flavors, and the meat is often more tender. The entire process left Cassandra and Draco sweating profusely, on the brink of insanity, and with an overwhelming urge to flee. However, when Tom heated the oil in the pot, adding garlic, ginger, and scallions to unleash their fragrance, the thought of escape vanished. As he introduced cooking wine, chicken essence, salt, Sichuan pepper, and dried chili, the delectable aroma had them unconsciously swallowing. By the time Tom added water, brought it to a boil, reduced the heat, and mixed in sweet bean sauce, green peppers, and small chili peppers, they found themselves squatting beside the pot, eagerly anticipating the meal. When Tom plated the dish and brought out 3 bottles of drinks, the starving duo disregarded all decorum and began to devour the food voraciously. Despite their aversion to spicy food, their faces flushed as they continued to eat, sipping their drinks in between bites. If anyone were to witness the scion of Slytherin and his lady in such a state, they would surely be left astounded. Draco praised, truly, it is a chicken worth savoring. Oh, it is simply delightful. Tom, in turn, expressed pride in his culinary skills, adding, If only we had rice to accompany this feast. Chapter 52. The Chamber Within the Chamber. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Tom and his companions let out contented burps as they tidied up the remnants of their feast. What shall we do next? Should we retrace our steps? Cassandra inquired of Tom. No, we shall not return the same way, Tom replied, glancing at the statue of Slytherin. Following Tom's gaze, Cassandra asked with curiosity, what is it about the Slytherin statue? Tom gathered his thoughts and shared his conjecture with Cassandra and Draco. The basilisk emerged from the statue's mouth, suggesting that there might be more space behind it, and perhaps there are even more concealed chambers within Slytherin's secret lair. Intrigued by Tom's words, both Cassandra and Draco joined him in exploring around the statue. Tom, Cassandra, over here, quickly, Draco suddenly exclaimed, as if he had discovered something. The two approached Draco, who pointed at the wall beside the statue, revealing two intertwined stone serpents, reminiscent of those seen at the entrance to the chamber. Open, Tom commanded the stone serpents in Parseltongue. As he spoke, the serpents moved apart, causing the wall to shift and vanish, unveiling a door of normal size. Indeed, I told you there were more chambers within the chamber, Tom remarked to Cassandra and Draco before pushing the door open. Upon entering, they beheld yet another long corridor. As if sensing Tom's presence, the wall sconces on either side flickered to life, casting an eerie green glow that illuminated the corridor with a haunting ambience. With the faint candlelight guiding them, the trio proceeded cautiously until they arrived at a fork in the path. Cassandra pointed at the broad passage to their side. The basilisk must have taken that route. Tom surveyed the evident crawl marks on the ground leading to that passage, nodded, and turned towards the other corridor, which was of a size suitable for human passage. We shall go this way, he instructed. Moments later, they reached a pitch-black stone door at the end of the corridor. Draco stepped forward and pushed against it forcefully, but it remained unmoved. He quickly turned to Tom. It's no use. I can't budge it, Tom. We'll need your help. Tom nodded in acknowledgement, approached the stone door, and uttered in Parseltongue, open. As soon as he finished speaking, the door's seal appeared to lift, and it creaked open slowly. Coughing, the three were immediately engulfed by a cloud of thick dust as they entered the darkened chamber. They hastily cast cleaning and illumination spells. As the room was illuminated, Cassandra and Draco let out terrified screams. Tom surveyed the surroundings and quickly comprehended their fright. The chamber was filled with various preserved specimens of magical creatures. The room was filled with a grotesque atmosphere, dominated by the presence of various corpses of bizarre, dissected, and mutated creatures. The sight was enough to terrify even the most unsuspecting wizards, potentially driving them to the brink of despair. Tom produced 2 small vials of calming potion, gently offering them to Cassandra and Draco, whispering, Here, do not be afraid. Drink this, and you will feel much better. The two accepted the elixirs and consumed them in one go. After a brief moment of rest, they began to feel somewhat improved. Yet, Cassandra remained visibly shaken, her voice trembling as she inquired of Tom, what are all these? It was evident that they were in Slytherin's laboratory, and the specimens suggested a deep engagement with the art of magical transfiguration. Please rest here a while longer. I shall explore the room, Tom declared as he rose to inspect the surroundings. The chamber was not particularly spacious, and after a brief circuit, Tom had scanned most of it. Aside from the magical creature specimens, there was little else within. The corner bookshelf stood empty, clearly having been cleared out, and the desk held nothing but a bottle of dried ink and a quill, indicating that any potential documents had likely been removed. Undeterred, Tom conducted another thorough search, leaving no corner unexamined. To his surprise, this time he unearthed something of value. Nestled between the desk and the wall lay a parchment, seemingly dropped by accident. It was clear that the individual who had rifled through Slytherin's remnants had been in such haste that they overlooked this particular piece, a fortunate oversight for Tom. As he carefully examined the parchment, his expression grew somber. Indeed, it contained one of the secrets behind that person's transformation. Cassandra, resting at the entrance, quietly observed Tom's meticulous movements. When she saw him return with a grave countenance, she swiftly rose, asking, What's the matter? Did you find something? Tom handed the parchment to Cassandra, stating, The room's books have all been taken, leaving only this. She took the parchment and, alongside Draco, began to scrutinize it. The page was filled with intricate symbols and annotations that left them dizzy. To both Cassandra and Draco, it resembled an indecipherable script. Returning the parchment to Tom, Cassandra asked with a hint of curiosity, What is this? It is part of a dark magic transfiguration ritual, Tom promptly responded. Cassandra gasped softly, eager to inquire further. Yet seeing that Tom had no intention of elaborating, she refrained from speaking. In the ensuing silence, Draco quietly suggested, Shouldn't we leave? Indeed, Tom concurred with Draco's proposition. Just as Cassandra and Draco prepared to retrace their steps, Tom suddenly grasped their arms, saying, During my search, I discovered a hidden door over there. It should lead us out. Follow me. After speaking, he led the two individuals to a corner on the other side of the room, pushing open a door that seamlessly blended into the wall, making it difficult to discern. Taking a few steps forward, they were met with a seemingly endless flight of stone steps spiraling upwards. I'm exhausted, are we there yet? This is far too high. Draco couldn't help but complain after climbing for what felt like an eternity. Cassandra, equally fatigued, was too weary to speak. Silence. We're almost there, Tom replied, breathless. Just as their strength was nearly depleted, they finally reached the platform at the top of the steps. Collapsing onto the platform, Tom produced 3 vials of revitalizing elixir. He handed 2 of them to Cassandra and Draco and drank one himself. Feeling his energy restored, he rested for a moment before leading the others to push open the stone door on the opposite side of the platform. Upon exiting the door, they found themselves in a small cave. The stone door closed behind them, merging once again with the rock face, and despite Tom's various attempts, he could not reopen it. It seems this path is one way. Let us leave this place, he declared, as Tom guided Cassandra and Draco out of the cave. They were taken aback to find themselves in an unexpected location. This is the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 53, A Fright in the Forbidden Forest. Forbidden Forest? Under the hazy moonlight, Cassandra and Draco stared in astonishment at the scenery before them. Noticing their surprise, Tom kindly reminded them, perhaps that path was originally meant to lead us here. But now is not the time to dwell on it. Curfew is approaching. We must hasten our return to the castle. He then expressed a hint of frustration. I never anticipated that leaving during the day would result in such a late return, and it seems Snape's detention has been overlooked today. Cassandra shuddered at the thought of their headmaster's wrath. What do you plan to do about circumventing the headmaster's detention? Tom remained unfazed. It's nothing. I can always gift him some portraits of Harry. As the two continued to jest, Draco couldn't contain himself any longer. Do either of you know the way back to the castle? If we don't leave soon, we'll be late. Follow me. Tom's wand emitted a trail of blue smoke that extended into the distance. What is that blue smoke? Draco inquired, intrigued. It's merely a minor tracking spell, designed to prevent becoming lost in the Forbidden Forest. The smoke will guide us back to the castle. Let us go. Tom prepared to lead them away, but suddenly halted. Apologies, we cannot walk in the dark. Both Cassandra and Draco felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Lumos. Lumos. Light emanated from the wand, dispelling the darkness. And the 3 resumed their journey. Yet, before they could advance very far, Tom stopped once more. Tom, what is it this time? Draco asked, nearly colliding with Tom's back. Shoo. Be cautious, there's trouble ahead. Extinguish the light. Cassandra and Draco obediently extinguished the light at the tips of their wands, mimicking Tom as they cautiously approached, tiptoeing with utmost care. Beneath the moonlight, a shadowy figure cloaked in black was feeding upon a carcass of an animal. Was that a unicorn? Someone was draining the blood of a unicorn. As they drew nearer and discerned the scene before them, Draco could not contain a startled exclamation. His voice startled the figure, who slowly turned its head towards Tom's position. Ah, you two stay hidden here. Do not come out, Tom sighed, softly admonishing the pair before straightening up and stepping out alone. Why, it's you. The figure, now illuminated by the moonlight, was taken aback by Tom's arrival. It is I. Should I say long time no see, Voldemort, or perhaps Tom Riddle? Tom's greeting nearly caused Cassandra and Draco to gasp in shock. Fortunately, they quickly clamped their hands over their mouths, their eyes darting back and forth between Tom and Voldemort, confusion evident in their gazes. Indeed, it has been a while. I have longed to have a proper conversation with you, Tom Riddle, or the other me, Voldemort intoned in a raspy, low voice, probing Tom. Yet, Tom merely raised an eyebrow at these words. I hardly see anything worth discussing. Are you seeking a lament about your humble existence as a parasite in the Albanian forest? Or perhaps a complaint regarding your current plight of subsisting on unicorn blood? Or shall we deliberate on your fated adversary? Yes, a mere infant. Upon hearing Tom's words, Voldemort struggled to suppress the fury threatening to erupt, retorting sharply, nonsense. My downfall has nothing to do with Harry Potter. It is Lily Potter's ancient magic that is to blame. Tom could not help but scoff. But the fact remains that you failed, did you not? Voldemort's anger flared further. Yet he maintained a semblance of composure, for he was facing Tom. Yes, you are correct. Although I failed 11 years ago, I now have a chance to rise again. The Philosopher's Stone, once I possess it, I shall be reborn. Help me, Tom, we are one and the same. Once I return, we can vanquish Dumbledore and reign supreme once more. Tom decisively interrupted Voldemort's grandiose fantasies. I'm afraid you are mistaken. It is not we, but I. You wish to usurp me? Voldemort dropped any pretense, demanding, who exactly are you? My Horcrux does not contain a version of you like this. Tom chuckled at Voldemort's words. Usurp? No, no, no. Only the victor is Voldemort, while you are merely a pitiable failure, Tom. As for who I am, considering you have traversed the path of immortality further than anyone, why not engage that withered little mind of yours in some speculation? You shall pay for this. Voldemort was caught off guard, anticipating Voldemort's movements. Tom cast a deadly curse as well. The green light collided in midair and vanished. Pathetic, far too feeble. How can you still call yourself Voldemort? Tom continued to taunt. Voldemort felt the humiliation within him being brutally exposed by Tom's words. He brandished his wand, unleashing a wave of fiery orange flames toward Tom, mingled with a flash of green light. Is this all you can conjure? No new tricks? Tom erected a wall of earth before him the moment the flames ignited, successfully blocking the curse's ambush. All curses shall cease. The flames vanished with Tom's incantation. Just as Tom prepared to proceed, he discovered that Voldemort had vanished behind the cover of flames. Cautiously, Tom searched the vicinity again but found no trace of him, letting out a light laugh. Ah? Not entirely devoid of wit, he escaped swiftly. He then called out to Cassandra and Draco, who had been hiding nearby. Come out. It's safe now. The two of them emerged trembling, their legs quaking uncontrollably. After a moment's hesitation, Cassandra couldn't help but confirm with Tom, was that really the Dark Lord? Indeed. The genuine Voldemort, Tom affirmed. But you are also a Dark Lord, aren't you? He said you were one and the same. Could there be two Dark Lords? Cassandra's mind buzzed with too much information, overflowing with questions but unsure of where to begin. Her words became somewhat incoherent. Tom, however, intended to keep his enigmatic persona intact, responding to Cassandra with a simple guess. Meanwhile, Draco resolved to write a letter to his father upon returning, but Tom seemed to have anticipated his thoughts, issuing a warning. You should be aware of what can and cannot be said tonight, Draco. Understand that Lucius knows more than you think. As the two were still immersed in the night's excitement, a sudden sound of hoofbeats echoed from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Tom frowned. Did we not check the almanac before venturing out? Another unexpected guest has arrived. A centaur with a silver mane and platinum-colored hair galloped toward them. Upon witnessing the gruesome fate of the unicorn and the three standing nearby, his first words were, "Did you do this?" Tom was unable to suppress his irritation at the centaur's accusation. He felt as though his journey through time had gone awry, wondering if he had inadvertently entered a narrative more suited for a female audience, or if someone nearby possessed a protagonist's aura that dulled their intellect, leading to such a foolish inquiry. With this thought, Tom subtly shifted away from Cassandra. Ignoring her bewildered expression, Tom explained. We are merely 3 first-year wizards who stumbled into the Forbidden Forest. You might want to examine closely. That unicorn met its demise due to having its blood drained by a human. As you are aware, drinking the blood of a unicorn brings forth a curse. Yet we bear no trace of such a malediction upon us. We merely chanced upon a dark wizard. After listening to Tom's explanation, the centaur inspected the unicorn's body once more and realized he was not lying. Apologetically, he addressed Tom. I apologize, I overreacted. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Firenze. Upon hearing Firenze's apology, Tom offered a gesture of goodwill. Greetings, Firenze. I am Tom Riddle. The two individuals beside me are Cassandra Vori and Draco Malfoy. We seem to have lost our way. Just as Tom intended to engage in a meaningful conversation with Firenze, a sharp voice interrupted them. And 2 more centaurs emerged from the forest. Ronan, and also Bane, these young wizards are lost. I plan to escort them out of the Forbidden Forest. After hearing Firenze's explanation, the centaur named Bane looked down upon Tom with an air of arrogance. A little human wizard? You have trespassed into our territory. Should you wish to leave, allow me to administer a lesson first. Bane, that's enough. Firenze began to defend Tom and his companions, but was abruptly interrupted by Ronan, who evidently concurred with Bane's sentiments. Regrettably, Tom was not one to indulge their foul tempers. Silencio, Levi Corpus. Observing the two suspended and unable to articulate a word, Tom expressed his disdain. If you cannot speak, then do not attempt to. This is merely a minor reprimand. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient. Firenze regarded Tom, then glanced at Ronan and Bane, hesitating before letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, they were at fault first. I shall apologize on their behalf. Let me lead you out of the Forbidden Forest. Tom now viewed Firenze in a new light. Ah, you truly possess a compassionate heart. Unlike most centaurs, rest assured, the spell will wear off shortly and will not cause them harm. Thank you, Firenze murmured gratefully before disregarding Ronan and Bane, guiding Tom and his companions away. We have now reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Just ahead lies the castle. With Firenze's assistance, the trio swiftly departed the forest. As they prepared to part ways, Firenze gazed intently at Tom for a moment before slowly speaking. The trajectory of fate has diverged. I wish you good fortune. With that cryptic proclamation, Firenze turned and vanished into the depths of the forest. The trajectory of fate has diverged. Dumbledore, who had intended to consult Grindelwald regarding Tom, was unexpectedly met with such a nonsensical prophecy. At this moment, wide awake, he strolled around the castle grounds. Thus, the trio, having left the Forbidden Forest, collided unexpectedly with Dumbledore. Indeed, it seems that events provoke an immediate response. Tom silently scoffed, donning a smile as he approached. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore, evidently taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Tom, felt a sudden intuition. It must pertain to what Grindelwald had mentioned. However, he buried this thought deep within, greeting the trio with a smile. "Good evening, Tom, Miss Worrell, and Mr. Malfoy. Isn't it rather late for you all to still be out? You appear as though you have just emerged from the Forbidden Forest." In response to Dumbledore's inquiry, Cassandra and Draco turned their gazes towards Tom. "I encountered that individual." Tom's words elicited a subtle change in Dumbledore's expression. "Miss Worrell and Mr. Malfoy, might I trouble you to return to your dormitory? Tom, would you mind accompanying this old man for an evening stroll?" Once Cassandra and Malfoy had departed, Dumbledore's demeanor became serious as he faced Tom. "Now, can you tell me what transpired?" For Tom, whether it was the Chamber of Secrets or Voldemort, there was nothing he could not reveal to Dumbledore, at worst. It might rouse some distant memories within him, yet that was of no concern to Tom. Thus, he recounted his discovery of the Slytherin chamber, his encounter with Voldemort after leaving the chamber, and being led out by the centaur Firenze. It was only when Tom mentioned Firenze's parting words about the trajectory of fate having diverged that Dumbledore's expression shifted once more. After a moment of silent contemplation, Dumbledore suddenly remarked, "Today, I sought out Gellert, and he too spoke of the trajectory of fate having diverged. What is your perspective on this?" "Indeed, it seems that all mystics are of a kind. Should they set up a stall, their business would surely prosper," Tom replied with a chuckle. Casting a knowing glance at Dumbledore, "Professor, at your age, moderation is key." His words almost caused Dumbledore to grind his teeth in frustration. Suddenly recalling how much more endearing the young Voldemort had been during his student days, Dumbledore hastily waved Tom off. "It is quite late. You have been busy all day. Tom, you should return to your dormitory and rest." Just as Tom prepared to depart, Dumbledore added, "By the way, could you accompany me to see the Slytherin chamber tomorrow?" After a moment's thought, Tom nodded in agreement. The following morning, Dumbledore awaited at the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory. When Tom, using Parseltongue, opened the entrance to the chamber in the washroom, Dumbledore's expression remained unchanging. Indeed, he was fully aware of Tom's ability to speak the serpent's tongue. Tom felt no surprise at this revelation. Upon discovering a serpent's shed skin within the tunnel, Dumbledore expressed some astonishment. "A basilisk? I never anticipated that Slytherin would harbor one within the chamber. I suspect Severus would find this shed quite intriguing." As Tom and Dumbledore once again entered the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the secrets of Hogwarts are known even to me, the headmaster. Only in part. I never imagined the legendary Slytherin's lair would be like this. However, Tom, might you show me the basilisk?" Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the bracelet on Tom's right hand. "Of course, no problem," Tom replied, tossing the transformed basilisk bracelet to Dumbledore. Upon receiving it, Dumbledore examined the bracelet closely, then took out his elder wand to gesture at it, his expression shifting to one of dismay. After entrusting Tom with the task of controlling the basilisk, Dumbledore reverted the bracelet back into the creature and then transformed it again into the bracelet. To the basilisk's surprise, it found that the transformation was not as torturous as it had anticipated. In fact, it was quite comfortable. As Dumbledore demonstrated his skill, Tom had transformed into Uchiha Tom, his eyes nearly morphing into Sharingan, fervently copying Dumbledore's techniques. Once everything was in order, Dumbledore returned the bracelet to Tom, sighed, and began to negotiate with him. "Tom, could you refrain from mentioning that I am your transfiguration professor when we are outside?" Tom found this request rather perplexing, suspecting that Dumbledore's mind was not entirely sound, and promptly corrected him. "I beg your pardon, Professor, but I believe you have not taught me transfiguration. My teacher is Professor McGonagall." Dumbledore displayed a look of pride, as if he had a promising student. After Tom accompanied Dumbledore around the chamber and discovered nothing of value besides the basilisk, he prepared to retrace his steps. At that moment, Tom posed his query to Dumbledore. "Professor, what do you plan to do about Voldemort and Quirrell? Will you let them roam free? The end of term is approaching." Dumbledore chuckled softly, exuding an air of confidence. "Do not worry. Voldemort and Quirrell will soon take action. The net is closing in." In the days that followed, Tom felt increasingly deceived by Dumbledore. Voldemort, far from making a move, was nearly impossible to locate. Draco, Harry, and Ron remained confined due to their escapade in the Forbidden Forest, but this time, even Voldemort's shadow was absent. Quirrell had not attended classes at all, leaving the entire defense against the dark arts curriculum in the hands of Professor Snape. In light of this, Tom sought out Professor McGonagall to express his disdain for Quirrell's behavior of pilfering salary. He insinuated that if he could receive Quirrell's pay, he would not mind helping Snape alleviate some of the burden, albeit reluctantly participating in teaching activities. Given Tom's notorious past, McGonagall promptly rejected his job proposal. With his job search fruitless, Tom redirected his focus to the impending final exams, resolute that Tom Riddle would not be outdone by Hermione Granger. As the final examination in the history of magic concluded, Tom exhaled deeply, confident that he had secured the top position in his year. At that moment, Harry sent him some news. He had learned from Hagrid that someone had deliberately sold him a dragon egg, from which he had extracted the method to access Fluffy. Today, Harry discovered that Snape's foot seemed to have been injured by Fluffy, suggesting that the individual attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone was preparing to act. Consequently, he sent a message to gather the group to thwart this impending threat. The members of the astronomy club, who were contemplating jubilant celebrations post-exams, found this unexpected event quite fortuitous and eagerly signed up to participate. Except for a few, including Cassandra, Hermione, and Draco, no one truly grasped the gravity of the situation. Cassandra and Draco, feeling reassured by Tom's presence, chose not to dampen the spirits by voicing their concerns. Thus, the mission to protect the Philosopher's Stone transformed into a grand outing for the club, with Ron joining as well. At this juncture, aside from receiving Harry's message, Tom also received a note from Fawkes, which bore but a brief statement. It's time to close the net. Consequently, Tom donned the disillusionment charm and trailed behind the group of young wizards as an observer of their daring escapades. As the trio's challenges morphed into a collective excursion, Tom perceived a significant reduction in difficulty. The first challenge, the three-headed dog Fluffy, had already succumbed to Voldemort's enchanting melody and was blissfully asleep. The young wizards merely needed to stealthily open the trapdoor and descend gently. The only interruption occurred when Fluffy stirred midway, baring its teeth and drooling, seemingly eager to bite. However, the group, who had long anticipated an encounter with Fluffy, was well prepared. They presented a generous offering of dog biscuits, and the band that had been set up at the entrance struck up a tune of Good Day. As for why this particular melody was chosen, we shall invite Tom Riddle to elaborate. Fluffy, meanwhile, drifted back into slumber amidst the music and treats. The second challenge involved the Devil's Snare. Accompanying Neville, Ernie, Hannah, and Justin deemed this a mere formality, especially since Professor Sprout had personally guided them in tending to the Devil's Snare, providing a thorough explanation. Having been forewarned about the exam's answers, if they failed to navigate through it, a transfer request to another institution would likely be in order. Relax, relax, don't struggle. Yes, don't fight it, just relax. Accustomed to Tom's relentless training, the group remained remarkably composed. Under the guidance of the Hufflepuff Quartet, they navigated through swiftly, until the last individual fell, regrettably without the chance to cast the Incendio spell. Tom contemplated whether he should request a banner from Professor Sprout afterward to commemorate his preservation of the Devil's Snare. The third challenge was personally designed by Professor Flitwick. Harry quickly spotted the key with a missing wing amidst the flurry of flying keys and seized his broomstick, charging forward with determination. At the same moment, Draco discovered the key and seized his broomstick, rushing out with fervor. In that instant, the Seekers of Gryffindor and Slytherin forged an unprecedented alliance. Draco, to your right, came the call. Harry, flank him. Quickly, the key is to your left. With their combined efforts, Harry soon found the key firmly grasped in his palm. In the fourth challenge, it was finally Ron's moment to shine. Professor McGonagall's wizard's chessboard. Ron opted for the knight's position, while Harry and Neville took on the roles of bishop and castle, respectively. As Ron valiantly carved a path through the ranks, he prepared for a selfless sacrifice, ready to be captured by the White Queen in order to secure victory. Shatter them, shatter them, shatter them. A barrage of shattering spells rained upon the white pieces. The white pieces were physically obliterated, granting victory to the black pieces. Ron, who had mentally prepared for his sacrifice, stood in stunned silence as Cassandra, leading the charge, stood proudly, proclaiming, indeed, playing chess is a waste of time. Direct physical annihilation is far swifter. This was quintessentially Gryffindor. In the fifth challenge, the troll awaited. Upon entering the room, the sight of the troll, peacefully collapsed after having been gnawed upon, stirred memories of loss among the young wizards. As they passed the troll's lifeless body, one of them led the way, and the group formed a line to pay their respects, silently offering a piece of the troll as a tribute. This audacious act left Tom visibly disturbed, feeling a profound sense of guilt. The final challenge, a test of logic, posed no hardship for the Ravenclaw students who regularly engaged in trivia games in the common room. Hermione, the brightest witch of the school, stepped forward to unravel the mystery. Harry, we can accompany you no further. The last stretch is yours alone. Be cautious, and if it becomes too daunting, retreat. After handing Harry a potion, Hermione offered her concern. Harry nodded, took the potion, and bravely traversed the flames. In the concluding chamber, someone awaited Harry. Chapter 56, The Savior and the Dark Lord. It's you, Quirrell. Upon entering the room, Harry was met with the sight of the long-absent Quirrell, adorned with a purple turban, standing before the mirror of Eriste. He was surprised for a fleeting moment, but quickly regained his composure, seemingly unfazed by Quirrell's presence. Quirrell, however, was intrigued by Harry's demeanor. It is I, Harry Potter. You appear rather unperturbed. I assumed you would suspect Severus Snape. This was due to Quirrell's excessively erratic behavior at Hogwarts. Any observant faculty or student could discern his peculiarities. At this point, Harry felt a touch of embarrassment, for he had, in fact, initially suspected Snape, who certainly bore the visage of a villain. During the gathering of stargazers, The group sat together to analyze the situation and concluded that, compared to Severus Snape, Quirrell was the one with genuine issues, while Harry belonged to the category of those he himself deemed blind. After hearing Harry's words, Quirrell fell into silence as he reflected on his own conduct. When Tom traversed the flames into the room, he was greeted by the sight of two individuals gazing at each other in silence. Fortunately, he did not miss this classic scene. With a sense of relief, Tom quickly sought refuge in a corner to observe the unfolding drama. Simultaneously, he noticed Dumbledore hiding on the opposite side, also watching the spectacle, and they exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts unspoken. At this moment, under Quirrell's intimidation, Harry stepped before the mirror of Ariste, witnessing Quirrell take the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and wink at his reflection. In reality, Harry discreetly checked his own pocket and found a hard object nestled within. Quirrell, noticing Harry's prolonged presence before the mirror, demanded sharply, "Tell me, Potter, what do you see?" Although nervous, Harry forced himself to remain composed and replied with a lie, "I see myself winning the House Cup." A voice, distinct from Quirrell's and raspy, echoed, "He lies." Upon hearing this, Quirrell's heart tightened with anxiety, and he pressed Harry further, "Speak. What did you truly see?" This time, Harry remained silent, summoning all his strength to flee. With a snap of his fingers, Quirrell conjured walls of fire that blocked Harry's escape route. At that moment, the raspy voice spoke again, "Let me speak with him directly." Tom, nearly dozing off, was suddenly alert upon hearing this pronouncement. Quirrell, as expected, unveiled his purple turban, revealing Voldemort's grotesque visage on the back of his head. "Harry Potter, we meet again," exclaimed Voldemort. The confrontation between the Chosen One and the Dark Lord ignited palpable animosity. Tom, relishing the classic showdown, found himself mentally critiquing the scene. Truly a childhood nightmare. How grotesque, he mused. Yet, knowing Voldemort's nature, it seems the ensuing dialogue will be a tedious monologue. Does he not realize that villains often perish from excessive verbosity? Such longing glances exchanged. Is this a courtship, or can they not simply engage in combat? As anticipated by Tom, Voldemort commenced lamenting his tragic circumstances over the years and attempted to entice Harry into his ranks, even promising the revival of Harry's parents. Tom shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, Voldemort's intellect seems lacking. Having murdered his parents, he expects Harry to join him. Does he think he resides in some fanciful tale? Furthermore, he is not even an alluring figure like the Empress of Smoke, having rendered himself utterly repulsive. Harry, being one who values appearance, would likely turn away in disdain. As for the resurrection of Harry's parents, it is utterly preposterous. After all these years, you remain in a state of limbo. Perhaps you should focus on reviving yourself first. Even Ron Weasley would find such excuses unbelievable. Moreover, if you enjoy lamenting so much, why not take the time to write a memoir titled My Early Life? I shall ensure that every student at Hogwarts receives a copy to support your endeavor. At this moment, as Tom regarded Voldemort with disdain, Voldemort, losing his patience, finally resorted to violence against Harry. When Harry touched Quirrell, the latter emitted a piercing scream, his arm first petrified and then turned to dust. Is this the ancient magic left by Lily? Truly remarkable. It is no wonder that even the Dark Lord covets it. Seeing Lily's sacrificial protection spell for the first time left Tom in silent awe, yet it also sparked a new question in his mind. Where did Lily's ancient magic originate? It did not seem to be bestowed by Dumbledore. After pondering for a moment and recalling a notion from his previous life, Tom considered a possibility, the Department of Mysteries. While Tom contemplated finding time to investigate the Department of Mysteries, the battle on Harry's side was nearing its conclusion. Quirrell was firmly held down by Harry, and under the influence of the protective spell, he disintegrated into nothingness. Stripped of his vessel, Voldemort transformed into a wisp of black smoke, attempting to escape through Harry's body. However, in that fleeting moment, Voldemort was struck by excruciating pain, emitting a sharp wail. His already fractured soul suffered further damage, rendering recovery impossible for a considerable time. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Voldemort turned to see who had inflicted this pain upon him, only to find Tom smiling at him with a casual demeanor while raising his wand. "A little gift, no need to thank me," he said. What infuriated him further was that Tom, out of Dumbledore's sight, had donned the familiar gaunt family ring on his finger and mockingly uttered the word, "Loser." At that moment, Voldemort's defenses crumbled, and he roared in fury, "Tom Riddle, how dare you? I will kill you." Tom merely raised an eyebrow, casually digging into his ear with his pinky, treating Voldemort's impotent ravings as mere background noise. However, Voldemort's rage did not last long, for a certain white-bearded old man soon made his appearance. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Tom understood that this game, dubbed Harry's growth plan, was drawing to a close. Seizing the opportunity while Dumbledore's attention was still on Voldemort, he swiftly removed the ring and cast it back into his storage space. The moment Voldemort caught sight of Dumbledore, he lost his temper entirely, disregarding his injuries, and fled without a backward glance, leaving behind a defiant proclamation, "Dumbledore, And you too, Tom Riddle. Wait for me. I shall return. Chapter 57, Nickel LeMay. 3 days later. In the headmaster's office, Tom sat listlessly in a chair, idly toying with the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, it was the Philosopher's Stone, which he had surreptitiously pocketed during Harry's unconsciousness for further study. Today, Tom had come to the headmaster's office because Dumbledore had sent him a small note. Please come to the headmaster's office and bring the Philosopher's Stone. Password, Buzzing Honeybee. At that moment, the portraits of former headmasters on the walls watched him anxiously, fearful that he might unwittingly engage in some mischief. However, the Sorting Hat was quite pleased with Tom's arrival. Ah, the little Slytherin, come to admire my new song for next year's sorting ceremony, it remarked. Just as the Sorting Hat began to speak, it was doused by Tom with water. Damn you, Tom Riddle. How dare you drench the great Sorting Hat? You should have been placed in Azkaban from the start. Such remarks held little weight against Tom, who leisurely produced a complete set of cleaning tools, a wicked grin adorning his face as he approached the Sorting Hat. I've tolerated you for long enough. It's time for a thorough cleansing. The Sorting Hat screamed in terror. No, please don't come any closer. Help. When Dumbledore returned to the headmaster's office after visiting Harry, he found Tom completing the final touches of the cleaning process on the Sorting Hat, even adorning it with a small red flower. The Sorting Hat bore an expression of utter despair, having lost centuries' worth of accumulated grime, and felt as though its purity had been compromised by Tom's relentless probing. Just as the Sorting Hat prepared to lodge a complaint with Dumbledore, to its astonishment, he remarked, "Well done, Tom. Your taste is commendable." This statement rendered the Sorting Hat utterly speechless. Having concluded the cleaning, Tom stowed away his tools and casually tossed the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore. Upon receiving the stone, Dumbledore observed Tom's nonchalant demeanor with intrigue. You truly feel no sense of attachment? Tom replied candidly. 3 days of play suffice. Its magical essence is nearly depleted. No wonder you and Nickel LeMay could so readily produce it to ensnare Voldemort. Once reclaimed, it will likely face destruction. It is a pity, as this might be the last Philosopher's Stone. You guessed correctly, Tom, but have you never considered creating a Philosopher's Stone in the future? Dumbledore's gaze was filled with encouragement. Tom shook his head. It is unattainable, Professor. While I am uncertain of the exact process for creating a Philosopher's Stone, I can surmise its primary materials. The essence of alchemy lies in equivalent exchange. Only life can be exchanged for life. Nickel LeMay likely stumbled upon the creation of the Philosopher's Stone during the catastrophic outbreak of the Black Death in 14th century Europe. Dumbledore could not help but applaud. Bravo, Tom. You are one of the most exceptional students I have ever encountered. Your deductions are entirely accurate. By the way, would you like to meet Nickel LeMay? Upon hearing Dumbledore's proposal, Tom was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face brightened with delight. He had never anticipated having the opportunity to meet the legendary alchemist before his demise, and he promptly expressed his agreement. As Tom followed Dumbledore to the residence of Nicholas Flamel and his wife, Perenelle, in Devon, he expected to pay homage to a great figure, only to stumble upon a heated argument between the couple in their yard. I have accompanied you for over 6 centuries. I can no longer tolerate this monotonous existence. Perenelle exclaimed. Neither can I, old woman. Can you not keep quiet and allow me some peace? Nicholas retorted. Are you implying that you find me unbearable? Enough. Tom and Dumbledore exchanged awkward glances, caught in a dilemma of indecision. Ahem. At that moment, the quarrelsome couple noticed Dumbledore and Tom outside and immediately donned cheerful expressions, warmly ushering them into the house. After receiving a cup of red tea brewed by Perenelle herself, Dumbledore was about to introduce Tom, but Tom preempted him. Mr. Flamel and Mrs. Flamel, I am Tom Riddle. It is a pleasure to meet you. I couldn't help but overhear your disagreement outside. It seems the cause is your mutual fatigue after so many years together. I apologize for not bringing a gift. But may I take the liberty of treating you to dinner this evening? Nicholas, taken aback by the audacity of a mere 11-year-old wizard inviting him, was about to decline when Tom's next remark nearly caused him to double over in disbelief. I hear there is a rather splendid nightclub in Devon. I could arrange for 10 female models for you, Mr. Flamel, so you might indulge one last time before your passing. Of course, the male models there are quite exceptional as well. I could procure 10 for Mrs. Flamel to enjoy herself. By the way, Professor Dumbledore, would you care to join us? Perhaps we might find someone resembling Grindelwald, allowing you to explore desires you dare not express towards him. Rest assured, Professor, I am quite discreet and would never reveal this to Grindelwald. Within the room, the Flamels and Dumbledore regarded Tom with a mixture of complex expressions. This young wizard is rather irreverent. Nicholas repeatedly cast sidelong glances at Dumbledore, silently asking, Is this your student? Dumbledore quickly shook his head. He is not. Do not speak nonsense. He is a student of Severus Snape. Ultimately, Tom lamented the missed opportunity for an elderly nightclub outing. Yet Nicholas gleaned something from Tom's offhand remarks. You are aware that I am nearing death, are you? Did Dumbledore inform you? Tom nodded. At this revelation, Nicholas found himself intrigued by Tom. You are quite an extraordinary young wizard. Among all the wizards who have learned of my impending demise, you are the most composed. Many adult wizards cannot achieve such calm. Tom had initially approached with the intent of meeting an elder, but hearing Nicholas mention death and observing their tranquil, aging faces, he felt a pang of reflection. The lengthy journey of life is often marked by the continuous loss of cherished family, friends, and beloved ones, ultimately leading to a profound solitude. Yet, the conclusion of this journey, as one steps into death, merely heralds the commencement of another grand adventure, perhaps in the not-so-distant future. I shall once again encounter Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Suddenly, Tom felt an overwhelming desire to craft a figurine of Grandma Shitterali with his own hands. Why had he become so melancholic all at once? Sensing the atmosphere's shift towards heaviness, Dumbledore hastily redirected the conversation, asserting that he did not bring Tom to meet Nicholas merely to indulge in sorrowful reflections. At that moment, Tom recalled his primary objective for accompanying Dumbledore, to reap the benefits of knowledge. Chapter 58, Home. Tom's alchemical prowess was greatly enhanced by the experiences of the Noseless Tom, marking him as exceptionally talented, while Nicholas Flamel could undoubtedly be regarded as one of the greatest alchemists in history. An afternoon filled with laughter and discourse provided Tom with answers to numerous inquiries regarding alchemy, proving to be immensely beneficial. Whether it was the promise of 10 lovely models or the charm of Nicholas's witty repartee, Tom managed to delight the elderly gentleman, who even gifted him his remarkable tome, the Book of Abraham the Jew. This book represented the genesis of all of Nicholas's achievements, and Tom was elated upon receiving it, disregarding the old man's comment that it was merely a copy and not the original. After acquiring a few more of Nicholas's alchemical notes, Tom and Dumbledore prepared to depart. Before leaving, Tom posed 3 additional questions to Nicholas, earning him praise as the finest student the venerable man had encountered in his 665 years of life. Mr. Flamel, can you create a transmutation circle with a clap of your hands? No. Have you ever nurtured a homunculus capable of annihilating the world? No. Then, Mr. Flamel, have you ever conversed with the Gate of Truth regarding the significant matters of racial propagation? Get lost. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Tom continued to rub his sore backside from the earlier kick. Dumbledore, visibly displeased, maintained a distance from Tom, dismissing him like a bothersome fly. It's late. You should return to your dormitory. Oh, and remember to act as if you don't know me for the next few days. Tom was perplexed by Dumbledore's peculiar whim. As the final week before the holiday approached, the burden-free young wizards relished their newfound freedom. Having endured a year of relentless assignments and examinations, they unleashed their pent-up energy through nocturnal escapades and mischief. The joy they experienced before the Christmas break was now juxtaposed with the impending tragedy of their current circumstances. During this period, the last Quidditch match of the year proceeded as scheduled, featuring Gryffindor against Ravenclaw. Having been disqualified from the previous match against Slytherin, Gryffindor, lacking a seeker, faced a dispirited defeat, succumbing to Ravenclaw with ease in a lopsided score. Thus, it was only fitting that the Quidditch Cup was claimed by Ravenclaw this year. When Tom entered the end-of-term feast, the Great Hall was already adorned with ribbons of the emblematic Ravenclaw blue. After all, not only did the Eagle House secure the Quidditch Cup, but they also benefited from the presence of the Point's queen, Hermione, while Gryffindor and Slytherin seemed intent on self-sabotage, rendering their inability to claim the House Cup quite indefensible. Hufflepuff fortuitously secured second place, surpassing both Gryffindor and Slytherin, much to the delight of the Badgers. As for Slytherin, after a Quidditch brawl and Draco being caught sending a dragon, had it not been for Snape's desperate intervention, they would have faced a humiliating fate similar to that of Gryffindor, who remained in the negative. One could hardly overlook that, given Gryffindor's performance this year. Professor McGonagall's temper had become even more volatile than in her youth. Once the feast commenced, Dumbledore, after a brief address, predictably began the points-adding segment. During this period, news of Harry's solitary confrontation with Voldemort had spread throughout Hogwarts, thanks to the members of the Astronomy Club. Thus, Dumbledore's announcement of additional points came as no surprise to anyone. The only point of interest for the young witches and wizards was how Dumbledore would distribute the points fairly. Fortunately, a multitude of first-year students participated in the challenge, representing all 4 houses, and Dumbledore awarded each house an additional 100 points. For Harry's valiant deeds, he received a further 100 points. As for any underhanded maneuvers to secure the House Cup for Gryffindor, even Dumbledore himself could not manage that. It was evident that even after Dumbledore's points were added, Gryffindor still languished in the negative. When Dumbledore announced that Ravenclaw had won the House Cup, Tom discreetly destroyed the manuscript he had prepared to send to Rita Skeeter titled Injustice at Hogwarts, Dumbledore's underhanded tactics with the House Cup, and he led the applause. For a moment, the cheers and clapping from the Slytherin table overshadowed those of Ravenclaw, much to Snape's chagrin. Professor Flitwick appeared bewildered, nearly unable to discern who had actually claimed the House Cup. For Slytherin, winning was not essential. It was imperative that Gryffindor must not succeed. The following day, the results of the final exams were announced as scheduled, Tom successfully secured the top spot in his year, tied with Hermione. Upon seeing this result, Hermione was filled with resentment, exclaiming that the exam questions were far too simple, failing to truly reflect the students' abilities. Her rather pretentious remarks elicited a collective wince from those around her. The top ranks among first-year students were predominantly occupied by members of the astronomy club, after all. Under Hermione's relentless guidance, it was a foregone conclusion that even the most obtuse individuals would excel. Just as everyone assumed the academic year had concluded, Professor McGonagall gathered everyone once more in the Great Hall. The students, seated in silence, were astonished to discover that, aside from Professor Dumbledore, all other subject professors had made their appearance. Each class representative gathered at my place to collect and distribute the summer assignments. For the first, second, and third grades, there are 10 sets of transformation exercises. The fourth grade needs to prepare 20 sets for next year, while despite having passed the exam. The fifth grade still requires consolidation of knowledge with 20 sets. The sixth grade must begin preparation with 25 sets. Professor McGonagall's announcement elicited a collective groan from the entire school. Even more disheartening, this was merely for the transformation exercises. Following her pronouncement, other professors chimed in. For the charms class, rest assured, the workload will not be excessive. The herbology class has a requirement of 34. As for potions and defense against the dark arts, hurry over here, do not make me repeat myself. The younger grades might manage, but for the upper grades, especially the fourth graders preparing for exams next year and the sixth graders who are currently examining, it truly feels overwhelming. The recently graduated seventh graders, who initially felt a twinge of sadness at the end of their student lives, now felt immensely grateful for their early graduation. Once the assignments were distributed, all eyes inevitably turned to a certain young wizard at the Slytherin table. Everyone suspected that the professor's outburst was somehow related to him. Tom looked bewildered. Why are you staring at me? I haven't done anything. At that moment, Professor McGonagall delivered her final farewell address. Thanks to Mr. Tom Riddle's suggestions, I hope everyone has a wonderful summer. And a gentle reminder, don't forget to submit your assignments when school resumes. After the chaos of the school year concluded, Tom boarded the train for his return journey, laden with luggage. Upon reaching platform 9, he waved goodbye to his friends and set off alone. A year later, Tom found himself once more outside the doors of the Wolves orphanage. Inside, the children were playing and laughing, while Miss Anna stood nearby with a serene smile. Home. Tom pushed open the door and stepped inside with a smile. The sunlight pouring in beautifully. Chapter 59, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. The thunderous roar of a motorcycle erupted from outside the orphanage, disrupting the peace. At that moment, young Andy stumbled through the door, panic-stricken, and upon seeing Tom, shouted urgently, Tom, it's bad. There's a man on a motorcycle with a little boy at the door, looking for you. Miss Anna has already gone out. Reluctantly, Tom set aside the half-finished Fanina figurine and followed Andy outside. Indeed, it was that foolish Gryffindor outside the orphanage. Several children had gathered to observe, and the once handsome Sirius, having recovered after 6 months, was embroiled in a heated debate with Miss Anna. Sitting on the back of the motorcycle, Harry smiled apologetically at Tom upon his arrival. Miss Anna, they are my classmates and their elder. Please allow me to handle this. You should take the children back inside. Tom first encouraged Miss Anna to return amidst the argument. Little Tom, are you sure you'll be all right? Miss Anna still seemed concerned. Miss Anna, it's fine. You can trust me. Upon witnessing Tom's solemn assurance, Mrs. Anna finally decided to return with the children. Once she departed, Tom turned to Sirius and Harry, stating, You too. Follow me. He led them to a secluded grove he frequently visited, and, with an impassive expression, inquired, Now, what brings you both here so suddenly? Harry, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and replied, Well, Tom, Sirius wishes to invite you to his home as a gesture of gratitude for helping him capture Peter and clear his name. Is this how you brazenly disturb others? Has Gryffindor not taught you the virtues of politeness? Tom admonished them with a serious demeanor. Perhaps due to Tom's formidable aura, Sirius and Harry felt as though they were facing Professor McGonagall. I apologize, I was wrong. Under the weight of Tom's gaze, both Sirius and Harry sheepishly lowered their heads in contrition. Then, Tom, will you go? After apologizing, Harry eagerly turned to Tom once more, noting their realization of their misstep. Tom's expression softened into a smile. Of course, but let me gather my things first. The prospect of finally acquiring the Slytherin locket from number 12, Grimmauld Place, after all this effort, spurred Tom to hastily return to his room. He carefully placed the meticulously crafted Cetalia figurine and the unfinished Fanina figurine into his storage space. After exchanging a brief greeting with Mrs. Anna, he hurried out and hopped onto the back of Sirius's motorcycle, urging him to speed away. Slow down, for heaven's sake. I shall lodge a complaint with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures regarding your illegal modifications. Tom, experiencing Sirius's wild driving style for the first time, felt as if his very insides were being jolted. Sirius, witnessing Tom's plight, found it uproariously amusing and laughed heartily, prompting a strong urge within Tom to retaliate. Harry, who had already been picked up by Sirius from Aunt Petunia's house earlier that day, had acclimated to the ride and was calmly engaging Tom in conversation. Tom, how has your summer been? Have you completed your assignments? I endured a torturous month at Aunt Petunia's, dreaming of being rescued by Sirius. Harry rambled on, but Tom had no desire to respond to his lamentations. Ugh, I shall never ride any transportation in the wizarding world again. Never. As soon as Sirius came to a stop, Tom eagerly jumped off the motorcycle and retched once more. After a brief recovery, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Is this number 12, Grimmauld Place? He exclaimed. Of course not. This is my newly acquired apartment. I have been disowned. Who would want to return to that dreary black family home? Sirius's assertion was delivered with such conviction that it left no room for argument. At that moment, Tom, who was accustomed to a life of ease, felt his composure nearly unravel. Why? Why is this happening? I saved your foolish self solely for the Slytherin locket within your old residence. Now you speak of a newly purchased apartment. Yet you remain reluctant to return to the old residence. What, pray tell, is the purpose behind my exertions to rescue you, a foolish mutt? You might as well linger in Azkaban for a few years. Tom inhaled deeply, his irritation palpable. Another deep breath, yet his thoughts remained clouded. Dreadful Gryffindor fool. You disrupt my serenity. At that moment, Tom discreetly grasped his wand, contemplating bestowing upon Sirius a rather unforgiving curse. Unbeknownst to Sirius, he was teetering on the brink of life and death, cheerfully ushering Tom and Harry into the apartment. The apartment was tidy and bright, a testament to the owner's meticulous cleaning. Fresh flowers adorned the living room, clearly arranged by Sirius to welcome both Harry and Tom. The three-bedroom layout was perfectly suited for the three occupants, with Tom's room far more spacious than that of the orphanage. Yet for Tom, this was not the crux of the matter. The crux was his unwillingness to reside here. What he yearned to see was that door marked with a sign forbidding entry without permission, Regulus Arcturus Black's room, and the enchanting pendant box within. At that moment, Tom wished to post a query on a certain platform. How to compel a Gryffindor fool to take me back to the Black ancestral home. Urgently awaiting responses. After all, what sensible person would openly express a desire to rummage through someone's ancestral belongings? Were Tom to confront Sirius so brazenly, it would likely prompt Dumbledore to seek a heart-to-heart conversation with him shortly thereafter. Harry, having finished packing, emerged from his room. Noticing Tom still in a daze in the living room, his face adorned with an odd expression, he assumed Tom was simply too excited, much like himself. He approached and gently patted Tom's shoulder. How's it going, Tom? Are you not, like me, filled with surprise and joy? Sirius mentioned we could comfortably stay here for the upcoming summer. Thank you. There is indeed surprise, but joy is entirely absent. What are you two discussing? Sirius asked as he emerged from the kitchen, bearing 2 glasses of beverages for Tom and Harry. I mean, living here is just so joyful. Tom emphasized the word joyful, then retrieved a novel from his expandable bag and handed it to Sirius. Thank you, Sirius. I truly appreciate the room. This season's best-selling novel is a gift for you as a token of gratitude. Though he spoke thus, Tom's inner thoughts contradicted. I hesitated over whether to give this to you. Now, since you have shown no kindness, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Sirius accepted the novel, titled You Chose the White Moonlight. I Let Go, What Do You Regret? By Lily Evans. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he quickly skimmed through the pages. His demeanor faltered, and his voice trembled slightly. The White Moonlight referred to a rather unsavory character, the male lead being James, while the female lead was presumed to be none other than himself. Harry's words struck Sirius with a fatal blow. The name quite similar to mine, Harry Evans, has released a new book. I recall last quarter's best-selling novel was also hers, featuring a tale of childhood sweethearts. James, unable to withstand the arrival of Severus, ultimately leading to Sirius and Severus entering the sacred bond of matrimony. The previous volume too. Sirius's voice dried up, the novel slipping from his grasp and tumbling to the floor. Some may still breathe, yet they are already dead. Chapter 60, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Since the day he received the meticulously prepared gift from Tom, Sirius had withdrawn into himself, now believing that any appearance would invite pointed fingers. Scrutinizing his associations with James and Severus. By all that is sacred, he and James were merely good friends. As for Severus, he was a sworn enemy. A fact not to be taken lightly. On the day he received the book, Sirius penned a letter of protest to the publisher, only to receive a cruel reply the following day. This story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to actual persons is coincidental. In summary, while complaints were permissible, if they hindered the publisher's profit, he was advised to promptly vacate the premises. Thus, Sirius confined himself within his home, drawing circles in a corner, no longer venturing outside, even delegating daily errands to Harry. Yet Tom had no time to concern himself with the Gryffindor mutt. His focus was solely on the Black estate. On the second day after moving into Sirius's apartment, Tom stealthily apparat to Grimmauld Place under the cover of night. Upon locating numbers 11 and 13, he brandished his wand between them, but with each probe, his expression darkened, confirming his worst fears. The formidable protective enchantments, though lacking the unbreakable vow, were sufficiently fortified by generations of black family wards to thwart any intruder. Tom, unwilling to waste time unraveling these spells, promptly departed in search of alternative means. The following morning, Tom visited Malfoy Manor. Lucius and Narcissa had just risen, only to find a figure standing at their bedside. Gazing intently, as if caught in a compromising situation, Narcissa, momentarily losing her composure, let out a piercing scream, hastily wrapping herself in the bedclothes. "Father, mother, are you in there? What is happening?" Draco, hearing his mother's cries, rushed over to inquire. "Little dragon, it's nothing, just a cockroach. Please return. Your mother and father need to change." Once Draco was sent away, Narcissa and Lucius scrutinized their visitor, their nerves suddenly taut. "Master, you have arrived?" Tom, with a bemused expression, greeted them. "Good morning, Lucius, Narcissa." Perhaps due to Tom's earlier actions being misinterpreted, Narcissa suddenly recalled her sister Bella, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Fortunately, Tom remained oblivious to Narcissa's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have vehemently protested his innocence, as he harbored no fondness for traitors. At that moment, Tom was entirely indifferent to their feelings and directly stated his intent. "Narcissa, take me into the Black ancestral home." Narcissa looked at Tom with evident difficulty. "My lord, I am afraid I cannot comply. The ownership of the old manor now lies with my cousin, Sirius, and only with his consent can an outsider enter the Black residence." "Understood, Narcissa. I trust you will not deceive me." Not receiving the desired outcome from Narcissa, Tom unhesitatingly disapparated away. Having left Malfoy Manor and returned to Sirius's apartment, Tom began to contemplate his next course of action. Having observed Narcissa closely, he recognized that she had spoken the truth. Thus, he saw no reason to risk infiltrating Azkaban in search of Bella or seeking out the unfamiliar Andromeda Tonks. So, should he pursue Regulus's remains, or, just as Tom was lost in thought, he heard Harry's voice from outside. "Sirius, Tom, I'm going out for supplies. I may be late returning." Upon hearing the door close, Tom stepped out of his room and saw Sirius still in a state of melancholy in the living room. An idea struck him, one that was more straightforward and forceful. Stealthily approaching Sirius from behind, he raised his wand and aimed it at his back. Soul extraction. Unprepared. Sirius's mind went blank as a voice commanded him. "Take me to number 12, Grimmauld Place." Tom and Sirius disapparated to Grimmauld Place. As they neared number 11 and number 13, the presence of Sirius caused an immediate transformation in the surroundings. The houses at numbers 11 and 13 shifted apart, revealing number 12 in the center. Sirius personally opened the door to welcome Tom inside. With Sirius's permission, Tom effortlessly entered the dwelling. Then, he collapsed. Total oblivion. With a benevolent gesture, Tom swiftly cast a spell on the entering Sirius, subsequently throwing him out through the still open door, while also casting a dispersal charm on him. Creature, alerted by the commotion, emerged to witness this scene. "Silencio, bind him swiftly." Soul extraction. Take me to retrieve the locket box left by Regulus. Before Creature could react, Tom executed a seamless series of commands, and the soulbound creature immediately led Tom up the staircase. Throughout the ascent, Tom remained cautious, particularly as they passed the portrait of Walburga Black, for whom he prudently drew the black curtain. Without disturbing the slumbering portraits along the way, Tom soon reached the 5th floor. Entry prohibited without permission. Regulus Arcturus Black. Gazing at the sign hanging on the door, Tom felt a sense of satisfaction. As Tom followed Creature into the room, he was unexpectedly engulfed by a wave of embarrassment upon seeing the yellowed clippings regarding Voldemort. Soon, Creature retrieved the Slytherin locket from Regulus's drawer and handed it to Tom. Upon receiving the locket, Tom's spirits lifted considerably. After all, he had coveted this object since last year, and now it was finally in his possession. A sense of forgetting swept over him. In high spirits, Tom cast a memory charm at Creature, who was still under the effects of the soul-sucking curse, then left behind a customized Riddle Slytherin locket box as he briskly exited the Black family home. Outside, Sirius lay unconscious, and Tom cast a stunning spell on him before hoisting him back to the apartment. Upon returning to the apartment, Tom discovered that Harry had not yet returned, so he carelessly tossed the unconscious Sirius onto the bed. Then, Tom ventured to a nightclub, sought out the most exquisite female model, cast a stunning spell on her, and brought her back to the apartment, where he similarly rendered her unconscious and placed her beside Sirius. After deftly altering their memories, he kindly covered them with a blanket to prevent them from catching a chill, and even captured a precious commemorative photograph of the occasion. In the end, Tom left a note for Harry, informing him that Sirius was contributing to the continuation of humanity and that he had departed early to avoid disturbing them, advising Harry not to intrude upon their activities. Look at Tom Riddle, tirelessly and considerately striving to help Sirius shed his tarnished reputation and regain his vigor. Having completed all these tasks, Tom disapparated to a secluded location, retrieved the locket box, and proceeded with the familiar ritual. In the glow of the magic, Tom once again bore witness to the anguished cries of Voldemort's soul fragment, consciousness extinguished. Once the dust settled, Tom picked up the locket box and, with practiced ease, absorbed the remaining pure white substance. After a brief moment of pain, Tom felt a barrier shatter, and the world began to transform. His magical power and spellcasting level surged past 9, with all talents exceeding 10, save for a mere 2 points in divination. Before Tom could thoroughly examine this newfound prowess, a practical crystallization abruptly materialized in midair, radiating an orange luminescence. Chapter 61, The Crimes of Grindelwald. The detection system confirmed that the host's magical power level had reached level 9, marking the host's formal entry into the ranks of great wizards, with the potential to achieve legendary status. The quest instance The Crimes of Grindelwald was automatically generated. Quest objective, survive for 1 hour. Note, as this is the initial instance, the host will participate in their corporeal form. The host is advised to proceed with caution, as death is irrevocable. Upon completion of the quest objective, The Crimes of Grindelwald will become a permanent instance, granting the host 1 opportunity to challenge it daily. In the permanent instance, the host will enter in a state of consciousness, with failure incurring no penalties. In 10 seconds, the host will be forcibly transported. 341034, 34934, 34834, 2, 341, 34. The familiar orange vortex reappeared, and this time, with readiness, Tom gracefully stepped inside. Stepping out of the vortex once more, Tom found himself outside the gravesite of Father Latches. Witnessing Newt Scamander and Tina Goldstein entering the cemetery, it was evident that Grindelwald's speech had yet to commence, although the countdown had already begun. Oh. This iteration bears a slight deviation. It implies that as long as I remain present to absorb Grindelwald's address, roughly half an hour will elapse. Following that, I shall observe him ignite the flames of loyalty, and finally, before his departure, I will confront Grindelwald directly. Thus, the task will be complete, and I can return. The system is rather accommodating, indeed. However, this seems excessively mundane. I ought to seek some amusement. Perceiving something, a faint smile graced Tom's lips. In an instant, he executed a disillusionment charm, materializing unexpectedly behind Theseus Scamander. Has the performer already begun to await their cue? Yet, why is it that you stand alone? Have your auror companions not yet joined you? The sudden voice startled Theseus Scamander, who instinctively reached for his wand to retaliate. Souls out. Realizing Theseus had fallen victim to the soul-snatching curse, Tom whispered a few instructions before hastily entering the cemetery. 52 minutes remained. Merely 2 minutes after Tom entered the cemetery, he encountered Lita Lestrange, Yusuf Kama, and Credence Barebone, who were embroiled in a melodramatic family ethical saga. Observing that this drama would drag on, while his essential audience, Newt Scamander, Tina Goldstein, and Jacob Kowalski, were wasting time and unable to enter, Tom could not resist stepping out from the corner. Disarm your weapon. He deftly disarmed Yusuf Kama, who had been incessantly prodding his wand. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Tom began to speak slowly. Pardon my intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tom Riddle. A pleasure to meet you all. Noticing Yusuf Kama's attempt to reclaim his wand for a counterattack, Tom swiftly cast a binding spell followed by a silencing charm. Stay still. And now, I shall speak. You shall listen, and refrain from any foolish actions. Perhaps due to Tom's formidable presence, though the assembled individuals were perplexed by the sudden appearance of such a young wizard, they opted for silence, eager to hear his words. Mr. Kama, you and your father have forged an inextricable curse to eliminate the one most beloved by Corvus Lestrange. Yet, young Corvus was already perished aboard the vessel to New York, orchestrated by his sister, Miss Lita Lestrange. As for that individual over there, Tom gestured towards Credence Barebone. Credence, or should I say Aurelius Dumbledore, son of Aberforth Dumbledore and nephew of Albus Dumbledore. If you seek familial ties, I suggest you visit Hogwarts to find your uncle, or perhaps the Hog's Head Inn to locate your father. By the way, it would be prudent to remind you that your family is unaware of your existence. For further details, please consult your father. Thus, Mr. Yusuf Kama, you have fundamentally misidentified your target from the very outset, and your object of vengeance has long since departed this world. That is the crux of the matter, concluded. Following Tom's sudden revelation of their tangled grievances, the group was left in a state of bewilderment. Rita Lestrange, the leading actress, found herself engulfed in remorse as memories of her brother's death resurfaced. Yusuf Kama struggled to process this unexpected outcome, while Tom, without further ado, insisted that Rita present the family lineage for examination. Upon seeing the evidence, Yusuf Kama, now devoid of his vendetta, was plunged into confusion. Credence Barebone, upon hearing of his long-sought heritage, stood frozen, grappling with his emotions. He soon resolved to hasten away with Nagini to the United Kingdom in search of his family, feeling that he could not linger here a moment longer. As for Grindelwald, he was of no particular concern. Just as they prepared to depart, Tom abruptly called out to the two, specifically to Nagini. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he smiled warmly and remarked, "Wait, Nagini, you appear far more enchanting in your human form. Travel safely, we shall meet again." With that, Tom turned and entered the venue, leaving Nagini in a state of astonishment. With 45 minutes remaining, he had expeditiously resolved the domestic melodrama, successfully distancing Credence from Grindelwald. Quite commendable. As he stepped into the main hall and beheld the throngs of fervent followers of Grindelwald, Tom found himself inwardly disdainful of a certain noseless figure. Observing the spectacle, he mused that the bald man was utterly unimpressive. Years had passed, and he wondered if the Dark Lord had been diligently active, while Grindelwald was sweeping across Europe. This Dark Lord remained embroiled in petty village squabbles, a disgrace to Tom Riddle's name. Upon exiting this scenario, he contemplated such a confrontation in my own timeline. Perhaps convening the Death Eaters? No, the infamous Death Eaters were of no concern to Tom Riddle. Or perhaps gathering the Stargazers. However, that was merely a legitimate after-school study group. He was certainly not a third-generation Dark Lord. It was all the fault of the old Voldemort, leaving him without a reputable legacy to inherit. Just as he berated Voldemort internally, Tom spotted Newt Scamander, Tina Goldstein, and Jacob Kowalski finally taking their seats among the audience. With the spectators now assembled, Tom's performance was set to commence. 40 minutes remained, ample time. Tom discreetly cast the Cruciatus Curse upon several members of the audience, whispering directives in their ears before descending the steps from the platform, striding towards the center of the arena amidst the peculiar gazes of the assembled followers. Chapter 62, The Crimes of Grindelwald, Part 2. Tom positioned himself at the center of the arena, silently surveying the audience in the stands. Upon witnessing a noticeably youthful wizard occupying the stage that rightfully belonged to Grindelwald, the atmosphere shifted abruptly from silence to a cacophony of unrest. Where did this little fellow come from? Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, or Durmstrang? Step down, this is not your place. Off you go, young one. It is time to return home and indulge in sweets. There were even some hot-tempered individuals brandishing their wands at Tom. Damn it, indeed, compared to Grindelwald at 188 centimeters. This small stature does not make quite the impression. No applause, and yet there is so much noise. However, the silver lining is that I am still young and will continue to grow. In the future, my height of 191 centimeters will certainly overshadow Grindelwald. As long as I take care of my hair and nose. Tom silently cursed within, yet wore a composed smile on his face. With a flick of his wand, he disarmed those aiming their wands at him. The aura unique to a great wizard enveloped him, suppressing the clamor in the room, yet he remained silent. This was an important lesson in the power of silence that Tom had learned from his mentor. As the atmosphere reached a critical point, Tom bowed to the audience, signaling the commencement of the evening's performance. Good evening, my brothers, my sisters, and my friends. Tonight, we gather here in pursuit of our inner desires and beliefs, unbound by convention, seeking something new together. Just as Grindelwald was preparing to confront Tom for usurping his stage, he halted upon hearing this familiar opening line, uncertain, wanting to listen further. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tom Riddle, hailing from Hogwarts, but you may also refer to me as Mr. Voldemort. Grindelwald, upon hearing Tom's introduction, was puzzled. How could he, always attentive to Dumbledore, be unaware of such a great wizard emerging from Hogwarts? Was it possible that Dumbledore had a penchant for keeping a prized pupil hidden? This thought clenched his fists involuntarily. I believe many in attendance harbor disdain for muggles, for those incapable of casting spells. However, I regret to inform you that I am not one of them. I do not despise them, nor do I intend to fight out of so-called hatred. In my view, they are not entirely useless. They are simply a different kind of people, possessing distinct values. They should not be dismissed lightly, but treated with particular consideration. As Grindelwald listened to Tom's speech, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. This familiar rhetoric, wasn't it meant to be his? Something felt amiss, yet he listened on. Magic resides only in a select few souls, descending upon those who seek a higher purpose in life. Our existence will benefit all of humanity, for we shall bring forth what humanity yearns for: freedom, truth, and love. All of this echoed Grindelwald's sentiments, as he regarded Tom's oration with a complex expression, both admiration and confusion swirling within him. To find someone whose thoughts and ideals aligned so closely with his own emerging from Dumbledore's Hogwarts, could it be that Tom was indeed a product of Dumbledore's teachings? If so, does it signify that Dumbledore has finally embraced his ideology and wishes to reconcile? Upon this realization, Grindelwald's heart raced. Meanwhile, Tom's oration continued. Now is the moment to unveil the future I have envisioned. If we do not rise to oppose and bring forth the world we yearn for, what fate shall befall us? With that, Tom's gaze shifted to Vitarozzi, who, at that very moment, turned to Grindelwald. Upon receiving a subtle nod of assent from Grindelwald, Vidorosi approached Tom, cradling the skull pipe. Tom seized the pipe, inhaling deeply, and exhaled a plume of smoke. The imagery that unfolded was a torrent of steel, thundering warplanes, and the harrowing carnage of World War II, culminating in a vision of nuclear devastation. Grindelwald's eyes brightened. Tom's prophecy mirrored his own visions perfectly. In that instant, Grindelwald seemed to discern the shadows of both himself and Dumbledore within Tom's features. Just look at this prophetic gift. It exuded Grindelwald's essence. Were Tom privy to Grindelwald's thoughts, he would surely burst into laughter, for with his meager divination talent, he could never perceive the future as Grindelwald did. He merely showcased the past. As the audience recoiled in horror from Tom's apocalyptic imagery, several members of the Saints, cursed by Tom's soul-snatching spell, began to voice their fears. "Oh dear, this is terrifying. What shall we do? Mr. Voldemort, can you halt this calamity? Please, Mr. Voldemort, save us." Indeed, Tom's imposition of the soul-snatching curse was intended to elicit their reactions. After all, a compelling performance requires its actors. Tom gestured for silence, his hands pressing downward. "Of course, I shall not stand idly by as this dreadful future unfolds. The Ministry's statute of secrecy has constricted our existence, and continual submission to Muggles will only lead to our erasure from the annals of history. Wizards are born noble. The magic coursing through our veins and souls should elevate us, guiding Muggles toward the stars. Yet, observe what we have become, hiding like rodents in the shadows. Those lofty Ministry officials, in the name of the statute, align themselves with Muggles to suppress and persecute us. No, this is not right. We wizards must not succumb thus. Therefore, we shall resist, combat this injustice, and reclaim the honor and status that rightfully belong to us." At this moment, Tom's orchestrated actors voiced their rallying cry once more. Resist, resist, resist. Stirred by Tom's incitement, the wizards began to hesitate, then join in, their fervor spreading like wildfire, until the crowd erupted in unison. Resist, resist, resist. Tom pressed his hands down once more, and the fervent cries of the crowd gradually subsided. "My dear brothers, sisters, and friends, join us in the noble struggle of our grand assembly, the Death Eaters." Tom felt a twinge of embarrassment, having nearly referred to himself as the Stargazer, but fortunately, he caught himself in time. After all, the Stargazer belonged to the lawful good faction, and such commendable titles were better suited for the Death Eaters. Thankfully, under the influence of his companion, the atmosphere reignited with fervor. "Death Eaters, Death Eaters, Death Eaters, Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort." Grindelwald observed the frenzied scene before him with a sinking feeling. He realized he had been usurped. Chapter 63, Grindelwald's Crimes, Part 3. Tom gazed with satisfaction at the adulation enveloping him. To understand Grindelwald, to become Grindelwald, and then to surpass Grindelwald, this was his ambition. As for ideology, Voldemort preached Grindelwald's supremacy of wizards, enticing the masses to join the Death Eaters. What concern was that of Tom Riddle? What? You say he introduced himself as Tom Riddle? Pray, did you not know that Voldemort also bears the name Tom Riddle? It is merely a matter of shared nomenclature. Just as Grindelwald was ready to take the stage and reprimand this interloper, Tom ignited his second flame. The Ministry of Magic would not tolerate breaches of the statute of secrecy. Wizards must not be exposed to Muggles. A red curse struck Tom, launched by Theseus Scamander. The Aurors, belatedly arriving, finally made their entrance. Tom commanded the bewitched Theseus Scamander to unleash a full frontal assault against him. When the Ministry's Aurors took the initiative, the nature of the confrontation shifted entirely. Tom effortlessly deflected their attack and addressed the gathered crowd. "Behold, this is the Ministry of Magic. They do not wish for us to thrive in the light. Thus we are compelled to retaliate. The very opposition of our enemies affirms the righteousness of our cause." As Tom spoke, Theseus Scamander unleashed another spell, urging the Aurors to attack together. Tom chuckled softly. Everything was under his control. 150. The advantage lies with me. With an elegant flourish of his wand, he spun gracefully, conjuring a circle of azure flames. Grindelwald's signature fiery shield radiated with magical brilliance. The blue flames thwarted the Aurors' advance, creating a barrier between Tom and them, while his inspiring words soared alongside the rising flames, resonating in the ears of everyone present. "Go forth and spread our noble cause to even more people, for a greater good." The crowd, upon hearing these words, responded in unison before vanishing into thin air. For a greater good. One voice, two voices, three voices, and countless echoes converged into an unstoppable torrent that reverberated through the heavens. As the throng disappeared, Tom waved his wand like a conductor of artistry, commanding the fierce flames to consume the advancing Aurors one by one. As the fierce flames were about to engulf the ever-capable tool, Theseus Scamander, Tom abruptly halted his actions, allowing Newt Scamander to rescue him. "Have you had your fill, little one?" A deep, resonant voice echoed behind Tom. I sincerely apologize for usurping your stage, Mr. Gellert Grindelwald, Tom replied slowly, turning to meet Grindelwald's gaze as he crossed through the flames to the center of the stage. Grindelwald did not reciprocate Tom's sentiment, but instead surveyed the swirling blue flames with keen interest. What a beautiful and familiar shield of fire. At this moment, I almost feel as though it is I who stands at the center of the stage. Upon hearing Grindelwald's words, Tom placed his left hand over his heart in a gesture of homage. Thank you for the compliment. It is indeed the highest praise I could receive. This is praise you rightfully deserve. Now, Mr. Voldemort from Hogwarts, might you enlighten me on Dumbledore's current state? At that moment, Grindelwald regarded Tom as one might a younger counterpart, engaging in casual conversation. When Grindelwald mentioned Dumbledore, Tom could not resist a teasing retort. Professor Dumbledore is well. Though he often reminisces about the joyful days spent in your company during the quiet of night. Grindelwald's eyes twitched slightly. I must correct your misconception. Dumbledore is the one beneath. So, you are indeed the one on top. My apologies. I shall have to discuss this thoroughly with Professor Dumbledore when next we meet. Tom responded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Grindelwald found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, feeling that Tom's remarks were diminishing his stature. He opted to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. So, Mr. Voldemort, having staged such a performance today, how do you intend to conclude it? Tom tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips as he countered. Was my performance today lacking? Did I not articulate your theories, Mr. Grindelwald? Or do you secretly disavow them? Grindelwald shook his head. No. Your speech was certainly commendable, and many of your points echoed my own sentiments. Regrettably, I have no intention of bestowing this honor upon you or your so-called Death Eaters. What a pity. Yet, Mr. Grindelwald, let us not forget, magic is power. Since we cannot find common ground, let us engage in combat. In the final moments, Tom brandished his wand, the surging flames rushing toward Grindelwald. Upon Tom's command, Grindelwald wielded his wand. Shield of fire, shield of fire. The two torrents of blue flames clashed, intertwining, expanding, and wreaking havoc in the graveyard. While Newt and his companions were forced to retreat to the edges of the arena due to the sheer force of the magical confrontation. Mr. Voldemort, when it comes to the shield of fire, there is no one more familiar with it than I. I never anticipated you would wield it against me. How intriguing. Tom discerned the mockery in Grindelwald's words, yet merely chuckled. This is but a gesture of respect towards you, a skill in which I excel. As he spoke, a robust and swift green light silently approached Grindelwald. 99% of the magical community would perish beneath this green light from Tom. Yet Grindelwald was among the exceedingly rare exceptions. With a flicker of apparition, the devastating green light sailed through the space Grindelwald had previously occupied, and he reappeared behind Tom. Casting a counterspell, Tom seemed to anticipate this, refraining from turning around, and transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, evading Grindelwald's incantation and simultaneously launching an attack. Is this the nature of combat among great wizards? Amidst the swirling flames, Grindelwald and Tom rapidly shifted positions, unleashing an array of spells, both those known and unknown to Newt and others, upon each other, leaving onlookers in awe. Even Grindelwald could not suppress his admiration. Mr. Voldemort, I must concede, you possess the greatest repertoire of dark magic I have ever encountered, without exception. Alas, the game must draw to a close. Seizing upon a minuscule opening, Grindelwald cast a simple disarming spell that sent Tom's purple wand flying. Pointing the Elder Wand at Tom, Grindelwald smugly declared, "It appears that I am the more skilled, Mr. Voldemort. Surrender now, and I shall grant you a dignified exit." I truly detest disarming spells, Tom thought bitterly, though his expression remained unchanged. At the moment Grindelwald believed himself victorious, Tom unleashed his own disarming spell. Grindelwald, who had been dismissive of Tom's loss of his wand, was unexpectedly disarmed of the Elder Wand, followed by a tremendous force that sent him sprawling, rising from the ground, and wiping the blood from his lip. Grindelwald's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Tom and the wand now in his possession. What is this? The Elder Wand. Tom retrieved his purple wand and nonchalantly picked up Grindelwald's Elder Wand, articulating the answer that Grindelwald could not utter, silently counting down in his mind. Tom bid his final farewell to Grindelwald amidst his incredulous gaze. Farewell, Mr. Grindelwald. Remember, villains often perish due to their verbosity. And I too despise Paris. As time reset, Tom relinquished control over the blazing fire, allowing it to consume all. Amidst the surging waves of heat, he stepped into the orange vortex. Numengard, the tower. A gaunt elder slowly opened his eyes. What an intriguing little fellow. Chapter 64, Return to Diagon Alley. Upon stepping out of the orange vortex and back into the realm of reality, Tom could not resist weighing the Elder Wand now in his possession. Another Elder Wand. If only a few more were to come my way, perhaps the Elder Wand could evolve from its current state to an even more formidable one. Upon clearing the dungeon, The now permanent instance of the crimes of Grindelwald allows Tom to engage in a daily exchange of eloquence and persuasive skills with Grindelwald. Having gathered his spoils, Tom hummed a cheerful tune as he utilized a disillusionment charm to return to Sirius's modest apartment. As he pushed the door open, he found Harry sitting in a daze on the living room sofa. Just as Tom was about to inquire about the situation, Harry raised a small note in his hand and gestured towards Sirius's room, making a shushing motion. Tom immediately understood and quietly took a seat across from Harry. As they exchanged silent glances, counting the ants to pass the time, a piercing scream erupted from Sirius's room. Tom and Harry cautiously cracked the door open to peek inside, where they found Sirius tightly cocooned in his blanket. The once rebellious and defiant Sirius, who had faced James's mischievous antics during their school days and later stood against Voldemort, now appeared pitiably vulnerable and helpless. Nearby, a woman leisurely dressed, casting a mocking glance at Sirius, remarked, "I never imagined someone so handsome could be so inept. Could it be that at your age, you are still a virgin?" After pondering for a moment, she extracted a 5-pound note from her purse, inscribed her phone number on it, and tossed it onto Sirius's face, saying, "Consider this a gift for your charming looks. Remember to seek me out next time. I shall gladly teach you." With that, the woman flung open the door and caught sight of Tom and Harry peering in. She smirked and said, "Young lads, care to give it a try?" As Tom and Harry fervently shook their heads, she departed without a second thought, leaving behind a bewildered Sirius, a 32-year-old virgin in a state of utter disarray. Tom, the instigator of this debacle, compassionately sat at the edge of Sirius's bed, patted his shoulder, and offered him a box of contraceptives, soothingly advising, "Sirius, do not be disheartened. It is only natural for the first time to be awkward. However, moderation is key, especially as you are no longer in your youth. Keep this safe to avoid any ailments. We wouldn't want Harry to be upset." After this tumultuous episode, Harry found it increasingly uncomfortable to remain at Sirius's home. While he held affection for Sirius, he could not impede his godfather's pursuit of happiness. Thus, on a moonless, blustery night, Ron, accompanied by Fred and George, stealthily fetched Harry in Arthur Weasley's illegally modified car upon receiving Harry's letter. Of course, Harry did not leave things entirely unresolved. He left a note for Sirius. The following morning, upon discovering Harry's message, Sirius hurriedly made his way to number 4, Privet Drive, only to return to the apartment dejectedly, resembling a defeated dog. Tom later learned from the ever-chatty Harry that Sirius had spent a solid 3 hours in deep conversation with Mrs. Weasley after seeking out Harry. From the illustrious history of the Black family to his valiant struggles against Voldemort, the narrative traverses fond recollections of his school days spent with James and Remus, and the lamentable suffering he endured in Azkaban. It culminates in a poignant expression of dissatisfaction regarding Sirius's current state of self-despair, urging him to embrace his responsibilities as godfather to Harry and to become a role model for the children. Moreover, there is encouragement for Sirius to boldly pursue love. Though it was overlooked during their school years, if his heart truly belongs to Severus Snape, he must not squander himself in such a manner, lest he regret missing a lifetime of opportunity, with the assurance that they would not judge him through a distorted lens. In a final warning, Mrs. Weasley cautioned Sirius that if there were to be another incident, she would not hesitate to use a silencing charm to send him away. Listening to this, Tom was left in a cold sweat, recognizing the formidable strength of the daughter of the Pruitt family and the matriarch of the Weasley clan. After a fleeting moment of sympathy for Sirius, Tom promptly cast aside thoughts of the foolish dog, for he had grown accustomed to carrying burdens. Once Harry departed from Sirius's apartment, Tom felt it inappropriate to linger further and returned to the orphanage that very day. Shortly after his return, the owls from Hogwarts arrived punctually, receiving the second-year books brought by the owl. Tom could not help but lament for his soon-to-be depleted wallet upon seeing the complete set of Gilderoy Lockhart's works. Once again, he gathered his belongings and set off for Diagon Alley, this time leisurely opting for Muggle transportation. After all, with the throngs of people in Diagon Alley, attracting attention as a 12-year-old wizard using apparition was a complication Tom wished to avoid. A year later, the Leaky Cauldron remained as filthy, chaotic, and dilapidated as ever. If the magical world had a list for the most disreputable establishments, this place would undoubtedly feature prominently year after year. Pinching his nose, Tom approached the courtyard and, upon noticing an unsightly trash bin, contemplated for a moment before deciding to leave the Leaky Cauldron. Once he returned to the courtyard, ensuring no one was around, he cast a banishing charm and a locking spell at the entrance before hastily retrieving a pile of bricks and several identical trash bins from his expandable bag. With a flick of his wand, a false wall swiftly erected itself before the original wall, and he neatly arranged the bins along its surface, applying spells to each bin and the wall itself. After completing this task, Tom lifted the lock on the courtyard entrance, gazing with satisfaction upon his handiwork. In that instant, he, Tom Riddle, grasped the essence of joy. He embodied the very quintessence of delight. At that moment, he, Tom Riddle, became a devoted acolyte of the AHA revelation. Once he confirmed that everything was foolproof, Tom quickly operated away, his destination set for Knockturn Alley. Just as Tom departed, Professor McGonagall happened to lead this year's first batch of Muggle newcomers into the Leaky Cauldron. As Professor McGonagall led the new students through the pub's hall towards the courtyard, preparing to explain how to access Diagon Alley, she found herself momentarily stunned. A dozen identical trash bins were meticulously arranged, rendering it impossible to discern which one served as the original landmark. When Professor McGonagall attempted to remove a bin to identify the correct one, she discovered that each had been enchanted with a permanent sticking charm, preventing any movement or replacement. Taking a deep breath, she tried to recall the position of the bins from memory to locate the right brick, but after nearly striking every brick on the wall, it remained unresponsive. The Muggle wizards and their parents gathered nearby exhibited growing impatience regarding Professor McGonagall as if she were a charlatan. Struggling to contain her rising temper, she unleashed a shattering spell against the wall, only to find it fortified with powerful protective magic. Her spell vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the depths of the sea. At that moment, Professor McGonagall could no longer restrain herself, erupting in a loud outburst of fury. Which wretched fool is responsible for this? Chapter 65, A Trip to Knockturn Alley. As Professor McGonagall vented her frustration at the instigator, the parents of the Muggle wizards, who had been watching the spectacle for quite some time, could no longer hold back. They politely and apologetically suggested withdrawing from Hogwarts. Subsequently, disregarding Professor McGonagall's pleas, they hurriedly departed with their children. In that instant, Voldemort's long-desired purification of Hogwarts was inadvertently achieved in Tom's hands. How delightful. Meanwhile, our instigator Tom found himself on the outskirts of Knockturn Alley. Upon stepping into the alley, Tom distinctly perceived the stark differences from Diagon Alley. Filth, darkness, danger, and chaos. The darker side of the magical world was vividly manifested here. Ah, a little wizard from Hogwarts. Child, why are you here all alone? Not long after, a toothless old witch kindly blocked his path. Tom blinked his innocent eyes, gazing at the old witch with feigned naivety. I got separated from my family, dear lady. Could you help me find them? Of course, dear. I'll take you to them right away. The old witch replied with a warm smile, leading Tom deeper into Knockturn Alley. Along the way, dark wizards spotted Tom and the old witch and quietly followed them. Eventually, the old witch brought Tom into a dead-end alley and halted her steps. At that moment, Tom's retreat was barred by 4 other dark wizards, with a few more lurking at the entrance. Ursula, have you found yourself some fine merchandise? A Hogwarts student, no less. Aren't you afraid of Dumbledore's retribution? One of the middle-aged wizards blocking the way inquired of the old witch named Ursula. Ursula revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, a fine specimen. It is only natural for such a petty wizard to vanish a few times a year. Even if Dumbledore were to investigate later, we could easily evade him. He certainly lacks the time to pursue us. An older wizard interjected, You make a compelling argument. But since I have a stake in this, I too wish to claim a portion of this young wizard. That simply won't do. He is my quarry. And I marked him first. Tom observed them haggling in front of him, their disregard for his presence palpable, as if he were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. At last, they reached an agreement regarding the distribution, and Ursula turned her gaze toward Tom. Young wizard, do you have any final words? I graciously offer you this opportunity. Upon hearing this, a sheen of tears glistened in Tom's eyes. I beg you, spare me, do not take my life. That is not an option. Ursula replied with a hint of mockery, finding Tom's futile struggle amusing in his final moments. All right, child, your chance has passed. Thus, embrace death. Before Ursula's words could fully escape her lips, a green light silently struck her, and the one who fancied herself a hunter met her end without a peaceful farewell. Yet, the green light did not immediately vanish. Instead, it leapt onto one of the blocking wizards. After that wizard breathed his last, the green light continued to leap until the final obstructing dark wizard fell, at which point it vanished. The onlooking wizards, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, prepared to flee, only to be halted by a wall of fire, as Tom's voice echoed from the dark alley. Uncles and aunts, I am so frightened. Could you stay with me for a while? His tone, ostensibly weak and helpless, sent chills down the spines of the dark wizards. Run, a voice cried out, jolting the paralyzed dark wizards into action as they attempted to disapparate away, only to be met by the inevitable green light. In an instant, the Grim Reaper's scythe claimed their lives, and not a single one escaped. As Tom surveyed the fallen dark wizards, he lowered himself to rummage through their belongings, eventually rising to exclaim, Paupers, a bunch of destitute fools. With such meager riches, how dare they call themselves dark wizards? It is utterly shameful. Disdainfully, he tossed their possessions into an expandable bag, then incinerated their remains with a flick of fire, scattering the ashes into the air. With this practiced efficiency, Tom returned to the main thoroughfare of the upside-down alley, where no unwitting dark wizards dared to confront him. He smoothly made his way to the largest establishment in the alley, the Boggins workshop. Upon entering, he found Mr. Boggins busy sorting through a pile of goods. "We are not open today. If you wish to conduct business, return another time," Mr. Boggins called out without even lifting his head at the sound of the door. "Apologies. I am not here to engage in commerce. I am here for an interview." Upon hearing Tom's response, Mr. Boggins' actions abruptly halted. The voice seemed oddly familiar, and the words echoed with a haunting resonance from decades past. Mr. Boggins rose from the pile of goods, bending slightly as he approached the counter. Brushing aside the greasy strands of hair obscuring his face, scrutinizing the newcomer with keen interest. Doubtful, he rubbed his eyes, convinced he might be witnessing a long-lost acquaintance. A glance at the calendar on the counter confirmed it was indeed 1992. Could it be that he was ensnared in an illusion? Undeterred, he gave himself a sharp slap. Yet nothing changed. With his oily voice, Mr. Boggins inquired, "May I ask your name?" Tom, maintaining a polite smile throughout Mr. Boggins' display, responded, "You may still refer to me as young Tom." Upon hearing this expected reply, Mr. Boggins' anxious heart sank completely. Tom stepped forward, courteously asking, "Mr. Boggins, what is the outcome of my application? After all, I worked for you for over a decade many years ago, making me a seasoned employee, well-versed in the workflow, and salary negotiations should be straightforward." At this, Mr. Boggins could no longer maintain his composure. He collapsed onto the floor, trembling as he uttered, "The Dark Lord." Seeing this, Tom hurried to assist him, gently brushing the dust from his attire. "You were once my employer. There is no need for such treatment. Do you think I can be reinstated?" Mr. Boggins felt an overwhelming sense of doom at Tom's words, unable to respond, as in his mind. The figure before him was Voldemort, not the fledgling Tom Riddle of yore. When Tom produced a wand of purple wood and uttered his next phrase, a wave of dread washed over Mr. Boggins. "By the way, Mr. Boggins, could we settle the wages you neglected to pay me back then?" Chapter 66, The Dark Mark. "I beg your pardon." Faced with the flickering green light emanating from Tom's wand, Mr. Boggins ultimately succumbed to the intimidating power of this unwelcome demand. "So, sir, do you believe this amount suffices?" As Mr. Boggins tremulously retrieved a bag of galleons from the counter and extended it towards Tom, Tom's hand hesitated. Reluctant to accept it immediately, something felt amiss. This was not the impression he wished to convey. As he had transformed from the Dark Lord into a mere thug extorting protection money, this was not the outcome he envisioned. Noticing Tom's reluctance, Mr. Boggins' anxious expression was palpable. Fearing that Tom might unleash his wrath, in a frantic gesture, he thrust the bag into Tom's hands with such force and urgency that it appeared as if he were willing to meet his demise should Tom refuse. Tom could only wear a look of exasperation, realizing that the bitter fruit of his own making must now be swallowed whole. With tears in his eyes, Tom reluctantly accepted the purse and began to meander slowly between the shelves of the store, closely followed by Mr. Boggins, who bent down cautiously in his wake. "What is this?" "The hand of glory. Simply light a candle, and its glow will illuminate only the holder." "Very well, wrap it up." "Yes, sir." "And this?" "An opal necklace, cursed, responsible for the demise of 19 muggles." "I shall take it." "Certainly, sir." Tom, much like the protagonist of a grand tale, swept through the store, returning laden with various parcels. "How much is it in total?" Just as Mr. Boggins was about to usher Tom, this harbinger of misfortune, out the door, he heard Tom utter something utterly astounding. "Pardon me, sir, could you repeat that?" Mr. Boggins doubted his own hearing and asked again, "How much is it in total?" This time, Mr. Boggins finally grasped the question, his face betraying a look of incredulity. He could scarcely believe that the Dark Lord would actually pay. Shouldn't he simply be indulging in a feast of sweets instead? "No, no need, sir. Please, take these as a token of my respect. No payment required." Mr. Boggins waved his hands frantically. After all, how could he dare accept money from the Dark Lord, even if Voldemort was indifferent? One could never know when a deranged Death Eater might discover this and ambush him, a mere ordinary merchant. Tom frowned disapprovingly at Mr. Boggins, questioning whether this old man intended to tarnish his reputation. Fair trade is one of the most esteemed virtues in the world. With that, Tom unceremoniously tossed a bag of galleons to Mr. Boggins and strode out of the shop. Moments ago, the warm purse he had just received returned to his possession, and Mr. Boggins felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. The Dark Lord, it seemed, was not entirely devoid of decency. As Tom exited the dimly lit Nocturne Alley and stepped into the sunlit Diagon Alley, he found himself momentarily disoriented by the stark contrast, as if transported to another realm. Yet, why were there so few people in Diagon Alley today? Tom gazed at the empty streets, murmuring in perplexity. After purchasing a complete set of the Loherd books at Flourish and Blots, and losing a substantial amount of galleons in the process, Tom cursed the foolishness of the endeavor. When he visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have some garments tailored, he noticed that Madame Malkin seemed distracted, sighing deeply throughout the fitting. Concerned, Tom inquired, "What troubles you, madam? Is something on your mind?" Perhaps it was Tom's charming appearance, for Madame Malkin began to confide in him her unease. "Today has been unusually quiet. It seems someone has sealed the entrance to Diagon Alley. I don't know which scoundrel has committed such a wicked act, but many wizards, especially those of Muggle descent, are unable to enter or exit. What shall we do for business during this period?" Upon hearing this, Tom felt a surge of guilt and dared not meet the gaze of Madame Morkan. Once he obtained the finished robe, he stealthily glanced towards the entrance of Diagon Alley. At that moment, the entrance was teeming with a chaotic crowd. Who is the scoundrel responsible for this? Step forward. Where are the ministry officials? When will we be able to leave? The air was thick with a cacophony of curses and cries for help, painting a vivid tableau of human emotion. After observing for a while, Tom quietly slipped away. The situation had escalated beyond his ability to bear. He had nurtured his hidden ally for countless days, and now was the perfect moment to unleash him. Returning discreetly to Diagon Alley and ensuring no one was watching, he drew his wand and pointed it skyward. "Revenant." Upon uttering the incantation, Tom fled without a backward glance. A colossal skull, spewing forth a serpent-like tongue of vibrant green, hovered ominously in the air, visible to all within Diagon Alley. The entire street seemed to freeze in time, plunging into a profound silence, as fear coursed through the crowd, soon erupting into a greater uproar. Panic-stricken screams, the shoving of the masses, and cries of despair transformed the street into a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Chaotic and tumultuous, some Muggle parents, thoroughly frightened, lost faith in the safety of the magical realm, shouting demands for withdrawal from Hogwarts. Amidst the turmoil in Diagon Alley, the instigator Tom had already returned to the orphanage, reclining leisurely on his bed and drifting into a sweet slumber. The following day, after a night of profound sleep, Tom reluctantly stirred from his bed. At that moment, Miss Voldemort had already brought him the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. Yesterday, the dark mark appeared in Diagon Alley, suspected to be the work of Death Eater remnants, sealing off the entrance. This incident has triggered widespread chaos, causing significant economic loss to Diagon Alley. And many Muggle parents of Hogwarts students have expressed profound concerns regarding the safety of the magical world, demanding withdrawals. Headmaster Dumbledore has visited the families of the affected students overnight and has garnered the understanding of most parents, who have agreed to allow their children to return to school. However, according to anonymous sources, it is alleged that during this process, Headmaster Dumbledore may have employed illicit means. A call has been made for the Ministry of Magic to intervene and clear Dumbledore's name. The Ministry, as the responsible authority, has performed inadequately in this incident, leading to public discontent. Minister Cornelius Fudge has stated that the Ministry will pursue the matter to the end and will not let the instigator escape justice. Furthermore, insiders have revealed that the former director of International Magical Cooperation, Mr. Barty Crouch, has initiated an internal impeachment regarding Minister Fudge's dereliction of duty. Our reporter will continue to follow the developments of this situation. Tom set down the newspaper, satisfied. Indeed, the truth remains that this affair is the handiwork of Voldemort and his Death Eaters, bearing no connection to Tom Riddle whatsoever. Even if Dumbledore were to personally intervene, he would still assert the same. No longer preoccupied with the tumult of the wizarding world, Tom composed himself, packed his belongings, and called upon Miss Voldemort, bidding farewell to Mother Anna before embarking once more on a journey during the remaining summer days. This time, the destination was Egypt. Chapter 67, A Chance Encounter. What a magnificent sight. Tom found himself amidst a throng of Muggles, gazing at the grand structure of the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Towering at 40 stories high, the edifice emanated a profound sense of historical weight, truly deserving of its title as one of the 7 wonders of the world. Tom retrieved his camera and approached a nearby boy, tapping him on the shoulder. "Excuse me, my friend, could you do me the favor of taking a photograph?" "Of course. No problem. Hand me the camera." The boy readily agreed, turning around to receive the camera, only to find himself momentarily stunned. "Tom Riddle?" The boy ventured uncertainly. "Cedric Diggory?" Upon recognizing the boy's face, Tom himself was taken aback. He had never anticipated encountering an acquaintance in far-off Egypt. Hearing Tom's words, Cedric realized he had indeed not misidentified him, and a radiant smile spread across his face. "Riddle, what brings you here?" Tom reciprocated Cedric's smile. "I'm here for a vacation. I've always wanted to see the pyramids. By the way, Cedric, it feels a bit formal. You can just call me Tom." "All right, Tom, you can call me Cedric as well." Cedric readily complied, then glanced around Tom, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "Vacation? Alone?" "Yes, Cedric, just me. After all, being an orphan isn't exactly a secret at Hogwarts." Tom replied openly, prompting a flicker of sympathy from Cedric. While Tom felt there was nothing wrong with being an orphan, he found it disheartening to see others regard him with pity whenever the topic arose, causing him to slightly furrow his brow. Cedric, observing Tom's expression, recalled the rumors surrounding this younger student, understanding that his sympathy could be perceived as an affront. "Sorry, Tom." Tom was taken aback by the unexpected apology. Truly, this was Cedric's character. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, no need to apologize. I don't actually mind. By the way, Cedric, Did you come here with your parents? Yes, I'm here with my parents. As he spoke of his family, a look of happiness illuminated Cedric's face. Tom, however, revealed a mischievous grin. What about Autumn Jean? Isn't she with you? Cedric's face flushed immediately, and he stammered, She didn't come. We're not in the kind of relationship you might be thinking. Tom glanced at him with disdain. When school starts. Should I honestly relay what you just said to senior sister Chio Jean? Upon hearing this, Cedric immediately knelt in supplication. Please don't. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Just then, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached them. Said, Why are you still here? Your mother and I have been waiting for you for quite some time. As he drew closer and noticed Tom engaged in lively conversation with Cedric, he displayed a hint of curiosity. Said, Who is this? Cedric quickly introduced Tom. Dad. This is Tom Riddle, a student at Hogwarts, my junior. Tom, this is my father, Amos Diggory. Tom stepped forward to shake Mr. Diggory's hand. Hello, Mr. Diggory. It's a pleasure to meet you. Cedric is the best student at Hogwarts, and I have always been curious about the remarkable parents who raised him. Meeting you today, it is evident that you are indeed extraordinary. Tom's compliment, especially regarding Cedric, caused Mr. Diggory's face to flush with pride, and he hastily responded with humility. Oh, not at all. It's delightful to meet you, Tom. I believe you will also grow into an excellent wizard. By the way, what were you two just discussing? Cedric felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, turning crimson, and quickly tugged at Mr. Diggory's clothing, signaling him to change the subject. However, Tom seemed oblivious to Cedric's subtle gesture and continued in response to Mr. Diggory's inquiry. We were talking about your future daughter-in-law. Before Tom could finish, Cedric covered his mouth, making muffled sounds, accompanied by an apologetic smile. It's nothing, Dad. Cedric then whispered a few words into Mr. Diggory's ear. Moments later, Mr. Diggory winked at Tom and invited, Tom, since you are alone, why not join us for this delightful holiday? Tom had no objections and followed Cedric and Mr. Diggory as they walked together. After reuniting with Mrs. Diggory, Mr. Diggory led them to the rear of the pyramid, where a man, wrapped tightly in layers of clothing, sat idly counting sand. Upon seeing Tom and the others approach, he lazily remarked, What brings you here? 34 Englishmen. Entrance fee, a mere 10 galleons per person. After receiving the tickets for the 4 of them, the man pointed his wand, and a small door appeared in the wall. After leading Tom through the entrance, Mr. Diggory explained, The large door over there is for muggles. What they see inside the pyramid is merely an illusion. This side is the true interior of the pyramid, accessible only to wizards. Clearly familiar with the location, Mr. Diggory took on the role of a tour guide, leading Tom through the site. This is the sacrificial area. The rites conducted 4,000 years ago were excessively bloody, and a vast number of vengeful spirits accumulated here. It was not until the late 18th century through the early 19th century that it was thoroughly cleansed. The mural adorning this corridor once possessed a certain enchantment, chronicling the history of its era. However, with the passage of time, that magic has faded, rendering the mural nearly unrecognizable. Under Mr. Diggory's narration, Tom, experiencing the ancient site from a wizard's perspective for the first time, initially found it captivating, but soon grew somewhat weary. Is there not something more extraordinary here? It feels as though these sites hardly justify the 10 galleons ticket price. While admiring a particular mural, Tom inadvertently inquired, prompting a mysteriously intriguing response from Mr. Diggory. Extraordinary? Indeed, there is something that will surely make you feel the 10 galleons are well spent. Tom's expression shifted slightly. His casual question unexpectedly elicited Mr. Diggory's reply, prompting him to ponder and ask, Might you show me? Certainly. The timing is perfect for us to enter now. Mr. Diggory eagerly assented. It turned out that Mr. Diggory's notion of extraordinary was somewhat different from Tom's expectations, yet it was undeniably captivating. As Tom sat in the audience, applauding while enjoying a breathtaking belly dance performed by a woman as stunning as Cleopatra, he felt that experiencing such a spectacle within the pyramids was indeed worth the price of admission. Isn't it beautiful, Tom? Indeed, it is splendid. Suddenly, Tom noticed that the voice was not that of the Diggory couple. Turning to the other side, he was pleasantly surprised to find a familiar face, Bill Weasley, the eldest son of the Weasley family. Hello, it's been a while. I just greeted you, but you seem too engrossed to notice, Bill Weasley said with enthusiasm. Tom, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, Bill, it's been ages. I didn't mean to ignore you. What brings you here? Work, unfortunately. Those greedy goblins are intent on squeezing out the last remnants of value from this nearly fully developed pyramid, and as a novice, I've been assigned to work overtime here. Watching performances is one of the few pleasures amidst the tedium of my duties, Bill explained with a hint of resignation. Tom, intrigued, remarked, I've heard that Gringotts offers high salaries, bonuses, and overtime pay, with a 4-on, 3-off schedule, plus paid leave and triple wages on holidays. Not exactly, Bill replied, suddenly realizing that perhaps working at Gringotts wasn't as appealing as he had thought. Sensing an opportunity, Tom decided to ask Bill, the cursebreaker, who might be more credible than Mr. Diggory. Bill, I've heard that Egypt is home to many mysterious relics. As an expert, do you have any insights? Bill chuckled at the question. It's impossible to know them all, Tom. Curious, Tom pressed, why not? Because there are simply too many. Egypt's millennia of civilization has given rise to countless relics, steeped in mystery. Frankly, considering the limited number of personnel at Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic, the fact that we have managed to explore even a few of these pyramids is quite an accomplishment, and it has already consumed a significant amount of time. Bill patiently elucidated and offered Tom a piece of advice. If you seek something among the ruins of Egypt, unless you possess exceedingly clear clues, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Without ample time and manpower, it is wiser to abandon the quest. After reflecting on Bill's words, Tom acknowledged the counsel, for internal strife was not in his nature. Moreover, his divination talent, rated at 2, suggested to Tom that his fortune had yet to arrive. In the following days, having set aside his concerns, Tom thoroughly enjoyed a vacation with Cedric's family. However, on the third day of their travels, Tom found himself cornered in an alley once more, this time accompanied by Cedric, who had been shopping with him. Hey, you two little rascals, hand over your valuables, and we might let you go. Otherwise, you may meet an untimely demise in this foreign land, and no one will know who was responsible. Two dark-robed wizards sneered at Tom and Cedric. Cedric, determined to rescue Tom despite the Ministry of Magic's regulations, had already drawn his wand. In contrast, Tom appeared unfazed and even had the leisure to jest. Cedric, why do villains always smirk and don black attire? And do I truly resemble an unsuspecting, plump sheep? This is the second time this month. He continued, if you're going to act, do it quickly. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Be quiet, Tom. You escaped first. I'll find a way to hold them off, Cedric urged, but before he could finish, he realized the two assailants had been petrified in place by a spell. He stiffly turned to Tom, his voice hoarse. Did you do this? Of course, who else could it be? Tom replied nonchalantly. Aren't you worried about repercussions from the ministry? Cedric asked, concerned. Rest assured, I will explain it to them later. For Cedric, the diligent student, this seemed a grave matter. Tom, however, continued to engage him. Cedric, how does the ministry determine whether young wizards have cast spells during the holidays? Through trace magic on the wands, Cedric responded, somewhat aware of this. Did I use a wand? Tom inquired, gesturing to his empty hands. Cedric fell silent, finally chuckling awkwardly. I suppose those who drafted the ministry's rules never anticipated a young wizard could perform wandless magic. This loophole is something others would struggle to replicate. Tom beamed with pride upon hearing Cedric's words. Thank you for the compliment. And Cedric, you are truly a good person. Ultimately, when Mr. and Mrs. Diggory arrived, the two would-be robbers were handed over to the local Ministry of Magic. To their astonishment, these individuals turned out to be minor fugitives, and Tom received a small reward, just enough to cover his travel expenses. The three great bonds of life, sharing the same roof, facing adversity together, and indulging in mischief. Thus, the unbreakable friendship between Tom and Cedric was officially forged. After a delightful vacation, Tom and Cedric's family parted ways, returning to the orphanage to embrace a life of solitude. During this time, Harry sent a letter to Tom, updating him on his recent experiences, two of which piqued Tom's interest. The first was that Lucius, as if destined, engaged in an unrestricted duel with Mr. Weasley in Diagon Alley. The cause remained a mystery, yet the spectacle was said to rival the allure of a belly dance performance in Egypt. Tom, who regrettably missed the event, secretly resolved to borrow Dumbledore's pensive upon the start of the new term, intending to extract and savor that memory in solitude. The second piece of news was that Lupin had moved in with Sirius, igniting a surge of creativity within Tom, who had been under pressure from his editor for his next manuscript. The inspiration for Harry Evans' forthcoming novel emerged, as if a dream had met its pillow. Grateful to Sirius, Lupin, Snape, and even the late James, Tom recognized that a portion of his future quality of life would hinge upon the intricate love-hate dynamics among these four benevolent souls. In the final 5 days before the new school term, Tom tirelessly completed his untouched summer assignments, marking the conclusion of his inaugural summer break at Hogwarts. Following yet another poignant farewell, Tom opted for the Muggle way of travel, changing vehicles multiple times before arriving at King's Cross Station. A stark contrast to his accustomed mode of apparition. At the station, as if by some cosmic alignment, he encountered the Weasley family along with Harry, Sirius, and Lupin. Just before the pillar, Mrs. Weasley instantly enveloped Tom in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "It's been so long. How have you been, dear?" "I've been quite well, madam. Recently, I even met Bill in Egypt, who took great care of me. I truly enjoyed our time together," Tom replied, deepening their connection. Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically introduced her shy daughter, Ginny, to Tom. Wishing to amuse the timid girl, Tom remarked, "It is a pleasure to see you again. Welcome to the Hogwarts family, Mrs. Potter." This elicited a fierce reaction from Ron, prepared to defend his sister, while Harry, blushing, refrained from retorting. Ginny, the adoring admirer of the hero, lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed, as the others chuckled at the unfolding scene. As time pressed on, they passed through the pillar into Platform 9. The new term awaited at Hogwarts. And Tom Riddle, your king, had returned. Chapter 69, Return to School. Tom, what are you doing standing here? I called you, but you didn't respond. While lost in reverie about the upcoming term, Tom was jolted by Harry's heavy pat. Ah, Harry, what brings you here? Tom instinctively inquired, still absorbed in thought. Harry, visibly exasperated, shot back. Why wouldn't I be here? We were apart for mere seconds, and I followed you in. At this moment, Tom finally regained his senses, realizing that without the diary's allure, there would be no hindrance to Harry's passage. Thus, it was entirely natural for Harry to enter the platform. However, this meant that the iconic scene of Harry and Ron flying to school in the Weasley's modified car would be lost. Tom stroked his chin, contemplating with Harry. What if I were to throw you and Ron out of the station and then seal the entrance again? Why? Harry's voice faltered slightly as he recognized Tom's earnest consideration of the matter. It is, of course, to witness you and Ron soaring towards Hogwarts in Mr. Weasley's enchanted vehicle. Tom's solemn demeanor caused Ron, who had just overheard this exchange, to become agitated. He hurriedly pulled Harry away, muttering in his ear, Harry, I told you this Slytherin has a devious mind, always concocting schemes against us. Look, his true intentions are now revealed. I wager the mysterious figure from back in the day was not nearly as malevolent. As Tom watched Harry and Ron retreat into the distance, he lamented their departure. Time was running short, so he hastily boarded the train. Once aboard, Tom did not immediately seek out Cassandra and the others. Instead, he leisurely wandered through the various carriages. Ah, Rolf Scamander, does that not make you the grandson of Newt and Tina? I had the pleasure of meeting them in Paris. Do extend my regards to them. What a splendid magazine, Luna Lovegood. I frequently submit articles to your family's publication. Come here, Colin Creevey, let us strike a deal. If you capture any candid photographs of the headmaster or the heads of the 4 houses at Hogwarts, or even an image of Harry in ladies' attire, would you be willing to sell them to me? I assure you, I will offer a handsome price. With his striking appearance, Tom thrived among the first-year students, taking the opportunity to enlighten them about the sorting ceremony. Ah, you wish to know how the sorting ceremony is conducted? It involves a duel with a professor. Hogwarts places great emphasis on practical experience. This year, it just so happens that Albus Dumbledore himself will be presiding over the event, assessing your performance to place you in the appropriate house. So, I suggest you rest well and conserve your energy while contemplating your strategies. However, do not mention that I disclosed this information. If the professors were to discover that I leaked the sorting criteria, I would surely face severe consequences. As Tom generously shared this insider knowledge, his version of the sorting ceremony swiftly spread among the first years. The upperclassmen, upon learning of this, not only refrained from correcting the misinformation, but also assisted Tom in filling in the subtle gaps, ensuring that his rendition of the sorting ceremony appeared logical and flawless, all while kindly training the young wizards and offering them useful strategies for success. Tom, who harbors both accomplishments and a humble demeanor, made his way towards the compartment occupied by Draco and Cassandra, encountering several familiar faces along the journey. Oh, Cedric and Autumn. So you two have been spreading affection since the start of the term, he teased. Stop mocking us, Tom. It's been a while since we last saw you. How have you been? Cedric inquired. Quite well, though I must admit, I truly missed the days we spent in Egypt, enjoying that captivating belly dance. How about this? For Christmas break, I'll treat you to a pole dancing performance, an authentic one, of course. Sounds good, but wait, Autumn, don't go. Let me explain. As Tom watched Autumn storm off, pursued by a frustrated Cedric, he couldn't help but reflect on the sweetness of youthful campus romance. Is it really fair to tease Cedric like that? P.S. Quite the earnest fellow, Cassandra remarked. Teasing? Every word I spoke was the truth, Tom countered. And you, George and Fred, your words hold little weight, considering your reputation for pranks at Hogwarts. Thanks for the compliment. It's all for the glorious art of mischief, they replied. Are you interested in collaborating on a new game? It's rather cumbersome to manage alone. I would be keen, but what kind of game do you have in mind? This isn't the right place to discuss it. Once we reach school, we can find a suitable time and place. For now, I must go find Cassandra and Draco. See you later. After a winding journey, Tom finally reunited with Cassandra and Draco, only to be met with playful banter. I had no idea our Dark Lord was so leisurely, they teased. Tom plopped down in his seat, unwrapping a chocolate frog and popping it into his mouth. What can I say? These first-year students are the hope of Hogwarts and the future of the magical world. I must take good care of them. Cassandra and Draco pondered this thoughtfully. But where are Pansy and the others? Tom inquired, surveying the compartment with curiosity. They're in the next compartment. You might appreciate a bit of personal space, Cassandra gently explained. Fair enough. With that, Tom retrieved 2 small items from his expandable bag and presented them to Draco and Cassandra. Here, souvenirs from my trip to Egypt. What are these? Draco asked, curiously examining the small orb in his hand. The Eye of the Millennium from the Millennium items, and Cassandra, you have the Millennium jewelry. Each Millennium item harbors extraordinary powers, and collecting all 7 can summon the spirit of Pharaoh Adam. Tom animatedly recounted the tale of the King of Games. After listening, Cassandra felt a bit shy about accepting the gifts. This is far too precious. Perhaps you should keep it for yourself. Please accept it. Only gifts of this caliber are worthy of you, Tom said, his smile sincere and compelling, making it hard to refuse. As for the true circumstances, Tom would never admit that it was simply because he forgot to purchase a gift. Rather, he had quietly spent an hour meticulously crafting it by hand. The reason behind his choice of the Millennium Eye and Millennium Jewelry was straightforward. They were easy to make. Although they lacked the formidable powers of the Millennium items from Yu-Gi-Oh!, Tom did not completely trivialize his efforts. At the very least, he had imbued them with magic, allowing them to shine brilliantly in critical moments. The long journey passed quietly, and as night descended, the train gradually pulled into the station. Chapter 70. Another year of sorting. First-year students, come over here. The towering Hagrid, as in previous years, called out with a lantern at the disembarking area. Tom blended quietly into the first-year line. Yet Hagrid effortlessly saw through his disguise. Tom, you've taken a wrong turn. Second-year students don't come this way. You should head to the other side. Caught in the act with no choice but to comply, Tom reluctantly exited the first-year queue and moved to the other side. Cassandra, who had been waiting for Tom, could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "What scheme are you concocting this time?" With a wistful tone, Tom replied, "Do you know what I regretted most last year at the beginning of term?" Cassandra shook her head. "No, I don't. It was that I used flickering lumos instead of conjuring a Patronus to light the way to the castle. This year, I had intended to demonstrate a Patronus to illuminate the path for the first years, but alas, Hagrid denied me that opportunity." Cassandra found herself bewildered by Tom's thought process. Did he genuinely intend to use a Patronus for illumination rather than seize the chance to send off all the first-year students in one fell swoop? The absurdity left her momentarily speechless. Thus, the two walked in silence, gradually catching up to the larger group, where Draco had already selected a carriage awaiting their arrival. "What a magnificent creature," Tom remarked, gazing in awe at the thestral before the carriage. "Look at this sleek black coat, the dragon-like head, and those bat-like wings. I must find a way to acquire 2 of them, one to taste, and the other to flaunt as a flying pet. I shall name it 39. Tom, what are you staring at?" Draco asked, noticing Tom's prolonged pause before the empty carriage, his eyes fixated on nothing. "Thestrals, a beautiful magical creature, visible only to those who have witnessed death," Tom replied leisurely as he boarded the carriage, offering Draco a brief lesson. "No wonder you can see them. After all, you've witnessed far too much death." Draco's words elicited a triumphant smile from Tom. "Indeed, Draco, and not only have I witnessed death, but I have also transcended it. One cannot deny that at 12 years old, one is indeed at the peak of youthful exuberance." Months later, Tom found himself once again seated at the Slytherin table, observing the lively conversations amongst his peers in the opulent Great Hall. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as he reflected on the joy of being promoted to the second year, while the first-year students endured their arduous journey, burdened by the challenges still ahead. The atmosphere in the hall reached a crescendo with the entrance of Professor McGonagall, who carried the sorting hat. Laughter erupted as Tom beheld the freshly cleaned sorting hat adorned with a charming little red flower, perched atop a high stool. The entire student body of Hogwarts erupted in mirth. Cassandra, glancing at Draco and others who were doubled over in laughter, turned to Tom, whose demeanor remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this moment. Curiously, she inquired, "Did you have a hand in transforming the sorting hat?" "Indeed, this is my proud creation," Tom declared, his face glowing with pride, for it was the fruit of his labor. After a brief silence, Cassandra remarked, "Your taste in design remains as abysmal as ever. Perhaps next year, I should take the reins and give the sorting hat a makeover according to my design." Recovering from her unexpected critique, Tom gazed at Cassandra with a complex expression, finally exhaling a resigned sigh. "Cassandra, you've taken a turn for the worse." Meanwhile, outside the Great Hall, the first-year wizards were not sharing the same buoyant spirit as their seniors. Having endured 6 or 7 hours of relentless indoctrination from their older counterparts on the train, the notion of confronting Dumbledore had firmly taken root in their minds. The raucous laughter emanating from the hall only heightened their anxiety. As the doors swung open and Professor McGonagall ushered the first years into the Great Hall, they clutched their wands tightly, instinctively forming the combative formation they had been hastily taught on the train. Upon entering the staff area, their eyes were immediately drawn to Dumbledore, who sat at the center. The immense pressure of the past hours snapped the taut nerves of the 11-year-olds. In a moment of bravery, one audacious first year heeded the reckless advice of their seniors, shouting, "Dumbledore, I'm coming for you." With this rallying cry, the other first years raised their wands, unleashing the curses they had temporarily learned upon Dumbledore. McGonagall was taken aback. As were the students of Hogwarts and the professors seated at the staff table, Dumbledore was particularly astonished. Though these juvenile curses posed no threat to him, Their insulting nature was undeniable. This audacious act of defiance on the very first day of school would surely echo through the annals of Hogwarts history. As for the Sorting Hat, it remained in a state of despondency, its head drooping. The traditional sorting song had yet to be sung, leaving this group of newly admitted young witches and wizards perplexed about the true essence of the sorting ceremony. Eventually, Professor McGonagall intervened to halt the farce, her voice stern as she demanded, "Stop. What are you doing?" "Professor, we genuinely desire to study at Hogwarts. Every upperclassman has mentioned that this year's sorting theme is to confront Headmaster Dumbledore's fiery path. If we do not take the initiative, we will surely face expulsion." As she spoke, a few emotional young witches in the line discreetly wiped away tears. Dumbledore listened, his expression troubled, while veins throbbed on McGonagall's forehead. Is this chaos never-ending? I, as the headmistress, am at my wit's end. Let someone else take this on if they dare. The older cat lady was visibly exasperated. After some effort to calm her rising temper, McGonagall recognized that the fault did not lie with the young witches and wizards before her. She endeavored to display a warm smile, patiently explaining, "No one will require you to confront Dumbledore during the sorting. Come here, children, form a line. Simply don this sorting hat, and it will assist you in selecting the appropriate house." Yet, as McGonagall glanced at the still dormant sorting hat, her irritation flared once more, her grip tightening unconsciously, causing the hat to tremble in fear. The professor was not to be trifled with. At that moment, the first-year students reached a consensus, quickly lining up in a shivering row. Thus, the long-delayed sorting ceremony finally commenced in earnest. Chapter 71, The Start of Term. "That little spectacle was orchestrated by you, was it not?" Cassandra whispered to Tom as she observed the ongoing sorting ceremony, her tone laden with certainty. Tom felt a sharp pang of dismay. Why was he being suspected, and so matter-of-factly? Of course not. Cassandra's beautiful green eyes brimmed with skepticism at Tom's vehement denial. "All right, I concede that I played a minor role, but merely as a catalyst. The execution was not my doing." Ultimately, Tom succumbed to Cassandra's gaze, raising his hands in surrender while still attempting a slight defense. "I knew it." Cassandra withdrew her gaze, adopting an expression that suggested this was expected. "Colin Creevey, Gryffindor. Astoria Gringotts, Slytherin. Luna Lovegood, Ravenclaw. Rolf Scamander, Hufflepuff." The sorting ceremony progressed exceptionally smoothly in the absence of Tom's meddling, with the sorting hat placing each student in the correct house, remarkably without any mishaps. As Professor McGonagall stowed away the parchment inscribed with the names of students and the sorting hat, this year's rather mundane sorting ceremony drew to a close. The crowd then awaited the infamous declaration from Dumbledore. "Fools. Crybabies. Dregs. Twist. Thank you all." What could this phrase possibly signify? Dumbledore had uttered it the previous year, and once again, he repeated the same words. Draco, feeling a twinge of irritation, turned to Tom, his curiosity gnawing at him like a restless cat. "Oh, it likely holds no profound meaning. It merely reflects his unique sense of humor, I suppose. Perhaps it is because I complimented Dumbledore on the elegance of his words last year that he chose to repeat them this time." Tom, while savoring a piece of steak, responded ambiguously. Upon hearing Tom's remarks, Draco decided to let the matter rest and shifted the conversation to their new defense against the dark arts teacher. "Tom, have you seen Professor Snape's expression? Is his foul mood a result of Gilderoy Lockhart?" "Of course, that seems evident." However, Dumbledore had no choice but to hire a new defense against the dark arts instructor, considering how overwhelmed Snape was last semester. Yet, I cannot fathom why Dumbledore would select Gilderoy Lockhart. Tom continued to enjoy his meal while explaining to Draco. Upon hearing Tom's opinion, Draco's brow furrowed slightly. Is Lockhart truly that incompetent? Tom glanced at the group of enthusiastic Lockhart fans nearby, particularly the female admirers, and leaned closer to Draco, lowering his voice. "He may very well be even worse than Quirrell. I have always felt there was something amiss with his writings. For now, let us observe the situation. But be prepared to initiate Plan 20 for the removal of the defense against the dark arts teacher." Draco nodded in understanding. After a satisfying meal, Dumbledore formally introduced this year's new defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart. As Lockhart, looking impeccably groomed, rose to acknowledge the students, Tom couldn't shake the feeling that Lockhart's gaze had inadvertently wandered toward the Slytherin table, and more specifically, toward him. However, as Lockhart settled down, his eyes fixated on Dumbledore, Tom dismissed the notion as a mere illusion and set the thought aside. When Dumbledore concluded the announcements for the year and broached the subject of the House Cup, Tom cast a knowing glance toward the Gryffindor table, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "What has happened with Gryffindor? Or are you plotting something again?" Cassandra noticed Tom's gaze and the smirk adorning his face, prompting her to inquire. "It's nothing. I have no intentions whatsoever," Tom replied, shaking his head in denial of Cassandra's assumptions. "It's just that our advantage in the House Cup this year is substantial, and Gryffindor is likely to start off with negative points." Cassandra, perplexed, contemplated pressing for more details, but Tom, like a cryptic oracle, refused to divulge further, leaving Cassandra's curiosity to torment her to the brink of madness. Fortunately, Cassandra was not tormented by her curiosity for long. The following day, during the second-year Transfiguration class with Gryffindor, she received her answer. Mr. Ron Weasley, what did you say? Your summer homework was devoured by your dog? Do you even have a dog at home? I shall write to Molly after class. If she cannot bring your dog today, then you shall see. Gryffindor lost 10 points. Mr. Simon Figgin, what was that? Your summer homework exploded on its own. Surely, papers cannot spontaneously combust. I suspect you had a hand in it. Gryffindor loses another 10 points. Moreover, you shall bring that pile of papers to the front row. I am keen to witness how a paper can explode on its own. Mr. Dean Thomas, what excuse do you have this time? What? You wish to do your homework while traveling, but your papers were left behind in Paris? Do you think I will believe such nonsense? Gryffindor loses 10 points. And ensure that your homework is completed. There shall be no evasion. The Gryffindors, those troublesome little lions, presented an array of bizarre excuses during the submission of their assignments at the start of the school year, each more outrageous than the last. Meanwhile, our poor Professor McGonagall transformed yet again into the irritable cat lady on the first day of school, unleashing her frustrations upon those incorrigible little lions. Tom felt that with merely a few more encounters, Professor McGonagall's scolding prowess would rival that of Professor Snape, and he silently sympathized with her for a brief moment. Did you foresee this situation? Cassandra inquired, amused by the spectacle before her, leaning closer to Tom. Tom, with an air of certainty, replied, Isn't it obvious? Do you believe that this group of Gryffindor students could complete their summer assignments properly? Cassandra pondered for a moment and shook her head. No. I reckon that the number of Gryffindors who could manage to complete all their assignments could be counted on 2 hands. Tom, you are right. It all comes down to this. This bunch from Gryffindor excels only in crafting excuses. One must wonder why the exemplary spirit of distinguished Gryffindors like Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall has not been passed down to this generation of little lions, as their old rivals. We Slytherins would be quite embarrassed otherwise. Tom's words resonated with the surrounding Slytherin snakes. Ah, yet another day of disdain for Gryffindor. Chapter 72, Gilderoy Lockhart. As for who reigns as the most popular individual at Hogwarts this new term, Gilderoy Lockhart undoubtedly claims that title without contest. A recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly, and a renowned author. Gilderoy Lockhart possesses both charm and talent in the eyes of the public, particularly captivating to adolescent girls experiencing their first crushes. Even Hermione, the diligent bookworm, seems to be falling under his spell. I have read every one of Professor Lockhart's books multiple times, and I can even recite them from memory. I am thoroughly acquainted with everything concerning Professor Lockhart. At the inaugural Stargazer gathering following the commencement of the school year, Hermione spoke with an air of pride that rendered a certain blonde boy named Malfoy visibly sullen. Just as Draco prepared to instinctively retort, Tom gently restrained him, shaking his head while simultaneously imparting a piece of information to Hermione. I predict that Professor Lockhart will undoubtedly conduct a quiz during the first lesson, with questions solely pertaining to his personal experiences. Surprisingly, Hermione did not detect any incongruity in this statement. Instead, she felt that although she could not comprehend it, Professor Lockhart's actions must bear some profound significance. Is this your prophecy, Tom? I believe you this time. I shall devise a set of questions for everyone to simulate a test. Tom found himself at a loss, torn between feeling delighted by Hermione's unwavering trust in his prophetic abilities and being deeply pained by her susceptibility to the charms of a fraud. Draco, in a fit of pique, stormed off, secretly initiating a campaign to displace the defense against the dark arts instructor that very day. You do not particularly admire Lockhart, do you? You find his writings questionable, yet you still peruse his texts? Cassandra inquired, observing Tom as he leisurely turned the pages of Walking with Ghouls during their combined defense against the dark arts lesson with Ravenclaw. As a novel, it is quite enjoyable, and upon careful reading, there are indeed some valuable insights within. And you? I fail to see your fondness for Lockhart. Pansy, Daphne, and Hermione have all succumbed to his allure. I encountered Lockhart at a signing event at the Leaky Cauldron before the term commenced. He was far too ostentatious for my liking, Cassandra replied coolly. However, upon hearing this, Tom's eyes sparkled with interest, and he promptly set aside the book. Then you must have witnessed the unrestricted duel between Malfoy and Weasley. Do regale me with the details. Harry's letter was rather vague, and my curiosity is piqued. Cassandra, unable to suppress a sigh, remarked, Why is your focus always so peculiar? Peculiar? This is where the essence lies, Tom retorted, somewhat displeased with Cassandra's comment. Nevertheless, the main event of the day is about to commence. After class, do share the tale of that unrestricted duel with me. As Tom's words faded, Lockhart entered the classroom, making his way to the podium. With his golden curls, bright blue eyes, and resplendent blue robe, complemented by a charming smile, it was undeniable that Lockhart's poised and confident demeanor was quite imposing. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, and I am delighted to serve as your professor for the defense against the dark arts this year. The moment Lockhart spoke, the young witches and wizards erupted into shrieks, resembling a grand fan meeting. What a show-off, Draco muttered under his breath, inadvertently caught by Tom, who instinctively retorted, "You are quite the same on most occasions." This remark struck Draco's already wounded heart anew. At this moment, a Ravenclaw student named Terry Boot raised his hand. "Professor Lockhart, are we not about to commence the pop quiz?" Lockhart, taken aback by the inquiry, chuckled and replied, "I apologize, my dear child, but there is no such test prepared for my class." The young wizards, who had toiled for hours to create a favorable impression on Lockhart, cast their glances towards Hermione, who then redirected their gaze towards the instigator, Tom. Under the weight of their accusatory stares, Tom felt an inexplicable dissonance, and Hermione's words, "Is this your prophecy? I can't believe your nonsense," pierced him deeply. After all, possessing a divination talent of merely 2 was simply a minor blunder, was it not? Lockhart observed the student's subtle antics quietly, waiting for a moment of tranquility before resuming the lesson. "In the forthcoming year, I shall instruct you in the defense against such dark magic. Trust me, there is no one in this world more proficient in dark magic than I am, except, of course, for Mr. Tom Riddle seated amongst us." Once again, Tom was subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, and this time, he straightened his posture, shedding the earlier nonchalance. This Lockhart is utterly peculiar, Tom thought, fixating his gaze on Lockhart, attempting to see through his facade. "Can anyone tell me, after a year of defense against the dark arts, how much you understand about dark magic?" The diligent Hermione eagerly raised her hand. Yet Lockhart seemed utterly oblivious to her presence. Why not let Dumbledore's favorite student, the world's most knowledgeable on dark magic, Mr. Riddle, enlighten us? Once again bewildered, Tom slowly stood. "Among the 3 unforgivable curses, I have taught them the killing curse." Upon hearing this response, which had once led Voldemort and Professor McGonagall to question their very existence, Lockhart remained remarkably composed, betraying no hint of emotional turmoil, and his smile became even more charming. Yet, Tom felt a heaviness in his heart as he sensed something was slipping beyond his control. "Since you have already mastered the killing curse, let us proceed to learn the Cruciatus Curse and the Imperius Curse in our upcoming defense against the dark arts lesson." With that, Lockhart dramatically unveiled the cover of a cage on the podium. "A Cornish pixie, a mischievous creature, is perfect for practicing spells. I have ensured they are well prepared and obedient." After Lockhart distributed the Cornish pixies to the class, he delved into the day's lesson. "Today, we shall learn the Cruciatus Curse. The incantation is Crucio. Now, imagine the delight in tormenting these little pixies as we cast the spell together. Crucio, Crucio, Crucio." A lesson on the unforgivable curses unfolded once more, this time under the aegis of Gilderoy Lockhart. "Tom, why are you not reciting along? Professor Lockhart has observed you several times." Noticing Tom lost in thought while staring at the Cornish pixie before him, Draco kindly whispered a reminder. "Do you think I should practice the Cruciatus Curse?" Tom found Draco's question rather foolish and wondered how Lucius could have taught him such things. However, considering his role as a diligent student, especially in front of the enigmatic Gilderoy Lockhart, he resolved not to lose face. Crucio, unlike the young wizards around him, who were still struggling to grasp the basics, Tom executed the curse with precision, causing the Cornish pixie to emit the most piercing scream in the classroom, soon becoming barely conscious. The witnessing young wizards shuddered involuntarily, and Draco realized the absurdity of his own inquiry. As the classroom fell into an eerie silence, an unexpected applause erupted, with Lockhart clapping his hands and gazing at Tom with admiration. A flawless Cruciatus Curse. 10 points to Slytherin. Whether spurred by Tom's display or driven by their own rebellious spirits, the Slytherin snakes and Ravenclaw eagles soon exhibited an exuberant enthusiasm, their faces adorned with peculiar, excited smiles, as the classroom echoed with the anguished cries of the Cornish pixies. If Professor Flitwick were to learn of this, he would likely express his displeasure, for they had never shown such eagerness in their charm classes. Now, they were fervently practicing unforgivable curses in defense against the dark arts. As if they were in a frenzy, the young wizards gave little thought to how Flitwick might feel. To them, this was the most exhilarating defense against the dark arts lesson they had ever experienced, bar none. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the young wizards remained unsatisfied, even suggesting to take the Cornish pixie home to continue their practice. "Of course, children. By the way, there will be no essays or exams for this defense against the dark arts class. In the next lesson, I will assess your practice of the Cruciatus Curse, and those who perform well will receive rewards." After Lockhart's announcement, the glances from the snakes and eagles transformed significantly, as if a golden halo had appeared above Lockhart's head, starkly contrasting with the image of a certain Tom Riddle. Professor Lockhart is indeed a good man. In that moment, the young wizards reached a rare consensus. As they gradually exited the classroom, Tom sent Cassandra and the others ahead, choosing to stay behind alone and wait for Lockhart. Mr. Riddle, do you have something on your mind? Lockhart asked with a smile, noticing Tom was the only one left. Indeed, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Professor, regarding your true identity. Tom was direct, not beating around the bush. He had already formed a suspicion about the person before him. Yet the answer was so outrageous that he hesitated to confirm it. Who am I? Indeed, a thought-provoking question. Lockhart did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at his pocket watch. It was precisely lunchtime. Why not join me for a meal? He suggested, before promptly leaving the classroom. Without a second thought, Tom followed him. Lockhart led Tom back to his office and summoned a house elf to bring them 2 lunches. After taking a sip of red wine, he finally broached the subject. It has been quite some time, Tom. Our last encounter did not afford us the opportunity to sit down and share a meal in such a tranquil manner. Tom furrowed his brow slightly and reflected carefully, shaking his head in denial. I'm sorry, Professor, but I do not recall any interaction with you prior to this semester. Moreover, this is indeed our first time alone together. Or perhaps you are not Professor Lockhart at all. Lockhart swallowed a morsel of steak and spoke softly. Ah, but there was Tom, in Paris of 1927. That memory remains vivid for me. Tom nearly spat out the pumpkin juice he had just sipped, exclaiming in disbelief, That's impossible. A person who should not be present here spoke of an event that should not exist, which struck Tom with considerable force. Calm down, child, Lockhart said, extending a hand to reassure him. You wish to suggest that history has not changed, correct? Tom opened his mouth, but uttered no sound, clearly caught off guard by Lockhart's insight. Indeed, the history of this world had remained unaltered. One might consider it as an elderly man's dream, a dream from another timeline. Understanding this, Tom regained his composure and gazed intently at Lockhart, asking, I see. Then what brings you here? Are you perhaps unsatisfied, Mr. Grindelwald? Grindelwald paused in his cutting of steak, realizing for the first time outside of a dream the potency of Tom's words. He suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Dumbledore. Albus, you have my condolences. After a moment of silence, Grindelwald replied slowly, I merely wish to see the student whom Albus Dumbledore holds in such high regard before I depart this world. Another incredulous reason that even Ron would dismiss. Akin to his old lover-esque justifications, elicited a silent scorn from Tom. He chose not to dwell on that topic any longer, for the truth would eventually reveal itself. Instead, he turned his curiosity towards another matter. So, Professor Grindelwald, what have you done with Gilderoy Lockhart? Ah, Gilderoy Lockhart. I have taken good care of him, Grindelwald replied. Nemontguard, the tower. An emaciated elder was desperately pounding on the cell door. Let me out. Where am I? Do you know who I am? I am Gilderoy Lockhart, a recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts Alliance, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. Hurry, let me out. A guard sauntered over to Lockhart's cell, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Lockhart's frantic antics. Gilderoy Lockhart? No, no, no. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Gellert Grindelwald. Upon hearing this, Lockhart intensified his efforts, pounding the door even more forcefully. No, you can't do this. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, not Gellert Grindelwald. Let me out at once. Alas, Lockhart's frantic motions merely elicited laughter from the guards, who seemed convinced of his new identity as Grindelwald. At that moment, the guard who had spoken pulled out a saint's badge from his pocket and waved it before Lockhart. For the greater good, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lockhart? In that instant, Lockhart's face turned ashen. The guard, evidently unperturbed, continued, Given your commotion, I wouldn't mind presenting you with a small gift. Obliviate. Chapter 74, Hogsmeade. Grindelwald had taken residence at Hogwarts, which Tom found to be rather characteristic of the institution, unexpectedly normal, indeed. What is wrong with you now? Cassandra inquired, observing Tom's frustration as he slammed his hand on the table. I need to go to the headmaster's office and have a serious discussion with Dumbledore about the notion that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. As he spoke, Tom could barely contain his resentment. Cassandra regarded him quizzically. Why? Isn't it a given that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world? What is there to discuss? Hearing her words, Tom felt momentarily stifled, responding irritably. Hogwarts, the safest place? The Dark Lord has already moved in. Cassandra, perplexed, replied, But hasn't the Dark Lord already taken up residence? Why bring this up with Dumbledore now? Moreover, it hardly seems appropriate for you to address this matter personally, does it? Tom felt as though he had struck a wall of cotton, utterly vexed, and sighed with resignation. Cassandra, yes, that was well said. Please refrain from mentioning it again. Cassandra was truly bewildered, wondering if the Dark Lord had lost his mind. Tom chose to bypass the topic, gazing at the deserted astronomy club meeting space, and curiously asked, Why are there so few attendees at the meetings these days? Where has everyone gone? Do you have any recruitment plans this year? The recruitment plan is currently non-existent, as Hermione and the others have all flocked to Professor Lockhart's defense against the Dark Arts Club. After all, it is the most popular gathering at Hogwarts at the moment, with attendees personally invited by Professor Lockhart himself. Nevertheless, even with such a lure, the desire to join remains unabated. As for the seers, Cassandra felt a profound sense of helplessness regarding this matter, lamenting Lockhart's soaring popularity. Tom felt his fists clench instinctively. He knew that encountering Grindelwald could only lead to trouble, especially since he had already been robbed of his home at the start of term. The crux of the matter was that Grindelwald had not invited him, revealing a blatant disregard for Tom Riddle's reputation. However, he decided to settle for deceiving a few recruits this year and bringing them into his fold. After contemplating, Tom inquired of Cassandra, "What about Draco? I haven't seen him around lately. Is he up to anything?" Cassandra looked at Tom quizzically. "Isn't Draco still working on that 21st version of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher expulsion plan you devised together? I assumed you were aware." Tom fell silent, and after a moment, he gently patted Cassandra's shoulder and said earnestly, "Please help me arrange a coffin for Draco. It must be of high quality and splendid appearance. I fear that a last-minute creation would be insufficient." Cassandra suddenly felt that the Dark Lord's mind had indeed taken a turn for the worse. Thus, amidst a series of misfortunes in the new term, Tom received a message from the Weasley twins, whom he had long forgotten. They proposed to meet in Hogsmeade this Saturday to discuss game development matters. Tom glanced at the textbooks he had brought, uncertain at first, and then looked again, filled with rage. What did George and Fred mean by this? He was only in his second year, still not of the age to visit Hogsmeade. As for sneaking out, please. Everyone knew that Tom was the most law-abiding student at Hogwarts. How could he engage in such a breach of school rules? He resolved to resist this proposal with unwavering determination. Thus, on Saturday morning, at the newly opened LCAF in Hogsmeade, Tom sat with the Weasley twins, engaging in lively conversation. "We've been waiting for you for quite some time. You were the one who said on the train that we should develop a game together. Yet we've heard nothing from you. We had no choice but to come find you," George remarked. Tom felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as he had indeed forgotten the matter. He quickly apologized. "I apologize. I've been overwhelmed with tasks lately. Today, let me treat you as a form of restitution." Just as Tom was about to place his order, the waiter set a cup of coffee before him and bowed respectfully, stating, "This is courtesy of the establishment, Dark Lord." Tom felt a surge of indignation within. Did they not see the mischievous glances exchanged between the Weasley twins? They were teasingly shouting Dark Lord, as if they were eager for the entire world to know. Tom, weary and disheartened, pushed the coffee back towards the waiter, exclaiming, "I believe you are mistaken. I am not some Dark Lord." The waiter, visibly distressed, glanced towards the bar, prompting Tom to follow his gaze, only to be met with astonishment. There stood a woman, clutching a parchment resembling a wanted poster, who, after scrutinizing it carefully, nodded in affirmation to the pleading waiter. This woman was no stranger to Tom. Despite the passage of time, he recognized her instantly as the French Black Rose, Vidal Roche. Connecting the dots with the newly opened coffee shop's name, Tom swiftly deduced the identity of the mastermind behind it. "Damn it, the ever-persistent Grindelwald. How is it that you are everywhere?" he thought. "Dumbledore, can't you keep your old lover in check? Hogwarts is on the verge of being besieged by saints." As Tom cursed inwardly, he accepted the coffee from Grindelwald with tears in his eyes, thinking it would be rude to refuse a gift from a Dark Lord. At that moment, the Weasley twins sensed something amiss. Their playful demeanor vanished as they directly broached the subject of business with Tom. "So, what exactly is the game you are preparing to develop?" Tom took a sip of the coffee and unabashedly recounted the tale of Game King to the twins. After all, it was only 1992, and he had no qualms about claiming Takahashi's copyright. Besides, what kind of traveler would he be if he didn't indulge in a bit of literary appropriation? A genius, truly a stroke of genius. Upon hearing Tom's narrative, along with the dual discs and initial card drafts he had brought, George and Fred were utterly exhilarated. In Tom's grand vision, should another epic clash akin to the Dumbledore-Grindelwald confrontation arise, it would not merely involve wands pointed at each other. Rather, they would engage in a dual disc showdown, shouting, "Duel. My turn, draw a card." The fire god paves the way with a fire shield, transforming into the black magician's blue eyes white dragon, the traitorous dragon god. The imagery was nothing short of electrifying. Immediately, the Weasley twins declared with unwavering conviction that the development task would be entrusted to them. For Tom, the twins were a guarantee of integrity, affordable, and possessed of exceptional alchemical skills, truly the chosen workforce. Thus, both parties reached an agreement without the slightest hesitation. Following the confirmation of their collaboration, Tom promptly rose to take his leave. Stepping outside, he gazed at the gleaming new sign of LSCF, his expression shifting subtly. It was time to throw a wrench into the plans of a certain centenarian who had been quite jubilant of late. Chapter 75, Grand Opening. The unchanging daily life of Hogsmeade was once again disrupted. Following the recent opening of LSCAF, another coffee shop had sprung up next door. Freshly graduated Hollis Caro stood disheartened before the establishment named Gale, observing his aunt, Electo Caro, welcoming guests with a beaming smile amidst an array of floral arrangements. He couldn't help but ponder how this world had transformed into such a fantastical realm. The entire affair dates back to a week ago, when Tom reappeared at Malfoy Manor after his departure from the CAF. Lucius, who was savoring a delightful afternoon tea, was startled by the sudden and uninvited presence of an individual, causing him to spill his cup of tea all over himself. He was filled with suppressed indignation, yet forced to maintain a facade of cordiality. "My lord, what brings you here this time?" "I require the establishment of a CAF in Hogsmeade, situated adjacent to the newly opened CAF, Tom asserted. "Grindelwald's acolytes have already surrounded and are surveilling Hogwarts, and my Death Eaters must not be left behind. I need someone reliable to monitor both Hogwarts and the acolytes simultaneously. You have 1 week. I expect to see the CAF operational by next weekend." With no intention of engaging in idle chatter, Tom conveyed his message directly and succinctly. "Yes, my lord, I understand," Lucius replied, nodding in agreement. Opening a CAF was a trivial matter for the Malfoy family. Having relayed his instructions, Tom was about to take his leave when he suddenly paused. "My lord, do you have any further instructions?" Lucius asked, his heart sinking, fearing Tom might impose another arduous task. "Do remember to seek out the Weasley boy for a brawl, the kind that involves fisticuffs," Tom remarked. Confounded by Tom's abrupt departure via apparition, Lucius was left in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the Dark Lord's intentions. "Achoo!" Mr. Weasley, far away in his humble abode, involuntarily sneezed, despite the day being rather temperate. Meanwhile, Tom returned to the outskirts of Hogsmeade, nonchalantly traversing the passage back to Hogwarts. Now that he had entrusted the matter to Lucius, one must commend Lucius. As a competent subordinate, he proved remarkably efficient. For the very next day, Tom received a letter from Lucius confirming that the premises had been secured. Subsequently, within the confines of the CAF, Tom encountered Lucius's so-called reliable individuals, his former classmate, Horace Caro, and his aunt, Alecto Caro. "Riddle, what are you doing here?" "This is not your place," Horace demanded sharply upon seeing Tom, though a hint of trepidation lingered in his tone, recalling Tom's actions during their time in Slytherin. However, before Horace could finish his statement, he was abruptly silenced by a sharp reprimand from his aunt, rendering him momentarily dazed. Alecto, on the other hand, was consumed by a whirlwind of emotions, reflecting on her complex feelings upon being summoned by Lucius the previous day to assist their master. "Dear family, who among you is aware of the sudden and silent return of Voldemort?" For her, a Death Eater who fled after Voldemort's initial defeat and evaded judgment. This moment is fraught with terror. She feels utterly helpless and frightened, yet she must proceed, for it is Voldemort after all. However, when she brings her nephew to meet Voldemort in pursuit of employment, she encounters a strikingly handsome young wizard at the location provided by Lucius. As a Death Eater who had never seen Voldemort's face before his disfigurement, Alecto Caro is taken aback, having never been informed of Voldemort's true name, leaving her momentarily stunned and perplexed. At that instant, the dark mark on her left arm begins to burn intensely, and Alecto realizes the identity of the young wizard before her. Meanwhile, her nephew, oblivious, begins to speak out of turn, causing her vision to fade to black. It is all over, dear family, who understands the impending doom of being obliterated by familial wrath. Never mind, before her demise, she must first give her nephew a sound thrashing. Hollis Caro, bewildered, wishes to inquire about the situation from his aunt, only to find himself on the receiving end of her reprimand. After being struck, Alecto kneels to kiss Tom's robes, but he recoils in disdain. Unfazed, she pleads for Tom's forgiveness. "Master, I beseech you to spare us. Hollis is unaware of your identity and means no harm. Please, grant him mercy this once." Who else could be referred to as master by his own Death Eater aunt but Voldemort? In that moment, Hollis Caro comprehends the true identity of the young Riddle and promptly kneels, feeling a rush of warmth in his trousers. Reflecting on his earlier words to Tom, he realizes the audacity of his challenge to Voldemort. The Sorting Hat must have erred in placing him in Slytherin. He undoubtedly belongs in Gryffindor. He wonders if it is still possible to turn and seek out Dumbledore, begging to join the Order of the Phoenix. Tom observes the Caro duo's performance with a bemused smile, showing no signs of anger. He even reassures Alecto. "Alecto, it has been a while. Please rise. Rest assured, Hollis is my senior. I shall not punish you for such a trivial matter." Alecto stares at Tom in astonishment, questioning if he has indeed softened. Just as she stands trembling, Tom adds, "However, as the manager of my CAF, you must embody elegance and poise, as exemplified by Madame Vitaroser from the neighboring CF. My time is limited. We must expedite your transformation into a lady of her caliber, so." Enduring the excruciating torment of the Cruciatus curse, Alecto Caro emitted a pained wail, yet within his heart, a sense of relaxation washed over him. Indeed, a master remains a master. Just look at the familiar sting of this curse, truly authentic. Observing his aunt, who, despite the agony inflicted by the curse, bore a strange smile, Hollis Caro instinctively took a couple of steps back. So this is the Death Eater he had long admired. He wondered if it was still possible to switch allegiances now. Ultimately, however, Hollis Caro could not escape the educational influence of Tom. On this brand new weekend, as Hogwarts students arrived as scheduled, esteemed employee Electo Caro and the distinguished Slytherin graduate Hollis Caro stood before the Gale CAF, smiling warmly to welcome patrons. Welcome. Chapter 76. Who truly suffers a loss? Aunt, must we truly proceed with this? After greeting the patrons, Hollis Caro returned to the counter and quietly inquired of Electo Caro, who was preparing coffee behind it. Yes. We have no other choice, Electo replied, handing a freshly made cup of coffee to Hollis and gesturing towards Tom, who was seated in a corner of the CF, overseeing their work. The master is watching. This is your opportunity to shine, Hollis. After delivering another cup of coffee and a dessert, Hollis Caro gazed at the younger students in the CAF, who had been his classmates until this year. He inhaled deeply, steeling himself, and with a decisive heart, began to address the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to Gale CAF. Starting today, for every beverage purchased, you will receive a character blind box card. We hope you enjoy it. Thank you. With that, Hollis swiftly distributed the cards to each guest before returning to the counter, closing his eyes in resignation. Tom observed the scene with satisfaction. Truly, he had cultivated an exemplary employee. Now, he awaited the patrons' reactions to the cleverly designed promotional event. As the first group began to open their cards, chaos erupted within the CAF. Some gasped in shock, others accidentally knocked over chairs, and a few even sprayed their drinks all over their date across the table. What is this? Dumbledore and Grindelwald? The younger versions? I got Snape. Wait, is this Sirius Black? Please, that's not the main issue. Why are they all completely naked on the cards? Wait, why can we combine them to form new cards? Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Snape and Black? I'll try it. It actually works. But the poses and actions, oh my. At this moment, the crowd's gaze turned towards Hollis Caro, their surprise evident. They had not anticipated that the esteemed Caro was of such a disposition. It was as if his true nature had been concealed during their school years. After graduation, his true character had indeed been revealed, bold and unabashedly aesthetic in a rather scandalous manner. Many young witches covered their eyes with their hands, though it would suffice for you to not grip the cards so tightly with your other hand, and to narrow the gaps between your fingers. As the de facto designer, Hollis Caro painfully shut his eyes, knowing all too well how this would unfold. The burden of the Dark Lord was too immense for him to bear. In that moment, he felt as though his life and future had perished. Truly, I thank you, Dark Lord. It must be said that Tom's promotional event yielded impressive results, as Gale CAF attracted numerous patrons eager to collect cards, including several significant clients. For instance, there was a certain elderly gentleman with a white beard. Headmaster Dumbledore, this marks your 4th cup of coffee. You must refrain from consuming more, and the excessive sugar is detrimental to your health. As a dedicated employee, Hollis Caro remained conscientious in his service to guests. However, Dumbledore paid little heed to his counsel, even praising him. Hollis, you performed admirably during your time at school. I have always had high hopes for you. Why not hand over the cards of Grindelwald? I mean my own. Upon hearing this, Hollis felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He seemed to have stumbled upon something of great consequence. Could it be that his silence would be ensured? Would he still have the opportunity to switch allegiances from the Order of the Phoenix? Perhaps he should submit his arsum to Grindelwald's followers, or remain beside the Dark Lord, for he was undoubtedly more generous. Ultimately, kind-hearted Dumbledore did not press Hollis further, and after downing his 6th cup, he left contentedly with 2 newly acquired cards that had previously eluded him. Before departing, he kindly suggested, Hollis, please consider introducing some sweet beverages next time. Not long after Dumbledore's departure, Grindelwald's version of Lockhart arrived as expected. Professor Lockhart, is it the same as always today? Indeed. Thank you, Mr. Carlo. I hope for good fortune today, preferably concerning Dumbledore. Why Dumbledore, Professor? Because I believe few would harbor ill will towards Dumbledore, would they not? Oblivious to the significant secrets unfolding around him, Hollis remained unaware that the position of a follower was gradually slipping away, leaving allegiance to the Dark Lord as his sole option. Meanwhile, the esteemed Widad Rogier, regarded by Tom as a role model for the Death Eaters, was engaged in jovial conversation with Electo Carlo at the bar. Mrs. Carlo, your actions have severely tarnished Mr. Grindelwald's reputation. I trust you will retract his cards. I sincerely apologize, Mrs. Rogier. I am merely a worker, and this decision is beyond my authority. Here are 2 of Mr. Grindelwald's character cards, which I hope may serve as a modest compensation. Upon hearing this, Widad paused, glancing at Grindelwald and noting that his attention was elsewhere. She quietly accepted the cards, slipping them into her pocket. This matter will not end here, Mrs. Carlo. I hope your benefactor will present themselves next time. For now, I shall take my leave and return in a few days. Having concluded his conversation, he exchanged greetings with 39 Lord and rose to return to the neighboring LCAF. Meanwhile, Tom found himself cornered by Snape within the castle's confines. "Mr. Riddle, I require an explanation," Snape demanded, his grip tightening around the confiscated Severus card. His countenance dark and his usually placid eyes now flickering with rare anger. In this moment, even facing Voldemort, Snape could not guarantee that he wouldn't unleash a curse in the next heartbeat. Yet Tom remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this encounter. Producing 2 cards from his pocket and grinning, one of Lily's and one of Harry's, limited edition, with only one in existence worldwide, compatible with any Severus character card. "Which one do you desire?" Snape hesitated, his expression shifting multiple times before he clenched his jaw and replied, "Hand them over." "Which one?" Tom waved the 2 cards tantalizingly before Snape. "Both." Snape snatched the cards from Tom's hand without a moment's hesitation and turned to leave. Tom scoffed at Snape's theatrics, thinking to himself how easily he had manipulated the little Severus. However, when Tom later counted his gains, he was taken aback. The Gale CAF had enjoyed a surge in business due to a promotional event, allowing Tom and Lucius to profit handsomely, while the duo of Carol and her niece also received a bonus. The neighboring LCAF was thriving, seemingly better than when it first opened, with Mrs. Viderogir appearing to have received numerous small gifts. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had introduced new elements to their interactions, resulting in more frequent smiles during this period. After acquiring Tom's limited edition cards, Snape chose to turn a blind eye. Reports from an undisclosed source suggested that peculiar chuckling sounds occasionally emanated from Snape's office late at night. Initially, Tom intended to provoke Grindelwald, but it seemed that everyone else had benefited. So who, in fact, had suffered a loss? Chapter 77, The Perils of Overzealous Fans. After pondering the matter extensively, Tom ultimately abandoned the thought, reasoning that he had incurred no loss himself. As for Grindelwald, he dismissed any concerns. After all, the man was of considerable age and had been diligently teaching during this time. Having completed the lessons on the Cruciatus Curse, they were now delving into the topic of the Patronus Charm, and if they progressed a bit faster, they might begin learning the Fire Shield spell before Christmas. Regarding Grindelwald's penchant for small gatherings, Tom decided to tolerate it, as the curse of Voldemort loomed over them. It was uncertain whether Grindelwald would still be around next year. Should Grindelwald endure, Tom would not object to intensifying his efforts. Moreover, if Grindelwald had any ulterior motives, Dumbledore would be there to counterbalance, for they were indeed a couple. Perhaps in their quiet moments, they had already cleared the air. What business did Tom have inserting himself into their affairs? Just as Tom resolved to refrain from entangling himself further with Grindelwald, he suddenly recalled his dear brother, Draco Malfoy. Tom encountered Draco once more in the school hospital. "How has it come to this?" "I examined the situation thoroughly and found no trace of magic," Tom inquired, gazing at Draco, who was swaddled like a rice dumpling on the bed. Regrettably, Draco merely whimpered, tears brimming in his eyes, unable to articulate a single coherent word. What could this possibly mean? Tom turned to Cassandra, who had accompanied him to offer a visit, in search of clarification. Thankfully, Cassandra proved reliable. After handing a glass of water to Tom, she took on the role of translator for Draco. She explained that he had been dragged into the girls' restroom by a group of Gilderoy Lockhart's female admirers and had suffered a pure physical beating, devoid of magic. Tom was astounded. Hogwarts had indeed transformed from a haven for dark wizard training into a battleground for hand-to-hand combat. Would Hogwarts students henceforth allocate their skills not only to illuminating spells and unforgivable curses, but also to enhancing their physical prowess? Undeterred, Tom sought confirmation from Cassandra once more. They truly used only their fists and feet, without any magic? Cassandra nodded, elaborating further. Indeed, it was purely physical. Yet the impact was not inferior to magic itself. Those girls employed a plethora of techniques: punching, kicking, joint locks, hair pulling, and even eye poking. Having just consulted Madame Pomfrey, she revealed that Draco had sustained multiple fractures, his body in a state of disarray, with injuries to his tongue and eyes, the lower half being the most severely affected. Current assessments suggested he would need to remain bedridden for at least a week before being discharged. Tom shivered at the thought, cold sweat trickling down his brow, and sympathetically regarded the bedridden Draco, questioning, "So, was this all for the sake of the 20th version of the Dark Arts Defense Teacher's expulsion plan? Otherwise, what do you expect?" Cassandra retorted, "Do not underestimate the combat prowess of Professor Lockhart's female fans at Hogwarts, especially during his peak popularity." Draco was too embarrassed to even confide in Lucius about this incident. However, I now grasp the deeper significance of preparing a coffin for Draco. Indeed, your foresight is commendable. I did not mean it that way, Tom thought, turning his gaze away sheepishly, for he felt a hint of responsibility for Draco's current predicament. At that moment, the doors to the infirmary swung open forcefully, and a figure rushed in. Given Draco's condition, it was evident he would miss the Quidditch match against Gryffindor. Marcus Flint looked at Draco, who lay in the hospital bed, his expression laden with worry. "No, I can still do it. I will definitely make it to the match against Gryffindor." Draco screamed internally, though his utterance emerged as nothing more than a series of pitiful whimpers. Marcus cast a sympathetic glance at Draco, patting him firmly on the back as he reassured, "Malfoy, focus on your recovery. We shall not let down your father's sponsorship of the Nimbus 2001. You are aware that the Nimbus 2001 was sponsored by my father? Yet you choose to abandon me like this? Please, grant me another chance. Moreover, did you realize you almost sent me away just now?" Regrettably, Marcus failed to comprehend the muffled sounds emanating from Draco's lips and continued speaking. "However, there is more unfortunate news. Terrence Higgs has also sustained an injury and is currently lying in the adjacent bed. Our team is in dire need of a seeker, Malfoy. Do you have anyone in mind? Look at me. I am still capable," Draco whimpered while casting a desperate glance towards Tom, hoping he might intercede on his behalf. Marcus immediately followed Draco's gaze to Tom, causing Tom's heart to skip a beat. "Are you suggesting that Tom should be the seeker?" Marcus inquired, redirecting his attention to Draco. No, I meant I would do it. You fool." Believing that Draco's whimpers signified agreement, Marcus pondered for a moment before responding. "Well, it may not be impossible. Although I have never seen Tom fly, he excels in everything he undertakes. Perhaps he could indeed surprise us as a seeker." "Excuse me, may I share my opinion?" "I am not suited to be a seeker," Tom said earnestly, gazing at Marcus. Marcus misinterpreted Tom's sincerity as modesty and seized his hand. "Do not be humble, Tom. Just one match, that's all. Look, Malfoy has recommended you. I believe you can do it. Slytherin is counting on you." With that, he hurried away like a gust of wind, too fast to allow Tom to voice his refusal once more. With the matter now settled, Tom's expression shifted between shades of green and white. He despised Quidditch and had no desire to be a seeker, all of which was Draco's fault. Thinking of this, Tom shot a fierce glare at Draco. "Draco, you are truly something else." "I am not. I did nothing wrong. I am innocent." Draco looked at Tom with a mixture of fear and innocence, repeatedly uttering pitiful sounds of surrender. Unfortunately, Tom neither understood nor cared for Draco's pleas. He needed a target for his frustration, and Draco was perfectly suited for the role. Thus, a series of anguished cries echoed through the infirmary, eventually giving way to silence, as Draco lay despondently on the hospital bed. Nonetheless, Tom retained a semblance of goodwill, delivering gentle yet physical blows to Draco, purely a physical attack, devoid of any wand. "So, what do you plan to do now, O all-powerful Dark Lord?" Cassandra asked, gazing up at Tom from a 45-degree angle as they exited the infirmary. In response, Tom let out a resigned sigh. Chapter 78, Another Year of Halloween. As Tom grappled with the pressures of the Quidditch match, an event of paramount significance to the students of Hogwarts approached, arriving 2 days prior to the match. The annual celebration of Halloween had once again come to pass, prompting Cassandra to inquire, with curiosity, about the potential mishaps of this year's festivities while casting the soul-binding curse at a Cornish pixie during their defense against the Dark Arts class. "Isn't the greatest calamity already present?" Tom replied, gesturing towards Professor Lockhart, who was diligently patrolling amongst the young witches and wizards. "Lockhart, how could that be?" "His defense against the Dark Arts class is quite commendable," Cassandra replied, convinced that Tom was merely indulging in a fit of jealousy akin to that of the Dark Lord. For how else could he utter such preposterous claims? Tom merely smiled, offering no further explanation, and casually directed a soul-binding curse at the pixie before him. "Come now, dance for us and enliven the atmosphere." As the pixie began to dance, Tom could not restrain himself from asking Cassandra, "Do you think there will be any protest from the saintly figures regarding our treatment of these pixies?" "Saintly figures? Who?" Cassandra looked at him, puzzled. Tom nodded towards a certain brown-haired girl from Ravenclaw. "You mean Hermione?" "No way," Cassandra exclaimed, incredulous. Yet, suddenly, a look of realization dawned upon her. "Wait, no. Let me think. Hermione did indeed protest to Professor Lockhart about this." Intrigued by the gossip, Tom inquired eagerly, "And what happened next? Why was there no further uproar?" Cassandra, deep in thought, replied uncertainly, "Well, it is said that Lockhart privately discussed the matter with Hermione, and since then, she has come to believe that the current treatment of the pixies is the utmost kindness we can offer them. One must commend Grindelwald. His eloquence is certainly formidable. I wonder if Naruto could match him in verbal prowess," Tom mused. "By the way, you haven't mentioned what sort of mishaps we might anticipate this Halloween. Didn't you assert that a true Halloween wouldn't be complete without a few accidents?" As Cassandra redirected the conversation, Tom felt a sharp pang of realization, akin to a boomerang returning to strike him. With the basilisk now his beloved pet, he was at a loss for what could possibly transpire. His prophetic abilities were proving too arduous for him. "This requires the insight of someone currently supervising the classroom," Tom contemplated aloud before hesitantly suggesting. "What if I released my little snake to enliven the festivities?" As if sensing something, Tom's basilisk charm trembled involuntarily, causing him to hastily reinforce it. Cassandra, casting a serious glance at the charm on Tom's right hand, warned, "Please don't do that. Professor Dumbledore is still present." And you surely wouldn't want the basilisk to become a part of Professor Snape's collection the following day. Then perhaps I could use the corpse control spell to conjure a dance troupe for everyone's entertainment? Before Cassandra could utter a word, a voice resonated from behind. Are you considering a transformation into a necromancer, Tom? Furthermore, Dumbledore has already summoned the skeleton band for a performance. Your creativity is rather antiquated. Instead of wasting time, why not contemplate your Quidditch debut? I am quite eager for it. By the way, allow me to offer you a suggestion. If you find yourself utterly bored, perhaps you should visit the Ravenclaw common room. You might uncover something worthwhile. With that, Grindelwald ceased conversing with Tom and resumed his leisurely stroll among the young wizards. When did Lockhart acquire prophetic abilities? This is not reflected in his writings. It is quite uncharacteristic of him. In response to Cassandra's curiosity, Tom merely replied, perhaps he has just returned from Chernobyl and undergone some mutation. Clearly unfamiliar with Chernobyl, Cassandra noticed Tom's fingers tapping rhythmically on the table and refrained from inquiring further. After a moment of silence, Tom suddenly exclaimed, I truly detest charlatans. Shall we go? Cassandra asked cautiously. Of course, why not? Professor Lockhart possesses far more integrity than certain noseless individuals, Tom retorted through clenched teeth, casting a glare at someone returning to the podium, which earned him a faint smile from Grindelwald. What diminishes daily yet never disappears? Time. Seizing the occasion of the Halloween dinner, 2 Slytherin serpents navigated the Riddle and entered the Ravenclaw common room. Cassandra, the Ravenclaw common room is the easiest to access in all of Hogwarts. Do you think Cedric might sneak into Autumn's dormitory daily? Tom mused, surveying the empty lounge, devoid of attendees due to the dinner. Please do not project your assumptions onto others. Senior Diggory would never do such a thing. Wait, are you implying that Senior Diggory and Autumn are a couple? Cassandra, who had spent considerable time with Tom, quickly seized upon the gossip's focal point, leaving Tom astonished. You genuinely did not know? I assumed you would. Besides Cedric and Autumn, one must also consider Harry and Ginny to complete the relationship web. A love quadrangle? Cassandra exclaimed, only able to express her astonishment at the entangled affairs. However, what exactly are we searching for? I have heard that the Ravenclaw common room houses an independent library. Do you think Professor Lockhart, hailing from Ravenclaw, might be referring to that? With her curiosity for gossip momentarily subdued, Cassandra earnestly inquired of Tom. That indeed sounds very Ravenclaw, but regrettably, Lockhart cannot be deemed a true Ravenclaw, Tom replied, shaking his head, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Following Tom's line of sight, Cassandra asked, what about the Ravenclaw statue? Is there something amiss? I can't shake the feeling that this Ravenclaw statue appears rather peculiar. Cassandra, what is your opinion? Cassandra, upon hearing this, began to observe the statue alongside Tom. After a brief moment, she exclaimed, I understand. The diadem, the statue of Lady Ravenclaw, is missing its diadem. Tom, following Cassandra's lead, took a look and indeed confirmed her words. Instinctively, he retrieved the Ravenclaw diadem from his storage space. Just as Tom was about to place the diadem upon the statue, a sharp voice interrupted his actions. What do you think you're doing, Tom Riddle? The ghost of Ravenclaw, Helena, who had been avoiding Tom, now stood between him and the statue. Tom waved the diadem in his hand, replying, I am merely crowning Lady Ravenclaw. No, you cannot do that, not after what happened. Knowing that Helena would likely bring up her experience of being deceived by Voldemort, Tom had little patience for a discussion. Ignoring her incredulous gaze, he passed through her ethereal form and placed the diadem atop the statue. Once crowned anew, the statue seemed to awaken, radiating a gentle light as a spectral figure began to take shape in the common room. Although he had never seen her in person, Tom immediately recognized the identity of the apparition. Rowena Ravenclaw. Chapter 79, Ravenclaw. Mother. Gazing at the spectral figure of Rowena Ravenclaw before her, Helena trembled as she spoke in a barely audible voice. Helena, my child. Rowena's gentle voice echoed in Helena's ears after a millennium. I am sorry, Mother. I stole the diadem. I disappointed you. Helena bowed her head, uttering an apology long overdue, her voice choked with emotion, unable to meet Rowena's gaze. You have never disappointed me, Helena. You merely lost your way. Rowena approached slowly, reaching out to touch Helena's cheek. No matter what you have done, you are still my daughter, my most precious treasure. As Tom and Cassandra silently observed the poignant reunion of mother and daughter after 1,000 years, an incongruous voice broke the moment. What a touching scene of a mother and daughter reuniting. At some point, Grindelwald had appeared beside them. Tom shot him a disdainful glance, filled with resentment towards Dumbledore. Why are you everywhere? Is it that someone has grown old and weary, failing to exhaust you, allowing you to prance about? If you need assistance, I can offer you an Indian miracle drug for free. Listening to Tom's tirade, Grindelwald felt utterly frozen. He had merely made a normal entrance. Yet Tom's sharp tongue had stripped away his dignity, making it seem like he had lost all sense of shame. Wait, that's not right. It seemed someone had overheard. At that moment, Cassandra suddenly interjected, who can't do it? Professor Lockhart? The emotional reunion between mother and daughter pales in comparison to the allure of gossip. At this moment, Grindelwald felt an immense relief in still donning the guise of Gilderoy Lockhart. Tom cast a sharp glance at Cassandra. Children should steer clear. This is a matter for adults. His words provoked an indignant glare from Cassandra. As the grand performance of forgiveness and redemption reached its climax, Tom wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. How moving. Yet, Rowena Ravenclaw appears rather peculiar. She does not seem to embody the triumph of a resurrection match. The inconsistencies were palpable. Professor Lockhart, what is your take on this? Grindelwald found Tom's remarks oddly dissonant, but chose to engage earnestly. Neither a living being nor a ghostly form. It resembles more of a collective consciousness and energy. Indeed, it is possible that Rowena sealed a fragment of her consciousness and energy within the statue before her demise, and the diadem serves as the key to its activation. Tom nodded in agreement and added, furthermore, I sense a trace of energy that does not belong to this realm. What were they discussing? Cassandra listened to the conversation between Tom and Grindelwald, feeling as if she were a husky amidst a pack of wolves, distinctly out of place. At that moment, Rowena concluded her discussion and approached the trio with Helena. Thank you for granting a mother the chance to see her daughter. No need for thanks, Lady Ravenclaw. It is my duty, after all, as Helena and I are dear friends. Tom accepted Rowena's gratitude without hesitation, drawing a fierce glare from Helena. You deceiver. How dare you speak so? Back then, just as Helena prepared to revisit the past, Tom interrupted once more. If we are to discuss those bygone events, you did reveal that the diadem was hidden in the Albanian forest, hoping to reclaim it. So tell me, where was it eventually taken? You brought it back to Hogwarts. Then I have fulfilled my promise. Observing Tom's almost boastful demeanor, Helena grew increasingly exasperated. But you turned it into an object of dark magic. At that moment, Grindelwald, who had been watching the exchange, unexpectedly defended Tom. Yet there are no traces of dark magic upon it. His statement left Helena momentarily speechless. Tom, however, had no intention of letting Helena off the hook, continuing, moreover, you wished for the diadem to be returned to its rightful owner, and I have accomplished that. You desired to see Lady Ravenclaw once more, and I have granted your wish. Everything I have done has been in accordance with your desires, Helena. So why should you harbor anger, my friend? It seemed, perhaps, he had a point. Why should she feel anger? Helena appeared bewildered by Tom's rhetoric, even inexplicably uttering, I'm sorry. And thank you, Tom. Tom gazed at Helena with a sense of solace, acknowledging that the ability to recognize one's mistakes and amend them is indeed a hallmark of a true comrade. At that moment, Rowena, having observed Helena concluding her conversation with her friend, interjected at an opportune moment. All right, Helena, our time is limited. It is time for us to embark on our journey. Godric and Helga have already traversed quite a distance along this path. I hope we can keep pace with them. Tom immediately seized upon a discrepancy in Rowena's words. What about Salazar Slytherin? Did he not take this path? Moreover, can a spirit, having made a choice regarding death, truly tread that path again? Rowena, reflecting on Tom's first inquiry, felt a pang of regret as she, too, was unaware of the answer. As for the second question, that would require a touch of assistance. With Rowena's words, the concealed runes within the Ravenclaw Tower shimmered with a cerulean light, and an immense surge of magical energy began to coalesce around Rowena. This night, Ravenclaw was destined to lose their ghost. Dumbledore, having excused himself early from the banquet, stood by the castle window, murmuring to himself as he beheld the unfolding scene at the Ravenclaw Tower. Meanwhile, Tom observed a passageway materializing before Rowena, its far end obscured from view, yet emanating an energy akin to that which he had sensed countless times through the Resurrection Stone, a power belonging to death. Cassandra, still in a state of bewilderment, was unaware of the occurrences around her, but Grindelwald's gaze shimmered with an unusual brilliance. Helena, do you have anything you wish to convey to your friend? Rowena gently inquired. Upon seeing Helena shake her head, Rowena bid farewell to Tom and the others. I have left a small token of gratitude. Thus, farewell. Just as Rowena and Helena were about to step into the passageway, Tom suddenly called out, Wait, I have one last question. Were Salazar and Godric truly lovers? Rowena paused momentarily, leaving behind a solitary response. They were the best of friends. Before hurriedly stepping into the passageway with Helena, almost as if fleeing. Honestly, moving so quickly without elaborating, Tom muttered in dissatisfaction as he watched the passage slowly close. However, in the final moments before it sealed, Tom shouted towards it, Farewell, ladies of Ravenclaw. Chapter 80, The Gift. After Tom's exclamation, he stood there, staring blankly at the closing passage, pondering when they might meet again. When did you become so sentimental? Cassandra, accompanying Tom and watching the passageway shut, suddenly asked. Love is the greatest magic in the world. Witnessing this scene truly stirs one's emotions. Listening to Dumbledore's somewhat ominous remarks, Grindelwald felt an unsettling premonition. Indeed, the very next moment, Tom inquired, What is your perspective, Professor Lockhart? How to perceive it? One merely uses one's eyes. Tom Riddle was, after all, quite insufferable. Grindelwald suddenly questioned whether his departure from Nurmengard had been a grave error. Perhaps remaining within its confines would have granted him a semblance of peace. Choosing to disregard Tom, Grindelwald intended to depart directly, yet he halted momentarily as he passed by Cassandra. Cherish the gifts of Ravenclaw, he declared before striding out of the common room. What does Professor Lockhart mean? Cassandra looked beseechingly at Tom. Unfortunately, in response to Cassandra's pleading gaze, Tom transformed into a veritable chatterbox. Lady Ravenclaw is utterly unreasonable. Clearly, I completed all the tasks, yet the rewards seem to favor you. Is it merely due to your beauty? I, too, possess a certain charm. Perhaps she finds you lacking in talent, thinking that Grindelwald and I do not require her special consideration? Cassandra, overwhelmed by Tom's incessant prattle, grew exasperated. What exactly is the gift from Lady Rowena Ravenclaw? Perhaps you will discover it upon awakening from a slumber. However, we must prepare to leave. The banquet is nearing its conclusion, and I refuse to be perceived as a creep who infiltrates the girls' dormitory. With that, he removed the crown from the statue and tossed it into his storage space, then unceremoniously pulled the still-dazed Cassandra away in haste. As compensation for missing the Halloween banquet, Tom took Cassandra to the kitchen adjacent to his favorite Hufflepuff house to indulge in a splendid feast. Yet, in the face of the delectable spread before her, Cassandra felt no appetite, her mind consumed with thoughts of what Ravenclaw's gift might entail. Riddles were utterly detestable. That night, Cassandra experienced a rare bout of insomnia. Cassandra, are you well? You and Tom missed the banquet yesterday, and I heard something occurred with Ravenclaw. Do you know what happened? Early the next morning, Pansy observed Cassandra's fatigued visage and inquired with concern. I'm fine, Pansy, just didn't sleep well last night. As for Ravenclaw, it seems that Ms. Grey has embarked on a new journey. I am unclear on the specifics. Perhaps you should ask Tom. After bidding farewell to Pansy, Cassandra proceeded with her routine, washing up, having breakfast, and attending classes. Everything appeared normal, as if it were an entirely ordinary day. Yet, the question lingered. What exactly was Lady Ravenclaw's gift? Uneasy, she even visited Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing for a thorough checkup. Miss Worrell, aside from some sleep deprivation, your health is quite robust. After receiving a clear answer from Madame Pomfrey, Cassandra was on the verge of a breakdown. The unknown often invokes fear, and she was completely consumed by the riddles posed by Tom and Grindelwald, leaving her devoid of the delightful surprises Ravenclaw had to offer, almost to the point of mental exhaustion. Professor Lockhart, what exactly is Ravenclaw's gift? She inquired urgently upon encountering Grindelwald, who bore a striking resemblance to Lockhart, standing alongside Dumbledore in the corridor. Miss Waller, I believe there is someone more suited to answer your query. Perhaps you should ask Tom, he replied, revealing that the peculiar energy emanating from Miss Waller stemmed from the Lady of Ravenclaw. A rather splendid revelation, indeed. Dumbledore observed Cassandra for a moment, smiling as he added, and how are things progressing between you and Tom? What was it with everyone? Even Dumbledore seemed to indulge in this gossip. Cassandra couldn't help but wonder if being enigmatic and gossipy was a prerequisite for becoming a prominent figure. As Dumbledore was about to continue his prying, Cassandra hastily retreated, feeling woefully out of her depth in the presence of such esteemed individuals. If only Tom had been there, he would have quipped, "Oh, what new escapade is the headmaster engaging in here in the corridor? With so many people around, one should be mindful of appearances. It wouldn't he do to have Hogwarts' reputation tarnished by an indiscreet photograph?" When Cassandra next encountered Tom, he cut in before she could speak. "Oh, why are you still loitering here?" he asked, amusement evident in his tone. Cassandra, bewildered, thought to herself, why shouldn't I be here? You ought to be in the library studying, seeking professors for guidance, or practicing spells with a sense of purpose, rather than idling away your time here. I am not Hermione, Cassandra retorted, her frustration mounting. What was everyone up to? Not interested? Then perhaps you should investigate which students at Hogwarts are favored, disliked, secretly admired. Who are friends, and who are foes, along with their interests and aversions. Once you have untangled the intricate web of interpersonal relationships and personal details of everyone within the castle, you shall emerge as the Queen of Hogwarts. What do you think of my proposal? Not particularly appealing. What I truly wish to know is what Ravenclaw's gift is. As Cassandra showed signs of exasperation, Tom merely replied, "The gift has already begun, didn't he, you know?" and sauntered away with nonchalance. What should I know? That night, Cassandra found herself once again plagued by insomnia, tormented by riddles. Cassandra, are you all right? You and Tom didn't even attend the banquet last night, and I heard something happened with Ravenclaw. Do you know what transpired? I'm fine, Pansy. I just didn't sleep well last night. As for Ravenclaw, Mrs. Grey seems to have embarked on a new journey. Though I am unclear about the specifics, perhaps you might inquire with Tom. The following morning, a fatigued Cassandra groggily engaged with Pansy, but after speaking, she suddenly became alert. A similar conversation had transpired at the same location with the same individuals the day prior. This time, Cassandra likely discerned the true nature of Ravenclaw's gift. The cycle has commenced. Chapter 81. The Cycle. My name is Cassandra Vori, and I am a second-year student of Slytherin. On Halloween night, I followed the Dark Lord into the Ravenclaw common room, witnessing the departure of Lady Helena Ravenclaw and Lady Rowena Ravenclaw, and inexplicably receiving the so-called gift of Ravenclaw. Under the torment of three enigmatic figures, the Dark Lord, Professor Lockhart, and Headmaster Dumbledore, I endured 2 sleepless nights. Upon hearing Pansy repeat yesterday's dialogue verbatim today, I finally grasped the essence of the so-called gift. Today marks the inception of the cycle. I approached the Dark Lord to inform him of this revelation, and he merely responded with a soft HM, gesturing for me to follow him, clearly aware of the occurrences surrounding me. How infuriating it is to be at the mercy of such riddles. I wish to cast a circle and curse you. When the Dark Lord led me to the entrance of the headmaster's office, I watched in astonishment as he retrieved a lengthy list of confectionery names from his pocket and began to recite them before the gargoyle statue. What on earth is he planning? Upon reaching the 21st name, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, revealing that Dumbledore has a penchant for sweets. Is it truly appropriate for us to enter in such a manner? This was my first time in the headmaster's office, and in such a fashion. I timidly inquired of the Dark Lord. To my surprise, he waved his hand dismissively, as if it were of no consequence. It's quite all right. I have a splendid rapport with Dumbledore. In fact, his rekindling with an old flame is thanks to me. Did I hear correctly? Dumbledore has an old flame? This is monumental news in the wizarding world. Dark Lord, do not tease me with half-truths. Such tantalizing revelations may invoke divine retribution. Moreover, if you are on amicable terms with Dumbledore, what was the purpose of the battles between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters? Upon being ushered into the headmaster's office, I discovered that, in addition to Dumbledore, Professor Lockhart was also present. Were they truly that close? It may just be my imagination, but there seems to be an underlying connection between them. Perhaps I am merely influenced by the Dark Lord, leading my mind astray. After a brief exchange of whispers between the Dark Lord and the two, Dumbledore warmly invited me to take a seat. Indeed, the affability of the greatest white wizard of the 20th century stands in stark contrast to that of a certain Dark Lord. However, the moment I took my seat, I found myself utterly immobilized. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Lockhart, and the Dark Lord all drew their wands and pointed them at me. In that instant, I was filled with dread. I was merely a pitiable, frail, and helpless second-year Slytherin wizard. Surely, this overwhelming assembly could not be directed against me. I watched helplessly as they whispered among themselves, casting a myriad of spells I had never even heard of upon themselves. My heart was shattered at that moment, at the very least. Grant me the opportunity to deliver my final words. However, after a while, I sensed something amiss. Their treatment of me resembled more that of the Dark Lord's prior mention of muggles dealing with laboratory mice. This implied that I might at least survive this ordeal. As it turned out, my suspicion was correct. Before long, I regained my freedom of movement. Professor Dumbledore, as if nothing had transpired, kindly addressed me, saying, "It is all right now, Miss Wall, cherish this gift." When I inquired about the duration of this cycle, he replied with a chuckle, "It will naturally conclude when the time is right. Fear not, Miss Wall, the remnants of Ravenclaw's power do not support your perpetual entrapment in this cycle." Such words were tantamount to saying nothing at all. Another day, plagued by the enigma of riddles. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, the Dark Lord escorted me to the library to compile a list of books, instructing me to study diligently within the cycle. How vexatious. Why must I engage in this endless competition after receiving a gift? Where was the scenario in which one could receive a boon and, in the next moment, stand shoulder to shoulder with the Dark Lord? Furthermore, under normal circumstances, wouldn't the Dark Lord forget the events of the previous cycle in the ensuing one? Did that not imply I could afford to be lazy? Yet, the next moment, the Dark Lord coldly remarked, "Do not entertain thoughts of idleness. I possess my own methods to keep a close watch over you." Cursed be the Dark Lord. He must have employed the Cruciatus curse to ascertain my thoughts. Nevertheless, despite the Dark Lord's abstract demeanor, one could not question his formidable prowess, hence I dared not gamble with my fate. So, was today the first day of my relentless competition? Had my days of ease come to an end? Accursed Ravenclaw, accursed Dark Lord. That night, I found myself once again sleepless. Today marked the second cycle. Fearing the wrath of the vindictive Dark Lord, I chose to proactively report my progress in studies from the previous day. After answering a few questions he casually posed, he nodded in satisfaction and indicated that he would personally guide me through spells and potions today. I exhaled in relief. It seemed I had passed for the day, surviving once more. To my surprise, the Dark Lord chose to teach not dark magic today, but rather the disillusionment charm, a most unexpected normality. Yet, the subtle anticipation in his eyes filled me with unease, as though a calamity were poised to descend upon me from the ether. The potion, as proclaimed by the Dark Lord, is his exclusive invention, still undergoing refinement. He has entrusted this knowledge to me alone and instructed me to diligently document my observations. which I must relay to him in the subsequent cycle for his enhancements. It is said that such treatment has never been afforded even to Professor Snape, leaving me to ponder whether I should feel honored. When I inquired about the potion's effects, the Dark Lord cryptically informed me that it serves to improve digestion. The notion that the Dark Lord would research a potion for gastrointestinal enhancement is so ludicrous that even Ron Weasley from Gryffindor would find it hard to believe. Surely, there lies a deeper conspiracy within. In truth, I was entirely unaware of my latent prophetic abilities. Just before dinner, the Dark Lord escorted me to the kitchen, where he pressed his wand against me, compelling me to add the freshly brewed potion to the ingredients. I was utterly bewildered. My first thought was whether I should have considered enrolling in the divination elective during my third year. Perhaps I had indeed lost my mind. After I added the potion, the Dark Lord expressed his satisfaction, assuring me, "Do not worry, this potion will not harm anyone. I am not yet insane enough to send all of Hogwarts faculty and students away in one fell swoop. Besides, in your cycle, they shall forget everything completely by the next time, and it shall not affect you." Reluctantly, I chose to trust his words. Indeed, the Dark Lord did not deceive me. As long as I disregarded the long line forming outside the lavatory post-dinner and the peculiar odor wafting throughout the castle. That night, as I lay in my dormitory, my growling stomach once again deprived me of sleep. Chapter 82, The Cycle, Part 2. The third cycle. Rise, study, receive private instruction from the Dark Lord. Accompany him to the kitchen to prepare the potion, and sleep. This time, however, I had learned my lesson. Prior to concocting the potion, I ensured I had a hearty meal, at least preventing myself from going hungry. The fourth cycle. Rise, study, receive private instruction from the Dark Lord. Accompany him to the kitchen to prepare the potion, return to the dormitory, and suffer from insomnia. Today, the Dark Lord deemed my progress insufficiently rapid, thus assigning me additional coursework. Alas, when shall this vexing routine come to an end? The fifth cycle. Rise, study, receive private instruction from the Dark Lord. Accompany him to the kitchen to prepare the potion, return to the dormitory, and once again, insomnia. Perhaps it's merely my imagination, but it feels as though the potency of the Dark Lord's exclusive potion has intensified. The odor within the castle seems even more pronounced this evening. I cannot fathom how the Dark Lord endures such a stench. Ugh, another day of sleeplessness. The seventh cycle. In an effort to escape the foul odor permeating the castle and to alleviate my academic pressures, I decided to take a stroll by the lakeside outside the castle that evening. However, what did I behold? Percy Weasley and Penelope Clearwater were on a date. It appears that the Gryffindor head boy and the Ravenclaw head girl are secretly courting one another. Not far off, Cedric Diggory and Cho Chang were also present. Could this be one of Hogwarts' romantic hotspots? I feel as though I have been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. It is rather peculiar that Harry and Ginny are absent. According to the Dark Lord's words, they, along with Cedric and Cho, are entangled in a love quadrangle. This marks the 8th iteration of the cycle. During my studies with the Dark Lord, I inadvertently revealed that one could encounter Percy, Penelope, Cedric, and Cho on romantic rendezvous by the Black Lake at night. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the Dark Lord has once again succumbed to his whims. Those damn heretics, in pursuit of a serene and azure Hogwarts, have compelled Tom Riddle to take action. Thus, I was immediately dragged by the erratic Dark Lord to seek out Professor Snape. That evening, as I returned to the shores of the Black Lake, I witnessed Percy, Penelope, Cedric, and Cho being caught red-handed by Professor Snape, who was notorious for cracking down on early romances. This, however, will not be the last occurrence. Per the Dark Lord's instructions, a daily report to Professor Snape will be mandated in every subsequent cycle to satiate his peculiar interest in thwarting youthful love. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that this obsession stems from Snape's own unfulfilled romantic endeavors with Lily Evans, James Potter, and Sirius Black during his school years. Having endured the rain himself, he now tears apart the umbrellas of others. Ah, truly, without comparison, there is no pain. It seems that being a tad gossipy like Professor Dumbledore is far more preferable. During the 31st cycle, after a month of meticulous training under the Dark Lord, I sensed a significant enhancement in my abilities. I surmised that few, if any, within the ranks of the Death Eaters would have received such individualized attention. Nevertheless, the monotony of these familiar days inevitably breeds fatigue. Consequently, the Dark Lord kindly proposed a stroll towards the Forbidden Forest, where we unexpectedly encountered none other than Professor Dumbledore. Accompanied once again by Professor Lockhart, this time, I assured the Dark Lord with conviction, there is undoubtedly something amiss with these two. Who would have thought that at such an advanced age, Professor Dumbledore would harbor an affinity for someone like Professor Lockhart? If that band of journalists were to catch wind of this, it would surely become the talk of the Wizarding World. Out of sheer curiosity, we should follow them. Rest assured, should we be discovered, I shall cover for you. Under the Dark Lord's persuasion, I found myself inexplicably trailing behind them, only to overhear something astonishing. To my utter disbelief, Dumbledore referred to Lockhart as Gellert. Could it be that this Gellert is indeed the one I suspect? Yes, indeed, the one bearing the surname Grindelwald. Just as I began to question my very existence, the Dark Lord confirmed my suspicions. In the next moment, I felt as though I might faint. For heaven's sake. 2 Dark Lords and 1 White Lord. How could Hogwarts possibly remain unscathed? No wonder there are discussions regarding whether Hogwarts is truly the safest of places. The Dark Lord's subsequent revelation made my heart skip a beat. Dumbledore and Grindelwald are, in fact, lovers. Is this the wizarding world I once knew? Will my knowledge of this secret lead to my untimely demise at their hands? Thus, what was the purpose of the legendary battle between Dumbledore and Grindelwald? I posed what might be my final question to the Dark Lord, my voice rendered dry and hoarse. It was because Dumbledore could not satisfy Grindelwald. Observing the Dark Lord's unwavering conviction, an unsettling feeling nagged at me. So, the great conflicts within the magical realm stemmed from the tumultuous love and animosities between lovers? Following this line of reasoning, could it be that the Dark Lord and Dumbledore shared a similar bond in their past? That night, once more, I succumbed to insomnia, the 60-second cycle. Today, the potion I brewed, an exclusive concoction for the Dark Lord, finally achieved the desired effect, colorless, odorless, and undetectable. As the Dark Lord described it, a quintessential household essential. After I adeptly infiltrated the kitchen with a disillusionment charm, skillfully administered the potion, and calmly exited, the Dark Lord declared my training complete, instructing me to inform him in the next cycle that I need not brew this potion again, nor venture into the kitchen to administer it. In that moment, I was nearly moved to tears. Finally liberated from the oppressive aroma and the nightly struggle for access to the bathroom. Truly, thank you, my Dark Lord. Yet, in the next breath, my heart sank once more. Once we emerge from the cycle, remember to help me brew a batch of this potion. It will serve a significant purpose for me. So, my Dark Lord, what is it that you truly desire? The 77th cycle. After our routine meeting, my rare tranquility was shattered once again. Shortly after the Dark Lord departed, he returned with a woman of unparalleled elegance, Lady Viderogere. I had expended considerable resources to enlist her expertise for your education. Viderogere, I recognized that name from my family. The Black Rose of France, Grindelwald's most crucial ally. Thus, not only had Grindelwald infiltrated Hogwarts, but his devoted followers had also arrived. Could Hogwarts truly remain a sanctuary under such circumstances? Moreover, with the Dark Lord now present, did that imply the existence of Death Eaters within the castle? Why then? Would one choose to attend Hogwarts when Beauxbatons or even Durmstrang beckoned? Father, mother, I yearn to return home. Chapter 83, The Cycle 3, The 100th Cycle. This marks the 23rd instance of Lady Viderogere guiding me within the loop, proving far more effective than the Dark Lord's solitary instruction. I must admit, Lady Viderogere exudes such elegance and wisdom that even I, as a young woman, find myself captivated by her charm. This brings to mind Bellatrix Lestrange. I recall a prior cycle where I mentioned her to the Dark Lord, leading to a profound silence. Before he earnestly advised me, focus diligently on your studies with Lady Viderogere. Do not emulate the control group, Bellatrix. Listening to the Dark Lord recount Bella's circumstances, I suddenly realized that perhaps it is precisely individuals like Bella who are needed to confront him. Only a madman could truly comprehend the Dark Lord's intricate thought processes and seize the spotlight upon his entrance. As a person of normal disposition, I often felt woefully out of place in the presence of the erratic Dark Lord. When I shared this notion with Madame Viderical, she remarked that saints and Death Eaters are fundamentally different, comprised of ordinary individuals. She offered me a position should I wish to join them. I received another card, which brought me joy. Perhaps I should seize the opportunity to inquire with Professor Dumbledore, given his association with Grindelwald. It is conceivable that I could also secure a role within the Order of the Phoenix. The mere thought of earning 3 salaries filled me with delight. My father and mother would undoubtedly be proud of me. In this 145th cycle, after meeting with the Dark Lord, I declined Madame Viderical's offer, only to be taken by him to a 4th-year defense against the Dark Arts class at Gryffindor to seek out the Weasley twins. Hello, George and Fred. How is our collaborative progress faring? As I listened to the Dark Lord greet the Weasley twins with enthusiasm, I was astonished to discover that he had indeed formed an alliance with them. Unbeknownst to me, he had already infiltrated the traditional Gryffindor faction, and I wondered if Professor Dumbledore was aware of this development. Reflecting on the relationship between Dumbledore and the Dark Lord, I began to suspect that there might very well be Dumbledore supporters within the ranks of the Death Eaters. After all, the romantic novels frequently gifted to Draco by the Dark Lord often depicted love intertwined with conflict, suggesting a complex interdependence. Yet, I remained oblivious to the nature of their collaboration. Given the personalities of the 3 involved, I harbored grave doubts that Hogwarts Castle wouldn't soon be thrust into chaos. To my surprise, the Weasley twins produced merely a pair of devices known as dueling discs, accompanied by a multitude of cards. Could it be that the Dark Lord had gone to such lengths merely to engage in a card game? This was utterly absurd. However, Even more bewildering was the sudden appearance of Professor Grindelwald, donning the visage of Gilderoy Lockhart, who casually seized one of the dueling discs, expressly seeking the Dark Lord for a match. Witnessing the two of them set up the dueling discs by the Black Lake, I heard them proclaim, "Duel." It appeared that in the wizarding world, card games were the true path. How did I find myself feeling so out of touch with the latest trends? Yet, to be candid, the design of this game was truly exquisite. I never would have imagined that the Weasley twins possessed such technical prowess. If this product were to be released into the market, it would undoubtedly achieve immense popularity. However, the Dark Lord's manner of playing was rather peculiar. Based on the rules he had just explained to me, the cards were not meant to be played in such a fashion. I have not noticed that Professor Grindelwald is almost turning red. Thus far, he hasn't even played a single card. Even I, an outsider with no card-playing skills, can sense Professor Grindelwald's deep resentment towards this utterly uninspiring duel. After Professor Grindelwald's defeat, the Dark Lord actually smiled at me and remarked, "Cassandra, do you know? In the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, it's either your turn or mine. It's a game meant for only one player." After playing a round, I felt invigorated. "I implore you to cease your words, my Lord Dark Lord. Cannot you see that behind you, Professor Grindelwald has already drawn his wand, preparing for an offline duel?" Once again, I detest my own uncanny intuition. Gazing at the sky ablaze with fierce flames intermingled with green light, coupled with the suffocating pressure, I cried out for Dumbledore to save me, lest Hogwarts face annihilation, and those little wizards gathering with snacks and drinks. Shouldn't you be fleeing for your lives at this moment? What are you doing here, watching the spectacle? Do you truly believe that Grindelwald's fire shield and the Dark Lord's grand display are mere decorations? As Grindelwald and the Dark Lord prepared to unleash true fire, at last, Headmaster Dumbledore made his entrance. It appears that once again, my life has been spared, though I wonder if dying within the loop truly results in death. I dare not gamble on that. Moreover, Dark Lord and Mr. Grindelwald, just a moment ago, you were engaged in a life and death struggle, yet the instant Dumbledore appeared, you seemed ready to share the same trousers. Must your change of demeanor be so extreme? We merely engaged in a simple exchange of magic, showcasing its allure to the students of Hogwarts. Why not listen to what you were saying? And Headmaster Dumbledore, what should I make of your expression, so readily accepting such preposterous reasoning? If it weren't for this loop, it would be uncertain whether Hogwarts would even witness the presence of the living the following day. So, is it a prerequisite to becoming one of these great figures to learn the art of shamelessness? I seem to have inadvertently grasped some truths. Yet, judging by the appearance of the Dark Lord and Grindelwald, could it be that the onset of Season 3 in the magical realm is not due to heartbreak, failed examinations, or employment woes, but rather because of card games? It seems that for the sake of peace within the magical world, we must resolutely prevent the Dark Lord from engaging in card games. Let us bear the anguish of card playing ourselves. Alas, yet another exhausting day. The 180th loop. After meeting with the Dark Lord, he suggested a balance of work and leisure to prevent me from losing my sanity within the loop. So he kindly led me through a secret passage to Hogsmeade. Is this truly the right course of action? As a diligent second-year student, I am certainly not a rogue like the Dark Lord. This is my first experience venturing to Hogsmeade in such a clandestine manner, and I feel somewhat uneasy. But it's all right. This is merely within the loop, and with my safety net, what is there to fear? I must admit, the Dark Lord's words did provide a modicum of reassurance. However, Gale's coffee shop? Is there also the CAFALs next door? Could it be that Grindelwald and Dumbledore are their nicknames? Is it truly acceptable for you to flaunt your affection so brazenly? Moreover, what have I just witnessed? Ms. Vidal Rocher and Electo Caro? It seems that both saints and Death Eaters have indeed encircled Hogwarts, shamelessly conducting their business. How outrageous. In Gale's CAF, I unwrapped a card received from my senior Hollis, which bore Professor Snape's likeness. Thus, the indecent cards that have recently circulated within the castle must have originated from this very place. Connecting the dots with Electo Caro affiliation as a Death Eater, it is not difficult to deduce the identity of the proprietor behind this CAF. One must admit, my Lord Voldemort, your survival to this day is truly a testament to your formidable prowess. However, as someone who follows in your shadow, I lack such strength. Alas, it is yet another day to fret for my own life. How exhausting. Chapter 84, The Cycle 4. The 225th Cycle. After rendezvousing with the Dark Lord, I once again thwarted his desire to engage in a game of cards. Today, I, Cassandra Vori, have once more upheld the peace of the magical realm. Were it not for this endless cycle, I would feel deserving of a first-class Merlin Award. Reflecting upon this, I am overwhelmed with a sense of loss. When will this distressing period come to an end? Perhaps the Dark Lord has sensed my agitation, as he unexpectedly offered to help me earn some pocket money. This time, I was genuinely incensed. Am I, Cassandra Vori, the daughter of the Vori family, in need of spare change? Regrettably, the Dark Lord would not allow me to refuse and thrust a stack of papers directly into my hands. What is this? Dogs and wolves, a sweet cohabitation? Upon closer inspection, it appears to be about Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, and the familiar writing style bears a striking resemblance to that of the contemporary best-selling author. Hally Evans. Could it be that the Dark Lord is Hally Evans? How absurd. Surely that cannot be the case. Alas, the Dark Lord's subsequent words shattered my illusion of him. He intends to publish a new book titled Chronicles, a monumental work with profound significance for the study of 20th century magical history, and he plans to use the pen name Ariana Grindelwald. At that moment, the manuscript trembled in my grasp. Thus, Hally Evans is indeed the Dark Lord. Whatever happened to the merciless killer who cast fear over the magical realm? Now, he has stooped to writing fan fiction? Though it is well written and I thoroughly enjoy it, you are the Dark Lord. What of your image and prestige? If you were to be unmasked, how would the Death Eaters and members of the Order of the Phoenix perceive you? It seems that just moments ago, the Dark Lord mentioned that I should inherit the pen name of Lily Evans. Pray, I am merely a pitiable, small, and helpless second-year Slytherin wizard. When faced with Professor Snape, Sirius, and Lupin, I fear I might indeed meet my demise. As for the audacity of the Dark Lord to provoke Dumbledore and Grindelwald, he does so through sheer strength. I, however, find myself utterly incapable of such feats. Suddenly, I am overwhelmed by an unexpected sense of relief that James Potter met his end prematurely. Harry, I am truly sorry. This marks the 285th iteration of the cycle. Once again, after my encounter with the Dark Lord, he has begun to exhibit erratic behavior. Cassandra, you see, while Dumbledore and his former lover are rekindling their romance, one cannot help but notice that all the other professors at Hogwarts, save for Grindelwald, are single. Is it not rather excessive of the headmaster? I must admit, the Dark Lord's thought process is indeed peculiar. Upon reflection, it is rather accurate. So, what do you intend to do? Upon my inquiry, the Dark Lord responded without hesitation, clearly having anticipated this matter. Naturally, I shall assist in organizing a grand matchmaking event for the professors after the cycle concludes, all for their happiness. After uttering this, I felt as if I were about to be struck by a heavy blow, and sure enough, the Dark Lord's next words were, as one ensnared in this cycle, you are the most fitting organizer. Now, while we are still within the loop, hasten to discern their preferences, so you may aid in selecting suitable candidates. Thus, under the threat of the Dark Lord's wand, I knocked upon Professor Snape's office door. Unsurprisingly, I was met with a torrent of venomous words from him. Fortunately, the Dark Lord had left me a means of escape, and after parting with 2 limited edition cards of Lily and Harry, I managed to extricate myself. However, I lacked the courage to knock on another professor's door thereafter. After all, I am a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. Even if the Dark Lord offered me a grand opportunity, I would refuse. Perhaps the Dark Lord sensed my reluctance, for he sighed and said, very well, I shall not press you further on this matter. Make a note of it. Once we are free from this cycle, remind me to approach Dumbledore about organizing this matchmaking event. After all, he ought not to enjoy such pleasures alone. A collective happiness is paramount. In response, I exhaled in relief, feeling I had passed a significant hurdle. Suddenly, I yearned to break into Azkaban. Bella, I truly cannot handle the Dark Lord's whims. Only a madman can defeat a lunatic, so please return quickly. This is the 365th iteration of the cycle. As I count the days, I realize I have spent a year ensnared in this loop. When will these wretched days come to an end? After meeting with the Dark Lord, this time, he did not exhibit erratic behavior, but rather promised me a small surprise. I cannot claim to have felt any joy from the Dark Lord's little surprise. After all, facing his bizarre thought processes daily has made my survival until today quite a feat. Who can discern whether the so-called surprise he mentioned is genuinely delightful or merely terrifying? That evening, I arrived at the edge of the Black Lake, as agreed upon with the Dark Lord, who handed me a small vial of potion. My immediate reaction upon receiving it was the realization that I had uncovered too many of his secrets, prompting the fear that he could no longer restrain himself and might seek to silence me permanently. Thus, I implored the Dark Lord for a chance to leave a farewell note for my parents. In response, he gave me a sharp rebuke. What are you thinking? Do I need a potion to kill? This is not something that can be resolved with a mere snack. Hurry and drink. It will be beneficial for you. His words contained a semblance of logic, and with little choice, I steeled myself and consumed the potion. As it coursed through me, I felt my magical energy surging, and it was at that moment that Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who had been lurking in the shadows, revealed themselves once more. Predictably, I became their test subject, subjected to their scrutiny as they pointed their wands at me. With the eruption of my magical power, I found myself compelled to ask the trio before me, what is happening? Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who addressed my inquiry. In this repeated cycle, Miss Vori's magical energy has reached a critical threshold. Everything we have done is to assist her in successfully channeling this surge of power. The time has come. It is time to conclude this. Fortunately, for someone as insignificant as myself, these formidable figures still possessed a sense of conscience, and in the end, the Dark Lord did indeed keep his promise, presenting me with a small surprise. The fireworks that illuminated the night sky were undeniably beautiful. However, glancing at Dumbledore and Grindelwald nearby, as well as the distant couples, I wondered if the Dark Lord did not feel that our presence here was somewhat out of place. The next day, upon waking, as I mechanically prepared to answer Pansy's question, I was startled by her exclamation. I heard that in a few days, Tom is actually the seeker for Gryffindor in the Quidditch match. Do you know what that's about? In that moment, I understood that the cycle had come to an end. Chapter 85. When will these troublesome days cease? What a splendid day it was. Having finally escaped that vexing cycle, Cassandra felt a refreshing sense of clarity. Yet, upon encountering Tom in the common room, that pleasant mood dissipated instantly. Isn't this dear Cassandra? Did you enjoy your time in the loop? He taunted. Could we refrain from discussing the loop? I thought, recognizing the troublesome nature of the Dark Lord. Encountering him never bodes well. Cassandra forced a smile, one that resembled more of a grimace than anything else, and replied, it was, all right. Tom regarded her with a knowing smirk. Wait, what is the Dark Lord plotting? No, let me first employ the mental blocking spell. Cassandra involuntarily took a step back, but alas, it was too late. The spell was cast. It turns out Hogwarts possesses such a romantic locale. I shall report this to Snape today. How shameless of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Moreover, Grindelwald's manners are utterly lacking. It is truly commendable that I could conceive the splendid idea of a matchmaking event at Hogwarts. It must be realized. It absolutely must. Cassandra watched helplessly as Tom sifted through her memories, devoid of any means to resist. Indeed, encountering the Dark Lord guarantees no good fortune. This was the most invaluable lesson Cassandra had gleaned throughout the cyclical year. After a considerable time, Tom finally ceased his probing and spoke to Cassandra in a tone of delight. Isn't this rather amusing? If it were me, I would surely hesitate to leave the cycle, insisting on savoring every moment. That's you. I wouldn't be surprised if you demolished Hogwarts the very next day, but I lack your prowess for chaos, Cassandra retorted. Suddenly, she felt as if she had returned to the cycle, a tempestuous emotion brewing within her. Yet, the next moment, Tom's words cooled her. However, you have just exited the cycle, and I must conduct a thorough examination of your condition. Wait, what are you planning to do? Don't come any closer. Cassandra desperately attempted to retreat, only to find her body rendered immobile, reminiscent of the countless times she had endured in the cycle as a test subject. No, please. Let me go? Help. Cassandra watched helplessly as Tom levitated her out of the common room. This was truly the moment she would become infamous at Hogwarts. Moreover, the passing students not only offered no assistance, but wore ambiguous smiles that were utterly confounding. This was undeniably not her intended engagement with the Dark Lord. Dumbledore, or even Grindelwald, anyone would do. Please, rescue her. Alas, Merlin did not heed her pleas, and Tom directly transported her to an empty classroom. Laying her flat upon a desk, a surge of magic erupted, and her soul harmonized beautifully with her body. It appeared to have been meticulously refined, and the residual power of Ravenclaw had nearly vanished. It seemed the cycle had truly come to an end. Yet, in this state, it felt oddly reminiscent of a scene from an action film from the land of cherry blossoms, evoking a sense of bashfulness. Tom cast spells upon Cassandra while muttering to himself. So what exactly is the essence of a scene from an action film from the land of cherry blossoms? This was not Cassandra's first experience as a test subject, and as she absorbed Tom's words, she felt herself on the brink of madness. Finally, once the examination concluded, Tom patted Cassandra's shoulder, now restored to her mobility. All is well. Continue to enjoy your school life. By the way, your first class today is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Do not be late. With you around, I shall never truly enjoy my school life. Cassandra silently cursed under her breath and swiftly distanced herself from Tom, hoping that she could momentarily escape these troublesome days. Cassandra, he. After 2 days of relative calm, Cassandra was once again jolted awake from her slumber by a nightmare in the middle of the night. How could she dream of the Dark Lord? And why was he smiling in such a sinister manner? It must be the result of her recent exhaustion, leading to such disturbing dreams. Wiping the cold sweat from her face, she prepared to lie down once more, only to discover a shadowy figure watching her intently from the bedside. Cassandra instinctively let out a scream, yet strangely, her roommates, Pansy and the others, showed no reaction whatsoever. Stop screaming, it's me, Tom said, looking at Cassandra with an expression that suggested she was the one being unreasonable. What have you done to Pansy and the others? Cassandra asked nervously, wary of what the erratic Dark Lord might do. I merely cast a few stunning spells. Now, change your clothes and come with me. I'll be waiting outside. Tom's nonchalant demeanor incited a wave of frustration within Cassandra. After Tom exited the dormitory, Cassandra, under the pressure of Tom's influence, quickly changed her attire and checked on Pansy and the others, relieved to find them unharmed before she ventured outside to seek Tom. What kind of Dark Lord sneaks into a girl's dormitory at night? And he accuses Senior Diggory of such behavior. He's the real culprit here. What are you mumbling about? Tom asked, unable to suppress his curiosity as Cassandra approached him, her quiet muttering hinting that she was not saying anything pleasant. Nothing at all, Cassandra replied, startled, shaking her head in denial, but Tom remained unconvinced. Mind reading. Cassandra once again regretted not employing her mental shielding techniques. So, this is how you perceive me? What decent person would invade a girl's dormitory unprovoked? Humph, I shall remember this grievance. Now follow me. Tom scoffed, secretly noting down his grudge against Cassandra. Overwhelmed by the fear of Tom's vengeful nature, Cassandra dared not utter a word and hurried to keep pace with him. So, you wake me in the middle of the night just to brew this potion? Cassandra lamented, her expression one of despondency as she concocted the Dark Lord's exclusive potion in the Chamber of Requests. There's no one better suited for this task than you, Tom remarked, flipping through a comic book from the Muggle world, Dragon Ball, while overseeing Cassandra's work. Upon completion of the potion, Cassandra instinctively bottled it, cast a disillusionment charm upon herself, and, with practiced precision, infiltrated the kitchen adjacent to the Hufflepuff dormitory, expertly administering the potion before making a safe exit, as if she had rehearsed this routine countless times. Having completed everything, Cassandra suddenly realized that she had already broken free from the cycle. What was the purpose of her current actions? With terror evident on her face, she turned to Tom, who wore a contented expression, and exclaimed, "What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Chapter 86, Another Year of Quidditch. What is your objective? Consider what day it is today. In response to Cassandra's inquiry, Tom smiled and retorted. After a moment of contemplation, Cassandra hesitantly replied, "Quidditch?" Tom snapped his fingers. "It's Slytherin against Gryffindor. Tomorrow, I have been appointed as the Seeker." Cassandra found herself utterly perplexed by Tom's reasoning. "So, what does this have to do with your drugging?" "Let me correct you. It was not I who administered the potion." Tom gently patted Cassandra's head. "You brewed the potion and administered it as well. This entire situation is the doing of you, dear Cassandra." "What does it have to do with me, Tom?" Cassandra felt as though a great weight had fallen from the sky, leaving her disoriented. She wished to argue but found herself at a loss for words, for, in truth, she was indeed responsible. Once again, she felt as though Tom was toying with her mercilessly. Imagining the dire consequences for the students and faculty of Hogwarts if her involvement was revealed, Cassandra shivered involuntarily. She would surely meet a fate worse than death. As for the Dark Lord, casting a sidelong glance at Tom, she knew she could not trust his integrity. If it came to that, he would not only fail to protect her, but would likely revel in her downfall. Absolutely, she could not perish in such an obscure manner. Cassandra could not help but pose the question to Tom once more. "So, what is the purpose of all this? Is it merely for Quidditch?" Tom discerned Cassandra's thoughts and, in an unusual act of kindness, decided to enlighten her. "Let me ask you, can my skills rival those of Harry?" "No," Cassandra replied honestly. "Then can I elevate my abilities to Harry's level in the next few days?" "No." "Then that settles it. Since it's impossible to match him, the only way to win is to lower everyone's abilities to my level." Cassandra was momentarily taken aback by Tom's reasoning. It was far too abstract. "So, you plan to orchestrate the largest food poisoning incident in the history of Hogwarts?" At that moment, Cassandra also recognized a flaw in Tom's plan. "But if you're the only one remaining healthy on the field, wouldn't that be too conspicuous?" "Of course, I won't be the only one unharmed. I intend to be affected as well." Now, Cassandra was genuinely astonished. "Is it really worth it for a Quidditch match? You are being rather harsh on yourself." Yet Tom wore a proud expression. "In my youth, I could feign madness and consume pig slop. What does my current endeavor amount to?" "Who?" Cassandra could not resist asking. "A great emperor from the distant history of a powerful nation in the East." Tom explained to Cassandra, his tone filled with reverence. Cassandra resolved to delve deeper into understanding this remarkable figure, likely a queen, who commanded such admiration even from the Dark Lord himself. The Quidditch match arrived as scheduled, drawing nearly the entire student body together, with the stands overflowing with eager spectators. Cassandra, pulled along by Pansy and others, found herself seated among the Slytherin contingent, her expression betraying her unease. She had no desire to watch the match, her stomach already churning at the thought of the spectacle to come. At that moment, players from Slytherin and Gryffindor began to file in. Among the Slytherin team, Tom held a Firebolt 2001, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. As the whistle blew, 14 broomsticks soared into the sky. The detoxifying potion, meticulously crafted by Tom to ensure optimal efficacy, began to take effect. The once boisterous stadium fell silent, as 999 spectators clutched their stomachs in anguish. The rapid churn of intestines led to a cacophony of gurgles echoing throughout the arena. Following this came a series of explosive sounds, and an unusual odor began to permeate the air, prompting the audience to cover their noses and rush towards the exits at a sprinting pace. Some, unable to contain themselves, sought refuge in corners to relieve their discomfort. The scene was utterly chaotic, leaving one to wonder whether it was a grand performance or a surreal dream. Meanwhile, the professors fared slightly better than the students. Yet the specially concocted potion tested on numerous subjects by Tom proved hardly beneficial. Had they not noticed Dumbledore and Grindelwald making their hasty escape? Snape and Professor McGonagall wore expressions of utter distortion, sprinting with a speed rivaling that of the young. Witnessing this turmoil, Cassandra shut her eyes in despair, recognizing her own complicity in this debacle. Yet, her immediate concern was to find a restroom. She cursed the Dark Lord under her breath, wishing for retribution. Back on the pitch, the players fared little better than the spectators. Abdominal cramps tormented them. Yet they could not abandon their posts as the audience had. Instead, they released gas in a series of puffs while wobbling through the fragrant field, competition forgotten. Surrendering to fate. Even Wood, who adored Quidditch, was nearing his limit, oblivious to how pungent the air was around him. Tom, who had cast a bubblehead charm upon himself, alleviated his suffering with magic while leisurely trailing alongside Harry, recognizing that while he was not adept at finding the golden snitch, there were others who excelled in that pursuit, making him a mere bystander in this chaotic affair. Observing Harry's erratic flight, devoid of the finesse typical of a Quidditch prodigy, and even emitting steam from the point of contact with his broomstick, Tom feigned concern, inquiring, "Harry, are you all right?" "Not at all, Tom. My stomach is in excruciating pain." Harry replied, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his brow. "Me too. It must be that someone among the professors accepted bribes and procured some unhealthy ingredients," Tom remarked, slightly loosening his grip and emitting a soft puff as a response to Harry. Just as Hockey hesitated on whether to cancel the match, Harry, as Tom had anticipated, showcased his innate Quidditch talent by spotting the golden snitch not far from his position. As Harry prepared to accelerate and seize the snitch, a brown, unidentifiable substance erupted from an unexpected source, momentarily halting his motion. Taking advantage of Harry's discovery of the snitch, Tom surged forward, knowing that even if one is not adept at a task, one must seize the opportunity when it presents itself. Thus, this unprecedented Quidditch match in Hogwarts history, marked by its peculiar aroma, concluded with Tom capturing the golden snitch and Slytherin emerging victorious. The players, finally able to land, scarcely had time to celebrate or engage in banter, as the paramount concern in their lives was to find a restroom. Chapter 87. Aftermath. Severus. How is the investigation progressing? Dumbledore reclined in his chair, the front page of the Daily Prophet sprawled before him, featuring Rita Skeeter's article titled, "Massive Diarrhea Outbreak at Hogwarts Quidditch Match. Who is to blame?" Reflecting on the recent wave of investigations from the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore appeared somewhat fatigued. It had been precisely 2 days since the singular event in Hogwarts history, characterized by a collective bout of gastrointestinal distress on the Quidditch pitch. Dumbledore, having lived for so long, had never witnessed such a frenzied scene. Recollecting the past 2 days spent with the entire teaching staff and some upper-year students cleaning up the unsightly mess, he felt that the effort exerted in those 2 days surpassed that of a century. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but he sensed an odd odor still lingering within the castle. Moreover, many toilets in the lavatories remained clogged, and envisioning himself, Dumbledore, standing before a toilet under Grindelwald's gaze, using magic to clear the pipes, sent a shiver down his spine. Such a sight was truly dreadful. This monumental task should indeed be left to Filch and the students. Standing before Dumbledore, Snape seemed to share this sentiment, his already somber expression darkening further. "I have not discerned anything unusual. It appears to be merely a case of food poisoning," he stated. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with Snape's response. "Then, Severus, what is your perspective on this matter? If someone truly administered a potion without detection and subsequently left no trace, I suspect there is but one individual at Hogwarts who could achieve such a feat, however." Severus Snape hesitated, recalling the day when Tom rushed in and claimed the restroom, forcefully pushing him aside. And the sight of Tom disrobing and relieving himself before him was undeniably jarring, evoking a sense of nausea even now. Thus, even if this Dark Lord possesses the capability, what could his motive be? Surely, it cannot be merely to secure victory in a Quidditch match. If I were to voice such a rationale, I wonder if Dumbledore would find it credible or merely laugh, thinking I overanalyze. Furthermore, for a Dark Lord to administer a potion and then fall victim to it himself, suffering alongside others, could such a thing be the act of a rational being? This remains incomprehensible to me. When Snape conveyed his doubts to Dumbledore, the latter wearily rubbed his temples, feeling an unprecedented exhaustion since assuming the role of headmaster over the past 2 years. Thus, Professor Dumbledore, what brings you to seek my counsel this time? Tom was still invited to Dumbledore's office for tea. Tom, did you instigate the incident at the Quidditch pitch a few days ago? Dumbledore, accustomed to Tom's forthright manner, posed the question directly, though it was framed as an inquiry. The tone was laced with certainty. "Of course not, Professor. Do you have any evidence? Be careful, or I might sue you for defamation," Tom hastily denied, adding, "I am the victim here. I haven't even sought compensation." He then provocatively suggested, "Could it be that you misappropriated our food funds?" resulting in the use of inferior ingredients in the dining hall that led to this mishap? Tom, I would not misappropriate your food funds. Dumbledore was taken aback to realize that Tom viewed him in such a light. Moreover, Tom's denial did little to convince Dumbledore. His instincts told him that Tom was undoubtedly involved in this affair. This incident was not orchestrated by me, Tom Riddle. I can swear it upon magic. Hearing Tom's fervent assurances, even daring to invoke a magical oath, left Dumbledore in a state of uncertainty. Could it be that Tom truly had no part in it? After all, his suspicions were merely conjecture without concrete evidence. Ultimately, their discourse was destined to reach an impasse. Just as Tom prepared to rise and depart, Dumbledore unexpectedly posed a question. Tom, if it were you, how many Horcruxes would you create? Surprised that Dumbledore would broach the subject of Horcruxes, a topic Tom assumed would remain unmentioned until his graduation, he suddenly felt invigorated by the inquiry. Professor, do you not find the number 7 to possess a certain enchantment? Dumbledore, intending to probe Tom's thoughts, had anticipated a typical evasion, yet was taken aback when Tom responded earnestly. Only Dumbledore felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing Tom's answer. 7. This significantly exceeded his expectations. Tom, perhaps sensing Dumbledore's astonishment, became even more buoyant and decided to elaborate further. So, Professor, would you care to know where I would hide the Horcruxes if it were up to me? Dumbledore looked at Tom's eager demeanor and felt an unsettling pang of uncertainty, unsure how to respond. Was Tom truly revealing the locations of the Horcruxes? Or had he lost his mind? Unperturbed by Dumbledore's thoughts, Tom continued. If it were me, I would likely transform several significant locations into decoys for hiding the Horcruxes, while discreetly burying the actual Horcruxes in the Sahara Desert, casually disposing of them in the Mariana Trench, or tossing them into the Himalayas. Of course, the Amazon rainforest and the African savanna would also be excellent choices, or I might opt for a Mongolian burial method, or even allow them to be launched out of the solar system with a Traveler-S probe. This way, the 7 Horcruxes would be perfectly distributed. What do you think of my brilliant strategy? As Dumbledore listened to Tom's account, he felt beads of cold sweat forming with each method described, and by the end, he could scarcely keep his hands from trembling. Was such cunning even conceivable? If Tom's methods were to be employed, even Merlin himself would likely be unable to locate them. Dumbledore found himself unable to ascertain the veracity of Tom's words, nor could he risk assuming that Tom was merely jesting. The usually astute Dumbledore began to feel an uncharacteristic twinge of paranoia, which only made Tom's smile shine brighter as he boldly patted Dumbledore on the shoulder. Keep it up, Professor Dumbledore. I wish you success in gathering them all. Yet, while Dumbledore was preoccupied with Tom's recent statements, he remained oblivious to the fact that Tom had stealthily pocketed a fallen strand of hair from his shoulder. After Tom departed the headmaster's office, Dumbledore could no longer maintain his composure. He took a hearty swig of mead, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. That night, Dumbledore was destined for restless slumber. Chapter 88, Another Christmas. Perhaps due to Tom's words, in the days that followed, Dumbledore was often seen wandering the school in solitude. What has Professor Dumbledore been so busy with that he neglects to engage with you? Don't you feel lonely, Professor Grindelwald? After a recent defense against the dark arts class, faced with Tom's casual inquiry, Grindelwald felt an overwhelming urge to duel this impudent young man. Who was to blame for Dumbledore's current state? Did he not possess even a shred of awareness? No, each of us has our own mission to fulfill, Tom. And separations are merely to pave the way for better encounters. Tom gazed at Grindelwald, who looked quite the charlatan, and inwardly scoffed. If only his left fist weren't clenched so tightly, he might appear more convincing. In the ensuing period, Tom found a rare moment of tranquility, free from the incessant antics of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. With Draco having successfully discharged from the hospital and Cassandra finally liberated from her cyclical torment, the campus life became notably serene for him. Before he realized it, another Christmas arrived punctually, and once again, Tom found himself among the scant few students remaining. As he busily packed Christmas gifts, an individual who had long evaded his sight stealthily reappeared behind him. On such a festive occasion, why are you not with Dumbledore, Grindelwald? What brings you here? In response to Tom's inquiry, Grindelwald feigned ignorance, instead taking a keen interest in the gifts Tom was preparing. These toys and health potions are for the children at the orphanage I volunteer at, as well as for the director. How unexpected. Yet I cannot help but deduce that these earrings are for your little girlfriend, are they not? When did you become so gossipy, Mr. Grindelwald? And this collection titled the Wife-Chasing Pyres series. Who would take pleasure in such literature? Draco Malfoy, as he has an affinity for this genre. Then this series of exam papers must belong to Miss Hermione Granger, am I correct? But what about these 2 cushions? These are life-sized cushions of James Potter and Sirius Black, favorites of Professor Snape. And the catnip? That belongs to Professor McGonagall. As Grindelwald began to rummage through the gifts, Tom abruptly thrust the presents intended for Dumbledore and Grindelwald into his arms. What is this? Grindelwald inquired, perplexed by the large box handed to him. Christmas gifts for you and Professor Dumbledore, a set of items to enhance the joys of intimacy between couples. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald's hand froze. Caught in a dilemma of whether to accept the gift, Tom paid little heed to his feelings. The gifts were sent, non-returnable. He then coldly addressed Grindelwald. "Well, Professor Grindelwald, you have accepted the gifts. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? After all, I hardly believe you came merely for idle chatter." "Why not, Tom? Our relationship is quite amiable, is it not?" Grindelwald countered with a smile, before adopting a serious demeanor. "However, I genuinely have matters to discuss today. Would you mind accompanying this old man on a journey?" With that, he led Tom directly to the headmaster's office. Indeed, one cannot help but acknowledge the familiarity with which Grindelwald enters the headmaster's office, as if returning to his own abode, suggesting he has spent numerous nights here. Having gradually developed an immunity to Tom's presence, Grindelwald eschews idle chatter and directs him towards a wide, hollow basin. "Offensive? Is this meant to unveil your intimacy with Dumbledore?" As Tom observes Grindelwald extract a memory and deposit it into the basin, he cannot restrain his sarcastic remarks. Upon immersing themselves in Grindelwald's recollection, Tom finds himself in a place that feels oddly familiar, the Gaunt residence. He watches as Dumbledore and Grindelwald navigate the arduous path to this location, only to trigger a trap left by the noseless Voldemort. Engaging in a fierce battle against the myriad dark spells and curses that ensue. Had it been anyone other than Dumbledore and Grindelwald, that individual would likely have met a grisly fate. Tom, witnessing the scene, is drenched in cold sweat, reflecting on his own audacious actions from the previous year. Fortunately, it seems Voldemort's mind is not entirely lost. There appears to be some form of enemy recognition in place. Otherwise, given his then current abilities, he would have been unable to reach the chapter of enrollment. After overcoming the dark magic and curses, the duo meticulously searches the Gaunt residence, but yields no tangible results. Emerging from Grindelwald's memories, Tom cannot contain his curiosity. What purpose does this memory serve, Professor Grindelwald? Thus, you truly fabricated the location of the Horcruxes, while the actual hiding place is indeed as you have described. Yet, such formidable protection cannot be merely a fade. There must be circumstances we are unaware of. Wouldn't you agree, Tom? Observing Grindelwald's earnest demeanor, Tom realizes this is indeed a moment of loyalty to an old flame. "Professor Grindelwald, are you not a seer? Why not prophesy whether my words bear truth?" However, Grindelwald merely shakes his head. "Tom, you overestimate my abilities. I am not omniscient. My vision is limited." This implies that even Grindelwald cannot ascertain the truth. At this thought, Tom finds the situation increasingly intriguing. What constitutes the pinnacle of deception? It is the art of weaving lies within the truth, where each statement may be factual, yet collectively they form a grand falsehood. In this moment, Tom is poised to stoke the flames between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. With that in mind, he retrieves the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family from his storage space and adorns it upon his finger. You are correct in certain respects. However, you have misjudged one aspect. The heavily guarded estate was not to safeguard the Horcrux, but rather to protect this ring I now wear. I have merely taken it in advance. The question remains, Professor Grindelwald, can you discern the origins of this ring in my possession? At this moment, Grindelwald discerned the appearance of the ring that Tom held in his hand, particularly the symbol embedded within the lustrous black stone, causing his pupils to constrict. As one of the few individuals intimately acquainted with the Deathly Hallows, he unmistakably recognized the origin of the ring before him. The Resurrection Stone. Chapter 89, The Crouch Manor. The Resurrection Stone? Grindelwald gazed at the ring adorning Tom's hand, a mixture of astonishment and suspicion evident in his expression. Truly, Professor Grindelwald, with a mere glance, had identified it. One could not help but wonder if that old manor was sufficiently fortified to protect the Resurrection Stone. Tom caressed the ring in his hand, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Grindelwald. Indeed, the Resurrection Stone was adequately concealed. Grindelwald began to entertain a measure of belief in Tom's assertions. Moreover, Tom was more than willing to further embellish the veracity of his deceit in Grindelwald's eyes. "So, Professor Grindelwald, I presume you have received from Professor Dumbledore the location of my concealed Horcruxes. As a means of self-preservation, it is preferable to hide a leaf within a forest, rendering it nearly impossible to locate, rather than stashing it within the Gunter Manor, which you could easily uncover with a modicum of effort. I believe any rational being would make the judicious choice." Grindelwald, placing himself in Tom's perspective, pondered this notion. Indeed, concealing it in the location Tom suggested seemed the most prudent. Yet, such a strategy rendered the probability of gathering them all nearly non-existent. Explaining why Tom could so nonchalantly disclose it, Grindelwald sighed deeply, his heart aching for Dumbledore, contemplating how to persuade him to abandon the pursuit. After all, it was not that they were too weak, but rather that their opponent's thought processes were exceptionally peculiar. "Well then, Professor, do you have any further matters to discuss?" "I must return to prepare Christmas gifts," Tom interjected, disrupting Grindelwald's musings. He cast a complex glance at Tom before redirecting his focus to the resurrection stone in his grasp. Would you care to join me in exploring the secrets of the Deathly Hallows? Grindelwald suddenly proposed to Tom. In response to Grindelwald's suggestion, Tom instinctively took a step back, an expression of panic crossing his face. Professor, you already have Professor Dumbledore. Taking action against me would surely provoke his ire. Furthermore, I am still quite young and cannot truly satisfy your expectations. Grindelwald was left bewildered, feeling as though he were on the brink of madness. What nonsense was this? He merely offered a suggestion. Was there no trace of dignity befitting a prominent figure in the magical realm? Or was his mind filled with frivolous thoughts? Suppressing his rising ire, Grindelwald replied coldly, "Dismiss those impractical fantasies from your mind. I merely proposed a collaborative study of the Deathly Hallows." Tom regarded Grindelwald's words with skepticism. But during your stay at your great-aunt Bathilda's home in Godric's Hollow, was it not under the same pretense that you endeavored to ensnare Dumbledore? Are you not attempting to employ the same tactic once more? Grindelwald's molars were nearly crushed, pondering how such an insufferable individual as Tom could exist in this world, particularly given his formidable prowess. Just as Grindelwald yearned to exclaim his disbelief, he found his words caught in his throat under Tom's mocking gaze, for in truth, their encounter with Dumbledore had indeed unfolded as Tom had described. This was precisely what made Tom so detestable, his relentless use of stark reality to articulate repugnant truths that left one momentarily speechless. As Grindelwald prepared to dismiss him, Tom, with a solemn countenance, earnestly remarked, "The resurrection stone does not truly resurrect the dead. You, being knowledgeable about the Deathly Hallows, must surely understand this. I trust you would not wish for Professor Dumbledore to become ensnared in Ariana's illusions." Thus, Grindelwald pondered how Tom could oscillate between madness and sober seriousness with such alarming rapidity. Even a split personality would struggle to match his speed. Reluctantly, Grindelwald realized he had to heed Tom's counsel. "By the way, the portraits of the headmasters on the wall shall be left in your capable hands. I suspect you would prefer that Professor Dumbledore remain oblivious to the events of today." With that, Tom departed the headmaster's office, leaving Grindelwald to contemplate the implications of their conversation. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Tom gazed at the ring in his hand, reflecting on Grindelwald's words. It seemed that since acquiring this trinket, it had served little purpose beyond ostentation, gathering dust in his storage space. Perhaps, during the Christmas holiday, he ought to devote time to studying it. After all, even Harry had chosen to celebrate the festive season at Sirius's home, leaving him alone in the castle. A situation far too dreary. However, considering the day's discourse, Tom glanced at the time and decided sleep was a more prudent choice, deferring any further thoughts until the morrow. "Is this the right place, Lucius?" Tom inquired, addressing the estate before him. "Indeed, master," Lucius replied respectfully, while inwardly cursing the circumstances. He recalled that morning, when he had intended to enjoy a peaceful Christmas with his wife and child, only to be interrupted once again by an uninvited guest at the breakfast table. Initially fearing that the Dark Lord's arrival heralded trouble, he was taken aback when Tom presented Draco with a Christmas gift. Yet, upon unwrapping it, Draco's expression was one of bewilderment, an absurdity that left Lucius at a loss for words. Could the Dark Lord possess some hidden intent behind this gesture? Lucius could scarcely fathom the myriad emotions that must have graced his face at that moment. Though Draco's interests might be of dubious taste, Lucius mused that encouraging him to explore them could bear fruit. Fostering connections could indeed rejuvenate the Malfoy lineage. Draco's preferences? When had the Malfoy family become so devoid of discernment? Were it not for Tom's presence, Lucius would have seized the opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with Draco. Yet, upon further reflection, the Dark Lord's assertion bore merit, given the current state of the Malfoy household. After dispatching Narcissa and Draco, Lucius understood that Tom was poised to discuss matters of significance. "Take me to Crouch Manor." Upon hearing Tom's succinct request, Lucius was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Tom's intentions. However, recalling the Dark Lord's methods and adhering to the principle of self-preservation, Lucius promptly led Tom to Crouch Manor. After a brief exchange with Lucius, they were ushered into the estate. "Barty Crouch, I have come here at Lucius's behest to discuss something of utmost importance. You may speak now." Upon seeing Lucius, the former Death Eater, Barty Crouch furrowed his brow slightly. Had it not been for the other's financial influence within the magical community and the significance of the matter at hand, he would have preferred not to meet him at all. Just as Lucius was about to fabricate an excuse, Tom stepped forward from behind him. Observing the hooded figure who concealed himself so thoroughly yet was evidently a young wizard, Barty Crouch inquired, "Who is this?" Unfortunately for him, the answer was faint. With Barty collapsing, Tom swiftly cast another memory charm. The house elf, Dobby, stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Out of body, once he had subdued the house elf, Tom proceeded to strip Barty Crouch of his garments, confiscate his wand, and roughly tug at his hair. After completing these actions, Tom turned to Lucius, who was left dumbfounded by the sequence of events. Well, Lucius, you may take your leave now. Remember to erase any traces of your visit. After dismissing Lucius, Tom commanded the entranced Dobby, now, take me to your master, young Barty Crouch. Under Dobby's guidance, Tom encountered the concealed young Barty Crouch within the confines of his home. Feeling the searing heat from the dark mark on his left arm, young Barty gradually broke free from the soul-binding curse imposed by his father. Tentatively regarding the hooded wizard before him, he ventured, Master? Tom slowly removed his hood, exuding an aura befitting a great sorcerer. It is I, Barty. I have come to welcome back my most devoted servant. Upon seeing the Dark Lord once more, young Barty was filled with excitement. Master, it is truly you. This is wonderful. They all said you were dead, but I knew you would return. You were right. The so-called savior and Dumbledore could never lead to my downfall. 11 years ago was merely a minor setback. Now, I return with a younger form and greater power, ready to conquer the magical realm. I require your assistance, my most loyal servant. Tom's voice was deep, laced with persuasion as he drew closer to young Barty Crouch. Yes, Master, I am at your beck and call. Young Barty Crouch lowered his head respectfully as the approaching Tom drew near, then noticed a familiar wand fall at his feet. Your father's wand. It now belongs to you. Barty Crouch picked up the wand and heard Tom command him, Now, Barty. There is a significant task that only my most trusted individual can undertake. Can I entrust it to you? Master, rest assured, I shall see it through, Barty Crouch declared, fervently pledging his loyalty upon hearing the words most trusted. Travel to the forests of Albania for me. Someone is clandestinely scheming under the guise of Voldemort. Go there. Seek him out, and confirm whether he still exists. If he lives, eliminate him. Tom's tone was chilling, and Barty sensed the unmasked intent to kill behind it. The thought that someone dared to impersonate Voldemort ignited a fierce rage within Barty Crouch, who fervently idolized the Dark Lord and considered himself his most loyal servant. Master, how dare anyone impersonate you? I shall depart at once. He prepared to leave the manor for the Albanian forest, but paused as he passed the unconscious Barty Crouch. I know you wish to kill your father with the same delight I would, but, Barty, now is not the time. He still holds value to me. You have your task to complete, and I await your good news. Just as Barty Crouch was poised to strike down his father, Tom intervened at the perfect moment, halting his action. Despite his loathing for his father, he could not defy Tom's words. After bowing to Tom, Barty Crouch truly departed, setting off toward the distant Albanian forest. Sending Barty Crouch to seek out the noseless old Voldemort, regarded as an enemy, was indeed a stroke of genius. Though uncertain of Voldemort's current state, the anticipation of their potential encounter sparked excitement within Tom. As he watched Barty Crouch leave, Tom's lips curled into a pleased smile. Once Barty Crouch was dispatched, Tom recalled the purpose of his journey, a task that Barty Crouch could accomplish without much effort. He mixed a strand of Barty Crouch's hair into the prepared polyjuice potion and took a sip. Ugh, how revolting. Tom nearly retched at the taste of the potion for the first time. As he transformed into Barty Crouch's likeness, Tom donned the clothing he had stripped from the young man, and, after checking himself in the mirror, called for Wormtail, who he hastily tossed into the storage space. With everything prepared, Tom grabbed a handful of flue powder and tossed it into the fireplace. As the green flames erupted, Tom stepped into the fire. Ministry of Magic. Upon opening his eyes once more, Tom found himself within the grand hall of the Ministry of Magic. It was Christmas, and most ministry employees were on leave, leaving only a few scattered personnel on duty. Bartemius Crouch, as a high-ranking official, was known for his serious demeanor, and the on-duty staff merely exchanged curt greetings with him, refraining from any unnecessary pleasantries. Drawing from his previous experience during the trial of Peter and Sirius, Tom resolved to waste no time and head directly to the Department of Mysteries. Good afternoon, Crouch. ISNT at Christmas break? What brings you to the ministry? Just as Tom was making his way to the elevator, a wizard resembling an old lion called out to him. Damn, it was Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office. Ah, Scrimgeour. Good afternoon. I left something in my office and came to retrieve it. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't chat. Merry Christmas, see you later. With that, Tom disregarded Scrimgeour and departed without a backward glance. Scrimgeour watched Tom's retreating figure, feeling that something about Crouch today was amiss. However, after more than a decade of peace, he dismissed the notion that someone would dare impersonate Crouch to infiltrate the ministry, attributing it to his own misperception. He shook his head and left. Once Tom noticed Scrimgeour had not pursued him, he sighed in relief. Although he could easily overpower him, it would jeopardize his mission, which he did not wish to see. This was fortuitous. Skillfully stepping into the elevator, he pressed the button for the 9th floor. Upon arrival, he swiftly traversed the corridor, pushed open the black door, and entered the pitch-black circular room. The Department of Mysteries, Tom, had returned. As the black door behind him slowly closed, the walls of the circular room began to spin rapidly, disorienting him as to which door he had entered. A tiresome little trick, Tom scoffed as he observed the walls gradually coming to a halt. Facing 12 identical doors, it was now time to test his luck. Tom casually selected one door and pushed it forcefully. It did not budge. Undeterred, he pushed again with greater force, yet it remained immovable. Alohomora. Shatter. From the simplest unlocking charm to the killing curse, and even attempting to incinerate it with fiendfire, the door still refused to yield, showing no signs of opening. Locked rooms. Clearly, someone hasn't washed their hands today. Otherwise, how could I have chosen this one? Tom lamented, channeling his bad luck. Yet within this room, as Dumbledore had described, it seemed to embody his most cherished concept, an enigmatic force more wondrous and terrifying than death, human intellect, or the powers of nature, the power of love. Tom retrieved a compact cassette player branded with Voldemort's insignia from the storage space, and inserted a long-preserved tape crafted using the fundamental principles of recording. As he pressed the play button, the room resonated with the blush-inducing, fanciful voices of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Regrettably, after an extended period of listening, the door remained obstinately shut upon Tom's second attempt to push it open. It seemed that the affection between Dumbledore and Grindelwald was insufficient. Despite having recorded for over half a semester and meticulously edited each word, it proved utterly futile. Perhaps it would be more prudent to sell your replica to the Daily Prophet or to the Quibbler for a bit of pocket change. Frustrated by the lack of response, Tom muttered a curse under his breath and decided not to squander any more time on it, turning instead to push open another grand door. This time, he successfully entered a room that housed only a solitary table, starkly positioned in the center of an otherwise empty chamber. Dominating the space was a large glass tank filled with a dark green liquid, within which numerous white entities drifted languidly. The brain hall. As Tom approached the glass tank, he suddenly felt an insidious force eroding his consciousness. Alive? He concentrated his mind, employing a mental barrier to observe the brains within the tank. To his astonishment, they exhibited signs of vitality. How was this possible? Reconsidering the situation, he pondered whether it might be feasible to infuse his own spirit, memories, and emotions into another's body, thereby enveloping their brain and soul to achieve immortality. Tom found himself murmuring to himself. However, the more he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss. Wait. This seems eerily familiar. After a brief search through his thoughts, he realized this was akin to Orochimaru's technique of body transfer, which in the realm of cultivation novels could be termed possession. With this revelation, he speculated that such an idea might indeed be realizable. Tom suddenly perceived that this path to immortality could be far more appealing than Voldemort's relentless endeavor to create Horcruxes, especially since it spared one from disfigurement. So, why hasn't Uncle Snake traversed here? I find myself missing you a bit. As he reminisced about Orochimaru, Tom produced a glass jar that had been enchanted with a spatial extension spell. Using a levitation charm, he filled the jar with the dark green liquid, adding a solitary white brain, and sealed it with satisfaction. With this safeguard, he was assured that his efforts would not result in a total loss. Feeling that he had lingered long enough in the brain hall, Tom returned to the circular chamber and randomly selected a door to enter the next room. What a detestable place! As he gazed upon the cold confines of the prophecy hall, with towering shelves reaching the ceiling and filled with dusty little glass orbs, an inexplicable sense of discomfort settled within him. Possessing the gift of prophecy to leave behind a remarkable prediction is truly extraordinary. He is a man with a prophecy aptitude reaching an impressive level of 2. One day, he too shall etch a prophecy orb here. By the way, it seems that the noseless Voldemort and the Savior's prophecy orb are also present in this very place. Suddenly, Tom recalled the 5th installment, The Order of the Phoenix, where Voldemort executed a series of fierce maneuvers solely to acquire the prophecy orb containing the complete predictions about himself and the Savior, only to end up with nothing. Thus, let me ponder for a moment. It appears to be located in the 90s, perhaps row 97. Tom traversed the room, searching for the shelf in row 97. Upon arrival at row 97, he wondered where the prophecy orb might be. Carefully inspecting the shelves, he soon discovered the orb marked with labels denoting the Dark Lord and Harry, nestled slightly inward at the end. Only those who are the subjects of the prophecy may remove it from the shelf. However, Tom, having been authenticated by Voldemort, unhesitatingly reached out and took it. As for the possibility of failure, it mattered little to Tom. He was not Voldemort, who had only grasped half of the prophecy's essence. Tom was fully aware of its contents. This was indeed the prophecy orb that Voldemort had long coveted, yet it appeared rather unremarkable. Without any surprise, Tom retrieved the orb, gave it a shake in his hand, and then tossed it into his storage space to gather dust. However, upon a closer look, it seemed rather awkward. With a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, Tom gazed at the empty shelf, feeling increasingly uneasy. Thus, he rummaged through his storage space and finally unearthed a glass orb of similar size from a corner. To his astonishment, it fit perfectly. Yet, I must ponder where Voldemort had heard this. Gazing at the glass orb now securely placed on the shelf, Tom was almost dumbfounded. It seemed no one at the Ministry of Magic had ever operated in such a manner in the prophecy chamber over the years. Nevertheless, since it was possible, Tom decided to enhance the glass orb further. After a series of modifications, he was thoroughly satisfied with the newly crafted glass orb, which he then placed upon the shelf. Should someone still be alive and manage to obtain this orb, upon shattering it, they would hear a female voice proclaim, "The one capable of conquering the Dark Lord has entered the home of one who has resisted him thrice." Born at the end of July, flowing with the blood of the Dark Lord. As a progeny of the Dark Lord, he shall possess greater power than the Dark Lord himself, unless one causes another to fall in love. Otherwise, one shall perish at the hands of the other. Through Tom's alterations, the original content had been utterly transformed, but it is likely that only Dumbledore knows the complete prophecy. Yet, who in this world would dare to inquire of Dumbledore? Chapter 92, The Death Chamber. After concluding his affairs in the prophecy chamber, Tom exited the room and casually selected a door to enter. The stone steps encircled the entire room, with a stone platform rising from the center of the pit and an archway draped in curtains standing above it. The Death Chamber. This time, the unfortunate Tom finally experienced a stroke of fortune, arriving at the long-desired Hall of Death. He traversed the stone steps down to the bottom of the stone pit, gradually approaching the archway atop a stone platform. A familiar, potent force emanated from within, reminiscent of the power associated with death. As he drew closer to the archway, Tom faintly perceived sounds emanating from beyond, igniting his curiosity about the realm of the deceased. Reflecting on the original tale where Sirius fell into the veil and met his demise at the hands of Bellatrix, Tom found himself pondering this possibility. Gazing at the billowing veil that stirred without a breeze, he felt an impulsive urge to part it. Yet a profound instinct from the depths of his soul vehemently deterred him. Generally, Tom enjoyed toying on the brink of danger, but he had no desire for actual demise. Thus, he swiftly halted his reaching hand. Instead, he unleashed the full power of a spell, sending a massive green light crashing against the veil, which passed through unscathed and dissipated into nothingness beyond the archway, leaving the archway and the veil entirely intact. The force of the spell was insufficient to shake the veil, yet the deathly energy released by the impact evoked a sense of battling against an entire world. Coupled with Sirius's demise in the original narrative, it seemed plausible that beyond the veil lay the realm of the departed, with the archway resembling a one-way passage from which there was no return. Based on the current circumstances, Tom formulated what he deemed a reasonable hypothesis, subsequently retrieving the Gunter family ring embedded with the resurrection stone. Upon its withdrawal, Tom sensed a resonance between the stone and the archway, more specifically, with the souls that might exist beyond it, though a mysterious force appeared to obstruct this connection. According to the tales of Beetle the Bard, Cadmus revived his beloved, only to find her sorrowful, cold, and isolated, forever separated by a veil. Might this veil not merely be decorative but an actual barrier, akin to the one before him? Unable to resist, Tom gazed at the veil draping the archway, pondering whether it could indeed be the barrier between life and death. Perhaps the resurrection game was feasible, by shattering this barrier or by entering the realm of the deceased. One could directly revive a soul there. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Tom regarding the true purpose of the resurrection stone. While Tom was engrossed in his contemplation of the archway and the resurrection stone within the Hall of Death, a pink-haired woman intercepted Rufus Scrimgeour as he returned to the Auror office. "Scrimgeour, there has been an incident," the woman exclaimed urgently. Sensing her distress, an ominous premonition gripped Rufus Scrimgeour's heart. "Tonks, what has happened? Speak slowly, do not rush." During your absence, reports surfaced of a dark mark appearing near Mr. Barty Crouch's estate, prompting Delacour and Williamson to immediately depart for the scene. Upon hearing of the dark mark, the unease within Rufus Scrimgeour intensified, compelling him to inquire. And then, just moments ago, they returned with news that upon their arrival, the suspected dark wizard, believed to be a Death Eater, had already departed, leaving them with nothing. Upon hearing Tonks' words, Scrimgeour was poised to make subsequent arrangements, yet he noticed Tonks seemed eager to elaborate, indicating that the matter was far from over. He hurriedly inquired, "What else transpired?" Tonks, sensing his urgency, continued. "Then, Delacour and Williamson decided to visit Crouch Manor to inquire with Mr. Crouch if he knew anything about the incident. However," upon hearing the word however, Scrimgeour's instincts, honed over years as an Auror, alerted him to the gravity of the situation, compelling him to press Tonks. "Do not hesitate, speak plainly." However, they discovered Mr. Crouch within the manor, having been attacked, allegedly under the effects of both a stunning spell and a memory charm. They had taken the initiative to transport Mr. Crouch to St. Mungo's for treatment. After Tonks recounted the events in one breath, Scrimgeour noticed an unsettling detail. "Wait, whom did you just mention? Mr. Crouch? How long ago was this?" Tonks regarded Scrimgeour with confusion. "Yes, Mr. Crouch. Delacour and Williamson reported back over an hour ago." and according to their preliminary assessment, Mr. Crouch had been assaulted some time prior to their arrival. Panic surged through Scrimgeour as he recalled the odd behavior of Mr. Crouch during their encounter in the Ministry's atrium. He realized he had made a grave error. "Scrimgeour, what is it?" Tonks asked anxiously, observing the pallor of his face. "Someone has impersonated Mr. Crouch and infiltrated the Ministry." At this declaration, the expressions of everyone in the office shifted dramatically. Regaining his composure as the head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour commanded, "Tonks, notify the Department of Magical Transportation to seal all entrances and fireplaces to the Ministry. The rest of you, accompany me to search for this impostor." As Tonks prepared to leave upon Scrimgeour's order, he halted her. "Tonks, considering the intruder has been present for such a duration, where might they be?" After a moment of contemplation, Tonks suggested, "The Department of Mysteries?" Scrimgeour, reflecting on her response, sent her swiftly to the Department of Magical Transportation before hastening with the Aurors towards the Department of Mysteries, sharing Tonks' instinct that the intruder was indeed within. Meanwhile, in the death chamber, Tom diligently studied the powers of death, and at that moment, the time for Barty Crouch's Polyjuice potion was precisely at hand, restoring his original appearance. Tom retrieved another vial of Polyjuice potion, adding a strand of hair before consuming it in one swift motion. Once again experiencing the potion's nauseating taste, Tom donned a fresh set of robes, pulling up his hood to conceal his visage. Having completed all tasks, Tom glanced at the time and perceived that it was prudent to depart, as lingering could invite unnecessary risks. Thus, he retraced his steps along the stone staircase. Upon pushing the door open and returning to the circular chamber, he fortuitously encountered a group of Aurors led by Scrimgeour, who were entering from outside. In the stillness of the room, the two factions found themselves in an unexpected standoff. "Stop!" Scrimgeour exclaimed, recovering from a brief moment of astonishment as he brandished his wand, aiming it directly at Tom. "Your impersonation of Mr. Crouch and subsequent incursion into the Ministry of Magic has been revealed. You have nowhere to flee." The three Aurors accompanying Scrimgeour quickly grasped that the hooded figure before them was indeed the intruder, and they likewise drew their wands, directing them at Tom. Faced with the four wands pointed at him, Tom exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, his mind raced with thoughts of how he had been exposed so swiftly. A turn of events he had not anticipated. He turned to Scrimgeour with a query. "I didn't expect you to arrive so promptly. Before I am taken into custody, might you enlighten me as to where I revealed my flaw? Was it not your own provocation that led to your exposure?" Scrimgeour responded, observing Tom's lack of resistance with a mix of curiosity and condescension. "I would have thought you would have considered this when you cast the dark mark near the village adjacent to Crouch Manor. The real Mr. Crouch has already been sent to St. Mungo's. You ought to surrender quietly, Death Eater." Upon hearing Scrimgeour's words, Tom was able to piece together the events with relative ease, discerning who was responsible without much effort. "Damn that little Barty Crouch. Truly a testament to his antisocial tendencies. I should have dealt with him decisively at the outset." Just as he was released, he instigated chaos. With a companion of his caliber, trouble was inevitable. "Now raise your hands and cooperate. Do not attempt any tricks," Scrimgeour commanded. Observing Tom's silence, he produced a pair of silvery magical handcuffs from his pocket, advancing slowly to effectuate Tom's arrest. Just then, Tom unexpectedly spoke, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. "Apologies, Rufus, but I had no intention of surrendering so easily, for reasons he could not fathom." Scrimgeour found Tom's tone and inflection eerily familiar. However, with no time for contemplation, he commanded the Aurors without hesitation, "Act now." No sooner had Scrimgeour's words left his lips than four red beams of magical energy surged toward Tom. Yet, with remarkable swiftness, Tom conjured the shield charm, deflecting the Auror's assault. In that instant, he grasped the Elder Wand, retaliating with a stunning spell directed at one of the blonde Aurors. The unparalleled speed and potency of his attack rendered the Auror unconscious before he could react. As the remaining trio prepared to counterattack, a rope formed from flames silently ensnared another Auror, binding him so tightly that he could not escape despite his struggles. He was subsequently struck by a stunning spell, instantly rendering him incapable of further combat. Witnessing two elite Aurors, trained to perfection and considered paragons within the magical community, so easily subdued left Scrimgeour unable to maintain the composure he had at the onset of the battle, when had the remnants of the Death Eaters produced such formidable adversaries. However, the harsh reality afforded Scrimgeour no time for contemplation. He hastily unleashed a shattering spell in a bid to gain a moment's respite. Yet, the opponent effortlessly deflected his incantation with a flick of their wand. The shattered debris of the floor, under Tom's command, transformed into a stone warrior that charged towards Scrimgeour and his companions. Transfiguration. While fending off the assault of the stone warrior, Scrimgeour racked his brain to deduce the identity of his adversary. The combat style was wholly uncharacteristic of the Death Eaters. It was as if a grown adult was toying with a child, effortlessly overpowering Scrimgeour, who prided himself on being in the prime of his life and a master in his own right. He could not fathom when the magical world had birthed such a being. At that moment, the last of Scrimgeour's capable subordinates found himself ensnared by a sudden pool of water that appeared beneath his feet. Just as he became aware of the peril and sought to flee, it morphed into a water prison, trapping him utterly. As he struggled desperately, a stunning spell followed him like a shadow, striking him directly. Thus, the once favorable scenario of Scrimgeour's 4-to-1 advantage devolved into a disheartening 1-on-1 duel for him. After dispatching the stone warrior, Scrimgeour realized his entire team had been vanquished, and a chill of despair gripped his heart. Just as he prepared to confront Tom with all his might, he found himself at the mercy of a wand pointed directly at him. Any movement would result in immediate retaliation. This revelation halted Scrimgeour's actions, yet it also afforded him a clearer view of the wand that held him at bay, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. The unique Elder Wand, which he had had the fortune of encountering once before, was forever etched in his memory. Albus Dumbledore? Scrimgeour uttered the name, his voice dry and incredulous. Despite the disbelief, every detail, the familiar tone, the unparalleled power, the unmistakable combat style unlike that of any dark wizard, and the wand that belonged solely to Dumbledore, pointed to the most improbable reality. Upon hearing Scrimgeour call out Dumbledore's name, Tom slowly removed his hood, revealing the visage Scrimgeour knew all too well. Shock, disbelief, and suspicion swirled within him, ultimately crystallizing into a single question. Why? Rufus, feeling the limits of magic. I merely wish to take one more step along the path of sorcery in the dwindling time remaining in my life. This was but one of the few wishes of an old man. Tom mimicked Dumbledore's tone as he addressed Scrimgeour. Is it true that the dark mark and the attack on Mr. Crouch were indeed orchestrated by you? This is inconceivable. Scrimgeour could hardly fathom that the architect of these events was Dumbledore himself. Tom sighed softly. Regrettably, Rufus, it is indeed my doing. I must ask your forgiveness for not divulging the details. Observing Tom's demeanor, both candid and laden with unspoken burdens, Scrimgeour found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just as silence threatened to envelop them, Tom heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside. I apologize, Rufus, but I must take my leave. Farewell. With that, he rendered Scrimgeour unconscious and pushed through a door. Scrimgeour, awaken. Slowly, the dazed Scrimgeour opened his eyes to find Tonks gazing at him with concern. Splendid. You are awake. You are unharmed. Truly splendid. What of the others? Scrimgeour inquired of Tonks. They are all well. They have regained consciousness. Have you discerned the identity of the assailant? Scrimgeour nodded and uttered a name that left Tonks astounded, her hair shifting color in shock. Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 94. The Hunt. Albus Dumbledore? Tonks stared at Scrimgeour in disbelief, as if questioning the very fabric of reality. Are you certain? Surely, you jest. Perhaps the spell has impaired your faculties. I am certain. While it is plausible that he employed Polyjuice Potion, it is highly likely that it was Dumbledore himself. He even confessed to casting the dark mark and assaulting Mr. Crouch. Despite Scrimgeour's unwavering conviction, Tonks remained skeptical. You might as well claim that Dumbledore is the new leader of the Death Eaters, Scrimgeour. I shall take you to St. Mungo's for a thorough examination. Seeing Tonks's disbelief, Scrimgeour chose not to engage further and directly inquired, have all entrances and fireplaces in the ministry been secured? They have been sealed. After confirming with Tonks, Scrimgeour commanded those present. Dumbledore has undoubtedly not yet escaped. Search. However, someone timidly questioned, but if we find him, what then? We are no match for Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, Scrimgeour paused, deflated, and replied, if located, we shall detain him. The rest will be addressed in due course. As Scrimgeour and his team scoured the ministry for Dumbledore's whereabouts, Tom, ensnared in the Imperius curse, was being led away by the house elf, Winky, back to Crouch Manor. Oh. The ministry likely never considered that house elves could bypass the anti-apparition spells. Such a significant oversight is merely a testament to wizards' arrogance. With a smirk directed at the ministry's folly, Tom incapacitated Winky and began to alter her memories. After Tom's meticulous revisions, Shanshan's recollection of today transformed into today in a secluded grove. She inadvertently stumbled upon Dumbledore engaged in unspeakable acts with a figure cloaked entirely in black. Dumbledore even performed a reanimation of a corpse to heighten the spectacle. Terrified by this revelation, Shanshan fled, only to be pursued by Dumbledore to Crouch Manor, where he attacked both Mr. Crouch and her. The final scene she envisioned was Dumbledore stripping Mr. Crouch of his garments, caressing his body, and plucking a strand of his hair. The inconsistencies were glaring, utterly illogical, and clearly fabricated, yet it was sufficiently revolting to disturb someone, which delighted Tom immensely. The thought that a fool might genuinely believe such nonsense brought him great amusement. After completing this endeavor in high spirits, he returned to Hogsmeade, and then made his way back to Hogwarts through the secret passage. Timing it precisely, Tom realized he might just make it in time for dinner. While Tom relaxed in the Great Hall, contemplating the culinary delights, Scrimgeour at the Ministry of Magic was frantically leading a search for Dumbledore's whereabouts. "Scrimgeour, we still haven't found anything here," one of his colleagues reported. "The entire ministry has been mobilized. We've scoured every inch without a trace of Dumbledore." "Scrimgeour, could it be that you're mistaken? Dumbledore would never commit such acts." Scrimgeour, feeling the pressure, tugged at his hair. The numerous incidents of the day had already given him a headache, and the inability to locate Dumbledore under the ministry's complete lockdown exacerbated his frustration. What troubled him further was that most of the ministry personnel, like Tonks, suspected his mind had been compromised by a curse, failing to believe Dumbledore could be the architect of this chaos, instead attributing it to some dark wizard, deepening the crisis of confidence in him. As everyone was at a loss, an Auror suddenly proposed a hypothesis. "I've heard that Dumbledore has a phoenix. Could it be that he has already departed using his phoenix?" Upon hearing this, Scrimgeour's eyes lit up. Indeed, this could be the most plausible explanation thus far. "Let us go. We're heading to Hogwarts to find Dumbledore," he commanded the Aurors. Just as they were about to leave, he halted abruptly. "Wait." Someone notified Delirious and Williamson to return to Crouch Manor and conduct a thorough search for any lingering clues. Tom, having indulged in a hearty meal, let out a satisfied belch and slumped in his chair, unwilling to move. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated as the great hall doors swung open forcefully. Scrimgeour, accompanied by a throng of Aurors, stormed in. Tom glanced at the group and then at the vacant seat at the staff table where Dumbledore should have been. A smirk creeping onto his lips, this promised to be entertaining. Scrimgeour, clearly aware of this implication, wore an increasingly grim expression. Rufus, accompanied by numerous Aurors, what has transpired? Professor McGonagall, acting as the deputy headmistress in Dumbledore's absence, approached Scrimgeour for a discussion. Scrimgeour pointedly inquired, "Where is Dumbledore?" "Albus, I have not seen him all day. It appears he has been occupied with some matter." McGonagall pondered briefly before responding. "Do you seek Albus for a specific reason?" Scrimgeour's reply was grave. "The Ministry of Magic has been infiltrated, and the perpetrator is Dumbledore." Upon hearing this, McGonagall gasped in disbelief. "This cannot be. You must be mistaken." Yet Scrimgeour insisted, "But it is the truth. I witnessed it myself. If there is indeed a misunderstanding, let me confront him directly." Under McGonagall's incredulous gaze, Scrimgeour pressed on. Determined to exonerate Dumbledore, McGonagall led Scrimgeour and his entourage on a fruitless search throughout the castle, which only fueled Scrimgeour's suspicions that Dumbledore had fled in guilt. He instructed Tonks to remain behind with a few others to intercept Dumbledore, while he returned to the Auror office with the remainder of his team, only to find Delacour and Williamson gazing intently at a pensive, their expressions laden with complexity. "What is happening?" Scrimgeour inquired of the two. At his question, they finally lifted their heads. "We discovered his house elf at Malfoy Manor. After extracting its memory, well, you should see for yourself." Upon emerging from the memory, Scrimgeour's countenance morphed like an artist's palette, revealing an array of emotions. The content was indescribably profound, unveiling a side of Dumbledore he had never anticipated. As for the authenticity of the memory, Scrimgeour, with his limited imagination, could hardly conceive of any rational individual fabricating such an abstract recollection. Chapter 95, The Bewildered Dumbledore. Yesterday, Mr. Barty Crouch was brutally attacked at his residence. Subsequently, the assailant conjured the dark mark near Crouch Manor and, utilizing Polyjuice Potion, disguised himself as Mr. Crouch to launch a surprise attack on the Ministry of Magic, successfully evading capture despite the pursuit of several Aurors. Minister Cornelius Fudge, upon learning of this, was incensed and convened an emergency meeting, pledging to investigate this exceptionally heinous incident in the history of the magical community thoroughly. This case is suspected to be the work of Death Eater remnants. However, according to Auror Office Director Rufus Scrimgeour, the perpetrator is none other than Albus Dumbledore. His assertions were so emphatic that this reporter was compelled to reassess the connections between Dumbledore and the Death Eaters, as well as the true role Dumbledore played in the war against the Dark Lord. Furthermore, regarding Dumbledore's assault on Mr. Barty Crouch and the incursion into the Ministry of Magic, a source with insider knowledge has divulged that Dumbledore was engaged in unspeakable activities with a suspected Death Eater when he was discovered by Mr. Crouch's house elf. This led to the devastating attack on Crouch Manor. Dumbledore's breach of the ministry was ostensibly to seek methods that would enhance his endurance during these clandestine endeavors within the Department of Mysteries. As Dumbledore is currently unaccounted for, the Ministry of Magic is vigorously searching for his whereabouts and has urged the public to provide any information regarding his location. The true nature of these events will be closely monitored by our correspondent, Rita Skeeter. Bright and early the following morning, Miss Voldemort presented Tom with the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. As he perused the freshly minted front-page article, he realized it would undoubtedly ignite fervent discussions throughout the wizarding community this year. Have you noticed the expressions on the faces of the professors who received the newspaper at the staff table? Professor McGonagall, after finishing her reading, slammed the paper down. exclaiming in outrage, "Utter nonsense." As Tom had anticipated, the article from the Daily Prophet rapidly spread, causing an uproar within the magical realm. Given Dumbledore's long-standing esteemed reputation, the majority of individuals were incredulous, even condemning Rita Skeeter for her fabrications. Nonetheless, conspiracy theorists speculated that Dumbledore's actions must possess a deeper significance. What was most perplexing, however, was the emergence of a wave of sensationalist literature concerning Dumbledore, which soon became all the rage in the wizarding world. Regardless, the once revered headmaster Dumbledore found himself once again in the limelight, albeit in a rather dubious manner. Unfortunately, for Dumbledore, who was still traversing mountains and valleys in search of Horcruxes due to Tom's fabrications, he remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events in the magical community. Days later, upon Dumbledore and Grindelwald's weary return to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall promptly approached, hesitatingly beginning, "Albus, you." However, before she could finish, Tonks, who had been lying in wait at Hogwarts for several days, received word and approached with a cadre of Aurors. Grindelwald, believing his Gilderoy Lockhart disguise had been compromised, instinctively reached for his wand, prepared to act should the situation turn hostile. Yet, to his astonishment, Tonks and the other Aurors did not even spare him a glance and directly confronted Dumbledore. "Albus Dumbledore, in light of the recent attack on Crouch Manor and the breach of the Ministry, we request that you accompany us for questioning." "What attack on Crouch Manor? What breach of the Ministry?" Dumbledore, confronted by Aurors brandishing their wands, felt utterly bewildered, wondering how his brief absence had led to such a tumultuous turn of events. As Tonks observed Dumbledore's silence, she mistakenly assumed he was preparing for a confrontation, which made her increasingly anxious. With a tone that betrayed her apprehension, she implored, "Professor Dumbledore, do not entertain thoughts of violence. Escape is futile. It would be best for you to accompany us. If there are any grievances, rest assured we shall ensure justice is served." Dumbledore, still bewildered by Tonks' words and entirely at a loss regarding the unfolding events, was presented with a copy of the Daily Prophet by a small, kind hand. Absently receiving the newspaper, he beheld the smiling visage of Tom, who had arrived on the scene. Dumbledore was acutely aware that no good would come of this. Upon reading the report, a tumult of emotions engulfed Dumbledore, leaving him momentarily speechless. The audacity of the allegations, the sheer malevolence in framing him, a centenarian, was beyond comprehension. His gaze instinctively sought out the architect of this scheme, Tom Riddle. He caught Tom, who, while the Aurors were preoccupied with him, mouthed, "Do you enjoy this belated Christmas gift, Professor?" Indeed, it was Tom's doing. Dumbledore felt the familiar throb of pain in his head, and a surge of anger hardened his fists. Yet, he remained in the dark regarding the specifics of the situation and lacked any evidence to implicate Tom. As he observed Grindelwald preparing to engage the Aurors, he reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I shall accompany you." He then cast a reassuring glance at Grindelwald, signaling him to refrain from any immediate action. Once Dumbledore was led away by the Aurors, Tom found himself alone with Grindelwald, who picked up the newspaper Dumbledore had left behind. As he read, his expression soured considerably. Upon finishing, he crumpled the paper into a tight ball and glared at Tom, the certainty in his tone unmistakable. "You did this, did you not?" Tom casually admitted, "Yes, I did." "What of it?" "There is no evidence against me. Besides, with Professor Dumbledore's influence in the magical community, a mere visit to the Ministry will yield no consequences. Even if the worst were to occur, you would still be there, as no one is more adept at extricating individuals from the Ministry than you." However, Grindelwald seemed to disregard Tom's words entirely, advancing towards him with an intensity that suggested an imminent confrontation. The aura he exuded was reminiscent of the dark wizard who once swept across Europe, compelling even Tom to take a half-step back in trepidation. "Let me make this clear. Should a duel be necessary, I shall oblige. Yet, might we consider a different venue? I fear Hogwarts may not withstand the chaos." Grindelwald, however, merely regarded Tom with a chilling gaze, sending a shiver down Tom's spine. After a moment of silence, Grindelwald spoke slowly, "Pray tell, Mr. Riddle, who is the suspected Death Eater allegedly involved in unspeakable acts with Albus?" "Ah, Grindelwald, your focus is misplaced." Chapter 96, Release. Men consumed by jealousy are not to be trifled with, especially when it comes to Grindelwald, whose romantic inclinations have muddled his judgment. Even someone as formidable as Tom prefers not to confront a Grindelwald in a state of emotional turmoil. "Calm yourself, Professor Grindelwald. Perhaps you might consult Severus Snape, who is well versed in such matters and familiar with their circle. He may provide insight into the identity of the culprit." With that hasty remark, Tom strategically chose to withdraw. As events unfolded, they transpired precisely as Tom had anticipated. Minister Cornelius Fudge had concluded that Dumbledore was the mastermind behind the incident, and whether he was or not, he intended to frame the case as an undeniable conviction, sending Dumbledore to Azkaban. Unfortunately, Fudge evidently underestimated Dumbledore's influence within the wizarding world. The only evidence capable of implicating Dumbledore rested upon the testimony of the sole eyewitness, Scrimgeour, and the memory of the house elf, Winky. As for others, Barty Crouch had regained consciousness, yet due to the effects of a memory charm, he retained no recollection of the events that transpired. The Aurors who accompanied Scrimgeour in apprehending Tom were swiftly incapacitated by a stunning spell, leaving them utterly ignorant of the subsequent developments. Naturally, some suggested resorting to more drastic measures against Dumbledore, but Scrimgeour promptly dismissed the notion, as if he believed Dumbledore to be a mere pushover. This provided Dumbledore with an opportunity to defend himself. He staunchly asserted that Scrimgeour's testimony was a fabrication created through Polyjuice Potion, claiming that he had been traveling with Professor Gilderoy Lockhart during that period and could not have infiltrated the Ministry of Magic. Upon reviewing Winky's memory, Dumbledore fell silent. Just as those present assumed his silence indicated acquiescence, Dumbledore erupted in fury. It was a display of madness, unprecedented in his extensive life. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity as to conjure such a logically flawed and easily debunked narrative. Anyone who could believe such nonsense was either a fool or a simpleton. It was plainly a manipulated memory. Unlike the written accounts he had read in newspapers, witnessing Dumbledore in person completely shattered his composure. He could no longer maintain the dignified demeanor of a sage, unleashing a torrent of invective, and in his heart, he cursed Tom's lineage in the most vulgar terms. Had Tom been present, he might have resorted to physical confrontation. At that moment, Grindelwald, assuming the guise of Gilderoy Lockhart, also stepped forward to testify, affirming that Dumbledore had been in his company during the days in question, rendering any act of intrusion into the ministry impossible. Thus, the incident of the attack fell into a stalemate. As time progressed, public discourse surrounding the matter intensified. In the absence of concrete evidence, calls for the ministry to release Dumbledore grew louder, leaving Fudge unable to quell the rising tide of public sentiment. Ultimately, Fudge was compelled to tearfully release Dumbledore temporarily to placate the discontented populace. On the day of Dumbledore's release, Fudge and Scrimgeour, with complex expressions, personally escorted Dumbledore out. However, upon arriving at the atrium of the ministry, they were met by a gathering of individuals who awaited them, respectfully arranged in 2 lines. Scringer, upon witnessing the gathering, felt a jolt of disbelief as his pupils constricted in shock. The individuals before him were none other than his old acquaintances, the Death Eaters who had once escaped judgment through various nefarious means. Instinctively, Scringer reached for his wand, wondering if Voldemort had returned to launch an assault on the Ministry of Magic. To his dismay, the Death Eaters seemed oblivious to his movements, standing rigidly, devoid of any intention to attack. Just as he began to relax, convinced that their audacity was merely a figment of his imagination, he noticed their sudden action as Dumbledore passed by, causing his heart to race once more. As Dumbledore walked past, 2 rows of figures bowed in unison, their voices resonating with a synchronized declaration, "Hail the return of the White Lord." Loyalty. The precision of their coordination revealed the extensive practice they had undertaken. Time appeared to stand still within the grand hall of the ministry, as all present froze in their actions. Dumbledore, taken aback by the absurdity unfolding before him, felt a mix of incredulity and amusement. This nonsensical display could only be attributed to a singular mind, one he could scarcely fathom existing in the wizarding world. Fudge and Scringer exchanged bewildered glances towards Dumbledore, their minds racing with the unsettling possibility that the rumors might hold truth. Had Dumbledore truly allied himself with the remnants of the Death Eaters, positioning himself as their new leader? After all, this group, though they had evaded judgment, bore infamous reputations within the ministry, their identities as Death Eaters well known, albeit unspoken in the aftermath of the war. Their appearance now suggested that Dumbledore, much like Voldemort, harbored ambitions to dominate the wizarding realm. Ambitions he no longer felt compelled to conceal. The atmosphere buzzed with speculation. The audacity of these individuals to pledge loyalty to Dumbledore raised questions about the veracity of Rita Skeeter's reports. Was it indeed true that Dumbledore had become the new leader of the Death Eaters? If so, did that imply that his alleged collusion with Death Eater members, the attack on Mr. Crouch, and the invasion of the ministry were also factual? It was a stark reminder that one might know a person's face, but remain oblivious to their true nature. Dumbledore's true character had taken an unexpected turn. At that moment, the Death Eaters produced a small booklet with a black cover, boldly inscribed with the Dumbledore scriptures, and began to chant in unison, "Great Albus Dumbledore, you are the one, and the all. You are the moment, and the eternal." How audacious! It appeared that Dumbledore was not merely seeking to conquer the wizarding world, but aspired to become its sole deity. As the subject of this fervent veneration, Dumbledore found himself at a loss, caught between indignation and embarrassment, his toes nearly curling in disbelief. What were they planning? He was merely an elderly man wishing to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Unable to endure any longer, Dumbledore hastily retreated to Hogwarts, disregarding his carefully cultivated persona. As the principal figure departed, The Death Eaters immediately ceased their chanting, gathering their belongings while fervently proclaiming, "Dumbledore, loyalty," as they swiftly withdrew. With the exit of both factions, the hall was left in stunned silence, the Ministry of Magic personnel utterly bewildered by the unfolding drama. The day after Dumbledore's release, the latest report from Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet emerged. Suspected Death Eater members chant loyalty to welcome the return of the new Dark Lord. Is Dumbledore poised to reign over the magical world? Upon reading the newspaper, Dumbledore felt a wave of dizziness. Could they not spare an old man? Rita Skeeter, do you even comprehend the implications of your words? Explain to me how the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters are supposedly the same faction, merely divided due to an uneven distribution of spoils between myself and Voldemort. When did I ever conspire with Voldemort? This is slander, pure fabrication. Furthermore, what do you mean by the Wizarding War merely being a struggle for territory between myself and Voldemort? Perhaps I should gift you a time turner, sending you back to converse with Voldemort about this matter. Let's see if he offers you a piece of his mind. And what is this nonsense about the Dark Lord's return and my imminent ascendance in the magical realm? I was just as bewildered by yesterday's events, feeling as though the reputation I had painstakingly built over the years was slipping away, all due to that wretched Tom Riddle. Has he truly lost his sanity through his obsession with Horcruxes? Moreover, what in the world is this Dumbledore's canon that occupies an entire page? Listen to this. It will undoubtedly elevate your status as though you are walking in your own kingdom. This is nothing but a calculated attempt to undermine me, Dumbledore. How are the citizens of the magical community to perceive me now? Weary, Dumbledore set the newspaper aside, feeling an exhaustion unlike any he had ever known. When he lifted his gaze, he met the complex expressions of his fellow professors, clearly having read Rita Skeeter's report as well. Grindelwald exchanged glances with him, seemingly questioning. If you had such intentions, why orchestrate that spectacle with me back then? Had you spoken, I would have fulfilled your desires long ago. Finally, it was Professor McGonagall who voiced the collective concern. Albus, for all these years, have you truly been the puppet master controlling everything in the magical world? I am not. I have not. Please do not speak such nonsense. Dumbledore felt as though he could not cleanse himself of these unfounded accusations, realizing this was the essence of social death. Today, he had to engage in a heartfelt dialogue with Tom Riddle. However, when he cast his gaze towards the Slytherin table, he found it utterly deserted. Where is Tom? He wondered. A sense of foreboding arose within Dumbledore's heart. Just as Dumbledore began to harbor suspicions, Tom had already made himself comfortable in the modest apartment of Sirius Black. Tom, what brings you here? Did you not fail to submit your request to leave for the Christmas holiday? Harry inquired, bewildered by the unexpected early visitor. Who said one cannot leave without a request? Just ask Sirius if he agrees, Tom replied nonchalantly. Sirius, sitting nearby, instinctively nodded at the sudden arrival. School rules are not something to be trifled with, Tom. The moment I laid eyes on you, I thought you belonged in Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat must have been malfunctioning to place you in Slytherin. Foolish dog, Tom silently cursed, jotting down a note against Sirius in his little book. He then redirected his gaze to Harry. Did you receive your Christmas gifts? Did you like them? Harry suddenly recalled the 365 strategies for winning back your beloved that Tom had sent him, along with the freshly released cards featuring James Potter and Sirius Black, which were supposedly limited editions. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, I liked them, thank you. At that moment, Tom, with a smile, produced 2 contracts and presented them to Harry. Take a look. What is this? Harry asked, perplexed, as he examined the contracts, noting they were investment agreements and a charity foundation fundraising document. Yes, I've recently partnered with someone for a small business venture and thought it would be a good idea to establish a charity foundation while seeking investments. Naturally, I thought of you, Tom explained earnestly. Still confused, Harry questioned, why me? Come on, you are the chosen one, the heir of the Potter family, renowned and affluent. If I don't seek you, who else should I approach? Moreover, Harry, if you don't invest, how can I? If I don't invest, how would Professor Lockhart? If Professor Lockhart doesn't invest, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't consider it either. And without Dumbledore's investment, how can we progress? Wouldn't you agree, Harry? Huh? Harry stared blankly at Tom, utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the only reliable presence in the room, Lupin, had finished reviewing the contract Harry handed him and returned it. Harry, the contract seems sound. The expense to you is minimal. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Lupin's words, Harry, trusting that both Lupin and Tom would not deceive him, promptly signed his name on the contract. As Tom carefully stored away Harry's agreement, Sirius suddenly interjected, perhaps I should invest as well. With a potential patron appearing, Tom's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly produced a new contract for Sirius. Grateful for Tom's rescue from Azkaban and eager to find an opportunity to repay the debt, Sirius signed his name without a second thought. Once Sirius had completed his signature, Tom thoughtfully handed them an investor list. Here, this is the current list of shareholders. Please have a look. After the two had finished reading, Sirius suddenly leaped up, his gaze towards Tom transformed. Why are most of the individuals up there Death Eaters? Could it be that you, Tom? Of course not. I would never join a feudal group like the Death Eaters just for the sake of it. I am closely following in Professor Dumbledore's footsteps. This matter was initiated by Professor Dumbledore himself, and these candidates were ardently recommended by him. Haven't you all seen today's newspaper? As Tom spoke, he kindly handed the three of them today's Daily Prophet. Upon finishing Rita Skeeter's article, the trio was left in shock, subsequently sinking into silence. After a while, Sirius, with a dry voice, inquired, "It must be false, right? How could Professor Dumbledore possibly be the new master of the Death Eaters? There are photographs, and many witnessed it at the Ministry yesterday. There may be some exaggeration, but it is likely true. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore, unable to bear the continued malice of the Death Eaters, has taken them under his wing. Or maybe this is truly his nature. Who can say? In any case, I know that closely following Professor Dumbledore's path is undoubtedly the right choice." After leaving that remark, Tom turned and departed from Sirius's apartment. Meanwhile, Harry and the others struggled to process this tremendous shock. Was this magical world still the one they recognized? What was true and what was false? It was utterly indistinguishable. Chapter 98. The new assembly of Death Eater representatives. When Tom returned to Hogwarts, he was immediately confronted by Dumbledore in his office. "Tom, what on earth do you intend to do?" Dumbledore asked, his gaze fixed on Tom, unable to fathom his intentions, despite his wisdom. However, Tom did not respond to Dumbledore's inquiry. Instead, he produced a document and presented it before Dumbledore. Dumbledore took the document, and upon merely glancing at the title, his pupils dilated in disbelief as he looked at Tom. The Ariana Dumbledore Charity Foundation? Indeed, Professor, you read that correctly. It is the Ariana Dumbledore Charity Foundation. The structure has been established, and funding has been largely secured. You are the appointed head, and it has already been registered with the Ministry of Magic. We must express our gratitude to Harry and Sirius for their generous sponsorship. By the way, Professor Grindelwald is also interested in contributing, and I, too, have made a significant personal investment. Dumbledore took a deep breath, sensing a colossal conspiracy at play, and hurriedly began to peruse the document. Tom observed Dumbledore with calm composure as he examined the file, knowing it was beyond reproach. He had merely obscured the sources of funding beyond Harry and Sirius. Regardless, the matter was already set in motion. Knowing sooner or later made no difference. After a cursory review of the document, Dumbledore lifted his gaze to Tom, perplexed, and asked, "Tom, what exactly do you plan to do?" "It is as follows, Professor Dumbledore. I inadvertently came to learn about your sister, Ariana Dumbledore, and I am profoundly saddened by her fate. Consequently, I have been compelled to do something in memory of the late Ariana Dumbledore. Thus, I conceived this idea. And who better suited to undertake such a task in the magical realm than yourself, Professor? With heartfelt reminiscence for the departed, we can bestow love upon the magical community, assisting others like Miss Ariana Dumbledore, ensuring that her tragic story is not repeated. Do you not perceive the grandeur of such an endeavor?" Observing Tom's earnest demeanor, almost radiating an aura of sanctity, Dumbledore could not shake the feeling that Tom had indeed gone awry with his Horcrux pursuits. Such words from his lips felt dissonant. Moreover, one must ponder, when exactly had Tom embarked upon such actions? Indeed, it was during those fateful days when Dumbledore was taken by the Ministry of Magic for questioning. After Dumbledore's apprehension, Tom, in a sudden burst of inspiration, resolved to convene a new assembly of Death Eater representatives. He entrusted Lucius with the task of disseminating the news, with the chosen venue being a dilapidated tavern in Knockturn Alley. As for the timing, with the Dark Mark serving as a convenient summoning tool, he thought it prudent to return home for a brief respite before proceeding. Upon donning his hood and stepping into the tavern, Tom found a considerable number of attendees already present. Responding to the call of the Dark Mark, the remaining Death Eaters arrived one by one, as the gathering neared completion, and Tom positioned himself at the center of the tavern, prepared to declare the commencement of the new Death Eater assembly. He suddenly sensed something amiss. Where was Severus Snape? Such a prominent figure as Severus Snape. Was this how he conducted himself as a double agent, betraying the trust of both me and Dumbledore? This was dereliction of duty. I shall take note of this. Next time, your limited edition card will not be prioritized. Furthermore, why were there so many irrelevant individuals present? Clearly dark wizards at that. Just as Tom was about to expel these uninvited guests, they unexpectedly unfurled a banner and synchronously shouted their slogans. Hail the return of the Dark Lord. Seize the Ministry of Magic. Reign over the magical realm. The invigorated Death Eaters echoed the chant. Hail the return of the Dark Lord. Seize the Ministry of Magic. Reign over the magical realm. Dumbfounded, Tom gazed at the chaotic scene before him, his fury mounting. In a chilling tone, he commanded, "Cease. Who is responsible for this? Step forward." The tavern fell eerily silent, the Death Eaters bowing their heads, fearful of the Dark Lord's wrath. However, at that moment, Avery, a rather inconspicuous Death Eater, boldly stepped forth, wearing an expression of self-congratulation. "My lord, these individuals are those I gathered to celebrate your return and bolster your presence. I hope it pleases you." "Oh, Splendid, Avery, you have truly outdone yourself. Tom was both amused and exasperated, confronted by the likes of little Barty Crouch and you, a gathering of such exceptional talents. Truly a stroke of fortune for him. It is no wonder that the noseless old Voldemort faced defeat. It was hardly unjust. The dim-witted Avery, oblivious to the nuances in Tom's words, foolishly reveled in the belief that he had earned his master's praise and would soon ascend to greatness. However, the very next moment, he was met with excruciating agony. Bent over in pain, Avery could not fathom how he had offended the Dark Lord. Fool. Others silently cursed Avery in their hearts while discreetly distancing themselves from him, lest his lack of intellect tarnish their own. Yet, when faced once more with Tom, they adopted an even more reverent demeanor. The Dark Lord remained unchanged, a constant presence even after all these years. Having dealt with the fool, Tom could finally preside over the new gathering of Death Eaters. Long time no see, my brothers, my sisters, and my friends. The moment he uttered this greeting, he hesitated, perplexed by the peculiar tone. Had he, perhaps, absorbed too much of Grindelwald's rhetoric? The others exchanged glances, bewildered, for this was not the Dark Lord they knew. Tom quickly shook off his momentary lapse and continued, Today, we gather here to discuss the future of our Death Eaters. As he gestured towards the slogans that had been projected, he questioned, attacking the Ministry of Magic? Is this truly the future we desire? It was now 1992. With only 8 years remaining until the dawn of a new century, violence and chaos seemed ill-suited for this era. We, the Death Eaters, are a compassionate team and must not resist the tides of time. How could the Dark Lord link such sentiments? Was this truly the same Dark Lord addressing them? Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. At that moment, a familiar and potent pressure emanated from Tom, and the searing dark mark on his left arm jolted everyone back to the chilling reality of the Dark Lord's formidable power. Undoubtedly, the speaker was indeed the Dark Lord. Had he truly undergone a transformation, or had he simply lost his mind? So, my lord, what exactly do you intend to do? Please give us a clear answer. Chapter 99, The New Business Blueprint of the Death Eaters. What was the Dark Lord's true intention? The attendees exchanged glances, their minds filled with questions. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Tom felt frustrated by their inability to grasp his vision. He had not anticipated that the minions trained by the noseless old Voldemort would possess such lackluster qualities. Alas, he would have to undertake the burden of retraining them, a tiring endeavor. Just then, Lucius spoke up, My lord, what does it mean to align with the currents of the times? Hearing Lucius's inquiry, Tom's earlier concerns dissipated, and he rewarded him with a broad smile of approval. Indeed, the Malfoys, renowned for their unwavering loyalty, possess remarkable insight. Their clever banter is commendable. Not all of Voldemort's followers are devoid of merit. A well-posed query, Lucius. What constitutes the tide of the times? At this point, Tom deliberately paused before continuing. A little money. Pardon? What? The gathered Death Eaters felt as though they had misheard. Was the Dark Lord truly not extolling pure-blood ideology or seeking to conquer the wizarding world, but rather discussing mere finances? Tom, undeterred by their disbelief, further proclaimed. In this era, controlling the economy is paramount. What significance do the Ministry of Magic or Dumbledore hold? Our development as Death Eaters must align with the current trends. Henceforth, we must be ostentatious in our pursuit of wealth while maintaining discretion in our operations. Oh, if the Dark Lord had expressed this earlier, we would have understood, they mused. It became evident that Voldemort intended to dominate the wizarding world through economic control, while simultaneously facilitating their own financial gain. A prospect that sparked a flicker of excitement among them. It must be noted that for a considerable number of Death Eaters, the allure of a Dark Lord promising tangible benefits was far more enticing than the relentless focus on pure-blood doctrine and acts of terror. Furthermore, Tom's gaze shifted to the Dark Wizards, rallied by Avery. Observe our new acquaintances. It is clear their circumstances are far from favorable. I believe many among them have been compelled into the life of a Dark Wizard due to dire circumstances. As Death Eaters, we bear a sense of social responsibility. It is our duty to guide them towards redemption, to provide them with employment, and to assist them in leading fulfilling lives. The Dark Wizards, witnessing the Dark Lord for the first time, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. That the Dark Lord would show concern for those lurking in the shadows of the wizarding world was a stark departure from the rumors they had heard. This was no merciless tyrant, but rather a benevolent figure, a saint. The past deeds attributed to him were surely fabrications by the Ministry and Dumbledore. Long live the Dark Lord, someone called, igniting a chorus of cheers within the tavern. Meanwhile, the seasoned Death Eaters found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Social responsibility? Redemption? Fulfillment? Such phrases seemed incongruous emanating from the Dark Lord's lips, terms typically associated with Dumbledore. Was he experiencing yet another lapse in judgment? Amidst this peculiar atmosphere of both fervor and confusion, the ever-astute Lucius interjected, So, Master, what course of action should we take? Well done, Lucius. After silently commending Lucius, Tom posed a question to the assembly. What is your perspective on Knockturn Alley? How to perceive Knockturn Alley? After all these years, could it be viewed as anything other than filthy, chaotic, and dilapidated? As someone cautiously ventured to voice this sentiment, Tom's expression revealed his agreement. Indeed, it is filthy, chaotic, and substandard. Yet this place shall serve as the inception of our Death Eater enterprise. Upon hearing Tom's declaration, the assembled crowd was rendered speechless, perplexed by the notion that the dilapidated Knockturn Alley could become a commercial epicenter. At that moment, Lucius made his grand entrance, voicing the collective curiosity. Master, what are your intentions for Knockturn Alley? Tom cleared his throat and responded. We shall acquire vacant shops and land, integrate the existing establishments into our ranks, and undertake a comprehensive redevelopment of Knockturn Alley, transforming it into a multifaceted commercial hub for the Wizarding World, encompassing dining, entertainment, and leisure. Furthermore, our aspirations must extend beyond the confines of the Three Broomsticks. We shall use this as a model to propagate the Knockturn Alley concept throughout all of Europe and indeed the entire globe. The Death Eaters shall indelibly etch our legacy upon the annals of the Wizarding World. As the crowd reveled in Tom's grand vision, an unsettling voice broke through. But, Master, what if some refuse to join our ranks? And how shall we contend with the Ministry of Magic? Then we shall persuade them. Do you require my guidance? The Death Eater who posed the question found himself sweating profusely at the sight of the green light flickering from Tom's wand. Master, I understand. As for the Ministry, who can tell me who is the master of the Death Eaters? Of course, it is you, the Dark Lord. The Death Eaters promptly bowed their heads in deference. Unexpectedly, Tom shook his head. No. From this day forth, the new master of the Death Eaters shall be Albus Dumbledore. At least, he shall be our public figurehead. What? Is our master mad, or am I? Have we not been at odds with Dumbledore? Yet Tom did not appear to jest, continuing, in our future commercial endeavors. It is not only welcome but imperative that we enlist the support of the Order of the Phoenix, the Saints, and even the Ministry itself. For the Death Eaters, collective profit is the true measure of success. While most remained bewildered by Tom's proclamation, Lucius quickly grasped the implications. Only through shared interests could they solidify their power. Dumbledore would serve as a convenient figure for the Dark Lord to draw attention and take the blame. Indeed, as the Dark Lord had confided to Draco, the Wizarding World is not merely a battleground but a complex web of social interactions, and he relished his current position. Yet one question lingered. Master, how shall we make Dumbledore our new master? That shall require a modicum of finesse. Tom spoke with an air of amusement, though Lucius felt an inexplicable chill. Thus, the Death Eaters fully embraced Tom's tutelage. With the aid of the spy, Oxter Lockwood, embedded within the Ministry, on the day of Dumbledore's release, the Death Eaters assembled in the Ministry's atrium, lined up and shouted in unison, "Long live the return of the White King! Loyalty!" At this juncture, the new master of the Death Eaters, Albus Dumbledore, had returned to his rightful place. Chapter 100. Fudge was aware of everything. The scene shifted back to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore held the document of the Ariana Dumbledore Charity Foundation, ensnared in a tumult of conflicting thoughts. The name Ariana held irreplaceable significance for Dumbledore, and the foundation struck at the very core of his vulnerabilities. Yet, the mere thought that it was brought forth by Tom filled him with an unshakable headache. Having been deceived countless times before, he could not shake the feeling that some sinister plot lurked within. Tom perceived Dumbledore's hesitation and feigned an intention to snatch the document from his grasp. No worries, Professor, if you're unwilling. I could simply seek out Aberforth Dumbledore at the Hog's Head. Upon hearing Tom's words, Dumbledore seemed to resolve within himself. Very well, Tom. I agreed to be the responsible party. He, Albus Dumbledore, was undaunted. Let any machinations come his way. As Dumbledore inscribed his name upon the contract, Tom felt an inexplicable joy. Thus, the indomitable bond between Dumbledore and the Death Eaters was officially forged. While Tom sincerely rejoiced at Dumbledore's decision, in the Ministry of Magic, Fudge was listening to reports from his subordinates. What did you say? A large gathering of dark wizards occurred in Knockturn Alley the other day? Why was I not informed sooner? Fudge shrieked in a fit of agitation, for mishandling such matters could jeopardize his position as minister. I sincerely apologize, Minister Fudge. It was our failure to act promptly. While the subordinate expressed contrition, inwardly he grumbled. I intended to report it immediately, but you insisted on prioritizing matters regarding Dumbledore, dismissing my concerns and asking me to wait. Now, here we are, and you want me to apologize. Curse it all, I wish for your swift resignation. Observing his subordinate's earnest demeanor, Fudge chose to extend forgiveness. Let this be a lesson for the future. Now, please elaborate on what transpired. Certainly, Minister. Upon discovering the assembly of dark wizards, we dispatched personnel to eavesdrop at once. However, fearing detection, they dared not approach too closely and only managed to catch fragments of their discourse. Fudge, growing impatient at the subordinate's hesitance, pressed. What precisely was said? Upon hearing mention of the Death Eaters attacking the Ministry of Magic, in a moment of resolve, The subordinate relayed the succinct report containing only key phrases that had been given to him, knowing full well that the ensuing turmoil within the magical community was beyond the control of a mere ministry employee. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Fudge felt a chill run down his spine. The keywords automatically coalesced in his mind to form a grim narrative. Dumbledore had become the new master of the Death Eaters. Preparing to express his discontent towards him, the Minister of Magic, under the guise of love and social responsibility, and possibly even planning an assault on the Ministry of Magic to revamp the Wizarding World. This thought sent a wave of panic through Fudge, prompting him to raise his voice involuntarily. Then what are you still doing here? Hurry and inform the Aurors. It's been days, now that Dumbledore has been released. They may already be gearing up to attack the Wizarding World. However, the subordinate, having been spat upon in the face by Fudge's urgency, wiped his face with a look of disdain and hesitated to speak. What else is there? Stop stammering and say it all at once. Fudge was deeply dissatisfied with his subordinate's demeanor. Yet, despite the passage of several days since the meeting of those dark wizards, there was no sign of an impending attack on the ministry. What are they doing then? Fudge inquired, voicing his concern. According to the reports received, the past few days had seen them acquiring numerous shops and lands in Knockturn Alley, even going so far as to restore order in the area. They had reportedly delivered several notorious criminals listed on the ministry's wanted list, claiming it was a gesture of goodwill. Fudge was left utterly perplexed by this turn of events, unable to fathom the reasoning behind such actions. His subordinate continued, and according to the latest intelligence from our spies today, they have begun demolition and reconstruction work in Knockturn Alley. By the way, Minister, I made sure to check before coming here. Their actions have been duly recorded at the ministry and are entirely legal and compliant. Upon hearing this, Fudge felt even more bewildered. What was happening? A group of Death Eaters should be sowing terror, attacking Muggles, besieging the ministry, and battling Aurors. This was what their character demanded. Now, they were acquiring shops and lands, an endeavor more suited to the goblins of Gringotts, restoring order and apprehending wanted criminals. Were they not the very criminals registered with the ministry? Were they now attempting to usurp the Aurors roles? What place did they intend to leave for the Ministry of Magic? And as for the demolition and reconstruction, was this truly within their capabilities? Were they not most adept at casting green light from their wands? The notion of them taking on the role of builders was absurd. Had they truly considered whether they possessed the requisite skills? The transformation of the Death Eaters into this semblance was undoubtedly not the doing of Voldemort, for it was well known that he did not operate in such a manner. This posture bore a closer resemblance to Dumbledore's influence. With this realization, Fudge slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage. Damn it, Dumbledore has indeed become the new master of the Death Eaters. As for the reasoning behind Dumbledore's current actions, Fudge pondered deeply with the scant imagination he possessed and arrived at a conclusion he deemed highly plausible. Under the pretense of reconstructing Knockturn Alley, he was secretly amassing a force, building weapons, and once his strength was fully gathered, he would seize the Ministry of Magic in one fell swoop. In Eastern parlance, this translates to build high walls, accumulate abundant grain, and delay the claim to power. With this thought, Fudge hastily commanded his subordinate, go inform Scrimgeour to apprehend Dumbledore at once. The subordinate, however, did not comply immediately. Instead, he cautiously inquired, Minister, Dumbledore has just been released. What charges will we bring against him this time? Moreover, we currently possess no substantial evidence. If we were to arrest him rashly, the public would likely not acquiesce, especially considering it is Dumbledore. Upon hearing his subordinate's counsel, Fudge despondently sank into his chair. Indeed, compared to Voldemort, Dumbledore, as the new leader of the Death Eaters, posed an even greater challenge. After a moment, Fudge finally addressed his subordinate again. Let Umbridge investigate at Hogwarts first, to see if we can uncover any incriminating evidence against Dumbledore. Chapter 101, Umbridge. As the Christmas holiday came to a close, students returned to Hogwarts, revitalizing the once quiet hall. Yet, on the faculty dais, an unwelcome guest had taken a seat. Who was that toad-like individual? A new professor? Draco inquired curiously of Tom at the Slytherin table. Tom, glancing at the figure on the dais, frowned in displeasure. Short and corpulent, with a thick neck and a broad, round face, clad in pink, it was hard not to recognize her identity. Dolores Umbridge, a Ministry of Magic official. A Ministry official? What brings her to Hogwarts? Draco asked, perplexed. She must be here for Professor Dumbledore. Haven't you seen Rita Skeeter's reports? Dumbledore has become the new master of the Death Eaters. Given Fudge's wariness of Dumbledore, it would be unusual not to send a trusted agent to investigate. Tom cast an approving glance at Cassandra, who, having been thoroughly trained by him through the cycles, proved far more reliable than Draco, who could only manage to whine. I want to tell my father. As Dumbledore introduced Umbridge to the students, informing them that she would serve as Hogwarts High Inquisitor for the remainder of the academic year, Cassandra quietly asked Tom, how shall we proceed? We shall bide our time. Instruct Hermione and Harry to avoid conflict with her whenever possible. If questioned, they should speak the truth. With her restless demeanor, she is bound to offend those she should not. Cassandra's gaze drifted towards the faculty dais, where Lockhart bore a striking resemblance to Grindelwald. I believe I understand your meaning. In the days that followed, Umbridge buzzed around the castle like an annoying fly, incessantly probing students for information. If the answers displeased her, she would unleash a tirade. She also sat in on Hogwarts classes, critiquing the professors with condescension. There are whispers suggesting that Umbridge is preparing to implement her so-called educational decree within the Ministry of Magic, the ramifications of which are deeply unsettling. Her actions have swiftly earned her the title of the most unpopular figure at Hogwarts, with neither faculty nor students harboring any fondness for her. At this juncture, she has chosen to focus her attention on the defense against the dark arts class, particularly on Gilderoy Lockhart, who has been closely associated with Dumbledore during this period. What have you primarily studied in the defense against the dark arts class? Mainly, we have delved into dark magic. Could you specify which dark spells you have learned? So far, we have primarily covered the 3 unforgivable curses, with some exceptional students beginning to study the Fiendfire, while others generally have a foundational understanding. Was this taught to you by Gilderoy Lockhart? Yes, primarily it was Professor Lockhart who instructed us, although in our first year. Tom Riddle from Slytherin also taught us some material. Why did Tom Riddle teach you? Professor Dumbledore appointed him as a teaching assistant for a time in the defense against the dark arts class. How is their relationship with Professor Dumbledore? It appears they have a very good rapport. I have frequently witnessed Professor Dumbledore visiting them. After employing a bit of persuasion on a student, Umbridge finally extracted the answers she sought. Indeed, Dumbledore has transformed Hogwarts into a training ground for his private army. Young wizards have already learned the unforgivable curses and even the Fiendfire. As they mature, they will pose a significant threat to the Ministry of Magic. Among them, Gilderoy Lockhart and Tom Riddle are the 2 most prominent accomplices. Lockhart, I advise you to ponder this carefully. I can undoubtedly find a reason to send you to Azkaban for your current actions. I now present you with an opportunity. If you stand with the Ministry and Minister Fudge, publicly revealing Dumbledore's transgressions, I can assure you that the Ministry will cease its pursuit of your misdeeds. This opportunity is singular. Contemplate it wisely, for my patience is not boundless. With that, Umbridge stormed off in anger, clearly displeased with her conversation with Lockhart. Grindelwald observed her departing figure with a chilling gaze, as though he were regarding a corpse. How audacious! I never imagined she would provoke you so directly. So, what do you intend to do, Professor Grindelwald? Tom, emerging from some hidden corner, inquired of Grindelwald, bearing a hint of pity for Umbridge. She has chosen the wrong adversary in you, especially regarding Dumbledore. Ah, the old hag, the toad. She has indeed paved her own path to demise. Tom, trust me, I will ensure her complete eradication from this world, leaving no trace of her existence. Hence, you are not even inclined to resort to verbal sparring. You intend to incinerate her with Fiendfire, perhaps indulging in a bit of gossip before the flames consume her entirely. What a remarkably uninspired notion. Umbridge may very well find herself devoid of suffering due to a swift demise. Professor Grindelwald, are you certain this constitutes punishment rather than reward? Yet, as a centenarian, it must be quite challenging for Grindelwald to conjure any new tricks. Sensing Tom's unwavering gaze upon him, Grindelwald felt a disconcerting jolt in his heart. What could this be? He believed his remarks were perfectly reasonable. As Umbridge's life approached its inevitable conclusion, she sought out Tom. That very night, after conversing with Grindelwald, Umbridge summoned Tom to her office. Eagerly, he made his way there, genuinely curious to see what further mischief this toad-like figure could devise. Once seated face to face, Umbridge wasted no time, stating plainly, I've heard from other students that you are Professor Dumbledore's favorite pupil, even appointed as the assistant for the defense against the dark arts class. Is that so? This was merely Professor Dumbledore's kindness, Tom replied with a bashful smile. Are you aware of Dumbledore's recent ascension to the position of Death Eater's new master? Aware to some extent, he inquired. What of it? Tom awaited her elaboration with quiet anticipation. Well, if you wish to avoid Azkaban, how about you step forward and denounce Dumbledore? Ah, her approach mirrored that directed at Grindelwald. Truly, she overestimated her own cleverness, such a lack of originality. Noticing Tom's silence, Umbridge produced a collection of tormenting implements, revealing the infamous quill used for punishment. Was she preparing to force a confession? Tom squinted, thinking, you old hag. Indeed, you have devised a path to death. Grindelwald remains too benevolent. Chapter 102. Care. Before we send you to Azkaban, let us explore other methods to see if you might be persuaded. A hint of maniacal glee flickered across Umbridge's unattractive visage as she leaned closer to Tom. However, before she could react, she suddenly lost consciousness. Upon awakening, Umbridge found herself suspended within a dilapidated room. Tom sat in a chair before her, rhythmically tapping her wand. In the room, alongside Tom, stood 2 figures clad in black robes, their hoods obscuring their faces, silver masks adorning their features. Clearly, they were Death Eaters. Where's this? Release me. I shall ensure you are sent to Azkaban. I am missing, and the Ministry of Magic will surely come looking for me. Umbridge screamed and struggled, evidently unaware of her dire predicament. Tom, with a beaming smile, lifted Umbridge's wand. Cruciatus. The agonizing pain, piercing her very soul, rendered Umbridge mute in an instant. It seems that only the Cruciatus curse can compel Ms. Umbridge to silence herself. Now, we may engage in a more fruitful dialogue. You ought to know that bringing you here from Hogwarts Castle required considerable effort on my part, for which I must express my profound gratitude to Gilderoy Lockhart for his unwavering support. A chill ran through Umbridge at the mention of Lockhart, but before she could ponder further, Tom clapped his hands. At that moment, a figure entered through the door, bearing an appearance strikingly similar to Umbridge, in both visage and attire. Who else could it be but Umbridge herself? Under Umbridge's terrified gaze, Tom slowly began to speak. As for the matter of your disappearance, it is not something that can be resolved by a mere polyjuice potion. Now, you should return to Hogwarts. We must not allow our investigator, Umbridge, to vanish for too long. After the departure of Umbridge, Tom turned to the visibly distressed Umbridge and said, "Now, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Tom Riddle, the most trusted associate of Professor Dumbledore among the Death Eaters, the only one personally appointed by him as an angel within their ranks, codenamed Death." As Tom spoke, he gestured dramatically across his chest and began to sing a lament. "Great Dumbledore, your influence shall traverse the earth, as if walking in your realm." The two Death Eaters behind him, displaying remarkable loyalty, mimicked their leader's gestures while loudly chanting. Yet beneath their masks, their eyes twitched in a frenzy. When did the Death Eaters come to possess an angel, let alone one with the moniker of Death? Should it not be Leap Beyond Death? Indeed, the storytelling prowess of their master is truly awe-inspiring. Dumbledore's acquaintance with him is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Umbridge, bewildered by Tom's proclamations, stammered, "So, has Dumbledore truly become the new leader of the Death Eaters? Is Lockhart also one of them?" Of course, Professor Dumbledore never shies away from such truths. Let me share a little secret. Professor Lockhart is indeed a cherished confidant of Dumbledore. Tom spoke with an air of certainty, revealing no hint of deception. Just as Umbridge struggled to process the implications of Tom's words, his subsequent statement sent her into an uncontrollable tremor. Dolores Jane Umbridge, your father, Orford Umbridge, once worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Your mother, Ellen Cranial, a muggle, and you have an incompetent brother. After the age of 15, you lived in the magical community with your father, while your mother, an inept brother, remained in the muggle world. Henceforth, this half-blood which has sought to masquerade as a pure-blood wizard, am I correct? By the way, do not hasten to deny it. I possess ample evidence." "How could you possibly know that?" Umbridge exclaimed, her voice trembling. The greatest shame she harbored was ruthlessly exposed by Tom, her pupils dilating in horror, and her entire being quaked uncontrollably. Tom observed Umbridge's reaction with delight, relishing the psychological torment that often eclipses physical pain. It must be said, however, that as a half-blood masquerading as a pure-blood, your methods are woefully inadequate. Your theories on blood purity are rudimentary at best, and your attempts to curry favor with your superiors for advancement are painfully contrived. Truly a disgrace to Slytherin. Tom casually disparaged Umbridge, and while others in the magical world might debate such statements, he held undeniable authority on the matter. Moreover, has it not been whispered that you resemble a Death Eater more than the Death Eaters themselves? I regret to inform you that we, the Death Eaters, possess aspirations and ideals. Not just any commoner can join our ranks. You, in your current state, fall far short of our stringent criteria. The agony of the Cruciatus curse. Observe, you cannot even withstand the torment of that spell. Your shortcomings compared to us are glaring. Umbridge was first exposed to her greatest secret by Tom, followed by his scathing critiques that thoroughly undermined her. After enduring the Cruciatus curse, the dual torment of both mind and body rendered her utterly devoid of spirit, stripping away her once lofty demeanor and leaving her in a state of despondency. That will suffice for tonight. You two take good care of her. But do not let her perish, he instructed, emphasizing the word care. His subordinates exchanged knowing glances, nodding in understanding. The following evening, when Tom re-entered the dilapidated dwelling to find Umbridge, her demeanor indicated that she had been well attended to by his minions. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Tom silenced her with a stunning spell. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the domain of the centaurs. "What do you want?" "No, please help," she cried. Following a cordial exchange with the centaurs, Umbridge was presented to them as a gift. Watching them jovially cart her away, Tom felt a surge of joy. The next night, when Tom encountered Umbridge again within the centaur tribe, she was curled up on the ground, trembling. Seeing Tom, she weakly implored him, "Take me away, please, I beg you." It appeared that her day had been anything but pleasant. After being struck unconscious by Tom, Umbridge awoke once more to find herself suspended in that dilapidated room. For the ensuing 2 days, Tom did not make an appearance, as though he had completely forgotten her existence. leaving only his two Death Eater subordinates to attend to her needs. Just as she resolved to acquiesce to any demands Tom might make, he reappeared. This time, when she regained consciousness after the stunning spell, she discovered herself in a lavish room, reclining on a comfortable sofa, experiencing such unaccustomed luxury. A sense of unease filled Umbridge's heart. What does that man intend to do? Chapter 103, Loyalty. Umbridge, burdened by both physical and mental agony, slowly rose to her feet. Upon realizing she could move, her instinct was to flee, but her attempts at apparition were thwarted. Let me try again, still futile. There is no point in trying any longer. A counter-apparition charm has been placed here. You do not truly believe you can escape, do you, Ms. Umbridge? A light chuckle resonated in the air. Umbridge turned to see Tom seated at a nearby dining table, regarding her as one might a curious plaything. Now that Ms. Umbridge has awakened, would you care to join me for dinner? Just as Umbridge was about to respond, she felt the tip of a wand pressed against her back. She knew that any sign of refusal would likely lead to her becoming yet another soul devoured by the feast. A mere pawn. She found herself once again compelled by force to sit opposite Tom, while a Death Eater stood respectfully behind her, ready to attend to her with their wand. Umbridge trembled. Was this truly a dinner invitation, rather than a last meal? Tom observed her anxiety with amusement. Rest assured, Ms. Umbridge, I harbor no malicious intent toward you today. No malice? Do you have any idea how many excessive things you have done to me these past few days? Umbridge cursed inwardly. Yet the watchful gaze of the Death Eater beside her stifled her courage to voice her thoughts. You must be cursing me in your heart, believing my actions these days to be quite excessive. Tom's words sent a shiver through Umbridge, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Ms. Umbridge, perhaps you should contemplate whether I have truly been excessive. If that were the case, you would already have been sent away, consumed by the feast, and your existence wiped clean by the flames. Trust me, with the power of Professor Dumbledore and the Death Eaters, we possess the capability to achieve that. And now, you have merely been detained for a few days, subjected to a trifling Cruciatus curse and some inconsequential dark magic. Furthermore, you are still sitting here, rather than having succumbed to madness. What, then, is there to be dissatisfied about? By the way, I even took you to the Centaur tribe to address your peculiar phobia of non-human beings. It appears you did not quite enjoy it. Not to worry. Next time we shall try the half-giants. I am confident your affliction can be cured. Do you wish to hear what you are truly saying? As Umbridge listened to Tom's chillingly cheerful remarks, she felt on the verge of tears, her tormented body and mind beginning to ache anew. Now, Ms. Umbridge, let us begin our meal. As the words fell, a lavish feast crafted from exquisite ingredients appeared on the empty table, accompanied by her favorite sweet sherry. Umbridge, who had subsisted on nothing but dry bread and water for days, swallowed hard, her stomach audibly rumbling. However, upon glancing at Tom, she hesitated, as the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the Last Supper. Yet, Tom paid her no mind, immersing himself in the culinary delights before him. This sumptuous banquet, which even her salary would struggle to afford, was an irresistible temptation given her current state. After much internal conflict, Umbridge finally succumbed to her cravings and devoured the meal with reckless abandon, determined to indulge even if it meant meeting a gluttonous end. Once satiated, Umbridge resigned herself to awaiting Tom's pronouncement regarding her fate. However, he said nothing, merely signaling for his subordinates to present a collection of items before her. Exquisite jewelry, limited edition handbags, and high-end custom attire, all in her favored pastel pink, lay before her, including a whimsical decorative plate featuring playful kittens that she had long cherished. Do you like them? Tom inquired with a smile. Are these all for me? Umbridge asked incredulously, perplexed by his intentions. This all stems from Professor Dumbledore's generosity, Tom replied. He can bestow it upon you or withhold it, depending on what you are willing to offer in return. And there is even more. As Tom's words lingered in the air, a figure resembling Fudge entered the room. Do you wish to trample him underfoot, to ascend to the pinnacle of power in the Wizarding World and fulfill your ambitions? Professor Dumbledore is the one who can help you achieve it all. He can grant you the position of Minister for Magic, even the coveted pureblood status you desire. Tom's seductive words whispered in Umbridge's ears, and she felt her eyelids grow heavy, gradually succumbing to a beautiful dream. In this dream, her ambitions were realized. She became the Minister for Magic and transformed into a member of the Selwyn family, indulging in a life of opulence while her former superior, Fudge, became her obedient servant. At her beck and call, she stood as a figure of authority, second only to one in the magical realm. Just as Umbridge reveled in the intoxicating pleasure of power, she sensed the dream slipping away. No, please, no, she gasped, jolting awake to find herself once more in the dilapidated room. Ah, you've awakened. Did you enjoy the feast today? The words of the Death Eater before her sent her spiraling into madness. Was Tom's dinner invitation and her recent dream merely figments of her imagination? Before she could gather her thoughts, he continued, but the joyful moments have passed. The days ahead will require your utmost diligence. The words pierced her, a sharp reminder of her grim reality. Unprepared, Umbridge was suddenly struck by a heart-wrenching curse. The chasm between dream and reality rendering this experience particularly unbearable, nearly pushing her to the brink of collapse. A new round of care commenced anew. This time, however, Umbridge could barely endure for less than a day before she found herself in tears, desperately wishing to meet Tom. "Well then, Ms. Umbridge, what do you wish to convey to me this time?" Tom inquired, observing her crumpled form. I am willing to offer everything for Master Dumbledore," Umbridge declared, her eyes betraying an insatiable longing for escape from her current predicament and an ambition ignited by the visions Tom had painted for her. Faced with the inability to oppose Dumbledore and his Death Eaters, and realizing that all her secrets were laid bare before them, she resolved to join their ranks and surrender all to Dumbledore. Having been cared for by Tom for several days, stripped of her defenses, and entranced by the future he envisioned for her, Umbridge finally grasped this truth. "Very well, henceforth you shall be under my jurisdiction," Tom responded, satisfied with her choice. "Now, allow me to escort you to meet your new master, the great Professor Dumbledore." Chapter 104, The Audience. Umbridge's anguished scream echoed within the dilapidated room. At that moment, she bore Tom's mark. On the inner side of her left upper arm was the dark mark, albeit slightly altered. Beneath it, a line of small text read, "I am Albus Dumbledore's dog." On the inner side of her right upper arm was the symbol of the Saints, similarly adorned with a line of small text stating, "I am Gellert Grindelwald's dog." At the nape of her neck, invisible words inscribed, "For the greater good," revealed only upon summoning. Now, symmetry was achieved, and Tom, the tattoo artist, was quite pleased with his new creation. "Remember, should you ever entertain thoughts of betrayal, Professor Dumbledore will sense it. And do not even think of escaping. No matter where you flee, we will track you down. Now, go and freshen up. Then accompany me to meet Professor Dumbledore." As Tom prepared to lead her away, he noticed Umbridge standing still, prompting him to halt and ask, "Why do you hesitate? Is there something amiss?" Umbridge stared blankly at the pattern on her right arm, unable to contain her curiosity. "Is this the mark of the Saints?" "Why, in 1945, following the climactic battle between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the Saints vanished from sight, yet they have continued to operate from the shadows, with Grindelwald imprisoned in Nurmengard. Who do you think has been leading them?" Upon hearing Tom's words, Umbridge opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter a name, Albus Dumbledore. Upon speaking this name, it felt as though all her strength had been drained away. Tom timely affirmed her thoughts, saying, "Indeed, it is Professor Dumbledore, and you ought to address him as master. This time, I shall overlook your disrespect. However, should you repeat such an offense, I will not be so forgiving." Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in Umbridge's mind. "Why am I marked as Gellert Grindelwald's dog?" "That is to commemorate his most esteemed rival, Gellert Grindelwald," Tom replied, leaning closer to whisper a secret known only to Death Eaters and the core members of the Saints. Professor Dumbledore and Grindelwald were, in fact, lovers. Umbridge was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was the true nature of the magical world beneath the surface. No wonder she had always felt an invisible hand obscuring the skies of the magical realm, manipulating everything from the shadows. Now it dawned upon her that Dumbledore, as the shared master of the three most significant factions in Europe, the Order of the Phoenix, the Death Eaters, and the Saints, was the true puppet master, having achieved a genuine coronation within the magical community. Compared to him, what was fudge? What was the Ministry of Magic? In that moment, Umbridge felt an overwhelming sense of relief for her timely decision to abandon the darkness and make a genuine choice. In the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore was engaged in a cordial exchange with Grindelwald. The details remained unknown, as the portraits of former headmasters had been enchanted into slumber. These days marked a rare period of relaxation for Dumbledore. Tom seemed to have undergone a transformation, refraining from his usual mischief, allowing the elderly headmaster a much-needed respite. Otherwise, he feared he might one day perish in his chair. Umbridge, dispatched by the ministry, also appeared to be a different person, no longer wandering aimlessly within the castle, but rather sequestered in her office, only emerging for meals. Much to the relief of the students and faculty, it seemed that her meetings with Grindelwald had increased significantly during this time, and Dumbledore hoped that the coming days would remain equally tranquil. Perhaps Merlin had heard Dumbledore's prayers, for just as the headmaster was reveling in joy, he heard the sound of the gargoyle statue at the office door shifting, causing a sudden pang of foreboding within him. At that moment, from the spiral staircase, he heard Tom's voice, a sound he dreaded to hear. "Remember the etiquette for the audience. Do not disgrace yourself. What are you planning? Don't come any closer," Dumbledore thought, feeling no enthusiasm for Tom's presence. Unfortunately, the events would not bend to Dumbledore's will. Tom's figure soon materialized in the headmaster's office, accompanied by an unexpected guest, Dolores Umbridge. The combination of Tom and Umbridge was one that filled Dumbledore with an escalating sense of unease. Tom was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Dumbledore and Grindelwald. but a genuine smile of delight soon graced his face. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore and Professor Lockhart. I did not expect to find you here. I apologize for interrupting you." Dumbledore and Grindelwald silently reached a consensus at that moment. However, they needed to maintain their dignified personas, as their public images could not afford to falter. Dumbledore gently inquired, "Good evening, Tom. What brings you here tonight?" "I have come to introduce Miss Umbridge to you," Tom replied, stepping aside obediently to stand beside Grindelwald. Upon hearing Tom's words, Dumbledore glanced at the compliant Umbridge standing nearby, ready to speak, when suddenly, Umbridge knelt at his feet, beginning to kiss the hem of his robe. The absurdity of the act left even Dumbledore momentarily speechless. However, this was merely the beginning. After finishing her unusual display, Umbridge fervently declared, "Master, I, Dolores Umbridge, shall become your most loyal servant, offering all that I am to the great Albus Dumbledore, all for Dumbledore, all for the Death Eaters." This revelation left Dumbledore's mind reeling. How could Umbridge have joined the Death Eaters, and he, her master? Seeing Dumbledore's stunned silence, Umbridge, recalling the mark on her right arm and the back of her neck, spontaneously added, "I am the dog of Gellert Grindelwald, for the greater good." This time, not only Dumbledore, but even Grindelwald, who had been spectating, found himself in a state of disbelief. How could she one moment be a Death Eater and the next a saint? What was happening? Where did Umbridge truly stand? Just days prior, she had been entirely different. Now, her transformation was bewildering. Yet, amidst this chaos, it was evident that Tom Riddle was the orchestrator behind it all. Thus, all questions could be directed at the instigator. Finally regaining his composure, Dumbledore hastily dismissed Umbridge with a few curt words, then turned his accumulated ire towards Tom. "There is a time for reckoning, Tom. You have no explanation to offer me regarding the recent events?" Dumbledore, gripping the Elder Wand, fixed his cold gaze upon Tom, his remaining rationality prompting him to adopt a measured approach before resorting to confrontation. "Just now? Ah, you mean Umbridge. Did you not approve? I saved a life, after all," Tom replied, meeting Dumbledore's intense stare, curious to see how he would respond next. "Are you not aware? A few days ago, Madame Umbridge inadvertently offended Professor Grindelwald, who has expressly demanded her complete disappearance from this world. And then, upon hearing this, I felt compelled to intervene, for a life is at stake, and there remains a glimmer of hope for Umbridge. Thus, I employed the greatest magic of all, love, to enlighten her, guiding her back onto the righteous path." "Love? Indeed. This stems from your tireless teachings, Professor Dumbledore, for you have proclaimed that love can embrace and redeem all. Did you not just now perceive Madame Umbridge's profound affection for you? It was so intense, so fervent, that it nearly brought me to tears." Professor Grindelwald stood by, utterly astonished, watching Tom weave his nonsensical tale with utmost seriousness. How could this lad spin such absurdities with such skill, exhibiting a remarkable talent for verbal evasion? "Oh, so the love you speak of concerning Umbridge is directed at me, the new master of the Death Eaters?" Dumbledore, infuriated yet amused by Tom's rhetoric, found it perplexing how love could be wielded in such a manner. However, Tom seemed oblivious to the tension, continuing his discourse. "Professor, you just acknowledged being the new master of the Death Eaters. Did I truly affirm that? Can you not comprehend human speech?" The tip of Dumbledore's wand instantly glimmered, but Tom's next words interrupted his spellcasting. "However, Professor, I must correct you. You are not only the new master of the Death Eaters, but also the leader of the Order of the Phoenix and the Saints. Should you require it, I can present evidence to the world." "What evidence?" Dumbledore's hand, poised to cast, froze, his voice trembling unnaturally. Tom handed a parchment to Grindelwald, who examined it closely, growing increasingly intrigued. "Why does Albus, as the head, possess no shares?" After finishing, he passed it to Dumbledore, voicing his confusion. "That is because all shares belonging to Professor Dumbledore have been transferred to you. After all, wealth can corrupt, and it is far more reassuring for you, as his beloved, to hold them on his behalf. Should the professor require funds, he need only request pocket money from you." Upon hearing Tom's response, Grindelwald couldn't help but commend him, recognizing his thoughtfulness. By this time, Dumbledore had completed his review of the parchment and, having overheard Tom and Grindelwald's exchange, was utterly dismayed. When had this been concocted? The list was laden with familiar names, each one a known associate. Every Death Eater who had evaded judgment was accounted for. Moreover, several old acquaintances from the Saints were present, and the audacity of Grindelwald to consort with Tom in such mischief was bewildering. Did he not possess even a shred of awareness befitting a Dark Lord? To Dumbledore's surprise, many members of the first generation of the Order of the Phoenix and their descendants had also become involved. Potter, Longbottom, Black, Pruitt, Burns, each surname was familiar to him. Did these individuals even realize they had joined forces with Death Eaters and Saints? Surely, this must be a case of deception, right? He even spotted Lupin and Weasley. What could they possibly contribute financially? For the sake of mere numbers, someone had clearly crossed all ethical boundaries. Yet, The most egregious aspect was that he was the one in charge, holding a stake of 0. This was undoubtedly a setup for him to take the fall. While the one with the greatest share was none other than this little rascal before him. Professor, everything has been registered with the Ministry of Magic. All is lawful and compliant. You need not worry. Need not worry. That phrase sounds strikingly familiar, almost as if could it be the Ariana Dumbledore Charity Foundation as well? Indeed, Professor, but alas, the die is cast. There is no turning back now. Faced with Tom's audacious demeanor, Dumbledore could no longer restrain himself. Tom Riddle. That night, the brilliance of magic once more illuminated the skies over Hogwarts. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of the entire Hogwarts faculty and student body. Snacks, sodas, and small stools were gathered as students peered through the windows, eagerly admiring the fireworks erupting from the duel in the Forbidden Forest, applauding and fervently discussing the spectacle. One side of the conflict was undoubtedly led by Headmaster Dumbledore. But who, pray tell, was his opponent? Who could say? Yet, given the intensity of the battle, it was clear that the adversary harbored profound emotional or financial grievances against Dumbledore. No, that cannot be right. I suspect they are executing a traitor among the Death Eaters. The scenario mirrors that of a leader pursuing a wayward subordinate from the stories. Death Eaters? Have you forgotten? The new leader is none other than Professor Dumbledore himself. As reported by the Daily Prophet, could it be that the Dark Lord has returned, intent on reclaiming the position of Death Eater leader from Dumbledore? Impossible. Your imagination runs wild. As for curfews, violations of school rules, and point deductions, what are those? The little creatures seem to have selective amnesia regarding such matters. Meanwhile, the professor discerned even more. Dumbledore was undeniably powerful, a truth known to all. Yet, the individual battling him now could match his prowess, prompting deep contemplation. After all, those with such strength in the magical realm were few and far between. The magical skills displayed by both combatants were astounding, and the dark magic exhibited by Dumbledore's opponent was nothing short of breathtaking. The flickering green light bore witness to his mastery of killing curses. All of this inevitably conjured thoughts of that individual, and in light of recent rumors, could it be that the Dark Lord truly has returned? Driven by the desire to reclaim the throne of the Death Eater leader? Adhering to the principle of not complicating matters for Dumbledore? Or perhaps driven by a deep-seated desire to witness a spectacle of treachery, the professors chose to observe the unfolding events in silence. Yet, for reasons unknown, Professor McGonagall felt a compelling urge, an impulse to cry out. Just as all the students and faculty of Hogwarts believed that this fierce battle would persist, a sudden stillness enveloped the Forbidden Forest. What had transpired? Had a victor emerged? The crowd found themselves momentarily perplexed. Chapter 106, The New Nocturne Alley. As the Hogwarts community stood in confusion, a different scene unfolded in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore pointed his wand at Tom, yet found himself unable to act. In the brief interlude of combat, Tom had evaded capture for a fleeting moment, only to reappear adorned with a large frame hanging from his chest. Professor, do attempt to attack me. This is a test of the love between you and Professor Grindelwald, he taunted. Dumbledore gazed at the framed photograph of his younger self alongside Grindelwald, then at Tom's puffed-up chest, clearly using it as a form of protective armor. Confident that Dumbledore would not strike. After a moment's struggle, Dumbledore dejectedly lowered his wand. Indeed, the rascal had wagered correctly. He could not bring himself to harm the image of his past with Grindelwald. However, he was left wondering where on earth Tom had procured such a contraption. Grindelwald, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. What audacity! How could such shamelessness exist in the world? While he was pleased with Dumbledore's choice, the honor of wizards had been utterly tarnished. Seeing Dumbledore relent, Tom quickly remarked, Professor, remain calm, calm. You vented enough, it's best to retire early. Too much fire in the liver is detrimental to your health, old man. As he spoke, he lifted the frame as a shield, edging closer to Dumbledore. The sight of Tom's stance caused Dumbledore's previously relaxed fist to tighten once more. At that moment, Tom dropped the frame and swiftly thrust a box into Dumbledore's hands. What is this? Dumbledore inquired, perplexed as he examined the box. Tom smirked mischievously. Inside is something you've been frequenting Gale's collection for, a limited edition. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore instantly grasped the implication and felt an unexpected thrill. Meanwhile, Tom presented a similar box to Grindelwald, ensuring equal distribution. Professor, this is yours, perfectly matching Dumbledore's. At this juncture, the prospect of further conflict seemed futile. Dumbledore and Grindelwald found themselves eager to return and unveil their treasures. Just then, the Hogwarts professors arrived late to the scene, pausing in surprise at the sight of Dumbledore. Grindelwald and Tom together. Albus, Gellert, and Tom, why are the three of you here? Professor McGonagall voiced the collective curiosity. Ahem. Professor Lockhart and I are currently conducting specialized training with Tom, revealing to him the allure of magic. Oh, everyone cast skeptical glances at Dumbledore. Who would believe such a rationale? Could it be that Dumbledore is indeed orchestrating some clandestine plot? Once the seeds of doubt are sown, they truly take root and flourish. Early the next morning, Tom, still ensconced in slumber, was roused by Dumbledore's call. "So early, what is it, Professor?" Tom groggily rubbed his bleary eyes. Regarding the elderly man with white hair who had so rudely interrupted his dreams with disdain. "Please grant me a leave of absence. And then take me to Knockturn Alley for an inspection. As the person in charge, I cannot remain oblivious to local affairs." Dumbledore, having heard about the ongoing renovations and expansions in Knockturn Alley, began to piece together the events after reflecting on what Tom had shown him the previous day. However, hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Until he witnessed it with his own eyes, he could not quell the unease in his heart. Thus, he sought out Tom early in the morning, for this young man was the origin of it all. Upon hearing this, Tom's interest piqued, and he promptly presented a leave request to Snape. As Snape observed Tom and Dumbledore departing together, he could not help but clench the note in his hand. "Due to an outing with Headmaster Dumbledore to study the future development of Hogwarts, I hereby request a day off, Tom Riddle." Contemplating the contents of the note alongside recent rumors, Snape began to suspect whether Tom was indeed referring to Hogwarts, or subtly alluding to certain organizations. Seeing the camaraderie between Dumbledore and Tom, Snape began to question whether he had been manipulated by Dumbledore, who had exploited his love and remorse for Lily to turn him into a double agent, all to fulfill his own ambitions. Now that it appeared Dumbledore's aspirations had been realized, did this signify that Snape was to become a mere pawn in Dumbledore's game? Intelligent individuals are often prone to overthinking, and Snape was certainly one of them. In that moment, his heart wavered, and he became increasingly paranoid. While Snape remained ensnared in his doubts, Tom and Dumbledore arrived at the entrance of Knockturn Alley. The renovation work was ongoing, but had already taken shape. Once a filthy, chaotic alley, it had transformed into a clean and orderly passageway. The narrow path had been significantly widened, and the dark wizards who once roamed freely had vanished, replaced by individuals in crisp black uniforms patrolling the streets. "Professor, these are the former dark wizards who, after thorough vetting and confirming they bear no serious charges, have undergone training and returned to work. They are now primarily responsible for the safety and cleanliness of Knockturn Alley. With employment and a stable life, they will be able to settle down. In the future, with families of their own, they are less likely to pose a threat to the magical community. After all, most dark wizards have chosen this path out of necessity. Now we can offer them a chance to make a different choice." Dumbledore, upon hearing Tom's words, nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on how Tom had finally accomplished something of significance. At that moment, two patrolling personnel noticed Tom and Dumbledore, promptly halting their steps, raising their right arms at a 45-degree angle, and saluting. "Greetings, Dumbledore." "Greetings, Dark Lord." Both Tom and Dumbledore fell into a profound silence. "Please refrain from saluting me in public, and do not address me as Dark Lord in such a setting." Upon hearing this, one of the patrolling personnel jolted, considered for a moment, and quickly amended their salute. "Greetings, White Lord." "Greetings, Mysterious One." This was hardly an improvement. After the two left, Dumbledore solemnly remarked to Tom, "Tom, it is imperative to enhance personnel training. They do not appear to be particularly astute." It was utterly humiliating. Could those minions trained by Voldemort truly be so inept? Was it necessary for Tom himself to personally educate them with affection for such trivial matters? "Lucius, let us find a time to have a serious discussion." As Tom inwardly cursed his unreliable subordinates, Dumbledore had already taken the lead into the alley. The tour of the newly revamped Knockturn Alley was officially underway. "Professor Dumbledore, come and take a look. Welcome to the new Knockturn Alley, a comprehensive commercial area for dining, entertainment, and leisure. I, Little Paimon, shall serve as your magnificent guide." Dumbledore gazed at Tom, who donned a demeanor of humility and reverence, feeling a distinct chill run down his spine. What on earth was Little Paimon? Was not his name Tom Riddle? Should he not be referred to as the Dark Lord or Voldemort to suit his character? When had his style changed? Furthermore, Tom, when did you undergo such a transformation? Before him stood Tom, now a flamboyant figure clad in charming white attire, adorned with a white wig, and merrily chanting, "Ehi, Donato." Dumbledore felt a wave of physiological discomfort, questioning whether he had fallen victim to an illusion. Could this absurdity truly pose a threat to the wizarding world? Surely, this was a deliberate attempt to irritate him. "Professor, why the silence? Are you dissatisfied with my service as Little Paimon? If you have any requests, please voice them. I shall make the necessary adjustments. Please do not leave a negative review. I implore you." Dumbledore felt his stomach churn, forcing himself to turn away from the spectacle, fearful he might succumb to the urge to strike. "For heaven's sake, Tom, could you please revert to your former self? I preferred your rebellious and disdainful demeanor." Despite Dumbledore's fervent insistence, Tom ultimately chose to remain in his current guise. A negative review? Absolutely. Reluctantly, Dumbledore was dragged forward by Tom, but after just a few steps, he came to an abrupt halt. Ariana Avenue stands as a tribute to the late Miss Ariana Dumbledore, 1885 to 1899. As Albus Dumbledore gazed upon the gleaming golden letters on the street in the sunlight, he couldn't help but murmur softly. As a competent guide, Tom, no, now he is known as young Paimon Riddle, naturally seized the moment to elaborate. Professor, you see, the main thoroughfare of the newly expanded Upside-Down Lane has been officially renamed Ariana Avenue, in memory of the tragically departed Miss Ariana Dumbledore. However, people may continue to refer to it by its old name, Upside-Down Lane. Dumbledore felt a sharp tug at his heart and glanced meaningfully at Tom, sensing that he had been deftly maneuvered. This little rascal truly was a master of manipulation, yet he executed it splendidly. Of course, it would be preferable if he could don a different attire. Now, Professor, we find ourselves in the entertainment district, which features several of our newly launched entertainment offerings. As Tom introduced the area, Dumbledore surveyed the surrounding shops. Werewolf Murder Board Game Shop? What is this? He inquired, intrigued by the ambiguous sign adorned with the charming visage of Remus Lupin. Ah, this is a newly released multiplayer strategy tabletop game that is currently being heavily promoted. Lupin is temporarily in charge of this establishment. Professor, whenever you have the time, you could invite some friends to join in the fun. However, do remember that the shop closes on full moon nights. Closes on full moon nights? Dumbledore immediately discerned the peculiar implication in Tom's words. Indeed, as he surmised, all the staff here are werewolves, and they even offer companionship services. After all, it is quite reasonable for werewolves to manage a werewolf-themed game. Furthermore, this initiative provides a means of livelihood for the lower-tier werewolves. Each month, we even supply Wolfbane potion, and if the business thrives, we shall open more branches to employ additional werewolves. This faithfully adheres to the path you hold dear. Upon hearing Tom's explanation, Dumbledore found himself somewhat astonished by his audacity. Are you aware that this display might draw the attention of Fenrir Greyback? How will he continue to lead and control the werewolves if you employ such methods? Once your enterprises expand, I suspect they might even deliver Greyback to you without your prompting. Had Tom possessed such acumen during the Wizarding War, Dumbledore mused that many within the magical community might have directly aligned themselves with him. While Dumbledore was absorbed in Tom's audacious maneuvers, Tom pointed to a neighboring shop. Weasley Wizarding Wheezes? Dumbledore stared incredulously at Tom, who calmly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I co-founded it with George and Fred. They provide the expertise, while I contribute the funding. Having perused the shop, Dumbledore couldn't help but admire the unique talents of the Weasley twins in alchemy and mischief-making. No wonder they could afford to invest. However, this entanglement inevitably linked the Weasley family with Tom, prompting a subtle headache for Dumbledore, who could only console himself internally. Tom merely sought to earn a modest profit, not indulging in reckless behavior within the magical community. As Dumbledore exited the Weasley Wizarding Joke Shop, still reeling from the encounter, a massive poster caught his attention. The Fourth Club promises a comprehensive service from the infamous Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, with limited spots available for swift reservations. The audacity of the name. Fourth and Grindelwald still alive. Did they not fear a confrontation? At that moment, Tom also noticed Dumbledore's gaze. Professor, would you care to try? I've reserved a spot just for you. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I shan't inform Professor Grindelwald. If you feel any guilt, fret not. The next theme is Albus Dumbledore, and I'll ensure a reservation for Professor Grindelwald. Then, you shall be even. Dumbledore stared at Tom in disbelief. The man was still alive. Was it truly wise for Tom to speak so brazenly in his presence? Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a flicker of temptation at the sight of the figure on the poster, donned in a maid outfit reminiscent of Inazuma, strikingly similar to a younger Grindelwald. Seemingly sensing Dumbledore's hesitation, Tom discreetly slipped a bag into Dumbledore's hand. Professor, fear not. Your portrait fee is assured, tailored to your tastes. Moreover, should you miss this opportunity, who knows when a replica may arise? Do consider trying it. Dumbledore, a man of discerning principles, would not be swayed by trivial worldly matters. Could reservations be made for tonight? Observing Dumbledore silently stow the bag into his pocket, Tom smiled. Indeed, Grindelwald was a formidable weapon against Dumbledore. Of course, Professor. Your priority is always paramount. Thus, they settled on tonight. Dumbledore's intention to expose Tom's dark side was the sole reason for his involvement, entirely unrelated to Grindelwald. Chapter 108. The Visit, Part 2. After finalizing Professor Dumbledore's reservation, and receiving an additional special psychological therapy session along with a private artificial hot spring experience from Tom, Dumbledore left the Fourth Club contentedly alongside him. Subsequently, Tom enthusiastically invited Professor Dumbledore to the nearby Dual Kingdom for a card game. Professor, this is the latest card game co-developed by me, George, and Fred, produced and promoted by the Weasley family. Care for a match? Once again, the Weasley twins emerged. Tom certainly had a remarkable rapport with them, a serpent truly mingling amidst lions. The Voldemort of yesteryear lacked such social finesse. As for the Weasley family, Dumbledore was unsurprised. Given the relationship between Miss Cassandra and Tom, it would have been abnormal not to be involved. As Dumbledore prepared to decline, He heard Tom say, "Professor, this is Professor Grindelwald's recent favorite pastime." Grindelwald's favorite pastime? How could he be unaware of this? Perhaps Grindelwald had been spending less time with him recently due to this very activity. Dumbledore felt compelled to give it a try. And then, nothing more followed. The staff of the dueling kingdom looked on in despair at the ruins of the shop, alongside Dumbledore and Tom, who were at a loss for words. They knew well that playing cards with the Dark Lord, given his ghastly card skills, would inevitably escalate to a real duel, and indeed, this time it had come to pass. Fortunately, they had been quick on their feet, lest they become collateral damage. As Dumbledore and Tom confronted one another, a crowd began to gather around them, and even the Aurors dispatched by Fudge to monitor the commotion in Knockturn Alley had arrived. Upon seeing the crowd, Tom suddenly crouched down, clutching his head to obscure his face, and cried out, "Oh, Dark Lord, why must we resort to violence over a mere card game? I assure you, I am not that sort of person." The onlookers, upon hearing Tom's wails and glancing at Dumbledore, regarded him as a perverse figure. To their astonishment, Dumbledore was revealed to be such a person, bullying someone as endearing as Tom. It was just as the Daily Prophet had claimed. Truly, the Dark Lord was deserving of his title. They had misjudged him before. The malicious deeds of Professor Dumbledore must be brought to light. "I did not. I never." "Stop spreading lies," Dumbledore protested, listening to the crowd's chatter and then casting a glance at Tom, who was performing with such skill that it seemed almost a shame he was not an actor. He longed to clarify the situation, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the murmurs drowned him out. As for amplification spells, he knew that any move on his part would surely be twisted into the next day's headlines. Dumbledore attempts to bully a young boy, seeking to eliminate witnesses to his crimes. The only ones privy to the truth were the staff of the dueling kingdom, who now looked at Dumbledore with a hint of sympathy. Yet, from another perspective, the Dark Lord's current appearance was undeniably quite charming. It seemed not entirely unreasonable for Dumbledore to intervene. Whether the Dark Lord's demeanor would tarnish his image was left unexamined by the benefactor. Those with objections had already been silenced by the spectacle. Moreover, this was certainly an improvement over a noseless visage. At least it was more likely to attract new followers. As the Aurors prepared to approach, the astute Lucius made his entrance, presenting a small bag of galleons. "Let us spare the Dark Lord this time. I assure you, he shall not offend again in broad daylight. I implore you, do not let this incident be widely known." The word widely was emphasized with subtle gravitas by Lucius. The arriving Aurors, restrained by their duties, were initially reluctant to engage. After all, what was the point of risking their lives for a mere month's salary? Now that Lucius had provided a way out, along with an unexpected gain, they cheerfully accepted the pouch of coins, declaring, "Let this be a one-time exception. We shall spare Dumbledore this time. However, we will still publicize his misdeeds." With that, they departed, dispersing the remaining crowd, and even Lucius quietly slipped away amidst the throng after completing his task. Tom, suppressing his tears, wore a grin as he observed the disheveled Dumbledore, who appeared quite a sight in the wind. "Tom Riddle." The professor's desperate call fell on deaf ears. "Oh, don't be so surprised. You and Grindelwald truly make quite the pair, both with equally poor reputations. Just look at the destruction you've caused. Is it so unreasonable for me to seek some compensation?" Tom boldly took the moral high ground, chastising Dumbledore. "Dumbledore and Grindelwald are a pair." Before Dumbledore could respond, Sirius's startled exclamation cut through the air. Sirius and Remus, who had been dining at the 39 Argyle restaurant, rushed outside to witness the commotion. Having just recovered from the shock of Dumbledore bullying a young girl, they were momentarily relieved to see the white-haired boy was Tom, only to be met with even more sensational revelations. Now it was Dumbledore who fell silent. What could he say? To deny it would only invite someone nearby to run and tattle, while to admit it would require careful consideration of his words. His momentary silence, however, seemed to imply more than it concealed, prompting exchanged glances between Sirius and Remus. It became evident that the wizarding world was far more intricate than they had previously understood. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Tom sought to lighten the mood by pointing to the unopened card pack in Sirius's hand, acquired from the 39 Argyle restaurant. "Sirius, it seems you've got a limited edition there. Congratulations, it's quite collectible." Encouraged by Tom's words, Sirius curiously opened the card pack, only to fall into silence once more. Remus, noticing Sirius's unusual demeanor, glanced at the contents, rendered speechless as well. The vivid likeness of James Potter lay bare before them. While they longed to see their old friend, this was not the form they had wished for. Who, they wondered, had thought of such a thing? Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward, a loudspeaker in the distance broke the tension. Tom's membership store, grand opening celebration. Sign up for free for a limited time. This month, present your shopping receipt at the Bogan Boggins novelty shop to enjoy a 20% discount. Today's special, Holly Wand, 11 inches, with a phoenix feather. Just like the Savior S, available for only 3 galleons each. Buy 2 get 1 free, while supplies last. Come one, come all, don't miss out. Holly, 11 inches long, with a phoenix feather, wasn't he that Harry's wand? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore could no longer remain in place. He abandoned Tom and the others and hurried forward. Where on earth did some scoundrel acquire so many phoenix feathers, and what was the motive behind such actions? Chapter 109, The Visit, and what is this? Dumbledore gazed upon the neatly arranged wooden wands that bore the unmistakable mark of mass production, his spirits plummeting. Oh, esteemed Lord Voldemort, would you care for a sample? This is our meticulously crafted upgraded version of the Savior's wand. It is fashioned from materials cultivated with care in France, reimagined by a renowned wand designer from Italy, processed with precision from Germany, and ultimately assembled by hand in England. Today, it is a mere 3 galleons each, with a buy 2, get 1 free offer. You could use 2 as chopsticks and 1 for casting spells. Truly a bargain. My lord, would you not indulge in a piece? The sales assistant rambled on enthusiastically to Dumbledore, leaving him momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the plethora of absurdities that left him at a loss for words. He had grown immune to Voldemort's presence, but what of France, Italy, Germany, and England? Surely, this was pure fabrication. It was evident that this was the product of some obscure workshop owned by a Death Eater. More critically, was it not stated that the wand cores were phoenix feathers? Why, then, did the assortment of feathers here lack any phoenix? Dumbledore, uncertain whether he had misjudged the situation, conducted another inspection, arriving at the same conclusion, his mind swirling with questions, though he felt a twinge of relief that it was not Fox's feathers being exploited. Was this not a blatant case of false advertising? Did they not fear the repercussions of their deceit? The wand cores are indeed phoenix feathers, Professor. Tom, who had lagged behind, sidled up to Dumbledore. Professor, the magical creatures providing these feathers are uniformly referred to as phoenixes. It is quite reasonable for phoenixes to supply phoenix feathers, is it not? Having lived a century, Dumbledore had never encountered such unscrupulous merchants, nearly shattering his worldview. Furthermore, Professor, we do possess wands with authentic phoenix tail feathers. Allow me to present them to you for your enlightenment. Upon hearing Tom's words, the sales assistant quickly dashed into the store, soon returning with an exquisite box. Upon opening it for Dumbledore, he beheld 2 remarkably familiar wands. This one is made of yew, with a core of phoenix feather, measuring 13.5 inches. The other is holly, with a core of phoenix feather, measuring 11 inches. Both cores derive from Fox's feathers. Given the rarity and complexity of their creation, only 7 sets were produced, and once sold, they would be out of circulation forever. Moreover, these are sold as a complete set, not individually, and come with signatures from Voldemort and Harry, making them undeniably worth the price. However, only customers who reach the highest level in this establishment will qualify for purchase. Ah, how far they have fallen, discarding all moral boundaries for the sake of profit. No wonder Fox has appeared to lose some of his feathers lately. He has not escaped the clutches of a certain individual. Moreover, your antics have thoroughly distorted the notion of fate between Voldemort and Harry, as well as the significance of the twin wands and the prophecy of Sybil Trelawney. Tom, your presence in the wizarding world is indeed a boon. Tom feigned ignorance to Dumbledore's barely concealed frustration, lifting his chin with a sense of pride. Of course, Professor. If you desire, I can present you with a set right now. Just as Dumbledore's anger was about to erupt, he heard Tom pick up a cheap wand and continue. Furthermore, this endeavor is a tremendous benefit to the magical community. If this were priced at 7 galleons, it would be a travesty, yet at 3 galleons. It is undoubtedly a bargain. Customers might even express their gratitude. Just ask Mrs. Weasley over there. Dumbledore followed Tom's gesture and spotted Molly Weasley, laden with an array of packages. Molly, having noticed Tom, hurried over and enveloped him in a warm embrace before he could react. Thank you, Tom, for looking after George and Fred. Your shop is simply splendid. Not only is the inventory extensive, but the prices are remarkably low. Look, I purchased all of this without spending much. It alleviates some of the financial strain at home. By the way, taking advantage of today's special, I bought Ron a new wand, so he can finally retire Charlie's old one. Thank you, Tom. Tom gestured towards Dumbledore with an unmistakable look that conveyed, "See, I told you so." It was then that Mrs. Weasley noticed Dumbledore's presence, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Professor Dumbledore, people are now saying you are the White Lord, the shadowy puppeteer of the wizarding world, the new master of the Death Eaters. Another weary sigh escaped Dumbledore. He was above defending himself against the slander of some petty scoundrel. Their final stop on the tour was Ariana Avenue, the terminus of Knockturn Alley. Dumbledore Square, established in honor of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, 1881, commemorates his outstanding contributions to the magical realm. Upon reading those words, the living Dumbledore felt a twinge of embarrassment. What was even more mortifying awaited him. In the center of the square stood a colossal statue of Dumbledore, seated upon a throne, clutching the Elder Wand, while Grindelwald himself crowned him. What is this? Dumbledore's voice trembled as he approached Tom. Noticing the inscription at the base, in commemoration of Albus Dumbledore's defeat of Grindelwald in 1945, thus crowned the White Lord. Why am I once again referred to as the White Lord, Tom? Are you determined to associate me with this title? It seems that this White Lord moniker is one I cannot escape, as if I have been inexorably thrust into this role by someone's elaborate machinations. He, who has always been adept at scheming, has unexpectedly found himself in such a predicament. Where did it all begin to go awry? As Dumbledore pondered the absurdity of life, a considerable number of people began to gather nearby. "Let us commence the afternoon prayer," declared the leader, prompting the followers to kneel on one knee before the statue of Dumbledore, reciting the Dumbledore's holy scriptures. At a glance, it seemed as though they had stumbled upon an unspeakable gathering. This spectacle drew the attention of bewildered passers-by, who paused to observe. Dumbledore, pulling Tom along, decided it was time to depart from this dismal place, which he could scarcely endure any longer. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Dumbledore had not yet recovered from the tumult of the day when he noticed a figure limping hastily towards him. "Albus, I have finally found you. I have located it." Chapter 110, The Cave. Alastair, slow down. "You found it?" Dumbledore inquired eagerly, noticing Moody approaching rapidly. "Indeed, Albus, I have discovered the cave." Moody nodded in affirmation. "Let us converse in a different location." With that, Dumbledore led Moody away. Tom, preparing to return to the common room, suddenly halted, having caught onto a key phrase in Moody's words. The cave could not possibly be the one he was envisioning. This term might hold little significance for others, but for Tom, it triggered a unique response. Could it be that Dumbledore has not yet relinquished hope? If so, his recent excursions with Grindelwald were likely in pursuit of Horcruxes, and he had even enlisted Moody's assistance. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that Moody had indeed located the cave housing the false locket. However, did he possess the capability to overcome the defenses left by Voldemort? Clearly, he did not, hence his return to seek Dumbledore's aid. Watching their retreating figures, Tom was filled with exhilaration. "Professor Dumbledore, since you are in search of Horcruxes, I, Tom Riddle, shall certainly lend my assistance." "Alastair, are you certain this is the location?" Standing atop a steep cliff and listening to the waves crashing against the dark rocks, Dumbledore sought confirmation from Moody once more. "Based on your description, Albus, I have searched extensively, and this must be the spot. However, we must first enter through the crevice at the base of the cliff." With that, Moody led Dumbledore down by means of apparition to the rocky ledge below, guiding him through a narrow, scarcely perceptible gap, barely a meter wide. "This place is indeed elusive. I have endured much hardship to find it. Albus, is there truly something of great importance related to Voldemort here?" Moody murmured as they advanced. "Alastair, I cannot say for certain," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head in uncertainty upon hearing Moody's words. After confirming the existence of Horcruxes with Tom, Dumbledore embarked on a quest to locate them. Unsure of the veracity of Tom's words, he resolved to proceed at his own pace. However, the journey to find the Horcruxes proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. At the Gaunt residence, he had entered with high hopes of discovering a Horcrux, only to leave empty-handed. Consequently, Dumbledore was uncertain of the outcome of this expedition into the cavern. As the two ventured deeper, the initially narrow crevice widened considerably. They ascended several stone steps and eventually halted in front of a vast cavern. "Luminos!" Moody exclaimed, illuminating the entire cave with his wand before turning to Dumbledore. "We have arrived. Albus, the next step is yours." During his previous visit, Moody had searched the cavern for hours without success and had no choice but to return to Hogwarts to enlist Dumbledore's assistance. Dumbledore, displaying an intense focus, seemed to disregard Moody as he meandered through the cavern, caressing the rocky walls while muttering incantations under his breath. After a considerable time, he finally paused before one of the walls, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. Noticing this, Moody inquired eagerly, "Albus, what is it? Have you discovered something?" "Alastair, I have found it. Someone has concealed the entrance with magic," Dumbledore replied, scrutinizing the enchantment above. "Is it Voldemort? I cannot conceive of anyone else." He continued, "However, I believe we must pay a price to gain entry." Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore rose slowly. "Albus, what kind of price?" Moody asked. "If I am not mistaken, it is blood," Dumbledore remarked, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. "Blood?" Moody echoed incredulously. "Indeed, Alastair, while it may seem primitive, it is undeniably effective. I suspect Voldemort intended this trap to weaken his adversaries." As he spoke, Dumbledore conjured a dagger and rolled up his sleeve. Yet before he could make a move, Moody snatched the dagger from his hand and swiftly made a cut across Dumbledore's arm, causing blood to flow freely. Recognizing Moody's impetuous nature, Dumbledore refrained from protest and promptly recited an incantation. As his blood fell upon the rocky surface, an archway materialized, and moments later, the stone vanished, revealing a pitch-black opening. After healing Moody's wound with a spell, they stepped through the entrance, greeted by a dark lake where blue flames flickered ominously. The once obscured cavern transformed into a surreal azure realm, with countless wraiths emerging from the depths of the lake, serving as prime fuel for the ravenous flames. In this place where they should not have been, the two men found themselves dangerously enthralled by the fire. "Albus, this is the malevolent little Slytherin," one of them remarked. Under the flickering flames, Moody, who had shared a brief yet unhappy encounter with someone, was the first to recognize Tom's silhouette. As for the elderly gentleman beside Tom, Moody racked his brain but could not recall his identity. "Professor, why did you take so long to arrive?" "Professor Grindelwald and I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. By the way, I have located Regulus Black. I will deliver him to Sirius, and he will be quite pleased." At that moment, Tom also noticed Dumbledore and Moody entering, exclaiming joyfully while gesturing towards a motionless corpse at his feet. Meanwhile, the restored Grindelwald cast a glance at Dumbledore, his eyes filled with a sense of accusation for not including him, causing Dumbledore to avert his gaze in a moment of guilt. In the midst of their silent exchange, Moody suddenly exclaimed, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, "Grindelwald? Albus, is it the Grindelwald I am thinking of? He shouldn't be here. He was supposed to be in Nurmengard." Dumbledore, momentarily at a loss for words, could only muster a stern response. "Alastair, we will discuss this later. First, we must deal with these corpses." With that, Dumbledore left Moody behind and joined Grindelwald and Tom. Faced with such a multitude of corpses, anyone else might have succumbed to despair. However, they were up against some of the most formidable and audacious individuals in the magical realm, capable of obliterating even the most overwhelming odds. Voldemort likely never anticipated such a formidable assembly during the establishment of this place. Moody, trembling with trepidation, noted that while Dumbledore and Grindelwald were formidable, the wicked little Slytherin's display of power was not in the least inferior to theirs. In that instant, Moody felt as though he had squandered years of his life in ignorance. As the blue and orange flames gradually subsided, the Black Lake ceased to yield any more corpses. Dumbledore, having relinquished the Elder Wand, gazed at the two before him with a complex expression, particularly at the mischievous young rascal. "Why are you both here?" Dumbledore inquired. Tom looked at him, perplexed. "Why can't we be here? It's not as if this is a place to be ashamed of. Besides, Professor, had you expressed your desire to come earlier, I would have brought you along without hesitation. Are you certain? Surely you jest?" Dumbledore regarded Tom with skepticism, questioning the veracity of his words. However, reflecting on Tom's past behavior and the presence of Gellert nearby, he wondered if there might be some truth to it after all. Thus, after expending considerable mental effort and dragging Moody along through various trials to seek answers, what was he truly hoping to achieve? Just as Dumbledore felt a wave of discontent wash over him, Grindelwald interjected, "Because Albus, you abandoned me once more. I had no choice but to seek Tom's assistance, which ultimately led me to you." Hey. The statement is evidently ambiguous. What does it mean to abandon you once more? It has only been one night without a meeting. Additionally, what is meant by seeking assistance from Tom? It is clear that the two of you have colluded, and it is likely that this ambush was premeditated. Dumbledore felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He wondered if it were merely his imagination, but it seemed that during this time, Gellert and Tom had become entwined, veering towards an unpredictable fate. From a distance, Moody found himself unable to intervene against the Inferi, as the three before him were far too formidable. Now, witnessing the near annihilation of the Inferi, Moody tightened his grip on his wand, preparing to confront the more formidable adversary, the Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald, alongside Dumbledore. However, he was taken aback by an unforgettable sight. Dumbledore appeared to be conversing amiably with the forces of darkness. Was it possible that he had fallen victim to Voldemort's dark magic and was hallucinating? A startling thought flashed through Moody's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Dumbledore seemed to recall his good companion who had come with him and promptly beckoned Moody over. Moody approached Dumbledore with caution, maintaining a defensive posture, unwilling to relax his vigilance. Dumbledore noticed Moody's unease and spoke soothingly. "Alastair, relax, they are not enemies." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Moody voiced his most pressing question. "Albus, what on earth is happening?" Before Dumbledore could respond, Tom interjected. "Of course, we are here to catch you in the act." "What? Catch in the act? What does that mean?" Moody was momentarily taken aback by Tom's words. The inherently foolish Gryffindor old man. Observing Moody's bewilderment, Tom pointed at Dumbledore and said, "The principal." He then gestured towards Grindelwald, declaring, "The original." Next, he pointed at the still-dazed Moody, labeling him the mistress. Finally, he pointed at himself, proclaiming, "The witness." Understand? It was succinct and straightforward, elucidating the relationships among those present. Moody, despite not being truly foolish, quickly grasped the implication of Tom's words. He looked at Dumbledore in disbelief, his magical eye whirling wildly, his voice trembling. "Albus, you too." Dumbledore shot a fierce glare at Tom, but Tom chose to disregard him, continuing to chatter. "So, why does the foolish lion of Gryffindor, at such an old age, still want to play the role of a mistress?" Shouldn't you take a look in the mirror and see what you look like? Do you think you can compete for Grindelwald's affection looking like that? Moody felt himself flush with embarrassment. Oh heavens, this was perhaps the greatest injustice of his life. He had merely been coaxed by Dumbledore into doing this work. He harbored no inappropriate intentions towards the old man, nor had he ever considered playing the role of a mistress. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who intervened, halting Tom's incessant slander. Tom, Astoria and I do not share such a relationship. However, since you are here, I shall not beat around the bush. What offenses have been put in place? You must convince Professor Grindelwald of that, Tom muttered under his breath. Then, unperturbed, he divulged to Dumbledore. Anti-disapparition jinx, inferi, the Black Lake, potions, essentially, that's about it. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore and Grindelwald displayed little reaction, yet Moody sensed something awry and could not contain himself. Why would this wicked Slytherin brat know such intricate details? Actually, you may refer to him as Mr. Voldemort. Grindelwald, having been ensnared by Tom on numerous occasions, was unbothered by the opportunity to turn the tables on him. V. Voldemort. Moody's gaze towards Dumbledore shifted, realizing he had stumbled into a colossal trap. Dumbledore, what is going on? Goodness, even Moody's address towards Dumbledore had altered. Yet a flicker of hope remained in his heart, wishing this to merely be one of Grindelwald's schemes. After all, Tom's appearance did not align with his recollections of Voldemort, neither in age nor in charm. Regarding Moody's inquiry, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words, as he too was bewildered. At this juncture, it was necessary for the well-meaning Mr. Riddle to step in and extricate Dumbledore from this predicament. Foolish Mr. Moody. Little did you realize that you have uncovered the greatest secret of the magical world. As Tom began, Dumbledore instinctively felt the urge to halt him. But before he could act, Grindelwald, with a knowing smile, gestured for him to remain silent and listen. Since the principal parties concerning this secret are present, I do not mind revealing the entire truth, but you must carefully consider the consequences of what you are about to hear. After all, should you choose to withdraw now, the price you will pay may only be a simple obliviate charm. However, once you have heard the entirety, the cost will be quite different. I shall give you 3 minutes to ponder this, and the timer starts now. With that, Tom fell silent. Moody, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, engaged in an internal struggle. During this time, Dumbledore attempted to speak several times, but was thwarted by Grindelwald, the best facilitator. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Tom spoke again. What have you decided, Mr. Moody? At this moment, Moody had finally resolved himself. Speak. I wish to know the entire truth. Even if the price is death. Excellent resolve. Moody felt no pride from Tom's commendation, yet the first words that followed made his heart race. Then, foolish Mr. Moody. Have you heard of the Voldemort plan? Chapter 112, The Voldemort Plan. The Voldemort plan? Moody shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. Yet he instinctively felt that he was on the verge of uncovering the true cause of the turmoil that had plagued the magical world for so many years. This tale begins in 1945. In that year, Dumbledore and Grindelwald engaged in an unprecedented duel, sparked by a quarrel between lovers. As the vanquished, Grindelwald, in accordance with their agreement, imprisoned himself in Nurmengard, while Dumbledore seamlessly assumed control over the forces of the Saints. At that time, the Saints faced oppression from various magical governments, forcing them into secrecy. Professor Dumbledore could not openly wield this power, and thus the magical world experienced a brief period of peace. However, for Dumbledore, who aspired to dominate the entire magical realm, this was hardly a favorable development. It merely meant that he lacked a critical opportunity to realize his ambitions. That opportunity arose in the 1950s. During a serendipitous journey to Africa, Dumbledore discovered a flower known as the Sun's Ladder, imbued with immense magical potency, in the Diabia tribe of West Africa. After bringing it back and conducting years of research, Professor Dumbledore devised a new potion derived from the Sun's Ladder. Those who consumed the potion would gain unparalleled power. Yet the cost was an unpredictable transformation of their very being. It was at this moment that Voldemort's plans began to take shape. At this juncture, Professor Dumbledore envisioned the re-establishment of a new organization to control the dark side of the magical world. As the greatest of white wizards, he would also possess unmatched influence against this organization, ultimately fulfilling his ambition to dominate the magical realm. This organization came to be known as the Death Eaters, and Dumbledore chose none other than his exceptionally talented student, Tom Riddle, as the inaugural leader. In a calculated move to entice Tom Riddle to interview for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore, unbeknownst to him, made certain promises that lured Riddle into consuming the potion. Upon drinking the potion, Tom Riddle gained tremendous power, yet the side effects rendered him unrecognizable. It was at this pivotal moment that Tom Riddle vanished, giving birth to Voldemort and the Death Eaters, plunging the magical world into a war among wizards. Seizing this opportunity, Dumbledore established the Order of the Phoenix, ostensibly to combat the Death Eaters, yet unbeknownst to all, he had come to control every facet of the magical world. Just as events unfolded according to Dumbledore's design, Voldemort began to subtly extricate himself from his control. For a recalcitrant pawn, Dumbledore showed no mercy. Thus, he orchestrated Voldemort's demise through the love of Lily for Harry. At this point, Tom suddenly paused, took a bottle of water from his bag, and took a hearty swig. For weaving this narrative was indeed exhausting. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, listening in astonishment, found themselves almost convinced by Tom's detailed recounting of events. Truly, this lad would be squandering his talents if he did not pursue a career in the annals of magical history. Just as Dumbledore could no longer restrain himself and was poised to confront Tom with a well-reasoned argument, he found himself inexplicably immobilized. Nearby, Grindelwald mischievously winked at him, clearly the architect behind this silent, wandless magical ambush. Albus, don't be a spoilsport. After all, it has been quite some time since I have heard such an enthralling tale. I eagerly anticipate the ensuing developments, Grindelwald whispered softly in Dumbledore's ear. At that moment, Moody was utterly bewildered, and without a moment to ponder, he instinctively pressed on with a question. So, what happens next, and how is this related to you being Voldemort? Patience, Mr. Moody, allow me to elaborate, Tom replied, taking a deep breath. Seeing his painstakingly assembled Death Eaters on the brink of disintegration, Professor Dumbledore was evidently reluctant to let this happen. Thus Voldemort's plan advanced into its second phase. Dumbledore harnessed the remnants of Tom Riddle's body and soul to artificially create a new Tom Riddle, namely, myself. On the day I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, after confirming my well-being, Professor Dumbledore infused me with a novel potion derived from the flowers of the Sunstare. My current strength emanates from this groundbreaking elixir developed by Professor Dumbledore. The moment I consumed the potion, akin to my predecessor, Tom Riddle perished, and the second incarnation of Voldemort was born. This is what is referred to as the Voldemort plan. Over the past year, Professor Dumbledore has utilized me to reassemble the ranks of the Death Eaters, and he now senses that the time is ripe to gradually step into the limelight. As he spoke, Tom handed Moody a copy of the Daily Prophet, kindly pointing out Rita's report. Look, while Rita Skeeter's account may not be entirely accurate, it has begun to touch upon the truth. Furthermore, the reconstruction of Nocturne Alley marks Dumbledore's emergence from the shadows, taking the first strategic step to lead the Death Eaters as their true master. After hearing Tom's words, Moody felt utterly dazed. As he illuminated the article and read Rita's report, he clenched the newspaper tightly in his hands. Although he wanted to trust Dumbledore, Tom's detailed narrative was so compelling that even if it were fabricated, it would be implausible to concoct such a tale in such a short span, causing the scales of his trust to tilt towards skepticism. Tom, I must correct one point. The so-called Voldemort plan did not materialize only after Albus obtained the Sunstare flower. Rather, its initial concept was discussed between him and me prior to 1945. What a remarkable talent to deliver such a cutting remark. What, then, was Grindelwald's intention? Tom glanced at Grindelwald, and, from the look he cast towards Moody and Dumbledore, instantly understood. This old rogue was still sulking over Dumbledore, bringing Moody along instead of him today. Moody, already in a fog, was now completely disoriented by Grindelwald's cutting retort. At that moment, Tom was suddenly enveloped by a wave of heat. Turning to gaze behind him, he saw flames erupting. In the next instant, he would confront the wrath of the fire god. Goodness, Dumbledore had truly lost his temper. In a panic, Tom hastily cast the body of Regulus, which he had painstakingly retrieved from the depths of darkness, into his storage space. Should it be affected by the flames, he would suffer a tremendous loss. Meanwhile, Dumbledore's voice, laden with fury, resonated through the air. Tom Riddle, do you wish to meet the same fate as the original Voldemort in your tale? Well, it seemed Dumbledore had finally gone mad. Chapter 113, Moody and Greyback. Mr. Moody, this is the price to pay. Professor Dumbledore will spare no one privy to his secrets. While fending off Dumbledore's assault, Tom shouted towards Moody. Moody, using his wand to deflect the residual energy from the clash between Dumbledore and Tom, cast a pleading glance at Tom. What should we do now? Should we join forces against Dumbledore? Moody could hardly have imagined just hours ago that events would spiral into this chaos. Dumbledore was not the man he had known, and Voldemort was not the figure he had envisioned. Now, as Dumbledore battled Voldemort, the previously clear lines of allegiance blurred, and Moody found himself contemplating aiding Voldemort against Dumbledore. Just as Moody felt he might be losing his mind, he realized that in a fleeting moment of distraction, Tom had hurled him onto a small boat, accompanied by a house elf. The boat then began to glide slowly towards the center of the lake, to the heart of the lake. Retrieve the relic left by the original Voldemort. It is the very object Dumbledore has been desperately seeking. Greyback will assist you. For the sake of the magical realm, I implore you, Mr. Moody. Upon hearing Tom's entreaty, Moody finally recalled Dumbledore's true purpose. It turned out that Dumbledore's real objective was indeed the relic of the original Voldemort. If even Dumbledore valued it so highly, it must harbor immense secrets that could not fall into Dumbledore's hands. As Moody resolved himself in silence, he heard Tom shout, "Voldemort shall never be a slave. For Hogwarts." With unwavering determination, Tom charged towards Dumbledore. The image of Tom's resolute back, willing to face his demise, momentarily intertwined with the valiant aurors of the Wizarding War who bravely confronted Voldemort and his Death Eaters, causing a sharp pang in Moody's heart. Unable to witness the scene any longer, Moody turned away and focused on the center of the lake, his gaze now resolutely firm. He would not betray Tom's sacrifice. Upon reaching the platform at the lake's heart, Moody beheld a solitary stone basin filled with a vibrant green potion. Recalling Tom's words, he turned to the house elf, Greyback, and in a solemn tone inquired, "What must we do now? Should we drink it?" Grey remained silent, gazing innocently at Moody with wide eyes, exuding an adorably foolish demeanor that belied any semblance of intelligence. Yet, internally, he was in a state of frantic urgency. What exactly did the master instruct? "Come on, Grey. Focus. Stop dwelling on those recycled scraps, and remember." How could he possibly forget? This was a disaster. If this continued, he would face dire consequences. Seeing no response, Moody resolved to ignore the dim-witted house elf and attempted to proceed on his own. Just then, Grey seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly striking his forehead as if recalling something vital. "Mr. Moody, I've remembered. Please kneel on one knee." Kneel on one knee? Moody found this request quite peculiar. "Yes, just kneel, and then leave the rest to me." Testing this unusual demand seemed harmless enough. It would be interesting to see what this house elf had in mind. As Moody struggled to kneel with his prosthetic leg, Grey leaned over a stone basin, took a sip of potion, and swiftly turned back to cradle Moody's head, then planted a kiss upon him. The seasoned Auror, Mr. Moody, who had endured countless battles, found himself utterly bewildered by the unexpected maneuver of a mere house elf. Momentarily at a loss for reaction, it was only when Grey poured the potion into his mouth, the liquid sliding down his throat, that he jolted back to reality, abruptly pushing the house elf away. His first kiss, his innocence. Alastair Moody, who had lived so long without ever experiencing love, suddenly regretted not having given away his first kiss during his youth. His expectations were modest. A female alive would suffice, and if not, a male alive would also be acceptable. However, a house elf, male, was a scenario he had never contemplated. For a man as vigilant as Moody, it was bewildering to realize how he had let his guard down around a house elf. But then again, who would have anticipated such antics from a domestic spirit? Suppressing his disgust, Moody, even amidst the potion being forced down his throat, glared at Grey and demanded an explanation. "You better have a good reason for this." "It's what the master said," Grey replied earnestly. "The potion's toxicity must be transmitted mouth to mouth to be endured." With sincerity shining in his eyes, Grey gazed at Moody. "Are you certain that Tom Riddle truly said this?" Moody questioned, finding the method rather dubious. Grey scratched his head, trying to recollect. "What exactly did the master say?" "I seem to have forgotten. But he did mention that in the Far East, there exists a form of martial arts, where practitioners endure increasing pain. Yet once transferred to another, they no longer suffer. If one were to transform effort into a potion, the toxicity may be unbearable for the imbiber. However, once transferred to another, such issues would dissipate, with mouth-to-mouth being the most effective means of transmission. The equation holds true. Once again, Grey, in his wisdom, acknowledged Moody's brilliance with a nod of affirmation, confirming, "Indeed, the master has spoken thus." Upon hearing this, Moody's expression was one of profound discomfort, as if he were trapped in a quandary. Just as Moody grappled with his internal conflict, the distant sounds of Dumbledore and Tom's battle galvanized his resolve. He could wait no longer. "I, Alastair Moody, for the sake of the magical realm, shall endure." With fervent energy, the house elf Grey repeatedly pressed his lips to Moody's, exchanging liquid between them. Despite having endured grievous injuries during the Wizarding War without a single complaint, in this moment, tears of humiliation streamed down Moody's cheeks. As the potion neared its end, he felt his body and spirit succumbing to excruciating pain, sustained only by sheer willpower. Why, despite such sacrifices, did he find himself in such a wretched state? Surely, the house elf's assertions were mere fabrications. This thought intensified his suffering, yet he found himself too weak to halt Grey's actions. The sole comfort was that the corpse had been adequately cleared away, preventing Moody from being dragged to the lake's depths. After yet another transfer of potion from Grey to Moody, the Regulus pendant box finally emerged. As Grey presented the box to Moody, he managed to suppress a flicker of a smile. This nightmare could finally, at long last, reach its conclusion. Chapter 114, The Pendant Box. Was this truly what Dumbledore sought? Having been thoroughly doused with the Black Lake's water by the house elf Grey, Moody began to regain a sliver of vitality. However, his gaze towards Grey was fraught with complexity. Heaven knows the terror he felt when he attempted to drink water, only to witness Grey preparing to offer him urine. Thankfully, he had intervened in time, or his reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. Why? With such an expanse of lake water available, would one resort to such an act? This house elf was undoubtedly deranged. Such folly was truly a boon for Tom Riddle. It would seem so, as the stone basin contained nothing else. As if oblivious to Moody's tumultuous emotions, Gray continued to regard him with innocent, wide eyes, compelling Moody to turn away and muster the last of his strength to open the pendant box. A glow flickered, illuminated by the faint light of his wand. Moody began to read the note contained within the box. To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this, I shall have long since departed from this world. Yet, I wish for you to know that I have uncovered your secret. I have stolen the true Horcrux and intend to destroy it at the earliest opportunity. I risk my life in the hope that you may be vanquished when faced with an adversary. The Horcrux of the Dark Lord, Moody murmured to himself, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly intricate. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had aged several decades in vain, growing ever more bewildered by this magical realm. After carefully placing the note back into the pendant box and securely tucking it into his pocket, he heard the house elf, Gray, inquire, "Mr. Moody, have you finished? Are we to depart now? Do you possess any means of leaving?" Despite his reservations about the house elf, he had no choice under the current circumstances but to place his faith in this improbable ally. "Certainly, Gray, let us make our exit." With that, Gray grasped Moody's arm, and they vanished in a swirl of apparition. "We have departed, Mr. Moody," Gray announced, still taken aback by the house elf's ability to bypass the counter-apparition enchantments. Moody opened his eyes against the stone wall only to find Dumbledore, Tom, and Grindelwald staring intently at him. So this was the manner of departure? Had he merely been returned? It was clear that trusting this house elf had been a grave error. Dumbledore and Tom, who had gradually transformed their life-and-death struggle into a friendly contest, ceased their sparring upon Moody and Gray's arrival. Observing Moody's condition, Tom curiously asked Gray, "What has happened to Moody? Has he consumed the potion?" "Indeed, Master. Following your instructions, I administered the potion to Mr. Moody in his preferred mouth-to-mouth manner. And he even shed tears of joy," Gray replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged incredulous glances directed at Moody before shifting their focus back to Tom. So this is the true Alastor Moody, and so this is the true Tom Riddle. Moody felt the weight of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's gaze, comprehending the implications therein, and was struck by the realization that he had somehow survived the Wizarding War. What had been the point of enduring all these years, merely to squander resources? Meanwhile, Tom had grown increasingly immune to the scrutiny of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. In that moment, he was filled with exhilaration, unable to suppress the urge to rub his hands together in delight. Goodness, Moody and a house elf. How sensational. Though I do not recall when I suggested such a thing to Gray, I must admit, it was executed splendidly. Upon returning, I must extract this memory for safekeeping and repeat viewings. Who knows, it might even serve as promotional material for a future theme in the Abeforth Club. After all, there are many curious souls in this world. Unbeknownst to Moody, who lay incapacitated on the ground, Gray reached into his pocket and retrieved the pendant box. Moody attempted to intervene, but having exhausted his last vestige of strength with the illumination charm on the island, he found himself utterly powerless to thwart Gray's actions. Gray reverently offered the pendant box to Tom, who, without even glancing at it, tossed it directly to Dumbledore, saying, "Here, Professor, this is what you desire." Witnessing this scene, Moody felt an unexpected surge of strength as he gestured towards Tom and Dumbledore, stammering, You. In that moment, Moody perceived himself as a mere jest, a pawn manipulated by the whims of those before him, willingly enduring humiliation, only to arrive at such a disheartening conclusion. The immense shock, compounded by the effects of the potion, caused Moody to collapse, unconscious. "Disarm your weapons." Just as Dumbledore focused his attention on the pendant box and Moody, a flash of red light erupted as Tom successfully ambushed and disarmed him of the Elder Wand. However, rather than experiencing elation at having seized the wand, Tom furrowed his brow in confusion. "Are you perplexed as to why you have not become the master of the Elder Wand?" Gellert Grindelwald nonchalantly picked up the wand and smiled at Tom. "Because the master of the Elder Wand is now me." Tom stared at Grindelwald in astonishment. "When did this happen?" Grindelwald replied, "Just a moment ago, while you were weaving your tales. Had I not ambushed Albus, how could you have spun such an enthralling narrative?" He had no qualms about sharing this little interlude with Tom. "Then I must truly thank you, Professor Grindelwald," Tom remarked with a smirk, pondering whether, during their skirmish, if Professor Dumbledore emerged victorious, he would reclaim ownership of the Elder Wand. Grindelwald was taken aback by Tom's words, bewildered by his line of thought. Yet, observing Grindelwald's astonished expression, Tom, as if discovering new territory, inquired tentatively, "Professor Grindelwald, are you unaware?" "Surely not. Have you never bested Professor Dumbledore in bed?" "Tom Riddle." Grindelwald ground his teeth, unleashing a spell that heralded the commencement of the second round between elite wizards. Dumbledore, undistracted by their playful banter, opened the pendant box and examined the note inside. However, upon reading it, his mood grew increasingly somber. The situation was within his expectations, yet far exceeded them. Horcruxes existed. But who was the maker? Chapter 115, Regulus Black. Dumbledore gazed at the name, murmuring it softly, unconsciously shifting his gaze to Tom, who was engaged in amicable magical exchanges with Grindelwald. Despite the fact that Tom was deceitful, prone to embellishment, and had recently indulged in reckless abandon without any boundaries. For some inexplicable reason, Dumbledore felt that inquiring of Tom would yield answers. After retrieving the note and placing it back in the pendant box, Dumbledore called out to Grindelwald and Tom, "All right, that is enough. Cease your hostilities." Upon hearing the call, the two engaged in a friendly match paused their duel to acknowledge Dumbledore. Disarm. However, at that very moment when Grindelwald ceased his actions, Tom swiftly cast a disarming spell. Yet, it seemed Grindelwald was well prepared, effortlessly deflecting the spell. "Tom, do you truly believe that using the same trick against me a second time would prove effective? Nevertheless, it is rather amusing how fond you are of disarming spells." At this juncture, Dumbledore approached and gently patted Tom on the shoulder. "Enough of this, Tom. There is something I wish to inquire of you." Observing the situation, Tom willingly sheathed his wand. "What is it, Professor? I will surely divulge everything I know." "Then, do you know who it is?" Dumbledore inquired, extending the faux locket box towards Tom. "Indeed." Upon hearing Tom's response, a flicker of joy crossed Dumbledore's face, confirming his intuition. However, Tom's subsequent words caused Dumbledore to furrow his brow involuntarily. "Professor, did you not see him just now, right here?" "Right here?" Dumbledore looked around, realizing that everyone was present. Moody, Grindelwald, Tom, and even himself, none of whom fit the criteria. Surely, it couldn't be a house elf. Amused by the thought, Dumbledore shook his head, contemplating how his prolonged association with Tom had begun to cloud his judgment. "Thus, Professor, have you still not deduced who it is? Would you like a hint?" "It is not a living person." As Dumbledore strained to recall his encounter with Tom in the cave, a memory surfaced of Tom's first words upon his arrival. A conjecture formed in his mind, and he cautiously asked, "Is it Regulus Black?" "Correct. It is Regulus Arcturus Black, though regrettably, there is no reward for you." Tom retrieved Regulus from his storage space and placed him before Dumbledore. "You knew all along." Dumbledore glanced from Regulus on the ground to Tom, eager to uncover how much Tom truly knew, particularly whether he had been aware of the locket's substitution from the outset. "How could I? I only thought of this fellow, who bears a striking resemblance to Sirius, when you asked me just now. As for his prior activities, do not inquire. I know nothing." Tom met Dumbledore's gaze with sincerity, devoid of any hint of guilt. Dumbledore sighed, realizing that he could extract no further information from Tom. Yet, knowing the identity of the individual was a significant step forward. At least the thread of inquiry had not been severed. Seeing that matters were drawing to a close and there was little left to discuss, Tom excused himself from Dumbledore. "Professor, since there appears to be nothing further, I shall take Regulus's body to Sirius." "Wait." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Tom was abruptly halted by a sudden realization. "Allow me to take care of it. Regulus's remains require proper handling. Moreover, it is late. You should return to the school, Tom." "Are you suggesting the purification of the dark magic from Regulus?" Tom glanced at Dumbledore, reassuringly responding, "Rest assured, few possess a greater proficiency in white magic than I. I shall manage it adeptly. Furthermore, Mr. Moody is still forgotten over there. If we do not transport him to St. Mungo's soon, he may very well perish." "Are you implying, Professor, that you intend to eliminate him to silence him? Such a fate is not to be trifled with. I merely fear you might speak recklessly in front of Sirius and Remus." Unfortunately, Tom did not grant Dumbledore another chance to intervene. He commanded his house elf, Gray, to assist him in disapparating. In Sirius's apartment, Remus handed a glass of water to the restless Sirius and inquired with concern, "What troubles you, Sirius?" "I do not know, but for some reason, I feel an unsettling emptiness today, as if something foreboding is imminent." "Perhaps you are merely fatigued. Aside from Professor Dumbledore's incident, there seems to be no other significant occurrences in the magical realm, and Harry is doing well at Hogwarts. Do not dwell on it too much. Perhaps a good night's sleep will help." Just as Remus was attempting to console Sirius, a loud knocking reverberated through the door. At this hour, who could it be? Sirius muttered, approaching the door, but was halted by Remus, who shook his head and drew his wand, preparing for defense. "It could be dark wizards. Caution is paramount." Sirius nodded in agreement, also brandishing his wand. At that moment, the knocking ceased. Just as Sirius and Remus were about to investigate, the door was suddenly blasted open. "Crucio! Cruciatus!" Instinctively, Sirius and Remus reacted, casting two shattering curses. The spells were effortlessly deflected, and as the green light emanated from the assailant's wand, Sirius and Remus quickly recognized the visitor. "Tom, do not attack. It is us." Upon hearing their voices, Tom dismissed the green light, exclaiming, "So, you were at home." "I knocked, but received no response. I feared something had befallen you." Feeling embarrassed by their excessive reaction, Sirius apologized. "I am sorry, Tom. We overreacted." "No harm done," Tom replied nonchalantly. Relieved that Tom had not been injured due to their actions, Sirius exhaled. However, Remus's expression turned serious. "Tom, were you about to use the killing curse? Where did you learn that?" Tom, taken aback by Remus's inquiry, quickly clarified. "I learned it at Hogwarts. It is quite practical." After a moment's reflection, he added, "In addition to the killing curse, the Dark Arts defense class also taught the Cruciatus Curse, the Soul Curse, Fiend Fire, and various other forms of dark magic." Indeed, Harry is quite the adept. This left Lupin and Sirius at a loss for words. "Are you certain you are speaking of Hogwarts rather than Azkaban? Why does your depiction of Hogwarts differ so markedly from theirs?" One wonders if it is still possible for Harry, on the brink of becoming a dark wizard, to transfer schools. Just as Sirius and Lupin were reeling in shock, Tom directly addressed the matter at hand. "Let us speak of serious matters. Today, I have come to deliver something for Sirius." As Tom's words fell, a coffin materialized within Sirius's apartment. "What is this?" Sirius and Lupin stared in astonishment at the coffin that had appeared in the room. "Who, at such an hour, would send someone a coffin?" "Sirius, my condolences," Tom said, placing a hand on Sirius's shoulder. He inwardly reflected on how fortunate it was that Cassandra had prepared the coffin in advance during the school term. Although Draco regrettably did not get to use it, at least it provided Regulus with a semblance of dignity. Upon hearing Tom's words, Sirius felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, and his hand trembled uncontrollably as he reached for the coffin. When he mustered all his strength to open the lid and beheld the occupant within, he was struck as if by lightning. "Regulus, how could this be?" Faced with Sirius's shock, confusion, despair, and anguish, Tom retrieved the locket box left by Regulus from his pocket and handed it to Sirius. "This is Regulus's keepsake. He was a hero who sacrificed himself in the fight against dark forces." Trembling, Sirius accepted the locket box and began to inspect it. Tom refrained from interrupting Sirius, turning his attention to Lupin. "Remus, I must trouble you to look after Sirius during these days. As for Regulus's matters, perhaps you might inquire with the house elf of the Black family. He may possess more knowledge than I do." Seeing Lupin nod, Tom turned to leave, feeling that his presence was no longer appropriate in such a setting. Before departing, he kindly repaired the damaged door. The moment the door closed, Tom heard Sirius's anguished cries, which he could no longer suppress. With a soft sigh, Tom felt an inexplicable bitterness in his heart. The pain of parting and the finality of death are profoundly disheartening. The separation between the living and the departed is the most agonizing of all. In this context, Tom would not indulge in mischief, for he indeed held a certain moral standard. Harry suddenly noticed that some of his close classmates had been unusually warm towards him in recent days. Not only did they frequently bring him snacks and small gifts, but their eyes were filled with sympathy as they specifically instructed Ron to take good care of him. Harry found this series of changes exhausting, and upon inquiring with Ron, he discovered that Ron knew nothing about it. Unable to tolerate this any longer, Harry confronted the trio of Tom, Draco, and Cassandra. "Tom, Draco, Cassandra, do you know what has transpired recently? Why is everyone treating me this way?" Tom patted Harry gently on the shoulder. "Harry, my condolences." "Huh." Harry blinked in confusion, then anxiously turned to Tom, fearing he might utter a name. "Who has passed away?" "It's Sirius." Tom paused slightly before continuing. Upon hearing this name, Harry felt as if he might faint. Just as he was about to inquire further about what had transpired, Tom added, "His brother." Harry clenched his fists, wishing Tom would refrain from speaking so bluntly. "But how is Sirius now? He must be devastated. Can I go see him?" "Best not to," Tom replied, shaking his head. "If he sees you, he will only pretend to be strong, when what he truly needs is to express his suppressed emotions. Rest assured, Remus is with him. He will be fine." Understanding dawned on Harry, yet he questioned, "If Sirius is all right, why is everyone treating me this way? After all, I hardly knew his brother." Tom and Draco exchanged guilty glances skyward, while Cassandra quipped, because someone spoke out of turn and another fanned the flames, leading everyone to believe that Sirius had died. Meanwhile, the supposedly deceased Sirius was in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor with Remus. Dumbledore held a pendant box he had obtained from Creature, his expression tinged with sorrow, having learned from Sirius the details of Regulus's demise. "Sirius, Regulus was a hero. Please accept my condolences." "Thank you, Professor." In response to Dumbledore's sympathy, Sirius simply expressed his gratitude, standing silently, clearly still reeling from the impact of Regulus's death. Dumbledore did not press further, instead examining the pendant box closely, reflecting on how despite all that had transpired, Sirius and Remus still placed their trust in him. It was indeed a remarkable feat. After a moment, Dumbledore raised his gaze, a peculiar look in his eyes. "Have you attempted to open it?" Remus nodded. "Professor, we tried, but to no avail. Moreover, this pendant box is imbued with countless protective charms, making it impossible to dismantle directly. Looks like we need to seek someone out," Dumbledore concluded. "Are you all right, Sirius?" Upon learning that Sirius had disregarded Tom's advice and had followed him to the headmaster's office, Harry rushed to envelop Sirius in a warm embrace. Tom watched the scene with a resigned expression, only turning to Dumbledore once Sirius had managed to comfort Harry. "Professor, what is the matter this time?" Dumbledore handed Tom a new pendant box. "Tom, could you attempt to open this one? Isn't this the version left with creature?" Tom used. "Sirius and the others are remarkably swift. But pray tell, what was the original intent behind the establishment of the Death Eaters?" "Well, it appears that he initially set up a question and answer mode, but after such a long time, he seems to have forgotten what the questions and answers were. It's surprising that he didn't think to establish a password recovery option." Noticing Tom's hesitation, Dumbledore inquired, "What is it, Tom? Is something amiss?" Tom, with a sense of resignation, replied, "I will do my utmost to try. I am uncertain if it will succeed." "Professor, have you attempted it?" This time, Lupin stepped forward to respond. "We tried answers such as ruling the Wizarding World, exterminating Muggles, and conquering Hogwarts, but none were correct." "Very well, I understand. What about to fulfill Dumbledore's ambitions?" "Incorrect. To assist Dumbledore in reclaiming Grindelwald?" "Incorrect again." As Tom's responses grew increasingly absurd, Dumbledore was about to intervene when suddenly he heard, "Correct." Everyone was taken aback, staring at him in astonishment. "What, then, is the answer to the question?" Dumbledore, perplexed by what he had just heard, looked quizzically at Tom. "Professor, the answer is to resurrect Ariana Dumbledore." As Tom returned the locket to Dumbledore, he reiterated the correct answer once more. Dumbledore numbly accepted the locket, his heart raging internally. Why, oh why, could he not be spared as a centenarian? However, Dumbledore's attention was swiftly diverted. Another note floated down from the open locket. Chapter 117, Dumbledore's Weariness. To the White Lord, before you read this, my Horcrux has embarked on a journey into the depths of the starry sky. Under your control, I have committed heinous acts for the sake of Ariana's resurrection experiment. Aware of my grievous sins, I shall now seek atonement in my own way. I will mark the location of the master of fungi with the price of my life. He shall be the true savior who will put an end to your malevolence. Even if I become a wisp of lingering soul, I shall witness the day you and I descend into hell together." Upon finishing the note, Dumbledore's hands trembled as he clutched the paper tightly, utterly at a loss. What on earth was this? Aside from the term Horcrux, which he could comprehend, the rest was incomprehensible. A Horcrux embarking on a journey through space. He had come to terms with that concept in his old age. Yet, the tone was reminiscent of Regulus's note. Were they engaging in some sort of twisted game? What was this talk of atonement and ending evil? Such phrases could only belong to Voldemort. Had he truly lost his mind in this obsession with Horcruxes? Furthermore, what was this resurrection experiment for Ariana? And who was this master of fungi? He had never encountered such a thing in his lifetime. If this entity could truly resurrect Ariana, then Voldemort would not have been prancing around the Wizarding World. He would have consolidated all resources to fully engage in the resurrection game long ago. Thus, it seemed that this elaborate charade was merely an attempt to vex him. Tom gazed at Dumbledore with an equal sense of curiosity. After all, he had forgotten even the password to start the machine, and having penned so many short essays. How could he possibly remember what he had hastily scribbled in a moment of inspiration? Quietly sneaking around to Dumbledore's back, he stole a glance and exclaimed inwardly, "What a revelation!" It turns out that even then, I subconsciously intended to outwit Dumbledore. Astonishingly, much of what he had written could be linked to the whimsical compositions he later fabricated. Father Dumbledore, no wonder the answer to the question was to resurrect Ariana. I truly am a genius, Tom thought, nearly bursting into laughter. He silently applauded himself while desperately pinching his thigh, replaying all the unhappy moments from his past lives in his mind. I mustn't laugh, absolutely mustn't. Meanwhile, Sirius, Remus, and Harry noticed the peculiar interaction between Dumbledore and Tom. Their curiosity piqued by the contents of the note. Just as they were about to approach for a closer look, they observed Dumbledore preparing to tuck the note away. Seizing the moment, Tom advanced and cast a disarming spell, snatching the note just as it slipped from Dumbledore's grasp and handing it to Sirius and the others. "Professor, this note was hard-won by Regulus. I believe Sirius and the others have a right to know. Besides, you are innocent, and the content of the note is merely the enemy's slander against you. What is there to hide?" "Hey, Tom, could you possibly keep quiet? Can't you see that Sirius, Remus, and Harry all look rather unwell?" Sirius and Remus were lost in thought. Based on the note left by Voldemort, coupled with the recent revelations about Dumbledore, they began to wonder if there was more to the deaths of James and Lily than met the eye. They would need time to reassess the situation. Moreover, for Harry, as the chosen one, he could not afford any missteps, whether in confronting Voldemort or Dumbledore himself. As their family, they must safeguard Harry's safety. And perhaps it was time to discuss his transfer. Harry, feeling perplexed, was unaware of the implications. The only thing he seemed to grasp was that the events surrounding his parents' deaths were likely more complex than they appeared. Without much forethought, he blurted out, "Headmaster Dumbledore, You were responsible for my parents' deaths. Before he could finish, Remus swiftly covered his mouth. Professor, we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave. Simultaneously, Sirius whispered in Harry's ear, now is not the time to confront him. Unable to contain himself, Tom burst into laughter. While surprised that this Gryffindor dog had grasped such wisdom, he couldn't help but point out, did you not realize your voice was rather loud just now? Not only he, but even Dumbledore likely heard you quite clearly. Realizing this, Sirius called out to Remus, Remus, take Harry and go. Observing the scene before him, Dumbledore had never felt so weary. Only he understood that today, under no circumstances could he allow them to leave like this. Otherwise, morale would dissipate, and leading the group would become increasingly difficult. After intercepting Lupin and Harry, Dumbledore took the initiative to speak. Remus, Harry, and Sirius, please allow me to explain. However, what Dumbledore faced was an assault from Sirius. With a resigned gesture, Dumbledore deflected Sirius's spell. If conversation was not an option, then subduing before convincing would have to suffice. Tom, observing from the side, was taken aback, remarking that it was typical of Gryffindor to act impulsively. Hastily, he produced sunflower seeds, peanuts, and a small stool. Watching the unfolding spectacle with amusement, he also retrieved a long-forgotten handheld camera labeled Voldemort, determined to capture the moment of this extraordinary life. For it was a rarity to witness Sirius and Lupin, members of the original Order of the Phoenix, clash with Dumbledore. Who would have believed such a scene could transpire a decade ago? It must be said that Dumbledore's prowess was formidable. Together, Sirius and Lupin were no match for him. And as for Harry, a second-year student, he was merely a distraction. In mere moments, the three were subdued by Dumbledore's might. Following this, it was Dumbledore's time to showcase his prowess. After appealing to reason and emotion, the tensions among the three gradually eased. As for the restoration of their trust in Dumbledore, only Merlin could ascertain that. Just as things seemed to settle, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief, only to catch sight of Tom stowing away the handheld camera, causing him to freeze. Surely, he thought, must one be so opportunistic? Tom, choosing to be a dark wizard instead of a tabloid journalist, was a true waste of talent. In a moment of carelessness, another fragment of dark history had slipped into someone else's hands, and who knew what trouble might arise from it. Therefore, he pondered whether it might be feasible to expel this troublesome individual. With him around, it felt as though there was never a moment of peace. Dumbledore found himself seriously contemplating this notion. Tom, however, had no time to attend to Dumbledore's feelings. That was Grindelwald's concern, not his. Adhering to a principle of efficiency, he fed the shells of his snacks to Fawkes, then turned to the four in the room and posed a poignant question. By the way, when is Regulus's funeral? I am eagerly anticipating my attendance. Chapter 118. The funeral. Regulus's funeral? The four present exchanged glances. Observing their expressions, Tom surmised a revelation that left him incredulous. Could it be that none of you have considered Regulus's funeral to grant him a proper rest? An eerie silence fell over the headmaster's office. Harry was somewhat excused, as he had only just learned of Regulus's passing that day. Dumbledore was also somewhat exempt, as his connection was more distant, and the arrangements for the funeral were not his responsibility. Yet, for Sirius and Lupin, the awkwardness was palpable, as if they might excavate a new Hogwarts from their embarrassment. As an elder brother, and a close friend of the elder brother, one has been immersed in sorrow, while the other has focused his attention on comforting his dear friend, neglecting to arrange a funeral for Regulus. Today, upon receiving the pendant box, he hurried to seek out Dumbledore, only to inadvertently glimpse a shadowy facet of the magical realm. Meanwhile, Regulus' coffin, upon being returned to the Black family estate, lay desolately in his room, tended to solely by Creature. Fortunately, Phineas Black, upon learning of Regulus' demise, returned to his portrait in the Black residence to console the family. Otherwise, he would have surely erupted in anger. It is truly disheartening to contemplate Regulus' sacrifice. Perhaps I should bear the costs and efforts to organize this funeral, striving to grant his soul the peace it deserves. Tom's words only intensified the guilt felt by Sirius and Remus, who repeatedly declined Tom's generous offer. There's no need. We will manage. We will arrange Regulus' funeral promptly. With that, the two hastily departed. Have you heard? The Dark Lord was merely a puppet controlled by Professor Dumbledore. It is said that the crimes he committed were instigated by Dumbledore himself. Is that true? It seems likely, as it was rumored to have originated from Harry. I can't believe Dumbledore is such a person. Is Hogwarts still safe? Who knows? If the situation worsens, I might transfer to Durmstrang. Emerging from the restroom, Tom observed the retreating figures of the two and smirked. Dumbledore had indeed miscalculated. He could scarcely have anticipated that, upon returning to the common room in a daze. Harry confided in his friend Ron about the occurrences in the headmaster's office. Ron, unable to contain his shock, inadvertently exclaimed, covering his mouth afterward. Yet, for a Gryffindor lion, that single utterance was sufficient. One must not underestimate the imaginative prowess of the creatures of Hogwarts. After being amplified by Gryffindor's fervor, guided by Slytherin, polished by Hufflepuff and synthesized by Ravenclaw, the legend of Dumbledore's misdeeds was born anew. As the truth circulated throughout the Hogwarts campus, the creatures, upholding the virtue of selfless sharing, felt compelled to inform others of this momentous event. Consequently, in the past few days, the workload of owls soared, delivering countless letters across the entire Yule Islands. Parents receiving these letters gained fresh topics for their afternoon tea discussions. As the fervor escalated, Rita Skeeter seized the opportunity to extend an interview request to Dumbledore. Everything unfolded with such logical coherence. "Professor Dumbledore, allow me to mourn for you." Tom silently lit a candle for Dumbledore in his heart. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Tom finally received the invitation to Regulus' funeral. This weekend, at the Black family cemetery, the skies were clear and a gentle breeze wafted through. "Thank you all for your presence. Today, I shall hold a funeral for my brother, Regulus Black." Sirius, clad in a solemn black wizard's robe, stands before Regulus's coffin and speaks softly. The benches below are filled with guests bearing somber expressions. The families of Narcissa, Andromeda, the Weasleys, Mrs. Longbottom, Dumbledore, Harry, Lupin, and others acquainted with Regulus have gathered to pay their respects. Surprisingly, several Death Eaters have also made an uninvited appearance, though initially reluctant to attend. Feeling shame over Regulus's cowardly act of fleeing, they were compelled to come by someone who feared the attendance would be too sparse and desolate. However, upon seeing a particular individual at the scene, their demeanor transformed dramatically, their expressions of grief surpassing even those of Regulus's closest friends, as if the deceased were the most beloved person in their lives. Sirius, though somewhat displeased by this, refrains from voicing his thoughts, unwilling to mar Regulus's funeral for the sake of his own sentiments. In this atmosphere heavy with sorrow, Sirius continues his eulogy. "Regulus was different from me. He was a quiet and gentle soul, always willing to extend the utmost care and respect to others, whether to family, friends, or even a house elf." In a corner unnoticed by most, Creature collapses to the ground, weeping silently as Sirius's words resonate. "Having known Regulus since he was a year and a half old, I had presumed to understand him well. Born into a pure-blood family and educated in the doctrine of blood supremacy, he entered Slytherin and subsequently joined the Death Eaters. I had always believed that Regulus would inevitably become one of the executioners harming innocents. Yet, Sirius's words stirred discontent among some in attendance, who could hardly contain their urge to interject, only to swallow their words under the watchful gaze of another, maintaining their fade of sorrow. Some even discreetly wiped away tears from their eyes, seemingly moved by Sirius's speech, though they could not quite fathom what was so touching about it. But I was mistaken. Regulus was not like that. After witnessing the atrocities committed by the Death Eaters, he awakened to a sense of resistance, acting alone without informing anyone, and ultimately paying the ultimate price for his defiance, perishing in a quiet corner. It was only recently, when his body was discovered, that I came to understand the extent of his actions. His courage and compassion far surpassed my own. At this point, Sirius's voice faltered, his throat constricting, making it nearly impossible for him to continue. Meanwhile, a stir arose among the audience. They understood Sirius's condition, but were even more astonished by the true cause of Regulus's death. Though Sirius spoke vaguely, it became clear that Regulus had died in defiance of Voldemort. The gaze of the Death Eaters suddenly converged on a certain individual, eager to witness the fury that would surely ensue. Alas, their anticipation was destined to be thwarted. Tom not only approached Sirius with genuine concern, offering a handkerchief as a gesture of comfort, but he also spoke on behalf of the grief-stricken Sirius, who was rendered speechless by sorrow. As Tom's words escaped his lips, the Death Eater stood in astonishment. He proclaimed, "In the midst of storm and rain, what is this pain? Dry your tears, fear not, for at the very least, we still have dreams." Ahem, my apologies, I seem to have misread that. Let me start anew. Tom then addressed the guests below. Regulus was a hero. Though he tragically fell in the struggle against Voldemort, his spirit will inspire us to continue the unfinished work. Continue the unfinished work? To combat Voldemort? To fight against themselves? What could the Master possibly mean? As the Death Eaters exchanged bewildered glances, Tom continued, "The darkness of the wizarding world has yet to be dispelled. We shall persist along the path forged by our predecessors to bring true peace to our realm." The darkness of the wizarding world? Was he referring to them? At that moment of confusion, one clever individual boldly shouted, "Disperse the darkness of the wizarding world, for peace." Regardless of their master's convoluted reasoning, following his lead seemed the wisest course. With one voice to guide them, the other Death Eaters joined in. "Disperse the darkness of the wizarding world, for peace." The other attendees were left utterly disoriented, questioning whether this was truly the behavior of Death Eaters or if a reversal had occurred. They pondered whether they too should join the chant, lest they be perceived as the true villains in this unfolding drama. As they considered this, many cast furtive glances towards Dumbledore's position, eager to gauge his reaction. To the Death Eaters, it was as if their master had imparted enlightenment. Consequently, One particularly astute individual quickly altered the slogan, "For Regulus, for Dumbledore, for justice." As this change took root, the other Death Eaters swiftly followed suit, fearful of being out of sync and incurring the Master's displeasure. For Regulus, for Dumbledore, for justice. For Regulus, for Dumbledore, for justice. With the fervent chanting of the Death Eaters, the atmosphere transformed, encouraging several bystanders to join in. They appeared to become warriors inheriting Regulus's legacy, ready to resolutely embark on the path against evil. The resounding cries infused the somber funeral with a fervor and gravitas. One could only wonder how Regulus, in the afterlife, would perceive this poignant spectacle. Tom stood before the scene, utterly astonished. Had these individuals truly developed such a strong sense of initiative? They had even learned to embellish their own roles. Indeed, one must be pushed to truly unleash their potential. Meanwhile, Lucius, among the guests, could not suppress his embarrassment, especially upon hearing Draco murmur beside him, "Is this what Death Eaters are like? It's truly exhilarating. No wonder Father chose to join back then." Lucius felt even more ashamed to be seen. "Draco, when your father joined, the Death Eaters were nothing like this. They have become increasingly peculiar, leaning more towards Gryffindor traits. It is quite disgraceful to associate with these individuals. The Death Eaters of your father and mine are fundamentally different. Moreover, if the Death Eaters had been like this back then, would we even be gathered here today for Regulus's funeral?" As the chants gradually subsided, an acquaintance could not help but approach Lucius, quietly inquiring, "Lucius, have the Death Eaters changed their ways?" This question posed quite a dilemma for Lucius. Just as he was about to instinctively retort, "I am not a Death Eater," a sudden insight prompted him to swallow his words and respond with a different tone. "That is because the Death Eaters have returned under Dumbledore's banner. Under his leadership, they have transformed entirely." The inquirer nodded in understanding. "Ah, that makes sense. The Death Eaters today do seem to reflect Dumbledore's style." Having shared this fresh insight, the news quickly spread among the attendees. Soon, everyone was aware, and this explanation appeared to be the most plausible. Some individuals even found their illusions of Dumbledore shattered, such as the 19-year-old Nymphadora Tonks. One wondered if, now that Dumbledore had reassembled the Order of the Phoenix, she would still choose to abandon her promising career as an Auror to join, considering that fighting the Death Eaters was merely a matter of family conflict. Thus, Dumbledore once again found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of the guests. Typically unfazed by tumultuous circumstances, he felt a sense of unease this time. Why did one or two individuals seem so intent on persecuting this centenarian? His legacy was at stake. Throughout his life, he had treaded carefully. Would he ever reach the other shore? Meanwhile, Sirius, having momentarily recovered from his sorrow, found himself in a daze. Who was he? Where was he? What was he doing? It seemed he had been delivering a eulogy, yet the funeral had taken on an entirely different atmosphere. Though the words spoken were commendable and aligned with Regulus's spirit, the very fact that they emanated from the mouths of those Death Eaters felt profoundly unsettling. Unfortunately, reality did not permit Sirius the luxury of contemplation. The funeral must proceed. However, the eulogy he had yet to finish seemed to have been seamlessly supplemented by another, and quite eloquently at that. What should we do next? Sirius, lacking experience in hosting a funeral, glanced anxiously at Tom for assistance. It was evident that the foolish dog of Gryffindor was not to be relied upon. Responding to Sirius's silent plea, Tom could not help but inwardly scoff, then addressed the guests below. "Next, we invite Professor Dumbledore to deliver a few words." As Dumbledore took the stage, his familiar rhetoric gave the impression of echoing someone else's sentiments. Under the peculiar and scrutinizing gazes of the attendees, Dumbledore hastily concluded his speech. At that moment, he yearned for the ceremony to reach its conclusion, seeking a quiet place to reflect. Following Dumbledore's address, the funeral approached its denouement. After gently lowering Regulus's coffin into the pre-selected burial site, a few wizards close to Sirius began to chant incantations softly. The coffin descended slowly, swallowed by the earth, and a marble tomb emerged above. Golden flames danced upon the gravestone, gradually forming an inscription on its surface, Regulus Arcturus Black. 1961 to 1979. Courage in the Night, Eternity at Dawn. Chapter 120. Aftermath. What is this? You didn't arrange a luncheon? After the funeral concluded, as guests departed one by one, Tom, who had been eagerly awaiting the meal, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired with Lupin, only to receive disheartening news. "I'm sorry, Tom, we hadn't considered that. What should we do now?" Lupin replied apologetically. It seemed Gryffindor was not particularly reliable. "Let this one slide, but do remember to prepare adequately next time. Inform those guests who wish to remain that I will now arrange the luncheon. And remember to bring your share for the meal." "Ah?" Lupin was taken aback. "Next time? You expect there to be another funeral? Do you, in your youth, wish to arrange another?" He was baffled by the notion of contributions, having never encountered such a custom before. Nevertheless, feeling somewhat guilty, Lupin asked, "Should I assist you?" Tom looked at him quizzically. "I'm ordering takeout." And you intend to run errands yourself? Lupin promptly fell silent. While Tom prepared lunch, Narcissa, Andromeda, and Sirius finally found the opportunity to set aside their grievances in front of Regulus's grave, allowing for a heartfelt conversation. In the distance, Lucius stood alone, while Draco had wandered off to chat with Harry and his friends. When Draco returned to Lucius's side, Lucius inquired curiously, "I saw you engaged in lively conversation with Harry Potter and the others. It's splendid. You truly should cultivate friendships with promising peers at school." However, just moments ago, Draco had been engaged in a delightful conversation with a Muggle-born wizard, leaving him perplexed. He turned to Lucius, questioning, "What is the matter with Muggle-born wizards? The title and lands of the Malfoy family were granted by William the Conqueror, and our ancestors even sought favor from Elizabeth I, Father. It is paramount in the wizarding world to cultivate numerous friendships and minimize enmity. The pureblood theory may deceive others, but one must not fall prey to such folly as that foolish ant confined in Azkaban. True power and wealth are the essence of the Malfoy lineage, are they not?" Lucius regarded Draco with surprise. "Draco, you have matured. Grasping the true strength of the Malfoy family is commendable. Has the Dark Lord influenced your understanding?" Draco nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. It seems the Dark Lord's intellect has finally aligned with our interests. It appears the Malfoy family has chosen the right side this time," Lucius mused contentedly. Draco, however, couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Father, what is the situation with Dumbledore? Is he truly the new master of the Death Eaters?" Lucius glanced at Draco and replied softly, "Dumbledore must be, for becoming the master of the Death Eaters promises greater benefits." Draco felt somewhat bewildered by Lucius's words, but seeing that his father offered no further explanation, he decided to inquire among his friends once they returned to school. Surely, together they would unravel the mystery. The time Tom took to prepare the luncheon was brief, and soon the outdoor long table was adorned with an array of freshly prepared delicacies from the Tom's Member store. The remaining guests were few, primarily consisting of Sirius's relatives and close friends, and the meal was enjoyed in a convivial atmosphere. The only discordant note was a solitary table for two, where Remus and Tonks were deliberately seated apart, engaged in awkward conversation over a thoughtfully arranged couple's meal, resembling a matchmaking scene. Sirius tugged at Tom's sleeve, whispering, "Why have you placed Remus and Tonks there alone?" Tom did not respond directly. Instead, he twitched, startling Sirius, before gazing skyward, his eyes unfocused, and spoke in a dreamy tone. "The threads of fate intertwine tightly for these two. The blessings of Aphrodite descend upon this gathering, and the Savior's progeny is soon to be conceived." After uttering this, Tom shivered and looked at Sirius with a bewildered expression. "What just happened?" Sirius, astonished, stared at Tom, realizing he had inadvertently stumbled upon a seer. What surprised him even more was the prospect of Remus finding love, albeit in an unconventional manner. Perhaps it was time for him to seek a partner as well. This thought sprang into Sirius's mind, only to be swiftly followed by the realization that as long as the partner was not a snot-nosed brat, anyone would suffice. Snap out of it. What just transpired? Tom nudged the dazed Sirius. Under Tom's bewildered gaze, Sirius reiterated his earlier prophecy, meticulously counting off on his fingers as he accounted for the connections. "You see, you claim that Remus and Nymphadora will become a couple. Remus is my dear friend, and Nymphadora's mother is Andromeda, my cousin. Consequently, their child's godfather will be Harry, who is also my godson. So, how exactly should we interpret these relationships?" Tom regarded Sirius as if he were a fool, responding, "What does it matter? Each can pursue their own path." Sirius found himself at a loss for words, acknowledging the soundness of Tom's reasoning. In the following days, life finally settled into a semblance of tranquility. Dumbledore seemed to have come to terms with his circumstances, no longer fixated on the pursuit of Voldemort's Horcruxes, adopting a more laissez-faire attitude. Rita Skeeter's request for an exclusive interview had been courteously declined by Dumbledore. However, according to undisclosed sources, Rita had obtained first-hand information from an insider and was currently in the process of editing and refining her findings, preparing for a significant scoop in her quest to become the industry's premier journalist. During this period, Grindelwald dedicated himself to teaching and accompanying Dumbledore, while also occasionally indulging in leisure at the Abeforth Club. The artificial hot springs, delectable cuisine, and fine wines there were truly splendid. He was certainly not merely drawn by Abeforth Dumbledore's themed events. Yet, reports from the well-informed suggested that on one occasion, Grindelwald, disguised with Lockhart's visage, had a rather unpleasant encounter with an elderly gentleman who bore a striking resemblance to Dumbledore, nearly causing a ruckus that could have dismantled the establishment. This left onlookers pondering the nature of their relationship. Meanwhile, Rita Skeeter's work continued. Umbridge, now a senior investigator at the Ministry of Magic, had pledged her allegiance to Dumbledore and accepted Tom's oversight. Consequently, she remained compliant during this period, refraining from any mischief, even submitting investigation reports to Fudge that were notably penned by Tom himself. With all the troublemakers at Hogwarts preoccupied, a rare peace settled over the castle. Seizing the moment, Tom gathered the stargazers for a new initiative. Chapter 121, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. What is this? Harry questioned, perplexed as he pointed to the title of the script in his hand. Harry, do you not think that the entertainment offerings in the Wizarding World are rather monotonous? To enrich the spiritual and cultural fabric of our community, the Stargazers Film Company has decided to produce the first major motion picture in the magical realm, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Filming is set to begin, perfectly timed for the summer release in the soon-to-be-completed cinema on Ariana Avenue. But isn't the plot a bit far-fetched? Hermione interjected, having perused the script and pointing out its numerous inconsistencies to Tom. It's understandable for Harry to be the protagonist, given that the story of the Savior will attract many. However, what follows is that the dark sorcerer from a millennium ago has reincarnated as Ginny, harboring a profound resentment towards the lover who abandoned her to join the forces of light. Upon entering Hogwarts, she discovers that her long-lost lover has been reborn as Harry, only to find him entangled in a complicated relationship with Draco. Fueled by both old grievances and new vendettas, she allies herself with her brother Ron, and together they uncover the hidden chamber left by Slytherin, releasing the monstrous eight-eyed spider within, intending to end Harry's life. Yet, with the assistance of his friends Draco, Hermione, and Neville, Harry thwarts their sinister plot. In a moment of clarity, Ginny transforms into light in Harry's embrace, while Ron, imprisoned in Azkaban, quietly awaits the next opportunity for revenge. As Hermione's words linger in the air, the leading actors, Harry, Draco, and the newly initiated Ginny, along with the somewhat reluctant Ron, simultaneously cast furious glares at Tom. Ron, particularly incensed, slams his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Riddle, what is the meaning of this? Why are Ginny and I the villains, and why am I confined to Azkaban in the end?" Tom merely shrugs nonchalantly. Isn't the story thrilling? How would you propose to amend it? After a hushed deliberation, Hermione tentatively suggests to Tom, what if we change it so that Dumbledore uses the Imperius curse to control Ginny, compelling her to seek out Slytherin's chamber and unleash the eight-eyed spider to eliminate Muggle-born students, thereby purifying the school? Upon discovering Dumbledore's scheme, Harry, with the help of his friends, vanquishes the spider, foiling Dumbledore's nefarious plot and ultimately rescuing Ginny, restoring peace to Hogwarts. What do you think? Would that work? Tom, taken aback, marvels at the notion that the most esteemed wizard of the 20th century, Dumbledore, has become so despised that everyone seems intent on persecuting him. He wonders if Dumbledore can withstand such scrutiny. Nevertheless, he cannot help but praise the idea. Clapping his hands, he decisively declares, "Let us proceed with that. The screenplay shall bear Hermione's name." Hermione and her companions feel a chill run down their spines, sensing they may have fallen into a trap. Before they can react, Tom continues, why not film the first version as well? Let us have Harry portrayed as Latino, Hermione as Black, Draco in women's attire. While Ron and Ginny can choose their genders, others may select their appearances, creating a special edition for the beautiful nation, which will then be screened there. What on earth does that even mean? The others listen, bewildered yet profoundly shocked by Tom's words. What do you understand? This is what we call politically correct in the beautiful nation. Thus, the grand cinematic project Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets is officially launched. By the way, let it be noted that Professor Lockhart will serve as a special advisor, informing other students that those willing to assist will receive an autographed photo from him. After the gathering concludes and everyone departs, Cassandra turns to Tom once more, asking, can this really be profitable? Not only did I persuade my family, but I also invested all the pocket money I had saved over the years into your cinema and film. Please do not let it end in ruin. Tom, however, exhibited no concern. Do not worry, Cassandra. You see, filming at Hogwarts is free, the actors are also free, and Mr. Colin Creevey has graciously offered to handle the cinematography without charge. I have contacted Cedric for other miscellaneous tasks, and he assured me that the Hufflepuff students are eager to assist. Moreover, the theater is our own. Essentially, with negligible costs involved, there is little chance of incurring losses. And regarding the theater, if all else fails, we can always rely on the Muggle-produced films to cover us. We will not suffer any losses. After hearing Tom's words, Cassandra felt somewhat reassured, yet another concern crept into her mind. By the way, I have heard rumors from the Ministry of Magic that Fudge has not been faring well lately. He may take action against Dumbledore. Should we be cautious? I understand. There is no need to concern ourselves with him, Tom replied nonchalantly. He was well aware of Fudge's situation, especially with Umbridge, the traitorous insider, relaying information. At the Ministry of Magic, in the office of the minister, Fudge sat in his chair, irritably running his fingers through his hair, feeling as though troubles beset him from every angle. The construction of Nocturne Alley was underway, and he had heard that the most popular attraction was the prayer time before Dumbledore's statue. Despite numerous inquiries to investigate any potential violations, every report returned claiming that all activities and operations there were entirely legal and compliant. as if it were the cleanest place in the wizarding world. Umbridge, dispatched to investigate Hogwarts, had sent back reports that were utterly devoid of substance, claiming everything was normal at Hogwarts and that Dumbledore was adeptly concealing any ambitions. When there were occasionally useful tidbits, they merely indicated that Dumbledore had warmly engaged with Lucius Malfoy at the castle gates, discussing new investment projects. Such trivialities provided no leverage against Dumbledore. Furthermore, at the Ministry, any proposals that might undermine Dumbledore were simply disregarded upon Fudge's suggestion, making him feel increasingly sidelined. As he suspected those around him had been bribed by Dumbledore. As Dumbledore's influence grew, it posed a significant threat to Fudge, who had only been in office for 2 years. Feeling he could trust no one, Fudge resolved to take matters into his own hands. Seeking an inexperienced student at Hogwarts to serve as his informant and uncover evidence of Dumbledore's alleged wrongdoing, thus launching a counteroffensive to ensure Dumbledore's downfall. The individual he selected was none other than the Slytherin student Tom Riddle, who had left a remarkably positive impression on him. Chapter 122, Cornelius Fudge. Minister Fudge, what brings you out here at such a late hour? Tom, clad in a long black robe, spoke in a hushed tone as he observed Fudge, who was equally enveloped in a similar dark attire, within the dimly lit confines of the Hogshead Inn. The scene resembled that of a clandestine meeting for illicit dealings among dark wizards. As Tom scrutinized Fudge, the latter reciprocated the gaze, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a series of calculated maneuvers to contact Tom, Fudge was taken aback to find that Tom had chosen to meet him personally, rather than sending an intermediary. Hey, I remember you're only in your second year, and it's currently past Hogwarts curfew. How many school rules have you already broken by being here so brazenly? Suddenly realizing that Tom was far more reckless than he had anticipated, Fudge felt cornered, as if he were now committed to a path from which there was no return. Tom, I wish to discuss Dumbledore. No sooner had Fudge uttered Dumbledore's name than Tom swiftly covered his mouth, making a shushing gesture. Confusion flickered in Fudge's eyes as Tom pointed towards the elderly bartender polishing a glass. Minister, do you know the identity of the owner here? Fudge shook his head, admitting that he had scarcely visited the Hog's Head, let alone known its proprietor. Leaning closer to Fudge's ear, Tom kindly informed him, the owner's surname is Dumbledore. Upon hearing this name, Fudge's pupils dilated in disbelief. He noticing Fudge's shock, Tom further clarified, Abeforth Dumbledore. The name of the owner here, he is the brother of Albus Dumbledore. So, Minister, are you truly certain you wish to discuss Professor Dumbledore in this establishment? Fudge fell silent, relieved that Tom had intervened just in time, for otherwise, their conspiratorial dialogue might have found its way to Dumbledore's desk by nightfall. Evidently, this young wizard was not entirely aligned with Dumbledore, which bolstered Fudge's confidence. Seeing Fudge's reticence, Tom suggested, Minister, this isn't a suitable place for conversation. Follow me. Upon Fudge's agreement, Tom led him out of the Hogshead Inn. Once they reached a secluded grove on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, and confirming that they were alone, Tom spoke. All right, Minister, now that we're undisturbed, you may express what's on your mind. Fudge took a moment to gather his thoughts, preparing to gauge Tom's perspective. Tom, what are your thoughts on Dumbledore? Tom, who was well aware of Fudge's current situation, could easily surmise his intentions. He replied, Minister, although Professor Dumbledore often presents himself as a paragon of virtue, it does little to conceal his insatiable thirst for power. He is nothing short of a consummate opportunist. Fudge appeared quite pleased with Tom's response. Indeed, Tom, that is precisely the case. He is currently endeavoring to subvert the Ministry of Magic, and his actions pose a grave threat to the safety of the wizarding world. For the sake of our realm, I require your assistance. Tom, although he had a vague understanding of Fudge's plans, internally scoffed at the bluntness with which they were expressed. Shouldn't such matters be directed towards Gryffindor? Why was it falling upon him, a Slytherin? Nonetheless, outwardly he feigned a shared sense of animosity. For the security and future of the wizarding world, Minister, tell me how I may assist you. The more Fudge observed Tom, the more satisfied he became. It had been quite some time since he had received such backing concerning Dumbledore. Tom, I need you to keep a close watch on Dumbledore at Hogwarts. If you uncover any evidence of his intentions to undermine the Ministry, inform me in secret. I shall bring the Aurors to apprehend him. Once he is imprisoned in Azkaban, peace shall be restored to the wizarding world. Tom was taken aback by Fudge's words. Was this really the extent of his plan? How had such a dullard assumed the role of minister? Was there truly no one else within the Ministry? Did this fool not comprehend Dumbledore's true power? To suggest capturing him with Aurors was laughable. Dumbledore could easily best them single-handedly. What kind of delusion had Fudge succumbed to? Noticing Tom's silence, Fudge assumed he was contemplating the request and prodded. So, Tom, is it feasible? Feasible, indeed, Tom replied with a smile. But why should I acquiesce? Fudge was momentarily taken aback. This was not how he had envisioned the interaction unfolding. Just as he was about to articulate a response, he found himself petrified, unable to move. Tom, Employing a silent and wandless spell, approached Fudge, who stared back with palpable terror. Was this truly the capability of a second-year student at Hogwarts? Furthermore, did Tom not fear retribution for attacking the minister? Was he prepared to end his life here? Do not be alarmed, Minister, Tom said soothingly, his tone laced with mockery. I have no intention of killing you. I merely wish to present you with a small gift. It seemed as though Tom could see through Fudge's thoughts. As he comforted him with a gentle smile, he slowly drew up the sleeve of his left arm. The dark mark. A vivid dark mark materialized on the inner side of Fudge's left upper arm. Tom's modified version required no allegiance to be marked. Once the petrification spell was lifted, Fudge touched the freshly imprinted dark mark, feeling its searing heat, as if the world were collapsing around him. Who are you? He demanded, his gaze filled with resentment as he fixed it upon Tom. However, Tom's subsequent actions delivered a crushing blow. Who am I? This is indeed a profound question. Today, I find myself in high spirits and do not mind divulging this little secret. With a flick of Tom's wand, the golden letters of Tom Marvolo Riddle danced in the air, and Fudge screamed the name aloud. Voldemort. Fudge could hardly believe it, his words tumbling out in a flurry. How is this possible? You are not already. Not dead, are you? Tom interjected, completing the unspoken thought with a chilling chuckle. But what if this was all part of the plan? By the way, I forgot to mention, I have always been aligned with Dumbledore. With that, Tom left the rest to Fudge's imagination. At that moment, 2 Death Eaters summoned by Tom arrived on the scene. Minister, allow me to introduce you to your new colleagues. Fudge turned to face the newly appeared figures. One was the familiar Lucius Malfoy, whose presence was hardly surprising. The other, however, was an unexpected shock that made him grit his teeth. Dolores Umbridge, Fudge exclaimed, staring at the woman clad in pink, his eyes ablaze with fury. You have betrayed me? Minister Fudge, she chuckled, there has never been loyalty, so what is betrayal? My allegiance has always been to the esteemed Dumbledore and the illustrious Lord Voldemort. But now, welcome to our ranks, Minister. Let us work together for a greater purpose. Umbridge reveled in the sight of the once mighty minister now reduced to her level, a sense of satisfaction swelling within her. Look at you, Fudge, reduced to this state. From now on, you shall find yourself under my thumb. If I suffer, you shall not fare any better. Fudge was so incensed by Umbridge that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. If looks could kill, she would have been slain 1,000 times over. Without a doubt, the person he loathed most at this moment was Umbridge. Had it not been for this pink toad, scheming and maneuvering to connect him with Voldemort, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Now, with his hands tied against both Dumbledore and Tom, all his ire coalesced upon Umbridge. Thus, the two began to hurl insults at each other. Setting aside Umbridge for a moment, those familiar with Fudge would never expect that this seemingly affable minister could unleash such a torrent of profanities, his vocabulary overflowing in an unimaginable manner. Tom watched with delight as the two engaged in their verbal skirmish, encouraging their conflict. However, noticing that their quarrel was escalating to the brink of physical confrontation, he, as the leader, although officially the second in command, felt compelled to intervene. Enough is enough. We are all good partners within this organization, so let us refrain from excessive antics. Under the looming intimidation of Lord Voldemort, Tom, both Fudge and Umbridge immediately fell silent, fearing that a flash of green light might be cast upon them at any moment. Lucius, observing the scene, was utterly astonished, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. Was this truly how one could gain control over the Ministry of Magic? So effortlessly? Their struggles during the tumultuous years of the past, fighting fiercely only to earn a tarnished reputation, had yielded nothing but a desperate need to evade judgment. Reflecting on this, Lucius felt tears threatening to spill forth. Indeed, that Voldemort of yesteryear was nothing short of incompetent. His intellect was undoubtedly subjected to some form of dissection and study by Dumbledore. No, he could not dwell on such thoughts any longer, or he would surely voice his frustrations, with his master still present. Noticing Tom's gaze upon him, Lucius knew he must proceed with the necessary tasks at hand. He stepped forward and bowed, addressing Tom. My lord, do you have further instructions? The directive to compel them to take an unbreakable oath, lest any insidious thoughts arise again, was clear. Upon hearing this, Fudge's complexion drained of color. This left no avenue for escape. Observing Lucius nod, Tom patted his shoulder and departed. Confident that Lucius would manage the situation adeptly, he was eager to share this splendid news with others. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, bleary-eyed, regarded the unwelcome intruder before him. Why do you haunt me so, Tom? Can you not allow this old man a few more peaceful days? Dumbledore's tone was laced with disdain, almost on the verge of dismissing him outright. However, for someone of Dumbledore's stature, such a response was hardly sufficient. He glanced around, tauntingly inquiring, Is Professor Grindelwald not present today? Have you perhaps found a new paramour? Dumbledore felt his resolve harden. Every encounter seemed to provoke such jibes. What exactly do you seek? Do not compel me to act against you. Before Dumbledore could erupt, Tom regained his composure. Very well, Professor, let us discuss matters of importance. I bear both bad news and good news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in Tom's demeanor. Yet, upon grasping Tom's words, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Ignoring the good news for the moment, he pondered whether the good news might not be an even graver revelation. After a brief hesitation, Dumbledore replied, "Perhaps we should begin with the bad news. Cornelius Fudge is preparing to take action against you, even contemplating direct confrontation." Dumbledore chuckled dismissively. Such news was hardly alarming. After so many years, there had been countless individuals who sought to oppose him, and Fudge hardly ranked among the most formidable. As for confrontation, should Fudge dare to attempt such a thing, Dumbledore would relish the opportunity to correct his misapprehensions regarding power. Casting aside what can hardly be deemed bad news, Dumbledore felt that this time Tom had likely not caused any significant trouble. He donned a faint smile and inquired, "And what of the good news?" The good news was that Fudge had been recruited and had officially pledged his loyalty to the Death Eaters. Dumbledore wondered if he had succumbed to auditory hallucinations or some form of delusion, for how could he possibly have heard such an outrageous statement? The Minister of Magic, the Death Eaters, Dumbledore, and allegiance. How were these four terms interconnected? Additionally, had someone not just claimed that Fudge intended to confront him, even resorting to violence? How could it be that within mere minutes, Fudge had transformed from an adversary into a loyal follower? What sort of sorcery was this? Dumbledore discreetly pinched his thigh. Ouch, that hurt. So was all of this truly real? He turned to the source of the chaos and asked in a subdued tone, "What on earth is happening?" After hearing Tom's detailed account, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his emotions. Before Tom's narration, he had envisioned numerous scenarios. Yet no matter how vivid his imagination, he never could have anticipated such a turn of events. Fudge was essentially inviting his own demise. What was particularly baffling was his misfortune in selecting Tom from among the countless students at Hogwarts, and that he had even enlisted Umbridge to facilitate this connection. In such circumstances, who else could he possibly have chosen? How could the Minister of Magic find himself in such a predicament? Had old Voldemort simply missed the right moment? If Fudge had been the minister back then, Dumbledore shuddered to contemplate the consequences. He simply could not manage such a bumbling ally. When Millicent Bagnold resigned that year, why had Dumbledore declined the position of Minister of Magic? The result was that this fool had taken the stage, and now he had been forcibly inducted into the ranks of the Death Eaters, without even the use of the Imperius Curse. Can you believe it? Dumbledore mused that had he been in charge, he would undoubtedly have performed better than Fudge, bringing genuine prosperity and peace to the magical community. Chapter 124, Commencement of Filming. Having confided in Dumbledore, Tom cast aside the incident with Fudge. The Minister of Magic was of no use as a puppet, yet in critical moments, he could still prove beneficial, and that sufficed. Now, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Gray, increase the lights a bit. Shally, quickly bring over the props from that side. Mau Mau and Achi, don't just stand there. Go assist Xiaoli, Tian. Go inform Harry and the others to prepare. After having taken advantage of a wave of free time, the house elves within Hogwarts were now being summoned to work by a certain unscrupulous individual. Scene 3, Take 2, First time. As Cedric clapped the clapperboard, Colin aimed the Voldemort-themed camera at Harry and Draco, officially commencing the filming of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Cut. That's it for today. Well done, everyone. Before the monitor of Voldemort, Tom gave Harry a thumbs up. Excellent work today, Daniel and Tom. You both performed splendidly. It is as if you have been acting for ages. Akin to Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy themselves being present. Harry and Draco exchanged bewildered glances at Tom, as his words seemed more like an insult. After all, they indeed were Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Furthermore, what was this nonsense about Daniel Radcliffe and Tom Felton? How many times must they protest against arbitrary stage names? Could their opinions not be considered? After a day of shooting, Cassandra hurriedly approached Tom. Tom, I fear we may have a predicament with our film Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. In stark contrast to Cassandra's anxiety, Tom remained composed. What trouble? Pray, enlighten me. I spoke with Professor Snape, and he has categorically refused to participate. As for having Professor Dumbledore portray the antagonist, I simply cannot bring myself to suggest it. Other professors have agreed to assist us, however. Rest assured, everything is under control. Tom reassured Cassandra with a calm expression, producing 2 crystal vials, each containing a small tuft of hair. This matter was anticipated, and the polyjuice potion can resolve it without troubling those 2 esteemed professors to lower themselves to our humble production. Cassandra was taken aback. This hair, it's from Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape? How did you acquire it? The hair from Professor Dumbledore was provided by Professor Grindelwald, and Snape's was supplied by Lucius. As for how it was procured, that is not my concern, Tom replied, feigning ignorance. 2 kind souls simply gifted me these tufts of hair. Beyond that, I know nothing. But if we proceed with filming, it will undoubtedly be exposed. How shall we face Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape then? Cassandra expressed her lingering concern. Let us film their scenes in advance. They are not yet privy to the specific script. I have already spoken with Professor Grindelwald and Lucius. They will ensure that Professors Dumbledore and Snape are occupied while we hastily complete the filming, establishing a fait accompli. By the time they discover the truth, it will be too late for them to object. Indeed, that is quite clever, Cassandra remarked, offering Tom her approval. However, one question remains. Where shall we find Aragog? What? You intend to seek out Aragog? Absolutely not, Hagrid exclaimed, staring incredulously at the 2 second-year Slytherin students. What nonsense is this? A magical creature rated at danger level 5 is not something you little wizards should be dealing with. And why must it be Aragog? 50 years ago, it was my old schoolmate who attempted to capture Aragog, and now, 50 years later, here comes a Tom Riddle, bearing an uncanny resemblance to my old classmate, requesting the same. Is it truly impossible for Aragog to sever ties with Tom Riddle? Might you first enlighten me as to the purpose of your quest for Aragog? Observing Tom and Cassandra's unwavering resolve, Hagrid resolved to inquire about their intentions. Of course, it is for the sake of filmmaking. The Acromantula is the ultimate creature within the Slytherin chamber in our film, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. The moment Tom finished speaking, Hagrid felt the haunting memories of the past begin to resurface. It has been 50 years since he was expelled over this very matter. He has already paid the price. And yet the topic is brought up once more, as though it is an unending cycle. Although he was perplexed as to how these youngsters had acquired such detailed knowledge, he was certain this was directed at him. Hagrid, sighing, he thought that if he was unwilling, then Cassandra and Tom could seek out Aragog on their own. As the two prepared to depart, Hagrid snapped back to reality and hurriedly blocked their path. No, you cannot go. I must inform Professor Snape. Out of body, Tom gradually lowered his wand. Why is it that you refuse to engage in a civil discussion? Must you compel me to use the Imperius Curse? Is this not pushing me towards a crime? It seems that Azkaban and I are destined to cross paths. I anticipated this outcome, he continued. However, my Lord Voldemort, your adeptness suggests you have employed such methods frequently. Given your actions, it would be quite normal for you to end up in Azkaban. Cassandra sighed, silently scoffing at the absurdity. Very well, Hagrid, lead us to Aragog and his kin. Why is it necessary to seek out Hagrid, even resorting to the Imperius Curse? Following Hagrid through the Forbidden Forest, Cassandra could not help but pose the question to Tom. I am hopelessly directionally challenged. Tom's unapologetic retort left Cassandra momentarily speechless. This rationale was, indeed, compelling. After a considerable time, Aragog regarded Hagrid and the 2 Hogwarts students, inquiring, Hagrid, what brings you and these students to seek me today? Oblivion. Complete forgetfulness. Before Hagrid could respond, Tom skillfully knocked him down. He turned his gaze to Aragog. Aragog, you and your kin shall submit to me. Aragog, exasperated by the audacity of this young wizard, scoffed, it appears you are not a friend of Hagrid. Thus I shall show you no mercy. Let us sate the children's thirst for flesh. With that, numerous offspring of Aragog emerged from the shadows, and Tom smiled. The serpent on his wrist began to stir, and a ghostly blue flame erupted from the tip of his wand. Who truly plays the role of hunter, and who becomes the prey? Chapter 125, The Supplier of Free Materials. The blue flames cascaded through the forbidden forest, engulfing countless acromantulas, which were reduced to ashes without so much as a sound of struggle, leaving behind not even the remnants of roasted spider delicacies. Occasionally, a hapless creature would approach Tom, only to be met with a dazzling green light, followed by a series of leaps that would swiftly result in an abundance of freshly harvested materials strewn across the ground, hardly causing a ripple. Beside Tom, Cassandra, emboldened under the protective aura of someone's fiery circle, bravely retaliated against the acromantula, casting spells regardless of their efficacy, prioritizing the acquisition of practical combat experience. To the acromantula, what was initially perceived as an easy prey of 2 Hogwarts wizards turned out to be a grave miscalculation. These young sorcerers possessed remarkable combat prowess, and despite their overwhelming numbers, the acromantula found itself facing heavy losses. The prospect of feasting was swiftly overshadowed by the looming threat of their own demise. When the long-dormant basilisk was finally unleashed to feed, the swarm of acromantula could no longer withstand the instinctual terror, turning tail in a frantic retreat. Now, shall we converse earnestly, Aragog? Surrender or perish? Under the dual menace of Tom's wand and the basilisk, Aragog found himself unable to flee due to physical limitations and ultimately capitulated. He even felt a twinge of relief. Having developed cataracts and lost his sight over the past 2 years, he mused that had his vision remained intact, he might have already met his end. Yet, even in submission to Tom's formidable presence, Aragog posed a lingering question. Young wizard, what is it you desire by subjugating us? An assault on Hogwarts? No, Aragog, I simply wish to enlist a few of your offspring to assist me in filming a motion picture. To put it plainly, I hope to borrow some of your young ones to act in a theatrical performance. Once all is settled, I shall ensure their safe return should they wish to come back. Aragog comprehended Tom's words, but the rationale behind them was utterly unacceptable. Is that all? Just that. Dear young wizard, if you had articulated this from the outset, surely, for Hagrid's sake, I would have obliged you. Why resort to violence? Must we truly meet in battle? Such was the nature of his fluctuating demeanor. Cassandra, we must hasten. Hagrid is on the verge of awakening. Almost there. Just a bit more on the right side. Forget about aesthetics for now. Let us cover it thoroughly. Are you not going to add a touch more? No, absolutely not. That would be revolting. Very well then. Just apply more grime to your clothing. Otherwise, it appears too artificial. Rest assured, Hagrid is not one to notice such details. Done. Now, hurry and lie down to avoid drawing attention. Hagrid groggily opened his eyes, sooner than Tom had anticipated. What has happened to me? Why am I here? He rubbed his head, his memory muddled from the alterations made by another. After a moment, clarity began to dawn upon him. Right. I was searching for Aragog when I was ambushed by the Acromantula and struck unconscious by something. How did I survive? It was then that Hagrid's attention shifted to his surroundings, and his expression transformed dramatically. In the distance, Tom and Cassandra lay unconscious beside a towering tree. Cassandra appeared relatively unharmed, albeit somewhat disheveled, while Tom was covered in blood, his clothing tattered, and looking gravely injured. Hagrid, without a moment's hesitation, rushed over, shaking Tom fervently. Tom, wake up. Please, you must be all right. Under Hagrid's desperate shaking, Tom slowly opened his eyes, speaking weakly. Hagrid, you're safe. That is wonderful. His voice dwindled into a whisper, and he closed his eyes once more. Hagrid, witnessing Tom's state, felt utterly lost, nearly brought to tears. As if Tom had already departed from this world. At that moment, Cassandra slowly opened her eyes, ready to take her turn. Noticing Hagrid's relief at her awakening, he exclaimed, Cassandra, you're all right. Quickly, come see Tom. Hagrid, you're safe. That is splendid. Tom truly saved us from the Acromantula swarm. As she spoke, Cassandra approached Tom's side, feigning a medical examination. While others might be unaware of Tom's condition, she was not. The blood on Tom's face was her handiwork, painted using Hagrid's own blood. Tom himself had emerged unscathed. The Acromantula had not harmed him, and he was fortunate to have survived without succumbing to all of them. His spoils from this encounter included not only 7 live spiders, but also several large vials of venom and blood. However, upon hearing Cassandra mention that Tom had been injured for his sake, Hagrid could no longer contain his emotions and began to sob softly. Moments later, after Cassandra cast a few healing spells on Tom, she turned to Hagrid, saying, Hagrid, Tom is merely fatigued and has some superficial wounds. I have administered preliminary treatment. He is not in serious danger. Once we return to the castle, I will take Tom to Madame Pomfrey for a thorough examination. Hagrid, relieved by Cassandra's words, gradually ceased his weeping and, somewhat dazed, asked, Cassandra, how did you and Tom end up here? We were sent by Professor Snape to gather materials. Look, we just happened to encounter you being attacked by the Acromantula, she replied, pulling a blood-stained scroll from her pocket and handing it to Hagrid, vividly recounting Tom's gallant rescue of Hagrid from the clutches of the Acromantula. Hagrid, moved by Cassandra's account, felt tears welling in his eyes. However, after glancing at the list, his expression darkened, and his tone betrayed his dissatisfaction. Snape has gone too far. How could he send you 2 young witches into the Forbidden Forest for these materials? But we had no choice but to comply with Professor Snape. Hagrid, observing Cassandra's reluctant demeanor, grew increasingly discontent with Snape. Leave this matter to me. I will deliver these materials to Snape. Oh no, this could lead to trouble. Cassandra hastily interjected, please, don't. If you do that, the professor will confine us. Hagrid, why don't you hand over the materials to us? And we shall pass them on to the professor? This way, it will be better for everyone. After a moment of contemplation, Hagrid agreed, thumping his chest to assure them that they could always come to him for any materials in the future as a means to repay Tom for saving his life. Little did he know, Tom, who had been feigning unconsciousness nearby, smirked subtly, reveling in the success of his scheme. Chapter 126, Transition. Thus, one must ponder. Is it truly fair to deceive Hagrid in such a manner? Yet, I never imagined that such an obvious ruse would actually convince him. As Cassandra walked back to the castle, she turned to the now-awake Tom and sincerely asked, is it right for us to have tricked Hagrid like this? Being a novice in such dealings, Cassandra, unlike Tom, felt a pang of conscience. It seemed only feasible to deceive Hagrid. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have exposed the ruse immediately. However, the silver lining is that we have secured a free supplier for the time being, haven't we? Rest assured, I shall not allow Hagrid to work for nothing. How about arranging a date with a wealthy and beautiful woman as compensation? A date? With Hagrid? Cassandra found it difficult to envision such a scenario and couldn't help but inquire. Who is this wealthy and beautiful woman? Madame Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. What do you think? Upon hearing this name, Cassandra was momentarily at a loss for words and retorted, what makes you think they are suited for each other? Moreover, how do you intend to persuade Madame Maxime to go on a date? What is unsuitable about it? A half-giant and a half-giant are a perfect match. As for persuasion, I shall employ my words, but should that fail, I do possess some knowledge of magic. Very well, that certainly reflects the Dark Lord's style, she mused. Observing the eager expression on his face, it appeared he was quite serious. She had not anticipated that Madame Maxime was a half-giant. Perhaps this could indeed work out. Cassandra cast a disdainful glance at the Dark Lord, who was still leaning on her for support as they walked. My lord, is there nothing wrong with you that you cannot walk unaided? You are rather heavy, you know. The following day, Tom lay in the hospital wing, receiving a visit from Hagrid. He was committed to the act, and although Madame Pomfrey concluded that Tom was in perfect health, he still insisted on claiming to suffer from depression, monopolizing the medical resources for an entire day. Upon seeing Hagrid, Tom grasped his hand with deep emotion, saying, Hagrid, I heard all about yesterday from Cassandra. I saved you because we are friends, so really, there is no need for such gratitude. Hagrid, feeling even more touched and guilty, replied, Thank you, Tom. Rest assured, I will keep my promise from yesterday. But, seeing Tom still hesitating, Hagrid grew impatient. There's no room for doubt. It's settled. If you don't trust me, we can even formalize it with what is it called? A magical contract? Tom tentatively inquired. Yes, precisely, a magical contract. As soon as Hagrid finished speaking, Tom handed him a piece of parchment and a feather quill. After Hagrid, still somewhat dazed, signed his name. Tom expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Hagrid, you are truly my best friend. Rest assured, Madame Pomfrey assured me that I'm perfectly fine and can be discharged today. Once Hagrid exited the hospital wing, he couldn't help but scratch his disheveled hair. Why does it feel like something is amiss? Meanwhile, shortly after Hagrid's departure, Tom swiftly climbed out of bed, humming a cheerful tune as he exited the hospital. That same day, Snape received a rather unusual gift, a small vial of venom from an eight-eyed spider. After scrutinizing it for a long time, he had to admit that the venom was indeed rare and of excellent quality. However, the thought of the cinder left Snape feeling unsettled. The Dark Lord sending him a gift seemed like a cat feigning sympathy for a mouse. It was undoubtedly part of some sinister plot. As Snape remained suspicious and on edge, life continued to unfold. Throughout the remainder of the semester, Tom focused his energies on the filming of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, barely acknowledging Dumbledore. In a rare moment of tranquility, Dumbledore sought out Tom. Tom, I've heard you've been busy with filming, and even Gellert is lending a hand. Could you share the story you're working on? Is there anything I might assist you with? Tom waved his hands dismissively. Thank you, Professor. We're creating a tale about love. I would greatly appreciate it if you could provide Hogwarts Castle, but for now, there is no need for your assistance with anything else. With that, he presented Dumbledore with the first draft of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. After perusing it, Dumbledore hesitated, troubled by the themes of diversity in race, gender, and dietary preferences that left him bewildered. The climax, where Harry absorbed the light from his friends to transform into a superhero to defeat Ginny, who had absorbed the energy of the eight-eyed giant spider to become a villain, felt utterly absurd. Would anyone truly watch this? Tom, noticing Dumbledore's discomfort, quickly asked, What's wrong, Professor? Is something amiss? Dumbledore, with a complex expression, returned the script to Tom. Upon glancing at it, Tom repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, Professor. I took the wrong version. This is the special edition for the beautiful country. They seem to enjoy that sort of thing. Here, this is the standard version. After Dumbledore read the corrected draft, he exhaled with relief, realizing that the earlier version was not his fault. Yet, he remained baffled by how the beautiful country could have turned it into such a grotesque form. It was beyond his imagination. It appears that Tom's words hold a kernel of truth. It is indeed prudent to dedicate some time to exchange experiences with the magical communities of other nations, lest one finds oneself outmoded without realizing it. Ultimately, Severus Snape could not evade Tom's cunning machinations. Although he possessed the Polyjuice potion, certain performances were more fittingly suited to Snape's personal involvement. Thus, under the condition of providing a small vial of eight-eyed spider venom, Snape consented to make a guest appearance in the Duel Club, treating it as a pedagogical endeavor. However, diverging from the original narrative, Snape, after delivering a brief opening address, selected Gilderoy Lockhart, who had usurped his position as the defense against the dark arts instructor. The Grindelwald version of Lockhart did not disappoint Snape, swiftly vanquishing him. Observing Snape's somber departure, Tom chose not to intervene, for the adversary was of his own choosing. If one could not endure the game, then one ought not to play. Besides, he had already acquired the material he sought. Following Grindelwald's assumption of the Duel Club's direction, the atmosphere immediately became vibrant under his enthusiastic guidance. As orchestrated by someone, the subsequent confrontation predictably featured Harry and Draco. It was time to showcase the new educational ethos of Hogwarts to the Wizarding World. Chapter 127. Reliving the Dreams of Centenarians. With a resounding crack, after once again disarming Draco with the disarming charm, Draco erupted in fury. Could this production continue? I am expected to wield a green illumination charm to feign the killing curse in response to Harry's disarming spell and ensure a riveting battle? This is beyond my capabilities, truly beyond me. Harry, with an innocent expression, replied, I'm sorry, I was already holding back, but Tom's demands are exceedingly arduous. Draco bore no ill will towards Harry. I understand you did your best, Harry, but what are we to do next? We cannot genuinely resort to the killing curse. I am not Tom, and have no desire to find myself incarcerated in Azkaban. The dilemma remained, even if one wished to cast it. The other had no inclination to receive it. Who would desire to perish in such a senseless manner? Harry firmly declined Draco's suggestion. Although he had narrowly escaped Voldemort's killing curse as an infant due to his mother's protective spell, who could predict the outcome should fate repeat itself? As their conversation continued, both turned their gazes towards the root of all these events, Tom. They decided to halt the filming for the day, expressing their exhaustion. And Tom mused that he needed time to ponder the situation. Sensing the discontented stares from the two leads, Tom reluctantly called for a stop. After all, if the two protagonists were indeed dissatisfied enough to withdraw from the performance, he would find himself in dire straits. At that point, all his efforts, investments, and hard-earned pennies would be in vain. Why cling to the killing curse? Could an alternative approach not suffice? Just moments ago, he had observed Professor McGonagall, who seemed quite displeased. As the students began to disperse, Cassandra inquired of Tom, compelled by the knowledge that someone's ambition was to showcase the spectacle of indulging in the grand feast, even at the cost of one's own visage. If his wish cannot be fulfilled, it would be a disservice to his aspirations. Observing Tom's wistful expression as he reminisced, Cassandra silently speculated which individual possessed such peculiar desires. How bizarre. However, the matter could not remain stagnant at this juncture. In comparison to someone who sought to gain without effort, Cassandra was far more concerned, particularly since she had, under someone's persuasion, genuinely invested her savings. Thus, what should be done next? Tom sighed. There was no alternative but to seek assistance from a proxy. Not long ago, someone had offered their help. So he decided to extend a kindness and allow them to relive old dreams. One fateful night, Tom presented Rita's unpublished report for someone's perusal, confidently asserting that if they were unwilling, he could persuade Rita to withhold publication. In response to this seemingly trivial request, the individual readily acquiesced. Consequently, one day at sunset, amidst the observance of Hogwarts faculty and students, Dumbledore's rendition of Harry and Grindelwald's version of Draco reenacted the legendary battle of 1945. Although this occasion was primarily a friendly exhibition, the two elder wizards appeared to be fully engaged, alternating between white and dark magic, showcasing the artistry of their craft. Hogwarts students, limited in perspective, likely viewed it merely as an entertaining spectacle. Among the few in the know, Cassandra experienced a sensation of temporal dislocation. This truly was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and she longed to imprint the duel's imagery in her memory, an invaluable opportunity for learning. The professors perceived even more. The distinctive casting style of one party was unmistakably Dumbledore, while the absence of certain individuals clarified the other's identity. However, they were taken aback by Lockhart's unexpected prowess. Severus Snape, rarely seen in such settings, was visibly unsettled. Since that fateful day when he had been so swiftly vanquished, he occasionally awoke in the dead of night, unable to comprehend how he had succumbed to a mere author in such a decisive manner. Witnessing someone hold their own against Dumbledore made him question everything. Was it that this author was exceptionally formidable, or was he, in fact, utterly inept? Tom, thoroughly captivated, relished the spectacle, deeming it utterly magnificent. Everything must be preserved. He even praised Professor McGonagall, saying, "Behold, this is the level that second-year wizards at Hogwarts should aspire to. How can Durmstrang and Beauxbatons compete?" Professor McGonagall, exasperated, could only roll her eyes. The other students remained oblivious to the significance of this version of Harry and Draco, while the instigator of this chaos appeared blissfully unaware. "What are you even thinking? Here, take the wand and teach them yourself." "I cannot do it," she retorted, disbelieving he could succeed. Tom remained indifferent to McGonagall's thoughts. After all, this material was sufficient to showcase the new educational ethos at Hogwarts. Indeed, our students at Hogwarts are truly remarkable. In this remarkable reimagining of the epic battle, the curtain falls as Dumbledore's version of Harry disarms Grindelwald's counterpart, Draco, with a powerful disarming charm. Congratulations are in order for our Dumbledore contestant, who has once again emerged victorious. As the semester draws to a close, the focus of the Hogwarts students gradually shifts towards the impending final examinations. Tom must temporarily set aside the climactic showdown against the eight-eyed giant spider, postponing its filming until after the examination week concludes. Amidst the tense atmosphere of exam preparations, one morning, a grand statue suddenly rises at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle. What is this? It bears a striking resemblance to the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. Indeed, it is an enlarged version of the statue found in the common room. Noticing the unusual sight, The gathered Hogwarts students begin to murmur amongst themselves. As the crowd swells, Tom steps forward with Cassandra by his side. Silence. A spell amplifies Tom's voice, drowning out the chatter. The crowd quiets, eager to understand the situation. Tom surveys the surroundings before speaking. Dear classmates, are you still fretting over the upcoming exams? Are you burning the midnight oil in hopes of achieving stellar results? Some upperclassmen are even starting to lose their hair, risking baldness if this continues. I have observed all of this and share your concerns. After perusing countless books and consulting numerous esteemed figures in the magical community, thanks to Professor Dumbledore's introduction, I have finally discovered a new path. Today, I present this novel approach to you, hoping to alleviate your worries and transform exams from a source of torment into a manageable endeavor. As Tom speaks confidently, the students grow impatient, pleading for him to reveal the new method. Chapter 128. Between effort and struggle, one should choose incense. Sensing the rising impatience of his audience, Tom decides to unveil the secret without further delay. The new path is incense. What? The crowd gasps, struggling to comprehend. What on earth does incense entail? Yet, without allowing them time to ponder, Tom presses on. Between diligent effort and relentless striving, the more magical approach is to invoke the heavens and receive blessings. Incense is a vital component of this ritual magic. For just 10 sickles, you can acquire a high-quality incense from China, a tradition that has endured for millennia. Devoutly kneel and bow, and toss a few galleons, sickles, or even nuts into the merit box according to your wishes. And your desires shall be heard by Lady Rowena Ravenclaw, ensuring your safe passage through the trials ahead. However, Tom gestures towards Cassandra, who holds the Ravenclaw diadem. For an additional payment of 5 gallons, you may acquire the illustrious crown bequeathed by the esteemed Lady Ravenclaw herself. Indeed, it is the legendary diadem said to bestow wisdom upon its wearer, guiding you towards a brighter future. Furthermore, you will receive a personal blessing from the esteemed Lady Cassandra Valeri, who has been endowed with the gifts and legacy of Lady Ravenclaw. Your heartfelt wishes shall reach Lady Rowena sooner than those of others. What? You question how Cassandra, a Slytherin, could possibly inherit the blessings of Ravenclaw. Fear not, for I, Tom Riddle, am a man of integrity, and this matter is beyond reproach. Professors Lockhart and Dumbledore are witnesses to this truth. You may inquire with them if you doubt. Especially for those upperclassmen preparing for examinations. Do you not desire to achieve commendable results and secure a promising future? Between the toil of sleepless nights and rote memorization, seeking out this blessing is a far easier path. Let not this opportunity slip away, for once this moment passes, it shall not return. Do not allow momentary frugality to lead to lifelong regret. Your hesitations now are a disrespect to Lady Ravenclaw, to knowledge itself, and to wisdom. Under Tom's fervent persuasion, the creatures exchanged bewildered glances, a palpable absurdity enveloping the air. Hermione, amidst the crowd, promptly voiced her dissent. This is mere superstition. How could such nonsense possibly aid in our exams? You are no different from those charlatans who claim that bloodletting and holy water can cure all ailments. Tom glanced at Hermione, retorting, there is, indeed, a distinction. Bloodletting and holy water lack both scientific basis and magical merit. However, Rowena Ravenclaw is a veritable figure. Recently Miss Grey, or rather, Helena Ravenclaw, disappeared, taken by Lady Rowena. Professors Dumbledore, Lockhart, and Cassandra were all witnesses to this occurrence. And Cassandra was the recipient of Rowena's blessings and legacy at that time. Hermione, as a Ravenclaw, how can you deny the existence of Lady Rowena? How can you presume she would not heed the prayers of her beloved students? Hermione, now the focus of her peers' attention, found herself momentarily silenced by Tom's assertions. For the first time, students learned the truth behind the enigma of Ms. Grey's disappearance, one of Hogwarts' unresolved mysteries. If Lady Rowena is indeed still present, then perhaps this crown holds genuine merit. Seeing the crowd's curiosity piqued, Tom resolved to stoke the flames of excitement further. Of course, I understand that skepticism lingers. Fear not. Let us select a fortunate soul to experience this for themselves. After all, reality always surpasses rhetoric. And this lucky individual shall be none other than our own Ron Weasley. In the throng, Ron pointed to himself, astonished. He had been intrigued by Tom's proposition, but had resigned himself to inaction due to his meager finances, never anticipating that fortune would smile upon him so unexpectedly. Stumbling through the throng, Ron accepted the fragrant incense from Tom's hands. Following Tom's guidance, he reverently knelt and performed 3 bows, silently reciting his name, birthday, home address, and heartfelt wishes. After completing the bows, he placed the incense into the censer and received several coins from Tom, which he tossed into the donation box. The melodious sound of coins clinking against the box's bottom resonated in his ears, and at that moment, Ron seemed to hear Lady Rowena whispering softly beside him. As he sat upon the throne before the statue, with Cassandra adorning him with a crown, he felt an intellectual awakening, as if he could absorb all the knowledge in the world in that instant. when the golden light of Tom's specially crafted spell fell upon him through Cassandra's incantation. He felt as if Lady Royna had reached out to embrace him gently. This was indeed a ritual magic worth 5 galleons. Once the dust settled and he removed the crown, Ron excitedly rushed into the crowd, eagerly sharing his experiences. The students, captivated by his words, jostled to form a long line, as Ron's relationship with Tom lent credibility to his account. Tom, beaming with delight, collected the coins. The sound of galleons, sickles, and nuts falling into the donation box was the most enchanting music in the world. Surprisingly, the number of students purchasing the exclusive Cassandra edition package, priced at 5 galleons, exceeded expectations, particularly among the Ravenclaw students, eager to don the crown of their founding figure. Tom observed this scene, realizing that Hogwarts harbored many affluent patrons. Thus, he considered enhancing their emotional value offerings, especially since Hermione had just provided a splendid idea. When Tom announced that the day's incense had sold out, it sparked a commotion among those still in line. After much persuasion from Tom, he managed to calm the crowd, convincing them to return the following day. Upon their return the next morning, they discovered a new statue of Helga Hufflepuff at the entrance. "Come and see, behold the authentic relic of Hufflepuff, the Hufflepuff cup," Tom exclaimed. Now, one could enjoy a cup of holy water from Hufflepuff for just 3 galleons. Savor a drink of everlasting luck, clarity of mind, and enduring health. Quantities are limited, so don't miss this opportunity. Tom's enthusiastic calls immediately caught the attention of the Hufflepuff Badgers. Seeing their eager expressions, his smile grew even brighter. Small coins. All small coins, he thought. Look, old Voldemort, this is the proper way to honor the founder's relics. Far better than that fruitless Horcrux business. As the Ravenclaw students donned crowns that augmented their wisdom and the Hufflepuff students savored beverages from the golden cup, one might wonder what treasures awaited the Slytherin and Gryffindor students. After once again enduring protests from the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor, a statue of Slytherin was erected at the entrance. This time, Tom unveiled his prized possession. The onlookers, particularly the Slytherin students, gazed in trepidation at the freshly crafted alchemical figurine standing before them. Bald, with a skeletal visage, crimson eyes, slit-like pupils, and a nose as flat as a serpent's. The figure's identity was unmistakably revealed by the glaring white cloth tied around its head, emblazoned with the words, "The Dark Lord, the Mysterious One." A cacophony of screams erupted in response. While it was known that the Dark Lord touted himself as a descendant of Slytherin, the display of a figurine of such stature before the Slytherin statue stirred confusion among the crowd. All eyes turned to Tom, the instigator, awaiting a satisfactory explanation. Ahem, dear classmates and friends, do you still feel the weight of your arduous studies? Are you still suffering from heartbreak? Are you lost in the uncertainties of the future? Slytherin proudly presents the Voldemort Stress Relief Doll, available for just 1 silver sickles, to whisk away all your worries. Tom promoted the doll with fervor. Yet the creatures of Hogwarts hesitated to approach. After all, this was a figurine of the Dark Lord, and the fear he inspired was palpable. Ultimately, the first brave soul to step forward was none other than the Chosen One. Last year, Harry had faced the Dark Lord himself and had not flinched. How could he fear a mere doll? After depositing a silver sickles into the donation box, Harry turned to Tom and inquired, "Tom, what's next? Feel free to attack it by any means, be it a spell or physical force, but remember, 1 silver sickles is good for only 1 attempt." "Shatter," Harry proclaimed, and upon hearing Tom's words, he cast the shattering spell. The figurine, however, did not break. Instead, it performed an exaggerated bow in response to the magical attack. "I beg your pardon. Please spare my miserable life," it pleaded. "Thunderous Dominus," Harry exclaimed. Observing the figure's antics, he fell silent, as did the surrounding creatures. What was this abstract performance art? And what was that voice? "Tom, are you not afraid of the Dark Lord's wrath with such antics?" Although perplexed, Harry felt a strange thrill coursing through him. He promptly tossed another silver sickles into the donation box, and a flash of red light ensued. "Ah, delightful," he exclaimed. Once more, "Master, please punish me severely." As Harry reached his 10th turn, Tom gestured toward the line of people waiting behind him. Faced with the unfriendly countenance of his peers, Harry felt ill at ease and could not continue his play. Upon departing from the crowd, he stretched languidly, inexplicably feeling a delightful rush despite the blushing embarrassment it might induce, which left him in high spirits for the entire day. Meanwhile, the Slytherin serpents, who had vehemently demanded the creation of a statue representative of their house, had collectively retreated, declaring this an absolute disgrace for Slytherin. They would neither partake in nor deign to use such an object. "Why are you here at this hour?" one asked, incredulous. "Aren't you supposed to be boycotting? Why did you arrive so early?" "Enough with your bickering," another interjected. "I just caught a glimpse of the headmaster's retreating figure." The Slytherin serpents, who had initially vowed to resist, snuck out early the next morning while the other houses were still lost in slumber. Upon arrival, they were astonished to find that those who professed to boycott were, in fact, the first to show up. How shameless. Moreover, they chided Professor Snape, unaware that besides him, a certain centenarian had also made an appearance. After meticulously inspecting the crown and the golden goblet and confirming their authenticity, this elderly figure felt quite perturbed. Initially believing that the Dark Lord would collect the Founder's relics as Horcruxes, it became evident that his assumptions were utterly mistaken. Thus, this centenarian unleashed a torrent of pent-up grievances upon the Voldemort stress relief doll. The result? A satisfying release for him, but the doll was utterly ruined, leaving Tom seething with rage. Fortunately, a spare was available. Otherwise, it would have hindered his ability to earn a little extra money. The Gryffindor Lions, witnessing that even Slytherin possessed a statue and a Voldemort stress relief doll, felt increasingly marginalized and intensified their uproar. Alas, Tom's words silenced them. I sincerely apologize. But I am powerless regarding Gryffindor. All related matters lie with Headmaster Dumbledore. He quickly added, by the way, Gryffindor's most significant relic, the Sword of Gryffindor, is currently within the Sorting Hat, which is crucial for the succession of the Headmaster. Every Vice-Chancellor must stab the previous Headmaster with the Sword of Gryffindor to inherit the authority. Thus, it is utterly unattainable. Now it makes sense, the Gryffindor Lions realized, promptly shifting their attention from Tom to Dumbledore. Even spurred on by some well-meaning yet anonymous individuals, they began to chant, if Headmaster Dumbledore cannot fulfill our reasonable demands, we shall support Professor McGonagall in stabbing him. Gryffindor has indeed lost its charm. One might as well transfer to Slytherin. During a clandestine exchange with Tom involving the high-quality incense produced by the Weasley Joke Factory, George and Fred casually complained to Tom about their unmet demands. The result was overheard by Professor McGonagall, who had recently been vexed by her own little lions. Faced with the two most mischievous individuals in the academy, she, almost by some strange twist of fate, declared, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley, since you are so fond of Slytherin, I shall fulfill your wish. Congratulations on your departure from Gryffindor. I hope you find joy in Slytherin. George and Fred were immediately taken aback. Could it be true? The Weasleys, a family of Gryffindors, were genuinely to be sent to Slytherin? They would surely face dire consequences. Chapter 130. The pureblood traitors returned to their loyal Slytherin. George and Fred had assumed that Professor McGonagall was merely jesting, but to their astonishment, she was entirely serious. Before they could fully grasp the situation, their belongings were hastily packed and unceremoniously ejected from the Gryffindor dormitory, complete with a change of passwords executed in one swift motion. Professor McGonagall publicly addressed the still rambunctious Gryffindors, saying, if any of you wish to continue this raucous behavior, I would have no qualms about sending you to keep Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley company in Slytherin. As soon as Professor McGonagall uttered these words, the Gryffindors promptly folded their banners without a hint of hesitation. They proceeded to lament the Weasley twins' various misdeeds to Professor McGonagall while simultaneously chanting, Professor McGonagall rids us of trouble, bidding farewell to George and Fred. We wish you joy in Slytherin. George and Fred, witnessing this spectacle, were at a loss for words, lamenting their ill-fated jest that had caught the professor's ear. How could she take such a joke seriously? And what of their so-called friends, who had promised eternal camaraderie? Even before they had departed, this was an egregious betrayal. Had Peter Pettigrew been in Azkaban at that moment, he would undoubtedly feel wronged. Look, these younger students were all his allies. Gryffindor had such a tradition. Yet the repercussions of his betrayal were particularly severe, so why were they targeting him? Thus, the Gryffindors continued to enact their brand of affectionate retribution. However, for George and Fred, Peter's thoughts were of no concern. The two usually astute individuals were now utterly bewildered, their minds racing with questions of how to navigate this predicament. Professor McGonagall, we were in error. Just as George and Fred prepared to bow in apology and seek forgiveness, a group of Slytherin students emerged, effectively silencing their unfinished words while draping them in Slytherin robes. They hoisted the two and their belongings, making a hasty retreat. Outside the Slytherin common room, Tom led a cadre of Slytherin students, unfurling a banner that read, a warm welcome to George Weasley and Fred Weasley, as they joined the Slytherin family. After exchanging cordial handshakes with George and Fred, the group gathered under the banner for a family photo. The scene featured the Weasley twins, with the photographer being none other than the Slytherin's official photographer, Colin Creevey, a junior from Gryffindor. Once this was accomplished, the Slytherin students swiftly retreated to their common room. Observing the complete withdrawal of the crowd, Tom, who was still holding on to the twins, apologetically addressed them. George, Fred, although Professor McGonagall wishes for you to transfer to Slytherin, it seems that Professor Snape has yet to give his consent. Moreover, it appears that there are no vacant beds in the Slytherin dormitory. Perhaps you should inquire at the other two houses. With that, Tom swiftly retreated back to the common room before the twins could fully comprehend his words, hastily shutting the door behind him. Left bewildered, George and Fred stared at their Slytherin robes and the firmly closed door of the common room, resembling two forlorn stray dogs. Ultimately, it was the kind-hearted Professor Sprout who could not bear to see them in such distress. offering them refuge and allowing them to temporarily stay in the Hufflepuff dormitory for the semester. Following the emergence of Sirius Black from the Slytherin family of the Blacks, the Weasley family of Gryffindor has now produced 2 Slytherins. Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of the human spirit? Rita Skeeter will provide you with an in-depth report. Seated at the Hufflepuff long table, the Weasley twins felt utterly played upon reading Rita's freshly minted report. Who are the Slytherins? The entire family is Slytherin. Haven't they noticed that they are now residing in Hufflepuff and dining with Hufflepuff? Yet, the photograph of them beaming in the Slytherin family portrait appeared to lack any persuasive power. Moreover, they were struck by a far more dreadful thought. Before they could finish contemplating this, an owl swooped down and dropped a red howler right in front of them. Why did this arrive so swiftly? Before they could ponder further, they were met with the apologetic smile of their younger brother Ron. Damn it, the mystery is solved. It was undoubtedly that rascal Ron who instigated this. Last year, he received a howler, and now he doesn't want them to enjoy peace either, does he? But this was not the time for such thoughts. Trembling, George and Fred opened the letter, and their mother, Molly Weasley's furious voice echoed forth. George, Fred, you two rascals. The Weasley family has never produced a Slytherin. Now, immediately rectify this situation. If you cannot return to Gryffindor before the holidays, don't bother coming home. Just go and have a chat with Sirius about his experiences. Sirius, on the other hand, claimed complete innocence in this matter. Meanwhile, George and Fred felt utterly despondent. What on earth was happening? To make matters worse, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff proceeded as scheduled, and once again, they found themselves coerced by Wood into donning Gryffindor uniforms. Hey, Wood, are we still students of Gryffindor? George and Fred voiced their most pressing concern. Typically, they were not members of Gryffindor, but during Quidditch matches, they certainly were. Wood's response was quite remarkable, showcasing a flexible approach to the situation. By the way, if you perform well, perhaps Professor McGonagall might allow you both to return to Gryffindor. After wielding the stick, he offered a carrot, igniting a spark of hope within George and Fred. We apologize, dear Hufflepuff friends, please forgive us. Consequently, during this match, George and Fred played with extraordinary fervor, leading Gryffindor to a triumphant victory. However, after the match, as they intended to celebrate with their Gryffindor companions, Wood tapped them on the shoulder and gestured towards the opposite side. You're residing in Hufflepuff now, so perhaps your celebration should take place over there. Good luck in winning over Professor McGonagall and returning to Gryffindor. George and Fred exchanged guilty glances with the Hufflepuff players, regretting not having played easier earlier. And Wood, you weren't always like this. Who corrupted you? As George and Fred continued their earnest efforts to return to Gryffindor, the inevitable exams loomed ahead, despite everyone's reluctance. Chapter 131. Farewell, Second Year. The exams proved to be exceedingly simple, hardly reflecting his true caliber. After completing the final exam, Tom stretched lazily, feeling secure in his position as the top student of the year. After all, he was still a harmless student at Hogwarts, and his grades were undoubtedly significant to him. He certainly did not wish to perform worse than a certain noseless, bald fellow. Unfortunately, not everyone around him shared his buoyant spirits, as many of his peers appeared dejected. We're doomed. In the potions exam, Snape actually smiled at me, which startled me into making a mistake. How about you? Don't even mention it. I fared no better. I even sought out and prayed to Ravenclaw, donned a crown, yet it still felt like a disaster. Clearly, this method was ineffective. Just as Tom intended to respond with a curt no refunds, someone challenged him. Perhaps your sincerity was lacking. By the way, did you drink from the Hufflepuff cup and attack the Dark Lord figurine? No, what does that have to do with the exam? You see, that is precisely the issue. By not drinking from the Hufflepuff cup, you show disdain for Lady Helga Hufflepuff, who was a close friend of Lady Rowena Ravenclaw. Do you really think Lady Rowena would bless you after that? That seems quite logical. And what about the Dark Lord figurine? Haven't you heard? The Dark Lord once cursed the school. If you don't attack his figurine, how can you lift the curse? With the curse upon you, do you still expect to achieve good grades? Why didn't you say something earlier? We're in deep trouble now. If I had known, I would have gone all out. I've really lost a lot this time. Tom nodded in agreement nearby, recognizing the talent before him. A remarkable sales prodigy, truly wasted at Hogwarts. Have you ever considered joining the Death Eaters? The work is easy, the rewards substantial, and the prospects vast. It is undoubtedly the ideal choice for your post-graduation career. In the final week, the little creatures, free from academic burdens, indulged in unrestrained fun, while Tom seized the opportunity to complete the last scene of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Open. As Ron shouted at the faucet and watched the entrance to the Slytherin chamber swing open, he felt a rush of disbelief. After paying homage to the original scene, Ron rushed over to Tom, questioning, "How can you speak Parseltongue? Are you a descendant of Slytherin?" Tom glanced at him, replying, "It's merely a simple command to open. I taught you for a week, and you learned it too. Now you can speak Parseltongue. Does that make you a descendant of Slytherin?" Ron pondered this, scratching his head, but was taken aback by Tom's next comment, his eyes widening as if he had just heard an astonishing revelation. Moreover, this chamber was graciously provided by Professor Dumbledore, and the incantation to open it was taught by him. If anyone resembles a descendant of Slytherin, it could very well be Professor Dumbledore. As for the truth, dear Ron, I leave that to your imagination. However, when Ron bravely led the way through the long passage and opened the chamber door, he was left utterly stunned. Why had he been deceived by someone's sweet talk into participating in this wretched filming activity? 7. A total of 7 acromantulas. The sight was mesmerizing yet terrifying. Before Ron could retreat, an unknown force propelled him into the midst of the spiders. With no other choice, he grasped his shield in one hand and his wand in the other, bracing himself against the onslaught. Ron, hold out for 3 minutes, please, Hermione urged, reciting her lines while casting spells at the acromantulas. Meanwhile, Luna, who had been lured by Tom, diligently played the role of the healer, occasionally casting a healing spell to assist Ron. Is it not done yet? It's almost 3 minutes. Surrounded by the acromantulas, Ron thought today might be his last. However, he soon discovered that each time a spider lunged at him, a mysterious force would push it away, granting him a newfound fluidity in his movements, even allowing him to recall his lines. Give me 10 more seconds, Neville called out. After counting to 10 in his mind, he shouted, All right, Ron, get ready. With that, Neville raised his sword high, activating magical sigils that glimmered with radiant golden light. This brilliance is the hope of the stars, a testament to life illuminating the earth. Behold, with a sweeping motion, the golden sword aura struck towards the acromantulas. As Ron valiantly defended against the tempest of sword energy, he cast his gaze around, only to behold the remnants of the 8-eyed giant spider, now severed and lifeless. Hermione sauntered among the fallen, delivering the final blow with the killing curse. Neville, weakly supported by Luna, clutched his sword, now splintered, yet resolutely proclaimed the closing line. We have safeguarded Hogwarts. Tom, his approval evident, gave them a thumbs up, surprised by their exceptional performance, surpassing his expectations. As for our film's protagonist, Harry Potter, in the final scene, he was engaged in a verbal duel with the bewitched Ginny, simultaneously bestowing upon his future wife his first on-screen kiss. Meanwhile, Draco was busy sending a letter to his father from the Ollery. The rationale behind this was to prevent a significant decline in combat strength. After all, the duel between Dumbledore's version of Harry and Grindelwald's Draco was too captivating to overshadow, and it would have been unreasonable for the 8-eyed giant spider to appear just to be vanquished instantly. With the conclusion of the 8-eyed giant spider saga, the filming of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets was officially completed, leaving only editing and post-production work, perfectly timed for a summer release. Following the final match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, Slytherin emerged victorious in the Quidditch Cup, thanks to Tom's strategic play against Gryffindor, winning 3 matches in total. Additionally, with the collective efforts of the Little Snakes and someone's desperate points boosting, Slytherin reclaimed the House Cup after a year, when Tom entered the end-of-term feast. The Great Hall was adorned with ribbons symbolizing Slytherin's green, bringing him a sense of comfort. This year, he had no worries about Dumbledore's covert manipulations, as there were no opportunities for the headmaster to grant the chosen one extra points, allowing him to relish the feast without concern. The following day, the results of the final exams were announced, and once again, Tom secured the top position in his year. To everyone's surprise, the second place was jointly held by Cassandra and Hermione. This revelation left Hermione, the queen of academics, utterly disheartened. Not only had she lost to Tom, but Cassandra had also caught up. It seemed her efforts this year were insufficient, and she resolved to strive harder next year. Little did Hermione know that some individuals had an advantage. Competing against a group of overachievers was a formidable challenge for a diligent student. After receiving a heap of summer assignments, Tom boarded the Hogwarts Express once more. Farewell, second year. Chapter 132. Congratulations to someone on acquiring a pair of silver bracelets. Is this Diagon Alley? On Arian Avenue, 2 figures, one tall and one short, stood in stunned silence, gazing at their surroundings. Master, this cannot be right, can it? How long have we been away from the British magical world? Why has Diagon Alley changed so drastically? They had expected disarray and darkness. Yet all traces of dark wizards seem to have vanished. It appears that the dark wizards are still present, albeit in a form that surpasses even the Aurors in arrogance. While the two stood in bewilderment, a voice rang out. Come one, come all, behold the Voldemort figurine stress relief toy. Only 1 silver sickle for a trial. And those who have played it sing its praises. Play it once, and you shall not regret it. The notion of a Voldemort stress relief toy. The two turned towards the source of the commotion, discovering a long queue formed before an eye-catching figure that unmistakably represented someone known, further emphasized by the blatant name tag adorning its head. Observing the spells being cast upon the figure, along with its grotesque movements and the provocative sounds it emitted, some individuals felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Even more infuriating was the fact that the most enthusiastic participants in the gathering were none other than familiar faces among the Death Eaters. Traitors, all of them. And who is responsible for this damned contraption? I shall have their head. How dare you insult our master? You shall all pay dearly. Without regard for their surroundings, the two prepared to physically annihilate the crowd before them. Yet, before they could act, a hand clamped down on the shoulder of the shorter individual, a wand pressing against him. You wish to kill someone? Let me inform you. This creation is mine. What will you do to me? Moreover, look at your furtive demeanor. It is clear you are up to no good. Allow me to discern which wanted criminal you are. With that, he yanked off the hood of the shorter man, turning him to face the crowd. Upon seeing him, silence enveloped the two. For Tom, it was merely an unremarkable day at the onset of summer vacation. He had whimsically organized a team-building event for the Death Eaters to bolster their unity, never anticipating a reunion with an old acquaintance. Although the figure now appeared grotesque, the faintly emerging snake-like visage and blood-red eyes unmistakably belonged to the old Voldemort. For Voldemort, on his first day back in England, he had done nothing yet was apprehended by a familiar face. He had gazed upon Tom's handsome visage for countless years. It was a sight he could never forget, even if reduced to ash. Finally, it was a certain Riddle who broke the silence. Isn't this the loser? How are you still alive? This is unexpected. Before Voldemort could respond, a sharp crack echoed. Congratulations. Our Voldemort has just acquired a pair of silver bracelets. These bracelets, imbued with the powers of sealing magic, soul binding, and anti-apparition, serve their purpose with alarming clarity. At this moment, Voldemort finally regained his composure, his eyes burning with hatred as they fixated on the insufferable figure before him. Gritting his teeth, he spat, Tom Riddle. Beside him, the small Bartemius Crouch observed the scene, rendered speechless. He had been prepared to intervene, believing that daring to seize his master and speak so insolently was a path to certain death. However, upon recognizing the visitor, he instantly deflated. Little Batty was merely troubled psychologically, not intellectually. The reason was simple. The newcomers appeared to be masters, and although he was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding these two masters, he believed it prudent to remain inconspicuous. Unfortunately, even as little Batty endeavored to diminish his presence, Tom did not overlook him and directly addressed him. Batty, why have you returned when you should be in the Albanian forest? How could he respond? Little Batty glanced at old Voldemort, only to meet his probing gaze. The child felt a pang of distress. He wished to remain silent. Gentlemen, please refrain from involving me in your quarrels. Shall I wait until you resolve your internal disputes before I emerge to pledge my allegiance? Fortunately, Tom did not expect an answer from little Batty. He turned to old Voldemort and speculated, Gringotts? The Lestrange family vault? The Hufflepuff cup? Upon hearing Tom's conjecture, old Voldemort's expression shifted dramatically. Witnessing this reaction, Tom felt a surge of confidence, chuckling as he patted old Voldemort on the shoulder. It seems I was correct, Voldemort. You are fortunate to have encountered me, otherwise, your efforts would have been in vain. Come, behold the fruits of your labor. With that, he produced the Hufflepuff cup for old Voldemort to see. Seeing the golden cup in Tom's possession, old Voldemort, restrained by his silver gauntlet, was on the verge of exploding with fury. Cursed wretch, after the Lestrange ring. Now the cup has fallen into his hands as well. Surely, the rest of my collection hasn't met the same fate. Before he could fully contemplate his fears, Tom, as if performing magic, began unveiling his collection one after another. The cup, the ring, the diary, the diadem, and the locket. Old Voldemort's expression grew increasingly grim. Indeed, the worst-case scenario had materialized. All the Horcruxes he had painstakingly crafted over the years had been destroyed by some scoundrel. Did he not understand the value of another's toil? And Tom Riddle, you fiend, what benefit have you gained from the destruction of these Horcruxes? Regrettably, it seemed his ire went unnoticed by the very individual provoking it. Tom continued to taunt him. Your Horcruxes must all be accounted for now, along with Harry Potter. That half-finished Horcrux you inadvertently created. I have disposed of them all. So how, old Voldemort, do you continue to exist? Harry Potter? Old Voldemort was taken aback. It turned out that when he was felled by Lily's protective magic reflecting the killing curse, he had inadvertently transformed Harry into a half-finished Horcrux. Regrettably, even this unknowing Horcrux had been destroyed by a certain scoundrel. 6 Horcruxes were insufficient. How many must he create? In that moment, Voldemort felt he might be the most unfortunate soul among those who dabble in Horcruxes. And Tom's question was one old Voldemort would never disclose. It was his most closely guarded secret. Regrettably, for Tom, upon witnessing Voldemort's current state, he had almost deduced the answer within himself. Given the state of Voldemort's mind, irreparably damaged by his obsession with Horcruxes, it was evident what he had likely done. He had merely expedited the nefarious deeds that the original narrative had him committing 2 years earlier. Thus, with unwavering certainty, Tom addressed Voldemort, saying, You need not speak. I already know. You clandestinely crafted another Horcrux, as that is the only skill you possess. Allow me to conjecture the timing. It must have been in the first half of 1992 when you dragged Quirrell into this. Am I correct? Curse him, that wretched beast. Voldemort seethed internally. Indeed, upon first encountering Tom, he had felt an overwhelming sense that 5 Horcruxes were insufficient, prompting him to hastily create yet another. However, this secret was known only to him and the now turned to ash Quirrell. How could this scoundrel know the timeline with such precision? Yet, Tom's next utterance caused Voldemort's pupils to constrict, rendering him momentarily frozen. I can even guess what you used to create that Horcrux. Was it not Nagini? Upon hearing the name escape Tom's lips, Voldemort's defenses crumbled entirely, and he was overtaken by the urge to lunge at the insolent boy and silence him forever. How could he possibly know of Nagini? From whence did he acquire this knowledge? Who could have betrayed me? Quirrell? Impossible. That wretch had been fused to him until he was reduced to mere ashes, leaving no trace behind. Surely, Voldemort knew well what he had done. Little Barty? Also improbable, to prevent Nagini's exposure. She had not revealed herself to him since he had found her, so how could he possibly learn of her existence? As these thoughts raced through his mind, an astonishing notion suddenly emerged. Could it be that Voldemort himself was the greatest traitor? That he had unwittingly betrayed himself by providing information to someone who would ultimately resolve his own issues? As this thought flickered into existence, he violently cast it aside, deeming it utterly ludicrous. Nonetheless, a sliver of fear began to creep into Voldemort's heart, akin to the dread one feels in the presence of Dumbledore. For he could never predict what the other party might know or what revelations lay ahead. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by Tom garnered the attention of the patrolling guards, even drawing the gaze of Fudge, who was conducting inspections in the area that day. "Ah, Dark Lord, how may I be of service to you?" Upon hearing this familiar greeting, Tom resolved that Lucius's bonus for the month was forfeit, since the internal training documents had been disseminated following the initial visit with Dumbledore. So much time had passed. Had he not conducted proper personnel training? Beside him, Voldemort and little Barty were utterly astonished. Was it truly wise to openly declare Dark Lord in such a public space? Did they not notice the Minister of Magic approaching? Were they not concerned about attracting the attention of the Aurors? Why are you so inactive? Shouldn't we make our escape now, lest we truly find ourselves in Azkaban? However, the very first words spoken by Fudge upon his approach left both Voldemort and young Barty in dismay. "My lord, may I inquire what has transpired? How may I be of service to you?" Wait. You are the Minister of Magic, not a Death Eater. Why adopt such a subservient posture? As if you were some subordinate? What is the meaning of this? Yet, one cannot entirely blame Fudge. He was indeed ensnared by Tom's elaborate trap. Initially, he had contemplated resistance, but the offerings from that individual were simply too enticing. Thus, surrendering a modicum of loyalty seemed a palatable option. At this moment, Tom had taken note of Fudge, gesturing towards Voldemort. "I have apprehended a petty thief, caught in the act of urinating amidst the crowd, and intending to hurl excrement into their midst, a vile act I was fortunate enough to prevent. According to the latest public safety regulations, you must swiftly transport him to Azkaban." Upon hearing the ludicrous accusations leveled against him, Voldemort was rendered speechless. "This is unequivocally slanderous. You claim he has committed murder and arson. He might concede to those charges. But having lived a life of dignity, when has he ever engaged in such disgraceful conduct? Do you truly believe anyone would accept this narrative?" Unfortunately, Voldemort had overestimated his current reputation. As Tom's words resonated, the onlookers erupted in cries of pervert and hastily dispersed, treating him as though he were something unsavory. Fudge, along with the 2 patrolling officers, instinctively recoiled, casting disdainful glances at him, particularly directed at his right hand. Voldemort, too, sensed something amiss with his right hand. Upon inspection, he discovered a viscous brown substance clinging to it, unshakable and eliciting a wave of revulsion. When had he ever endured such indignity? Moreover, when had this substance adhered to him? It had been absent just moments ago. Raising his gaze, he was met with Tom's beaming countenance. Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, guaranteed quality. Hot on the shelves? Tom Riddle. Voldemort felt his face flush yet again. Indeed, it was this wretched individual behind this debacle. How dare he invoke the name of the great Voldemort, thus tarnishing it? It was an affront, a desecration. How could he be associated with such filth? Devoid of both magic and reason? Very well, let us proceed. I shall personally escort you to Azkaban. As Voldemort's fury reached a boiling point, Tom gave him a slight shove, abruptly calming his ire. Wait, are you serious? Where is young Barty? Why has he not yet taken action? Alas! Voldemort scanned his surroundings in confusion. Where had Barty gone? Such a significant figure had vanished in the blink of an eye. Can this truly be considered loyalty among Death Eaters? As he felt himself being led away by Tom, Voldemort resolved to make one last effort. If he were to suffer, then so too should his captor. Thus, old Voldemort sneered at Fudge. I never imagined that the esteemed Minister of Magic would stoop to collude with the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord stands before you, and yet you dare not apprehend him and send him to Azkaban. Voldemort pressed Fudge further, yet Fudge refused to engage, responding, Do not speak so. The Dark Lord has made significant contributions to the peace and prosperity of the magical community. He is a crucial partner of our ministry. Why should we send him to Azkaban? I even intend to apply for the Merlin Medal on his behalf. Confounded by how such words could be uttered in unison, Voldemort pondered whether the fault lay with him or with Fudge. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. If I am the Dark Lord, then why am I confined to Azkaban? Fudge regarded Voldemort with the incredulity one reserves for a fool. You claim to be the Dark Lord? I am still Dumbledore. And perhaps you should find yourself in Azkaban to clear your mind. Thus, as expected, Voldemort was escorted to Azkaban for his rehabilitation. Even more absurdly, the moment Voldemort entered Azkaban, a loudspeaker affixed to him began to blare. I am Tom Riddle, the last descendant of the Gaunt family. My mother tainted my fairy father with a love potion, giving birth to me. Inheriting my father's sordid traits, I am known by the moniker the Flower Drill Hero. Today, while publicly relieving myself and engaging in indecent acts, I was inadvertently captured by the great Mr. Riddle. Now, all inmates of Azkaban, heed my words. I, the Flower Drill Hero, have arrived to bring you unprecedented joy. This proclamation drew the prisoners to their cell doors, eager to discern the true identity of this Flower Drill Hero. Meanwhile, Tom documented this splendid moment with a handheld camera emblazoned with Voldemort's insignia, capturing every glorious detail. Voldemort, thoroughly humiliated, felt that the indignities he had suffered over his 67 years of existence paled in comparison to the humiliation he faced that day. Were it not for the cursed silver bracelet sealing his powers, he would have gladly risked everything to exact revenge upon Tom. In that instant, Tom Riddle surpassed Dumbledore and Harry Potter on Voldemort's list of adversaries, claiming the topmost position in his heart of hatred. After thrusting Voldemort into a solitary cell and reinforcing its barriers, Tom, undeterred by Voldemort's venomous glare, smiled. One of the stars of the upcoming film, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, now officially claimed his role in Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Chapter 134, The Release. Bang, bang, bang. In a fit of rage, Voldemort pounded on the cell door with the silver bracelet adorning his wrist. Tom Riddle, you scoundrel. Where are you? Have the courage to set me free. Since the day Tom had abandoned Voldemort to this cell, he had vanished, neglecting to even cast a glance in his direction, as if he had completely forgotten his existence. Tom Riddle, shouldn't you pay a visit every day, even if just to hear his jokes? It would save face for old Voldemort. Yet, more than mere pride, what truly terrifies Voldemort is the thought of not seeing Tom. Perhaps that scoundrel has already sought out Nagini. While Voldemort may not worry about others, he is undeniably fearful of Tom. Does that rascal even know about Nagini being left in the Albanian forest? As Voldemort's paranoia grew, an obnoxious loudspeaker, left by some fool outside, began its repetitive broadcast. I am Tom Gaunt, the last descendant of the Gaunt family. My mother sullied my fairy father with a love potion and bore me. The sinister sound echoed once more in Voldemort's ears. Although he had nearly memorized the words by now, each repetition only intensified his wrath, causing him to pound the cell door with greater force as he shouted, slander, defamation. Tom Riddle, if you have the guts, come out and confront me face to face. What are these petty tricks supposed to accomplish? Enough of this noise, shut up. Just as Voldemort was losing his composure, a female voice thundered at him, impersonating the Master and engaging in such disgraceful acts. Even so, the Master has spared your wretched life, mercifully tossing you into Azkaban. Yet you show no gratitude and continue to spew your vile words. Damned, truly damned. Die, die, die. I will kill you, kill you. Bella, Voldemort's deranged cellmate next door, was in a frenzy, furiously berating him. The pleasant mood she had felt from her master days ago had evaporated, and recalling the lewd actions of that new arrival who claimed to be Voldemort, a counterfeit Gaunt descendant, only fueled her rage. I have told you countless times, Bella. That scoundrel, Tom Riddle, is the fake. I am Voldemort. Despite having endured Bella's provocations for days, Voldemort could no longer restrain himself from retorting. Unfortunately, Bella was unfazed by his claims. If you are the Master, then why does my dark mark not respond to you? She gestured to the dark mark on her left arm, contrasting it with the intense and fiery reaction she experienced when the Master had visited her. Voldemort, meanwhile, gazed at the silver bracelet designed specifically to target him, lost in thought. Tom Riddle, you damn scoundrel, you even considered the sensitivity of the dark mark in your design, didn't you? This is entirely aimed at me. Yet Bella's verbal assault was far from over. Moreover, you damned imposter, if you were truly the Master, how could you be so feeble as to be captured so easily? A Dark Lord caught by a Dark Lord. Ha 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 ha. That wretched, shameless little man. Tom Riddle resorted to ambush and underhanded tactics. Unfortunately, before Voldemort could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Bella's exclamation. Do you believe it? Voldemort fell into silence. Such an outrageous event, if not witnessed by him personally, would have warranted a mocking retribution for anyone else who dared utter it. Just as the lunatic revelry was at its peak, Voldemort's prison door swung open once more. Upon seeing this unexpected guest, his pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth. Uttering the name, Albus Dumbledore, A sudden chill coursed through Dumbledore, seated in the newly constructed cinema. Was there yet another schemer attempting to do him harm? The premiere had gathered Hogwarts professors, participating students, and their parents, including Severus Snape, who typically eschewed such events. One could only wonder at the means employed by a certain individual. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the premiere of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, as the first grand film to be produced and released within the magical world. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the faculty and students of Hogwarts for their unwavering support and cooperation. Without you, this film would not have come to fruition. Furthermore, I must convey the apologies of our absent director, Mr. Tom Riddle, who, regrettably, could not attend due to a bout of depression. He asked me to express his hopes that you will enjoy this film, and as it is his debut, he welcomes all forms of critique. Now, let us immerse ourselves in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. As Cassandra eloquently spoke on stage, an inexplicable unease gripped Dumbledore. The very fact that Tom, the individual most deserving of being present, was conspicuously absent, was inherently abnormal. Moreover, Cassandra's explanation, depression? Surely, if one were to fabricate a reason, it could be something more credible. Given Tom's demeanor, he hardly resembled a sufferer of such an affliction. Even the healers at St. Mungo's would shake their heads at the notion. Dumbledore, having been outwitted before, instinctively felt that someone was clandestinely orchestrating mischief. However, he had little time for further contemplation as the logo of Stargazer Productions appeared on the screen, and the film commenced. Dumbledore resolved to set aside thoughts of Tom for the moment and watch the film, as these 2 hours were inconsequential in the grand scheme. Despite having perused the script provided by Tom, he was genuinely curious to see what these young talents would conjure. House elves warning Harry about the dangers at Hogwarts, urging him not to attend school. How intriguing. The platform, the Hogwarts Express, the castle, and the Sorting Hat? Looking at it from a different perspective, it is indeed quite intriguing. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. In this regard, Tom's portrayal was rather commendable. For the first time, the headmaster observed these commonplace matters from an alternative viewpoint, which proved to be quite entertaining. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's good mood did not last long, as he soon saw Ginny receive a mysterious note and enter a room. This room was exceedingly familiar to Dumbledore. It was none other than the headmaster's office. The professors, realizing this, turned their gazes toward Dumbledore. "Ah, Miss Ginny Weasley, I have prepared a special gift for you." Although the figure on the screen remained unseen, the voice was unmistakably Dumbledore's, albeit it sounded somewhat like he was operating from the shadows. Just as whispers began to circulate among the audience, the unseen individual on screen uttered a line that nearly caused Dumbledore to crush the armrests of his chair. Soul Extraction. Chapter 135, The Viewing. The Soul-Binding Curse. The headmaster of Hogwarts has targeted a first-year student, and his approach is nothing short of unforgivable? Who would have thought Dumbledore to be such a person? Truly, one could not help but acknowledge the prowess of the Dark Lord. The former mysterious figure pales in comparison to Dumbledore. However, one must not forget that the mysterious figure was, after all, molded by Dumbledore himself. It is only natural that he should not measure up. Although everyone was fully aware that the film was a work of fiction, the familiar narrative and characters drew them in irresistibly. Seated in the front row, Dumbledore relished the scrutiny of the audience, their inquisitive gazes causing his heart to tremble with anticipation. This was entirely different from the script Tom had shown him, and moreover, he had no recollection of this particular scene. Could it be that some rogue had concocted this in secret? "Tom, where are you? Come face your demise." He is absent? So this scoundrel deliberately chose not to show up today? Embracing the philosophy that joy shared is joy multiplied, Dumbledore soon found a kindred spirit. When Snape, alone in his office, was depicted on screen cradling Lily's photograph and kissing it passionately, the real Snape in the cinema received a similar fate as Dumbledore. Witnessing this scene, Snape's face darkened to the point of nearly dripping ink. He, Severus Snape, would absolutely, unequivocally deny having engaged in such a sordid act. The person on screen was in no way a reflection of him. Yet, Snape knew he would have to inquire whether others would believe him. Who would have thought Snape was capable of such sentiments? It seems he truly harbored feelings for Lily. The rumors were indeed true. This begs the question, does Snape reserve such affections solely for Lily, or does he extend them to all married women? It seems that such sentiments are reserved solely for Lily. After all these years, aside from James and Sirius, there have been no rumors surrounding Snape's romantic escapades. Amidst the murmurs surrounding him, Snape suddenly grasped Dumbledore's perspective, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. Yet at that moment, the Snape on the screen appeared to be ensnared in a reverie. Sunlight poured down as a youthful Snape and Lily sat side by side in the shade, her head resting gently on his shoulder, their silhouettes exuding sincerity and beauty. This splendid scene quieted Snape's tumultuous heart, evoking a deep, albeit fictional, yearning within him. "Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord, you have finally embraced your humanity." Unfortunately, Snape's moment of appreciation was fleeting. Before long, the Lily beside him on the screen morphed into a foolish dog that audaciously kissed him. What began as a delightful tale of youthful romance abruptly transformed into a terrifying suspense thriller. Dumbledore's voice resonated fittingly. Severus, if I can allow you to see Lily again, I can just as easily replace her with Sirius. All of it hinges on your thoughts. Keep a close watch on Harry, and refrain from trickery. I can grant you weekly encounters with Lily as a reward, or you may find yourself consorting with Sirius instead. Within the cinema, the trio was immediately taken aback. Severus, remain calm. This is merely a fabrication. Do not take it to heart. Were it not for Professors McGonagall and Flitwick firmly restraining him, Snape would have wreaked havoc in the theater. Sirius was utterly immobilized, particularly upon overhearing whispers nearby. Why is it a punishment for Snape to meet Sirius? Aren't they a pair? In the tales of Harry Evans, they were quite sweet together. No, thank you. Please do not let me discover the true identity of Harry Evans. He truly had no connection to that insufferable brat and wished to sever any ties to him. How had he been so foolish as to join James in tormenting Snape? Now, with James long gone, all the anguish fell upon him. Perhaps he should return to Azkaban, where he might not be a burden on anyone. As for who would face the consequences later, well, Remus was present, was he not? Dumbledore had been merrily observing Snape's predicament, relieved that he was not the target of mischief this time. Yet, how quickly fate turned, as someone's sharp words struck again. Please, I would never utter such a tasteless remark. Since the damage has been done, at least craft the dialogue and plot with some credibility. Moreover, how could a villain execute their role so clumsily? If he were tasked with such a role, he would perform far more elegantly than the character on screen. Wait, that's not right. It seems one of his noseless, troublesome students had indeed approached villainy in such a manner. Would that not lead one to believe that Dumbledore and the noseless Voldemort were of equal caliber? This is truly the utmost affront to him. Yet, he must not succumb to anger. After all, this is merely a student's work. Dumbledore endeavored to fortify his mental resilience, but upon witnessing the main storyline unfold, Ginny, ensnared by the soul-sucking curse, under his control, unleashing the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets to purify Muggle-born students, he could not restrain himself. Albus, maintain your composure. Do not act impulsively. It would be a pity to overlook such a riveting tale. Do not allow your agitation to spoil the mood of others. Dumbledore, with his anger mounting, was firmly restrained by the elderly figure draped in Gilderoy Lockhart's skin beside him. Release me, Gellert. You have been led astray by Tom. Speaking idly while seated does not equate to bearing the weight of reality, and you were not always this way. Furthermore, someone ought to elucidate what it means to unlock the chamber of Slytherin and to purify the campus. His name is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, devoid of any associations with Tom, Riddle, Gaunt, Slytherin, or Voldemort. So how on earth was this wretched plot triggered? Moreover, this storyline bears an uncanny resemblance to events that transpired 50 years ago. It appears to be a dramatization of real occurrences, does it not? Today, Hagrid was invited to witness this spectacle. Is it truly appropriate to strike at his heart in such a manner? However, for the other viewers, aside from a few closely tied to Dumbledore, their focus was far from his sentiments. They were engrossed in the narrative. After all, over time, the image of Dumbledore as the White Lord, the master of Death Eaters, and the puppeteer of the magical realm has gradually taken root in the public consciousness. Thus, what if he orchestrated the students to unlock the chamber and purify the school? Does this not seem entirely reasonable? Compared to Dumbledore's grander deeds, such matters hardly qualify as conspiracies. They were even more curious about how the plot would unfold next. For the principal antagonist was Dumbledore. Surely, he must deliver something monumental. Chapter 136, Viewing, Part 2. Just as the audience anticipated Dumbledore to execute a more significant scheme, he seemingly vanished, and the film's perspective returned to Harry. After all, the title of this film is Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, not Albus Dumbledore and the Chamber of Secrets. The primary narrative centers on Harry and his companions as they seek the chamber, confront the creatures within, and rescue the school. Upon realizing that he would not be featured in the upcoming scenes, Dumbledore exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, for if there were more instances like this, who knows if my heart could endure. However, the absence of Dumbledore from the screen does not imply that he is detached from the ensuing events. Indeed, this film was crafted by Tom as a promotional piece for the new era of Hogwarts. And who is the current headmaster of Hogwarts? Undoubtedly, it is the esteemed White Lord, Albus Dumbledore. Answer me, who are you? We are the students of Hogwarts, the future of the magical world, loyal warriors. What is the purpose of your arrival at Hogwarts? To strive for the grand revival of the magical realm and to fulfill the ambitions of Headmaster Dumbledore. Now tell me, how can this objective be achieved? By mastering the dark arts, we shall fear no one across the globe. Excellent. Remember our motto, for the greater good. Greetings, Dumbledore. Now, let us commence our lesson. Observing the defense against the dark arts class, a certain longtime friend engages the students in a question and answer session, leaving Dumbledore utterly befuddled. Is this truly a lesson? Are you certain it is not a military training? Have you even considered his opinion on this matter? If you must proceed, Could you refrain from invoking his name? He merely wishes to fulfill his role as the headmaster of Hogwarts in peace. Is that too much to ask? Furthermore, how many times must it be reiterated that the teaching of dark magic in defense against the dark arts should be conducted discreetly, with utmost subtlety? He has already turned a blind eye, yet you persist in this chaos, disregarding his position and that of Hogwarts itself. How will the world perceive Hogwarts now? A preparatory school for Azkaban? A training center for the reserve talents of Nemontgard? So, Tom, are you truly promoting the spirit of a new era at Hogwarts? Or are you seeking to hasten its closure? Have you not heard that parents are already discussing transferring their children? If this continues, Professor McGonagall will surely lose her mind. Dumbledore, overwhelmed by shock, finds himself resigned to the sight of Harry and Draco battling in his stead alongside Grindelwald, feeling an eerie calm within. However, to those unaware, is this truly Potter and Malfoy? Surely, this must be a jest. Is this the caliber one would expect from second-year wizards? It feels as though all these years have been in vain. Why is their Hogwarts so drastically different from the one we knew? Were the professors perhaps holding back? Not necessarily. It is possible that Potter and Malfoy have employed some unique means. Have you not heard the whispers that Dumbledore has been conducting secret research? It is said that he first experimented on the Dark Lord, which is why his power is so formidable, yet the side effects led to his current state. Where did you acquire this information? Is it credible? Absolutely, I assure you. But keep this between us. It was shared by Miss Cassandra Vole of Slytherin. Ah, I see. I have heard of Miss Vole. It is said she possesses clandestine knowledge of many past secrets, which now elucidates numerous matters. In retrospect, the Dark Lord is indeed a pitiable figure. All of this tragedy can be traced back to Dumbledore. If only. Hush. Silence. Dumbledore is still in front of us. Are you willing to risk it all? Let us watch the film. Watch the film. Dumbledore, expressionless, gazes intently at the screen, having already overheard the discussions of the audience seated behind him. Harry and Draco indeed employed a peculiar means. Yet that means was merely the Polyjuice potion. He participated in a single match, without secretly conducting any research or imposing anything upon Harry and his companions. In the past, Voldemort was not his test subject. The transformation he underwent was solely the result of his own actions and had no connection to him. His only misstep was failing to adequately guide the young Voldemort. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from conspiracy theories. Thank you. Furthermore, I would advise you to verify the reliability of your sources. Is it truly Cassandra Vole's message and not that of a certain Tom Riddle? Until you ascertain this, please do not spread rumors or misinformation. As the narrative progresses towards the climactic battle, Lady Longbottom could not help but shed tears when witnessing Neville embody the sword of Gryffindor wielding the curry stick. However, when Hermione unleashed the killing curse to conclude the encounter, a shiver ran through everyone, confirming their shared realization that Hogwarts' advanced studies were undoubtedly akin to Azkaban. Meanwhile, Ron, who should have been reveling in his moment of glory, found himself in a confrontation with his dear friend Harry. No wonder Harry had to film his scenes separately. What was anticipated as a surprise now turned into astonishment without any joy. Goodness, I regarded you as a true brother, yet you wish to become my brother-in-law. How old is Ginny, and how dare you speak such words? Just watch as your older brother, in his protective fury, does not spare you. And Ginny, why do you stand before Harry? I am your brother. Whose side are you truly on? At this juncture, the story appears to be nearing its conclusion. Yet a lingering question remains. What exactly is Dumbledore's motive behind all these actions? In the film's climax, Tom provides a portion of the answer. Once again in the headmaster's office, Snape stands before Dumbledore, inquiring, "So, what is the purpose of all this?" Seated at his desk, Dumbledore interlaces his fingers beneath his nose, obscuring much of his face and revealing only his eyes, coolly responding, "These are necessary means for the growth of the Chosen One. Everything is for the fulfillment of the wizarding plan." As Dumbledore's words fade, the screen turns black, and the credits begin to roll. When the writers section lists Hermione Granger, Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter, and a plethora of other stargazers, Dumbledore cannot suppress a chuckle. Well, my dear students, you have all done splendidly. It is truly a blessing to have you. However, the climax of Dumbledore's revelations is still to come. After the credits conclude, a bold statement appears in the center of the screen. The sequel, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, will debut next summer. Stay tuned. No way, another one. Chapter 137. What is the true origin of Old Voldemort? As Dumbledore revels in his cinematic experience, the Tom version of Dumbledore in Azkaban gazes affectionately at Old Voldemort. Upon our first encounter, Tom, I am Albus Dumbledore, a friend of your father S. Dumbledore, what on earth are you talking about? Old Voldemort was perplexed by Tom's version of Dumbledore's words. What does first meeting even mean? He could not believe that Dumbledore would fail to recognize him. After all, how many years had elapsed since their initial meeting in 1938? Was Dumbledore truly losing his faculties? Moreover, his Muggle father had been slain by his own hand long ago. How could there be any connection to Dumbledore, let alone friendship? Surely, this was no April Fool's Day. Yet, The Tom version of Dumbledore paid no heed to Voldemort's agitation. His gaze softening. I apologize for my tardiness. I never anticipated that our first meeting would occur in Azkaban. I just overheard the announcement outside. While I am unsure who has spread such slander about you, believe me, child, it is not true. Your heritage is certainly not as the broadcast suggests. Voldemort paused, astonished that someone could doubt the vicious rumors that malign him. However, in the next moment, he realized that he was facing Dumbledore, who better understood him. Aside from himself and that wretched Tom Riddle, was it not normal to doubt such unfounded claims? Why engage in such nonsense here? Dumbledore, what do you truly intend? Observing Voldemort's growing frustration, the Tom version of Dumbledore knelt and gently rubbed his head. Do not be agitated, Tom. Allow me to reveal your true lineage. As Voldemort struggled to break free from Dumbledore's grasp, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Suddenly, Tom's version of Dumbledore raised his voice, ensuring that even the adjacent cell could hear. Tom, I regret to inform you that 2 elements of that rumor are indeed true. Your name is Tom Riddle, the last descendant of the Riddle family, and your father did, in fact, unite with your mother under the influence of a love potion, making you, indeed, a product of such enchantment. Silence, Dumbledore. Dumbledore's words struck like daggers, exposing the secrets Voldemort least wished to confront, igniting a fierce desire within him to silence Dumbledore. Unfortunately, under Tom's relentless maneuvering, Voldemort's current strength had been reduced to naught. Thus, facing the enraged Voldemort, Tom's version of Dumbledore gently patted his head, urging him to calm down. I understand this is difficult for you to accept, Tom, but I believe you have the right to know the truth. Your father was also named Tom, but he is more widely recognized by another name, Voldemort. What? Voldemort was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered. Regrettably, Tom's version of Dumbledore offered no time for him to process this revelation, continuing unabated. And your mother, perhaps by the hand of fate, is confined in the adjacent cell to yours in Azkaban. Indeed, your mother is none other than the illustrious Bellatrix Lestrange. It was she who, with a potion of enchantment, beguiled your father, resulting in your very existence. Moreover, you have a twin sister named Delphine Gaunt. Old Voldemort and the imprisoned Bella were rendered mute by the words of the Tom version of Dumbledore. Once they regained their composure, they simultaneously erupted in outrage, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Utter nonsense!" Voldemort's eyes blazed crimson with fury as he glared at Tom's Dumbledore, seemingly wishing to devour him whole. This is sheer absurdity. Dumbledore, do not push me too far. I have tolerated you for far too long. You spread vile rumors and slander. I am Voldemort, not merely the son of Voldemort. Dumbledore, if you dare, release me, and I shall challenge you directly. Meanwhile, Bella, confined in her cell, was frantically pounding on the bars. A potion of enchantment? Dumbledore, you lie. I would never betray my master in such a manner. Would I not know of the existence of a child? Your fabrications about me and my master are utterly intolerable. Even if my master and I had a child, it would not be in this guise. This is an affront to my master, to me, an insult. And as for that scoundrel next door, that wretched half-breed, how dare he impersonate my master? Die. Tom's Dumbledore regarded Voldemort with a sympathetic expression, raising his voice slightly as if addressing both Voldemort and Bella. I understand that this revelation is overwhelming, yet it is the truth. Your memories have been altered, both yours and that of Lady Lestrange. The one who manipulated your memories may not have been aware that, during the birth of you and Delphine, there was indeed another present, lurking in the shadows. That individual was none other than Sirius, a cousin of Lady Lestrange. It was from him that I learned of your existence, Tom. Voldemort and Bella exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether this Dumbledore truly spoke of them, rather than others. As for Tom's current state, it stemmed from a biological alchemical experiment. Someone, pardon me for not revealing their name just yet, synthesized you and a fairy into a new life form. Your sister Delphine, along with her beloved dog Alexander, was transmuted into a chimera through alchemy. By the time I arrived, it was far too late, Tom. You had already been taken away, while Delphine was left behind, incessantly murmuring, "Big brother, let us play together." At this juncture, Tom's Dumbledore appeared tormented, tears cascading silently from his eyes, his sincerity palpable. I endeavored through myriad methods to rescue Delphine, but alas, I failed. Ultimately, I was forced to take her life myself. Voldemort, observing the profound display of emotion from Tom's Dumbledore, found his mind reeling. The intensity of feeling emanating from this figure was so vivid and authentic. It was as though these events had truly transpired. Could it be true that he, the Dark Lord, failed to manage the splitting of the soul and inadvertently overlooked something? At this moment, the Tom version of Dumbledore seemed to awaken from his reverie, wiping away his tears, and with a solemn expression, addressed the Dark Lord. In the past, I failed to guide your father properly, leading him astray, and I could not save Delphine. Therefore, this time, I must save you, Tom, at all costs. Thus, the Tom version of Dumbledore brandished the Elder Wand, pointing it at the Dark Lord, proclaiming, "Soul extraction." Chapter 138. Escape? Soul extraction. The Dark Lord, who had spent his days hunting geese only to have his eyes pecked by them, fell victim to the spell. Given the level of vigilance he typically maintained against Dumbledore, he should not have been so easily ensnared. However, after being subjected to the lengthy and persuasive rhetoric of the Tom version of Dumbledore, he was already disoriented. And now, with this sudden turn of events, his fractured and unstable soul could not muster the willpower to resist Tom's soul extraction spell. It was too late. One could only say that urban schemes run deep. One misstep leads to a pitfall. In the adjacent cell, Bellatrix heard Dumbledore declare his intent to save Tom. And then she noticed an eerie silence from the other side. Clearly, she missed the Tom version of Dumbledore's low-voiced command of soul extraction. Just as she pondered what might have transpired, the Dark Lord emerged through the door that had been opened from the neighboring cell, standing outside her cell. Peering through the bars, Bellatrix regarded the Dark Lord with confusion, wondering what he intended. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees with a thud. What kind of maneuver was this? Bellatrix found herself utterly bewildered by his actions. In her state of confusion, she heard the Dark Lord cry out, "Mother, please forgive your son for not being able to fulfill his filial duties at this moment. I ask you to bear with me a little longer. Once I uncover the truth and avenge my father, I will certainly return to rescue you from Azkaban." Having said this, he bowed his head 3 times with such force and emotion that it left a visible mark on his forehead. Witnessing this series of actions, Bellatrix felt as if she had been petrified, rendered completely motionless. Was she unexpectedly becoming a mother, receiving such a grandson? She wondered if her prolonged stay in Azkaban had caused her mind to fracture, leading to hallucinations. How could that wretched man next door so swiftly change his attitude and perform such an act? Or had her memory truly been tampered with? And had she genuinely given birth to twins with her master? Tom stood by, amused, observing the scene unfold. Who said the Dark Lord, a product of a love potion, did not understand love? In a brief time, he had taught the Dark Lord the essence of filial piety. It was evident that the initial failure in his education stemmed from Dumbledore's flawed teaching methods. After bowing, the Dark Lord cast a lingering glance at Bellatrix in her cell before following the Tom version of Dumbledore out. Just as when Tom had captured the Dark Lord days prior, this time, as he followed the Tom version of Dumbledore to escape, the Dark Lord once again attracted the attention of the other inmates. The familiar sound of a loudspeaker echoed once more, but this time the content had changed. "I am Tom Riddle, the last descendant of the Gaunt family, the offspring of Voldemort and Bellatrix Lestrange, with a penchant for public urination, lewd gestures, and throwing excrement at passers-by. I shall inherit the grand ambitions of my parents and transform the Wizarding World into a haven for deviants. Harry Potter, prepare yourself, for you shall be my first target. I will ensure that you bear the progeny of the Gaunt lineage, perpetuating our bloodline." Hee hee. The incessant broadcast of the loudspeaker resonated like a sinister melody, leaving the surrounding prisoners momentarily speechless, bewildered by the existence of such a twisted individual. Claiming to be the child of Voldemort and Bellatrix Lestrange, surely this was a fabrication. Where were the guards, the Dementors? Was it truly wise to release such a perverse character? Would it not be better to set us free instead, as we posed a significantly lesser threat to the Wizarding World? However, upon noticing who accompanied the old Voldemort, they realized, it is Dumbledore, which makes it somewhat justifiable. So, Dumbledore, you truly harbor a grudge against the Savior, seeking to bring him harm. Leading the old Voldemort to the shore, Tom, resembling Dumbledore, waved farewell as he boarded the specially crafted boat that had been prepared. At the same moment, brilliant fireworks erupted for the first time in the skies above Azkaban, illuminating the previously gloomy atmosphere. Though I sat by the open window, gazing longingly at the starry expanse, the desire to return to my vanished homeland lingered in my heart. To this day, there are memories that remain etched within, never to be forgotten. As the celestial symphony played, Tom, resembling Dumbledore, felt tears welling in his eyes, softly whispering, "Fireworks are fleeting, but human emotions endure. Farewell, Tom. I wish you a smooth journey ahead." As the old Voldemort's boat faded from view, Tom, resembling Dumbledore, composed himself and muttered, "Was everything recorded?" Confirmed that nothing was missed. No sooner had Tom finished speaking than a group of individuals emerged. "Fear not, Lord White King. Our Azkaban guards are indeed professional cameramen. From the moment you set foot in Azkaban, we have been tracking you, capturing every angle to ensure your satisfaction, especially the beautiful scene of the Dementors drifting amidst the fireworks. Of course, if you are dissatisfied with the moment of our entrance and the defeat of the Dementors, we are always available for reshoots." Tom nodded slightly, pleased with their competence and attitude. The dramatic escape of the prisoner from Azkaban had finally been accomplished. Though it was no small feat, however, one guard voiced concern. "But, Lord White King, is it truly safe to allow such a deviant to leave?" Tom coughed lightly, reassuringly replying, "Rest assured, everything is under control." Old V stood with a silver bracelet, laboriously paddling a small oar, contending with the tumultuous waves of the sea. After enduring countless hardships, he finally caught sight of land. At long last, this arduous journey was nearing its conclusion. And old V was on the brink of reclaiming his freedom. As he set foot on the shore, inhaling the liberating air, he felt an overwhelming sense of beauty envelop him. At that moment, a frivolous voice echoed in his ears. "Long time no see, young Tom Riddle. Have you been enjoying yourself lately?" Tom Riddle stood nearby, a playful smile gracing his face. Before old V could react, Tom cast a stunning spell, rendering him unconscious. He then produced a specially modified Tom Riddle brand rice cooker. This rice cooker, spacious and robust, boasted a plethora of features at an affordable price. It could seal, capture individuals, and even nurture creatures, all with a single Tom Riddle brand rice cooker. In comparison to competitors, it was vastly superior. The appliance of choice in the magical community. After placing the unconscious old V into the rice cooker and resealing it to prevent any unexpected escapes, Tom hummed a little tune as he departed with the cooker. Such an amusing toy as old V was one Tom had yet to fully enjoy. Losing it would indeed be a grave misstep. Chapter 139. Harry's Nightmare. Harry. "Ginny, I like you. I like you too. Hee. Here I come, little Harry. Stay away." Harry jolted upright in bed, his chest heaving violently, gasping for air as cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. His body feeling as though it had just been pulled from water, hands instinctively clutching the covers tightly. The dream he had just experienced was utterly terrifying. After watching a film the previous day and feeling grateful towards Tom, Harry returned to Aunt Petunia's house at number 4, Privet Drive, in high spirits. After reliving the delightful memory of Ginny's first kiss, he drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he once more encountered Ginny, reminiscent of a scene from the movie. As he leaned in to embrace and kiss her, her form suddenly became indistinct and transformed into an indescribable creature, ensnaring him with countless tendrils while laughing maniacally and engaging in unspeakable acts. In the end, Harry dreamt he expelled an egg, which, upon breaking, revealed a peculiar green-skinned creature that began crawling towards him, murmuring, "Daddy, it's me, Albus Severus Potter. I have finally found you." This frightful vision jolted Harry awake. How could I have such a horrifying dream? He pondered. I've heard Tom is planning to start a business in exorcism. Perhaps I should seek his assistance. As Harry contemplated this, he swung open the window, hoping the fresh air would dispel the remnants of his nightmare, only to be struck by another wave of terror. Across the street, in the shadows, a black dog was staring intently in the direction of his room. "Pray tell, Sirius, what is the purpose of this? You are not a fugitive, having visited Aunt Petunia's abode on numerous occasions uninvited. Why, then, this morning's sudden spectacle? Were it not for my prior encounters with my godfather's animagus form, another might well have been thoroughly terrified." However, Harry had no time for contemplation. He hastily tidied himself and hurried down the stairs. After all, Sirius would not have come here so early without a significant reason. Upon seeing Harry, Sirius initially said nothing, instead leading him to a secluded corner before transforming back into his human form. With a look of palpable anxiety, he inquired, "Harry, upon returning home yesterday, did anything unusual occur?" "Nothing at all happened. Everything was quite normal," Harry replied, shaking his head, aside from the troubling dream that he found hard to articulate. At this, Sirius exhaled deeply, his expression growing grave as he cautioned, "Harry, during this period, it is imperative that you refrain from venturing outside. I have conferred with Mrs. Figg, and I will be residing at her home for the time being, ensuring that I can protect you should any danger arise. Damn it. Why must Dumbledore insist that you spend time at the Dursleys every year, claiming it is to maintain the protective magic Lily left upon you? If you were to return home with me now, we could avoid such complications." Harry, bewildered, could not comprehend the unfolding circumstances and retorted, "So, Sirius, what exactly is happening? Why am I in danger?" Sirius then recalled that he had yet to elucidate the situation to Harry. He promptly produced a copy of the Daily Prophet he had received that very morning and handed it to Harry. Upon taking the newspaper, Harry's gaze was immediately drawn to a large wanted poster. In the center of the poster was a figure donning a straw hat, displaying a broad, mischievous grin, a goblin visage of the notorious Voldemort. "What is this?" Harry inquired, curiosity piqued as he looked at Sirius. Sirius gestured for him to continue reading. "Yesterday, a prison break at Azkaban was reported, where the nefarious Tom Riddle, captured with great effort by the good-hearted Mr. Tom Riddle, has escaped with the assistance of unknown accomplices, igniting fireworks as a mockery of the Ministry of Magic. This individual is believed to be the offspring of the Dark Lord and Bellatrix Lestrange, having participated in several cases involving magical creatures, particularly the Bengal giant lizard, for which it is rumored he studied specialized techniques in the magical realms of India. According to revelations from an Azkaban inmate, this person vowed vengeance for his father, the Dark Lord, targeting none other than the savior, Harry Potter. In his own words, he intends to violate Harry Potter and compel him to bear his progeny, thereby perpetuating the lineage of the Dark Lord. The reporter overnight interviewed Mr. Tom Riddle, who expressed that the magical realm is vast and unfathomable, a mystery that even Albus Dumbledore could not fully comprehend in his lifetime. Although there are no current precedents, it is conceivable that an ancient magic, long forgotten in the annals of history, may indeed possess such capabilities, though its existence remains unknown to us. Moreover, Mr. Riddle subtly hinted that Professor Severus Snape had conducted extensive research on potions for male conception, yet the results have yet to be made public. In light of this, the reporter can only wish the savior, Mr. Harry Potter, good fortune, while also hoping that Tom Riddle may soon be apprehended. The publication calls upon the public to report to the Ministry of Magic any suspicious individuals appearing near Harry Potter or any odd persons engaging in inappropriate behavior, such as public urination or throwing excrement. Following this report, the kind-hearted Ms. Cassandra Vori established the Stargazers Foundation overnight to assist the magical community and its creatures affected by Tom Riddle's malevolence, hoping for a generous response from the magical populace. After reading Rita's report, Harry's hand trembled slightly as he held the newspaper, and he turned to Sirius with a quivering voice, inquiring whether Rita's claims were indeed true. Sirius nodded affirmatively, stating that it was largely accurate, which was the reason for his early arrival. The thought of being related to such a twisted individual left Sirius with a complex expression, a struggle to articulate the absurdity of the situation. Was this a flaw in the black lineage or a consequence of Voldemort's blood? How could such a grotesque creature come into existence? Meanwhile, as Harry received Sirius's confirmation, the haunting memories of the past night began to assail him, the nightmares he desperately wished to forget becoming vividly clearer. The face of the indescribable creature now replaced by the wanted poster's image. Unable to bear it any longer, Harry leaned against the wall, doubled over in distress. At that moment, Tom was traversing the expansive forest with young Barty, who queried, "Master, what exactly are we searching for?" Barty pushed aside a branch, bewildered. It was a testament to his anguish at being roused from slumber in the dead of night, only to endure a sleepless journey back to this land where he had lived like a wild man for over 6 months. A serpent named Nagini. Have you not encountered her during your time alongside that fellow? Tom glanced back at Barty, his gaze laced with disdain. It was understandable that Barty had become entangled with Voldemort, but how could he have lingered so long without gathering any intelligence? To consider himself the most loyal and trusted among the Death Eaters was utterly shameless. Feeling the weight of his master's scrutiny, Barty stammered, "Master, I have seen her." Observing the demeanor of young Barty, Tom realized that old Voldemort had indeed refrained from disclosing the matter of Nagini to him. "Nonetheless, this place is familiar to you. Where do you believe we should proceed next?" After a moment's hesitation, young Barty raised his hand and pointed to the right, saying, "Master, I think we should head in that direction." "Very well, I shall follow your lead." Tom cast a glance and, without a moment's hesitation, turned left. Young Barty felt a pang in his heart, akin to that of a forsaken puppy. How deeply his master must distrust him. However, he had no time for further contemplation and quickly followed suit. Just as he was about to voice something, he heard Tom emitting a series of hissing sounds. "Nagini, my darling, where are you? Come forth, into my embrace. Do not hide. I can see you. Where on earth are you?" Fortunately, these words translated into hisses in young Barty's ears. Otherwise, he would have certainly questioned his existence. What mental state could possibly lead his master to utter such repugnant phrases with such ease? Thanks to Parseltongue, Tom's reputation was once again salvaged. However, perseverance bore fruit. As amidst Tom's relentless calls, a large snake gradually emerged, gazing intently at Tom and young Barty from a distance. Upon witnessing Nagini's appearance, Tom shot another glare at young Barty. The meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. "Are you capable or not?" "Thankfully, I did not heed your advice. Look. By going the opposite way, we have found it." A piercing blow to the heart, indeed. Receiving Tom's silent message, young Barty felt as though the sky was about to collapse, his mind consumed with thoughts of inadequacy. With no time to spare for young Barty's inner turmoil, Tom produced a brand new, red, limited edition Voldemort rice cooker and cheerfully called out to Nagini. Come, my darling Nagini, take a look at this delightful rice cooker. I have prepared a new home for you." Indeed, the authentic tone of Parseltongue, along with its familiar essence, confirmed it was undoubtedly his master. Yet something about the intonation seemed utterly off. Ultimately, Nagini chose to slither towards Tom, though she hesitated at the open rice cooker, pondering whether she would truly be able to exit once she entered, or if she would simply become snake soup. Nagini turned once more to Tom, only to find him wielding his purple-hued wand, a beaming smile adorning his face as he asked, "What troubles you, Nagini?" Without further ado, Nagini swiftly entered the rice cooker. Choosing to avoid confrontation, she wished to live a few more minutes. However, upon entering the space within the cooker and observing the arrangement, all her prior negativity dissipated. To her left was a line of illustrations and figurines of Credence Barebone, and to her right, a similar display of the noseless Voldemort, with a large, comfortable cushions situated in the center. Nagini coiled herself comfortably on the soft cushion, immediately attended to by a credence alchemical automaton, which began to massage her entire body, while another automaton, belonging to the Dark Lord, stood nearby, offering her pre-prepared sustenance. How delightful! This is the essence of life. How contrasting it is to the days spent in the Albanian forest. Indeed, my master has improved. Meanwhile, Tom closed the lid of the rice cooker and mused. The magical sealing spell is truly remarkable. The genius who invented it is nothing short of brilliant. Beside him, young Batty stared blankly at his exceptionally lovely master, feeling an overwhelming urge to voice his thoughts. Master, could you refrain from such nonsense? This contraption is not a magical sealing spell. You are a wizard, not a martial artist or a wise sage, and Nagini is certainly not a monstrous entity. Such distinctions of race and vocation are utterly unrelated. After inquiring about his master's preferences over the past few days, Batty had taken the initiative to purchase an entire set of Dragon Ball comics from the alley. Now fully immersed in this new world, no longer the ignorant novice he once was. Indeed, compared to the tedious magical realm, these Muggle entertainments appeared quite fascinating. No wonder his master found them appealing. Batty, pay attention. I am speaking to you. Why are you lost in thought? Upon hearing his master's call, Batty quickly emerged from his reverie, hastily responding with respect. My apologies, master. I did not sleep well last night and lost focus. What did you just say? A piercing pain suddenly struck Batty, as if his very bones were being extracted. After a moment of enduring the agony, he heard Tom's ominous voice inquire, Are you awake now? Batty nodded vigorously, fearing another piercing curse might follow. I ask you, how proficient are you in the non-marking extension charm and the creation of key portents? Quite good, master, Batty replied. Tom regarded him with suspicion, a gaze that once again deeply wounded Batty's tender spirit. After all, he had successfully mastered all 12 subjects. He wished for a bit of faith from his master. Surely, there are elites like him among the Death Eaters, not merely inept minions. Fortunately, Tom's gaze shifted away, and he said to Batty, If that is so, accompany me to a few locations. It may be somewhat perilous. Prepare yourself well in the coming days. Upon hearing of the potential danger, Batty's interest was piqued. Was this yet another attempt to infiltrate a ministry of magic? France? Or perhaps Germany? Curiously, he inquired, Master, where are we headed? Tom's gaze drifted eastward as he slowly replied, To the city of Mayday in Mykolaiv Oblast. Where's that? What is so special about this place? Batty looked at Tom in bewilderment, utterly lost in the geography, having spent so long cooped up on the British Isles. Chapter 141. Master, is this the place? Clad in the illusionary spell, young Barty gazed curiously at the enormous manhole cover in the distance and inquired of Tom. Upon Tom revealing the name of the place, Barty spent an entire day and night poring over the map before finally locating the site his master had mentioned on the land of the Second Mao. However, Barty could not fathom why his master would abandon the comforts of Europa to venture so far into the territory of the Second Mao. He had heard that this wretched place had descended into chaos in recent years and was uncertain what could possibly warrant his master's attention. Nevertheless, as one of the most loyal Death Eaters, Barty was resolute in executing his master's orders without fail. After a period of careful preparation, he accompanied Tom to Wui City, and after several days of reconnaissance, they finally pinpointed their target location. Tom confirmed repeatedly, asserting, Indeed, this must be the place. Do you know what this is? Barty shook his head in response. He had always held a disdainful view of Muggle affairs, and had been compelled to join this expedition by his master. He remained utterly bewildered about the purpose of their visit. Tom cast a scornful glance at him, remarking, I recall you passing all 12 subjects. I truly wonder how you managed to study Muggle studies. My master, such words are rather excessive, are they not? Shouldn't you consult Professor Karidababaji about this matter? After all, you have returned to Hogwarts to attend classes. Please ensure you enroll in her course next year and truly grasp what she teaches, lest I unwittingly bear the title of academic underachiever. Seeing that Barty was genuinely clueless, Tom patiently elaborated, This is a Muggle nuclear missile launch site. 18 Satan. 19 Dagger. 24 Scalpel. Each possesses the capacity for utter destruction. Barty remained non-committal upon hearing this, evidently skeptical of Tom's claims, and even questioned his master's sudden admiration for Muggle inventions, deeming it a folly to elevate others at the expense of one's own stature. Noticing Barty's disbelief, Tom chose not to elaborate further. After all, for wizards long isolated from the Muggle world, such matters were indeed extraordinary. Aside from Grindelwald, it was likely that no other wizard would take these matters seriously until witnessing their devastating power firsthand. Tom's visit was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, although in 1992, the Second Mao had transferred tactical nuclear warheads to the Greater Mao. It retained over 900 strategic nuclear warheads. However, by January 1994, the Second Mao, Greater Mao, and Eagle Sauce would sign the tripartite agreement on the elimination of all nuclear weapons within the territory of the Second Mao. and the Budapest Security Assurance Memorandum on December 5, 1994, would signal the second Mau's self-imposed disarmament and the realization of comprehensive denuclearization. As for the present moment, July 1993, the timing is rather opportune. The three parties are entangled in mutual blame, compounded by the financial troubles of the second party and the ramifications of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, resulting in an utter chaos regarding the management and custody of these matters. It is said that, in the original timeline, the second party had 250 nuclear warheads whose whereabouts remain unknown. Consequently, Tom believes that rather than allowing others to benefit from this situation, it would be more prudent for him to acquire a piece of it. After all, no boy could possibly resist such a coveted collectible. Moreover, one must express gratitude for the stringent enforcement of the magical community's secrecy laws, which effectively isolates the Muggle world from the magical realm. It is unlikely that anyone would conceive the audacity of a wizard daring to pilfer such items. Additionally, Tom has recently begun to cultivate a modicum of power. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take action. Once successful, he could dig a pit at Hogwarts, bury some soil, and invite his classmate, Seymour Finnegan, to engage in a thorough study. Perhaps they could even concoct a magically enhanced version exclusive to the magical community, a thought that brings him great delight. As for why he has chosen the city of Mayday in the Nikolaev region, one must consider that, after the original timeline's second party rendered itself impotent, the American government benevolently assisted in transforming this location into the world's sole military museum constructed upon a nuclear missile base for public enjoyment and exploration. It must be acknowledged that in the realm of psychological warfare, the Americans are quite adept. Yet, in this current timeline, does it not blatantly signal to Tom that valuable treasures await him here? Therefore, one should not underestimate the potential of a divination talent rated at level 2. It could very well mark the emergence of a great prophet. My master, so our objective is what you referred to as Satan, the dagger, and the scalpel? Upon hearing this, Tom regarded young Barty as though he were a fool. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of an intercontinental ballistic missile? With just the two of them, what do they expect to achieve? I am merely Tom Riddle, a boy wielding a small wand, not a superhero. Furthermore, the authority to launch such weapons still resides with the Russian Federation. If he possessed such capabilities, it would be far more feasible to acquire a 160 blackjack instead. Thus, one must harbor dreams. However, it is imperative to avoid indulging in such unrealistic daydreams. Sensing Tom's gaze, Barty realized he had misspoken and cautiously inquired, "Master, is there something amiss?" Tom sighed and patted his shoulder. "Barty, remember to retake the Muggle Studies course. I shall personally assess your progress." Barty was utterly perplexed as to how he had inexplicably descended to the point of needing to retake Muggle studies. "So, Master, what precisely is our target?" "Nothing much. Merely a few nuclear warheads to serve as collectibles." "Barty, do you think this request is unreasonable?" Barty pondered and concluded that this request seemed entirely reasonable. Although he was unsure of what nuclear warheads truly were, he understood that for his master, a mere handful of Muggle items, let alone a few, dozens, or even hundreds, would be far from excessive. "Then, Master, shall we proceed to storm in directly?" Tom stumbled upon hearing this. "Thank you, little Batty. Your presence is indeed a blessing for me. If you wish for me to meet my end sooner, just say the word. I wouldn't mind escorting you down first." The garrison of Ermau was merely disordered, not decimated. If such an act were committed, your master, a mere mortal, would not be engaging in a wizard's duel or a playful exchange of spells, but rather facing a relentless barrage of automatic weaponry. Do you think we could withstand that? Even if you aspire to replicate Grindelwald's fiery exploits in Paris, consider the gravity of this location. If death is your desire, let it be yours alone. Do not drag me into it. At that moment, Tom felt that bringing little Batty along might have been a miscalculation. With so many Death Eaters, why was there not one who could be of assistance? Their professional competence was woefully inadequate. Noticing Tom's displeasure, little Batty became acutely aware of his misstep and timidly inquired, "Master, what do you propose we should do?" Observing Batty's demeanor, Tom sighed in resignation. "Charging in headlong is futile, Batty. You must comprehend that the subsequent potions, such as the Polyjuice Potion, the Memory Charm, the Soul-Snatching Curse, the Confundus Charm, the Disillusionment Charm, and the Oblivion Charm, are paramount. Do you understand?" Little Batty appeared to ponder this deeply. "Master, I think I may have grasped it." Chapter 143. Another day of Albus Dumbledore's heart attack. Tom, I believe my studies in Muggle research have been quite fruitful. Although uncertain of Tom's intentions, Dumbledore nonetheless responded to his inquiry. "That is reassuring. It seems, Professor, you possess some fundamental knowledge, which spares me the trouble of lengthy explanations." While Tom's reasoning was sound, Dumbledore found it increasingly uncomfortable to hear. "So, Tom, your visit today is not merely to test my knowledge of Muggle conventions, is it?" Tom took a sip of lemonade and shook his head. "Certainly not, Professor. I have come to present you with a gift." The audacity of this little rascal was astonishing. Dumbledore regarded Tom with skepticism, unable to fathom such benevolence. Sensing Dumbledore's doubtful gaze, Tom felt a pang of regret for his misplaced sincerity, leaning closer and blinking his large eyes at Dumbledore, attempting to convey his earnestness. Professor, I truly have come bearing gifts. Although the film from a few days ago was fictional, it nevertheless tarnished your reputation. I realize I have wronged you. Hence my visit today to make amends. Dumbledore gently pushed Tom away, finding such a gaze utterly distasteful, and Tom's words evoked certain unpleasant memories, further inciting his ire. So you acknowledge your faults and even offer an apology? The sun must be rising in the west today. If you truly understood your misdeeds, you should not have acted as you did from the outset. Acknowledging your errors now is too late. However, Dumbledore's curiosity about the gift Tom mentioned persisted. And suppressing his agitation, he inquired, so, what is this gift? Tom rose from his seat, clearing a space, and suddenly, with a resounding crash, a conical object materialized out of thin air, crashing heavily onto the floor of the headmaster's office. Tom, what is this? Dumbledore inquired, gazing at the towering conical object before him, perplexed. He had anticipated receiving some trivial muggle trinkets from Tom, yet he was utterly astonished to behold such a colossal item. He swore he had never encountered such a thing in his life. Thus, he wondered what Tom was truly presenting him. With a gentle pat on the side of the object, Tom smiled and grandiosely introduced it. What lies before you is the culmination of human scientific achievement. The epitome of explosive artistry, a nuclear warhead. What? Dumbledore's heart sank. A cold bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. Could it be that he had not slept well the previous night and was hallucinating? How else could he have heard such an outrageous statement? Unlike the majority of wizards who were oblivious to the Muggle world, Dumbledore possessed a profound understanding of it. He had indeed heard of this most formidable weapon in human history, yet he had never expected to hear it from Tom, nor to see it in the flesh. What do you mean by this? Dumbledore pressed, unwilling to accept the situation. A nuclear warhead? An authentic nuclear warhead. His heart sank further. Dumbledore nearly choked on his own breath, unable to maintain his usual composure. He abruptly overturned his chair and approached the warhead. Tom, are you certain this is a gift of atonement and not a death sentence? While Voldemort merely indulged in his sinister schemes, Tom seemed poised to obliterate Hogwarts from existence. Without comparison, Dumbledore suddenly realized that, in contrast to Tom, Voldemort appeared almost as a docile, well-behaved student with a kind heart. Where did this thing come from? It won't explode, will it? Dumbledore's voice turned hoarse, edged with a barely perceptible tremor. After all, this object was genuinely terrifying, and he was struggling to cope. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed Tom deliver a forceful kick to the nuclear warhead. Bang! The sound nearly caused Dumbledore's heart to leap from his chest. In that instant, he feared Tom had finally gone mad and intended to take them both to oblivion, marking the end of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade as mere dust in history. Fear not, Professor. See how securely this thing is contained. It's not going to explode so easily. Relief washed over Dumbledore, grateful it had not detonated. He prided himself on his lack of fear regarding death, yet he had no desire to meet his end in such a hasty and meaningless manner. Soaked in cold sweat, Dumbledore felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Even one who had faced 2 generations of Dark Lords without trepidation had genuinely felt fear just moments ago. Tom's smile was increasingly evident, for opportunities to witness Dumbledore's folly were rare. However, he felt compelled to address Dumbledore's inquiries. As for how he acquired the item in question, it was during a summer excursion when he encountered a group of lunatics attempting to steal it, and he thwarted their criminal endeavor. Thus, it became his trophy. He believed he deserved a Sir Merlin medal for his efforts. Dumbledore, bemused by Tom's righteous demeanor, retorted, "Are you not the madman in this scenario?" Nevertheless, Dumbledore chose not to delve into the origins of the object. What mattered most was how to deal with it. "So, what do you intend to do with this?" he asked. "Professor, it is to enhance the sense of security among the students of Hogwarts, ensuring that it becomes the safest haven in the wizarding world. Furthermore, should muggles ever pose a threat to wizards, this could serve as a means of deterrence. Thus, let us explore how to detonate it." Detonate it, detonate it, echoed in Dumbledore's mind, a refrain that drowned out all other thoughts. "So, Tom, after all your rambling, do you truly wish to consign Hogwarts to oblivion? Surely not. You, a promising young man excelling in both academics and career, would not go that far," Dumbledore reassured him. "By the way, is there trouble in your romantic life? If so, you may confide in me, or I could speak to Miss Worrell on your behalf. It truly does not warrant such drastic measures." Ultimately, Dumbledore accepted the gift with tears in his eyes, recognizing that such an item was perilous anywhere but under his vigilant watch. As for Hogwarts security, he allowed himself to ponder and study the matter. He hoped fervently that the device would not explode during this interim. Surely it wouldn't, would it? Alas, he wondered if he would even live to see his days come to a natural end. Just as Dumbledore believed he had averted a catastrophic crisis in the magical realm, a certain individual found a brief respite. Unbeknownst to him, A bothersome trash can in Diagon Alley had finally been replaced by something far more peculiar. Amidst Professor McGonagall's and the bewildered new students' confusion, Tom stood enthusiastically beside them, bowing slightly as he proclaimed, "Welcome to the magical world. Tom Riddle is at your service." Chapter 144. Welcome to the beginning of nightmares. Welcome to the magical world. Tom Riddle is at your service. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow at Tom. "Mr. Riddle, what precisely are you doing?" "Professor, as you can see, I am engaged in summer employment. Currently, Diagon Alley and Ariana Avenue are hosting a welcoming season, and they are in need of extra hands. Fortunately, I am available, so I am here serving as a temporary guide. You are aware that I hail from an orphanage, without parents, and to cover the exorbitant interest on my school fees and earn my living expenses for the coming year, I have no choice but to work." Professor McGonagall's eyes twitched slightly, and her expression became somewhat unnatural. Who was it that had once proclaimed to the seventh-year Gryffindor graduates at Hogwarts that working was an impossibility? A notion that could never be realized? Now, here was that very person caught in a double standard. And as for others, it was one thing. But Tom Riddle, could he utter such words without a twinge of conscience? The Muggle parents of the fresh-faced first years, oblivious to the full context, looked upon Tom with a glimmer of pity and sympathy as he spoke of being an orphan, utilizing his summer to earn a living and pay off loan interest. One father, curiosity lacing his tone, gently inquired, "Poor child, could you tell me what the interest rate on Hogwarts student loans is?" 36%, and upon receiving the loan, a handling fee of approximately 20% of the loan amount is also charged. Was this not akin to usury and predatory lending? One could not help but question the legitimacy of Hogwarts, given its financial practices. The countenance of those parents, already skeptical of Hogwarts, shifted dramatically, their gazes towards Professor McGonagall tinged with disbelief. Sensing the gravity of the situation, McGonagall understood that failing to clarify this matter could further tarnish Hogwarts' reputation. "Mr. Riddle, please refrain from making unfounded claims. Hogwarts has never charged interest on student loans. This can be verified by other students who have received financial aid." McGonagall's words were directed not only at Tom, but also at the parents of the newcomers. Upon hearing this, Tom responded with a hint of contrition, "I apologize, Professor. I truly did not know. You see, it was Headmaster Dumbledore who guided me during my enrollment and arranged my student loan. Perhaps this was merely a personal act on his part." As he said this, McGonagall's composure began to waver. How many accusations was he trying to lay at Dumbledore's feet? Surely, the headmaster would not engage in such practices, would he? The expressions of the new parents morphed into one of incredulity. How could the head of Hogwarts be this? Would sending their children to such a school truly be free of complications? Then, "Professor, must I continue repaying my loan?" "You need not repay it, Mr. Riddle." McGonagall instinctively replied. Wait a moment, she suddenly realized. He was speaking of the loan itself, not the interest. Unfortunately, before she could articulate her thoughts, Tom exclaimed, "Wonderful. Praise be. Professor, you are indeed the most just and fair presence in the wizarding world. Hogwarts, with your presence, has not fallen victim to Dumbledore's mischief. When might you inherit the sword of Gryffindor and deliver a swift blow to Headmaster Dumbledore, taking up the mantle of headmaster yourself? This is the greatest wish of myself and the entire school community." With Tom's words, all eyes turned fervently towards Professor McGonagall. The implication was clear. Would the esteemed and beloved Professor McGonagall truly consider replacing the unreliable Dumbledore as the new headmaster of Hogwarts? Only then could they rest assured in sending their children to this institution. Professor McGonagall could no longer maintain her composure. "Mr. Riddle, please refrain from spreading rumors. Your discord with Dumbledore should not involve her." "Thank you." She felt that if she continued to engage with Tom, the conversation would stray further from the matter at hand. Having achieved little throughout the day, Professor McGonagall resolved to ignore Tom and focus on her responsibilities. However, upon noticing that the trash can, initially serving as a point of reference, had been replaced, she momentarily froze. If the trash can have been substituted, would she have to test each stone anew? Suddenly, McGonagall recalled the unpleasant memories from last year's procurement during the entrance ceremony. When would these troublesome days come to an end? Fortunately, Tom recognized McGonagall's distress and interjected, "Attention, new students. To enter Diagon Alley, you must tap the correct bricks with your wand. Be warned, if you strike the wrong one, it will charge this device. And when fully charged, undesirable consequences will ensue." As he spoke, Tom gave the nearby nuclear device a heavy pat. "What are these undesirable consequences? And what exactly is this device?" a parent inquired, expressing their concerns. How delightful it was that the parents of this cohort of Muggle students were far more engaging than the Death Eaters of yore, alleviating any fears of an awkward silence. With that thought, Tom wore a congenial smile. It is merely a trivial nuclear device protected by multiple layers of magic. When it is fully charged, it will simply detonate on sight. There is no need for excessive worry. As Tom's words settled, an oppressive silence enveloped the gathering, each individual seemingly grappling with the weight of 1,000 galloping horses in their minds. A nuclear device? After what felt like an eternity, someone finally regained their voice, struggling to speak while the sound of their own gulp echoed in their ears. Indeed, it is a genuine nuclear device, and we welcome verification. With that, Tom delivered a forceful kick to the device. Upon witnessing Tom's action, everyone felt their hearts momentarily stop. You kicked it. Are you not afraid it might explode? Is it too late to flee? Some contemplated discreetly slipping away with their children, only to discover an unseen force had sealed their escape. Noticing their attempts, Tom chuckled. Once you enter the magical world, there is no turning back. Of course, you may attempt to leave now. But allow me to offer a friendly warning. If you do so, I cannot guarantee what special measures Headmaster Dumbledore may take, much like last year. At this, Tom seemed to recall something terrifying, abruptly covering his mouth. His gesture sent a chill through everyone present, save for Professor McGonagall. A threat? This was an overt threat. Dumbledore's approval rating plummeted by 30%. Well, we have squandered enough time. I shall begin tapping the bricks now. Do take heed. The fate of 7 million souls in London rests in your hands. Everyone's eyes widened instantly, not daring to blink, fixated on Tom's every movement, fearful of missing a single detail. However, as Tom struck, nothing transpired. A caw echoed above, akin to a crow soaring overhead, causing a collective heartbeat to falter. Tom, feeling a bit sheepish, turned around and scratched his head, saying, "Apologies, I slipped up a bit, but it's nothing serious. I'll be more careful next time." A slip of the hand? Are you truly suggesting it was an accident rather than intentional? Do you wish for us to accompany you to ruin? If that is your intention, kindly clarify it. Let our demise be comprehensible. When asked what they would regret the most in life, the new students and their parents present would undoubtedly answer, being entangled with this wretched magical realm. Fortunately, Tom did not engage in any more mischief the second time around. As the entrance to Diagon Alley revealed itself, Tom enthusiastically addressed the crowd, saying, "This is Diagon Alley, the place where dreams begin. Mr. Tom Riddle, the dream you speak of must surely be a nightmare." Chapter 145. So it was you, Dumbledore. After considerable deliberation, Professor McGonagall ultimately entrusted Tom with the task of guiding the new students on their shopping expedition, although she held some skepticism regarding Tom's claims. The potential consequences of a reckless wizard or mischievous student inadvertently igniting something truly explosive were too alarming to dismiss. Her sense of justice compelled Professor McGonagall to remain behind to manage the chaos, ensuring that no one, particularly the young creatures of Hogwarts, especially the Gryffindor lions, notably the Weasley twins, would act carelessly. As for how to ultimately handle the situation, after much contemplation, Professor McGonagall concluded that only Dumbledore possessed the capability to resolve such a dilemma. Once the situation stabilized, she planned to return to Hogwarts to seek Dumbledore's counsel. Alas, she had merely intended to guide the Muggle newcomers, yet chaos ensued once more. Who was the scoundrel responsible for this? Answer me. When would these vexing days come to an end? On the other side, as the Muggle newcomers and their parents entered Diagon Alley with Tom, they barely had the chance to appreciate the medieval charm before being encircled by a group of dubious individuals, sensing that a momentary strike could occur, and their small sums of money would soon vanish. "Mr. Riddle, what is happening? What are we to do now?" One parent trembled, shielding his wife and child. Tom waved his hand, creating a little space, and gently reassured them, "Do not worry, they are here to provide better service to clients and are undergoing training today." Devoid of any ill intent. Upon hearing this, the crowd noticed that these individuals were not wielding wands, but rather jotting notes in small notebooks, which brought a collective sigh of relief. "All right, we have wasted too much time. Let us commence this magical shopping expedition. First, we must visit Gringotts to exchange currency." Tom clapped his hands and led the group towards Gringotts, followed closely by a throng of witches and wizards diligently jotting down notes. In the magical realm, we possess our own currency system. 29 nuts equate to 1 sickles, and 17 sickles to 1 galleon. Of course, when converting from Muggle currency, approximately 5 pounds equals 1 galleon. Along the way, Tom took the opportunity to elucidate the intricate currency exchange system of the magical world to the Muggle newcomers and their parents. The incessant sound of writing continued behind him, prompting Tom to glance back at the group of aspiring dark wizards undergoing training. "I must ask," he said, "though you are here to learn today, isn't this common knowledge? Why bother recording it?" One of the wizards replied, "Sir, while it is indeed common knowledge, the magical world is ever evolving with the passage of time. Though it remains a currency system of our realm, it is now fortified with Dumbledore's philosophies and Voldemort's theories, thus necessitating our continual documentation and learning." Tom found this response oddly familiar, stirring certain memories within him. "Pray tell, you are dark wizards, albeit transformed. Must your transformation be so thorough? Is this manner of speaking truly appropriate?" He gazed in astonishment at the speaking wizard and inquired, "Where did you acquire this entire set of knowledge?" In response, the wizard promptly produced a small red notebook and handed it to Tom, saying, "Sir, We have gleaned insights from the materials provided to us by Lord Lucius. Upon opening it, Tom was taken aback. It was nothing less than a translation of the instructor's sayings into the magical realm's vernacular. He had merely mentioned it to Lucius in passing, never expecting such an outcome. Truly, it was commendable of the Malfoys. At this juncture, a curious Muggle parent approached and asked, "Who exactly is Dumbledore? He seems more than just the headmaster of Hogwarts." As Tom returned the red notebook, he explained, "You refer to Headmaster Dumbledore. He is the most formidable figure in the magical world, known as the White Lord, a being who wields unparalleled power, above any constraints. If you doubt, just inquire amongst them." The accompanying wizards nodded vigorously in agreement, affirming his words. Hogwarts is both the safest and most perilous place in the magical realm. Exercise utmost caution while studying there. One misstep in addressing Headmaster Dumbledore could prove fatal. Upon hearing Tom's explanation, the Muggle parents once again regretted their association with this cursed magical world, their respect for Dumbledore diminishing by 20 percentage points. Could they truly survive 7 years at Hogwarts? Once they completed their currency exchange at Gringotts, the remaining tasks were rather straightforward. Tom's membership store, along with Flourish and Blots and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, maintained fruitful collaborations, providing a one-stop shopping experience. This back-to-school season, they offered a grand promotion of 15% off across the entire store, making it the premier destination for your school shopping needs. Seizing the opportunity while the training wizards were busy gathering new students and pushing shopping carts for supplies, Tom took a moment to engage in conversation with the industrious Madame Malkin. "How have you been lately?" he inquired. Madame Malkin glanced at Tom, a smile of unmistakable delight gracing her features as she replied, "Quite well, Tom. Since I set up the display here, my sales have significantly increased." Lowering her voice, she leaned closer to Tom and whispered, "Moreover, your initiative in collaborating with the Trousseau Boutique has been remarkable, especially the clever arrangement of inventory. I truly wonder how you conceived such an idea. Come Christmas, I shall prepare a splendid gift for you. Behold, this is a quintessential example of mutually beneficial cooperation and the construction of a harmonious society, unlike certain obstinate old codgers. Mr. Smith, 12 inches, hawthorn wood, dragon heartstring, possesses formidable magical potency. You shall become a most powerful wizard. A mere 7 galleons, Mr. Ollivander concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Smith's wand was snatched from his hand and returned to him, with Smith himself being pulled aside. Mr. Smith, 12 inches, hawthorn wood, dragon heartstring, duly noted. Custom orders are now only 5 galleons, with the option to embellish as per your preference. Shipping will occur within a week, with a 7-day no questions asked return policy. A lifetime warranty, and free delivery to your home. I shall serve as your dedicated customer service representative, liaising directly with you." Hearing this, Mr. Smith felt tempted and offered a remorseful smile to Mr. Ollivander. "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Ollivander." The staff accompanying Smith from the member shop promptly handed a consultation fee of 1 canute to Mr. Ollivander before ushering Smith out. Clutching a single coin, Mr. Ollivander found himself at a loss, akin to swallowing a fly. How has the customary process of wand purchasing for new students transformed into this? Mr. Ollivander contemplated protesting, but reconsidered upon seeing Tom's cheerful demeanor nearby. Ultimately, he recognized the priority of money over his grievances and resolved to voice his concerns to Dumbledore later. "Proceed, Mr. Ollivander. There are still numerous students waiting in line." As the next new student approached, Mr. Ollivander grasped his measuring tape tightly, resigning himself to the task. Meanwhile, as Tom enjoyed shopping with the new students, Professor McGonagall finally returned to her beloved Hogwarts. "Albus, we have a situation," she exclaimed. Upon hastily entering the headmaster's office, she discovered someone brandishing the Elder Wand, pointing it at a remarkably familiar object. Their eyes met, and after a moment of silence, Professor McGonagall quietly retreated from the office. "Well, the case is solved. The true culprit, the source of all evil, is none other than you, Albus Dumbledore." Chapter 146. Dumbledore's Desire for Retirement. Albus, you, Professor McGonagall, at the earnest invitation of Dumbledore, found herself seated in the headmaster's office, contemplating for an extended period before finally mustering the courage to speak. "Are you truly intent on obliterating the magical realm?" Dumbledore, weary, rubbed his temples, sensing a significant misunderstanding. "Minerva, why would you presume that I wish to annihilate the magical world?" Professor McGonagall discreetly glanced at the ominously upright nuclear warhead behind her. "Albus, I am not entirely ignorant of the Muggle world. Let us not forget, my examination in Muggle studies was." The rest was left unspoken, as the implication hung heavily in the air. Dumbledore attempted to elucidate. "Minerva, would you believe me if I told you that this nuclear warhead was a gift from someone else?" "Oh, Albus, pray tell. Who would bestow such a perilous item as a gift upon you?" Professor McGonagall resolved to grant Dumbledore the opportunity to explain himself. "Minerva, it was Tom Riddle. Adhering to the adage that a dead comrade is preferable to a living enemy, Dumbledore unhesitatingly revealed Tom's identity, asserting that his claims were indeed truthful and verifiable. Upon hearing this name, Professor McGonagall wore a look of incredulity, as if to say, "Albus, have you lost your wits? You mean Tom Riddle? Surely he must comprehend the destructive capacity of this device." Dumbledore pondered Tom's demeanor at the time of the gift's presentation, recognizing that Tom possessed a far greater understanding of the weapon than he himself did, and thus nodded in affirmation. Yes, Tom is well aware. He possesses profound knowledge regarding the nuclear warhead. Then, Albus, the question arises, if Tom comprehends the weapon's might, would it not serve him better to retain it as leverage against the magical world? Instead, he has handed you the most formidable weapon as a gift, not only relinquishing a trump card, but also fortifying your position. What, then, is his true intention? Professor McGonagall gazed at Dumbledore, her expression one of skepticism. It was evident that she did not wholly trust his words. Any individual of sound intellect would not engage in such folly. And though Tom exhibited the eccentricities typical of a dark wizard, he was undoubtedly astute and would not undertake such a reckless act, especially against Dumbledore. Faced with McGonagall's rebuttal, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. Why would Tom bestow upon him a nuclear warhead? What was his ulterior motive? This question had plagued him for days. And despite meticulously examining the warhead, he uncovered no signs of dark magic or curses. It was merely a manifestation of Muggle technological achievement. What, then, could be his purpose? After a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore resolved to share the implausible rationale Tom had provided before departing. Perhaps McGonagall would offer a different perspective. Minerva, perhaps Tom hopes that I will preside over a conference of the European magical community to counter the impending reciprocal tariff measures proposed by the Ministry of Magic in America. And this nuclear warhead serves as his assurance. Professor McGonagall wore an expression reminiscent of an elderly subway commuter engrossed in her mobile device. Albus, are you all right? Is everything truly fine? Or should we have Madame Pomfrey conduct a thorough examination? Dumbledore sighed in resignation. Indeed, such absurd reasoning would hardly be believed. Tom was becoming increasingly dismissive. Even his fabrications lacked credibility. I am perfectly fine, Minerva. By the way, what brings you here in such a hurried manner today? Feeling somewhat fatigued, Dumbledore decided to redirect the conversation, no longer wishing to dwell on the nuclear warhead. Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Professor McGonagall finally recalled her original purpose. I almost forgot. Albus, you ought to address that nuclear warhead you left at the entrance of Diagon Alley. That behavior is exceedingly perilous. Diagon Alley? A nuclear warhead? That is not mine. Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment. How many of these contraptions could that rogue possibly possess? Regardless of ownership, you must deal with it promptly and swiftly. Well then, I have conveyed all that I needed to say. The school is burdened with numerous affairs. Albus, I must take my leave. With that, Professor McGonagall hastily departed, leaving Dumbledore alone in the headmaster's office in a state of bewilderment. In that moment, he truly contemplated an early retirement. If all else failed, perhaps he could stage a public faux death, entrust the headmaster's duties to Minerva, and retreat to the serene solitude of Godric's Hollow. As for Tom, let him worry about his own affairs. Ultimately, Dumbledore did retrieve the nuclear warhead from the entrance of Diagon Alley back to Hogwarts. Congratulations, Hogwarts now boasts an enhanced safety protocol. Just as Dumbledore wore a face of exasperation while recovering the warhead in Diagon Alley, in Hogsmeade, at the Three Broomsticks, Tom, cloaked in black robes, and Fudge, equally attired, convened as if they were two dark sorcerers plotting in secret. My lord, what prompted your summons? Could we not simply enjoy a drink together, as friends? Upon hearing Tom's words, Fudge refrained from engaging further, instead wearing an expression of disbelief. Observing this, Tom muttered his discontent and shifted to serious matters. I propose, Fudge, that you take the lead in organizing a magical congress for the European wizarding community, ensuring the participation of all European ministries of magic. Fudge's eyes brightened at Tom's suggestion. As the Minister of Magic, he understood the benefits of hosting such an event. However, he inquired, under what pretense shall we organize this gathering? To deepen the exchange among the wizarding communities and to address the imminent imposition of reciprocal tariffs by the Ministry of Magic of the beautiful nation. Fudge was taken aback, taking a moment before responding. But we have no tariffs in place with the Ministry of Magic of the beautiful nation. Tom cast a sidelong glance at Fudge. Can you guarantee that no one in the American magical community bears the name or surname of? Fudge shook his head, pondering how one could assure such a thing. Then it stands to reason, since you cannot provide that assurance. How can you be certain that the American magical world won't suddenly go awry? Our current actions are merely a precaution, a means to avoid being caught unawares. Do you understand? Fudge quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, in the absence of any enemies, we can fabricate adversaries. We could inform the public that a formidable dark wizard lurks within the American magical realm, one more terrifying than any known in history, who is rapidly amassing power with the intent to conquer the entire magical world. Fudge, with a foolish curiosity, inquired, "Who is it?" Tom, fixing his gaze upon Fudge, recited the name he had just conjured. Chapter 147, The King. "Who is this?" Fudge stared blankly at Tom, bewildered, wondering from which obscure corner this figure had emerged. As the esteemed Minister of Magic, he had engaged in numerous exchanges with the American Ministry of Magic, yet had never encountered this name. Indeed, it is the Sir, birthed from the nefarious union of the most wicked Sir and Sir, who has inherited their names and proclaims himself as king, claiming to possess unparalleled knowledge of the magical realm. Fudge appeared incredulous, questioning whether the Dark Lord was merely spinning a tale. Surely such an abstract figure could not exist. How could he engage with other magical ministries if he were to utter such nonsense? Would he not be ridiculed? Tom discerned the turmoil in Fudge's eyes and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Fudge, fret not. You need only organize this gathering and leave the rest to me. Entrusting matters to the Dark Lord does not inspire confidence." Fudge mused. "Who knows what you might be scheming? Are you planning to seize this opportunity to obliterate the entire European magical community alongside Dumbledore?" As this thought crossed his mind, he heard Tom's voice suddenly interject, "Fudge, why do you entertain such thoughts? Dumbledore and I have never contemplated the annihilation of the European magical world. I could overlook Dumbledore, but to think you would perceive me as such is truly disheartening." As Tom spoke, he feigned a look of grievance, as if Fudge had committed some heinous act. Fudge trembled at Tom's words, suspecting that the Dark Lord had employed legitimacy. Where had the fundamental trust between individuals gone? Upon witnessing Tom's expression, Fudge felt even more unsettled. "Dark Lord, please, do not regard me in this manner. Your expression frightens me." Yet, despite his fear, he felt compelled to defend himself. "Dark Lord, I did not think such thoughts." "Ah," Tom interrupted, leaving Fudge even more distressed. He poured another glass of beer and handed it to Fudge, saying with earnestness, "Fudge, have a drink to calm your nerves. You must understand that my companions and I, the Death Eaters, are among the most compassionate individuals and teams within the magical realm. We have consistently devoted ourselves to fostering a more harmonious and joyful magical world, and we would never engage in actions that could jeopardize it. Your decision to join our ranks stemmed from your alignment with our ideals, your determination to strive together for our noble cause. Therefore, it would be prudent to refrain from uttering words that might undermine our unity." Fudge mechanically accepted the goblet of wine that Tom had offered him, feeling caught in a dilemma, neither drinking nor refusing. His mind was racing with thoughts, contemplating that Tom's behavior was far more exasperating than enduring the pain of a Cruciatus curse. "Oh, Dark Lord, how could you not be aware of how I came to be on this ship of thieves? And are you truly oblivious to the reputation you and the Death Eaters hold in the magical community? Even if Dumbledore were to transform, this is not the way to cleanse your image." Regardless of Fudge's inner grievances, whether motivated by Tom's intimidation or his own interests, there were matters that had to be addressed. As he began to negotiate with the Ministry of Magic from other nations, a new topic of discussion quietly emerged within the magical world, spreading with astonishing rapidity. At the Ariana Avenue, 39 Argyle restaurant, a conversation unfolded. "Hey, did you hear that Ilvermorny was apparently invaded recently? Are you certain? By whom?" "I heard it was an elderly man with blonde hair. What was his name again?" Yes, that's him. Have you heard of him?" "Of course, who hasn't heard of the king? It's said that in the beautiful land, his reputation exceeds that of Voldemort and Grindelwald combined. My distant cousin's husband's sister's cousin's child told me that on that day, he wore a red hat, donned a diaper, and carried a muggle tape recorder, dancing merrily as he stumbled into Ilvermorny." At that moment, a fitting tune resonated throughout the restaurant, perfectly capturing the scene and timing, compelling patrons to join in the dance. "Isn't that song associated with that individual?" "Indeed, this song has been playing on the radio incessantly these past few days. One could almost develop calluses in their ears from hearing it. It is said he always makes an entrance accompanied by this melody. Is this king individual truly sane? How is Ilvermorny faring?" What's the matter? Ilvermorny itself is fine, but the school has been defaced with red and green downward arrows." "What? Graffiti? Is that merely a prank?" "Apparently not. It seems to be a malicious curse unique to the king. The red arrows target families of European and American descent, while the green ones are aimed at families of Asian descent." "Is that so? What effect does this curse have?" "Word has it that the wealth of the families of Ilvermorny faculty and students has diminished by 6% each day for 3 consecutive days." At this revelation, the restaurant erupted in a cacophony of laughter, sputtering wine, and coughing. "Good heavens! Is that true? What a malevolent curse! What an evil individual! What is his intention?" "It is rumored that he seeks to restore the grandeur of the magical realm of the beautiful nation, and he even intends to run for the position of Minister of Magic." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if this were more magical than magic itself. To run for Minister of Magic, has he lost his mind, or have I? The nouveau riche of the beautiful nation would have to be utterly foolish to elect such a person as Minister of Magic in our land. He would be swiftly incarcerated in Azkaban to prevent any calamity. However, The dilemma lies in the fact that not only is he nefarious, but he also possesses formidable strength. And, crucially, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Someone attempted to ambush him with the killing curse, and yet, the spell went awry. It is indeed perplexing. Nevertheless, have you heard that he proclaimed his intention to devise a method to harvest the magical resources of the old European magical realm to benefit the beautiful nation? Consequently, he has gathered quite a number of supporters. How outrageous! By what right does he claim this? Our wealth is the result of generations of diligent labor and struggle. Why should that group of upstarts reap the rewards? So how shall we confront this king? Fear not, for even if he comes, we still have Dumbledore. Indeed, we have Dumbledore. The White Lord shall vanquish the king. In terms of both cunning and strength, the king pales in comparison to Dumbledore. Yes, precisely so. Hail Dumbledore! Hail Dumbledore! Hail Dumbledore! In an instant, the restaurant was filled with the resounding praises of Dumbledore, while Rita quietly documented the scene from her corner. The following day, the Daily Prophet published a feature on the king, specifically mentioning Dumbledore, in hopes that the White Lord would take charge of the situation. In no time, the king's notoriety surged to new heights. Who currently reigns supreme in popularity, even in the old European magical realm? It is none other than the king. Amidst this atmosphere, an unexpected yet anticipated invitation arrived in Dumbledore's hands. Chapter 148, The Invitation. Dear Mr. Albus Dumbledore, greetings. In response to the potential threat posed by the king and the beautiful nation's magical realm, we are tentatively scheduling a magical conference on January 5, 1994, at the Père-Lachaise Cemetery in Paris, to collectively discuss countermeasures. At this critical juncture, your wisdom and experience are the most invaluable assets to the magical world, and we urgently require your guidance. We hope you can find the time amidst your busy schedule to gather with elite members of the magical community from across Europe to explore strategies for addressing the current predicament. We eagerly await your presence. Cornelius Fudge. Dumbledore placed the invitation back on his desk, enveloped in a profound silence. The date, while still a half-year away from the present, evokes a certain reflection, particularly when considering the habitual work ethic of the majority of the Ministry of Magic employees, who commence their duties at 9:30. Indulge in 2 hours of idleness, break for lunch, resume at 1 o'clock for another 2 hours of leisurely pursuits, enjoy afternoon tea, and then continue to dawdle until they clock out promptly at 5. In light of this, Dumbledore mused that convening at such a specific hour was not only reasonable, but could indeed be deemed efficient. As for the location, the Père-Lachaise Cemetery in Paris, Dumbledore felt a sudden jolt of nostalgia, as if his memories were transported back to 1927. Although he had not personally participated, the vivid accounts from Newt and others left a lasting impression. Thus, one must ponder whose idea it was to select such a dismal venue, Grindelwald's or Tom's. It appeared that this time it was Dumbledore's turn to take the stage, and the thought sent a chill down his spine. However, the crux of the matter lay in the theme and content of the upcoming magical assembly. Just days prior, he had discussed the conference and the issue of nuclear warheads with Minerva, both concluding that it was merely a feeble excuse concocted by someone unhinged. Yet, the reality of the situation unfolded much quicker than expected. The invitation from Fudge bore no distinction from Tom's, and since today was not April Fool's Day, it was unlikely he would be fooled by such trivialities. The recent uproar concerning the king had stirred the magical community, and it was impossible for Dumbledore to remain uninformed. Faced with this sudden emergence, he had even inquired with his acquaintances from the beautiful nation about this unfamiliar entity. The findings were revealing. Ilvermorny had indeed been defaced, and the king's notoriety resonated throughout the land, with each person seemingly able to recount a tale of his misdeeds. Yet, when it came to actual sightings of the king, it seemed everyone had merely heard of him but never laid eyes upon him. Initially, Dumbledore instinctively attributed the instigator of these peculiar occurrences to a certain individual, convinced that it was merely another ploy from that familiar source. However, subsequent intelligence began to sow seeds of doubt within him. The Ministry of Magic in the beautiful nation had, as expected, taken note of the king and conducted extensive searches throughout the magical community, only to uncover a plethora of rampant rumors but no tangible evidence of his existence. What was initially presumed to be a prank orchestrated by a fool suddenly took an intriguing turn. The elusive king, long sought in the magical realm, was discovered in the Muggle world. A certain golden-haired real estate tycoon, known for his cameo appearances in films, inadvertently caught the attention of the ministry. His surname, Appearance, and the chaotic malevolence that subtly emanated from his polished exterior perfectly matched the legendary description of the king. Following this line of inquiry, a certain senator, reputed to have jointly conceived the king, was also unearthed by the Ministry of Magic. Although, after a preliminary investigation, these two individuals appeared to be the epitome of mundane beings with no apparent connection to the magical realm. The Ministry of Magic in the beautiful country dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. What if they possessed some undisclosed means? Thus, They hastily and secretly commenced monitoring the two. In this manner, it seemed that Wong was no longer a mere illusion, considering the identities of these individuals. Perhaps Wong represented the first foray of the mundane world into the magical domain. The beautiful country's Ministry of Magic, suddenly gripped by a chilling sense of foreboding, became extraordinarily busy, simultaneously pursuing Wong while conducting an internal investigation to ascertain whether any breaches of confidentiality had occurred. To outsiders, who were oblivious to the intricacies, it appeared as though the ministry was concocting a grand scheme. Meanwhile, Dumbledore received fragmented information, leaving him with only two certainties. First, Wong had been confirmed to exist, and second, the ministry was indeed harboring some grand design. Now it was Dumbledore's turn to be ensnared in confusion. What was truly transpiring? Initially presumed to be fabrications, these revelations now bore an unsettling authenticity. Thus, as Dumbledore gazed upon the two nuclear warheads situated in his office, he pondered the possibility that Tom's rationale for presenting him with such devices was, indeed, genuine. Could it be that Tom Riddle would voluntarily rise against malevolence for the sake of peace and stability within the magical community? Was this a manifestation of Merlin's enlightenment? Or had Dumbledore's teachings finally yielded fruit? In that moment, recalling a certain noseless creature, Dumbledore was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to weep. Simultaneously, during the holiday season, Gellert Grindelwald, who had long been absent and was currently engaged in excavating sand on the distant African continent, received a similar invitation. Unlike Dumbledore's, Grindelwald's missive was penned in Tom's own hand. Upon recognizing the familiar venue, unwelcome memories began to resurface in Grindelwald's mind. This little scoundrel, Tom Riddle, must be doing this deliberately to provoke him. Did he possess such an affection for this place? Or was he intent on reenacting the unfortunate events of 1927 in a parallel timeline? Was he truly planning to transform the Père Lachaise cemetery into a permanent venue for speeches? However, upon noting that the keynote speaker for the forthcoming gathering was none other than Dumbledore, a faint smile crept upon his face. "Ah, Albus, today is your turn. May you relish the experiences I have endured." With such delightful prospects in mind, he resolved to offer his assistance when the time came. Suddenly, within the confines of his room, Tom let out a sneeze. Could it be that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were so enamored with the place I selected that they were incessantly murmuring my name? Truly unnecessary. In truth, Père Lachaise cemetery was indeed a deliberate choice of Tom's, for he had secretly wished to experience a moment akin to Grindelwald's in reality. Should this desire remain unfulfilled, it would cloud his thoughts and jeopardize his resolve. Casting aside the distractions of the outside world, Tom believed he had accomplished nearly everything he set out to do. With little left for him to attend to, he was determined to savor the precious summer break of his student years. Thus, he once again reached for the half-finished butterfly figurine on his desk, preparing to continue his work, only to find that it had become askew.